once auctioned globally for 10 billion as a 3S class mecha girl, she now lies discarded in a scrapyard like a pile of scrap metal. Even with 2 free companion mechas thrown in, no one wants her. Dubbed the murderous race car, she boasts unbeatable straight-line acceleration but cannot turn. Every race ends with her crashing straight into the finish line, and not a single driver has survived to step out alive. As a result, the club decided to melt her down to produce other, more manageable mecha girls. Yet the moment I saw her, I chose to form a contract with her, ignoring the ridicule as I brought her back to the racetrack. After all, if the racer can't turn, what does that have to do with the mecha girl? The truth is, as a top-tier racing champion from Blue Star, I crossed into this world of mecha racing expecting to reach even greater heights only to be betrayed by the S-class mecha girl Lu Ruyan and her accomplice. They kicked me out of the club, stripped me of my racing license, and taunted me to face them in the Nox finals, boasting I wouldn't even catch a whiff of their exhaust fumes. In this world, racing has been perfected to its extreme, but with motorcycles transformed into mecha girls, driving has become so automated that racers have turned into spoiled giant babies. They know nothing of wall riding overtakes, elite catapult starts, or gutter drifting. Smirking coldly, I decided to pick a high-performance mecha girl for my revenge. Soon, I stood before a scrapyard's gates. For these flawed mecha girls, being unable to race means losing their reason to exist. Most choose to be melted down after elimination, their core intelligence dissolved to manufacture new mechas. Now, inside a vast mechanical warehouse, a beautiful girl clad in full armor stood with a radiant technocore hovering above her chest. Without a doubt, she was undergoing her final disassembly sequence. At that moment, the warehouse door suddenly swung open. I rushed in and shouted, "Stop!" The motorcycle girl froze in shock at my voice, and her just-deployed mech core retracted instantly. I asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to return for reforging before the scheduled time?" She looked up and met my eyes, then lowered her head again with a despondent expression. It turned out that the Kunken Club had purchased 3 mecha girls back then, but only the S-Class Lu Ruyan 02 was kept. Despite being a 3S quality unit, she was ruthlessly discarded. During her debut race, 1520 completed the course but crashed into every corner barrier along the way, essentially bulldozing her way to the finish line. Yet, her speed surpassed even Lu Ruyan's. A virtual panel then appeared, revealing her acceleration and energy-gathering scores were impressively high at 90 points each. However, her drift performance scored a mere 20, and her cornering ability was a pitiful 7. If not for the life-threatening risks to the driver, she'd be an absolute monster on straight tracks. While others driving 1520 would end up in fatal crashes, I might only lose an arm or a leg at worst. As the emperor of the circuit, I'd mastered every advanced racing technique to perfection. So, I earnestly extended an invitation. If you still want to race, why not become my mecha girl? Let's conquer the tracks together. 1520 stared blankly at my outstretched hand, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably. She had longed countless times to be contracted by someone, but now it all felt too late. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Even if I desperately want to compete, I can't let you die because of me. Everyone calls me a murderous race car." But I brushed it off. "I know you can barely turn, but cornering isn't just the mecha girl's responsibility. The racer plays the main role. If we master the braking points, even with your poor steering, we can still navigate turns through skill." The girl blinked her big eyes, looking puzzled. Is this really true? No one has ever said such things to me before. I didn't explain much, as there were only 5 days left until the Nox rally. So I said, "If you keep blaming yourself, we won't have time to train and get in sync." The mecha girl was still hung up on her flaws, so I added, "If you don't believe me, let's go for a test run right now." With that, I firmly took her hand and led her out of the warehouse. By the time 1520 reacted, the two of them had already reached the street outside the scrapyard. I pointed ahead and said, "There are hardly any cars around here at night. About 800 meters ahead, there's an intersection. If we can smoothly make a 90-degree turn, you'll make a contract with me and become my mecha girl. How about it?" The mecha girl hesitated for a moment before replying, "Well, let's give it a try." For a mecha girl, from the moment she was born in the lab, she was destined to race on the track. If given a chance to hit the road, she would gladly take it to wash away the shame and scorn she'd endured. I had already braced myself mentally, but when I saw the originally cute silver-haired girl transform into an incredibly luxurious race car in the next second, like a transformer, I couldn't help but show sheer astonishment on my face. Admiring her sleek exterior, I couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, only to hear the girl's flustered voice from inside the car. "Hey, hurry up and get in. Don't touch randomly, it tickles." I quickly withdrew my hand, realizing that the car's body was directly connected to her senses. I unabashedly examined the interior. It was said that high-quality mecha girls had lavish interiors, far surpassing the cheap plastic feel of someone like Lu Ruyan. Blushing, 1520 urged, "Come on, get in already. The wind's blowing inside, and it's freezing. After all, This was her first time unfolding her car form in front of a human, exposing every detail of her interior. Even if this person would eventually be her driver, she couldn't help feeling shy. I quickly pretended to be a seasoned driver and climbed in. The mechanoid girl asked nervously, "How does it feel? Comfortable?" I nodded and reached for the control stick. In that instant, my mind suddenly blurred, and I felt our souls connect. Now, with just a thought, I could give her commands. Compared to racing cars in my past life, this was undoubtedly more precise after all. No matter how fast my hands were, they couldn't match the speed of neural reflexes. Even the brakes and clutch could be controlled by thought. I instantly understood the mechanics. But the mechanoid girl seemed surprised. "You really don't know how to control a mechanoid? I thought you were a seasoned driver. And how could a first-timer handle turns like this?" But getting to hit the road one last time before being scrapped, and feeling acknowledged, that's enough for me. I grinned confidently and said, "Let's roll, mantis shrimp." Then, with practiced ease, I released the handbrake, shifted gears, and hit the gas. Though it was vastly different from driving a race car in my past life, the screech of the rear tires sent my blood boiling. The tires gripped the road fiercely as the engine module roared. The mechanoid girl panicked in my mind. "What did you just do? I feel like I'm about to combust." My smirk widened. "Now let me show you what a launch control start really is." The moment I spoke, the mechanoid girl shot forward like an arrow. The engine's roar echoing through the streets 0 to 100 in under 2 seconds. Watching the scenery blur past, I gasped. "Your acceleration is insane." Yet her speed kept climbing, hitting 400 kilometers per hour with no signs of stopping. Though she clearly had more to give, I had to react. The turn was originally 20 seconds away, but now it was less than 15. Any faster, and we'd flip during the turn. The mecha girl panicked and shouted, "We're done for. We're doomed." But at that moment, I remained unusually calm. As we approached the optimal braking point, I suddenly yanked the steering wheel hard while ordering the mecha girl to pull the handbrake. This should have been a simple maneuver, but it felt like I wasn't gripping a steering wheel. It was more like wrestling the horns of an out-of-control bull. If I didn't hold on with all my strength, I'd be flung out in the next second. Soon, veins bulged on my forehead from the excessive effort, while the mecha girl struggled just as fiercely to control her own body. Thanks to Sun Yan's judgment, even if the XC99 steering ability is poor to the extreme, in the body of the car is about to hit the intersection fence still occurs sideways, the rear end of the car thrown outward violently. In this instant, Sun Yan immediately throttle pull full, flying reverse full steering wheel. In the XC99 ferocious drive and grip under the influence of the car body is about to lose control of the body immediately set right. Boom! Leapt out with a bang. It wasn't until a long time after continuing onward that Sun Yan came back to his senses and had the XC99 pulled over. "To be honest, it's the first time I've driven you that fast." Sun Yan opened the car door and came down, stood on the side of the road to take a breath. From the door of the return field to the intersection took just 15 seconds, and then drifted through the corner in a straight line in less than a minute. In this 1 minute or so, his back has been drenched in sweat. XC99 reverts to human form from its unfolded state. She stood in front of Sun Yan, the expression on her face looking a little dull. "Just now, I made a 90-degree turn, didn't I?" "Ah." Sun Yan nodded. "Didn't hit any guardrails, did you?" "Aha." XC99 patted his face, tears falling as he did so. "I didn't hit you." Sun Yan took half a step back. "You're the one who slapped your own face." "I did it," the girl mumbled. Tears gathered into rivers. Sobbing turned into bawling. She flung herself into Sun Yan's arms, letting out a small beast like a grieved wail. "I did it. I really did it. Ooh-hoo-woo. I'm not a murderous race car. I'm also able to cross the corner." Sun Yan had originally held his hands up high, allowing XC99 to hold them. But seeing the girl crying so miserably, he subconsciously put his hand on the girl's head again and gently stroked it. XC99's hair was beautiful, silky and fair like moonlight, but even fairer was her skin. She didn't look very old, and her height was less than 5 feet 6 inches. Such a perfect girl might have only existed in the fantasy world in her previous life. But in this world, she was born with a huge amount of pressure on her back, and she was branded as a murderous race car label, even going so far as to end her own life back to remake it. Even though the rules of each world are different, Sun Yan still feels that XC99 is strange and pitiful. "It's just a bend in the road and you're this happy. Master, can I join the Nox rally now?" XC99 looked up with teary eyes and snot bubbles on her delicate pretty face. From those blue eyes, Sun Yan saw a deep longing. Sure, he didn't even notice the shift in the girl's address to him. "It's just a Nox rally. Think, Sun Yan was planning to promote his great achievements, the trophies that filled one wall and the luxury cars that filled the garage, but suddenly remembered that the knowledge of the two worlds was not interoperable. And even if he told XC99 that he participated in such and such a competition, XC99 would not understand. I will not disgrace the master. XC99 looked at Sun Yan with eyes full of determination and said word by word. From the moment Sun Yan took her around that bend, she swore that no matter what happened in the future, she would do everything in her power to keep Sun Yan safe. And no matter if Sun Yan still needed her or not, she would follow Sun Yan without any hesitation unless Sun Yan sent her back to the furnace. I'm sure you won't embarrass me. Sun Yan touched XC99's head. The night wind blew a little cold, and he sneezed. The temperature difference between day and night in this world is quite large. The daytime can go up to 40 degrees Celsius to the night can fall to 5 degrees Celsius. He came out in a hurry, did not wear a jacket. Master, get in the car and don't get sick. XC99 held Sun Yan's big hand with her warm little hand, and she clung tightly to Sun Yan's sudden unfolding, and then Sun Yan realized that he was actually sitting directly in the car. Let's go back, try again through that bend, and start formal training tomorrow. Sun Yan cozily leaned back in his seat, but his heart was not as relaxed as it appeared. In fact, he just lied to XC99. XC99 asked him if he could go on the Nox rally. In fact, can't, because XC99's steering performance is too poor. He wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers to complete the 90-degree turn, and there are 14 corners on the Nox rally. Each corner than the intersection of the curve angle is smaller. The width of the runway is also more narrow, and the last curve, the last one, is a continuous hairpin turn, less than 200 meters between 2 continuous hairpin turns. Such a curve is simply child's play for him in his previous life, but he just drove the XC99 has already put this arrogant idea behind him. Racing in the previous life was dead weight and all the data was basically constant, but the machine girls of this world were living things, and the XC99 he was piloting really felt like it couldn't pull away when it turned especially, and that's just the intersection turns. If it was at Nox, even if he counted his braking points to the max and pulled all the technical details, he couldn't avoid a wreck, or he'd have to give up his place and lower his speed. But what would that mean for him and the XC99? 5 days, must find a way to participate in a few normal training races suitable for the XC99 to get MP points, and also modify the XC99, or else I'll have to die in the Nox rally. Sun Yan thought silently as he drove. This time he braked a little earlier and crossed the right-angled corner of the intersection more skillfully and safely. The XC99's excited cheers came from the front. The roar of the engine followed all the way. Who was this racing at night? Zhang Kai brought Jade 786 out of the club and passed the conscience return field just in time to see XC99 pass by at a ghostly speed, and then flashed through the corner and lifted off, leaving only a long tire mark on the ground. What kind of car is this? Zhang Kai was dumbfounded. He felt something familiar about the car, but it was too fast to get a good look at it. Also, what kind of technology is this? Is it hard to believe that it's a smart mechanic? Zhang Kai looked at the tire tracks in the middle of the street from afar, and with that crunch echoing in his mind, he only felt his soul trembling. It was something he'd never seen before, at least not at the Nox rally he'd been to in recent years, or he'd never seen this kind of cornering technique. Jade 786, also pale and dumbfounded, looked in the direction the XC99 had left, but unfortunately even the taillights were out of sight. It shouldn't be an intelligent mechanic. There's no psychic energy fluctuation, she said dully. But, Master, if I meet such a car and driver in a race, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. Despite her reluctance, she acknowledged her shortcomings, not to mention the magnificent cornering. The straight-line speed of that machine girl had thrown her off by dozens of blocks. Hey, when did we have a big shot in Jiangqing City? Zhang Kai was not impressed at all. As the club owner, he basically had a count of the nearby club's racers and machinima, the powerful and the not so powerful, yet there was absolutely no such figure among them, much less this ghostly silver machinima. Don't worry, Jade 786, your performance is already very good amongst us clubs. Coupled with my skills, we'll definitely have no problem getting the top 10. Seeing Jade 780 CX's despondent look, Zhang Kai hurriedly took his hand to comfort him. That machinima and the racer just now are obviously no longer at Nox's level. People are probably just passing through and not here to participate in Nox. Even if they're here to participate in the race, the big deal is that the first place will be given up to him, and we'll just keep an eye on the next 9 places. Jade 780 CX's face softened slightly at that. She suddenly thought of the man who had modified him so well. I also wonder if Sun Yan will actually come to the competition. Just him? Zhang Kai wrapped his arm around Jade's waist and smiled disdainfully. I'll tell you what, Sun Yan is poor and has no piloting skills. No machinima is willing to follow him. Even if he does get a machinima, he can only go to the reburning yard to get one, and buy it there at a low price. What are the machinima there? A remnant, a bunch of wastes. He's still a waste no matter how much he changes. Wastes and wastes together. Even if he comes to participate in the competition, what's the use? Master, I was overthinking it. Jade 786 pursed her lips and nodded. Zhang Kai couldn't help but smile obscenely as he surveyed Jade 786's enchanting body. Let's go to my house tonight. It's big and I have plenty of beds, so roll with it any way you want. You are the master. Of course I listen to you. Star Cat Ears Hair Cards. Chapter 6, Core Branding. When Sun Yan went back with the XC99, Uncle Liang was already waiting at the door of the cabin. He looked at Sun Yan next to the powdered girl, frowned, did not say anything, just pursed his lips and opened the door. Ahem, it is so cold outside. Quickly come in and drink fish soup. Sun Yan sheepishly brought the XC99 into the house and scratched his head as he sat down at the dining table. Uncle Liang beat up 3 portions of fish soup and set it on the table. Sun Yan picked up a bowl and silently drank it. XC99 had wanted to say something, but felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. She looked at the fish soup and swallowed. Wanted to drink it but did not dare to do it. Uncle Liang put down his soup spoon. His eyes glanced over Sun Yan and the XC99, his lips moving. You fished a machinima up from the warehouse? Preparing to continue running racing? Aha, Uncle Liang, indeed nothing can be hidden from you. Sun Yan smiled sarcastically. It's the idea of continuing racing. He didn't think there was anything to hide about it, and he couldn't hide it, so he might as well just say it. Uncle Liang sat there in silence and sighed. You told me 10 minutes ago that you wouldn't run the race car anymore and that you would inherit the reburning yard. Why did you change your mind again? Are you a chameleon? It's not like we went to the warehouse and just happened to look at a machinima. Uncle Rio pointed at XC99. XC99 subconsciously scrunched his head with both hands. Yes, XC99 is very good, and I think she has the potential to corner Nox, and even the big races after Nox are perfectly fine. XC99 was flattered. Her pretty face flushed red. She didn't expect Sun Yan, whose skills were so impressive, to give her such a high rating. Ever since Sun Yan had used the catapult start and drift, she had already treated Sun Yan as a godlike existence. Very good? Uncle Liang's chest rose and fell violently as he jerked his head up, annoyance and helplessness showing in his eyes. It's fine if you choose a nice machinima at the Tengi Club, but only not the XC99. Why? Sun Yan froze. Didn't you read the record of the XC99's debut? She can barely steer, and you're going to drive a steering-challenged machinima to Nox, and then crash into a curve? Are you tired of living? It was the first time Sun Yan had seen Uncle Liang so angry. There was silence in the cabin, the only sound being the gusty wind slapping against the windows. This old man usually always hunched back at the moment hit straight. His eyes seemed to contain fire. I don't know if it is an illusion. Sun Yan also saw other emotions in the eyes of the old man. Remorse, helplessness, sadness. These complex emotions gathered together, combined into a message that he could not read. I know that the XC99 has bad steering. Sun Yan looked at the girl next to her who had her head lowered due to being criticized, and explained, but this flaw can be completely overcome, and I still have 5 days to modify her. Uncle Rio, believe me, before Nox I will make sure to make her a machine girl that can go on the regular track, and I won't be left behind on your return to the field. Uncle Liang silently stared at Sun Yan. Perhaps Sun Yan's eyes were too firm. Perhaps Uncle Liang was old and no longer had the energy to argue with the young man. He sat back in his seat disheveled and looked out the window with a sneer. You've been kicked out of Tangyu Club, right? Your driving license has also been revoked, right? If you want to participate in the Nox you will have to take the test again. With the XC99 with extremely poor steering performance, can you pass the test? I can. The 2 short words were filled with Sun Yan's absolute confidence. According to his plan, as long as the steering attribute of the XC99 was given a boost to 40 before the race, then taking the driving qualification would be 9 out of 10. Fine, go ahead and take the test then. I'll see how you take the test. Uncle Liang collected all the fish soup on the table, and his voice drifted from the kitchen. You don't need to be in charge of my backyard, and it's over if the backyard is inherited to a short-lived ghost like you. Uncle Liang, the fish soup isn't finished yet. Asterisk 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 off. Sun Yan didn't have the heart to go back to Uncle Liang's cabin to sleep tonight. He stayed in the warehouse with the XC99, which unfolded its body and he lay in the driver's seat. I'm sorry, Master, for causing you to get scolded. XC99's eyes lowered in frustration. It's fine. Actually, Uncle Liang is very nice. Sun Yan rested his hands behind his head and sighed. Racing is a dangerous sport, after all, and he was afraid something would happen to me. Plus he didn't really know my level. Is he your father? No. Sun Yan shook his head. But in this world, he is my only family, so I respect him. XC99 cocked her head. She didn't understand why Sounian would say words like "in this world." Make it sound like he's not from this world. Anyway, don't take what he said to heart. No, he's telling the truth. The corner of XC99's mouth pulled, hugging his knees. My steering was already bad. If it wasn't for Master, I would never dare to say that I want to get on the track and win a race. That's too much of a luxury for me. Sun Yan looked at the roof of the car and didn't say anything, and he was thinking about how he should improve the value of XC99, the attribute. When his gaze falls on the XC99 and he focuses on it, a virtual attribute panel surfaces. Also, each attribute in the panel has detailed instructions for adding points. For example, for attributes like bending on XC99 that were not even 10, each MP point could increase one attribute, but for attributes that reached 50 or more, it would take 5 MP points to increase one attribute, and for attributes that were 90 or more, it would be 10 MP points to increase 1 point, and you get 15 MP points for taking part in a training race for first place, 10 points for second place, and only 5 points for third place. Participating in a regular tournament is a straight-up double, with 30 MP points awarded for getting first place, and so on and so forth. That means he has to find a way to take the XC99 to at least 2 training races before the Nox race and come in first in both of them, which will give him 30 MP points to add to the cornering attribute. That's 37 points. The remaining 3 can be gained through training and modifications. The machine girls of this world were living creatures after all, so targeted training could boost attribute values. It's just that there's an upper limit to each mech's talent, and that improvement can't be never-ending. That's why most racers still rely on buying modules to install on their machinima to adjust their machinima's attributes as a way to deal with different types of rallies. Tomorrow, we'll go to the module store first, and then we'll ask Uncle Liang about where there are training matches in Zhongqing City recently. Sunin is not worried about not having a race to enter. This is because there are quite a few training tournaments run around the world before the regular tournaments start. Some are organized together by private racers, others are club-led. He just needs to choose a track that suits the XC99 and utilize the XC99 speed advantage, and getting first should not be a big problem. Nah, Master, let's make a contract. Sun Yan came back to his senses, and at some point, the XC99 had already come up to him. Those blue eyes looked at him without blinking, and even in the darkness they seemed to radiate a hazy glow. Fine, sign the contract, then you can be my machinima from now on. Sun Yan is very concerned about this matter, and he has not forgotten the shame that Jade 786 brought him. The world's top racer was actually taunted by an otherworldly machine girl with dropped attributes that couldn't race? In 5 days he will let Jade 786 and Zheng Kai know what it means to be the emperor of the track. XC99 narrowed his eyes and hemmed and hawed, holding out his intelligence core. Master, just get a drop of blood on it. Sun Yan looked at the XC99 shaped like a Rubik's Cube intelligent device core full of confusion. I remember that a contract is just a mind brand that can be established with a verbal promise, right? Why do you need a blood drop here? Take out all the intelligent armor cores. The mind branding contract can be lifted, and after that the Mecha Goddess will still be able to choose another racer. XC99 held the intelligent armament core up in front of Sun Yan as if it was holding his heart, but the core branding can't be lifted, so I'll have to be Master's Mecha. Gazing at the XC99 that offered her heart to herself, Sun Yan didn't hesitate to bite her finger and a drop of blood dangled from the belly of her finger. Let's get this out of the way. I'm very poor and I don't have the money to buy you a module for now, and you're going to have to go through hard training to follow me, and you might not have anything at all by the time the other machinima are using their modules. I'm not afraid of suffering, nor am I afraid of not having a module. With firm eyes, XC99 stood on her tiptoes and took the initiative to make contact between the intelligent armament core and the blood that had not yet dripped from Sun Yan's fingertips, and said with quite an air of dignity, "Only weak-kneed machine girls need the aid of a module." After the intelligent device core absorbed Sun Yan's blood, the light on it transformed into a light pink color. XC99 beautifully took back the intelligent device core, and thus the contract was considered complete. Anyway, she had already planned to rely on Sun Yan's side, and unless Sun Yan sent her back to the furnace, she would always be Sun Yan's machinima. This kind of lifelong commitment takes a lot of courage for a machinist, but XC99 felt that no one other than Sun Yan would accept her flaws, and no one would be able to take her around the bend. The only one who could drive her was Sun Yan. It feels weird calling you XC99 all the time. Gotta give you a different name. Sun Yan stroked his chin in thought, while XC99 looked at Sun Yan with an expectant face. It is a very sacred ritual for a racer to name a machinima, and it shows how much the racer values that machinima. Or you could be called Star. Sun Yan took the initials XC and remembered the starburst-like body of the XC99. In that instant, Star's eyes widened. The name was also at the same time the name of her bloodline, and all of the Star family machinima were known for their speed. Instead, the name Sun Yan bestowed on her at this moment seemed to represent the entire family. This is a great trust and expectation. Master, I won't let you down. Star burst into tears and faced Sun Yan with a deep bow. Sun Yan, on the other hand, was a bit strange. Wasn't he just taking an aim? How is it that the stars are still so grand and even a little hot? Meanwhile, in the cabin in the center of the refugium, even though it was late at night, Uncle Liang had no intention of sleeping. He was leaning against the bed, a picture in his hand, tears glistening in his eyes. The photo shows a family of 3, the son and father both wearing helmets, the mother beaming beside them, each giving a scissor hand. Uncle Liang stroked the young man in the photo, his lips trembling, his voice choked. Were you so stubborn in the beginning that the race just had to be entered? After staring at the photo for a while and finishing 2 more cigarettes, Uncle Liang then carefully put the photo back into the drawer of the bedside table. Both are brats. Cough cough. He covered his chest and took a breather, pulling his savings card out of a drawer and stuffing it into his jacket before turning off the light and going to sleep. Chapter 7, Overtaking the Warhammer in Front First. Sun Yan didn't know when he fell asleep yesterday. His mind had been thinking about the training matches and the module, but in the morning he was woken up by the sunlight poking in through the window. Strange, why is there sunshine? Isn't it in the car? Sun Yan opened his eyes and was about to get up when he felt sweet-smelling breath blowing in his face, accompanied by a thin breathing sound. Turning his head, only to see a childishly pretty face facing him, long eyelashes flickering, sleeping soundly. Star curled up her body, lying at a distance that was almost but not quite close to Sun Yan. Looking at this pretty face, the 3 good youths who used to live in the 21st century Sun Yan had a sense of crime for no reason. That said, how is the age of a machinima defined? It seems like you're an adult when you leave Wise Device Island. To suppress the urge that welled up inside him, he immediately tried to roll over. As a result, the corner of his coat was grabbed by a small hand, and it turned out that Star had been pinching the corner of his coat the whole time he slept, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Master, don't go. I'm sure I can make this turn. Sunin, good man. Star is really working hard and dreaming about the corners. The source of heat around her was far away, and Star also turned awake leisurely. She rubbed her eyes in a daze and stared at Sun Yan for a while, as if she suddenly reacted. Her pretty face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her originally squinted eyes stared at the top of her head. Master, sorry. Bang! Early in the morning, Star called out to Sun Yan so enthusiastically that the floor tiles of the warehouse shattered. Sun Yan was dumbfounded as Star's head collided with the ground without any damage, followed by 2 consecutive knocks. He didn't react until he felt the vibration of the warehouse. It's not like you've done anything wrong. Don't. I actually let the most respected master sleep on the floor. Star covered her face in posthumous regret. I'm an unqualified machinima. That said, I remember you were still unfolded when I fell asleep yesterday. Sun Yan held his hands in front of the girl in vain, lest the girl grab the ground with her head again. Yeah, sorry. Star lowered her head and stirred her fingers as she stammered. I was too relaxed, plus I didn't have enough range and didn't replenish the nutrient solution in time. So I switched forms without authorization at some point after I fell asleep. Don't worry, master, it won't happen again. Star rose from the floor with a mischievous flourish and saluted with his head up and chest out. I'll be a certified machinist. Sun Yan, I believe you, but let's eat first. After a night of precipitation, Uncle Liang has returned to his usual gentle appearance. Sun Yan used steamed buns to solve the breakfast with the fish soup that he didn't finish last night. Star also replenished the food and high-energy nutrient solution. During the meal, through chatting with Star, Sun Yan realized that the range of the Megain refers to the time to maintain the unfolding of the form. The Megain with a strong range naturally is more suitable for running rallies, and all kinds of emergencies in the competition, such as collisions, steep slopes, sandstorms will increase the consumption of range. If there is no special needs, the nymphs usually take human form to avoid wasting range. It stands to reason that your range should be pretty strong. Sun Yan looked at Star's high range of 85 full of doubt. Jade 786 only had a range of 60, but Jade 786 had no doubt that she could run the Nox rally, which meant that a track of Nox's length was completely more than enough for Star. I haven't eaten for the past few days. Star furiously stuffed steamed buns into her mouth and took another sip of the high-energy nutritional liquid, saying vaguely, at that time, I thought that I was going to return to the furnace anyway, so it would be a waste of food and resources to eat anymore, so I simply didn't eat, and now I'm eating the first meal I've eaten since I was born. Sunin, what a miserable waif. Star hadn't even eaten, and he'd dragged Star around corners and slept in the car again yesterday. More guilt welled up in Sun Yan's heart. He really deserved to die. You don't even know that the machine lady needs to eat, and for that you're going to run Nox? Uncle Liang came over with a pair of eyes peeking out from above the propped-up newspaper, sneering and chuckling. Sun Yan knew that Uncle Liang had a sharp tongue and a soft heart, so he shamelessly rubbed himself over and said playfully, "Uncle Liang, are there any training races recently that have fewer curves or wider curves that aren't too sharp? Fewer curves and wider? Dream on, dream on. It's okay to fulfill one of these conditions. There are quite a few training matches, and with Nox kicking off soon, there's training going on everywhere." Uncle Rio grunted. "What? Are you planning on taking the XC99 to a training match? It's not thinking about rubbing elbows with Star." Uncle Liang looked at Sun Yan's playful and smiling look and was angry. "Brat, even if you just participate in the training race, XC99 is still very difficult to complete. Although the training race is much simpler than the regular race, it is not possible to have no curves, and as long as there are curves XC99 will be out of the question." Next to her, Star buried her head in her rice, desperate to press her head into the fish soup. "Uncle Rio, a race requires a racer and a mechanic to work together. Fight it. I know you won't give up." Uncle Liang waved his hand. "It's good to go to a training match, so that you can die sooner too." He dropped the paper on the table with a snap, reached back and jerked the already empty bowl out of Star's hand, and turned to go into the kitchen. Sun Yan saw that the newspaper just happened to have 3 training matches presented right there. 2 of them seemed to be better suited for Star. Uncle Liang really is a knife to the heart. Sun Yan sighed as he glanced at the busy figure in the kitchen. "Star, let's go. Target Triumph Club." The Triumph Club is located just north of River City on a piece of valley land that has been developed around it as a training track. When he first entered the Tengyu Club, Sun Yan had often heard that the wealthy owner of the Triumph Club had nothing to do with organizing training tournaments, and the rewards were not bad. Triumph Club also welcomes drivers from other clubs or privateers to participate in training races to compete for prizes, which is more or less the intention of drunkenness, one of which is to show the strength of their own team, and the other is to poach and recruit some powerful privateers. The training match was almost underway when Sun Yan brought Star here. At this moment, the track was crowded with racers and nymphs. Most of them were unable to reach the standard of Nox Rally, but it didn't mean that these racers and nymphs gave up participating in the training race. As long as they got a place, they would get a bonus, and saved up enough bonus to buy advanced modules to upgrade their nymphs. And in this life, they might still have a day to go on the regular races, so the scene was quite hot. Sun Yan took Star to do a simple registration. Due to the number of drivers and machinists, the training race utilizes a qualifying start mechanism, with the time to the line as the basis for the final standings. Sun Yan and Xing Chen came late and were placed at the end of the starting line. The moderator is already reading the notes for the game. The training race organized by the Triumph Club this time was a several-shaped racing track, 25 kilometers long, with a total of 3 corners, each with an angle of about 90 degrees. The only thing worth noting was that the track would suddenly tighten up at the corners, which would be a difficult point for racers and machinists who were still inexperienced in cornering. Like the Stars, for example. An odd voice came from the side. Sun Yan twisted his head, only to see Star looking at the track, eyes stagnant, pretty face pale, shivering, head actually still smoking. The DJ sound was the clash between her teeth. "Sunin, is this girl that nervous? It's just a training match." Sun Yan touched Star's head. "Relax, 25 kilometers is just a flash for you." "But, Master, that's 3 turns." Star shuddered and held up 4 fingers. And there's no guardrail. Without guardrails you can't correct the body by collision." "Ahem, you need a collision to fix it when I'm around? Boy, it's your first time on the track with a machinima, isn't it? Don't talk too much." The one who spoke was a middle-aged racer who was in front of Sun Yan. "Look at your machinima as if it is not fully developed. Your legs are shivering. Uncle suggests that you go back to practice for another year." Training matches are also competitions, and competitions can be very dangerous. Hearing the 4 words, "not finished developing," Star jerked her head up and was about to argue on the basis of reason, but the result was a look at the other's uncle's machine mother. 1 meter 8 tall. The upper circumference is even more rippling. She had just coalesced, the momentum immediately shriveled up. Obviously, in addition to the looks, no matter whether it's the body and the momentum were comprehensively crushed. "Come on, Warhammer, show them your powerful body." The uncle dejectedly smiled, and the muscular royalty next to him immediately unfolded the body of the car, combining it into a behemoth in front of Sun Yan and Xing Chen. It looked like an off-road vehicle, but it was the first time Sun Yan had ever seen an off-road vehicle fully clad in iron. It's nigh on a tank. As he watched, the attributes of this machine woman emerged. Drift, 17 points. Acceleration, 34 points. Bend, 41 points. Gathering gas, 15 points. Stability, 88 points. Crash resistance, 97 points. Endurance, 30 minutes. Verdict, You wouldn't want to collide with a non-lasting hobnail on the track, would you? Isn't my Warhammer handsome? The older man peeked half his head out of the car window. Kid, the race is not child's play. Later on, Warhammer and I will make you realize what it's like to not even see the taillights. Sunin, while we were talking, it was already the uncle's turn to start the car. He retracted his head and let out a wolfish howl as the machinima named Warhammer carried him off. A shrug. After being stirred up by the uncle, Star was not as nervous as she was before, as she realized that the speed at which the Warhammer had just rushed out wasn't fast, and it couldn't be compared to the catapulted start that Sun Yen had used. Countdown to 30 seconds. Sun Yen touched his own machine mother's head. Star, you unfold as well. Star nodded, and then a bright silver luxury sports car unfolded in front of him. Unfortunately, the other racers had already entered the track in their machinima, and no one had seen how gorgeous Star looked at the moment. In a sense, those powerful machinima basically have a luxurious appearance. Sonian settled into the driver's seat and gripped the joystick as Star's combative voice came from the front. Master, I'll be cheering. Relax. The corner of Sun Yen's mouth hooked, released the handbrake, and throttled to the bottom. Overtake that Warhammer in front of you first. Chapter 8, Invisible Tail Lights. The wheels of the car rolled up the dust in the sky. Sun Yen quickly completed the ejection start operation, and the Star rushed onto the track with the hissing sound of the engine module, just like a flash of silver arc light. Master, 6 left immediately after the hill. Straight ahead. Star's soft voice rang in Sun Yen's head. He operated steadily, bringing Star to float through a beautiful arc in the first slow corner, and stepped on the gas to the bottom the moment he exited the corner, entering the first long straight line sprint of the training track. There are no navigators in this world, and machinistas are the best navigators. They are like a bunch of precision machines that memorize all the details of the track and transmit them to the racer's mind without missing a beat. Such high efficiency, combined with the basic qualities of the machinistas, leads to extremely fast racing in this world. And fast cars also mean more risk. Risk? Sun Yen never put it in perspective. Star, run to your heart's content. Hoo-hoo. Master, the prize money from this training match will probably be digested internally by our Triumph Club again. Harm, it can't be helped. Those wild riders are so noobish. There's no comparison to us professionally trained and modified machine girls. Triumph Club entrance. A large screen is broadcasting the situation in the training match field in real time, surrounded by a group of people. Every time the Triumph Club organizes a training match, there will be a lot of residents in the vicinity of the spectators. After all, it is a national sport. Organic mother without a mother of the machine loved to see. Among them were 2 racers in Triumph Club racing suits who were pointing at the race footage on the screen. Arjun is getting faster and faster. Out of sight, out of mind. This kid is secretly training again? By this time, the machine has already passed the first corner. The cornering speed is as high as 184. The crowd of onlookers have been boiling. This cornering speed, if you can maintain in the Knox Rally, the bottom can also get a top 5. And this machine is the Triumph Club's chief driver Huang Jun driving. His machinist is too good to be true. I wouldn't necessarily be slower than him if I had a machinist like that. Don't be sour. People have money to modify and put all kinds of modules on the nymphs, and we don't have money, so we can only work honestly to earn money. Just then, one of the images in the screen cut to the starting point, only to see a silver phantom flash by, too late for even the camera to catch. Blinking away, only the roar of the engine module could be heard fading away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a car that is! The 2 Triumph Club racers were dumbfounded. This starting speed, what the hell? Does Arjun have this kind of starting speed? There's an ass. I've never seen any kind of machinima start out with, like a cannonball. He squeezed out an adjective like that with difficulty. Like a loaded cannonball. Most of the surrounding crowd of onlookers had their eyes focused on the distantly ahead Huang Jun. Only a few noticed the silver phantom. The 2 Triumph Club racers hurriedly searched the screen for the silver machinima's silhouette. However, they both came up empty-handed. Don't worry, she's the last to start. We'll see her first cornering data later. The 2 of them were staring at the data of the last Megane. The cornering speeds of all the Megans in front of them had been brushed out, and compared to Huang Jun, a professional racer, the cornering speeds of those Megans were dismal. Out. Crouch. Seeing the freshly swiped cornering speed on the datapad, the 2 Triumph Club racers stared in disbelief, their lips quivering. Radar? 312? Ha! They both looked at each other, gave each other an earful that hurt, rubbed their eyes and went back to looking at the datapad. 312. A bright red cornering MPH, imprinted in their brains. 312 kilometers per hour cornering speed. That machina never slowed down from start to finish, did she? So good to come to a training match? The data board on the cornering speed automatically ranked. 312 was ranked at the top, below or Huang Jun's cornering speed of 184. The nearby crowd of onlookers silent, over a good half a day before someone stood out to ask if the data board is broken. Meanwhile, the track. Sounian had passed the first turn with Star. This is a big turn of about 110 degrees. The difficulty is about the same as last night's intersection. The track is narrower than the highway. Considering Star's horrible speed and blinding steering, Sun Yan had to slow down in advance of the breaking point. But even so, Star's cornering speed is still up to more than 300. How does it feel? Great, Master. My chest is burning. 2 more turns. Focus. Sun Yan looked up. Everything in his field of vision was pulled into a blurry residue. The scenery was flying backward. The wind was howling. While directly in front of him there was a black spot gradually enlarging. The corner of his mouth twitched. Wasn't this the Warhammer brother from before? Catching up that quickly? Driving Warhammer uncle in front of the front is leisurely although his cornering speed is only 80 or so, but does not affect his heart proud, because this is the Warhammer has the most chance to run through the race. He finally saved enough money to give the Warhammer to change the module to enhance the range, before the Warhammer are halfway to break down, leaving a lot of regrets. Buzz off. Suddenly there was a louder and louder boom from behind them. Uncle froze. Warhammer, you're having trouble with your nitrous module again? No, the machinima calmly replied. It's that machinima from before catching up. Ha! The departure times are 30 seconds apart. The uncle's first reaction was disbelief, and then he looked in the rearview mirror, only to see a bright silver luxury machinima like a twinkling star in the sunlight, approaching at an unimaginable speed at breakneck speed. Holy, isn't this kid a newcomer to the track? How can he be so fast when his machinima is so tight? While the older man was shocked, Star had already rushed behind Warhammer. At this time the older man finally reacted. Warhammer, don't let her charge through. The sense of competition came up, and Uncle knew that he would more than likely be in the bottom few places, but who wouldn't be happy with a slightly better placing? He wanted to use the Warhammer's horrible crashing ability to jam Star up, or even don't get out of the track. However, Warhammer had only just made a move when a silver phantom had overtaken him from the side, quickly pulling away, and Warhammer could only watch in vain as Star's taillights grew farther and farther away. Master, 200 right-hand corner pickup downhill. The sound of the Warhammer woke the older man. He immediately slowed down to prepare for the turn, and without the slightest intention of slowing down, the machine girl in front of her made a beautiful tail swing, the wheels even rubbing sparks on the ground, and the rear of the car was almost about to drift out of the curve. And in that instant the engine hissed, and she leapt out again, riding in a blaze of glory. After this turn, Uncle and Warhammer were completely out of sight of Star's taillights. What was that just now? The whole body is twisted. Isn't he afraid of flipping the car? Uncle and Warhammer slogged through the corners, their minds still thinking about that beautiful dump. Something completely unknown but sure to get the blood pumping if they could touch it. This kid is a pro racer coming to the fish fry. And that machinima isn't just any machinima, is it? Damn it, actually pretending to be on the track for the first time on purpose at the start. Damn brat. The older man turned red and spat madly. He remembered what he had told Sun Yan earlier. And they can't see the taillights? Isn't it normal that you can't see the taillights when you start 30 seconds early? Now people not only counter overtake 30 seconds but also let him not see the taillights. This face can be a big shame. Master, if you have that kind of skill, I'll do my chores every day. Warhammer's voice came in a ghostly whisper. The corner of Uncle's mouth tugged. If I had that kind of skill, why would I need to take you around to training matches every day? Chapter 9, The Most Handsome Man in the World. Pegasus, you're in good shape today. You're already up to 210 oversteer speed in turn 3. We might be able to compete for first place in Nox in a few days. It's the module master bot that fits perfectly. Triumph Club's chief racer, Wang Chun, has run the full course with Pegasus the machinist. He was the first to start and is currently returning from the finish line to the clubhouse entrance with his machinist. We got the club bonus again this time. No fun. Without even looking at his and Pegasus scores, Huang Jun turned around and was about to go into the club to get his prize money. Master, don't you want to see the results? Pegasus took Jun Huang's hand. There's nothing to see. Huang Jun glanced at the datapad from afar. It's first place anyway. Although there are still our clubs, none of them are a match for the two of us. And other than a couple of guys from the same club, I really can't think of anyone else who could pose a threat to me. I know. Pegasus looked at the people gathered around the big screen in front of the club and said in all seriousness, I just wanted to see how much faster I was after changing modules. Well, then I'll walk you through it. Seeing that his own machine mother was so insistent, Huang Jun could only helplessly turn around and accompany her. That's when the crowd in front of the big screen suddenly erupted in a gasp. My God, that cornering speed is just unfathomable. Feels like Triumph Club's record for this training track is going to be set. The corner of Huang Jun's mouth curled up. Pegasus, they're all shocked at your speed. Pegasus cocked her head and didn't open her mouth. She was in good shape today. fast, and her cornering was perfect. But she still has a lot of room to improve her cornering speed compared to the top machinists at the big races. Is it really necessary to be that shocked at her cornering speed? Huang Jun stepped in front of the crowd with his chin up, ready for the reverent chants of the people. Yet there was nothing, and everyone's eyes looked like they were glued to their datapads. Captain! The two Triumph Club racers ran up to Jun Huang with an expression of having seen a ghost. Captain! Go check it out. It's too fast. It's really too fast. Yeah, even if it's fast in a straight line, it's fast around corners. Huang Jun frowned. He had sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that those exclamations were not because of him. He went to the data board and the lowest total time was for him and Pegasus, running the whole thing in 5 minutes and 49 seconds for first place. Second and him were almost 30 seconds apart. There's nothing wrong with that. He's really number one all right. Suddenly, there was a cranky roar of an engine at the end of the track. All those who heard the sound, even Jun Huang couldn't help but get goosebumps, followed by the signaler's beep, and then on the datapad, the last Mecha's race time was refreshed, 4 minutes and 27 seconds, and her name began to roll, eventually coming to the top of Pegasus in first place. The datapad turned up. The most handsome man in the world, the star. Huang Jun, Pegasus. Jun Huang. Are you kidding me? 4 minutes and 27 seconds? Huang Jun was dumbfounded, and next to him, Pegasus stared at the datapad wide-eyed and stunned. It's a statistic they can hardly imagine. Undeterred, Huang Jun went back to look at Star's cornering speed, and his young mind was once again hit by a 10,000 point blitz. Turn 1 312, turn 2 327, turn 3 309. What's the difference between this machinima and not slowing down the whole time? Pegasus only felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the magnificent string of data. She had trained hard for half a year, and even replaced a purple grade module with the help of Jun Huang, which had led her to reach her current over 180 cornering speed, in order to shine at this year's Knox Rally. But the result was that before she could be complacent, the training race came as a blow to her head. Where's the racer and the machinist? Jun Huang hurriedly asked his club's racer. The two racers pointed in the direction of the finish line, only to see two figures tiptoeing up to the door of the Triumph Club and peering furtively inside. Naturally, it was Sun Yan and Xing Chen who were thinking about receiving their bonuses. Master, why are we making this thieving face? Star followed behind Sun Yan with a face full of confusion. Low profile, understand? Low profile. Sun Yan slanted a glance at Star. The 15 MP points he had just gained from winning the training match had arrived, but he hadn't added any points to Star yet. He honestly didn't expect these racers and machinists to be that good. He didn't put up much of a fight, but he was still mentally surprised when he saw the number of seconds that separated him from second place. So much difference. Shouldn't be dragged into the lab and sliced up. It's better to take the bonus and get the hell out of there. You're the, most handsome man in the world? Sun Yan turned around with a dejected smile on his face. That's right, it's me. I'm the most handsome man in the line and I don't change my name. The corner of Huang Jun's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had seen a racer that stinky. May I ask which club you are from? Or have any idea to come to our Triumph Club for development? Today the club owner is not here. Huang Jun as the chief driver is obliged to act as the owner's duty. That is to recruit potential racers for the club. I don't have a club. Huang Jun was delighted at his words. Then you can totally come to our club. For riders like you, the treatment our club can give is very high. Food and lodging are included, and our club reimburses 50% of the modification costs of the machinist, and there are also bonuses and real estate rewards for placing in regular competitions. Triumph Club is still a bit famous in Jiangqing City, and many wild riders want to join. He confidently assumed that the olive branch throne would be caught by the most handsome man in the world. However, Sun Yan shook his head. I'm sorry, we don't have the idea of joining the club for the time being. If we want to join the club in the future, we will definitely prioritize Triumph. Are you kidding me? He's only been screwed over by a club and hearing the word club makes him sick. Granted, the big races of the future will be team races and we'll have to have clubs, but we'll see what happens later. Big deal. He got one of his own. Okay. Huang Jun regretted in his heart, but he couldn't force Sun Yan to come to Kaixin, so he could only stop there. It was good that the other said he would consider Triumph in the future. That was enough. Saying too much would only be offensive. The prize money for your training matches? Saunian rubbed his fingers together, a polite smile on his face. Oh, bonus. Huang Jun responded, sending 2 minions to the club to take out 2 stacks of bills. The prize money totaled $20,000. I had thought that this time the prize money was still digested internally by our Triumph Club, but I didn't think that an expert would be killed halfway. Huang Jun scratched his head, looking at Sun Yan and Xing Chen, who looked like they were in a state of wealth. A bit strange. Do racers and machinists with cornering speeds in the 300s also run out of money? By the way, there's one more question I'd like to ask you. What is it? My machinima is not for sale. Sun Yan's eyes glazed over and he hurriedly shielded Star behind him. It's not about buying a machinima. Huang Jun said glumly. It's to ask if you'll be attending the Nox rally in 4 days? Nox rally? Not participating. Saunian blinked. There's no point in participating in that kind of competition at all. Alright. Huang Jun and Pegasus glanced at each other and sighed in relief. That's good. Star shrank behind Sun Yen, her big blue eyes dripping. Master is so bad. It actually scams people. She thought to herself that it was wrong to lie. She has to learn well from Master as well. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 10, Know How to Invest? Get rich. Get rich. Hoo-hoo. Star bounced along behind Sun Yen holding 2 stacks of bills. Isn't it just $20,000? Sun Yen was helpless. Look at you. $20,000 is a lot. Star blinked her big eyes. Does Master know what my original auction price was? How much? $5,000. Sunin. 5 grand is the price of a low-end car in the Machinist. No wonder Tengu Eyes, a small volume club, was able to buy out the stars. He conservatively estimated that the price of the star would be 1,000 times less if it didn't have any flaws. What are you going to use this money for if it's awarded to you? Reward me? Star stroked his chin, a shrewd light shining in his eyes. That's for some awesome modules, of course. Oh, and a racing suit for Master, and lots of goodies, and some of the leftovers to put in the kitty for storage. Ha 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 ha. Star crossed her fingers and finessed her calculations. Saunian looked at his beach pants and really didn't look like a racer. But the money in Star's hand is 20,000, not 200,000. And that money is nothing to the racing industry. Let's go to the module store first. Hoo-hoo. Modules. Star clasped her hands together, her face filled with anticipation. Master is going to buy me a module? I'm really the happiest machinima in the world. Sun Yen touched his nose. In his memory, the module thing seemed to be very expensive. Anyway, it's better not to give promises first, lest the little girl be disappointed later. The module store is located in the commercial street of Jiangqing City. When Sun Yen and Star arrived, the store was already full of machinima and racers picking out modules. It's the Nox rally soon, just when the module market is hot. There are many types of modules, mainly 6 categories: engine module, steering module, nitrogen module, range module, structural module and special module. The module is equivalent to the equipment of the nymphs, can be targeted to enhance the nymph's attributes. The common grade is divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, diamonds. The higher the grade, the rarer the module, the higher the price is also higher. Woohoo! Just as he entered the store, Star's eyes focused on a purple grade module. There were no gold grade ones in Jiangcheng's module store. Diamond ones were even less to be seen, and there weren't many purple grade ones, with just 5 on display on the counter. The module Star is looking at is called Pale Blue Storm, a steering module. The module is described as a medium increase in cornering ability and a small decrease in stability and acceleration. The price was marked below, and the string of zeros made Sun Yen's scalp numb. Master, I feel like I'm going to get a big boost in my cornering ability with this module installed. Star's pretty face pressed against the glass with her eyes glowing. Sun Yen said the promotion can't be big? 850,000 ah. The money he and Star had on hand wasn't even enough for a fraction. Module is only the size of a baby's fist. Sun Yen cannot understand just so little things actually can sell 850,000. As his eyes moved to Pale Blue Storm, a virtual panel popped up. Bend, +20. Acceleration, -13. Stability, -8. Impact resistance, -2. Gathering gas, +3. Obviously these are the detailed attributes of the Pale Blue Storm module. No wonder its purple quality. It adds 20 to the bending attribute. This thing is a lifesaver for poorly bending machinima. Such a strong module. Sun Yen was also red-eyed, but unfortunately he couldn't afford it. Master, it seems like we can't afford this module. Star obviously saw the price of the module as well, her voice becoming smaller and smaller as she looked down at her toes, but she quickly perked up again, spitting out her tongue and giving a silly smile. Master, in the future I'll cheer up the competition and earn us a lot of money. Then we can buy whatever we want. She looked around the room for an alternative. However, none of the modules in the store seem to be 20k to pick up. Those white grade modules are cheap, but the drawbacks are too great. For example, there's a white grade module called White Lords. The introduction is a small increase in bending ability and a significant decrease in range. Who can stand that? Sun Yen couldn't see his own machine mother's pitiful appearance. He said with a mysterious face, Star, I have a way to buy this module. What way? Star came over all expectant. Have you ever heard of investing? Sun Yen smiled wickedly. As long as we let the owner of the module store see our potential, maybe he'll invest in us and let us get this module for free. Star's eyes narrowed. Oh, worthy of a master to come up with such a genius solution. Sunin, think about it. That said, Master, What does investing mean? Sunin. He briefly explained to Star for him to understand the meaning of investment. Master, will we really not be kicked out by the boss straight away? Star was a bit worried. It won't. Who are we? Sun Yan pointed to himself, and then pointed to Star. One is a future super racer. The other is a future super racers. Machine girl, so the boss won't give the whole module store with both hands? He wasn't really sure. He just wanted to try. After all, in his previous life, the investment was to come to him by himself. And now, although there is little status, but the Star looks like the kind of very high-class machinist, there may be a chance. Hoo. Star rubbed his chin, feeling proper, so the two men majestically approached the owner of the module store. In 5 minutes, they were invited out of the module store. If you don't have money, leave quickly. Don't delay my business. The store owner had a cold face, glaring at Sun Yan and Xing Chen with a face full of impatience. Empty gloves to the module store? And you're the no one in the Nox booking? If you guys are no one in Nox, I'll eat directly. Boss, you have to think clearly. Sun Yan narrowed his eyes. It's not right to cheat on food and drink after this village. There's this temple. That's right. If you don't invest, just don't invest. You don't have to be so rude. Star beamed and glanced indignantly at the store owner's back. She took Sun Yan's hand and said in a good-natured manner, Master, only weak need machinima need modules. I'm with you. We're strong and don't need modules. We'll never come to this store again. But your curves are really wimpy. Star stared blankly at Sun Yan, cocking his head as blue smoke rose from his head. The nearby racers and machinists were flabbergasted. Hiss dash. There's such an operation? Young people nowadays really dare to think of anything. Hey, if he can pull off a successful investment, I'll go hook up with the boss too. Sun Yan pulled Star's hand and left. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Coughing. Anyway, this module store, he remembered. The wind and water will turn. When he gets the first place in Nox Rally, this boss shall not come to him to advertise? By then, it will be clear who is the master and who is the grandson. Star, modules are out of the question. Let's drill today. We have a training match tomorrow. Okay, master, said Star, coming back to life from the dead, clenching her small fists and waving them up and down in a meta way. Fighting. Soon after Sun Yan and Star left, a short figure walks into the module store. Boss, how much for this? The man pointed to a blue quality module. The module is called Hurricane, which improves cornering and air collection by a small amount, but also reduces acceleration, stability and crash resistance by a small amount. 300,000. The boss was still angry and didn't even raise his head. The visitor pursed his lips. Can you get it cheaper? This stuff didn't used to cost this much. Not a penny less. It used to be the old days. Now there are more racers and the capacity hasn't kept up. So naturally you have to price it loan. You can return it if you don't use it, right? As long as you don't unpack it, feel free to return it. It's the only blue quality steering module left, and if you don't want it there are plenty of people who do. Okay, then it's going to be this one. The man wasn't haggling with the boss. He paid the money, wrapped the Hurricane module with a cloth and stuffed it into his arms, and looked back at the video of the racing competition on the TV, before he turned around and left the module store. Chapter 11, Master. I'm feeling it. The glow of the computer screen was reflected on the wall. There were boxes of unopened instant noodles scattered around. A racing suit, and a girl with a soft back was sprawled out on her bed reading a comic. The youth in front of the screen yawned, and the lethargy in his eyes increased a bit more. Comet. The racers and machinists in River City are a load of. You don't object when I say that, do you? The girl didn't even lift her eyes as the comic in her hand turned another page. Master, I told you a long time ago, there's no need to come to Jiangcheng City to fry fish. This kind of behavior is boring. We might as well train more if we have this time. Comet, don't be so cold. The youth turned around, his hands resting on the chair staring at the girl's delicate side face. In a sense, we're also training when we're frying fish. It's just that all of the training tracks on this side of Jiangcheng City are a bit too simple. The youth's name is Liang and he is the chief racer of the VVC, Velocity Vision Club. In the past few days he had challenged many of the training matches in Jiangcheng City with his Mecha Comet. I thought I could meet some decent opponents, but it turned out that as big as the expectation was, the disappointment was as big as the expectation was. They came from the next big racing city, Tianyuan City, and compared to Tianyuan City, the racers and machinists of Jiangcheng City were a bit too young. Ding dong! The beep of a nearby cell phone caught Comet's attention. She picked it up and looked at it, and those beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen a few inches. On the phone was a newsletter from a nearby racing club community. A silver ghost with an average cornering speed of 300 km per hour has been spotted at the Triumph Club's training race. There was another photo below, obviously a sneak peek view, in which a petite machinima was clutching 2 wads of bills with a joyful, little money-grubbing look, and next to her was an unkempt man with a handsome look, except for the beach pants that looked out of place in front of a club full of racers and machinima. Is she? What? You recognize this machine, lady? Liang plopped down next to Comet and stared at his cell phone, and immediately brightened up. It's okay, averaging 300 in cornering speed? This speed is already on par with you. I didn't realize that this Jiangqing city really has hidden experts. She's an XC99. Comet's voice was icy. A junker, the 99th machinima of our star family, but with almost zero steering ability. Almost zero? Liang froze. Then how did she manage a cornering speed of 300? I don't know, but the Triumph Club track is easy. None of the 3 big corners are below 90 degrees, so maybe she's a more skilled racer. Master, when is the latest training match? Comet suddenly sat up and looked at Liang. It's the day after tomorrow, the Banner Valley Training Tournament. Why? I'm in. Ha, don't you think it's no fun? I think I can still run into XC99. I'm going to tell her that a machine girl like her has no qualifications to be on the track at all. Don't disgrace my star family. There was a chill in Comet's voice. I don't know if it was an illusion. Liang even saw a hint of annoyance in Comet's eyes. Is there something between you guys? Liang also became serious. If this machinima and Comet had had any trouble, this was a breath of fresh air he had to help his own machinima out with. Nothing over, simply disagreeable. Comet recalled last month, stumbling over the record of the XC99's debut. That bad steering actually crashed all the way to the finish line by hitting the guardrail. Such a bad machine woman still tops the name of the star family. Originally thought that after the debut show she would consciously go back to the furnace. I did not expect that the thieves still contracted a racer. And I do not know what kind of bewitching soup was given to that racer, and even did not want to live. If XC99 were to die while participating in one of the races due to crashes, rollovers, and other accidents that resulted in the death of the racer, then the star family would be tainted because of her, which was something Comet would never be able to accept. Okay, then I'll sign up now. Liang was helpless, and he couldn't figure out why Comet looked at the XC99 in a bad way. But since it was Comet's request, he would do his best to fulfill it as a pilot. One can only count that racer and the machine lady out. The first thing Sun Yan did when he got home was to tell Uncle Liang about winning the training match. $20,000 is really $20,000. Sun Yan held a wad of bills to Uncle Liang's left, and Xingchen held another wad of bills to Uncle Liang's right. I'm afraid Uncle Liang won't see the $20,000. Enough. Do you two have ADHD? Uncle Liang slapped Sun Yan's hand away and said in no uncertain terms, Isn't it just the Triumph Club's training tournament? Isn't it normal to take a place in such a simple competition? But you didn't say that before. Sun Yan stroked Star's head and said with a smile, Now at least it proves that I do have the ability to drive Star, even though the turns are not good. But this difficulty can be completely overcome through technique and constant training. Uncle Liang sighed and turned his back. I'm too lazy to care about you guys. You should get your driving license first. Sun Yan knew that Uncle Liang had loosened up, so that his guilt towards Uncle Liang could still be eased a little. Don't worry, I'll get my driver's license before the Nox rally for sure. Grandpa Liang, I will work hard with Master. Star clenched his fists, his fighting spirit high. Then let's go to the drill. Before leaving the door, Sun Yan remembered something and twisted his head to mention it again. Uncle Liang, isn't there a Bana Valley training tournament the day after tomorrow? Star and I will be participating, so if you're free you can come and take a look. Oh, I'm not available. Uncle Liang's refusal was purely expected, and Sun Yan didn't force the issue, pulling Star's hand and walking away. The brat. Door is not closed. Uncle Liang muttered helplessly and got up to close the door behind him. Sun Yan brought Star to a vacant lot near the return furnace field. He had gone ahead and planned out the turns here in ice cream cones, specifically for Star's training. Star, now that you've been on the track a bit, what did you get out of the special turn at the Triumph Club track earlier? Sun Yan hadn't added the MP points to Star yet. He planned to add them later when Star was frustrated. Then Star will have success again, which will create a positive feedback and build her confidence more easily. Ooh-hoo, harvest. Star scratched his chin and frowned, suddenly raising his hand in front of his eyes. There are gains. Master's strength is great. Master's hand is warm. Master's ass is quite bouncy. Sunin, it's not that gain. It's what insights do you have when you corner? Like grip, timing of turn-in, things like that? Star stared blankly at Sun Yan, his head slowly tilting to the side as smoke began to rise from his head. Sun Yan held his forehead. He shouldn't have expected too much from Star. Forget it, let's just practice. Star, now I need you to try to corner unmanned, to get a first-hand look at what it feels like when you corner, so you can try to learn how to control yourself. Hoo-hoo. Star instantly resurrected when she heard that. The terminology was still too difficult for her, and she still preferred the direct hands-on approach. Sun Yan pointed to the curve in front of him, pressed down on Star's shoulder, and leaned in to whisper in her ear. See this curve over 200 meters away from you. Can you sense roughly where the breaking point is according to your intuition? Star stared at the bend for a moment with a serious, pretty face. Master, I've got a feeling I'm going to make it around this bend. Very good. Sun Yan nodded in relief. Now you unfold the car and go through the turns as you feel. Hoo. Star nodded in a serious manner. At Sun Yan's encouraging look, she unfolded her model and rushed out with a boom. Just like Master, prepare for corners ahead of time. Star's pretty face was serious. But how did Master operate before? She cocked her head tending to smoke again, remembering the sense of overcurve. Before Sun Yan could finish his sentence, he saw that Star's body had already rushed out of the curve, sending a row of ice cream cones into the sky. I'm going to break. You're going to hit the wall. Master. The words were still a step too late. Sun Yan could only listen to Star's screams, and watched as she Duong slammed headfirst into the wall. He took a deep breath. The 4 grates are empty. Sure enough, it's better to just add MP points to her today. Rest overnight and practice tomorrow. Sun Yan thought in his heart. If he couldn't rely on training to improve Star's attributes in a short period of time, then he had to win the training match the day after tomorrow without a single slip-up. Chapter 12, Bana Valley Training Tournament. Star, get up. The training match is about to start. Sun Yan opened Star's room but didn't see Star. Today is already the 3rd day since leaving the Tengi Club, and the Banner Valley training match will start promptly at 10 a.m. Yesterday training for a day's time, in addition to eating, basically never rested. Sun Yan has almost given up, because Star's bending attribute only increased by 0.1. Today's attribute is 22.1. At that time, seeing Star's attribute has grown by that much, coupled with already practicing in a muddled manner. At any time there is a danger of starving. Sun Yan simply put Star to go back to rest. Where's Star? The only thing in the room is the shark doll that sleeps with him. On the table was a half-read novel, There's Spring Even for the Middle Childhood Disease, and notes flipped open by the wind, on which was a drawing of a mean-looking little man in flip-flops. Next to the little man was a crying machinima with an ice cream bucket on her head, clutching her head, and behind it a row of small, crooked letters, hand brake, plus downshift plus steering wheel plus throttle equals drift. I can't believe I copied it 100 times. Sun Yan's face changed, although he was more severe yesterday, but with Star's character should not be on the verge of fleeing right. And Star and he is the core branding. Running away from the first day cannot run away from the 15th. What's with the ghostly howling in the morning? Uncle Rio came out of the bathroom in his pajamas, with undried toothpaste foam in the corners of his mouth. Yo, Uncle Liang, so early today? See the stars? That girl ran out in the middle of the night last night, presumably to secretly practice turning. Uncle Liang wiped his face with a towel. Go look for it at the nearby training ground. Sun Yan draped a piece of clothing to take a bottle of high-energy nutrient solution out the door. On the way, incidentally bought Star loves to eat buns, thinking that when he cannot find it will be like seducing kittens and puppies to seduce Star out of the way. He ran to the nearby training ground to take a look, only to see that Star was really 4 on all fours on the ground, lying in the shape of a big. There were ice cream cones all around that had been knocked off their feet and tire tracks left by the turn. Sun Yan sighed. Why is this girl still drooling in her sleep? He moved closer, looking at Star's lovely sleeping face, and couldn't help but feel soft inside. An idiot, but unexpectedly aware of the effort. Who master? Swerves and hits octopus burn. Ooh, Sunin? What is this girl dreaming about? Running carts? Star, the training match is about to start. It's time to get up. Sun Yan poked Star's Q-bomb face. Training match? Star's eyes snapped open and she sat up from the floor fraudulently, her long hair falling messily over her face. Ah yes, training match. She covered her face in panic. Done. Overslept. Master, what time is it? It's 8:30. It's not too late for us to go over there. Sun Yan helplessly held his forehead. You just practiced turning here all night? That's right. Star hemmed and hawed, pulling Sun Yan's hand to a tire mark, and said with pride, Master, look, this is a 90-degree turn that I passed myself. Look at this perfect burnt tire mark, and look at this just right entry point into the turn. What about cornering speed? Sun Yan was expressionless. Cornering speed. Speed is 100. 100 plus points of speed. A little. Star shrunk her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Cornering speeds of 100 plus are really nothing to fool around with in front of 300 plus in the sooner years. Sun Yan didn't care. He smiled and touched Star's head. It's pretty good that you can do 100 on your own. You'll have to continue to work hard in the future. He. I didn't expect to get up in the morning and reap the compliments of the master. She really was the happiest machinistess in the world. Star red-faced rubbed Sun Yan's hand, suddenly sniffled and brightened up. What did master bring? It smells so good. I stopped by the bag on the way, and your AD calcium in the same bottle of high-powered nutrient solution. Sun Yan raised the pocket in his hand, which was full of meat buns the size of an adult's hand. 8 of them. Time is running out. Let's get to the field first, and you can eat as you go to restore your range. Oh, master, I'll have 6 of those. The Banner Valley Training Tournament, as the name suggests, is held in Banner Valley in the city of Gangtok. Originally a resort, Bana Valley was purchased by an owner who loved racing. He tore down and rebuilt projects within the entire Bana Valley to lay down very classic tracks. The 43-kilometer-long track has straight lines and curves, as well as up and down ramps, which can be described as a sparrow. Many racers usually have nothing to do when they will also bring their machinist to train in the Bana Valley, because the configuration of this track is already equivalent to the castrated version of the regular race. Sun Yan and Star were almost stuck in time. Good thing they had already enrolled in advance. Not too many procedures were needed. After giving their identity credentials and receiving their number plates, they could enter directly. By the time Sun Yan found a good spot, Star still had an unfinished bun in his mouth. Today's weather is not bad. Sun Yan looked at the sky, his mood relaxing like never before. There are 4 bends in the Bana Valley, the hardest being the final 45-degree hairpin bend, which is followed by a 3-kilometer-long sprint. Before the MP points were assigned, Sun Yan thought it might be a bit difficult to pass this turn with his own skills, but now he didn't think there was much of a problem. Is nice weather good for me? Star blinked her big eyes and looked up at the sky as well. Of course, rain is not good for your turns, and the road is too slippery for the tires to grip. Then I hope it doesn't rain today. Star prayed to the sky with her hands folded. Don't worry, Sun Yan smiled. I looked at the weather forecast this morning. There's no rain. Request by driver number 32 for change of starting order. The radio beep suddenly sounded. Star froze and tugged at the pants pocket of Sun Yan's newly purchased racing suit. Nah, master, can you actually change the starting order? It can be. Sun Yan was also quite puzzled, but it's usually front to back. No one would want to switch to the front. Why? Because the car in front of the car is equivalent to automatically take on the task of road sweeper. The road surface of the stone or small obstacles all clear away. Behind the car is not prone to problems, which is completely for other people to do the graft. But I do not care when the start of the car. Ooh, so that's it. Master is so knowledgeable. Sunin, it's obvious that you're the one who's more stupid. As they were chatting, Sun Yan and Star saw the staff of the Bana Valley training tournament walking over with a man and a woman. The man was ordinary looking but confident. With an open smile on his face, the machinist beside him had flowing silver hair and a tall figure, and both had VDC badges on their racing suits. Mr. Liang, are you sure you want to switch to starting position 10? The staff member's tone was respectful and a smile was piled on his face. What's the point of asking so many questions? Just change it when I tell you to. Liang gave an impatient cut. What he hated most was these little people. Not much ability, but also a lot of bull asterisk. Always have to do a look of caution is appetizing. Sun Yan glanced at his starting order and was in the 9th position. Bana Valley is a competitive track with a 2-car field, which means those 2 will start with him and Star later. The staff didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly registered the 2 before leaving. Is it them? Liang asked Comet next to him. His eyes focused mainly on Sun Yan. Wearing a racing suit is manly, but the shoes are just ordinary flats. Looking a bit old already. With that crappy equipment, can someone like that really drive 300 cornering speeds? Comet didn't answer, just looked at Star indifferently with his arms folded over his chest. Star also stared small with Comet, more curiosity in her eyes than anything else. I think I've seen this machinima somewhere before. The image of a silver sports car leading the way at the debut show on Wizard's Island, riding in front of her, suddenly popped into her mind. For a time during that time this figure became her vision and beacon of light. Ah, remember. Her eyes lit up and she pointed at Comet with a face full of surprise like a little fan seeing a star. You're XC76? Chapter 13, Master, I want to win today. The XC76 is the 76th vehicle born from the star family of Wizard's Island. In a sense, the XC76 was the equivalent of being Star's predecessor. The model number doesn't mean the strength of the machinima, and Star doesn't have 98 cars in front of it. A mecha will disappear as soon as she dies or goes back to her model. All mecha models are unique, and many of the mecha with bad talent or those eliminated in competitions or abandoned by their pilots have already chosen to go back to self-destruction in front of the Stars. Star's feeling when he saw the XC76 was like seeing his childhood idol. At that time, she was still just a smart machine core absorbing knowledge from the outside world, and didn't even have the body of a machine woman. Sun Yan saw that Xingchen seemed to know the other party's machine woman and was already ready to get high, but then he felt that the other party's machine woman's eyes weren't quite right, and then that machine woman suddenly lifted her hand and slapped Xingchen's hand away with a bad attitude. Who taught you to point at strangers casually? It's true that a junk car is a junk car. You don't even have basic manners. Star froze, and it took her a while to realize that the adjectives junk car, which were highly insulting to a machine girl, were talking about her. Sun Yan put away his thoughts of watching the show, his eyes serious, although he didn't know what kind of relationship was between Star and this machine lady in front of him. But when Star met this machine lady, He obviously carried affection and the joy of facing elders, just like meeting his sister. Plus Star's name for that machine lady, XC76, which was obviously the same model as Star, but now it's being pointed out as a junker by a machine woman whose model is seen as an elder. This kind of blow is like Ultraman telling you to your face, "Wake up kid, there's no light in this world. It's all holsters." Hey, shouldn't you take a look at yourself when you call someone a junk car? Sun Yan looked at Comet indifferently and stepped in front of Star. Comet didn't say anything and didn't even look at Sun Yan, directly ignoring him. To her, Sun Yan and Star were just the same thing, a machinima that had trouble turning enough, and a pilot who came to the race wearing ordinary board shorts. This combination is a complete desecration of the sacred athletic competition that is racing. Don't make a game out of it. What? Sun Yan frowned. Comet stared at the girl shrinking into a ball behind Sun Yan, and expressionlessly continued his output. XC99, a machine girl like you who can't even make a turn shouldn't participate in the competition, lest you get this man killed, and leave a stain on our Star family when the time comes. Shut the hell up. Sun Yan took 2 steps forward and clenched his fists. If this machinima said one more word, he wasn't sure if he'd throw this punch, even though he knew for sure he couldn't beat the machine lady. After all, Star was the one who had performed the brain drive floor tile, and the other machine ladies were certainly not far behind. Hey old brother, don't be angry. Liang stopped in front of Sun Yan, glanced at Sun Yan's fist and said with a smile, "The matter of the machine women will be solved by the machine women themselves. We do not interfere in the pilots while old brother smoking. Have a cigarette?" Granted. His own machinist's words were a bit hurtful, but it was his own machinist after all, so who would he help if he didn't help Comet? He pulled out a cigarette and handed it to Sun Yan, but Sun Yan didn't take it. Is this how you educate your machine mother? Sun Yan took a deep breath. If you don't know how to educate, I can help you educate. Education? It seems that your excellency is confident in his racing skills? The corners of Liang's raised mouth turned down slightly. A cold light flared in his eyes. He couldn't stand to see this kind of words. Since this is the case, the two of us just happened to start the car together. Why don't we compete on the track? Please prepare for departure on 9th and 10th. Countdown in 30 seconds. The radio beeped, but it still couldn't ease the atmosphere of saber rattling between the two. Master, the training match is about to start. Let's get ready. Sun Yan felt a tug on the corner of his coat, and behind him came Star's calm voice. Star? Master. Star tugged on Sun Yan's coat again, with a little more force. Let's go get ready. The girl was less than 6 meters tall, and she kept her head down, her silver-white bangs covering her eyes. Sun Yan saw wet liquid rolling down her cheeks and chin. Master. She had choked so hard she could barely speak. Good. Unfold. Sun Yan pursed his lips. He knew what Star needed right now. The moment the words fell, Star immediately jumped into his arms and unfolded the body. Liang and Comet looked at each other and also unfolded the body. It was a sports car very similar to Star, but compared to Star's slightly rounded front end, the other machine girl's front end was much sharper, just as aggressive as her mouth. The emotions of Star, encased in steel inside the vehicle, seemed to stabilize a bit. When Sun Yan held the joystick, Star suddenly looked back at Sun Yan. Her bangs fell to the sides, revealing eyes that were full of tears and aggression. Master, I want to win today. I must win, even if it's just a training match. Good. Sun Yan nodded heavily. I will definitely take you to win today. Racers and mechanics get ready. Last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Sun Yan expressionlessly lowered the handbrake and looked at the track with cold eyes. He was holding a fire in his heart and desperately needed to let it out. The body of the Star stirred restlessly, the roar of the engine module rattling its ears. Sun Yan knew that Star's heart was also pressing a fire. Her bending was really not good. Her brain was stupid. She was poor in knowledge, in a world full of witches, like an unattractive and inferior student, but she worked really hard, over and over again, thousands of times to repeat, never get bored. 3, 2, 1, do, boom. Star and Comet rushed out almost side by side, and both Liang's and Sun Yan's nerve reflexes were at a professional level of speed. But soon Saonian's ejection start skills put Star 5 lengths ahead of Comet. The scene stunned both Comet and Liang, who was piloting Comet. What's going on? How can they start so fast? Liang's mind couldn't help but recall the strange appearance of the Star's engine whistling a few seconds before the start. I take back what I said earlier about that pilot. Comet's million-year-old calm voice rang out in front of him. That pilot, despite his casual and hangdog attire, is truly formidable, and I was wrong about him mastering technology we don't know about. A technology that even we don't know about? Liang was incredulous. He is the ace of the VDC club. VDC is not a miscellaneous club that is serious in the world, can be ranked, although only 500 goalkeeper, but the gold content is still very high. What technology he cannot learn? As a result, new technology actually appeared on the Wild Riders who came to the River City Fry, a club that didn't even have one. It can't be, can it? Could it be that it's a wise arms master just like me? Liang still didn't believe it. No, Comet affirmed. Didn't feel the psychic energy when I started. Liang revealed a skeptical expression, but by this time the distance between Comet and Star hadn't continued to widen. Master, no need to worry. Comet inclined his head slightly. That driver's good, but the XC99 is just a turn barrier Hulk. They'll naturally slow down when we get on the curves later on. After 2 curves they won't even be able to see our taillights. I promise. Chapter 14, Full Oil, Out of the Corner. This nymph isn't slow. Sunin glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to get enough of an advantage from an ejection start, but now it didn't seem to be the case. The other team looked like they had come prepared. Whether it was switching the starting order or making provocative remarks, it was almost like they were deliberately looking for a fight. She's an XC76. Star took over from Sun Yen. She came out of her debut a year ago in first place and went to a very good club. Very strong. And all of the Star family's machinists are gifted in straight lines. The Star family? Yeah, Master. You can understand that we're all the same type of machinima. Sun Yen froze. Isn't this similar to the brand of the car? In addition to the different brands of cars in the past life, in addition to the different car labels, all the big brands of cars have very obvious anchor features, such as BMW's double kidney grille, commonly known as the pig snout, which means that compared to the XC76, your advantage in speed is probably gone? I suppose so. She can't be much slower than me. Sun Yen frowned. It couldn't be that the machinima also had a special ability similar to the Imperial engine, right? In that case, today's practice game might be a little dangerous. Even if it is almost a straight-line charge, he does not dare to give Star full oil. He knows very well how horrible the speed of Star under full oil. That is a monster that he cannot control at all. Encountered curves he can only leave the steering wheel with both hands and eyes closed and prayed for the elder god to give him to leave a whole body. In the rearview mirror, Sun Yen could no longer see the complete body of the machinima, who had wrapped up from the right side. Master, came Star's anxious voice in his ear. Sun Yen knew that Star was unwilling to be surpassed by the XC76. Don't worry, let her overtake you. Master, I can still speed up. I know, but we've got to think about the bends. The first bend in the Bana Valley is an uphill cliff with no guardrail around it. You've got to take that into account. We wouldn't stand a chance if we fell off. Star gritted her teeth. She knew that Sun Yen was right. She just hated herself for not practicing more, for being lazy the night before. If she had practiced all day the day before like she did yesterday, would she have been more sure of her cornering? Only Sun Yen knew the answer was a no, because he could clearly see Star's attributes. Yesterday's progress was still quite large. The cornering attribute grew by 0.4, now it was 22.5, but it was still not enough to turn normally. According to his calculations, in order to reach the standard of a normal racing car in his previous life, the cornering needed to reach at least 60 points, and this was only a relatively safe value. After all, Star's speed could not be viewed as a normal racing car. Master, we've passed that car. Comet's voice was devoid of sadness. Liang glanced at the rearview mirror. Isn't this a normal thing? At full fuel your speed is already beyond the reach of many air women. Right away is the first turn. 300 uphill immediately after the right turn. Master, which is a big 3/4 circle. I'm ready to slow down. Liang nodded. In his perception of the turn is to slow down the corner, and the difference between a master and a rookie is that the master can completely take advantage of the width and length of the corner, and accurately calculate the critical cornering speed, which seems to be very simple to say, but do not do a good job either too slow to be overtaken, or hit the guardrail or run out of the track. Liang has long since left the arena of junior tracks like Knox. He is doing his best to hit the national level and his future goal is to go global and take the Comet to world class. It didn't matter if Comet really didn't have any special abilities. He was a wise arms master and he could make up for Comet's shortcomings. Calculating critical cornering speeds is all based on track experience and has become routine for him. So when will you slow down? Liang glanced at Sun Yen and Xingchen who were clinging to the back in the rearview mirror. The moment the Comet decelerated, Sun Yen maneuvered Star to stagger after it. The two machinima almost side by side. Liang looked at the side in dismay, and in the car window Sun Yen had a cold face and cold eyes looking at the track. He didn't slow down, and with the engine roaring violently, Star easily overtook. Are they crazy? Still not slowing down? Liang was confused. It's a cliff up ahead. Sulking is just a sulk. After all, it is not mature enough. Comet snorted coldly. This is good. Fall down XC99 directly back to the furnace. The height of the cliff and the first bend of the Bana Valley is not fatal. If she fully bails out the man will not fall to death. But surely this life will be sitting in a wheelchair. Just then, there was a sudden harsh sound of brakes up ahead. That sharp hiss made Liang and Comet's backs shiver. Then they saw the scene of a lifetime, only to see that the star, which had already exceeded them by 6 or 7 car lengths, suddenly shifted its body, and the rear end of the car flung itself outward the moment it entered the corner, the terrifying inertia causing the tires to rub sparks and 4 scorching black marks on the ground, and filling the air with the smell of burning rubber. What is this? Liang swallowed hard. Comet in front of her didn't say anything, and all that could be heard was the sound of her sucking in cold air. Inside the star body, Sun Yan glanced at the rearview mirror, coldly controlling the steering wheel, so that the star's front end presented a standard 90 degrees to the tangent of the curve, and the rear wheels were held dead, until after drifting through this nearly 270-degree curve, when the star body and the straight track were parallel, the gear ratio from downshifting was finally released, allowing the engine module to explode with terrifying torque power at this moment. Full fuel, out of the turn. Saunian's command had Star's throttle pressed to the floor. The tires rubbed frantically against the ground to gain grip, and the MPH matched the corner entry speed in under a second. A full-speed drift was completed in a flowing manner, and Star leaped out more than 100 meters like a wild horse out of control, and this time Liang and Comet were just coming out of the corner. "Oh, Master, I feel like I can win," Star cheered excitedly. As the XC76 picked up speed, the difference in distance between them had opened up completely. Although this distance difference is still possible for the XC76 to equalize, but Star had already seen Sun Yan's miraculous oversteer more than once, and wouldn't a few more turns XC76 be thrown out of their reach? "You feel what I feel." Sun Yan stroked Star's head heatedly. Now that the bending attribute had reached 22.5, the star was still difficult to maneuver, but it was a lot better than the 7 points of attributes he had before. Previously when he drifted it felt like Star could lose control at any time. Now he could at least feel the critical speed of losing control. If the smelly racer and mouthy machine lady behind him are only so good, he and Star were going to win this training match. However, just as Sun Yan had this thought, a sudden thunderclap came from the sky. The star in front of him was obviously startled as well, and the body shook. "Master, do you think it's going to rain today?" she said weakly. Sun Yan was furious and slapped Star's ass. "Shut up." Chapter 15, It's raining. When you go out, you have clearly seen the weather forecast, although this thing is not so accurate, but Sun Yan felt that he had done good deeds in his past life, so rich froze a woman did not harm. This life should not be so unlucky, only right. But the thunderclouds that were gradually building up in the distant sky told him that things were not that simple. Bottom line is, can a one-hit wonder like a thunderstorm be considered rain? So the weather forecast remains accurate. It was just that Star's ravening was fulfilled. "Star, we have to run the training race before it rains or our cornering speeds will have to be reduced." Sun Yan's tone was serious, but he didn't hear any response from Star. Only Star was pouting and not looking at the road, her hands folded and her head bowed in brokenness. It was only when he got closer that he could hear, "Brew brew bayou, brew brew bang, don't rain, mommy mommy coax, the racing gods protect me. Sunin, watch where you're going, idiot." "Oh, I know, Master." The corner of Sun Yan's mouth slightly hooked as he looked at Star, who was honestly watching the road. "Such a lovely car. First time I've driven it." "Master, it's going to rain." Comet could already smell the dampness in the air. The weather forecast said no rain, and the sun was hanging nicely in the sky, which was unexpected for all the locals and riders. This is the charm of racing. The corner of Liang's mouth hooked up. From the moment we set foot on the racetrack, none of us know what kind of special circumstances we'll encounter, and everything can only rely on ourselves. True, but the roads get wet if it rains, which is a disadvantage for the XC99, Comet said. "It's not exactly an advantage for you," Liang responded. "Thanks to the steering module you installed on me earlier, Master, the rain had very little effect on me." Comet's eyes narrowed, though he didn't know what kind of skill Star and Saunian had relied on to overtake them on the curve earlier. But things are moving in their favor right now, and she was sure that the XC99 was still the same XC99 that had crashed and burned in its debut. There's absolutely no way her shoddy cornering performance is going to improve anytime soon, and her driver doesn't look like a super rich guy who can come up with a diamond-grade module. "Comet, just now I have seen clearly. That machine girl in the turn. The wheels have lost grip with the road surface. This is the use of handbrake and inertia to adjust the position of the body. The person who can play this kind of technology is absolutely a genius." Liang's tone was filled with awe, although he didn't want to admit it. Sun Yan's operation really made him feel inferior, worthy of being a master. You can actually see your opponent's skill at a glance. Comet picked up speed with full gas and tried to close the distance to Star. "So, can we replicate their oversteer?" "Can't." Liang shook his head. "I've never used this kind of technique before. That's definitely a brand new system. If you use that kind of technique, your speed, the timing of entering the corner, the breaking point, I have to recalculate it, and using it hastily may cause problems. We can only go back and try it out after the end of this training match." "Well, Master, is ready to go into the next turn. The brakes came on again up ahead, and there was that nice dump again. Even though they had already seen it once, when they watched it a second time, Liang and Comet still felt their scalps tingle. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a car going out of control is equally thrilling as a spectator, and the blood in your body seems to boil as a result. Opponents play not only with speed, but with an art. Once past the 90-degree bend, the Comet and the Star were once again a hair's breadth apart. The roar of propellers came from the air, and at some point a helicopter followed. The cabin opens up and there's an older man with a video camera set up, filming the stars and comets whizzing around the track. Who's that guy? Comet glanced up at the sky irritably. She disliked the feeling of being exposed to the camera. That one is the developer of the Banner Valley circuit. Liang said helplessly. The bounty for the training races is also provided by him. The first is a full $100,000. The second and third also have bounties. For the sake of money, let him have a taste of being a commentator. Comet cut dismissively, but didn't say anything else. The uncle in the helicopter was indeed commentating, and the footage from the camera dovetailed with the big screen outside Bana Valley, which was now filled with people watching the game. Welcome everyone to my Banner Valley training ground. Now on screen are the two fastest cornering mechs at the moment. One of them is Liang and Comet from the big-name VBC club, and the other one is newcomer Mech Star and her master. The world's most handsome man? The older man was so confused by the name that he whispered to the staff member next to him. The name's not wrong, is it? No, boss, that's the guy's name. Asterisk. Confirming that there was no mistake. The uncle could only continue the narration stiffly. Comet, XC76 nymph. Current average cornering speed is 285. Asterisk. So fast. Unbelievable for a VDC club racer. Yeah, if only my machinima was half as fast as the others. A murmur erupted around the big screen outside Bana Valley. Uncle Liang unscrewed the iced tea and calmly took a sip. The XC76 had a good reputation last year, and it was completely expected that it could run such a cornering speed. Star, XC99 nymph, average cornering speed 332. Put. Uncle Liang sprayed all of his mouthful of iced tea. Taking less? 332? This is the kind of data that Sonin kid and that machine girl from Star can run? He didn't go to see the previous Triumph Club training match, and thought that Sun Yen and Star were just blind cats hitting dead mice, but now it seems that Sun Yen is really a bit of skill in his body. As for Star, it's still a turning unreliable machine girl, and it's just the speed that can make people look forward to it a little bit. People around were no less shocked than Uncle Liang. A cornering speed of over 300 basically doesn't happen in a training race. Many of the onlooking machinists and racers had a hell of a look on their faces when they saw Star's average cornering speed on the datapad. This Liang is obviously here to fry fish. The other group won't be fish frying players as well, right? Stars and the most handsome man in the world? Never even heard of them, and I don't know if they have a club. Why don't we just ask them after they run the training race? A couple of small club owners in the crowd were scheming about how to poach someone later. And just at this moment in time, the picture shows Star and Comet one after the other about to enter the third turn. The Comet had a noticeable decelerating motion, gradually pulling away from the Star. The Stars, on the other hand, are like arrows out of a string. They're not slowing down. Many of the onlookers could no longer help but stand up. Some of the machinists even covered their eyes, not daring to look at the next scene. At this speed, if they went up there, they would not have the reaction time to turn, and would end up crashing into the nearby mountain wall. What does this brat want? Why don't you slow down? Slow down. Uncle Liang's eyes widened in anger, and the bottle of iced tea in his hand crumpled into a ball. Even the uncle commentating from the helicopter held his breath to lose his voice at this moment. Crunch dash. The shrill hiss resounded under the Star's tires and through everyone's souls. With a 60-degree pinch turn, Star drifted almost to the edge of the track. The image was just a flash in the screen, and by the time people looked back, Star had already taken off. There was silence in front of the big screen at the entrance to the Banner Valley Raceway. A short silence was followed by more heated emotions and discussions. What was that just now? I think I saw Star the Machina pan over, and cornering like that? Damn, I forgot to record it. Why isn't the screen image moving? What's the cameraman doing? The uncle in the helicopter had been dumbfounded. The only thing in his eyes were the black tire tracks on the curve, the four intertwined black lines that seemed to be reflected in his soul. He's been into racing since he was a kid, but couldn't tell you exactly what he liked about it. And he's had his fair share of pricey machinima, but nay, his personal skills were so poor that his best was a 27th place finish at the Knox Rally. He hadn't raced since then, always feeling like there was something missing in his heart, and instead he was drunk on watching the races. And now that he saw Star's soul-blowing over-cornering performance, He suddenly realized what he was missing after that Nox rally: passion and courage. The older man clenched his fists. Turns out it wasn't that I didn't want to race anymore. I just had my courage and passion rubbed out by frustration. Off-site. This kid. Uncle Liang breathed a sigh of relief, and the hand that squeezed the drink bottle slowly loosened. Why didn't you tell me earlier with such amazing technology? Looks like the module was bought for nothing. Everyone was praising Sun Yan and Star for their great overcuts. Even Comet and Liang were holding their hearts. Only Sun Yan's face was grave at the moment, because just a second ago, a droplet of water snapped against the glass. It's raining. Chapter 16, more afraid of being looked down upon. The worst was still to come, but it was only halfway through the Banner Valley course. Despite the fact that 3 corners had already been passed, and that large sections of the track after that were just ramps and parts of gentle curves that weren't even corners, Sun Yan clearly remembers that the most difficult hairpin turn on the Banner Valley circuit was on a cliff less than 1 kilometer from the finish. Master, what should we do? The rain is getting heavier. Sun Yan could feel the panic in Star's tone. Apparently this girl is aware that rain is a huge test for her turns. God's will cannot be broken. Sun Yan pursed her lips. The next straight line we need to find a way to distance ourselves from the other machinima. The last hairpin turn is too difficult for you. We have to slow down. Without the rain we'd have to drop our speed below 200. Now that it's raining and the roads are slippery, I'd suppress the speed to about 100 through the turn for safety reasons. 100 cornering speed? Star's eyes widened. Wouldn't that be too slow? What do you think a hairpin bend is? That's a pinch angle of just under 45 degrees or even less. He was just about to reach out and come on Star's ass, but thought that Star had seemed a little shy earlier, so he pulled back. No matter how to say that the machine lady is also a girl, he was too much in the Tengyu Club before the Jade 786 as a racing car, which led to being expelled by Zhang Kai to find a so shameful reason. This kind of expulsion record but will be filed, and in the future, if you go to other clubs, people will pull out the record, will look at him with a different look. Wow, sounds like it's hard. Star hadn't tried it and had no concept of that kind of bend, but she had confidence in Sun Yan and inclined her head and smiled. But if it's a master, surely he can take me there. It was certainly no problem for Saunian to go through the turns, but he remembered that he had told Star that he wanted to win today. The biting machine girl behind her was indeed a tough opponent, but Star had barely gone full speed on the track yet. There's no point in continuing to hide it when you're going to slow down by the hairpin turn anyway. Sun Yan glanced at the rearview mirror and gave full fuel, and the sound of Star's remarkable acceleration engine hissing out instantly filled the track and echoed through the valley. The stars were getting faster and faster, and the distance between them and the Comet was gradually pulling away. They're so fast. Comet gritted his teeth full of struggle. Master, are you sure you're giving me all the gas? Liang spread his hands. Yeah, what else? Comet's pretty face couldn't help but redden to her ears in embarrassment. She had said earlier that 2 turns would throw Star off. As a result, 3 turns in and still killing it, and now even quite a bit behind. It was the first time that Liang saw his own machine mother eat her words, especially since her earlobes were so red. He couldn't help but smile. This XC99 doesn't seem to be as bad as you say it is. At least it's good in a straight line, said Comet defiantly. It wasn't you who bought the steering module. Good as it is, it doesn't affect the acceleration much, or else how could I have been left behind by that newcomer? Liang, that's not what Comet just said. As expected, the machine mother is also a woman, changing her face faster than turning over a book. It's not a big problem. We still have a chance, Liang said comfortingly. The cornering technique they used is indeed advanced, but the friction generated by relying on wheel holding will be notably affected when it rains. Now we'll play it safe and wait for the last hairpin turn. Comet sniffed and took a deep breath, adjusting his mindset to maximize his straight-line ability as much as possible. When she calmed down, the distance between her and Star wasn't closing as fast. The helicopter stayed behind, and the commentary became more passionate as Uncle recovered from the shock of the previous overcurve. Spectators, I can see that our VDC players who were left behind by the newcomers have calmed down. Worthy of the quality of the international club machinist, if I went up there my mind would have already collapsed. The crowd in front of the screen outside Bana Valley erupted in laughter. That's what makes machinima different from regular racing, where the machinima and the racer determine the overall quality of the car at the same time. A mecha is a car and a creature with feelings, and her emotions can also affect speed. A kitsune with low emotions will have all her attributes weakened, while a kitsune with high emotions may be able to break through in a match and explode with a potential that is unimaginable to her. And all this is accomplished by the racer as a driver getting along and cooperating with the machinima. Thunderstorms are characterized by short periods of heavy rainfall interspersed with thunder and lightning. As the race progressed, the thunderstorms reached their maximum and the entire track was soaked with rain. At the end of Sun Yan's vision, the cliff was already visible through the curtain of rain. At the same time, Star's roadbook followed. Master, 400 left hairpin turn to pick up the off-ramp. The sound of wheels skidding on the track was caught in the curtain of rain, and although it was incredibly confusing, it was incredibly clear to Sun Yan. Time to slow down. Sun Yan squeezed the joystick. Star was obedient and immediately reduced her speed, and as soon as her speed dropped, Comet, who maintained his original speed, naturally quickly caught up with the gap between the two. They sure have slowed down. The corner of Comet's mouth quirked up. Master, the rain does have a big effect on them. Liang took a deep breath. Even a professional racer like him had to be on guard when facing Banagwan's hairpin turn. He didn't say a word, and in less than 3 seconds had calculated Comet's optimal entry point and entry speed, and by this time, they were on par with the stars. Through the curtain of rain, Liang locked eyes with Sun Yan across the street, and the corner of his lips gently hooked up. Good technique, but unfortunately the machinima steering is so poor that it's hard to pick up speed to overtake after a corner. Liang's gaze was calm, but the calmness carried status-enhanced arrogance and provocation. The moment he misplaced his eyes with this gaze, Sun Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Star, are you afraid of pain? He spoke quickly. Do you want to win a little more, or are you more afraid of pain? Star didn't hesitate a bit. Master, I want to win. I'm afraid of pain, but I'm more afraid of being looked down upon. Good. Sun Yan stared dead in the face at the guardrail at the edge of the cliff. Speed up. Yes. Star's roar didn't have the slightest hesitation. Perhaps this hardest hairpin turn in the Bana Valley has gotten out of hand too many machinists, so the developers finally built a sturdy guardrail at this cliff. That guardrail was covered with impact marks, none of which signaled hardship or danger. Star suddenly picked up speed, and the tires skidded so hard in the torrential rain that the whole body twisted abnormally. Comet and Liang next to him stared in disbelief, and the uncle on the helicopter's hand shook so much that the camera almost didn't fall off. And in front of the screen outside the Banner Valley track, some people were holding umbrellas, others were just drenched in the rain, staring at the screen holding their breath. Uncle Liang clenched the wrist of his right hand and subconsciously covered his chest. One thought rose in everyone's mind. What do they want? Comet XC76. Chapter 17, I Can Win. The sudden acceleration caused Star's car to go completely out of control, and no amount of frantic rubbing of the wheels on the ground could bring her under control of the rampaging body. Sun Yan gritted his teeth. To him at the moment the Star seemed to be back to the moment when he only had 7 points of drift attribute. Instead of a car, he was driving a maddened brute. From Star he read stunned and confused emotions, and it was clear that the girl had thrown herself off her game. Sun Yan was helpless in his heart, but he didn't blame. Controlling the race car itself was his business as a driver. Star could swoon. He couldn't. As the sky spun around, the surrounding scenery swept wildly across the field of vision. Then the body boom crashed into something. This short pause allowed Star's out-of-control body to finally have a bit of breathing time, and Sun Yan also locked his vision and the track in front of him at this time. As he calculated, this wave of collision was dangerous but helped him to correct Star's body orientation, and Star woke up with a sharp pain in her ass. Full fuel, out of the turn. In her ears was Sun Yan's steady voice. Her mind went blank, but she subconsciously followed Sun Yan's instructions to complete all operations. The engine hissed and the body swayed from side to side before regaining its stability. They came out of the corner almost at the same time as the Comet, and there wasn't even that much difference in speed to make up for it. Hey, 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 hey. Liang's wide-open mouth could have stuffed a durian into it. Is this even possible? Comet, on the other hand, was straight-up dry-silenced. The accident had happened so fast that she didn't even know what to say. It was just that her mind kept replaying the images she had just seen. She couldn't see the whole thing from her perspective, but just seeing the tip of the iceberg was incomprehensible. The only people who saw the full view of the hairpin turn just now were the uncle in the helicopter and the people outside the screen at Banner Valley Raceway. This brat, trying to scare me to death? Uncle Liang was so angry that he threw the bottle of iced tea on the ground. His left hand covered his chest and his right hand propped up his knees to slow down for a while. It's too risky. It's just a training match. If you lose, you lose. You have to show off. When they both come back they have to be cleaned up. He took a deep breath. Recalling the thrilling image just now also had to praise Sun Yan for being a ghost talent. I can actually use the track guardrails to correct the bodywork. Much better than I could back in the day. Just now Sun Yan into the corner of the moment suddenly accelerated. Star's body also unsurprisingly out of control. And then Star turned 360 degrees on the track. At the same time towards the guardrail, she was out of control when she turned the second lap. The cars but just hit the track fence, which is the moment to make her out of control slightly stalled. Sun Yan seized this moment to give fuel, so that the car tires regained grip, and Star was able to be at the speed of the loss is still acceptable situation smoothly out of the corner. The difficulty of accomplishing this operation is undoubtedly comparable to that of reaching the sky. It tests the driver's track experience, driving skills and speed of nerve reflexes entirely. Normally, drivers are slightly disoriented at the moment of impact and it is difficult to catch that moment of impact to complete the maneuver. If this fleeting opportunity is not seized, the machine lady will continue to lose control under the inertia, and then it will be questionable whether she can finish the run, not to mention exit the turn. But Sun Yan did, combined with Sun Yan's ghost-like cornering skills before. Uncle Liang couldn't tell if that was just luck or if Sun Yan had the certainty to do it on purpose, but it's just that it's still hard to win against VDC clubs Liang and Comet. Just as the surrounding crowd was intensely discussing the 360-degree spiral overturn they had just made, a flash of worry surfaced in Uncle Liang's eyes. Everyone felt that Sun Yan and Star were sure to win. After all, judging from Star and Sun Yan's previous performance, their straight-line speed was above Liang and Comet. Even with the two machinists exiting the turn at nearly the same speed, a fully fueled Comet was bound to be no match for Star. But they overlooked a bit of information that they didn't know, but Uncle Liang did. Liang isn't just any racer. He's a smart mechanic, wise armor master. I hope Liang has some face. If he uses psychic energy on a newcomer in a training match, it would be too embarrassing for him to lose face. Uncle Liang shook his head, but the match was like a battlefield. He couldn't predict or interfere with what Liang and Comet thought. On the Banner Valley track, even with a bump on his butt, Star's straight-line acceleration advantage still shows. The two machine girls were coming out of the corners at about the same speed, and her body was passing the Comet steadily and determinedly, no matter how much the Comet's engine hissed behind her. Master, we're going to lose this match. You quickly think of something. Comet looked at Star, who was already half a car length ahead, and his eyes were filled with resignation. You mean you want me to use psychic energy? Liang scratched his head. Would that not be a good idea? The other party is just a newcomer, and his machinima turn is a piece of poop. But I don't want to lose, especially not to a junked car. Comet gritted his teeth and said, a newcomer? You think that man is a newcomer with that kind of skill? He's simply a monster. Well, that I do agree with. That driver is really quite outrageous. Liang nodded with a smile, reaching out to touch Comet's spine to help Comet smooth out. But this is just a training match. If you use spiritual energy, if this gets out, where will you master my old face? I'll wash your underwear for one day. Comet bit her red lip. Star was a car length ahead of her at the moment and was jamming her left and right to deny her any chance of overtaking. One day's worth of panties is just one pair off. I have to be lonely and empty for a long time every time I use my spiritual energy, Liang beamed. 3 days. Comet gritted his teeth. 1 week. Liang grinned wickedly. Help me wash my underwear for a week, and I'll use my spiritual skills to take you flying today. Comet wasn't happy about it, but he could already see the finish line. She yelled, almost hysterically, 1 week is 1 week. Yes. Liang gave up and pressed his hands on the joystick. A circle of light blue energy passed down his arms towards the Comet. It doesn't matter if this gets out and your teammates laugh at you. It doesn't matter if your coach stinks at you. It doesn't matter if you get a stain on your resume. Anything to get the high-flying Comet to wash his underwear for a week. A happy life begins. Shadow transformation. With Liang's low roar, the Comet's body transformed into a twisted black phantom that was a whole lot faster. She ignored Star's interception in front of her, even passing through Star's body as the two machine girls gradually rejoined. When Sun Yan saw the translucent Liang gradually move up from the side and back of his field of vision, his face was quite wonderful. What the are you guys? Sun Yan thought he had hit a ghost. After all, the current state of Liang and Comet was almost like a hearse in a horror movie. I'm sorry, old brother, Liang said playfully. In order to get my family's machinima to wash my panties for a week, I can only bully the small with the big. Sunin. Star also noticed Comet, who was gradually overtaking her. She locked eyes with the shadowy Comet, and fierce sparks erupted in the eyes of the two machinists. Star, want to overtake my car? No way. Comet, oh, still too young to win, you have hands. The contemptuous look and provocation from the senior clearly irritated Star. She stopped locking eyes with Comet and just stared dead at the track, a roar that could even overpower the engine coming from her mouth. I'm not a junk car. I'm not a killer race car. Imperial engine starting up. In Sun Yan's field of vision, he could only see Star's back, while words like this popped up on Star's head. Hey, Star, calm down. It'll blow the tank. But he clearly remembered that Star's explosive tank rate was now 80%. However, Star turned a deaf ear. All she could see was the speeding track and the approaching finish line. I can win, she said to herself. I can prove myself. I won't disgrace the master. Comet's eyes widened as she couldn't fathom what on earth allowed Star to explode with such terrifying speed. The advantage that Liang had just highlighted by using transformation shadow was actually being gradually leveled. 100 meters from the finish. Now in the lead are Comet and Liang. Uncle's passionate roar echoed through the rainstorm. We can see that VVC clubs Liang and Comet have already used their psychic energy. Even though this is just a training race, the field is like a battlefield. It's either you or me. Even professional racers have to give it their all. 50 meters from the end. What do I see? Star and that man are actually catching up. The two machinima are gradually overlapping. Can the stars catch up in the last blink of an eye? 10 meters from the end. Can win. Star felt her chest roll like it contained a fire. She could barely feel the gap to Comet anymore. Winning. Boom dash. The engine module blew up. At the last moment of unconsciousness, Star crossed the finish line, a wide smile lifting the corners of her mouth. I've seen it all. Add a shelf. Heartsuit. Chapter 18, Hello Kitty Battle Robe. There was a problem with the Star's engine. When he heard that bang, Sun Yan's eyes went black. Based on track experience in his previous life, it was basically assumed that a blowout had occurred. In his career, he has had a handful of blown cylinders in racing, and as his skills and racing technology have progressed, those two words have been virtually deleted from his vocabulary. So at this moment, his first reaction was to lose face, but then he instantly came back to his senses. He's not in the world he once was, and he's not driving a race car. He's a machinima. Star, how are you? Sun Yan hurriedly got up to check on Star's condition. At this moment Star's body was still continuing to slide forward. Even in the process of sliding, Star's unfolding form was automatically cancelled. Sun Yan subconsciously wrapped Star's powerless body around him, and the inertia of the racing car traveling brought him to fall heavily on the ground and tumble forward. Though he knew that Star, who could drive a floor tile through his brain, would be fine even if he got dropped. Still, he subconsciously shielded Star to give him a meat cushion and didn't stop until he hit a nearby guardrail. It hurts. Sun Yan felt as if his waist or back had broken, and after a sharp pain he lost all feeling. Master. Star opened one eye wearily and smiled. I won. I'm not a wasted machine lady. I know you're not a wasted machine lady. Sanian sat up against the guardrail, the corners of his mouth twitching. But I'm almost wasted. Master, my butt hurts. Sanian knew it was the bump at the hairpin bend earlier that had given Star a hard bump, but that couldn't be helped. He wanted to win for MP points. Star wanted to win for dignity, so it was a hit and miss. This risk had to be taken. It's okay if your butt hurts. I'll go back and rub it for you. Master, you're so horny. Then where else do you hurt besides your ass? Sun Yan held his forehead. Star weakly touched his chest and frowned. The chest is hot, swollen and painful. Master, am I going to die? You popped the tank. Pop. What's a popper? Sunin. If it weren't for the fact that Star was now a wounded man, he really would have resisted the urge to come at Star's head. This one wouldn't be huffing and puffing while the other machinima were listening intently, would it? Blown cylinders are a common occurrence for race cars, and it's usually just a matter of swapping the engine out. But what's the deal with the machinist? He didn't even install an engine module on the Star, so he couldn't possibly replace the intelligence core? It can't be blamed on Sun Yan for not knowing anything, when he had a great desire to study Jade 786. But every time he wanted to go deeper, Jade 786 would put on a condescending face and talk to him about human rights and respect. This, coupled with the fact that there was no one to teach Sun Yan's specialized knowledge about machinima, caused him to know only a little bit about a lot of things about machinima. Your machinima blew a cylinder. Liang walked to Sun Yan with Comet and observed Star's situation a little bit relieved. The engine is tied to the smart machine core. Rest well tonight and she'll be alive and well tomorrow, said he, then looked at Star's shoes that were already almost worn through. But the tires need to be changed. Your way of cornering is great but burns the tires. It's best to give her new tires after every race. You don't want your machine girl to run barefoot on the ground, right? Master, why are you talking so much to this monster? Comet tugged on Liang's racing suit, glanced at Sun Yan and said without a trace of humor, using spiritual energy and still only tied for first place, I really don't know how this monster of yours drove a machinima. Can't stand it. The, most handsome man in the world. Do you have a club? Liang smiled lewdly. Our VVC club needs talents like you. You come to our club. Comet and I will cover you. The corner of Comet's mouth twitched as he brutally dragged Liang outside the track. Oh, wait. What if he wants to come to our club? I'm not going to be in the same club as XC99. Comet, bear with me for a while. Endure your sister. Shame on you. Comet looked back at Star, who was cowering in Sun Yan's arms, and snorted coldly. XC99, you're lucky this time. If I meet you in the future, I won't give in to you. Who wants you to let? Stinky guy. Star struggled to get up, and Sun Yan hurriedly held her down. Just calm down. People aren't blowing up. Star sniffed at this before sitting back, showing his teeth and waving his fists at Comet and Liang. who had turned away. In the middle of the day, she sighed in relaxation and leaned on Sun Yan's shoulder, her eyebrows arched. Master, we won. Well, winning. Sun Yan looked at the MP points that only gave 10, and a bitter smile could only be hidden in his heart. Tied for first, yes, but he's not recognized by Goldfinger. All of them are counted as second place as long as they are not the absolute first. Together with these 10 MP points, Star is 32. 5 cornering attributes, not to mention the Nox track's continuous hairpin turns cannot pass. Let's say that the test professional racing driver license, not only to test the driver but also to test the machine girl, which has a project is to let the machine girl over 8 consecutive C-turns. With him driving, the case of Star is sure to casually pass, but without him driving to let the Star himself, but also must be over the cornering speed is greater than 50, not to hit any guardrail. Hope is slim. Master, why are you cross-eyed? Are you upset? Star poked Sun Yan's face. No, I just have a sore back. Who? Star will rub your loins now. Don't you move, it hurts, Uncle's helicopter came down quickly, along with the paramedics that had been ready in the helicopter. The crowd carried Sun Yan onto the airplane with 7 hands and feet, but it was Star who rested for a while and acted as if nothing had happened. Boy, you're famous for this race with the VVC racers. Uncle full of excitement looking at the stretcher Sun Yan. This time there are still a lot of racers and witches after the start did not get to the finish line, but Uncle has been lazy to see. Those wild riders are bound to dry, but VVC's Liang and Comet, then certainly not dry, but the stars in this most handsome man behind the race has been tasteless. I've recorded the video of your confrontation with Liang, and it will be rotated at the entrance of the Banner Valley Raceway from now on. Uncle held Sun Yan's hand up and down for a while. In the eyes of Sun Yan's eggheads, he brought a box from the bodyguard, opened it in front of Sun Yan and Star. Inside was a neatly yards of cash. Here's your bounty, $200,000. Bahahaha, get rich. Star cheered. She didn't really have much of a concept, but she did know that the bounty was 10 times that of the previous training match. Isn't it 100,000? Sun Yan froze. Oh, Liang said that he won't be able to win, and this money is not solid to take, and said to leave it for you to recuperate. Uncle closed the box and wiped the corners of his eyes with a face full of emotion. Is this the friendship between talented racers? It's really a seisai. Sunin. It's good though. 200k would buy a steering module for Star, so that makes up for the missing attribute. Kid, you should be participating in the Nox rally the day after tomorrow, right? The older man suddenly got serious and said with a serious look, you can't participate in the race at all with your current injuries, so I'll take it upon myself to send you to the nearby Wisdom Medical Center. The treatment may be a bit expensive, so prepare yourself mentally. It's time to say no to the fact that the world is indeed high-tech. His injuries were not serious to say the least, but certainly not light to say the least. If according to the medical level of the earth, at least half a year is not to touch the car, but it only took an hour at this world's chiropractic medical center for all the injuries on his body to recover. Of course the expenses are horrendous, with 1 hour of treatment corresponding to $500,000. Sun Yan of course can't afford it. In the end he agreed to wear a set of Uncle customized racing suit to participate in the Nox, and in this way to get a waiver of 500,000 yuan of medical expenses. The photo of the racing suit he has already looked in advance, is a very Thai pink, painted all over the top Hello Kitty, the chest and the back of the chest, and there is also that Uncle's 5-year-old daughter's big headshot. Just don't know if it's not a delusion. This little loli, although she is smiling very beautifully, but gives a sickly feeling. It was already evening when Sun Yan left the medical center with Star. He looked up at the dusky sky and finally sighed with relief. Either way, the 200,000 bounty is saved, and with the previous total of 220,000, we should be able to get Star a new tire and a slightly more passable steering module. Hoo-hoo! Modules! Star clapped her little hands in excitement. The happiest machinima in the world will soon have her first module. However, when Sun Yan brought Star to that module store from before, instead, the owner grimaced and told him the blue quality steering module was sold out. It was yesterday, and that last steering module was bought by an old man. The boss picked his teeth. You guys didn't come earlier. Oh no, even if you came earlier it wouldn't help. That module is 300,000. You don't have enough money. Let's not talk about that for a minute. You guys have a big store. Can't you keep more stock on hand? The ones on the counter are sold out? Sun Yan's nose was crooked with anger, and Star beside him nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. That's right. Why don't you invest in us, boss? It's definitely not a loss. We just won the training match in Banner Valley and tied for first place with VVC Club's Liang. Oh, fooling around? You think I'll believe that? The boss sneered. He had heard about the race, but how could a racer in Machine Woman who could race against VDC Liang look so poor? Look at this kid. He's got a pale face and a very weak look, and he's got a dirty racing suit. And look at this kid's machinima, beanpole height, nothing but big boobs and cute looks. Milquetoast. Okay, it's getting late. I'm closing up. Do you guys want to look at a lower quality steering module? Or another blue quality module? If you don't buy any of them, then get the hell out of here. Closing so early you're rushing to reincarnation. Sun Yen was furious, but the boss had already locked the door with a bam. That's right, Star helped out. We really are number one in Bana Valley. The boss was getting a big headache from the noise and said impatiently, "Come on, I heard that the first place finisher, the one called Star, is a silver luxury sports car? Unfold the bodywork and show it to me?" Star immediately wanted to unfold the body to show the boss, but after half a day of holding his face red, he froze and couldn't unfold it. She blew a cylinder and her body hasn't recovered yet, but they really don't have anything to prove identity other than unfolding the body. The previous uncle paid his medical bills and went off to customize his racing suit without leaving a phone number. "We really are," Star said stubbornly. The boss grimaced breathlessly. "Get up and drive. I'm in a hurry to get back to watch the taping of the Banner Valley practice match." He brutally crashed through Sun Yen and Star's interception and rode his little electric donkey leisurely away. The store had been busy before, and he'd only heard great things about the Banner Valley practice session, and hadn't even gotten to watch it. "Stinker, you'll regret this," Star yelled at her bosses departing back. "Piss me off." Star stomped her foot. "Master, no one believes anyone in this world when they tell the truth. Forget it." Sun Yen touched Star's head. "Let's go back first. Tomorrow we'll change your tires and go to the next city to see if there's an adapted module." Sun Yen secretly sighed. Next door to the city of the module store there is no another say. "I am afraid that time is too late. Tonight Star has to rest. Tomorrow is a day of changing tires, buying modules, and getting my machinist license. The future is dark." The streets were busy with traffic at dusk, and like Earth, filled with pedestrian vehicles as well as parked food stalls. Star suddenly pulled on Sun Yen's coat and pointed at the cart in the distance. "Master, I want to eat a candy cane." "Okay, buy you one." "Master, stinky tofu for me too." "Okay, no problem." Sun Yen gazed at the little girl in front of him with a bunch of sugar gourds in her left hand and a bunch of stinky tofu in her right hand, turning back from time to smile at him. It's like the future is suddenly not so dark. Sun Yen. Sun Yen. She's a machine lady. He looked at the clouds in the sky with his hands in his pockets and mentally re-emphasized. Not racing. Chapter 19, Safety First. After all, think open. Sun Yen on the contrary, not so obsessed with must bring Star to achieve how good ranking, really cannot turn to module to buy a cheap, big deal. Other attributes more reduced some. Anyway, his technology is there. Just use the technology to make up for those reduced attributes. To ensure that Star can get a ranking in the Nox to participate in the competition after the Can Be. He bought Star a lot of snacks and some more everyday clothes. It's impossible to wear a tight racing suit all the time, and bought himself a decent pair of special shoes for racers. But he didn't need to worry about the racing suit on his body, and he was going to wear his uncle-sponsored Hello Kitty robe anyway. Despite buying all the useful stuff, it still cost almost $10,000. Money-wise, Sun Yen has already looked away. The only thing he can't figure out now is how in the world did Liang and Comet manage to turn the car into a phantom speeding up to overlap with him and Star during the previous race? I feel like I'm watching a horror movie every time I recall this scene. "Star, how did Comet overlap you then? Do you still remember?" Sun Yen felt that Star should know something, because Star was only slightly surprised when he was overtaken by the spirit car. "Well, that's when I felt the psychic energy fluctuation." "Spirit? Spiritual energy?" Sun Yen froze. "What the hell? X-Men? Magneto? Marvel Universe? Granted, this unscientific world is already organic mother *********, and a little more bizarre is not unacceptable. But, as a traveler, his advantage is that he has hang-ups. But what if there is such a group of people in this world who are also hang-ups? "Master, that Liang is a smart mechanic." Star finished eating the candy cane and licked the syrup on his lips and fingers. "I'm not sure exactly what abilities he has, but the reason why XC76 was able to overlap with me at that time was definitely because he used his smart armorer skill." "So fierce?" "Yeah, smart mechanics are awesome. They're very high up in the machinima, and they can give machinima a miraculous boost in a tournament." Intelligent mechanics and intelligent mechanics skills. Sun Yen frowned for a while and speculated. Could it actually grant the machine lady some special abilities? If future races encountered such unpredictable special drivers, there would be too many surprises during the race. But not only did this not dampen Sun Yen's confidence, it instead caused a dash of fighting spirit to rise in his heart. Originally, his Mechastar had the special ability, Imperial Engine. and he also had the golden finger that comes with travelers. Combine these two and two, and the difficulty of the world line pass is lowered directly from hell to beginner. But what's the point of a world like this? There was almost zero pressure, to the point that he had a hard time taking himself seriously when the game was on the line. Not anymore. This world's wise armors have become a roadblock to his track domination, and he happens to be the kind of person who gets more excited when he encounters a stronger enemy instead as well. Well, that's what makes it fun. Sun Yan clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth hooked up. The star next to him looked strangely at his own driver. How did he feel that Sun Yan was still combative when he heard about the intelligent armor master? Wouldn't the general public express shock? Could it be that? Ooh, master, I know. Star's eyes brightened as she pointed at Sun Yan. There's only one truth. Master, admit it, you're actually an intelligent armorer too, right? Your divine cornering skills are simply not something an ordinary person can do. Ho, how long are you going to keep this from me? This. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. You're overthinking it, Star. I'm not an intelligent armorist. I don't even know how intelligent armorists came to be. But Star's words also reminded him. Could it be that his gold finger is the ability to be a wise armorer? Star, have you ever felt that spirit energy fluctuation in me? As he spoke, Sun Yan had already added 10 MP points to Star's bending attribute, and the attribute value changed from 22.5 to 32.5. No, Star shook her head dumbfounded. So Master isn't a wise master. She lowered her head, a little disappointed. Sunin, #this stinky girl. Then do you know how a wise arms master came to be? Sun Yan smiled and twisted his wrist. Maybe I'll have a chance to become a chiropractor in the future. In fact, when he heard Star say that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in his body, Sun Yan was inwardly elated, which meant that crossing over brought the golden finger was not the skill of a wise arms master. And in the future, if he couldn't do those hangers on, the big thing was that he himself would go and open up the hangers of this world, become a wise arms master, and use magic to defeat magic. However, judging from the information so far, intelligent armors are bound to be very rare, and definitely not something an average person can accomplish. Master, you are right. Star pulled Sun Yan's hand and groped on his arm for a while. Her pretty face was serious and she shook her head. I see that Master has amazing bones, and in the future, he will definitely be able to awaken as an intelligent armor master. And then I'll be the happiest mecha girl in this world. Meaning you're unfortunate now? Nope. Now the second happiest machinima in the world. What about number 1? The first is me after Master became a wise armorer. Sunin. Well, this girl's answer barely passes the test. The two made small talk all the way home. Sun Yan already knew a little bit about the intelligent mechanic. As he had expected, wise masters were very rare, and there is no way to become a wisengamer through any form of training. If you want to become a wise mechanic, you can only rely on your talent. As for where to go to become a wise mechanic, Star only said that you have to race the driver and the mechanic to reach a certain level of achievement before you can get the chance to be awakened. And it all depends on the will of God whether you can be awakened successfully or not. If the special ability of the mecha is the knocker if you want to be world class, then the pilot being a wise mechanic is the hand that puts both the mecha and the pilot firmly in the door of world class. Uncle Liang, we're back. Sun Yan and Xing Chen each carried a suitcase in their hands idly and pushed the door into the room. There was a box on the wooden table in the center, and Uncle Liang was sitting at the table with his legs crossed, drinking tea and watching TV, selectively ignoring Sun Yan and Xing Chen. Despite being ignored by Uncle Liang, Sun Yan and Xing Chen had their own way of brushing up their presents. They held the small box full of money high in the air, one standing on the left and one on the right, twisting and turning in front of Uncle Liang, making all sorts of bizarre movements. The main seat was of course Sun Yan, but Xing Chen was also learning the ropes on the side. Win. We really won. The prize is $200,000. Oh, Master bought me lots of snacks and new clothes. Uncle Liang's bland demeanor gradually solidified. Those two stinking brats. Sit still, shake it again and get out. Sun Yan and Xing Chen immediately took their seats at the table, hands folded and heads up, sitting more upright than elementary school students in class. Uncle Liang slowed his breath and took a sip of his tea. I watched your Bana Valley training match, and the performance was just. Sun Yan and Xing Chen stared at Uncle Liang with sparkling eyes. Uncle Liang, TSK, just okay. Originally, he wanted to routinely knock Sun Yan and Xing Chen for a bit, but thought better of it. The way these two kids tried their best in the Bana Valley training tournament made him swallow his harsh words at the edge of his mouth. Uncle Liang, you got up so early this morning originally just to go watch the match between Star and I? No, I was just passing by and stopped by. Really? Uncle Liang's gaze strayed elsewhere. Anyway, you guys did well. I take back what I said earlier about criticizing you and Star. His gaze turned back to land on Sun Yen and Star. But racing is a very dangerous competitive sport. I still don't agree with you guys taking part in it, but I know that at best I can only be considered an elder. I can advise but not decide on your choices, and as an elder I can't do nothing. I can only try to escort you as much as possible. So, he pushed the box on the table in front of Sun Yen. This is a piece of blue quality, called Hurricane Steering Module, although it will reduce the acceleration and other attributes, but you have to face a lot of challenges in the next few days, and I want you to get through it safely no matter what. Star 99, Chapter 20, actually, I'm still in style. Isn't the steering module what he was looking at earlier? Sun Yen's eyes were dead set on the module on the table. The boss said that this module was bought yesterday. So the buyer was Uncle Liang? Uncle Liang has been planning to let him participate in the Nox Rally for a long time? Why else would he buy a module for Star? Uncle Liang. Sun Yen choked out a cry and immediately wanted to kowtow to Uncle Liang. As a result, Uncle Liang pressed his backhand on the module and said angrily, "Try knocking one, and I'll confiscate the module immediately. Do you have nothing better to do? Why don't you take a break in installing the module on the machine? You have to take the driver's license test tomorrow, right?" Sun Yen did not kowtow into. Next to the Star has been in tears Duong sound on the table. Despite not using a lot of force, the solid wood table was still knocked out by Star with a spiderweb-like crack. Grandpa Liang, your kindness to Star is unforgettable to Star. Woohoo! I'm truly the happiest machinima in the world. Woohoo! Uncle Liang. Actually, I'm not that old. Uncle Liang, this module is very expensive, right? Sun Yen frowned and pushed the module back. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. I believe that with my and Star's ability, it's no problem to complete the driving school test. We can just buy the module later when we make our own money. Although very coveted, Hurricane module. Although this thing can only enhance 8 points of bending attributes, other attributes will be reduced by 3 to 5 points. But for the current Star is the most adaptable module is not one of them. But the module price is high. When he looked at the price of 300,000 yuan, it is unlikely that the price of a short period of time to reduce the price of the good uncles back to the furnace field every year cannot earn a lot of money. 300,000 yuan has already been the good uncle's own pension money. Take the good uncle's pension money to modify the aircraft lady. His heart is uneasy. He is not comfortable with the idea of modifying the machine with Uncle Liang's pension money. Brat, I didn't see that you were the kind of person who was inked when you contracted the machine lady. You finished it at the warehouse all by yourself, afraid of who would follow and grab it. Uncle Liang snorted coldly and knocked on the table. Don't you guys have any confidence in winning first place in the Nox Rally? That's a full $500,000 in prize money. Wouldn't it be fine to pay me back when you guys take first place? The confidence to take first place at the Nox Rally is definitely there. Sun Yen scratched his head. Uncle Liang's words had completely impressed him. Since you've said so, then I'll respectfully follow your order. He picked up the heavy steering module. It was all Uncle Rio's thoughts. It was tearful. Sun Yen's nose was sore. He couldn't help but think of his old father in his previous life, and he didn't know how that old man was doing now. But with all the money and luxury cars and high insurance he left his father, he'll certainly have no problem feeding and clothing himself for the rest of his life, and he'll be able to find some young sisters to make him some brothers or something. Remember to pay for the table later. Uncle Liang calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. It's from the 1,000-year-old golden cicada wood. You can inquire how much it costs when you have time. Sunin, huh? But wasn't it the stars that destroyed it? Is Star your machinima? Yes, so you won't pay? Sun Yen smiled sarcastically. Uncle Liang, look at me. I'm actually still charming. Uncle Liang, look, how about, get out? On the way back to the warehouse, Star kept looking at Sun Yen with a weird look. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Sun Yen wondered. Star lowered her head and stirred her fingers. I'm sorry, Master. Star got into trouble again, making Master have to carry high debts, and even making Master have the idea of selling his body to illegally operate a business to pay back the money. I am not a qualified machine mother. She raised her eyes to look at Sun Yen, her eyes glistening with tears. But in order to support Master's cause, I will definitely actively help Master solicit customers. Sunin, Ami Tofu, no offense. No offense, she's just a machine woman who doesn't know anything. What's the point of bothering with her? Sun Yen recited "Don't get angry" 3 times in his heart, and said in a good-natured manner, Did you misunderstand something? What I just meant was to recognize a godfather. That's 1,000-year-old golden cicada wood. So does Master recognize Grandpa Liang or golden cicada wood? Of course it is Jean, coughing. Of course it is Uncle Liang. Under Star's suspicious gaze, Su Yong coughed twice to hide the embarrassment in his heart. The two just happened to have made their way to the warehouse, and he took the Hurricane steering module out of the box. Without further ado, let's change the module first. Hoo-hoo! Star clenched her fist and waved, her eyes glowing. fragrant module. The Hurricane module was no more than the size of a fist, and looked like a Rubik's Cube emitting a silver glow. Sun Yan took the module and gestured halfway across Star's body, and managed to reap a look from Star that looked like she was looking at a big dumb monkey. Master, I can't believe you can't install a module. Well, you expand first. Sun Yan would never admit this, and anyway, he could definitely figure it out with more attempts. Unfold? The corner of Star's mouth twitched as she reached out and pinched the zipper of her racing suit and yanked it down, turning around to reveal her S-shaped slim waist, one hand behind her back pointing to the back waist. It's going to be mounted here without unfolding it to install the module. Master dummy, why did you take your clothes off? Sun Yan first froze, then hurriedly raised his hand to block his eyes. I didn't see anything. I'm not a pervert. But the images from earlier still kept swirling around in his mind, and he felt uncomfortable standing, leaning on his memories to sit in the chair behind him. How can I install the module without taking off my clothes? Star looked at Sun Yan strangely, seeing Sun Yan's awkward and embarrassed appearance. Her eyes narrowed slightly and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. Ooh, Master is shy? TSK. It turns out to be that Master is one of those mongrel pilots that legend has it that when they see a mecha's body, they will go into a state of heat. Miscellaneous fish driver? Sun Yan took a breath and almost didn't gasp. What miscellaneous fish pilot? It's called a man and a woman. Isn't there a regulation between your air hostesses and pilots? When I was at the Tengyu Club before, I was called molesting just by touching Jade 786's back, and she was still wearing clothes. Who is Jade 786? Star walked over to Sun Yan and leaned down to look at his face. One of the Tengi Club's machinistas, who was going to contract me, kicked me out when she got sick of my lack of track experience. Sun Yan said it indifferently, but Star heard it but was so angry that her face turned red. She crossed her arms with one hand and patted Sun Yan's shoulder. Master, don't worry. If you run into that Jade 786, I'll help you clean her up. To actually dare to bully my pilot, I think she's tired of living. Sun Yan subconsciously put down his hand, saw a white flower piece right in front of his eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air and covered his eyes again. Ahem. You've got that one then. She's going to be in the Nox rally. Humph. She's finished then. Star grunted twice and looked at Sun Yan helplessly. But Master, are you really not going to help me change my module? It's true that there are regulations between a machina and a pilot, but I'm a machina. I'm your property after contracting with you. There's no need to make it so serious. Just like those doctors, they only have patience in their eyes. There's no shibboleths. Sun Yan said to himself that a doctor is a doctor, and a doctor doesn't have shibboleths in his head. He's just a full-time racer and a two-time virgin. He can't help it. Then he felt a small, cold hand take hold of his large one. The machine girl can't change the module by herself. She doesn't have that kind of authority. She wants the master to operate it personally. Since the master doesn't dare to look at it, I can only do it myself. Star's candid voice echoed in his ears. Then he felt a huge force lift his hand holding the Hurricane module and press it up towards an unknown void. Sunin. Chapter 21, The Devil's Test for Machine Girls. Sun Yan was falling asleep recalling the feel of his hand, and woke up the next morning with a black eye. When I was eating, Uncle Liang saw me and gave me a lecture. You are going to take the driver's license test today. Do you think it's easy? Why didn't you sleep last night? Grandpa Liang. Last night Master slept. Star took a sip of fish soup to help Sun Yan's defense. It's just that I probably had more dreams and more excitement. So, Uncle Liang? How the young people nowadays spoke in a cloudy way. He couldn't understand a bit of it. I know the Nox rally is going to start tomorrow. You can't sleep with apprehension and excitement in your heart, and you even dream about the race. Uncle Liang relieved. It's good to have pressure, but you have to learn to adjust yourself. You have to understand that Nox rally is just the starting point of the regular competition. There are more challenges waiting for you in the future. Sun Yan silently nodded his head and drank the fish soup, having a bitter experience. He's really not dreaming about the race. By the way, you remember the VVC club player you played against yesterday, Liang, right? That wise armorer. Remember. Sun Yan looked up. Star has already told me about the wonders of the intelligent armorer. Well, it's good that you know. Uncle Liang frowned. His cheeks puffed out and said, in the future, when you encounter wise armors, don't get into conflict with them, especially when you're on the track. Don't provoke them, and when they provoke you, turn a blind eye. If you have the ability to overtake, look for a chance to overtake, and don't say more than a single word. Sun Yan froze. What's the difference between this and Shrinking Turtle? Although he held the concept of driving a natural god without a woman in his heart in his previous life, his character was still very flamboyant, and he could be said to be vindictive. If anyone dared to provoke him on the track, he was going to make that person call for his father at the next corner. Why? Star beside him helped Sun Yan to voice out the question in his mind. There aren't that many whys. Uncle Liang obviously didn't want to say more, but just reiterated. Just remember my words. Sun Yan and Star nodded. The elder's words were fine to listen to, Whether or not they were enforced was another story. Then, Uncle Liang, do you know how to become an intelligent armorer? Sun Yan asked. I know, but it's still quite far away from you. When will you be able to win the first place in the provincial competition Panlong Mountain Racetrack? You can come back to ask me at that time, but I'll give you a precaution in advance. It's hard to get the awakening qualification of a wise arms master. It's even more difficult to become a wise arms master. You can take this as a goal, but it can't be taken as a conviction of your race or a lifelong pursuit. Uncle Liang sighed, a flash of despondency and regret in his eyes. Racers and machinists are also in a sense a group of beings who fight for their beliefs. It would certainly be a devastating blow to racers and machinists if faith collapsed. Alright, you guys go take your driving test. You have a lot of work to do today. Get it done early and come back early. I'll have something to talk to you about then. Uncle Liang neatly cleared the dishes on the table, not caring if Sun Yan and Xingchen had finished eating. This was his usual means of sending off guests. Sun Yan and Xingchen could only look at each other in disbelief, watching Uncle Liang's hunched back disappear behind the kitchen door. 10 o'clock in the morning. River City Battler Driving School. Star looked at the chain of curves in front of him and winced. Granted, none of these corners are the kind of hairpin turns that are particularly difficult, but there can't be enough of them. Star, relax, don't be afraid. Sun Yan stood on the bleachers outside the track with her hands circled in a trumpet shape, yelling to the row of machinists in front of the curve. He had already completed his own test program, and those driver skills were child's play for him, even easier than subjects 2 and 3 in the driving school in his previous life. This shows that the threshold for pilots in this world has been so low because of the development of machinima that it's breathtaking. Is that white-haired machinima your house? It doesn't look like it's too smart. It's shaking like this, ha 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 ha. There were also a few racers next to Sun Yan. All of them came to see their own machinist's test, and one old man couldn't help but snicker a bit when he saw how nervous Star was. She's a bit of a klutz. Sun Yan laughed. He wasn't going to be offended at this kind of good-natured joke. Little brother, it's fine. The test can be conducted twice a month. If it doesn't work this time, it'll be next time. Don't look at my family's machinima as if it's very calm. That's because she's already taken the test 10 times for this bend. Older brother took out a cigarette and smoked it, gulping down the smoke, looking at his own machine lady's eyes full of vicissitudes. It's $10,000 for one test, and you'll have to pay for the guardrail if you break it. He hadn't even started on the module mods for the machinima yet, and as a result, just the test had already stretched the already poor family thin. The wife ran away and the child disowned him, but it was his own machine mother after all, and it definitely wasn't because of the gluttony of the machine mother's body. This is the third time my family one has taken the test. Another old brother shook his head. Ha ha ha, I'm fifth. Several racers shared with each other the embarrassing stories of their own machinima, and Sun Yan silently listened from the side, realizing that Star was the only one who was on the assessment track for the first time. And the chain of curves in front of us is what most machinists would call the devil's test of difficulty. A formal driving license is not required to participate in a training event, but to participate in the Knox Rally, you must pass this test. Sun Yan gazed at Star's back anew, the panel of Star emerging in his eyes. Drift, 21 points. Acceleration, 85 points. Bend, 45 points. Gathering gas, 85 points. Stability, 72 points. Crash resistance, 77 points. Range, 81 points. After loading the Hurricane module, Star's bending attribute had reached 40, with other attributes dropping slightly. The day before yesterday when training, Sun Yan carefully calculated 40 curves attributes. Star drive a little slower, coupled with the advanced driving skills he instilled in Star, with their own completion of 8 chain C-type curves is not a problem at all. He looked at the attributes of the other machinists and realized that quite a few of the machinists present were superior to Star in their bending attributes. Then their inability to complete the chain of bends is mainly due to a lack of skill and experience. Way to go, Star. Sun Yan recalled the note he had seen in Star's room this morning. The turning experience he had imparted had been copied and pasted on the wall 1,000 times by Star, and had become an alternative wallpaper in her room. Slow down early, don't hit the brakes, and accelerate 2/3 of the way through the corner. Handbrake plus downshift plus steering wheel plus throttle equals drift. Star kept crumbling under his breath in a voice only he could hear, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the chain of curves, his brain already tending to smoke. This was the first time she faced a curve alone in Sun Yan's absence, and it was rare that she didn't hold her head in fear and crouch in defense. Star, you can do it. Isn't it just a series of turns? Just use the master's turning secret. What are you chanting about? The machine lady next to her slanted a glance at Star. No, didn't read anything. Star scowled and took a half step back, with Sun Yan not around. Her entire body was going to wimp out into a ball. it's useless to be nervous. That machine woman grunted and laughed. I've challenged this chain Ben 10 times already. I'm determined to win this time. You'll wait to envy me later. The machine woman who spoke was about the same height as Star, with enthusiastic red hair, and she patted her chest with a sunny smile, but unfortunately there wasn't a bit of rise and fall to her atop. Ooh, actually a senior who has already challenged 10 times? Star rubbed his hands together with glowing eyes. Then do you have any secrets to impart? Senior? Humph. Then you're asking the right person. The red-haired machine woman lifted her chin. The secret is to go forward with your eyes closed. Just do it, Ollie give. Star, it's a curve hey. Master told her to watch the road, not to close her eyes, and to learn to overcome her fear. But isn't this machinima really a swing for the fences? Please prepare for the test by machinist UN70X. The radio beep suddenly sounded. The red-haired machine woman shuddered. Her pupils contracted violently, and her whole body began to shiver. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, Ollie give. Senpai, what are you shivering about? Star poked UN70X's waist. What do you know about the DJ? The red-haired mechanic glared at Star. It's a very specific way of warming up a car. Day. Star. The words UN70X then unfolded the body, and she finally stopped shivering. As the signal for the start of the test rang out, Star vaguely heard an Ollie give. Immediately following, the little red car rushed out as if it were a runaway wild horse, directly crashing through the guardrail of 4 curves before coming to a stop. UN70X test completed. Rated, failed. Star. Thanks to her predecessor's leadership, she wasn't as nervous. She looked back at the bleachers. Even though he couldn't see clearly, he could feel a concerned and encouraging gaze falling this way. That's her master. Master, I will definitely pass the test. Star took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Chapter 22, the star can cross the bend on its own. 2. Star was 5th in line to be tested, and only one of the 4 witches in front of her passed the test. Those who didn't pass hung their heads in shame, while those who passed cried tears of joy, thus showing how hard this devil's test was for the machinima. Please prepare for the test by Machinist XC99. Hearing the radio, Star calmed his heartbeat walking to the start of the chain of turns. The red-haired machine woman who had struck up a conversation with Star earlier was sitting at the starting point. She had just had a cry, but was now over her grief. Relax, it's not as hard as you think. Just don't be reckless like me. UN70X patted Star's shoulder. It's no big deal even if you don't pass. Train well and come back in half a month. Star nodded and unfolded the bright silver deluxe body. Tomorrow was the Knox rally. She didn't have time to wait for next month. This test was only for success, not failure. UN70X couldn't help but stare at Star's luxurious body as she backed up to the side of the track, feeling as if she'd struck up a conversation with a notable machinima. 3, 2, 1. Test begins. Instead of using an ejection start, Star pulled up to 50 and headed smoothly toward the first turn. Before the first corner is a 100-meter long straight track, and even though Star has tried to control his speed as much as possible, he accidentally climbs to 67 kilometers per hour. First C-bend. Star took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Time around her seemed to slow down in the moment. He should have followed the first way of cornering, as Sun Yen said, slowing down in advance, making full use of the length and width of the corner, and accelerating out of the corner when 2/3 of the way through the corner was over. But it was obviously too late for that now. Then let's drift, Star said to himself. Handbrake released. Next step is to downshift. Star was alarmed to realize that she had no way to descend. A moment of panic arose in her heart, but in the inertia of her mind, she went ahead and completed the steering wheel and throttle maneuvers that followed. Although it looked very odd, Star managed to complete his first solo corner after a slight tailspin in the first corner. Hoo-hoo! Made it! Looks like I can make it around the bend on my own. Star waved her little fist excitedly. Her attention focused on the next turn. After successfully completing the first corner, Star's confidence increased significantly, and the next 7 corners were very smooth, and the speed was getting faster and faster, especially in the last corner, where the cornering speed actually reached over 150, and completed a very beautiful drift. This scene undoubtedly filled the eyes of the machine nymphs who were also participating in the examination with envy, not only including machine nymphs like UN70X who didn't pass the examination, but even that one who did pass the examination, because although she passed the examination she wasn't as calm as Star was, and her speed was only stuck at the passing line of the examination, which was a long way from participating in a regular competition. XC99 you're good. 150 cornering speed. Are you planning to participate in the Knox rally tomorrow? I didn't think I could actually meet a machinima that would be on a regular track right away here. At the finish line, Star was surrounded by a group of machinists just as she got off the track, and they were looking here and touching there, like they were studying how Star was different from them. Well done XC99, even though it's a junior. UN70X clasped his hands on his chest and lifted his chin arrogantly. As seniors, our role is to help our juniors step on fewer mines. So sometimes it's necessary to be a bit of a negative textbook. But when the 12th test comes around, I'm sure I'll be able to pass. Whoa, I'm sure Senpai will be fine. Star saw a hint of despondency in UN70X's stubborn eyes. She knows that UN70X is not as sprightly as it appears. After all, every test costs money, and UN70X's heart must also be full of guilt for his master. Ali gives. So she clenched her fists and stretched them out in front of UN70X, cheering him on. UN70X stared at Star in a daze, and after a long time, a warm smile appeared on his face and Star touched fists. Ali here, older brother. Your family's machinima is also too powerful. In the stands, Sun Yan was also surrounded by a group of drivers, bathed in envy and jealousy. That's right, if I had a machinima that strong I could wake up laughing in my sleep. How much did the old brother machinima cost to shoot? Where did you get it? Bring me along? If he had just come to this world and had just learned about the machine lady, then Sun Yan might have talked to these pilots and bragged about it. But he won't do that now. It wasn't that he had calmed down, it was that Star wasn't just racing in his eyes anymore. That was an important partner and family. Since Star is in such a position, of course it's impossible to compare and contrast the machinima like these pilots do like commodities. Alas, it's true that people are more angry than people, and there's even no comparison between a machinima and a machinima. The old brother who talked to Sun Yan before shook his head inside, took out another child's cigarette and lit it. On strength, strength can't be compared. On appearance, appearance can't be compared. But also spend so much of my money, 10,000 yuan for one assessment. Today is the 11th time. Not understanding anything at all. The driver's words quieted the other drivers. They looked at the sky staring at the ground, full of helplessness and embarrassment, and obviously very much in agreement. It's very costly to train machinima. What family can afford to be so consumed if they fail every test? At this point, Star and the machine girls just happened to walk up to the stands, UN70X among them. The smile on her face instantly disappeared when she heard her own master's words. Her head lowered and her footsteps slightly paused, her pretty face under her bangs gradually paling. In fact, she does not want to be like this, but she is just an ordinary machine girl, did not learn any driving skills, and the performance is not very good. Master although spend money to sign up for the test, but never properly trained her. Usually rely on her own to learn by watching some videos, so that of course the progress is very slow. Master occasionally talks about his wife and children, blaming her for all his problems. If she had a choice, she wished it had been his wife and child that Master had chosen in the first place, instead of choosing her. Sun Yan glanced at the red-haired machine woman beside Star, and the image of the UN70X that had just crashed through 4 layers of guardrails in a row was still vivid in his mind. Looking at UN70X, he was like seeing the stars that once were. The machine lady's self-esteem was no weaker than a human's. I'm sure UN70X doesn't want to fail the test, and besides, her bending attributes are fully qualified, so that can only mean that she lacks a good teacher. In Sun Yan's opinion, teaching and training was the responsibility of the driver, just like tuning and modifying a race car, which was the responsibility of the driver in his previous life. Individuals have individual ideas though. UN70X is, after all, someone else's machine girl, and he can't say much. One could only be slightly embarrassed and hurry away with Star. Master, UN70X is so pathetic. If I get talked to like that too often, I'm sure I'll go autistic. Star tugged on Sun Yan's sleeve and beamed, still thinking about what happened earlier. But I have the master who loves and cares for me. She cheered as she took Sun Yan's hand and looked at the side of Sun Yan's face, her mood clearing up again. I'm surely the happiest machinistress in the world. Yes. You can be happy. Next time don't peel so many durians for me. I can't eat them. Sun Yan rolled her eyes. Oh, Star's eyes rolled and suddenly said, so master, be honest, does my waist feel soft to the touch? Feel great? Sunin. Star has a specialized method of silencing Sun Yan, but Sun Yan also had a set of divine techniques for changing the subject. Tomorrow is the Nox rally. Remember what you said? Of course I remember. Star's eyes glowed, and a flame seemed to ignite in her blue eyes. I'm going to let that smelly guy Jade 786 know that the master is covered by my strongest, cutest, most bendable, most slippery, most edible, most sleepy machine girl in the whole world. Star 99. Sunin. Well, being able to eat and sleep doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. Cheer up. Looking forward to your performance. Fighting. Chapter 23. This guy is not a pervert, is he? Early the next morning, Sun Yan and Xingchen were fully loaded and ready to go. Nox Rally is located in the Linhai, a small island. Must take a plane to arrive. from the Jiangcheng to also not far, is just more than an hour away, and the official start time of the polling race is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It is said that the fastest run the machine girl will be able to see the end of the extremely spectacular sunset. Hello Kitty robe has been sent. Wear on the body how a flirty word. The key is the uncle asked him to go to the airport on the way. Until the end of the game have to wear. Sun Yan although he felt social deaf. But who let the uncle is the party? He can only bite his teeth and admit it. Star's tires have also been changed. Last night this little girl did not sleep all night. Sun Yan passed through the door from her room can still hear the recitation of the formula for crossing the curve of the broken, and at the moment is topped with a dark circle under the eyes. No matter who look at the eyes are confused. Before he left, Uncle Liang called Star and Sun Yan to follow him. I didn't look for you yesterday because I saw you were too tired, but it's not too late for me to tell you now. When Sun Yan and Xingchen saw how serious Uncle Liang looked, they immediately got into the spirit. You should already know something about the Nox Rally. It's 200 kilometers long, with a total of 14 difficult corners, the hardest being the continuous hairpin turns near the end, and plenty of straight-line acceleration tracks throughout the course. Overall, the Nox Rally track is still relatively suitable for the stars. Star blinked her big eyes about to raise her hand in applause. The next moment Uncle Rio's but came. If you guys think Nox Rally is only that difficult you are very wrong. Uncle Liang took a sip of tea and said calmly, the archipelago you're going to is in the tropical region. The climate is changeable. 1 second it's sunny, the next second it could be torrential rain. And torrential rain brings not only slippery tracks, but also natural disasters such as landslides, mudslides and other natural disasters, which can happen and you can't even predict them. Star shrunk her head, pulled Sun Yan's corner and asked in a low voice, Master, what's a mudstone cow? Is it as good as last night's snowflake fat cow? Sunin, so what do we do when we encounter this situation? Uncle Liang touched his ears and eyes. Keep your eyes and ears open. Furthermore, the Nox Rally opens up a very random course, so you can move freely from track to track, and there are places where you don't necessarily have to cross from the track, which not only saves time but also avoids dangers. Aha! Yesterday UN70X told me that a straight line between 2 points is the shortest. Star stretched out a finger, her big eyes brimming with excitement. Since the track doesn't matter, wouldn't it be fine for Master and I to run directly from the start to the end in a straight line? This is equivalent to there will be no curves. Olu, am I really a genius? Uncle Liang. The hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. The corners of Sun Yan's mouth twitched as he held his forehead inside, reaching out to press down on Star's little head for a disc. Nox Rally is mountainous. Are you planning to go over the mountains? Or are you planning to ram a tunnel out of the mountain with your iron head? Wow. Hearing Sun Yan say this, Star also felt that his program didn't seem to work well. So, then what UN70X said was wrong? No, that statement itself is correct. Uncle Liang said, it's just that it doesn't quite apply in racing. Shortcuts are available but should be used with caution. He looked at Sun Yan with solemn eyes and admonished, use it well to save time. Use it badly and it's a death wish. That's all I have to account for. So off you go. There was no fish soup on the table today, so Uncle Liang started collecting tea. Uncle Liang, Star and I are having our first regular tournament. Won't you come and take a look? Sun Yan and Xingchen were filled with anticipation. Oh, what's so great about the Nox Rally? Not going. Holy, that's a Thai racing suit on this guy. The racing suit actually has Hello Kitty on it. It won't be a right. But looking so handsome, even if it's not impossible. Is that a picture of his daughter on his chest? He must really love his daughter. The machinima next to her looks childish too. It feels like one of those perverted lowly controls the news talks about. In the airport terminal, Sun Yan was sitting upright, ostensibly as steady as an old dog. Inside it was practically falling apart. He knew he would get a lot of attention wearing this Hello Kitty Thai pink, but he didn't expect to be fingered by so many people at all. Sunin? A familiar voice sounded nearby. Sun Yan looked up, only to see that it was Jade 786 who was looking at him with a face full of surprise, and next to him was a group of people from the Tangyue Club, who were apparently also on their way to the Nox Rally. Asterisk 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 Sunin? What's with this racing suit on you? Zhang Kai looked Sun Yan up and down. His eyes were quite a bit incredulous, but they were soon filled with a teasing smile. Are you sure you're going to the Nox Rally and not the draft? Being able to see Sun Yan in a racing suit here made Zhang Kai and Jade 786 very surprised. They never thought that Sun Yan was actually going to participate in the Nox Rally. The silver-haired girl next to her should be Sun Yan's machine woman, right? Zhang Kai looked Star up and down, and the more he saw, the more familiar he looked. Isn't that the XC99 that was eliminated by their Tengi club? At that time when he spent $5,000 to buy the XC99 when he was excited a batch. felt that he was the time to pick up a big leak. After all, the XC model of the Machine Girl auction price is basically a few million or even 10 million level. The results of the buy down to do the dummy test almost did not give him a scare after the death of him. He now still remember the silicone dummy in tatters, and a profound realization. It's really worth every penny when it comes to auctioning off Machinima. XC99. Bull. Tough guy. Sun Yen. I respect you as a man. You dare to fish out such a Machinima. In the middle of the day, Zhang Kai collected his laughter, wrapped his arms around Jade 786 and gave Sun Yen a thumbs up. Remember what you said? I'll see you on the track. He deliberately followed Sun Yen's cold tone and turned his face to be happy. We'll really be able to meet each other on the Nox track. I hope you'll make it down from the Nox track alive. After all, how do I say that you're also considered to be my old employee? Passengers traveling to the Nox Islands are reminded that boarding for your flight TK8543 is now open. The sound of a flight announcement rang out in the terminal. Let's go! Zhang Kai saw that the flight had arrived and wrapped his arms around Jade 786 and a group of Tengyu Club's racers and waved through the city, completely ignoring Sun Yen and Xingchen. He even felt a little ridiculous. I can't believe I was ever really worried about Sanin causing him trouble on the track. Doesn't it seem like Saunian is just a fun guy now? Boss, why do I feel like that person and the machine lady look a bit familiar? In the Tengyu Club's team, a new racer who hadn't yet been equipped with a machinima suddenly said, the clothes on that person also look quite familiar, especially the little girl in the photo. It seems like I've seen her somewhere before. What looks familiar? Zhang Kai rolled his eyes. You said yesterday that Jade 786 looked like your ex-girlfriend. And this morning you said that the daughter of the supermarket owner next door looked like your sister. Who don't you look familiar to? Boss, that's not what I meant. It just looks really familiar. He's been following some of the neighborhood practice games lately. I heard that the golden father of Banner Valley Raceway made a racing suit for the winner of the Banner Valley training race. And legend has it that it was a set of tie pink racing suit with a picture of his daughter printed all over Hello Kitty on the top and bottom. And even though there were no pictures but only descriptions, wasn't the one Sun Yen had on him the same as the one described? Okay, cut the crap. He used to be a mechanic. He didn't even go to the track. Even if you look familiar, you must be mistaken. Zhang Kai didn't take the budding racer's words seriously, and Sun Yen had already been kicked off his deterrent list. He was now up against some of the best newcomers from other clubs on the Nox Rally, including some tough dark horses, and this tournament was his and Jade 780 CXS chance to do what they had to do to pay off their debts, and Jade 780 CXS to make it happen, and they both had to give it their all with no distractions. Unfortunately, he was too busy cultivating a fit with Jade 786 these days to pay attention to the surrounding training matches. Otherwise, even if he hadn't seen the video of the Banner Valley training race, and Sun Yen and Star hadn't shown their faces much, he would have been able to recognize Sun Yen from his racing suit. Bana Valley Training Race Champion. When that status is associated with VDC Club royalty racer Young Comet Lee, it's worth even more than a Nox Rally win. The budding driver turned back. His eyes passed through the chaotic crowd, and finally looked at Sun Yen and Xingchen, who sat there calmly, especially Sun Yen, who seemed to have an unfathomably powerful aura. Somehow, a wave of ominousness surged through your heart? He always felt like his boss was going to be in big trouble. Chapter 24, The Greedy. Master, that machinima just now is Jade 786, isn't it? With a face full of vigilance, Star came up to Sun Yen and stared at him with wide eyes. How do you know? Sun Yen didn't even put Zhang Kai and Jade 780 CX's provocation in his eyes. Just now he looked at Jade 786's attributes and almost didn't die of laughter. The acceleration attribute was reduced from 72 to 65, crash resistance from 51 to 43, and cornering from 61 to 57 points. Looking at her and Zhang Kai's intimate appearance again, it was estimated that she had taken quite a few hits in these less than 5 days, resulting in not being as resistant to collisions as before. Because I smell tie on her. Star nodded, bashfully. Ha, Sun Yen froze. Can you even smell this? But that would be an adjective. Now there's a very serious question for Master, said Star, leaning down close to Sun Yen's face. If Jade 786 wanted to become Master's machine girl again, would Master agree? 99% of drivers won't say no to this kind of thing. A mecha can only choose one pilot at a time, but a pilot can contract more than one mecha at a time. There's also no drain on this sort of thing. As long as both parties are willing, the pilot has no problem contracting 3,000 machinima. The variety of choices for the Kimi-I also allows the driver to easily handle different types of tracks. For example, some tracks are particularly long, which requires a kimi with a long range as the starting point. And then, for example, those races with a high intensity of confrontation and multiple kimi starting at the same time, which require kimi with strong crash resistance and stability to be on the field. It is true that replacing kimi with a variety of modules can also help kimi adapt to the track, but high-level modules are even more expensive than the kimi, and some of them are accompanied by a reduction in secondary attributes. Moreover, the modules are more or less accompanied by a reduction in secondary attributes, so some kits may improve the ability of one attribute but may not be able to finish the race due to the reduction of other attributes. Therefore, it is not uncommon for pilots to have multiple nymphs. The more famous the pilot, the more machine girls he has around him and the better he is. Some air women will serve under a former pilot for a period of time and then save up enough money to compensate for the breach of contract to break away from the club in search of a better pilot. There are also some machinima that don't even require a dowry of auction fees and will follow famous and powerful pilots for free. Star had obviously considered this matter, and neither Jade 786 nor Zhang Kai could be a match for her in Sun Yan. This also means that Jade 786 may come back to Sun Yan, a former modifier, to play the emotional card, or even go backwards. How can you possibly agree? Sun Yan sneered, not to mention the fact that her attributes are simply a pile of, and the humiliation that she and Zhang Kai brought to me, just based on these 2 points. It's no longer possible for her to become my machine lady. Wouldn't agree to it even if it was upside down? No. Star stared at Sun Yan for a moment, greatly relieved. That's a bad pilotess. She patted Sun Yan's shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner, I can sense that her motives are impure, the type that notoriously uses pilots as a jumping-off point, but I'm relieved to see that Master is so determined. It seems that Master isn't the type that would be greedy for a small advantage. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. So, in your eyes once upon a time I was greedy for small gains? Star squinted at Sun Yan. Ooh, Master. Just tell me if you subconsciously pinched when you installed the module yesterday. Ha, Sunin. Can something instinctive be considered taking advantage? Damn it, that's strange. Why hasn't the flight come yet? Sun Yan looked around and said something else. There were a lot of flights to the Nox Islands due to the Nox Rally, and it wasn't a trip that he and Kai Zhang and the others had bought. It shouldn't be late, right? Star subconsciously said, then immediately covered her mouth. Passengers traveling to Nox Islands, please note that flight TK8176 is delayed due to a malfunction and is expected to retake off in 2 hours. If necessary, please go to the service window in a timely manner to apply for a refund or change of ticket. Sun Yan glanced at Star. Star spat out, staring up at the translucent ceiling of the terminal. Master, it's such a nice day. Stop. You stop it, Auntie. Sun Yan was truly afraid of Star's ability to follow his words. Luckily, there were enough flights to the Nox Islands today that he immediately took Star to change his visa. What's this kid running around? On one of the seats in the terminal, Uncle Liang lowered his head and put down his newspaper, revealing his eyes from under his sunglasses, his gaze following Sun Yan and Xing Chen. He was dressed quite trendy today, in a dark functional style, so different from his usual plain appearance that even if Sun Yan and Xing Chen stood in front of him, they wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize him. And that's the effect Uncle Liang wanted. He didn't come to see Star and Sounding and race. He came to see the Nox Rally. Although the destination is the same, the purpose is not. These are the reasons Uncle Liang gave himself. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Sun Yan and Star arrived at the island in the Nox archipelago where the rally was held. The entrance to the rally was packed by this time. Nox Rally is the most basic event, but after all, it is a regular competition. The first hurdle for all world-class machinima is Nox, and too many top machinima have been born on this track, so the Nox Rally has always been hot, and it is held every 6 months, and every time there are a lot of spectators, and the developers have long been making a lot of money by selling tickets. Ooh, it's huge. Star looked around, her big eyes sparkling. For her, this is where dreams begin, the first stop on the road to world-class machinists. For Sun Yan, this track has an additional layer of significance. His cold gaze glanced at the club seats. Tainyue Club from Jiangcheng City is shrinking in the corner. All the racers plus Zhang Kai are only 5 or 6, and the total number of competing machines is only 3. Compared to the clubs in other big cities, they seem to be very inconspicuous. Today he was going to teach Kai Zhang and Jade 786 how to behave at the Nox Rally. Before it was just for his own sake, but now it was also for Star's sake. After all, Zhang Kai's map gun had already hit Star. Welcome everyone to the 2 times a year Nox Rally. I'm your 2.5-year-long practicing host, Quinn. The helicopter hovered in the air and the host's voice vibrated through the stereo. A big screen at the entrance of the track, which was 100 meters wide, showed the host Kuan, wearing a center-parted haircut and backpack pants. This is Nox Circuit, which is known as the place of starting. There is no guardrail here, and all the racers and mechs have no protection. 200 kilometers long, with 1,000 meters of change in elevation up and down. On this island in the tropics, the mechs and the racers will probably face all kinds of emergencies. Torrential rains, gusty winds, earthquakes. They not only have to challenge the high difficulty track, but also the natural environment. At the same time, they have other enemies as well as other machinima as well as racers. Because the corner of Quinn's mouth hooked up, reaching out and pointing at the screen full of evil, as we all know. Although the Nox Rally is not a side-by-side start, the starting interval between each machine girl is only 30 seconds. This is a common battlefield for both the racers and the machine girls, and we allow for collisions and killings on the track. But also 10 medical teams and 30 helicopters are on standby ready to come to the rescue at any time. Then, the first 10 racers and machinists who take the least amount of time and successfully reach the finish line will have the place. As the host's words fell, loud cheers erupted from the audience in front of the track. A place in the Nox Rally is the key to the senior club for wild drivers, and the only way to qualify for the challenge of moving on to the next step up in class is to have a place. Getting the top 10 is very important, but not easy, as there are at least 100 machinima in every Nox Rally. Here we have our racers and machinists entering to draw for starting order. Chapter 25, Replacement of Places. The draw was randomized, but the order of the draw was ranked according to the strength of the clubs, ending with wildcard riders like Saunian. Coming up is the Seoul Spoke Club, SSC, Seoul Roulette Club, as one of the top 500 clubs in the world. The SSC Club has given birth to a number of top racers and machinists, and today they have 3 entrants who are strong contenders for the title. At the sound of Quinn's impassioned voice, 3 men in black racing suits walked up to the draw with the machinima. Their racing suits and those of the machinistas have the SSC Club's distinctive gold wheel logo. The cheers from the surrounding spectators were even more enthusiastic, and it was clear that many people were here for SSC FC. Ooh, master, this SSC has such strong solidarity. Star's eyes glowed. When will we get that many people to support us too? It won't take long. Maybe you'll be able to accumulate a lot of fans after this tournament. Sun Yan was calm on the surface, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The racers and machinists of the SSC Club looked more imposing and professional than such uninspiring contraptions as the Tengi Club. For every pair of club racers and machinists that went up on the draw table, Quinn introduced them. Even smaller clubs from River City, such as Triumph and Tengi, were introduced. Just compared to those big clubs, these small clubs Quinn just simply mention. Say the name of the contestants and the machine girl. After all, they really do not have much can come up with to say. Kai Zhang and Jade 786 drew the 22nd starting spot. In a field of over 100 entries, this starting position is obviously very high. At this moment, Zhang Kai's face did not look very good. His ideal starting position was 50 and beyond. While Triumph Club's chief racer Wang Chun and Pegasus the machinist drew number 23. They took their positions early according to their respective numbers drawn. Your Triumph Club's Jun Huang? I've heard a lot about you. Zhang Kai saw Huang Jun and Pegasus lining up at the back and immediately came up to him with a playful smile. Huang Jun and Pegasus are the chief racers of Triumph Club, and Triumph Club is also much stronger than Tangyu Club. He does not feel that he can run and win Huang Jun and Pegasus with Jade 786. He just simply came up to set a close relationship, and maybe there will be a bit of crossroads with each other in the future. And he has seen the video, and Huang Jun and Pegasus are the ones who have the potential to grow up to be a golden thigh. Aha! Huang Jun and Pegasus glanced at Zhang Kai and Jade 786, turned around and stood in their positions, all lazy. Zhang Kai with Jade 786 touched a nose but not discouraged. He smiled and lowered his voice and said, Huang Jun, Pegasus, later on in the track we'll teach more. If there is a need to help the place despite mentioning, racing is never fair, especially when comparing club riders to wild riders together, and at any time riders from the same club will specifically split people to interfere with other racers and machinists in order to lift the C-suite. The help Zhang Kai said was equivalent to telling Huang Jun and Pegasus that he could help jam the racers and machine girls who set off on the track behind them, an act that was undoubtedly very shameful but had long since become the unspoken rule of the race. Mind your own business. Huang Jun's face was cold, and he said nonchalantly, thinking about all this skulking and crooked stuff day in and day out, why don't you train your skills and modify your machinima? What's really in your hands is the real thing. Yes. What you said. Zhang Kai didn't expect Huang Jun's reaction to be that big. He awkwardly wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead. He had thought that Huang Jun and Pegasus would gladly accept his help, but it turned out that they couldn't even look at it. This slap was considered to be on the horse's leg. Pegasus also lifted his chin and squinted at Jade 786. The contemptuous eyes seemed to question how the pilot of the Jade 786 PDF download contract was such a loser. and in the face of such a gaze, Jade 786 could only bow her head and bite her lip to pretend she didn't see it. She also felt that Zhang Kai's behavior was humiliating, but she was now Zhang Kai's contracted machinist, so at least until the end of the Nox rally, she had to have no suspicion of Zhang Kai and try to work together as perfectly as possible so that she could have a chance of obtaining a top 10 ranking. Just at this time, her mind suddenly and unconsciously floated out of Sun Yan's figure. Sun Yan once told her that racers also have a backbone, and that people live with one face and trees live with one skin. Sun Yan didn't even bend his spine when he was kicked out of the club in the first place, so if he were here now, he definitely wouldn't be like Zhang Kai, right? No, what was I thinking? Jade 786 shook her head. There's no way a rookie like Sun Yan with no track experience can take me to victory. Attention staff, driver number 74 has requested a change of starting position. A beep came over the radio, and originally Zhang Kai and Huang Jun didn't care until the staff led Sun Yan and Xing Chen over. Hey, hello again. Sun Yan walked up to Huang Jun and Pegasus with the 74th sign and said with a smile, "How's it going? Don't mind switching places with me, right? This number 74 of mine is a prime starting position. Oh, the track in front of me will be pretty much cleared by then." You, Huang Jun pointed at Sun Yan with wide eyes, and his mouth was able to stuff a rotten egg. "I thought you weren't coming to Nox?" "Right." Pegasus also crossed his arms full of anger. "You guys went back on your word." "That what?" Sun Yan embarrassedly scratched his head. "My family's machine lady broke a 1,000-year-old golden cicada wood table yesterday. Now I'm carrying a high amount of debt. I can only participate in competitions to earn prize money to try to pay back the money earlier. Otherwise I'll be karma waste." Star sputtered in embarrassment. After all, she was the one who smashed the table with her head. Jun Huang and Pegasus. "Uncle Rio, Achi dash." "Okay." Huang Jun sighed helplessly and took the number plate in Sun Yan's hand. "You've come all the way here. What can I say? It's really hard to imagine that pilots and machinistesses like you guys would be living in such dire straits. But thank you for giving us the back starting position. Racers number 74 and number 23 are changing starting positions. Please take your witches to your respective starting positions." Huang Jun and Pegasus took Sun Yan's 74th starting position and went to line up prettily. Few people will change the back starting position to the front. There are racers and machinists who feel that Sun Yan is in the brain. There are also many front racers and machinists who are envious and jealous of Huang Jun Pegasus. After all, no one wants to be in the front as a scavenger hunt for others too. After all, no one wants to be a scavenger at the front to give others a graft. Is that the man the captain told me to pay special attention to, Saunian and XC99? On the 24th parking space, a handsome, somewhat mixed-race-looking racer was sizing up Sun Yan and Xing Chen. He had a club sign on his chest, with the VVC Club Shield logo prominently displayed. "It doesn't seem to be anything special." The next Megane, a blonde-haired Mikado, said boredly with her arms folded over her chest. "I think Comet Senpai is too sensitive. That Megane and pilot don't give me any threat. How can they be our rivals?" Yun Bao, "Don't underestimate the enemy, since it's the person Elder Liang told us to be wary of. There must be something outstanding about him." Kim Young-tae narrowed his eyes. He was a rookie racer from the cold country who had gotten lucky enough to enter the VVC Club for further training, thanks to good skills recognized by the machine lady TYB65, which is now the Clouded Leopard next to him. With the outstanding ability of the Cloud Panther, he will have a chance to compete for the top 3 in the Nox Rally, and the VVC Club owner has given him the goal of winning the championship. And by winning the Nox Rally as a rookie, he will not only get a modification fee, but he will also receive the VVC Club's S-Class support program. Today's match has to be 10 out of 10, Kim Young-tae thought in his heart. Chapter 26, Sun Yan, you and Jun Huan know each other? Zhang Kai couldn't help but panic in his heart when he saw that Huang Jun, who had just treated him with disdain, was actually talking and laughing with Sun Yan. Doesn't he know what Sun Yan is like? Usually silent, full of only tuning and racing. There is no network. How could such a little man befriend the Triumph Club's chief racer? But now the facts were in front of him. Even Huang Jun's eyes were not quite right when he looked at Sun Yan. It was not like he was looking at his juniors, but like he was looking at his seniors. What the hell's going on? In the face of Zhang Kai's question, Sun Yan just revealed an amiable smile. He. XC99, could it be that you know Pegasus, and thus befriended Jun Huang? Star followed Sun Yan's example and revealed a Anya-same sinister smile. Ha. Hey, what do you guys mean by the smile? Answer my question. Zhang Kai only felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the smiles on Star and Sun Yan's faces, but Sun Yan and Star just didn't answer his question and just continued. Ha. Damn it! Zhang Kai was forced back by Star's and Sun Yan's sinister smiles and returned to his starting position, exasperated. Isn't it just that you know Triumph Club's Huang Jun? Does knowing someone else's chief racer improve your level? Don't look down on people. You'll have to show your true colors when you get on the track later. What Zhang Kai thought in his heart was that he and Jade 786 started early, and Sun Yan and XC99 probably couldn't see his taillights. Even if he could catch up in a straight line with the speed of the XC99, he could use the characteristic of the first-hand start to jam the position of Sun Yan and the XC99, and even create more trouble for them on the track. In addition, there are also 2 racers in his club to participate in the knocks, although they may not necessarily be able to run the whole course, but the starting positions are ahead of them, and in the process of the 30-40 minute long race may be able to put that to utilize it. Sun Yan, I had thought that my departure would make you wake up to your inadequacies. Jade 786 ruffled the long hair on the side of her cheek behind her ear, and a touch of disappointment appeared in her eyes. I didn't expect that you haven't changed at all. Nox Rally is all about hard power. There's no point in climbing relationships to get to know those racers, and we'll have to use our respective abilities to speak up on the track in the end. Apparently just now Sun Yan's act of giving up the back seat to Huang Jun and Pegasus has been taken as a deliberate attempt to curry favor. Sun Yan didn't explain. He stood in a line with Star and smiled grimly at Jade 786. He. The corner of Jade 786's mouth twitched, and with a cold snort she turned back to Zhang Kai as she was about to unfold and prepare for the launch. Master, the general is up, said Star in a voice that only she and Saunian could hear. That's right. Sun Yan nodded his head. Huang Jun drew a bit, just 23. It's really heaven's help. He. Star, ha. Clouded leopard. We need to get ready to send out the car as well. Kim Youngtae let his own machinima unfold and catapulted himself into the driver's seat. Do Zhang Kai and Jade 786 in front of the 23rd position ring a bell to you? They seem to know Sun Yan in the 23rd position. Clouded leopard, who had spent all night reading the intelligence last night, shook his head, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an open arc. No impression. Anything I don't have an impression of is either a garbage wild rider or a stray fish from a small club. Not enough to worry about. You ah. Kim Youngtae shook his head inside. Cloud leopard is good everywhere. All kinds of attributes are very balanced. And even let him do not know what kind of module to go on. It can be said that it is a machine girl that cannot be picked. If I had to find a flaw, it would be a condescending personality that doesn't take anyone seriously. Master, 5 minutes. Cloud Panther smiled. I'll overtake that XC99 in front of me in 5 minutes, and Jade 786 in 7, and I won't give them any breathing room. Hopefully. Kim Youngtae put on his helmet. There was a hidden worry in his heart. Liang and Comet were VDC's royal racers, the big boys who were already storming the national circuit. Can the people they're asking to be vigilant really be that bad? Please have number 23 ready to start. Saunian put on his helmet and held the star's joystick with both hands. 30 seconds ago, Zhang Kai and Jade 786 had already set off and gave him the middle finger before leaving, but it didn't matter. He upheld the principle that people were ruthless, and the most he could do was ha. Star, how soon do you expect to catch up with Jade 786? 2 minutes. Star smiled confidently. Jade 786 is a machine girl who came out of the same batch as me. I watched her debut, and I was almost twice as fast as her. But master, up ahead I'd like to drive a little slower. Almost 3 minutes to overtake. Why? Sun Yan stroked Star's head. Nox's first difficult turn is at about 10 kilometers, and I'd like to get stuck in that position over Jade 786. Star replied. As soon as Sun Yan heard it, he probably knew what Star was thinking. You want to jam Jade 786 out of the track? That's right. Star nodded menacingly with wide eyes. That aggressive? Despite guessing it, Sun Yan still felt a little surprised. After all, Star had always given him the feeling of being a harmless type. Who told that stinky guy and stinky machine lady to bully you? Star looked at Sun Yan and said in a serious manner, this is not called radicalization. This is called revenge. The aggression that Masters suffered before. It's up to me, genius machine lady Star, to help you get it back. In fact, when he walked onto the Nox track, Sun Yan was indifferent to Zhang Kai and Jade 786, and the lion and tiger would not care about the ant that was casually crushed. He just wanted to finish the race well to win the championship, and in the meantime, give Zhang Kai and Jade 786 a long lesson by switching his place to number 23 just for this step. So he never thought of driving Zhang Kai and Jade 786 out of the track. After all, the integrity of being a professional racer is still there. Now that he heard Star say this, while he felt warmth in his heart, he couldn't help but look squarely at Zhang Kai and Jade 786 once again. Now that it was Star who was fighting alongside him, then he had to consider not only his own ideas, but add Star's as well. Good, then let's do as you say and we'll drive them out of the track. Sun Yan took a deep breath, his eyes gradually turning cold. Oh, Master's got a lot of energy. Starting countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, go. Boom dash. The Star engine hissed and leapt away, leaving only the sand and dust kicked up by the tires, and by the time the sand and dust gradually cleared, she was no longer visible on the track. Please have number 24 ready to start. It wasn't until the radio beep sounded that Kim Young-tae, who was holding onto the Clouded Leopard's steering wheel, reacted. Clouded Leopard, get ready to launch. He touched Clouded Leopard's back, who had just been in a daze, and the orders he had given were ignored. Oh, yes, master, came the trembling voice of Clouded Leopard from the front. Kim Young-tae pursed his lips. It was the first time he had seen Clouded Leopard this flustered and disoriented, and he knew what the reason was. The speed that just erupted from the instant that the machinima named Star started up left Clouded Leopard confused. Not to mention that Clouded Leopard was confused. As the driver he was equally confused. In all his years of training at the Cold Country Club, it was the first time he had seen a machinima with such a fast start. What kind of technology is this guy using? Is it a special module? Or maybe it's a machinima's ability? Kim Young-tae took a deep breath. Whichever of these reasons it was, it signaled that this Nox rally today was never going to be as easy as he thought it would be. Chapter 27, Who is the God? On the Nox track, Zhang Kai looked behind him through the rearview mirror, where there was only the wilderness under the pale sunset. Couldn't see anything other than the distant road and the yellow sand rolled up by the wheels. Jade, do you think we should wait for Sun Yen and the XC99? The corner of Zhang Kai's mouth curled up into a nasty smile. I feel like I've been modifying you pretty well in the past 2 days, and that module, even though I don't know what grade it is, it's after all a good thing that was passed down from the previous club owner, and I feel like you're going faster by quite a bit. Yes, is it? Jade 786 was concentrating on the track. She didn't expect Zhang Kai to be in the mood to think of anything else at this time, and she didn't feel any increase in her attributes. She was happy when Zhang Kai figured out that module for her. After installing the module, she felt uneasy, and because of Zhang Kai's face, she couldn't say anything more, so she could only bring the 3 less module, whose name and model number were not even clear, with her head. Master, a race is not child's play. Let's not think about how to deal with Sun Yen. Our main goal is to place in the Nox rally. Think about your factory. Jade 786 reminded Zhang Kai as politely as possible. And we're about to enter the first difficult corner. That's true. Zhang Kai looked at the rearview mirror again and grunted. There were quite a few curves before, although they are all the kind that are very simple. But I'm afraid that with XC99's steering ability it's now scorched. Even a Sun Yen that Brat will modify again for a short period of time, it's not possible to bring XC99 that junk car back from the dead. The sound of propellers came from the sky, and a helicopter with live broadcasting equipment appeared in Zhang Kai and Jade 786's field of vision. The helicopter was filming the track around the first difficult corner. Obviously for Nox Rally viewers, it will be interesting to see how the racers and machinists handle the first difficult corner. Up ahead is the Rift Valley hairpin turn known as the newcomer's guillotine. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up as he gripped the joystick and focused on the bend at the end of his vision. Jade 786, the camera on the helicopter is pointing at us now. Make sure you show everyone a nice turn. Yes, master. Jade 786 bit her red lip, shaking off those stray thoughts in her mind. Rift Valley hairpin turn, the first difficult turn at Nox Raceway. It presents an overall V-shape. The whole curve is a downhill trend. The road surface is very narrow, can only accommodate 2 machine girls side by side through. In the middle of the V is a canyon more than 10 meters deep, which gives the bend the name Rift Valley Hairpin Bend, while the outside of the V is a gentle slope that spreads all the way to the coastline. The reason why it is called the newcomer guillotine is because this downhill hairpin turn will make some inexperienced pilots and racers to enter the corner. Speed error judgment led to cornering failure slid out of the track. The case of death is not to, but all the way into the sea. The pilots may not have any problem. The driver can be suffering from the old crime. If you are unlucky, at least, a fracture. Ladies and gentlemen, now entering our field of vision is Zhang Kai and Machine Lady Jade 786 from the Tangyu Club. The screens outside Nox Raceway are broadcasting the Rift Valley hairpin turns in real time, and every time Organic Nymphet goes through a turn, Quinn explains it. Speaking of which, this racer named Zhang Kai is kind of an old friend of our Nox Raceway. He has participated in 3 Nox rallies. Unfortunately, none of them ran the whole course. This is his 4th Nox rally, and he also brought his brand new Machina, Jade 786 with balanced attributes. So can they complete the course and get a good placing this time? We'll see from the first difficult hairpin turn at Nox. Just as Quinn was about to give the command for the helicopter crew to freeze the camera on Jade 786, buzz, boom boom boom, an engine roar like the hissing of a wild animal explodes around the track. From far and near, it also tore brutally at the audience's ears through the screen and sound. But even so, many of the spectators were already emotional and feverish just from hearing the sound wave. The sound of a top-notch machinima is one that drives the heart. That sound, after all, Quinn has been presiding over Nox Raceway for so many years. The moment he heard the sound, he knew that Organic Nymph was approaching at breakneck speed. He immediately took out his walkie-talkie, quickly cut the feed to the track behind Jade 786. The crew on the helicopter immediately complied. and the picture gradually lifted. Only at the end of the pale track, amidst the yellow sand, a silver stream of light crashed through the wind and sand and came speeding. It's Star and that brat. Uncle Liang removed his sunglasses and held his breath so he could see a little better. The footage given from the helicopter is a long view and gives a full view of the track for a kilometer around the Rift Valley hairpin turn. From this viewpoint, the windswept Star is in stark contrast to the Jade 786. To put it mildly, the Jade 786 looks like a junky old car at speed. But everyone knows that Jade 786 isn't that slow, and at least running Nox to get a top 20 won't be a problem. What is this? What is the speed of this silver machinima? Damn! This machine girl is about to catch up with Jade 786. Both machine girls will probably make the turn at the same time. There was no shortage of experienced spectators in the audience. They may not have had a machinist or been on the track, but having watched a lot of races, even a layman has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, and can already pretty much anticipate the upcoming fight at the hairpin turn in the Rift Valley. And as the host of Nox Raceway, Quinn instantly and covertly ordered rescuers and helicopters into position. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Spectators, it looks like Zhang Kai and Jade 786 won't be crossing this corner alone today." The No. 23 wild racer Sun Yan and his Mecha Star, who started behind Zhang Kai and Jade 786, have already caught up with them at an unbelievable speed. Can you believe it? Racer Sun Yan only just finished his formal track driving license yesterday, and before participating in the Nox Rally, his track experience only consisted of 2 private training races in Jiangcheng City. Quinn's words set off a furor in the audience. How is that possible? You just took your credentials yesterday? Only 2 practice rounds of experience? Mother asterisk 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 her. Are all the newbies that raw these days? Cohen was reading from Sun Yan and Xing Chen's material, which he had also temporarily pulled out of Sun Yan and Xing Chen's material. It's a shock not to see. What the hell is this? Triumph Club Training Race number 1. There's not much to say about this one. A first place finish in the Banner Valley Training Race doesn't hold much gold either. But here's the line, tied for first with VVC Club royalty racer Young Comet Lee in the Banner Valley Training Race. What the hell is this? That's Liang and Comet. It's a drain, isn't it? It's definitely watered down, isn't it? But even the water release is a height that 99% of the machinima will find difficult to reach. After all, with Comet's speed, running with his eyes closed leaves most machinima in the dust. Where exactly are this Sun Yan and Star? Cohen stared wide-eyed and muttered. Chapter 28, Collision. Machinima XC99, unable to steer in her debut, crashed all the way from the start to the finish line and was called a killer machinima. This kind of black history should definitely not be read out. Quinn reorganized his language and continued. Wild rider Sun Yan's machine girl, XC99, from the Star family, which is known for its speed, possesses strong acceleration but is slightly weaker in terms of steering. But after Sun Yan's tuning and modifications, has XC99's steering attributes been improved? We might be able to see it soon. As he was talking, Quinn saw that Star was already traveling side by side with Jade 786. It was easy to overtake Jade 786 with Star's current speed, and he also thought that Star would overtake in a straight line. However, to his surprise, Star suddenly slowed down and traveled side by side with Jade 786, and the 2 machine girls rushed towards the Rift Valley hairpin turn at the same time. He hadn't really confirmed it just now, but now he confirmed that Star was set on having a fight with Jade 786 at the Rift Valley hairpin bend. Do these 2 witches have some kind of problem? The doubt in Quinn's heart was soon covered by surprise and excitement, and there is no doubt that this fight will become the first explosive point in this year's Nox Rally. Even a big race like the Nox Rally needs press and publicity. And of course the most publicized and prestigious event is the special track where racers compete with racers and machinists compete with machinists. This scenario is more common on races with side-by-side starts, but rare on the Nox Rally, which starts at sequential intervals. It was especially rare for Star to deliberately fight with Jade 786 when it was obvious that he could overtake. All units prepare for rescue and videotaping. Quinn took a deep breath, took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Whether or not the boss will give us a chicken leg after the game tonight depends on whether or not you guys can capture the next exciting footage." Meanwhile, at Nox, before the Rift Valley hairpin turn, as Jade 786 and Star got closer to the bend, the atmosphere became more and more stagnant. The storm is coming. They're catching up. How is that possible? Zhang Kai turned his head to look at Star and Sun Yan with a face full of horror. At this time Sun Yan and XC99 should be licking their wounds at one of the curves in front of them. And then look at XC99's body. There is no trace of a collision at all. In the face of Zhang Kai's perplexed disbelief, Sun Yan and Xing Chen just turned their heads at the same time to look at Zhang Kai, revealing a sinister smile. Uing. Zhang Kai was so angry that he slammed his fist on the joystick, and the Jade 786 in front of him couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air in pain. But he gritted his teeth and didn't dare to complain. It's a critical time in the race and she wants to run the Nox Rally no matter what. Her heart went cold when Sun Yan and XC99 caught up with her. She saw the bright silver body of Star, the very same mysterious mecha that she had talked about with Zhang Kai the night she had followed him home, when she had said that there was no way it could be a match for this mecha, and Zhang Kai had said that they couldn't run it, but they could fight for a top 10 on Nox. It turned out that the machinima was the XC99 that she had despised and had been thrown back into the fold by the Tengi Club, and the pilot of the XC99 is Sun Yan, who she kicked away mercilessly with her scheme. She still remembered when she had made her debut in the same batch as the XC99. The XC99's terrifying speed had made her crazy with jealousy, and the XC99's terrible steering from head-on collision had also made her heart quicken. But at the moment there were no collision marks on the XC99, which meant that her steering problem had already been resolved. Perhaps that night, and the person who resolved the problem was undoubtedly Sun Yan. Thinking of this, Jade 786 red eyes. The body shook for a while, and the breathing became rapid, and the heart was even more mixed. Whatever Sun Yan used, he did get the XC99 off the ground. So if she hadn't kicked Sun Yan out in the first place, would she be the one who was off the hook now? Sun Yan, you think you're done after modifying the XC99? There's a hairpin turn ahead. Do you know what a hairpin turn is? Zhang Kai looked at Sun Yan with a maniacal expression and slapped his hands hard on the joystick. You want to go through the corner with me? You want to jam me? Fine. I'd like to see how you're going to jam me. He directly ordered Jade 786 to fill up the fuel and raced with Sun Yan next to him. Master, calm down. Jade 786 gasped as she endured the pain in her back. The XC99 is more crash resistant than I am, and if there's a collision at the hairpin turn I'll probably get knocked off the track. Then what do you mean? Zhang Kai stared with a bullseye. His pride would not allow someone he had once trampled under his feet to now run over him and flaunt him. Master, I suggest slowing down and letting Sunin and XC99 take the corner first. Jade 786 looked back at Zhang Kai, his face full of pleading. She hoped that Zhang Kai would look at the big picture rather than a momentary battle of wills. However, what answered her was a slap from Zhang Kai. Who do you think you are? You're just a machine woman. To put it bluntly, you're just a piece of servant bought by me to do whatever I tell you to do. And if you can't do it, get the hell out of here and go back to work. Saunian and Star, traveling side by side, let out the occasional ha-ha odd laugh, doing little damage and pulling in insults. He has been so angry that he has long been unable to distinguish between east and west and south, just red-eyed clutching the joystick. Full of thoughts are in Sun Yan in the front of the hairpin bend to fight it out. Jade 786 had no choice but to follow Zhang Kai's order to move forward at full speed. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, both machinima are about to enter the turn at the same time. Quinken's excited roar resounded throughout the arena. The crew on the helicopter squeezed the camera, while the doctor next to them made a bitter face and crossed his chest. Many people in the audience couldn't help but stand up. Uncle Liang nervously clutched the iced tea in his hand and stood up after him. He didn't notice he wasn't wearing his sunglasses, and a camera near one of the spectators' seats caught his face on camera. Buzz boom dash. The engine hissed as Star cut through the inside turn, using inertia to drift through the corner with Sunin maneuvering. Instead, Zhang Kai took Jade 786 through the corners at a reduced speed from the outside corners, trying to take advantage of the Rift Valley hairpin's pitifully small track width and length. Jade 786 didn't want to collide with Star, which resulted in even less space to utilize. But whenever she was being cautious, Zhang Kai's orders would make her bring her speed up again. When the wills of the pilot and the Miko hedge, it also means the beginning of a runaway. Jade 786 didn't have time to lose control because the Star next to it had already begun its inertial dump. Crunch dash. The wheels rubbed frantically on the pavement, sending up sparks and blazing black smoke. Jade 786 watched in shock as the front of Star's car drew a graceful arc with the center of the bend as its base. She didn't know what it was, and her soul shuddered at it, but she knew it was definitely Sun Yan's operation. At this moment, that man is sitting in the driver's seat of the XC99 with a cold face, and the strange smile on his face has long been converged, and his light gaze glances over for a flash, just like an emperor using his gaze to honor a mole cricket. And she is that mole cricket, and the moment she met Sun Yan's gaze, Jade 786 even felt her eyes sting a little. Boom! A loud sound accompanied by a huge force came from the back of the side of the body. Jade 786 only felt that her body was completely out of control. Amidst Zhang Kai's panicked screams, she saw that she had veered off the track, farther and farther away from it, her vision vibrating and tumbling skyward, pain from the collision coming from all around her until she was submerged in seawater. Her gaze still followed Sun Yan's figure, only with the fading roar. She couldn't even see Star's taillights. Chapter 29, Lingering Slaps. This kid, did he just do that on purpose? Uncle Liang couldn't help but be relieved to see Sun Yan successfully crossing the corner with Star. Although he had confidence in Sun Yan and Xingchen, he was still sweating from just holding the earth in the curved road. After all, even the offense can be very passive when the mechs collide with the mechs. Well, it ended well, as Zhang Kai and Jade 786 were easily crashed into the sea by Star. This brat really has a vindictive character. He owes it to himself. Uncle Liang shook his head helplessly and sat back in his seat to put on his mask and sunglasses. Some time ago, he had already secretly investigated the matter between Sun Yan and Tengyu Club, and knew that it was Zhang Kai, the owner of Tengyu Club, and Jade 786, the machine woman, who had deliberately kicked Sun Yan out of the club. Now that this collision had caused Jade 786 and Zhang Kai to completely lose the opportunity to continue competing for the Nox Raceway, it was also considered a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. And by this time, it wasn't until Sun Yan and Star had disappeared from the live feed for quite a while. It was only then that the audience erupted into heated discussions and cheers as if they had finally reacted. Beautiful cornering. Unbelievable. What's this player's name again? Sun Yan? It's a newcomer? That oversteer alone is worth the price of admission to this Nox rally. Do any of you know what that trick is? Never seen it before. Ha 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 ha. Now I feel horribly strong. Host Quinn's attention is still focused on the screen. The image of Sun Yan and his star utilizing a bizarre dump to whip the Jade 786 down a Rift Valley hairpin turn kept playing in his mind. That's right, smoking. In his opinion, that magnificent cornering technique was more like a lingering slap, smacking the pride and dignity of Jade 786 to the ground together. Did you see that, viewers? He took a deep breath, his face reddening from excitement, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "That magnificent cornering just now! I dare say it's the first time in the history of the Nox Rally that a competitor has used such an astonishing cornering technique in a machinima. It's a good thing our cameraman has documented the magnificent performance we just saw, so let's reminisce again." Quinn gave a command to the crew next to the big screen. Originally there were several sub-blocks on the screen showing the images of the big club players, but now all of them disappeared, and the only thing on the whole big screen was the Rift Valley hairpin turn, framed in the moment when Star and Jade 786 were about to enter the turn side by side, and then the image began to play at 0.5 times the speed. The ear-piercing friction sound and the engine's roar made the whole body of all the spectators have goosebumps. Once again, the crowd witnessed Jade 786 being jerked off the track almost unopposed, and Star's body stuttered only slightly as she drew an even arc around the center of the corner, then righted the body and exited the turn on full gas, leaving only 4 scorched tire tracks on the ground. Even if you're already watching it a second time, it still makes your head spin. Old woo. Can you tell if this is a skill of the machine woman or a technique the pilot has realized on his own? That's hard to say. The assistant coaches of the VDC and SSC clubs were getting together, with shock and confusion still lingering on their faces that hadn't fully dissipated. There are tire marks on the track, and this only happens when the tires lose grip. Wu Zun, the coach of the VDC club, frowned and pinched his brow. We also leave marks on the ground when we brake sharply. That's when tire holding occurs, but no one has ever envisioned utilizing this for cornering. After all, letting go of the brakes at high speeds through a corner would cause the mecha to lose control. If the pilot of that machinima did that just by virtue of his skill, then there's no doubt that he's a true genius. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as hugging dead Na. SSC club's coach sighed, convinced that driver in the wheel hold dead after certainly also carried out other operations. His machine lady cornering speed is barely reduced. To complete this operation, the center of the corner, into the corner speed, into the corner of the choice and control of the point must reach the point of perfection. This person is definitely not Quinkun, said that the rookie driver. I'll ask you, can you skillfully grasp that much information? Hang on. Wu Zun shook his head. If it's a track that I'm very familiar with, then it's definitely no problem. But this person is really participating in the Nox Rally for the first time, and his knowledge of the track may only be limited to the video. And if he's participated in the Nox in the past, there's a record of it in Quinquin. Genius. This is a real genius. SSC's coach couldn't help but sigh, and said with a wary face, Sun Yan, a racer we at SSC have our eyes on. I hope you VDC will behave yourselves. On what basis? Wu Zun slanted a glance at the SSC coach. A bird chooses a good tree to live in. Our two clubs compete fairly, and ultimately whichever club Sun Yan is willing to go to is his own choice. We at SSC can equip him with better machinima, provide him with all kinds of modules free of charge, and a high salary every month, and prizes for participating in competitions no matter the ranking. Che, talking about this like we don't have it at VVC. The coaches of 2 Fortune 500 clubs were bickering in the corner of the stands, and Quinn didn't hold back from playing back the footage of the cornering he had just done, as much as he wanted to watch it a few more times. The Nox Rally wasn't run for Sanin and Star's family, and even if he was biased he'd have to give some footage to the other racers and machinists, so he could only end the phase with a summary. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, it appears we are witnessing the rise of a superstar. Remember this moment. Remember that beautiful arc. Just as the audience's attention was drawn to Star and Sun Yan, Quinn also gave a bit of footage on Zhang Kai and Jade 786. At that time Jade 786 was still soaking in the shore. She had been forced to end her unfolding mode, lying frozen on her back in the seawater looking at the sky as the waves floated by, not knowing what she was thinking about. while Zhang Kai lay on his back on the beach like a dead dog. If Jade 786 and T dragged the unconscious man to shore, by this time Zhang Kai was probably drowned. The medical team came quickly. In less than 5 minutes they had already put Zhang Kai on the helicopter, and when they tried to take Jade 786 with them, Jade 786 refused. "I've only got a few superficial wounds." She took the hand of one of the medics with a pale face and pleaded pitifully, "Can you take me to the finish line? I want to go to the finish line." That medical personnel saw that there was really nothing wrong with Jade 786. He thought that Jade 786 was full of regrets because she didn't run the Nox rally, and that's why she wanted to go to the finish line to feel the atmosphere of victory. So she didn't refuse to let another helicopter send Jade 786 to the finish line, not realizing that by this time Jade 786 had already made her own calculations. When Sun Yan took a glance at me, he should have been more satisfied with me, right? Jade 786 sat in the helicopter looking at the track, and the image of that day when Sun Yan firmly pointed at her and told Zhang Kai that he wanted her came to mind. She's going to wait for Sun Yan at the end of the line, and maybe even get Sunin to come around. After all, what kind of pilot would turn down a down-and-out machinima? The big deal was that she would return all of the money from the original auction as liquidated damages to the Tengyu Club and break the machinist contract with Zhang Kai. She had now seen that Sun Yan wasn't as bad as she thought at all. She was larded up and didn't see that Sun Yan was a genius. There is also a Nox rally this year. Since Sun Yan was able to get the XC99 off the ground, it would be equally feasible for her with more balanced attributes. Only by following Sun Yan would she have a way out. Chapter 30, Hostility from the SSC. Master, how about you just tell me how well I wiggled that ass just now? Ha ha ha. It's very mellow. Ha 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 ha. From the cab came Sun Yan and Star's strange laughter as one. Master, I've actually summarized a rule from so many cornering sessions. Star was staring at the track without turning back, and Sun Yan couldn't see her face, only her ass. But I'm sure Star's expression should be very serious at this time. What laws? Star shook her head and said, good ass twisting, no worries about going around corners. Sunin, he was so hungry, why did he expect so much from a bean? Master, how about the law I summarized? Star didn't hear Sun Yan's response and asked relentlessly, well, you summarize the laws very well, grounded. Yes. Star wiggled her butt happily. Ooh, I sure am a talented machine girl. Sun Yan wanted to knock Star. Let Star not get carried away. After all, there are still so many curves behind, especially near the end of the continuous hairpin turns. That is a huge test for Star. But he turned to think, Star is to help him out of the gas before so happy. This time to fight Star's enthusiasm is not good. Education of the child is to provide a certain amount of positive feedback, so as to let her become stronger. So he nodded his head and smiled. Yes, you are indeed a genius machinima. Oh, genius machine lady wants durian and stinky tofu. Okay, I'll take you to buy it right after the game. Encouraged by Sun Yan Kwa, stinky tofu and durian, Star played very consistently. The subsequent corners were smooth, regardless of their difficulty, with less than a quarter of the race remaining and the helicopter, which had been following the filming, appearing above them. That's something that only the seeded players from those big clubs get. Master, it's so noisy, can you make that helicopter go away? Star grumbled disgruntledly. She even tried to throw the helicopter out of the way, but as far as speed was concerned, it was still the unobstructed helicopter in the sky that was a bit faster. That helicopter was dedicated to filming us, and your performance is probably being watched by many viewers right now. Sun Yan patted Star's back as if he was coaxing a child. Whoa, really? Star perked up her rosy ears and pulled up her pitch. Then, well, this organized lady is magnanimous, so I'll just let that helicopter follow. The words came out with panache, but in actuality Star had become serious and his body was bowed down. Being watched by so many spectators, she can't afford to fall off the chain and make a fool of herself on the next track. Sun Yan smiled and looked up at the track, when suddenly two black sports cars appeared at the end of his vision, one on the left and one on the right, almost blocking the track completely. These two machinists. Sun Yan frowned. He had an impression of these two witches. They were from the SSC club. That club's racers and machinists are characterized by being all black. Racers wear black racing suits. Machine lady also changed black car film. A hole exudes the breath of life, do not approach. But he remembered that the Nox rally was a sequential start mechanism, and these two machinimas shouldn't be occupying the track side by side even if they started at the front. Even if it was really that coincidental that it happened that the same clubs would start one spot apart. However, the rear car drove side by side to occupy the track after catching up with the front car. an act that was clearly intentional, deliberately jamming the machinima coming up behind it. Oh, the racers of this world really don't have much skill, but the dirty tricks on the track are quite through. Sun Yan eyes chills raging. This kind of joint with the club intentionally card track behavior he is the most despised. Then that kind of illegal modification is even worse. It's not like things like this didn't happen at rallies in previous lives. Most racers deal with this situation by either reporting it or having to wait until they get into the wide track to find an opportunity to overtake. The former doesn't work in this world. And to put it bluntly, there are few moral limits to rallying in the Machine Girl era. The latter was no different than giving up on the race. The two black machine girls weren't very fast, and being stuck with them meant a delay. Master, what's going on with these two machine girls in front of us? They're blocking the road. How are we supposed to get past them? In the face of Star's complaints, Sun Yan didn't open his mouth, nor did he slow down. He just kept a cold face and tapped his fingers on the joystick, not knowing what he was pondering. Coach Zhang, your SSC players aren't very decent. Why are they still jamming other people's positions? After the hairpin turn from the Rift Valley, the big screen at the Nox rally featured chunks of footage of Sunin and Star. VBC coach Wu Zun looked at Sun Yan and Xingchen, who were stuck in their positions, and couldn't help but look at the side with contempt. This is a dirty trick, and it's still a top 500 club? What a disgrace. It can't be helped. SSC coach Zhang sighed and rubbed his nose awkwardly. After all, he was the one who gave the order to jam Sun Yan and Xingchen. You are not no. This time we SSC contestants. There is our club owner's son. I have a task on me. No matter what to let that kid get first place. Originally I was very confident. After all, that kid witches and technology are not weak. But, ugh, it's that Wang Yiming kid? Right. Wu Zun looked at Zhang Sheng sympathetically. He wouldn't even give this kind of order if he didn't have to as a coach of a top 500 club like SSC. Although such tactics are not prohibited on the track, it's certainly a stigma to talk about it. No, there was already a lot of cursing in the stands. At this time, more than 50 minutes have passed since the first locomotive started. Wang Yiming of the No, for starting position has successfully completed the race, and is now sitting on the SSC club's grandstand with his hands clasped on his chest and looking at the big screen. He and his locomotive are not very good looking. Every time a locomotive cuts to the screen on the big screen, the lower right corner of the screen will display in real time the speed of the locomotive's cornering speed in each difficult corner as well as the average speed of each difficult corner before. However, right now they are not number one in either average speed or cornering speed. The first is the Machine Girl Star and her pilot Sunin. On what grounds? On what grounds can they be that fast? Wang Yiming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Just moments ago, the last of the machinima had also been dispatched. Aside from Saunian and Star, none of these machinima and pilots were a threat to his first. And now, the other two players from SSC Club had stuck Sun Yan and Star. The end of this game is basically a foregone conclusion. But even so, Wang Yiming still felt immensely humiliated. He started practicing when he was 7 years old, and his first machinima 3 million shot accompanied him through his childhood growing up. The second machinima was shot for $8 million when he was 18, and is now the Jedi next to him. On top of that, he spent more than $2 million to configure modules for the Jedi. He should have been riding high in this race, shaking off a half minute or even a minute or two of second place, but now they're being rubbed on the ground by a wild rider and wild machinist who came out of nowhere. He's not happy about it. Fully suppress this Machina's track space. He picked up his walkie-talkie and coldly contacted his coach, Zhang Sai. Let them find a way to squeeze that machinima out of the track if necessary. The first 10 they don't want to take. After the words were spoken, Wang Yiming put down the walkie-talkie. And that's just the first step in the strategy to deal with Sun Yan, the wild rider, who has a combo waiting in the wings. Chapter 31, he's smiling. For wild riders, the race is the stage to prove themselves, and the club is their goal to prove themselves. Any wild rider squeezes to join the Club of Stars. By joining the club, you can enjoy the club's reputation plus and various resource subsidies, and the cost of cultivating machinima is greatly reduced. There's even a chance to get a free machinima that they can't afford in their lifetime. Therefore, Wang Yiming was not at all afraid that this behavior would make Sun Yan hate him. He had seen too many wild riders groveling to join the club. When this match is over, he immediately throws an olive branch to Sun Yan and Star. He could almost already predict Sun Yan's expression. From anger to the ecstasy of hearing that he was invited by the SSC club, the aggravation and fire he received on the track was instantly wiped away. But when Sun Yan and Star joined the SSC, he would try to find a way to split Sun Yan and Star up. If Star was really exceptionally good in performance, he would use the money to smash him into his own machinima. If it was due to Sun Yan's personal excellence and skill, he would milk Sun Yan's skill, and afterwards snowing him away. This kind of thing happens from time to time in major clubs, many of which discriminate against wild riders and prefer to develop full-fledged teams. It didn't matter even if Sun Yan refused to join SSC, he had ways to keep Sun Yan from getting into a single club. On the other side, SSC's coach Zhang Sai's face became even more ugly when he heard Wang Yiming's words. Is it too much to ask to squeeze people out of the track even if they are stuck in it? TSK, Wang Yiming, this kid is narrow-minded. I don't know how your boss educated him. Wu Zun, the coach of VBC Club, shook his head contemptuously from the side. With this style of handling things, how far can he go in racing? It's fine if he can become a smart armorer in the future, but if he doesn't, he'll be cleaned up sooner or later. How can I care about these things? Zhang Sai pinched his brow and had a headache for a while. He felt that he shouldn't have brought his team here today. Wu Zun, I'm not like you. You're just a piece of your machinima. One person can eat and the whole family won't go hungry, but I still have a wife and child. In front of my professional ethics, I have to think about supporting my family first. Remember when one of us chose VBC and one of us chose SSC? Both wanted to make something out of it. Wu Zun laughed, his eyes full of self-deprecation. As a result, now what? We're not famous for anything. We didn't become intelligent armors, and we can't push open the door to the temple after all. Zhang Sai didn't say anything, just lit a cigarette and barred it. After 3 or 2 puffs, he grabbed his walkie-talkie and gave orders to the SSC club runners on the track. After the tunnel ahead, squeeze that macho out. In the cab, Sun Yan's fingers tapping the joystick suddenly stopped. Star, I remember a tunnel up ahead, right? Right. Star nodded. Less than 500 meters to the tunnel. Master, do you have any instructions? She stared menacingly at the asses of the 2 machine girls in front of her, her milky voice squeezing through her teeth. Master, at your command, I'm going to ram all those machine girls in front of me. Hoo. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. He had long ago looked at the attributes of the 2 machine girls in front of him. The one on the left resists collision 71, the one on the right resists collision 68, and the collision resistance is lowered to 77 after Star installs the Hurricane module. Now that all 3 machine maidens were in a traveling state, Star's speed would have to reach 2-3 times the speed of the machine maidens in front of her to be able to knock them out of the way, and at today's speed crashing into them, the probability was that it would just be toppling off a little bit, and those 2 machine maidens would still be stuck dead in front of Star. So going up in a head-iron reckless way wasn't feasible, but he already had a response in mind. Stick it up, suck in their wake stream for now and be ready to overtake. Master, want to crash? There was obvious excitement in Star's voice. Crash it, bump my ass. Sun Yan slapped Star's ass. Can you stop being so headstrong? Cack, don't be in a hurry. A cold glint flashed in Sun Yan's eyes. Do as I say. I have a way to overtake the car. That calm and powerful voice seemed to have a kind of magic power, calming down even Star, who was in a fickle mood due to being stuck. She followed Sunian's instructions to stay close behind the 2 machine girls, sucking in the wake stream and running effortlessly. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, it seems that our dark horse rider, Sunian Star, has run into a bit of trouble. Quinn's voice reached the room through the stereo next to the big screen. In order to block Sun Yan Star from winning the title, our SSC club has sent 2 players to interfere as they block the track. If Sun Yan Star is unable to pass the blocking, then unfortunately, they will have to give away the championship trophy that is already in their arms. Quinn held up a finger. Spittle splattered on the microphone, but if they can break through the blockade, I think this race will definitely be the beginning of their takeoff. 300 meters of straight-line sprint will enter a 100-meter-long tunnel, and then not far away is Nox's most difficult Z-type continuous hairpin turns, called Nox's broken wrist of the hard bone. Narrow corners can only be passed by a machine girl. In this final less than 1 kilometer of the track, Sun Yan and Star will still be able to have a chance to overtake the car? The commentary was passionate, but the audience wasn't buying it. The image of Sun Yan driving the Star through a curve like a show-off has been deeply engraved in the viewers' minds. Some of them are regular guys who simply love racing, and some are wild drivers who have never had the opportunity to join a club in their lives. On this game today, they had eyes only for the arc that shivered their souls. They were already enamored with Sun Yan and Star. It's the love that makes this moment all the more angrier for it. How can you guys do this? By what right are you stuck with the track? SSC Club, get out of here. Get those 2 SSC Club players off the track. I came to watch the game, not to watch you clubs hook up. SSC Club pollutes the race environment. I will never fan your team again in my life. An emotional spectator tore the SSC Club's support racing suit and threw it off the stands with a red face. But it happened to be thrown into the SSC Club's grandstand area. The players of SSC Club couldn't help but look ugly when they saw the tattered support uniforms floating down in front of them. Wang Yiming was indifferent. It's only junior tournament spectators like Nox who get that excited. Because as the tournament progresses upwards and gradually moves towards the national level, or even the world level, the audience will realize that jamming is nothing at all. Those wise armors and top-level witches simply won't use such low-level means as jamming, and their means are endless and beyond people's imagination. You can't get away with this. The corner of Wang Yiming's mouth curled up as he looked at Star, who was being held back on the track. Sun Yen and Star were like birds in a cage, and the two players from SSC Club were the shackles hanging on their wings. No amount of struggling will make the caged bird break out of its cage. Now the bird in that cage should look angry and panicked, right? As if in response to his thoughts, the camera's lens gradually drew closer. The image eventually settled on Sun Yen's face. There was no panic or anger on that cold face. Instead, the corners of his mouth quirked upward in a subdued manner. Wang Yiming's pupils shrunk. This writer, he was mocking. What's he laughing at? What gives him the right to be laughing at this time? Wang Yiming rubbed his eyes incredulously. Just as he wanted to see more clearly, the image eventually faded, and the three machinima had rushed into the tunnel in a zigzag pattern. Chapter 32, Star's lifelong enemy. With the speed of the three mechanical maidens, it would take less than 2 seconds to pass through the 100-meter-long tunnel, but the very moment they disappeared, it was as if people's sense of time slowed down. This section of the track, which could not be shown in the helicopter camera footage, shielded the eye, but inspired countless imaginations. Uncle Liang clenched his fists and leaned his body forward to stare at the screen, and at some point beads of sweat had covered his forehead. It has to be a win. Some wild riders who had been suppressed by the club closed their eyes and gritted their teeth, praying silently. There were angry people who fought to slam what they had in their hands on the ground, venting their frustration and lamenting the injustice of the world. There were the lamenters, too, who sat back in their seats disheveled, not daring to look at the images on the screen again. SSC Club's coach Zhang Sai finished smoking one cigarette after another. Just 30 seconds ago, Wang Yiming had told him to be ready to recruit Sun Yen and Star. VVC Club coach Wu Zun sighed, as if the dust had settled. Miracle stuff usually only happens in fantasies, but unfortunately they live in reality. Just like Zhang Shang had to face the firewood, rice, oil and salt. Is that the end of it? By the bleachers of the track, there was a teenager in a school uniform, no more than 16 or 17 years old, staring at the screen with a deadpan expression. His knees and elbows were dirty. He'd saved up a little bit of food money each month for this Knox rally. He'd risked getting caught by coming out over the wall, and eventually he'd settled here, with dreams and visions of the future in his eyes. Only now, the fire in his eyes was dimming. 8 seconds, very brief, yet it was enough for Sun Yen to do a lot of things. Next, focus on my instructions. Master, copy. The communication between the two was instantaneous through the link of consciousness. The moment the star body was all the way into the tunnel, Sun Yen jerked the joystick to the left. It's now. Left tire brake dead. Crunch dash. The harsh sound of brakes was like the roar of a wild animal throughout the tunnel. A precise control that only a woman could achieve. Star's body was light, plus the instantaneous braking force was so strong that the left tire hugged while her right side lifted under inertia. Master, you're going to. Star had been dumbfounded that she was the machine lady all right, but she couldn't wholeheartedly understand herself how she lifted her right side. Sun Yen's various maneuvers were as swift and bizarre as magic, and before her mind could even turn around, her body was already giving honest feedback. Star's words had not finished. Sun Yen had already turned the joystick again, put down the handbrake. The throttle was given full, only to hear the muffled sound of bang. Star's body had already pasted the right tunnel wall. Four wheels resumed the drive and grip, only that the right side of the wheels gripped the ground had already turned from the racetrack to the tunnel wall. Only the right side of the body lifted when the star slowed down a bit during the process of completing the walling, but he was full of gas afterward to remedy the situation in time, and was quickly back in 4WD against the wall. Eventually Star's speed increased rather than decreased, and the agitation that had been suppressed for so long by the two machinima in front of her was completely released. Boom boom boom. The howling of the engine gave the two SSC club players in front of them goosebumps. The next thing they saw was a silver phantom rushing past the side against the wall at a speed they couldn't hope to see. The light from the tunnel entrance flooded the silver machinima. Light and shadow faded across her car. Her smooth return to the track was like a rush from night into dawn. The two players from the SSC club and their machinima were dumbfounded. They had just been immersed in the joy of completing their mission, not realizing that just moments later they were overtaken by their target in an unthinkable way. The coach had already promised before 300,000 per person for just jamming Suyin to death. If we can get Sunin and Star stuck out of the track, then we'll award 500,000 each. It's difficult to get stuck out on the track, so you just have to do your best. But $300,000 in hand is on the table. That's a fee they could have spent on modifying the machinima or eating and drinking. After all, They were still inexperienced and had come to this Knox rally mainly to accompany and familiarize themselves with the track, with no intention at all of placing. Now well, a moment of trance and $300,000 is gone straight away. What made their heads spin even more was the way the target overtook them. It's against the tunnel wall. How did you do that? Give chase. There must be a way to intercept her before the finish line. The SSC racers were instantly anxious. If the task is not completed, maybe the reward is lost and may be punished by the club. It is not impossible to be kicked out of the club directly. Master, we can't catch up. His machinima had a good eye for the pendulum and said, "What speed are we going? What speed is she going? You put a diamond-rated acceleration module on me. Maybe I can catch up and cut her off." Boom dash! The roar of the engine exploded at the mouth of the tunnel. For some people, 2 seconds may be just the time it takes to take 2 breaths, but for others, 2 seconds can be kind of a long wait. Silver streamers burst out of the tunnel, proudly displaying their glory in the sunlight. The wheels of the car swept up the sand of the track, and she broke through the gusts of wind and rushed forward into the continuous Z-shaped hairpin turns of Knox's broken wrist. Behind her, the 2 SSC club machine nymphs groaned helplessly and could only watch in vain as the gap between the two grew wider and wider. This kid, Uncle Liang's eyes are wide and his lips are a little shivering. Star. Rushing out of the tunnel was Star and her driver Sun Yen. Quinn had yelled at the top of his lungs so many times today that his originally well-pinned youthful voice had long since turned into a duck-duck voice. And now, especially, it was an old duck about to be slaughtered. Unbelievable. What the hell happened in the tunnel? The crowd was abuzz, cheering like a tsunami. Actually overtook a car in a tunnel? How did you do that? Asshole, why don't the helicopters go into the tunnels and shoot? I'd also like to know what happened in that less than 2 seconds in the tunnel. At this moment the entire audience's gazes, without exception, were all focused on Sun Yan and Xing Chen. They followed the silvery stream of light as closely as they followed the trajectory of a miracle, and something seemed to burn violently in their blood, a burning in their chests that had to be relieved a little by breathing heavily. This is impossible. Wang Yiming fell into his seat with a pale face. He stared blankly at the big screen, where the silver-colored machinima was already preparing to enter the final difficult point of Knox's broken wrist. Overtaking in a tunnel? 2 mechs couldn't jam him? He's an intelligent mechanic? The idea had only just arisen when he vetoed it himself. If you want to become a wise mechanic, you must complete the wise mechanic selection competition. And in the Dragon Kingdom, only mechanics and racers who have completed the top 10 of the provincial circuit Panlongshan Rally are eligible. But the host clearly said that both the racer and the machinist were first-timers to Knox and were complete newcomers. So that's the problem with the mecha? This mecha has special abilities? Wang Yiming's face was gloomy. This possibility was there, but it was not big. The SSC Club has been there every time there's a machinima auction on Wizard's Island. Those machinima that might have special abilities have long since been auctioned off by the top clubs, and it's almost impossible for them to slip through the cracks. His eyes locked on Star. Whatever the reason, it must be investigated after this race. If this machine girl named Star had special abilities, then he had to cover up the news immediately and smash the pot to find a way to get his hands on it. On the track, Sun Yan stared at the Z-shaped continuous hairpin bend in front of him and pinched his heart. This journey could be said to be relaxing, and he didn't panic even when he encountered the SSC Club's interception. But he was really panicking a bit when he saw the continuous hairpin turns, because the Star in front of him is actually smoking on his brain. His family's machinist was on edge. Bend, Star's lifelong enemy, even after many actual battles, additions, and module enhancements. This continuous hairpin turn in front of him still made Star's scalp numb. Master, I have to pee. Woo-woo. Sure enough, the sound of Star whimpering came immediately from the front. Chapter 33, Racing to the Finish Line. Star, you have to hold back. Any time but now. Sun Yan's tone was serious. Why? And for what? Are you planning on burying your face at me? Well, Star squirmed and moved her waist, apparently also realizing that something wasn't quite right with this location. Relax your body. Don't be nervous. Sun Yan's tone was soft, coaxing and saying, haven't you already taken the test for the chain over curve before? The next Z-shaped curve is only slightly more difficult than the one you took. Find the feeling of passing the curve during the test, and it's not difficult to conquer this Z-shaped curve. Is it really just a little bit harder? Star asked weakly. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Sun Yan subconsciously touched his nose. He lied, and it's now. The difficulty of the Z-turn in front of you can be more than half a star more difficult than the continuous curves of the test. It's mostly narrow and sharp curves, plus there are no guardrails around. Just cliffs. The final course from the time you leave the tunnel all the way to the finish line is a cliff road, and the cliffs are still hand-hewn. Apparently the organizers of the Knox Rally are trying to make this last section of the course difficult, making it a super hard place for countless machinists and pilots to talk about. Most of the machinists and pilots who hadn't run the Knox Rally were afraid that they'd be sweating with fear the moment they burst out of the tunnel, as typified by Star. For example, It was good that he knew Star better. This girl was simple and easy to trick, especially what he says and what he says to believe. Ooh, since it's about the same difficulty, I'm sure I'll have no problem with my genius machinima Star. The sound of Star's combative voice did come from up ahead. Sun Yan couldn't help but be relieved to see that no more smoke was coming out of her head. And I don't know how long I can coax the Stars. This girl might not be so gullible later on when she's been through more matches. All of Star's driving skills and attribute points could no longer be improved or altered in any way at this point. All she could do was listen to instructions and execute them with precision. Undoubtedly Stars in a state of confidence are trustworthy. Whether or not he can make it through this death curve is mostly up to him as the driver. None of the Stars will fall off the chain. Then as a former track emperor, naturally, Sun Yan wouldn't either. However, this Z-turn is so narrow that a normal drift through the turn definitely won't work. Sun Yan pursed his lips, and in less than 0.5 seconds his mind had already formed a plan for afterward, and had also previewed it in his subconscious. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, an uplifting moment is upon us. Although I've said it many times, it's a phrase that suits the duo of Sonini Star, who have created so many uplifting moments for us. Quinn spoke so fast that his hand shivered as he held the microphone. The excitement and thrill in his heart not only stemmed from the surprises brought by Sun Yan and Xing Chen one after another, but also the longing for the upcoming promotion, pay raise and chicken legs. So he was extraordinarily devoted to today's commentary. Knox's broken wrist, the nightmare of countless machinists and racers, is now looming over the entry point of the turn for Sunin and Star. The hearts of everyone in the audience hung in the air. There's no slowing down. There's no slowing down, Quinn roared, growing hoarser by the second. Wow dash. The cries of alarm were like waves. In people's vision, the silver stream of light was like a sharp sword stabbing into the curve. Oh my god, they're not slowing down. It's hard to imagine what they'll use. Cohen as a host. Foul language is to be deducted from the salary. In his long 2.5 years of career, the number of foul language is only a few times. The last foul language is still because of a plain lady halfway and the driver to find a scenic place to have a small meeting, but also by the helicopter shot, thus showing the professionalism of Cohen. It usually doesn't explode unless it can't be resisted. While he was narrating, Sun Yan had begun to show off his skills. The first hairpin turn, a perfect cut into the corner, handbrake, downshift, joystick full right. Star's body almost scraped against the edge of the cliff, but in the blink of an eye the next hairpin turn was close at hand, and the normal maneuver at this point was to steer to the left and use a front pendulum drift in the middle of the two hairpin turns to correct the body and bring it back to its optimal turn-in position. However, the interval between the hairpin turns of Knox's broken wrist was too short and the track was too narrow, and within 0.1 seconds of reaction time Sun Yan vetoed this cornering option, instead continuing to steer full right. So Star's body continued to rotate through inertia. The tires rubbed wildly on the track as she spun a lap and a half between two hairpin turns, and Sun Yan also relied on Star's spin to find the entry point for the next hairpin turn faster, more accurately and more safely than a pendulum drift, and with his precise calculations and control. When Star's front end was facing the track again, she happened to be in position at the entry point. Spin drift, introduced for the first time in this world. All oil. Boom dash. The strong pushback feeling made Sun Yan couldn't help but stick to the driver's seat. He sensed the restlessness and fluttering within Star. In the rearview mirror, he saw Star staring dead ahead at the finish line without a word. At the moment, the setting sun is flush with sea level. The finish line meets that splash of orange. The light fell on the starry eyes and continued to spread forward. The sea breeze whistled in my ears and the hours became long. Run. The corners of Sun Yan's mouth lifted into a smile that overlapped in a trance with the smile on Star's face. Toward the finish line in victory. Crossed the line. Quinn raised the microphone, his face reddening. Sun Yan and Star have crossed the line. The full time was 42 minutes and 17 seconds. Champions. They're the champions. For the first time in his 2.5 years of hosting, Cohen was so excited and nervous that he didn't even notice that his fingernails had pinched into the palms of his hands when he saw Sun Yan driving the Star through Knox's broken wrist, using a weird spinning technique. Wow. The audience applauded. It was also accompanied by the sound of people cheering one after another. At this moment even some of the team's die-hard fans couldn't help but stand up and applaud. It was really the visual feast brought to them by Sun Yan and Star was too wonderful. In the past, the competition was nothing more than the price of the machine girl. Generally the more expensive the machine girl, the easier to get the ranking. The driver's skill is just the icing on the cake. But until today they did not know. The original machine girl can also be driven like this. The original cornering, there are so many skills. This brat, he's really something. Uncle Liang smiled in relief and turned to walk out of the arena. The Knox rally was finished and it was time for him to get back to continuing to run the rebound yard. He just didn't notice that as he left the arena, one of the cameras followed his back until he disappeared. Meanwhile, next to the camera, a middle-aged man takes out his phone and dials a certain number. found Su Ziliang. What? Are you sure? Okay. The middle-aged man looked at the direction Uncle Liang had left and said with a serious and decisive expression, though he has deliberately disguised himself, his eyes I would never mistake. Chapter 34, Bullying the Machine Lady? There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, as if he was pondering a response. This way, you guys don't act rashly for now. Follow him to find his residence, so that you can also collect the evidence that he is hiding. Yes, master. Where's the machine lady that Comet-senpai told us to watch out for? How come we haven't seen her along the way? Kim Young-tae, seated by VVC Club, stormed out of the tunnel in his clouded leopard. They were looking for the silver machinima all the way, the clouded panther roaring at first about how many seconds it would take to overtake the car, and then fading to nothing. The silver-colored machinima actually disappeared from the track. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen a few machinists and racers on the road who had been in accidents, but none of them were the ones they were concerned about. Sun Yan and Star. Kim Young-tae didn't open his mouth as he tightened his brows and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Master, do you think that machinima would have tumbled off a cliff somewhere? Cloud Panther said quietly. Parts of the Nox Rally's course are still very dangerous. If it falls, there's a good chance that both the machinima and the pilot will go off. Ouch. Kim Young-tae withdrew the hand that knocked Clouded Leopard's head and said helplessly, focus on the track in front of you. We're about to cross the Z-turn. And don't say bad things about other people. You'll bring bad luck to yourself. Oh, Clouded Leopard responded, slowing down before the Z-turn as was customary. Although it was her first time to challenge the Nox track, the VVC Club had already simulated the Z-turn similar to Nox's broken wrist in advance. For her, crossing this kind of bend was already a breeze. The only thing she had to overcome was the psychological pressure. It's as if a practice exam feels different than a serious exam. Why are there so many tire tracks on this curve? Although it was only a flash, Kim Young-tae still saw the interlocking tire tracks clearly, and the ominous feeling in his heart instantly became more serious. It must have been one of the witch's tires slipping. In front of him came the voice of a bored Cloud Panther. Master, I tell you, a lot of drivers can't be bothered to change especially good tires for the Mahjong. Looking at the tires as consumables, they think of just buying 4 cheap ones to deal with it, or not changing them for a long time, and as a result, they fall off the chain at critical moments. And when they're done, they still blame the Mahjong herself for not taking running seriously. Clouded Leopard spits as he smoothly completes a Z hairpin bend, steady as an old dog. By all accounts, Cloudpaw really can't be faulted as a machinima and is quite mentally tough. Nox Rally first, this gets it? The time of 43 minutes and 55 seconds was a little faster than he expected, but something didn't feel right. It's easy as pie. Clouded Leopard lifted the unfolded form, pulling Kim Young-tae's hand towards the track settlement area. Master, 500,000 bonus plus the club's reward total to hand 1 million. This you must not give me a good module? Well, it's not a problem if you want to take it to pick up girls. Anyway, a talented machine girl like me doesn't need the assistance of a module at all. Yun Bao's voice came to an abrupt end, and Kim Young-tae felt Yun Bao's hand squeeze violently, almost breaking his palm. Master, the machinima. Cloudpaw looked like he'd seen a ghost and shivered. That machine lady, she finished running. Kim Young-tae endured the excruciating pain and looked in the direction Clouded Leopard was pointing, only to see Sun Yan and Xing Chen were sitting in the resting area, the two of them crossing their legs. Their movements were exactly the same, with a look of heaven first, lousy second. There was also a tall machinistress standing in front of them, who groveled and wondered what she was talking about. Sun Yan, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, please give me another chance. Jade 786 once again bowed 90 degrees, her stance having been put to a minimum. It was all because Zhang Kai threatened me. He said that if I didn't contract with him, he'd make it so that I'd never be able to go on the track. And you know how eager I am to compete, right? I had no choice at the time. Earlier, when Sun Yan was blocking the track by the 2 SSC Club machine girls, Jade 786 thought that Sun Yan's championship was hanging by a thread. In fact, she didn't want Sun Yan to win the championship. Sun Yan's driving talent and modification talent had already manifested. No matter what kind of ranking she got, she would try her best to salvage it. Then on that basis, compared to the Sun Yan who won the 10th place and the Sun Yan who won the championship, the former was definitely a better sleeper than the latter. Anyway, now Zhang Kai is still lying in ICU. How to say is not a matter of her mouth. You want to be Master's backup machinima? Star clasped her hands to her chest and squinted at Jade 786. Yes, just the backup machinima would be nice. The first release is still yours. Jade 786 piled on a smile and nodded hurriedly. In her heart, she thought that if she really became a Sun Yan machine mother, she would try to do everything she could to make herself a debutante, and then provoke the relationship between Sun Yan and XC99, so that Sun Yan would send XC99 back to the furnace. This would allow her to take over all of Sun Yan's technical and modification resources. Plan to pass. Hoo. Now Sun Yan is the Nox champion and the pilot of the world's cutest, most talented, stinky tofu-loving mecha star. Do you know how prestigious that title is? Shouldn't you show it by wanting to be Sun Yan's backup mecha? In Jade 780 SAX's dismayed expression, Xingchen stretched out 3 fingers in a serious manner. Firstly, you can't have Sun Yan help you out with the liquidated damages between you and the Tangyu Club. Secondly, since you took the initiative of wanting to become Sun Yan's pilot nymph, you've got to give some dowry, right? Thirdly, a machine maiden is the facade of a pilot. You have to undergo an examination and pass it before you can become Sun Yan's machine maiden. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Sun Yan originally had a smile on his face, but the more he heard, the more wrong he became. It's a dead giveaway that Star isn't really planning on recruiting Jade 786, is he? It's finished. Other people's coats leak at most, but his is directly loaded with wind. Hey, Star, I think. Star twisted his head and scowled at Sun Yan, handing out a please feel free to leave it all to me look. Seeing this, Sun Yan's protest that had just reached his mouth shrunk back. Jade 786 bowed his head and thought for a while. There is nothing wrong with the default of the Tangyu Club. Followed Zhang Kai these days, all the passwords of all Zhang Kai's bank accounts have all been set out by her, and the only remaining bit of family money has also been pulled out by her. The breach of contract between the machine lady and the club is the machine lady's own dowry, that is. The auction fee is tripled the amount of the auction fee, and when she was first auctioned off, Zhang Kai didn't spend much either, so the breach of contract is completely affordable. Another gross dowry for Saunian is not out of the question, but there's still a test to be taken later, and if she fails the test, won't her money go down the drain? Thinking of this, she crossed over to Star and looked at Sun Yan with pitiful eyes, while Sun Yan looked at the seagulls flying around in the sky, thinking in his heart that he would be able to eat Uncle Liang's delicious fish soup again tonight. Hey, aren't you guys going too far? What's wrong with Nox's champion? Champions get to bully machine girls like that? Yun Bao, this matter hasn't been clarified yet. Why did you directly A up? What if it's a misunderstanding? Jin Zhengtai tried to pull Yun Bao, but he couldn't at all. How strong was the machine lady's strength? It was almost dragging him on the ground. Jin Zhengtai could only show an apologetic smile to Sun Yan and Xingchen. They'd just finalized the results at the track data terminal. The first was Star and Sun Yan. The second was SSC Club's Wang Yiming, Jedi Shadow, and the third position was theirs. Knowing this result, Clouded Leopard was instantly furious. She dragged Kim Young-tae over to ask Sun Yan and Star how the hell they ran first, only to see Sun Yan and Star joining forces to bully a machinima, and a series of overbearing clauses, whereby the breach of contract pays for itself, and another dowry has to be paid, and a test has to be made. The dowry will not be returned if the test is not passed. You don't even want it backwards. It's too much of a burying ground. Star glanced at Cloud Leopard and rolled his eyes. Who are you? Am I familiar with you? Me who? Yun Bao pointed at himself, his anger going straight to the sky. I'm VDC Club's rookie-seeded player Kim Young-tae's machinima, model TYB65. Do you know how much money VDC Club spent when it was auctioned off? Don't know, don't want to know. A cold violence trifecta from Star directly dry breaks the defense for Clouded Leopard. Also, it's Master's own rules as to whether or not she's willing to accept other pilots, and how she does so. Our bar is high, so she's perfectly capable of choosing another pilot too, isn't she? Star pointed to Jade 786 who was next to her with her head down and her face miserable and pitiful. Cloud Panther had no way to refute. After all, there was nothing wrong with what Star said. She turned to look at Jade 786 and said indignantly, "Hey, since you made it to the Nox track, that means your debut must have run its course, and as long as you pay your own liquidated damages, my master and I would be willing to accept you as a reserve aircraft maiden without a test or an extra dowry." After saying that, she deliberately crossed her eyes at Sun Yan and Star while tugging on Kim Young-tae's sleeve for Kim Young-tae to make a statement. Jin Zhengtai saw that Jade 786 was tall and handsome, and at this moment, that sad look was really heartbreaking to see. Plus again, it is a machine mother. For nothing anyway, across the board, he is not a loss. So he moves sympathetic, southeast, hidden, pay, heart. Jade 786. Cloud Leopard's words will represent my words, and become my machinima, and even if it's an alternative, I'll take the time to bring you to all kinds of competitions. Kim Young-tae finished those words with a serious face. He had expected Jade 786 to be grateful and post up right away, but Jade 786 bizarrely kept her head down and didn't open her mouth. Sun Yan and Star didn't say anything either, instead looking at Kim Young-tae with an odd look. Next chapter. Jade 786 wants to compete with Star in overcornering? Loading. Chapter 35, Star wants to compete with Jade 786 in overbending? Is there actually someone in this world rushing to be a receiver? Sun Yan didn't understand, and Star was shocked. Sun Yan gave Kim Young-tae a thumbs up. Nyo batch. Star looked Kim Young-tae up and down and nodded repeatedly. Awesome. I can only say that it is worthy of the great chill nation, and it really is a sea of people. Kim Young-tae was confused by Sun Yen and Star's attitude. Wasn't he just accepting a machinima? How come it seems like he's still a righteous man? Jade 786. Master and I have taken a stand. It's up to you next. The Cloud Panther has a preconceived idea that Sun Yen and Star are just small people who cheat Jade 786 the money, and what she and Kim Young-tae are doing at the moment is saving the oppressed lost machine lady. Thank you for your kindness. Jade 786 took a deep breath and gave a miserable smile to Jin Zhengtai and Yun Bao, and said firmly, "You guys are very nice, but I still wish to be Sun Yen's machinist. It's not a matter of money or not, and it has nothing to do with whether the club is good or bad. It's mainly because I owe Sun Yen, and I'm willing to go and make up for that." She even gave Sun Yen a deep look after the words. Is there any comparison between Kim Young-tae and So Nim? The machinima that Sun Yin drove was a defective XC99, which the Tengi Club had bought for $5,000 in the first place. Kim Young-tae drove one of the VDC Club's chief machine girl TYB65. The auction price is as high as more than $6 million. After the TYB65 to accept the VDC Club's professional training, may also involve some modification on the very good module. But even so, Kim Young-tae didn't win Sun Yen. Sun Yen in the track was also delayed by the SSC Club's runners jamming a little bit of time, and the final full-time time it was almost a minute and a half faster than Kim Young-tae. In short, it's clear to any machinist who knows a little bit about addition and subtraction. Kim Young-tae's skills are a piece of compared to So Nim's. Master is definitely still a good choice for living well. It's about future happiness. You actually refused? Cloud Panther pointed at Jade 786 and stared. Kim Young-tae is also full of embarrassment, thinking that at first he was the best technology among the newcomer racers under the VDC banner, and the Cloud Panther was the one who actively chose him, so he was very confident in inviting Jade 786, and the result was that people directly gave him a euphemistic rejection, plus a good person card. Broken defense, with a silence attached. Kim Young-tae couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Hey, what's wrong with you? We are helping you. Yun Bao's face couldn't be strained either, but he couldn't sway Jade 780 say XS choice, and in the end, he could only stomp his foot angrily. Forget it, I don't care. You guys can do whatever you like. Anyway, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Master, let's go. Yun Bao pulled Kim Young-tae away, and before leaving, Kim Young-tae also lingered on Jade 786's voluptuous body for a few moments. Clouded Leopard, while nice to look at, is unfortunately a pair of A's. It was still the rippling, Imperial-type machine girls like Jade 786 that were to his taste. Sun Yen, as you can see, I was willing to give up my chance to join the VBC Club in order to become your machine girl, and I truly and sincerely want to make up for our relationship. Jade 786 took 2 steps forward to get to Sun Yen's side, but she was firmly blocked by a petite figure. She wanted to leap over, but her mind suddenly recalled the image of her being jerked right out of the corner by a twist of stars as half an hour ago. Can't afford to mess with this girl. She's a fart, but her crashworthiness is more than half a point higher than hers. Jade 786 stopped very sensibly, passing only pleading glances out. Sun Yen was about to vomit, and if it wasn't for Star trying to maneuver a bit, he would have hated to take off his size 44 shoes and hold them down on Jade 786's face right now. Jade 786, your sincerity is touching, but the rules must not be abolished. If you want to enter the Su Gate, you must be tested. Star crossed her arms, her face full of seriousness. When I was able to enter the Su sect to become Master's Machinima, I also went through a test. It's completely fair. At that time, Sun Yen said that he could make her turn and let her try. Then she really passed the 90-degree bend of the intersection under Sun Yen's operation. Since then, the gears of fate have been spinning. This might be the test of destiny. If either of Sun Yen and her had given up at that time, there could not have been her who crossed the Nox finish line in first place today. The stars remember and give thanks from time to time. That's why she wouldn't let anyone harm Sun Yen, and those who had harmed Sun Yen, whether it was a person or a machinima, would have to pay the price. So, may I ask what the items of the test are? Jade 786 asked miserably. She already has her heart moved. After all, XC99 can pass the test. Why can't she dang Jade 786 pass it? But it's still a good idea to see what test XC99 is talking about. And if it's the kind that's intentionally difficult, forget it. It's not like she's a little cutie. Star smiled wryly and said sorrowfully, "Hey, the test item is very simple. It's cornering. Compete with me in cornering. Cornering at high speeds in an unmanned situation without colliding with the guardrail. And if they all cross the corner smoothly, then we'll discuss the winners and losers in terms of speed." Examining oversteer? Jade 786 looked at the cutie with eyes at Star. She's not drifting, is she? She was able to oversteer solely because of Sun Nin's superior handling, and she can't recognize herself after winning the Nox rally? Can you remember yourself from the start to the finish line when the machinima made its debut? This disdain was quickly hidden in the deepest recesses of of Jade 786's eyes. It was good for XC99 to be complacent. Since it was an unmanned test, she believed that with her qualified steering ability it was absolutely impossible to lose to XC99. After all, even if Zhang Kai didn't assist her, in the case of not having a high speed, she was also sure that she could pass the Nox's broken wrist on her own. Seducing Zhang Kai was just in passing. She did whatever she did for the sake of the competition's victory and for the glory of the machine lady. In private, besides rolling in bed with Zhang Kai, she had also secretly trained it. Okay, I accept the examination. Jade 786 nodded solemnly and threw another wink at Sun Yan. Sun Yan, don't worry, no matter what, I will pass the examination to become your machinistess. Just wait for me a little longer, okay? Give me some time. Let me finish dealing with the matter with the Tainyu Club. 3 days. Star held out her finger. You have 3 days at the most. Come to the conscience return yard in 3 days and we can sign an agreement that if you beat me on the overcurve, you can become master's machinistress and I'll recognize you. It's a deal. Jade 786 grinned and held out her hand. Star glanced at Jade 786's white palm and smiled as she squeezed only one of Jade 786's fingers. It's a deal. He. Jade 786 got what she wanted and left. The process of disarming the Mechs and the pilots and the clubs was very complicated, and she had to hurry up and get all of that done, and then spend some time drilling so that she didn't get caught in the gutter. Sun Yan, on the other hand, was wide-eyed with Star. Star, you sold me out? Which is? Star took Sun Yan's hand and giggled playfully. How could I sell the master? So you're sure you can win Jade 786? Sun Yan looked at Star in surprise. Could it be that Star had awakened some ability during the match? Or had an epiphany? He hurriedly looked at Star's panel. Drift is 25 points. 4 points longer than before. Barely an epiphany. Then 42 points. 5 longer and okay. But, even so, Jade 786 still has 57 points left to bend. The 42-point Star in the corner has to compete with the 57-point Jade 786 in a drone-over corner. It's not a light in the toilet? Does Master think I'm sure to lose? Star blinked her big eyes at Sun Yan. That's not a good question. But he did think so. Star knew what Sun Yan was thinking just by looking at her expression. Her gaze slightly dimmed as she muttered. Jade 786 is the machine mother who has abandoned the master. I'm going to beat her head on and make it clear to her that she's not qualified. Sun Yan was speechless. The girl in front of him was full of determination. Indeed, my bending is no match for Jade 786. Star said word for word, but I can learn techniques from Master. Performance isn't enough. Technique comes to the rescue. So is Master willing to teach me? Star was feeling that relying on him to defeat Jade 786 wasn't enough. She wanted to fight for him on her own. I didn't realize that the silly-looking Star unexpectedly had a lot of backbone. No problem, but you'll have to learn. Sun Yan laughed and answered with his mouth full. He. I'm very smart. Master, don't be surprised later. I'll look forward to your performance then. Sun Yan touched his head, unimpressed by this. Star looks like the kind of naive machine mother. Surely can't learn it. The big deal is that he will add points to Star, and the attributes will crush Jade 786 on the line. What he didn't know, however, was this. A few days later, he'll realize how ridiculous his idea was. Star baby. Chapter 36. Give me a break on your machinist. 5 minutes later, with the last machine girl crossing the line, this year's Nox Rally came to a successful conclusion, followed by an exciting award ceremony. But just before this ceremony began, some people questioned the placing or, to be precise, the fact that Sunin Star had won the championship. These people were SSC clubs Wang Yiming and the others. We suspect Sun Yan of violating the modifications to Star. Otherwise, what makes him break through the blockade of 2 of my SSC club players in the tunnel? Wang Yiming looked serious and said righteously, I hope that the competition side will strictly adjudicate this matter and give all of our contestants a fair judgment. The host, Quinn, has a "you're kidding me" look on his face. Is this dude crazy enough to mention fairness here after sending people to intentionally jam things up? But Wang Yiming's complaint does stand. Jams are allowed on rallies, and the jammed mechs take the same risk as the pilots. It's just that on a novice race like Nox Rally, the jammed mechs can't do anything with them. If in the future provincial tournament, the masters are like a cloud, and encounter a machine woman who pulls the full anti-collision attribute or installs a special module, then the jammed machine woman can only be injured by her own bad luck. Quinn resisted the urge to spit and reported Wang Yiming's claim to the referee team. The members of the refereeing team immediately started a discussion. They then called out 2 of the SSC club stuck players for questioning. How did you guys get overtaken? Remember? The 2 SSC players looked at each other, and one of them stammered. It was so dark in the tunnel. It was only slightly impressive. When that machine woman overtook us against the wall of the tunnel next to us, and we didn't even know how she did it. Against the tunnel wall. The refereeing crew was confused. And this kind of overtaking? They thought at first that Star had knocked the 2 blocking runners in front of him out of the way. I have reason to suspect Su Nin of a modification violation. Wang Yiming grimaced and gritted his teeth. This is the Nox Rally. Those who participate in this competition are all newcomers. Sun Yan and Xing Chen are competing for the first time. There's no way you can tell me that Sun Yan is an intelligent armorer, right? Intelligent mechanics aren't allowed to participate in the Nox Rally, right? So Sun Yan must have violated the modifications. Wang Yiming was convinced of this. Fancy cornering is considered good skill for Su Nin. What the hell is that wall-to-wall overtaking? Are you kidding me? Who could drive a car like that? If he was washing his hair upside down without the help of external forces, there are only two possibilities: a modification violation or a special skill that comes with the machine girl. There was some more discussion among the refereeing crew, mainly arguing for the possibility of wall-to-wall overtaking. This requires the machinist to lift one side of the body up, and that's when the machinima was still at high speed. It really didn't seem like something a rookie driver in machinima could do. Smart armor and special modules were another story, but before the race, information on the modules already installed by all machinima was registered, and the documents showed that Star had only installed a blue quality, Hurricane, module, to stick to the wall. How can you need a ramp as an aid? How else are you going to lift one side of the body? I also think it's too detached from reality. Now wouldn't it be enough to prove that Sunin Star didn't violate the modifications? It's still a good idea to look in the tunnels, just in case people just find a ramp to assist. A few of the referees each had their say, and that's when Quinn came over with a flash drive. Judges, this is the video from the tunnel. As early as last year we installed surveillance in the tunnel in front of Nox's broken wrist. I didn't expect it to come in handy. In fact, this monitoring is to prevent the machine girl and the racing driver in the tunnel to have a small meeting with. After all, in other places to have a small meeting even if the tunnel is so dangerous, the machine girl was hit a little bit may not be able to die. But if the driver was hit, that a hit and not squeak. Great, just have the video. The referee took the flash drive in surprise. By the way, Cohen. You also go and call Sun Yan and Xingchen here. Later on they may need to testify themselves. Quinn nodded and went to invite someone. A few of the judges plugged their flash drives into the ports and came over to the computers to watch. The surveillance installed in the tunnel is quite advanced with night vision and looks no different from daytime. They timed it to roughly the moment when Star entered the tunnel, with the rear of Star's car and the two machinima jammed in front of it just visible in the frame. This is it. A referee clicks play. Only the body of Star in the video swung violently towards the left. Then the right side of the body lifted up, and she quickly leaned against the tunnel wall. Tires rubbing white smoke on the tunnel wall and track, accelerated violently, and overtook an SSC Club's machinima almost sticking to her. And the whole process was easy and comfortable, all in one go without a bit of lagging. The referees froze for a few moments and didn't react until all the machine girls in the tunnel were out. Read it again. They played it again, this time at 25x speed, but despite their wide eyes they couldn't find a ramp for assistance. While failing to see where Star had made the offending modification, previously encountered violations of the modification, such as the installation of high-density alloy support frame in the bottom of the car. When encountering special terrain to activate the support frame directly bouncing up to overtake the machine girl, there are also installed in the machine girl on the body of the mortar. The machine girl autopilot, the driver will take the mortar to fire on other players. This type of illegal modification is extremely damaging to the machinima and is one of those situations that must be strictly stopped. If it relies on the mech's own ability or the ability of the wizards to accomplish a jump or cannonball, then it's in line with the rules. From the video, it is clear that Su Nin did not violate the remodel. It looks like Sun Yan utilized the inertia of the Star to lift the right side of the body. It's just not clear how exactly he did it. A judge sighed with admiration. The newcomers nowadays are getting more and more terrifying. Even if there are so many tricks for cornering, they can still think of such overtaking methods. We old things really have to obey the old wow. How is this possible? Wang Yiming also watched the video, and his person was even more confused, and the machinima Jade Shadow next to him was staring with a big eye. Does this XC99 really have special abilities? But how can a machine girl with special abilities be auctioned off for only $5,000? The auction price of the machine lady is also all registered. Just now he glanced at the information in the hands of Cohen, saw that XC99 is only $5,000 has been XC99 has special ability of the possibility of exclusion. But if the Star does not have a special ability, it means that the hanging wall overtaking is all because of Sun Yan's superior driving skills. Su Nin was just a wild rider, a rookie rider, not even a coach or a club. What about him? Started learning to fly a machinima at the age of 7. 10 years of hard work, and it's still not as good as a halfway decent wildcard? The more Wang Yiming thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more ridiculous he felt. How could he be willing? You guys suspect me of modification violations? Do you need to modify a simple operation like putting up a wall? Sun Yen and Star followed Quinquin over. He glanced at the SSC club badge on Wang Yiming's chest and snorted. I remember you. You're the one who sent those 2 machine girls to jam my position, right? Looking at Wang Yiming's increasingly ugly face, Sun Yen said with a smile, racing this line of business to engage in crooked ways is not far away. Little brother, listen to my advice. The dish should be more practice. Wang Yiming's face flushed red as he clenched his fists and took a deep breath to glare at Sun Yen. What are you so proud of? The suspicion that you're violating the modifications is not ruled out now. I'm requesting the referee team to inspect your machinima's entire vehicle. No need to be so troublesome. Sun Yen waved his hand and glanced at Wang Yiming's next to her machinima. Open your machinima for me. Won't it be over if I perform a wall sticking for you? Chapter 37, Silky in Full. After hearing this, Wang Yiming's face turned green with anger. What do you mean? Let me have your machine? You can't just lend out your machine. Next to the main judge is a bright light, worthy of the rookie dark horse driver. The brain is just smart. As long as the drive a little Jedi complete wall sticker is not self-evident success, it's too much of a waste of time to check the whole car, and it's not good for the mental health of the machine without evidence. The corner of Wang Yiming's mouth twitched, all concerned about the mental health of the machine mother. Who cared about his mental health? Master, I also think it's feasible. Jedi Shadow tugged on Wang Yiming's sleeve and whispered in a suppressed voice, if it's really his skill, when he pilots me later on, I can learn it along the way. So wouldn't it be equivalent for you to also know this kind of stick-to-the-wall overtaking skill? That seems to be the case. Wang Yiming was a little heartbroken. If you're not skilled enough to drive your family's machinist to me, everything will be solved then. It's fast and easy. Saunian spread his hands and yawned. Wang Yiming forehead corner veins wildly jumped. Drive a little machine lady nothing. Anyway, are contracted. The machine lady as a normal sports car is good, but this word from the mouth of Sun Yen out always feel a change of flavor. As if it becomes, you live bad. Give me your wife to use. I guarantee to let her pregnant. After hesitating for a while, mainly because learning technology shook his psyche too much, Wang Yiming nodded. Okay, I'll give you the Jedi Shadow to drive for a bit and see if you can complete the stick-to-the-wall maneuver. Sun Yen twisted his head and asked Star, is it okay with you if I go and drive someone else's machinima? No comment. Star blinked, suddenly came to Sun Yen's heel, tiptoe picking Sun Yen's shoulder for a while whispering, but master, so your skills will not be learned? That way we don't seem to be too cost-effective. Really can't just check the whole car. I took you to post the wall once. Did you learn? Sun Yen asked. No. Star scratched her head. But what if that Jedi is smarter than me? No. You're the smartest out of all the witches I've met. Sun Yen stroked Star's head. If racing skills were that easy to learn, there wouldn't have been only a handful of racers in previous generations. The technique of sticking to the wall may seem simple, but it requires the driver to know the timing and the condition of the car like the back of his hand. In his previous life, he was a gifted racing genius, coupled with 30 years of merit, Jedi Shadow experience and want to learn? Simply dreaming. Even if the absolute Shadow learned a half a star is useless, because timing and experience this kind of thing. Wang Yiming this kind of giant baby rider is not whole. Master, you actually took the initiative to praise me for being smart. Star looked up at Sun Yen with starry eyes and huffed. Oh. I'm really the happiest machinima in the world. Sunin, I'm ready. Sun Yen turned to face Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming coldly nodded to Jade Shadow, who immediately unfolded his body. Sun Yen, if you really have this technique, if I learn it, I won't break my defense because of it, right? Sun Yen smiled. Isn't racing technology developed for people to learn? My race videos, cornering slices, you can all take them and study them at will. If you can comprehend the new technology, isn't it a good thing for all of you racers and machine girls? But forget about letting me teach. I'm a lazy person. I can only drive. I can't teach. The pattern opened up instantly at those words. Mr. Sun Yen is righteous. This demeanor, this boldness, the young man is really something. The head referee immediately praised him when he heard this. Several other judges nodded in agreement. Nowadays, everyone with new technology is the first to cover it up, and even have to deliberately cover it up. Mr. Sun Yen can say something like video casual research is already very valuable. Yeah, those big clubs training match videos are top secret. While riders and machinists who want to learn some skills can only rely on the competition videos. Ugh, Wang Yiming was furious. He had wanted to say this to disgust Sun Yen for a bit, but he ended up looking like a selfish clown, so he hurriedly urged, don't delay. Hurry up and test. The Jedi opened the car door and Sun Yan sat in somewhat roughly. His body pressed hard against the driver's seat. Anyway, it's not your own machinist, so there's no need to be so careful. Just use it as a driving school car and build it to your heart's content. Although Jedi Shadow didn't say anything, Wang Yiming still hated his teeth when he saw this scene. Absolute Shadow is his most precious machine mother. Usually respect each other like a guest held in the palm of the hand. On a car he has to use a towel to wipe his shoes. Which has Sun Yan such savagery? Take this 400-meter circular training track in front of us as an example. I only need to make one side of the Jade Shadow's body lift up even if the self-certification is complete. Is this feasible? Sun Yan ignored Wang Yiming of the red temperature and pointed to the training track in front of him to ask the chief referee. Officiating judge, that'll do it. Or you can go to the tunnel and run it again if you can't. Too much trouble. That's all. Sun Yan directly activated the Jedi Shadow, and the instantaneous feeling of pushing back made him admit that this was a machine girl with excellent attributes. But following a straw man like Wang Yiming is really a waste of time, while being driven by the Absolute Shadow is another feeling. She does not know how to describe Sun Yan's driving skills. Wang Yiming's driving skills are already very good, but compared with Sun Yan there is a huge gap. If you have to use a word to summarize, that is silky smooth and full. Sun Yan's driving skills gave her a traveling, all-consuming feeling of fulfillment. Yet just as she wanted to savor the feeling, Sanian suddenly hit the joystick right and simultaneously gave the mandatory order to brake the right wheel. The Jade Shadow froze as she felt the left side of her body lifting up, and just as she was about to roll over, Sun Yan hit the joystick left and then right from time to time, and just like that, left and right, controlling the handbrake and the clutch at the same time. Her body was actually running in a kind of sideways lifting up way around the ring to return to the starting point. It's done. It was only going to be a sideways lift, so I ran a lap to avoid the bar. Sun Yan got out of the Jedi and slammed the door with a bang. If Wang Yiming saw this scene he would definitely be heartbroken for half a day again. Unfortunately, he was still staring blankly at the track, his mind filled with images of the Jedi running laps on one side of the wheel, crouching. What kind of technology is this? One side of the wheel running in circles, and still cornering? It's not slow? The referee stared at his eyes and stammered at his words. Did you guys just videotape this? No, I recorded it. Ha 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 ha. Dad, make me a copy. A couple of the referees got into a tizzy like kids. Sun Yan returned to Star's side and realized that Star was looking at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Flowers on my face? No. Star tangled her fingers together and twisted. Master, is that Jedi good to drive? It's pretty good to drive. Sun Yan nodded. Is that as good a drive as I am? It's better than you driving. Star gave a goofy grin, but Sun Yan's voice floated gently again. The main thing is to drive you to be able to profoundly let me know how strong my skills are. Star, she's going to eat 1,000 durians today. She swears. Chapter 38, Walking Side by Side. Jade Shadow lifted the unfolded state, and Wang Yiming also came back to his senses and walked to Jade Shadow's side. Jade Shadow, did he use any special means when he was driving just now? Special means? The Jedi was tempted to say that the other's lack of emotion was all skill, but more or less, we have to save face for our own master. Well, just gave normal commands, and he's not one of those hidden identity chiropractors, he's just a regular guy. So, hearing that Sun Yan's live is better, which makes Wang Yiming's heart not willing, he immediately asked again. Then his skills you learned? Learn it. The Jedi pinched his fingers in embarrassment. She wasn't very sure, but as a machine lady she had memorized all of Sun Yan's commands, but she couldn't do this kind of operation alone. She had to be assisted by Wang Yiming. That's good. Wang Yiming clenched his fists. We'll try it when we get back later. He mentally reassured himself that it was for the best. Although his own machine girl had been driven a bit by someone else, and although the first of the Nox rally was gone, he had at least learned a new technique, and at his level of genius pilot, this new technique could certainly be lifted in his hands. Then if you meet Sun Yan again in future matches, but he's the one who showed off Sun Yan with all sorts of fancy techniques. Thinking of this, the corner of Wang Yiming's mouth couldn't help but hook up a dejected smile. It was just that Jade Shadow was still stealing glances at Sun Yan's back, her pretty face slightly red, not knowing what she was thinking. Mr. Wang Yiming, since Mr. Sun Yan has completed his self-certification, we're going to hand out the medals according to the rankings, and the spectators outside have been waiting for a long time. The main referee was now looking at Sun Yan in a completely different way, full of respect and deference. Although he was looking at Wang Yiming in a similar way, it was mainly because of the SSC club behind Wang Yiming. If Wang Yiming wasn't the son of the club owner, he didn't even bother to look at Wang Yiming twice. Wait, I have another objection. Wang Yiming raised his hand. you say. It's true that Sounian was able to use the wall overtaking technique, but he wasn't traveling on the track, so that's not a foul? Of course it doesn't count. Before the judges could say anything, Koen, who had long been unable to look on, grabbed the words. According to the universal rules of international competitions, the drivers of the rally can use the roads outside the track to drive when they encounter unexpected situations, but the risks and results they bear are their own responsibility. Does Nox count as an international competition? Yes. Please also read the rules of the tournament carefully before your next match. Mr. Wang Yiming. Koen rolled his eyes and choked Wang Yiming. He didn't care what club Wang Yiming was in. He's just the host anyway and hasn't thought about becoming a racer to develop a bit. Award ceremony. Sun Yan stood on the high platform of the championship with Star holding a big gold trophy full of joyful smile. Sun Yan all pink Hello Kitty, from time to time waving to the camera, no matter from which angle to shoot. He has a temperament of calm and elegant look. It always seems like Master is so skillful. Is it just me? Star secretly glanced at Sun Yan, who was full of fake smiles. She was dying of nervousness, but as a result, Sun Yan looked like a person who was fine, living like a machine. Where does she know Sun Yan's last life has been trophies to get soft? So much so that every time on stage to receive the award of the smile and grooming has been trained to the point of perfection. Those paparazzi don't want to take a picture of any one of the ugly photos. In a small tavern in Jiangqing City, Uncle Goldmaster stood in front of the TV full of excitement. Did you see that? This is my sponsored machinist and racer. They took first place in Nox, and this racing suit was customized by me. He pointed at a big head sticker of a little loli on Sun Yan's chest and laughed. Ha ha ha, this is my daughter. In the modification store, when the owner who had just had time to turn on the TV saw that the first place was Sun Yan and Xingchen, the mouthful of instant noodles that he had just sucked into his mouth all spewed out. Asterisk. How are those two? Tay mother asterisk. So they're not crooks? He was so angry that he slapped his thighs. This wave was a blood loss. Mostly, I'm angry at myself for not having eyes. If he sponsored a wave to Sun Yin and Star, wouldn't the fame of his modular store become famous? How many writers and machine girls would come to buy modules from him then? The profits that would bring would be a tenfold increase. In the hospital, Jade 786 stood in front of Zhang Kai's hospital bed with the termination letter. She withdrew her gaze from the award ceremony on the television and her face grew cold. Zhang Kai, sign the paper, and we'll both write it off. Jade 786. You're just going to abandon me? Abandon the Tainyu Club? Zhang Kai's injuries were not yet healed, and with an oxygen mask on his mouth, his voice was blurred. You're ungrateful. I gave you a module for nothing. The corner of Jade 786's mouth twitched as she removed the module and threw it at Zhang Kai's face, smashing Zhang Kai into a mouthful of cold air as she tugged on the oxygen mask's connecting wire and sneered. Hurry up and sign it, or else I'll pull out your oxygen mask. Uncle Liang just got off the plane, looking at the cell phone on the podium. Sun Yan's waiter-style smile, as well as holding the trophy like a naive star. The corners of the mouth cannot help but curve upward. Have to hurry back to make fish soup. I remember that Star loves to eat fish head, and this time, buy her a big one. It's just that Uncle Liang didn't notice. Already 2 groups of mystics were following him either far or near. Mr. Sun Yan, this is your prize money as Nox champion, a total of 500,000. Koen led the staff to Sun Yan and opened the suitcase. Inside were neatly yards of banknotes. Sun Yan took the suitcase, and the smile on his face became much more sincere. Ooh, lots of durians. Star rubbed her hands together excitedly. Mr. Sun Yan, can I interview you? Koen took out a microphone and aimed it at Sun Yan's mouth. For the sake of money, Sun Yan didn't refuse. I've heard that you walked onto the Nox track after only 2 training races, so may I ask how you honed your various skills? Sun Yan laughed and said calmly, these techniques don't need to be practiced at all. I just think about them in my head every day before I go to bed, and then I use them naturally when I compete. Quinn at audience. Star, her master is in stinky mode again. What tips can you share with the audience here on cornering? Quinn asks the same questions that the audience cares about. After all, many in the audience are machinists and racers. Tips? Sun Yan stroked his chin, paused to mainly still believe in their own feelings that you feel you can pass. Feel cannot pass. This person driving has always been a stream of consciousness, but also quite envious of those racers who can accurately understand the situation of themselves and their witches. Aha, our Mr. Sun Yan is a newcomer after all. It's normal that he doesn't have much experience, but relying on his intuition to make it this far is indeed genius. Quinquin rounded up stiffly. He felt that if he kept asking like this, the racers and witches in the audience might riot. It's better to ask questions that can't go wrong. What would you like to say to your machine mother? Sun Yan looked at Star, and Star blinked her big eyes over. The corners of Sun Yan's mouth hooked up as he stroked Star's head dotingly. My Star will definitely be able to become a world-class machinist. Wow, it seems that our Mr. Sun Yan is very optimistic about Star's future. Quinquin brought the microphone to Star again. So Ms. Star, as a machine lady, is there anything you would like to say to your master? Star was still immersed in the emotion of the words she had just spoken, staring at Sun Yan for a long time before coming back to her senses. Facing the microphone and the camera, she reddened, blushing and tugging at the corner of Sun Yan's coat, a passionate feeling in her heart wanting to surge out. I want to be with Master forever. Taking another sharp, deep breath, he stammered, together, eat durian. The audience erupted with people's friendly laughter, but Star couldn't hear anything. She kept her head down, her face full of redness burning hot to the roots of her ears. Screwed up everything. Idiot. Star, you are such a fool. Star cursed herself 100 times in her mind. That line came out after all, but why did she have to add such a stupid note after it? Eating durian together forever or something. Master would surely laugh at her. Yeah, let's eat durian together then. There was a warm touch on his head. It was a broad hand. Star looked up and saw Sun Yan's dazzling smile in the sunlight. It was like he was bathed in light. It was also like that stormy night when a man broke into the dark warehouse and reached out to her with a ray of light at his back. She was too full of cowardice to touch that light then. Now she finally has the courage to walk side by side with Sunin toward the future. Eat lots of durian together. Facing the sunlight, Star had a big smile on her face. Oh yeah, and stinky tofu. Anyone who wants to see the Star car picture put 2. Only reference to the appearance, not related to the original car. Chapter 39, She'll Always Be the First. The Knox Rally came to a successful conclusion, but it was only the end of the race. The prize money and glory goes to the top 3. The top 10 will qualify for further participation in the advanced competitions all the way to the provincial competition, the Panglong Mountain Circuit. While those who don't make it to the top May 10th seem like they won't get anything, but in reality that's not the case, as their performances in the Knox Rally are seen by the various club coaches. Apart from the competitors who already have clubs, the rest of the wild riders and machinists are waiting for this moment. Joining the club is in a sense giving yourself a chance for a new life. The club's various resources will make it much less difficult for them to move forward in the racing industry. In the past, the top 3 places in the Knox Rally have been seated by each club. This year was one of the most unique, with the winner being a wild rider with jaw-dropping skills, Sunin, and his machinima was nothing prestigious, only judging from the model number that it came from the Star family. Such a wild rider is of course a big fat meat in the eyes of various clubs, and as soon as Sun Yan and Star came down from the podium, the coaches of the clubs gathered like sharks smelling fishy smell. Mr. Sun Yan, you and Miss Star don't have a club yet, do you? Why don't you come to our Wild Grass Club to develop it? A balding fat coach was the first to squeeze in front of Sun Yan and Xingchen by relying on his fat body. Though we, Wild Grass, are not yet in the Fortune 500, we are not worse than those Fortune 500 clubs in terms of facilities, training experience and welfare benefits, even if we are better. Coach Fat didn't tell a lie. A lot of the big clubs aren't really that bad in every way. All that's missing is a racer and machinist who can make a name for himself. You wild glazers might as well step aside a little. SSC club coach Zhang Sai also squeezed in front of Sun Yan. He smiled with embarrassment and said stiffly, Mr. Sun Yan, something unpleasant did happen on the track just now, but the field of play is like a battlefield. I hope that you can understand our hardship, but our SSC club's intention to recruit you is very sufficient. The treatment of anything is good to say. Really anything? Zhang Sai was delighted in his heart, and busily said, of course, feel free to ask for anything you want. Good. Since you SSC are so sincere, then you can expel Wang Yiming, and by the way, disband the SSC club, give me all the shares, and rename it Star Club. This condition shouldn't be too much, right? Sun Yan smiled and said, as long as you agree to this request of mine, I will immediately bring Star to join the club. Zhang Sai's face darkened into the bottom of a pot, the smile on his face becoming more and more stiff. Mr. Sun Yan, let's not joke about it, shall we? Who's kidding you? I'm serious about joining your club. Sun Yan had a serious face and sighed again. It seems like you SSC really have no sincerity at all. Next, Mr. Sun Yan, come to our Icon Club. Our club's resources aren't any worse than SSC's, and the machinima are at your disposal. What? You want me to give up Star for another machinima? I think you guys have ulterior motives. Next, Mr. Sun Yan, would you like to consider our Infinity Club? All modules are free, so can you guys get a diamond module? Can't? Then forget it. Next, Zheng Sai is being pushed away by other coaches. He also clearly estimated that it was hopeless to try to invite Sun Yan into the SSC club, and could only return to Wang Yiming with a face full of bad luck. What? Sun Yan is not happy? Wang Yiming glanced at Zheng Sai, who had a hard look on his face, and scolded, "If you can't even do this little thing well, what use do I have for you?" Zheng Sai, you've been the new coach of SSC Club for 3 years, right? Have you really progressed with the times in these 3 years? Why is it that you can't do the skills that Sun Yan can do? The corners of Zheng Sai's mouth twitched, and he barely managed to catch his breath. Damn, not to mention him as an associate coach. The head coach of the SSC Club would have to kneel down and call his father after watching today's game. Besides, this young master of yours has been studying racing for decades, but he has learned from the dog, right? Only these words could only be swallowed in his heart. On the surface he could only apologize respectfully. I'm sorry, young Master Wang. This is my problem. In the future I will definitely find a way to learn more driving skills. Please give me another chance. Chance? Wang Yiming clasped his hands and laughed coldly. What other chances do you have? You let my SSC club players jam Sun Yan's player to prevent him from overtaking. You've done such a dirty thing. What more chance do you need? My SSC club doesn't need a coach with a bad character like you. Zheng Sai sniffed, his face reddened, angrily staring at Wang Yiming was about to retort, but he saw 2 reporters standing left and right beside Wang Yiming. The black hole of the camera was pointed at him, while Wang Yiming had his back to the camera, his lips wriggling noiselessly. Zheng Sai read Wang Yiming's meaning, which was to shut him up. If he stabbed out everything, then he might not be able to hang around in the industry anymore. And at that time, what would he rely on to support his family? If he just admits it, maybe no club will ever take him again, but he can still go to the black market as a trainer and a modifier. The SSC club was taking him to clear his name. Those things were clearly directed by Wang Yiming, but now they were all going to be planted on him, and it was in front of the media. In this way, even if he exposed Wang Yiming in the future, no one would believe his words. They would only think that he was harboring a grudge after he was kicked out of the SSC and was deliberately taking revenge. This Wang Yiming is really a good calculator. Zheng Sai pursed his lips and lowered his head. This time he was really clueless. I see what you mean, Mr. Wang. Thanks to SSC Club for tolerating me. It's me who doesn't deserve to be the coach of SSC Club. Zheng sighs forlornly as he squeezes through the crowd and turns to leave. The lights of the camera carried by the reporter flickering to record the hunched back of the deputy coach, and the racing section of tomorrow's newspaper may have a small square dedicated to accommodating his photo, with a paragraph underneath whitewashing the SSC Club. Clubs are such brutal organizations that they have the power of life and death to a certain extent, whether it's for coaches, racers or machinists. Sonian took in the scene even as he dealt with those club coaches. It also reinforced his determination not to join any clubs, and if he had to need a club in order to compete, he preferred to get one on his own. Master, that uncle looks so pathetic. Star tugged on Sun Yan's coat. She knew that the real instigator was Wang Yiming, and Zhang Shang was just a part-time worker. Now not only is the job gone, but you have to take the fall. People always have to pay for their own choices. Sun Yan touched Star's head. If he didn't carry out Wang Yiming's orders when he gave them but bravely stood out, although he would still be expelled from SSC Club, he probably wouldn't be able to move an inch in other clubs. More or less those wild riders and machinists would still respect him. Mr. Sun Yan is right. VBC Club's coach Wu Zun was the last one to come to Sun Yan. The other club's referees had already been refused to leave by Sun Yan for all sorts of fancy reasons. He smiled and said, Zhang Shang's result is to blame. But, Mr. Sun Yan, do you still remember Liang in Comet? Of course I remember. Being a smart armor actually using skills in a training match. And just like that it was only a tie. Sun Yan spread his two hands and was filled with disgust. That's so lame. That's right. Stragglers, Star added with a nod. Wu Zun. Sun Yan and Star's words blocked out all the words he had prepared in advance. He could only say it in a different way. Our VBC club does not only have one wise armorer in Liang. Other clubs can give you the resources to equip you with better witches, but our VBC club has two ready-made wise armors for you to use as a reference. And I'm sure that one of your goals in the future is to become a wise armorer as well, right? The smile on Sun Yan's face gradually flattened out. Wu Zun's words made him a little heartbroken. Wise armorer. He was indeed curious about this profession. A curiosity that was like the curiosity and desire of muggles for wizards in the wizarding world. Then I have a few questions. Sun Yan looked straight at Wu Zun. Go ahead. Can I have absolute freedom to join your VBC club? Can I choose my modules freely? Can I always run the track with Star? Wu Zun glanced at Star next to Sun Yan. The XC99 is a defective car that sells for $5,000 when he knows those numbers like the back of his hand. Such a machinima is certainly not qualified to enter the VDC Club. We will try to give you as much freedom as you want. For example, you can choose your own training time. Modules can of course be matched by yourself, but in order to give full play to your talent, we will also give you a stronger machine girl for free. The auction price of millions, tens of millions of dollars are possible. And your current machine girl? If you can't afford it, you can completely as an alternative. You can't afford to part with it can be used as an alternative. Sun Yan felt his sleeve being pulled by a shivering little hand. Behind her, Star's breath shuddered a little. The conditions offered by Wu Zun were extremely superior in anyone's opinion, so superior that it would make other club players blush. Wu Zun thought so too, and he couldn't think of any reason why Sun Yan might refuse. Your VDC club is very sincere. I'm flattered. Sun Yan gave a polite smile. Just when Wu Zun thought he was going to say yes, the words changed. But I won't let the machine lady who has been with me all the way to the top be an alternative. She will always be the starter. Chapter 40, Endless Sideswipes. After being politely rejected by Sun Yan, Wu Zun attached a number of conditions, but Sun Yan's attitude was very firm. If he had to replace the first machinima, then it would be impossible to join the VDC club. For this Wu Zun is really puzzled. He felt that Sun Yan was a bit too biased in favor of Star. Obviously the VDC club can provide a machine girl that can beat the XC99 in performance, so why not use it? If you don't want to separate it from the XC99 and talk about a sentiment, then it's perfectly fine as an alternative. Sun Yan has not let go. Wu Zun cannot be unlimited to additional chips, and ultimately this matter can only be left unsettled. Mr. Sun Yan, in the future, you can always come to the VDC club to look for me when you figure it out. This is my business card. Wu Zun did not continue to pester him and handed Sun Yan his business card, which had his phone number and the address of the VDC club on it. To be honest, I really appreciate your talent and it's a real shame that you don't join the club to get better training. Thank you. I will definitely contact you if I need you. Sun Yan took the business card and put it away. The so-called reach out. Wu Zun's attitude has always been very good. VDC is currently also considered to reflect the volume of the world's top 500 club. Whether it is Liang, Comet or previously encountered Kim Young-tae, Yun Bao is actually not a bad guy, then that squinty-eyed Wan Yiming is much too good. In the end, Wu Zun also regretted to withdraw. Star, who had been touched for a long time, once again couldn't help tugging on Sun Yan's sleeve. Master, you actually turned down such a great temptation for me. I really am. You really are the happiest machinima in the world. Sun Yan picked up on Star's words. He had learned to snatch at them. Oh, Star blushed in shame, blinking her big eyes at Sun Yan, squirming. So, then master, what prompted you to refuse such a great temptation? Is it the pride of being a master? Is it the love and care for the first Megain? Or is it that you have anything special for this Megain? Star's voice was getting smaller and smaller, to the last few words directly muffled inaudible. Her brain buzzed. She could only feel the extremely fast heartbeat and increasingly hot face. The main thing is that you can let me show off my skills. Sun Yan stroked his chin and said rightfully, think about it, if the VDC club gave me a hexagonal machine girl, what kind of technical flow would I play? Won't I become a giant baby like the other pilots? These human limbs and brains are meant to be used. Not using them will degenerate. I don't want to get Alzheimer's. Star, abominable. That's not what she wanted to hear. Master, said Star with a black face, pulling hard on Sun Yan's sleeve with eyes full of resentment. I want to eat durian. Yeah, eat it. There's a $500,000 bonus, so eat all you want. I'll have 1,000 of them. Okay, wait a minute. Sees less? 1,000. Sun Yan twisted his head and looked at Star with a confused face. Aren't you afraid that the exhaust is all durian flavor? I don't care. I'm going to eat it. Okay, get you. OQAQ, I hate you. Star puffed up and turned her back to ignore Sun Yan, only one hand still hooked on Sun Yan's sleeve walking backwards. What's wrong with me again? Saunian scratched his head. Didn't he already promise to buy durian for Star? Is it because you're angry about the exhaust smells like durian comment you just made? It felt like usually Star wasn't that pretentious. Jokes were random. It seemed like today had gotten weird since the award ceremony. While Sun Yan was wondering how he should transport the 1,000 durians back to the conscience return field. On the other side, Wan Yiming had already returned to the SSC club headquarters in a special helicopter with the rest of the SSC club players. Just after getting off the plane, Wan Yiming impatiently pulled Jade's shadow to greet the other players to the training ground. Before in the helicopter when the absolute shadow has given him clear Sun Yan's technical action, he figured out the principle and found that there is not the slightest difficulty. This must not hurry to take out to show off a bit? After all, this Nox rally only got the second. Face really cannot pass. Brothers, this time our SSC club didn't win the top 3 of the Nox rally as planned, but we didn't gain nothing at all. Wang Yiming stood in the center of the training ground and called out all the players and machinists from the SSC club. He said with a dejected look on his face, "You're all very surprised at how Sunyan and Star's wall overtaking was done, right? Now I know this technique too, and I'm going to teach it to you guys." As soon as these words came out, the crowd revealed looks of shock and adoration, worthy of being young Wang. Learned it so quickly. That's right, our young Wang is a genius driver. He'll know it after reading it once. Thank you, young Wang, for teaching us new techniques. Little brother, I'll kowtow to you first. Wang Yiming lifted his chin, basking in the sound of praise a bit fluttering. He immediately let the Jedi shadow unfold and sat in the driver's seat, ready to show these contestants. Jedi, are you ready? Yes, Master. Boom dash. Wang Yiming started the Jedi shadow and leapt out, speeding up and then following Sun Yan's operation of hitting the joystick and braking sideways in cooperation with the Jedi shadow. The Jedi is very strong and lifts one side of the body with ease. The club members watching around them gasped out in shock. Master, watch the balance. Just as Wang Yiming was immersed in the joy of success, the Jade Shadow's urgent voice woke him up. Balance? What balance? Wang Yiming froze, followed by a heavenly spin. Jedi flipped sideways. By the time he came back to his senses, he was upside down in the driver's seat, his face a shade of green and white. Master, make sure to keep your balance. We were just traveling in a straight line. Jedi Shadow lifted his unfolded form and helped Wang Yiming up. The latter words were left unsaid by the Jedi. It's just that you can't get the balance right for driving in a straight line, let alone turning like Sunin, again and again and again. I was just not concentrating. Wang Yiming stretched his neck and shouted to the surrounding club members. See? Failure to grasp the balance is this result. This is the wrong demonstration I deliberately gave you. You must remember. It dawned on the onlookers, the racers and the machinistas. I see. Young Wang has a heart. Wang Xiao also gave us a wrong demonstration of guarding the best Wang Xiao. I want to be young Wang's mechanic's wife. I'm sure I'd be happy to be piloted by young Wang, right? There's a machine lady with a sense of humor. These words were also heard in the heart of the Jedi. She glanced at Wang Yiming next to her, her eyes filled with complexity. If you want to talk about happiness, it's only experienced at the hands of Sunin, the driver. His mastery of the Meister had reached unimaginable levels, to the point where being a Meister required no brain at all. No need to worry about anything, no need to balance the body, no need to compensate for the pilot's operational errors, just to bore forward as well as fulfill the commands with precision. That's true happiness. Driving with Sunin is a pleasure. People are more angry than people, and they used to think that Wang Yiming's work was good, but now it seems that Wang Yiming's work is simply a piece of Jedi. Let's try again. Oh, okay, Master. Wang Yiming sat in the Jedi Shadow fully loaded and ready to go. This time it's not a misdemonstration. He held out a finger, full of confidence. Boom dash. The Jedi Shadow leapt out 100 meters and flipped sideways again as Wang Yiming maneuvered. Wang Yiming, I'm doing it this time to teach you a lesson. Third attempt, still sideways. Wang Yiming, ahahaha. I didn't get the balance right this time. Fourth time, sideways. Fifth time, sideways. For the 27th time, sideways. Wang Yiming had run out of reasons. He gripped the Jedi's joystick, his face blue with anger. Why? Why just can't you learn? Jade Shadow, is it that you didn't do a good job? Wang Yiming, who had no place to take his anger, aimed at Jade Shadow, and Jade Shadow, who had long lost her good temper after 27 consecutive cartwheels, directly exploded at Wang Yiming's words. She lifted the unfolding mode, pushed away the stunned Wang Yiming and coldly walked towards the club. Jedi, what? What are you doing? I want to break the contract with you. The Jedi Shadow didn't even return his head and said coldly, I'm ready to triple the liquidated damages, so I'll sign the agreement today. Hearing this, Wang Yiming was dumbfounded. They had given a very high auction price to buy the Jade in the first place. The Jade was perfectly capable of paying for the breach of contract, and that meant she had the right to break the contract. However, Wang Yiming was unwilling to bow his head and apologize to a machinima. Jedi, what do you mean? Leave me and you'll never find a driver or club as good as mine. The Jade Shadow's footsteps slightly paused as she turned to glare at Wang Yiming, the corner of her mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Wang Yiming, let me be honest with you. Your driving skills are a piece of poo. No blow all day today had been as exciting as the words of the Jedi. Wang Yiming froze in place, only feeling a rush of hot blood to his head. His eyes rolled over and he fainted. Jiangcheng City, Conscience Return Field. In celebration of Sunin and Star taking first place in the Nox Rally, Uncle Liang specially went to the food market to buy 2 big fish, and he was making fish soup in the kitchen when the movement of entering came from outside. Yo, Star, and this brat is pretty fast. Surely he's going to hold the prize in front of me again. Uncle Yoshi thought prettily, wiping his hands on his apron and smiling as he poked his head out of the kitchen. But the moment he saw the visitor, The smile on his face abruptly froze. Next chapter, Uncle Liang is not at home tonight loading. Runs those machinima charts too when there are key machinima on the field. 6 million word veteran author. Enterprise Woodbury, seals the book Dolua and asks for a follow-up. Chapter 41, Uncle Liang is not at home tonight. You guys are here? Uncle Liang hung his hands down and spoke faintly. That's right, we're here. You shouldn't have come. I've been looking for you for the past 6 months. The visitor is a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Looks well-mannered. Wearing a straight suit, with a work permit hanging on his chest, which reads, Dragon Country Special Security. Behind him are 4 men in regular clothes, who look much younger, tall and porous, with a bulging waist that seems to be holding something. Su Ziliang, don't run, come with me, the middle-aged man sighed. Look at you now, you've aged beyond recognition. For half a year, you've gone to great lengths to remain incognito. Isn't that Jichi master still out there on the loose? Uncle Rio kept his head down in silence. The middle-aged man's words squeezed heavily on his spine. It made him look even more hunched over. But if I don't do anything, that kid Aaron will resent me. Right, and Chisha will hate me too, right? I'm not a good father, and I'm not a good driver. The 4 young men took the opportunity to press forward and were about to make a move to take Uncle Liang down. But the middle-aged man waved his hand to stop them and shook his head at the 4 young men. Uncle Liang is no longer able to run. Even if he was able to break through the blockade of the 5 of them, there were still people watching outside, and it would be difficult for him to fly. Ah Lin will not hate you. Zi Liang, if you continue to hold on to the past, that child is the only one who will be heartbroken. As for Qishao, the middle-aged man had a complicated look, and did not say anything, just sighed. Uncle Liang looked up at the rainy sky, tears following the sourness dripping down his nose, and his clenched fists suddenly unclenched. Wang Sharon, how did you find me? Didn't you go to the Nox rally? Got your face captured by the camera. The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses and said helplessly, We secretly monitored all the big competitions in these 6 months and froze without seeing you show up. But I didn't think that you went to watch a beginner's competition like the Nox rally instead. He looked around, saw signs that Uncle Liang was not the only one living here, and said brightly, Yo, are you taking on disciples? Not an apprentice, just a stubborn little brat and a silly machinima. Uncle Liang picked at his crumpled apron and smiled wearily. I didn't expect to be caught by you just going out to watch a game. I'm so unlucky. Stop thinking about revenge. Go back with us. Wang Shaoren walked up to Uncle Liang, patted his shoulder and persuaded. Locked up inside with food, drink and games to watch. The key is safety. Those people's hands can't reach out to me. How long will I be locked up? If you don't escape, you'll only be locked up for 7 or 8 years. You've escaped for half a year. I'm afraid you'll be locked up for 30 or 40 years. What's the difference between that and being dead? Wang Shaoren smiled. Hey, at least I can still play cards with you. The sound of sirens echoed outside the reburning field. The 4 young SWAT officers had their right hands on their hips, eyes alert. Uncle Liang knew he couldn't escape. He pursed his lips, looked at his former best friend, and said solemnly, I'll go with you, but before I go, let me leave a letter to those 2 kids to explain. Okay, is half an hour enough? Enough. Uncle Rio wrote the letter in 10 minutes, pressed it under the shark doll on Star's desk, turned and walked into the kitchen, simmering the fish soup and putting the lid on the pot as usual. Finally, he organized all the keys and papers from the backyard into a box and placed it next to the shark doll. He took off his apron, washed his hands, and walked calmly to Wang Shaoren. Go. 2 SWAT officers came up and handcuffed Uncle Liang, the entrance to the refurnishing yard. Uncle Rio looked back, the wind swirling the graying shreds of hair on his forehead, his eyes sweeping over the sign of the backyard and the small cabin in the center, taking a deep breath like he was trying to remember the smell of the place, then turning to get into the police car. In the evening, a truck pulls up in front of the Conscience return yard. Sun Yan and Star got out of the car with a suitcase and one carrying 2 large fish. Where is the durian unloaded? The truck driver asked, pinching his nose. Just unloaded at the door. Sun Yan's gaze was wooden, and he said somewhat mechanically, Enough 1,000 durians. That strong smell he smelled all the way. In fact, the smell of individual durians is not bad, but the huge number of durians converge together, and when he and Star are still surrounded by this pile of durians, then it's a little bit painful for him. Only Star was happy about it. She had already eaten a dozen durians on the way from the fruit market to the retort field. Master, you really bought me 1,000 durians. Star held a few durians and didn't mind the sting, and said with arched eyebrows, I really am the happiest machinima in the world. I don't care if you're happy or not. Sun Yan rolled his eyes. Anyway, you transport these durians to the warehouse by yourself. No problem, master. Star patted her chest. Just leave it to me. She picked out a few more big and full durians and stuffed them into Sun Yan. These are for Grandpa Liang. They're all the ones I picked out on the way. They're big, sweet and super fresh. How do you know it's sweet? Sun Yan squinted. That's certainly the intuition of the durian Daiho Kinema. Sunin, He was not sure if Uncle Liang loved durians, but it was more or less the little girl's intention, so he carried the durians and the 2 fish towards the center cabin. Why aren't the lights on? Normally the cabin lights are on at this time of day. Every night when he and Star came back from training, he was especially reassured when he saw the not bright but very soft light, and when he didn't see it today, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding welling up in him. Uncle Liang, we're back. Uncle Liang? The cabin was silent and unanswered. Sun Yan's heart tightened and he quickened his pace. Uncle Liang has a heart condition and usually takes medication immediately when he doesn't feel well, and he was still with Uncle Liang at that time. So even if there was any accident, he could totally implement first aid immediately. But he certainly wouldn't be able to take care of everything when he brought Star to the tournament. Pushing the door into the house, the faint aroma of fish soup is still lingering in the room. The surrounding furniture maintains the appearance before he left. Although plain but very neat and clean, the cabin is not big. A glance can see a rough. Uncle Liang is not in the room, so he rushed into the kitchen next to him, but he didn't see Uncle Liang's person either. On the stovetop was the pot that Uncle Liang usually used to stew fish soup. The palm of his hand was still warm when he touched it. Uncle Liang isn't home, but it was late at this hour, so where would Uncle Liang suddenly run off to? Master, Grandpa Rio, the Nox champion machine girl is back. Star ran into the cabin with gusto. With her no-nonsense speed unfolding the body using the trunk, it took only 3 trips to get the durians to the warehouse and set them up. Just looking at the pale Sun Yin in the cabin, her light footsteps gradually stopped again, looked around and asked in confusion, Master, why don't you turn on the lights? And, where did Grandpa Liang go? Star Pink Made Costume Limited. Chapter 42, Uncle Liang's Letter. I don't know where Uncle Liang went. Sun Yen grasped his hair bitterly. The impression that the stubborn old man even a cell phone is not much use. Want a phone number or not? And now people cannot be found. How to contact are not a little bit of a clue. The old man has no friends. Every day in addition to reading the newspaper, in addition to no other entertainment projects. Moreover, Uncle Liang was particularly fond of collecting newspapers and would store all kinds of newspapers in chronological order just like a stamp collection. Master, could Grandpa Tertullian have been captured by the bad guys? Star held Sun Yen's hand, frowning with worry. The corner of Sun Yen's mouth twitched. It was fine if Star didn't speak, but he was even more flustered in his heart when Star spoke. Anyway, let's look around the house first. He tried his best to suppress the worry in his heart to keep calm. Uncle Liang is a person who does things very carefully. If he really has to leave for a long time, he will definitely leave us some information. If he is just leaving for a while, we can just wait for him to come back at home. Master, I'll go search now. Star nodded with a serious look on her face and rushed towards her room and her slippers snapping. No matter how you think about it, Uncle Liang couldn't have left the message in Star's room. Sun Yen had no choice but to open Uncle Liang's room at the first opportunity. The old man's room is even more simple than the living room outside. There is only a bed, a table near the window. On the table is a pot of unknown name and species of flowers. Next to the pot is a vertical photo frame. Inside is a family of 3 photos. The father and the son are wearing helmets. The mother is full of smiles, her hands compared to the scissors of victory. Sun Yen picked up the photo frame, but a photo suddenly fell out of the crevice. In the photo was a valiant machine girl. She was tall, wearing a fiery red racing suit, with a badge on her chest with the big words, Red Sky, engraved with flame special effects. A head of red and black long hair draped on the back of the head. There is a middle-aged man standing behind the young girl not far away. Arm-clamped helmet, full of open smile. From the facial contours can be recognized as exactly Uncle Liang. Just the photo of Uncle Liang looks too young. He is confident and calm, with a mature flavor unique to the middle-aged. Not like this old and stooped. Sun Yen knew that Uncle Liang was not very old, less than 40, just as old as he could be, and therefore was called by Xing Chen as Grandpa Liang. What on earth drove the confident, flamboyant man in the photo to what he is now? Where's his family? Where's his machine mother? Sun Yen's heart was filled with questions. Master! Star's anxious shouts came from outside, pulling Sun Yen's thoughts back. Grandpa Liang left us a letter and a box. Come out and read it. Sun Yen took the picture frame and walked out of the room. Star was standing in front of the table with folded up letter paper and a box that was originally used to store milk. I just went back to my room and found the box and this letterhead next to the shark doll, but I haven't opened it yet to read it. Star obediently pushed the letter paper and box in front of Sun Yen, sat down with her hands propped up on her chin, blinking her big eyes as she waited for Sun Yen to read. Sun Yen opened the letter paper, and inside was Uncle Liang's characteristic, large, powerful letters. Brat, by the time you read this, I should have been gone for a long time. I'm sorry to leave you and that Star girl without saying goodbye in such a way. I went to the Nox rally. You guys did great. Apologize to that Star girl for me. I once said she had poor steering and was a wreck. Hurt this girl's feelings, didn't I? Sun Yan glanced at Xingchen. This little ninny was listening attentively with a gentle light in her eyes. Never mind where I've been. I've gone to a place where I can live in peace and quiet. But it's just that it's a bit difficult to meet you guys. Even if you guys win the Nox title now, I still don't want you to become a racer. And I want you to stop there and just live idly with Star. But I know you're going to keep climbing forward and won't give a damn about what I have to say as an old man. So here's a couple of pieces of advice for you to keep in mind. First, never hold a grudge against any wizards unless you become one yourself. Second, don't trust your machinima if she's only contracted with you. Please always trust your machinima if she's contracted with you for core branding. Third, the world is a big place, far greater than you can imagine. You and Star can't fight alone. You need more friends. Fourth, if your goal is to be world class, then I wouldn't recommend joining any clubs. Fend for yourself. Fifth, machinima, like people, can die from injuries in addition to returning to their own. Above all, maybe you don't understand what the point of me suggesting all this is right now, but when you get to a certain stage, you'll surely understand. If you never got it, I might even be a little happier that it means you'll be able to live in peace. Inside the box is all my belongings. You can either sell the backyard, or go next door to 178, Begonia Street in Tianyuan City to join my friend. Just take the picture on my bedroom table and give it to him. Finally, don't come looking for me. See if I smoke you if you try to find me. By the way, there is fish soup in the kitchen. Medium heat and then simmer for 7 or 8 minutes. The flavor is just right. The fish head is simmered separately for a longer period of time. The stars love to eat. Uncle Liang. The letter ends here. Sun Yan took a deep breath. His heart was clogged. He knew that something must have happened to Uncle Liang, but the letter didn't reveal anything about it either. Apparently Uncle Liang didn't want them involved. Didn't want them to get involved. Before he could recover from his confused thoughts, Star's drawn-out cries had filled his ears. He looked down, only to see that the originally quiet little girl had already cried her nose off and her eyes swollen into 2 watery peaches. Master, it's all my fault. I'm a crow's foot. Grandpa Rio must have been taken by the bad guys. Star wiped her tears and kept patting her head with her other hand. If I hadn't said that, Grandpa Liang wouldn't have been captured by the bad guys. Sun Yan hurriedly took Star's hand. This girl was already stupid, and her hands are still thieving, so a few more knocks will make her even more stupid. Uncle Liang wasn't taken by the bad guys. He left on his own. He wiped the teardrops off the girl's face and gave a forced smile. Besides, Uncle Liang had already left the house when you said that. You can't be blamed for this. Really? Sun Yan's eyes reddened, and she could only raise her head slightly to keep Star from seeing. Master, if you lie to me, you'll turn into a little piggy. Sunin, Master, are we going to Grandpa Rio? Definitely. Sun Yan hugged Star, his eyes gradually settling down. Even though Uncle Liang emphasized not to go to him, Uncle Liang was his savior. When he first came to this world and was about to freeze to death in the face of the horrible temperature difference between day and night, it was Uncle Liang who dragged his tired body and carried him. A 5 feet 5 inches strong man, the fish soup that night saved his life and allowed him to continue to drift in this brand new world. Without Uncle Liang, how could there be the present him and Star? In the past few months, Uncle Liang had completely treated him as his own son, and had even emptied his savings to buy modules for Star. One must not forget one's roots. Just how to find Uncle Liang and when to start need to be carefully thought out. Sun Yan's eyes were locked on top of the string of addresses on the letter, and it was imperative to figure out what had happened to Uncle Liang, and this friend of Uncle Liang's might be the one who knows. Chapter 43, A Badass Robbing Durian? Sun Yan opened the box and examined the contents: the deed to the reburning yard, the business license, the key, and a bank card with a PIN number affixed to it. The refurnace field was Uncle Liang's heart and soul, and Sun Yan didn't intend to sell it, but he definitely didn't have the time to manage the refurnace field when he left Jiangqing City. It's a good thing there's more than one reburning yard in Jiangqing City, so it's just a matter of applying to the city government for a moratorium. He wasn't going to touch anything in the box. Uncle Liang had already helped him and Star a lot, and he still owed Uncle Liang money for a module, so how could he use Uncle Liang's family money? He would return all these things to Uncle Liang when he found him. Star, I'm going to go to City Hall now. How about you stay home and watch the house? Sun Yan touched Star's head. There was a slight worry in his eyes as he thought about whether it would not be too safe to leave Star alone at home. After all, Star is just a girl with no hands, but the return field can't be left unattended at night. Master, it's 8 o'clock. Does the city government still work? Star blinked her big eyes and subconsciously wiped off her nose with Sun Yan's sleeve. They get off at 10. Sanian glued the snot back into Star's face again. The government sector in this world is the one he admires the most and is a model for the industry. When Uncle Liang took him to do ID card at night, only to see dozens of work clothes in the office to increase the baldness of Buring to him, who came to see will be a wave of heartache. Ooh-hoo, Master go. Me and the durian pups will miss you. Star held up a large durian to Sounian. The strong odor filled the air at once, raping someone's nose. Sunin, but are you really okay with being alone? What could be wrong? Star looked at Sun Yan strangely, quickly reading his thoughts from Sun Yan's worried eyes. Master is afraid that the bad guys will rush in and steal my durian? Star crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth hooked up in a fierce smile. This genius machinima let them have 1 hand and 2 feet, they won't be able to touch the durian for a second. With those words, Star raised his foot and stomped it against the ground. Boom dash. Then he picked up the durian and knocked it against his head, and with a pop the durian shattered. Sun Yan only felt his brain buzzing, and the whole house trembled, almost not being shaken over. What the hell at night? Your family doesn't rest. Ha, sick. A few growls came from the apartments around the retort field. Sun Yan looked down, only to see that Star's foot had sunk into the ground, stepping out a spider web cracked crater. I've had a good time. On the contrary, he forgot that Star looked harmless on the surface, but in reality, his combat power was bursting at the seams. Then I'll go. Sun Yan gulped. Going early, he was afraid that if there was a burglar or something in the house, Star would punch someone to death. Although the Nox rally has ended, the impact of this race continues to ferment. Especially Sun Yan and Star's cornering video was made into a collection of highlights, became an important material for the collective study of the coaches of various clubs. Traditional methods of slowing down for corners are beginning to be questioned. People are beginning to value this type of cornering that relies on the tires holding on to correct the body. Of course, not everyone is up to date with the times, and there are those who think that Sun Yan and Star's way of cornering is simply claptrap, harboring uncertainty and danger, and is not recommended for other pilots and machinists to learn. As for Sun Yan and Star's wall-to-wall overtaking maneuver in the tunnel, it was much more controversial. There are racers who hold it as a Bible, and there are racers who scoff at it, believing that Sun Yan is an unabashed madman and outlaw who has absolutely no regard for his own life or the life and safety of his machinima. VVC Club. I've reminded you guys to be careful of that Sun Yan and Star. Liang crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa, flossing his teeth with one hand and brushing a short video with the other. Jin Zhengtai and Yun Bao were sitting on the opposite side, their heads lowered as if they were defeated roosters. Captain, I was the one who was gullible. Tisk, forget it. You guys can't catch up with others even if you take my words seriously. Liang glanced at Jin Zhengtai and said with a smile, the next step is to play steadily and gradually enter the Panlong Mountain Circuit. Sun Yan's technique you have to learn. Cloud Leopard is an excellent performance machine, lady. Reasonably it shouldn't lose to Star, mainly because you, the pilot, can't do it. Kim Jong-tae. This Captain Lee just loves to say the most devastating things in the gentlest of tones, and it works just fine. Sun Yan and Star are definitely aiming for the provincial tournament as well. You're bound to meet again, so don't lose next time. Captain, this is the module I prepared for you guys. Liang took out a box and pushed it to Jin Zhengtai and Yun Bao. The module in the box emitted a purple glow. It was obviously a purple-grade module with a high price tag. The reasoning of one big stick and one sweet date is clear to Liang. Recently, the club's newcomers are not good to bring up. These things still have to be worried about him as the captain. Thinking about it makes his heart tired. Captain, this is? Jin Zhengtai and Yun Bao were filled with surprise. I thought that after getting a third prize and rewards were gone, but I didn't expect Liang to give them a purple module as an encouragement. This is the Vortex Dragon 1 module. It improves acceleration but reduces crash resistance and range. The Cloud Panther's performance is too balanced. The strengths and weaknesses are all here. The last, Vortex Dragon 1, is very suitable. Train well. Liang patted Kim Young-tae's shoulder and stood up, and was about to go back to his house. Captain, I hear you're competing at the national level? Well, you kid is well informed. Liang smiled. Captain, be safe. Kim Young-tae's face was full of adoration and solemn concern. Don't worry, you can't die with Comet. Liang waved his hand perfunctorily and walked into the room, closing the door but leaning against it and letting out a long breath. The first track of the national level competition, Breath of Death, Riven Desert Track, 4,000 kilometers long, to run in the dry burning desert for more than 10 hours, from dusk to dawn, to challenge a variety of complex and dangerous natural environment, testing the driver's perseverance and the range of the aircraft lady, and at the same time there is a group of wolf-like tiger players to fight with you. The game is a great way to get the most out of your time in the desert. As the chief of the VVC club, he carries the hopes of VVC and the pressure he faces can be imagined. Damn it! Damn Liang! Comet grumbled in annoyance from the restroom. How can anyone change 5 pairs of underwear a day? Leaking pee? Ha! Hearing Comet's roar, Liang was relieved. With Comet there, it suddenly felt like that pressure was nothing. SSC Club. Wang Yiming's mood finally got a lot better as he looked at the newly raised machinima. Jedi had broken his contract and left the SSC. Good thing his dad had the money to immediately fix him up with another, even better machinima back. The machinima is named JF12, named Hurricane, transferred for $10 million, poached from another club, has already competed in the Nox Rally, and has the credentials to continue to compete in the progression. In the words of his old man, with this machinist Nox Rally could run first with his eyes closed, and provincial tracks were no better. You're my master from today, so please teach me more. Hurricane, dressed in a snow-white racing suit with light blue curly hair draped over her shoulders, held out her hand. She was tall, 1.85 meters, half a head taller than Wang Yiming, and at the moment her face was filled with a gentle smile. Just looking at this smile made people feel good. Wang Yiming held Hurricane's soft hand. The last of his affection for the Jedi Shadow disappeared in this instant. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Jedi Shadow, Jedi Shadow, do you really think I have nothing to live for without you? He was secretly pleased in his heart. A machinima of Jade Shadow's level would definitely participate in the provincial competition. Then they would have a chance to run into each other later. And then he would make sure to let Jade Shadow know what it meant to be high up in the world. By the way, there's that Sounian and Star. This time he'll train with Hurricane on the new technique and go Sunin's way to make Sunin go nowhere. When the Panlong Mountain Circuit is on, make sure you let Sun Yen and Star know what it means to be a top racer and what it means to be a child for more than 10 years. Wisdom Island. Somewhere inside a magnificent underground space, a huge crystal wall was stuffed with densely packed intelligence cores. They are categorized according to different models, and the cores are activated, but not yet fully born. Although they are not yet born, they are already able to receive knowledge from the outside world. The screen in front of the crystal wall was showing footage of various big matches from the last 10 years. The recently concluded Nox Rally was among them, and at the moment it's showing sliced footage of Sun Nin's fancy cornering in the star. Every time Sun Yen crossed the bend, the intelligent cores on the crystal wall would have a high-frequency flash. Most of the mecha nymphs could only receive bits and pieces of information, and many of them would forget. But there were some mecha nymphs whose smart core was in a constant state of illumination, and it was as if they were born with an inexhaustible amount of energy, memorizing frame by frame the images of the various races, dismantling the technical movements of the mecha nymphs and the pilots and their smart cores. And of course there were times when they didn't understand something, and then they would memorize the name of that pilot or the mecha nymphs. Among them was a black intelligent device core that had carefully noted down Sun Yen's name. Tianyuan City, the underground black market, a room stuffed with all kinds of rusty parts, discarded modules, and filled with the smell of motor oil, with only the glow of a television set flickering in the darkness. The TV was old, but the size of a laptop, and the colors of the picture on it were all a little distorted, and the edges of the screen were torn. A machine woman was huddled in front of the television. Shoulder-length gray curls covered half of her delicate face, revealing only one amethyst eye. She watched the TV set without blinking, her eyes running with complex emotions, envy, anger, pain, to name a few. On the screen is Quinquin interviewing Sun Yen. Sun Yen was stroking Star's head. My Star will definitely become a world-class machinima. Cut. That's disgusting. The machine lady spat disdainfully, but then his eyes unconsciously gathered on Star's face filled with happiness. Ghostly, she fished her dirty cell phone out from under the bed and snapped a picture of Star's happy, smiling face at the TV, staring at the face for a long time. After looking at it for a moment, she tried to delete the photo in annoyance, but halfway through rubbing her fingers over her phone she cut out the album. She sat down crumpled against the wall, hugging her knees and staring up at the ceiling, her eyes gradually hollowing out like broken puppets. The room was quiet until rough shouts came from outside. Hey, Purple Lightning, it's your turn today. Oh, Machine Lady answered, hurriedly tucking her cell phone under the bed. Only then did he reach out with a bruised hand and turn off the TV, put on his patched clothes, and drag his tired body out of the room. Purple Cloud, Auspicious Portent in Astrology. Chapter 44, The Bitterness of the Gold Master's Father. It was almost 10 o'clock when Sun Yen returned from his errand. He was still shocked when he came home and didn't see Star. He looked everywhere and eventually found Star, who had fallen asleep, in a pile of durians in a warehouse. Not bad for a durian king. Sun Yen sighed helplessly. Even sleeping guards his durians, even sleeping on a bed made of durians. He could only be thankful that Star's love for durian was above that of stinky tofu, or the picture might have become difficult to watch. The next day, Sun Yen was awakened by a knock on the door outside the retort field. He stood up, only to see that Star beside him had switched positions, her entire pouting ass on the pile of durians. Exquisite soft pretty face just on the prickly scratchy durian frantic friction. If a normal girl probably would have broken the face. Clunk. Anyone? Is Sunin there? In. Stop knocking, Sun Yen shouted. Next to him, Star instantly woke up, landed in a backflip, and without even opening his eyes had already assumed an offensive stance, roaring in a confused, milky voice. Die, Durian Bandit. Sunin. In order to avoid being killed by a headhammer as a Durian Bandit, he only had to stick to the wall and go around Star to go out and open the door, only to see the Gold Master uncle wearing a flirty powder with sunglasses revealing a mouthful of big gold teeth, the owner of the module store, and the Tengu Club small yellow hair Zhan Kai, three people standing side by side at the door. Yo, our King of Nox is out. Uncle King Lord waved his hand. Mr. Su, I really didn't recognize Tai with my eyes last time, and I'm here today specifically to make amends to you. The owner of the module store was all smiles, carrying a box in his hand. Zhang Kai was filled with embarrassment. His eyes were averted. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He just sighed dismally. The wounds on his body had healed, while all the money he had on him had been spent on treatment. What are you guys doing here in the morning? Sun Yan slanted a glance at Zhang Kai. This dude is also quite pitiful, belonging to the category of being pitched into a clown by Jade 786, so he did not say anything to ridicule. Sun Yan, I came to discuss the sponsorship matter with you. The Gold Master uncle rushed the bodyguards behind him and the two bodyguards came up and snapped to open the two black suitcases. Inside were neatly yards of banknotes. $2 million. The Gold Master uncle compared and took out another set of pink racing suit and handed it to Sun Yan. As long as you wear this racing suit for all your races from now on, the $2 million will be yours, and I'll double it for you for every advancement race you win up to the provincial level races. The bravado of the Golden Father is certainly heartwarming, but Sun Yan is a driver with a sense of propriety and a face to spare. Moreover, this racing suit has been upgraded. Hello Kitty is gone, all replaced by his daughter's various angles of the big head stickers. The last time I wore that racing suit at the airport I was already treated like a lolicon. What if I changed into this? Mr. Ming, it's not a matter of money or not, it's mainly because I want to wear some normal racing clothes. Sun Yan pushed the racing clothes back and politely refused. Besides, there are too many pictures of your daughter. However, before the words were finished, the Gold Master uncle bowed deeply to Sun Yan and said in a pleading voice, Mr. Sun Yan, I know that you don't see this money, but I still want to plead with you to accept my sponsorship. His voice was hoarse and distorted, with some choking. My daughter, her dream is to become a driver, but she has a grade 4 heart failure, which can't be cured at all, and every day she can only lie in a hospital bed, and it's hard to move a little. The two bodyguards next to him were already wiping tears from their eyes. Sun Yan pursed his lips, his heart following a sinking, his gaze falling on the smiling little loli on the racing suit. No wonder there's only a big headshot and it looks very weak. I'm sure she's not in a good condition for a full body photo. This world is very good at recovering from traumatic injuries and even reattaching broken limbs, but the level of medical care for difficult conditions like heart disease and cancer is about the same as in the previous world. I'm afraid Chief Ming's daughter doesn't have much time left if she's in grade 4 heart failure. I want you to show her around and draft her to the track. And even though she can't get on the track by herself, watching you walk on the track in a dress full of her pictures would be the happiest thing for her. Mr. Ming bent his spine and buried his head deeply. In Sun Yan's original impression, this was a lively and cheerful uncle with a big heart and 1,000 clouds of bravado. It was hard for him to equate the current humble and sad uncle with the previous one. He's a father. He'd give up his dignity for his daughter. Uncle, how come you only make racing suits for Master, not even making one for me? Star showed her head from Sun Yan's side and said angrily, Master must have been angry and refused because you didn't make a set for me too. How can you not give me, a genius machine lady, such a pink and cute racing suit? General Ming raised his head in dismay at his words. He wiped his nose in tears and looked at Sun Yan blankly. Mr. Su, is that so? Aha. Sun Yan nodded. You're being a bit generous without my family's machine mother's share. The surprise came so suddenly that the Gold Master uncle looked excitedly from side to side at the bodyguard beside him and said incoherently, I was mainly afraid of offending your machinima because this racing suit, to be honest, it really isn't very aesthetically pleasing from a design point of view, so no, I do think the racing suit is pretty. Star poked Sun Yan's waist. Isn't it, Master? Sun Yan gazed at the smiling little loli in her racing suit, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, it's beautiful. How can you say it's ugly when it carries the love of a father? It is the most handsome racing suit in the world. Mr. Ming, if you're willing to provide my machinima with a racing suit as well, I'm willing to accept your sponsorship. Yes, of course. Uncle Goldmaster wiped the snot and tears from his face and turned his head to his bodyguard and hollered, What are you waiting for? Bring the truck over. A truck? What the hell? Sun Yan and Star were filled with questions. In the middle of the day, Under Sun Yan and Star's dismayed gazes, 2 bodyguards went to the intersection and drove the truck filled with racing suits over. It was unclear exactly how many sets there were, but just race wear, enough for Sun Yan and Star to wear for a century. Mr. Sun Yan, these racing suits you and your machinist are free to wear them. They are all high-grade styles with automatic vacuum body modification. You can wear them for a day and throw in a set. If you are done wearing them, call me directly and I'll send someone to send you 2 more cars over. Suyan at Star. It had been a bit touching, but the touching somehow gradually drained away. Sun Yan originally wanted to reduce some sponsorship fees for the Golden Master uncle, but this moment instantly lost such thoughts. The Gold Master's uncle went away joyfully. Sun Yan and Star froze for a long time as they looked at the mountains of racing suits. That, Mr. Sun Yan, the owner of the module store, wiped the cold sweat from the corner of his forehead and came forward with a sarcastic smile. However, Sun Yan rolled his eyes and ignored him to walk to Zhang Kai. The boss went back to looking pitifully at Star, who pawed at the 2 durians and looked up at the sky, whistling an inexplicable tune under his breath. Hello, Zhang Kai, what are you doing here looking for me? Sun Yan stared expressionlessly at Zhang Kai without a trace of temperature in his eyes. Star, durian only. Chapter 45, The Return of the Prodigal Son also requires a shattered Taoist heart. Why is Zhang Kai here? Isn't it just a case of catching up and coming to him to make his presence felt? Trying to pull him back into the Tengu Club by a little bit of workplace love from the old days? Kai Zhang was pouting his ass off. He knew what shape of this one was going to take. Sun Yan secretly slandered in his heart, but Zhang Kai, who was following him, took a deep breath and buried his head to the bottom at once. Saunian, I'm here to apologize to you. I'm sorry. Sun Yan froze, really did not expect Zhang Kai to come up. The first sentence is actually this. I was wrong before. I know it's delusional to try to gain your forgiveness. You're a pure racer, but I'm not. I race to make money to pay off my debts and keep my module factory going. So, Sun Yan raised an eyebrow, still without a good face. Now that I've sold the factory, the club has also been sold, the debts are all paid off, and now I still have some money left, which should be enough to shoot a machine lady. Zhang Kai said out the words in his heart. The whole person became a lot more relaxed. A relieved smile appeared on his face. I came to find you today. It's an apology as well as a goodbye. I'm planning to leave Jiangcheng City and go to other cities where racing is more developed to make a break for it. Jade 786 has already broken the contract with me, and I have a feeling that she'll come back to find you. You must be careful of her. Words here. Zhang Kai's face has been gloomy down, gritted his teeth and said, contractor, after I did get carried away, also did not resist the temptation. The body of the liquidity of the body is basically a clean set by her. She is a very tactical, good at camouflage. If it comes back to find you, you must not pick up the sesame seeds lost the watermelon. Jade 786 has already come to me. Zhang Kai's eyes widened. Then you. Ha! Sun Yan bristled. You think everyone thinks with their lower body like you? That's it. Small heads controlling big heads of mongrels. Star squinted at Zhang Kai. Also, people are durians, not watermelons. Fair enough. Zhang Kai let out a bitter smile. It's me who thought too much. Once again, I apologize to you and your machinima. Zhang Kai is gone. Sun Yan and Star watched Zhang Kai leave. The former club owner came in trembling and left as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Master, have you really forgiven this yellow-haired cockatoo? Star tugged on Sun Yan's sleeve. How is it possible? Sun Yan squinted his eyes and stroked his chin with a grim smile on his face. Let this kid be hopeful first. Let him regain his confidence to smash money to be a racer. And then when we meet him on the track in the future and then bump him off, he'll definitely have a shattered Taoist heart, right? Ha 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 ha, hoo. Not bad for a master. I like it. Ha 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 ha. The owner of the module store next door had already beaten a retreat. He's really out of his mind today. Isn't it better to stay at home? He had to come to mess with these 2 evil spirits. However, he had only just raised his leg when he was immediately locked by 2 gazes. You can come and go as you please. Do you think I'm a return field here? The boss wiped the false sweat from his cheeks and thought to himself that this was not the reburning yard. Since he had already been targeted by Sun Yan and Star, he could only charge with a hard head. Mr. Sun Yan, Miss Star, you guys should still remember me, right? When you guys came to the module store and wanted me to invest in it. Ha. At that time my eyes were clumsy and didn't recognize you guys as the number 1 in the Banner Valley training tournament. Now I promise to invest in you. Che, who cares? Sun Yan snorted coldly. But master, this uncle is carrying a purple module in his hand, even if it is a purple. Cough. Boss, inside please. Let us talk face to face. Sun Yan had changed his face when he turned his face again. Even though they had just taken a $2 million sponsorship from the Golden Master uncle, the purple modules also started at 500,000 and could be sold up to 8 million depending on applicability. which meant that this module store owner was planning to give them at least 500,000 for nothing. This is money that Sun Yan is still rare. A few moments later, the three were seated in the cabin. Star casually opened a durian and split it into thirds, then poured 3 bowls of iced tea and set them on the table. The conditions are rather humble. That kind of good tea is not available at home, and if you can't drink it you can add some salt, Sun Yan said with a smirk. Durian with iced tea, is this some kind of strange hospitality? If it wasn't for the fact that the cabin looked like a home, the boss felt that Sun Yan and Xingchen might be driving him away. Hesitating for half a day, he finally pursed his lips and drank a mouthful of iced tea. Not to mention, it feels different in a bowl than in a bottle. That, Mr. Sun Yan, I watched your match, it was very exciting. I think your future is unlimited. The store owner smiled sarcastically and opened the box, and the purple glow became even more intense in the cabin. This is a piece of structural module called Black Scale. It can change Miss Star's model while improving crash resistance and stability. The downside? It's that the speed and curves will drop a bit. Sun Yan stared at the module, and rows of information showed up. Crash resistance, +7, stability, +5, acceleration, -3, bend, -6. The grade of the module is determined by the difference between the positive and negative attributes. Greater than or equal to 0 is a purple module. Greater than or equal to 10 is the gold module. For example, the pale blue storm that Sun Yan once saw, bending, +20, acceleration, -13, stability, -8, crash resistance, -2, gas gathering, +3, with a positive and negative attribute difference of 0, was a purple module. The Hurricane module on Star Now, with bending, +8, continuity, +4, acceleration, -5, air collection, -5, stability, -3, crash resistance, -3, and with a positive and negative attribute difference of -4, it belonged to the blue grade module. Black Scale has a positive and negative difference of +3, so even if it adds very few attributes it's still a purple module. One of those general purpose modules that you can't pick fault with, and is perfect for small adjustments to the attributes of some of the machinima. So how to choose the right module is a study. Most pilots and machine girls can only try to know a module in the end suitable for their own, but also not the higher the grade is more suitable for the Black Scale module in front of the star is not as good as the Hurricane module. Tests will be done when the module is produced, and you will be able to know the approximate total attribute difference, but you will not be able to visualize the increase or decrease in specific attributes. But Sun Yan only needed one look to make everything clear. Boss, this purple module of yours, it's the cheapest kind, right? Sun Yan absently tapped on the table, indifferent to the fragrant purple module, but it was the star beside him who was already dumbfounded, his eyes glowing. It's really no good at all. Sun Yan sighed helplessly in his heart. My own machine mother has just had too many hard times and sees everything as rare. Mr. Su, how can you say that? This is the best purple module we sell in our store. The boss beat his back straight sheepishly, a drop of cold sweat dripping down the corner of his forehead. The modules he took out to give away, he certainly couldn't take the expensive ones. It's not like you can take the blue ones, so you have to take the cheapest purple grade. But the module thing is similar to gambling with stones. Sun Yan and star racing were great, and he admired them, but he didn't believe that a layman like Sun Yan could still see the value of a module. Oh, your total attribute difference for this module is estimated to be about +3, and it boosts very few attributes. Besides, a module that reduces acceleration and cornering attributes is only bought by machine girls who play against each other, right? The cold sweat on the fat boss's face grew. The back was soaked. Under Sun Yan's oppressive gaze, he finally lowered his head. You're the one who knows what you're doing. I'll admit it. The fat boss sighed. This purple module is really cheap. You can get it for 510,000, but the performance is still good. Don't tell me that. Sun Yan lazy to pull skin, leaning on the chair, the grandfather like shaking legs. You want to talk about investment, talk about cooperation. You have to take out the sincerity, and then stingy search. I will have to blow you out. This Jiangqing city, I only need to roar a voice. Want to find me to invest in the modular store? There are a lot of. The fat boss gritted his teeth, knowing deep down that Sun Yan's words were true. If Su had used any other module, when people asked who the Nox Rally champion used, those followers and machine girls would have gone to that module store, so all the business would have been taken by that store. Since Mr. Su has a sharp eye, I'll be honest. With a face full of pain, the fat boss took out another module from the box, and an even brighter purple glow instantly filled the room. Purple grade steering module dash, ice breath cascade. Mr. Su, please take a look. Thanks to the Starry Sky 11 the Chinyan shock dust, free cat big gift, and other brothers' support, give you the whole beautiful. You readers can guess the story of the Black Intelligence Core Machine Girl and the Purple Power, and see if you can guess my outline. Insert eye roll. As well, A call for top-notch mecha skills, not too outrageous, and smart mecha skills, not too outrageous either. Use your imaginations. Chapter 46, If You're a Vegetable, Practice More. When he saw this module, Sun Yan felt that it was extraordinary, and when the attributes surfaced, he could no longer suppress the greed in his heart. Bend, plus 15. Acceleration, minus 4. Impact resistance, minus 4. Stability, minus 4. Continuity, minus 1. The total attribute difference of plus 2 isn't all that impressive. The main thing was that it had all the right attributes added and subtracted, with the positive attributes bending to give enough, and the negative attributes raining down on him, all within the range of what he could afford. The moment Star saw the module, goosebumps rose on his body. Top machine ladies have special instincts for modules. She could feel this thing resting on her she could take off in place. Star stretched out her little foot and hooked Sun Yan's foot. On the surface she didn't move, but in fact her eyes were frantically signaling Sun Yan. Master, this module is superb. Sun Yan was speechless. People's module store owners have been doing this for so many years that they've long since become sophisticated. Can't they see that little look in your eyes? Mr. Su, it seems like your machinist's wife is very interested in this module. The boss narrowed his eyes, revealing a sly old smile. Star sniffed and hurriedly blocked her face with 2 durians. Humans are terrible. Is it really that obvious that she's acting that way? Sun Yan did not come with the boss to false. Straight to the point, module is good. I see. You have any requirements can mention. The fat boss pinched his fingers together in deliberation and raised an eyebrow. I'd like the name of my modular store sprayed on the body of your locomotive. No way. Sun Yan pressed the module dead center, but his mouth refused dryly. What about the rear window? Rear windows are fine. No. How dare you try to put those fancy advertisements on his lovely machine girl? You want to eat. So, what then? The fat boss opened his mouth helplessly. He wanted to take the module back, but Sun Yan on the opposite side of the table pressed the module and wouldn't let go, and Star on the right side of the table pressed the table with one hand, only to hear a fine clicking sound, and cracks had already appeared on the sturdy solid wood table. If he dares to touch that module, shouldn't he come in intact, break it up into several pieces and pack it out? I'll give you a few options, your choice. Sun Yan coldly said word for word, wheels, license plates, or you make a badge with your module store's badge on it for Star and I to wear on our chests. There's usually a close-up shot of the driver and the machinist during the race, just so you can get your module store's name in it. The best of both worlds. Star nodded fervently and held up a durian. You can get it on a durian and I'll bring it to the ring. Fat boss. After some trade-offs, the fat boss finally decided to give Sun Yan and Star a customized badge. Print that, good again module shop, of his on it, and then paint Star's wheels, and the money for replacing the tires would have to be provided by him, the owner of the module store. Every time, it looks like he's losing money, and he actually does lose money, and it's only in the long term that you see gains. Successive generations have not been so outrageously overbearing. At least it's the first Nox Rally champion in our river city. How can I support it as a local? That's what the fat boss ultimately thought. Master, this module is super awesome. The fat boss had just left on the front foot, and Star was mad with joy on the back foot. She couldn't wait to turn her back. Her slender and supple hands hooked the zipper and pulled it down to the back waist. The snow-white shoulders and a large area of silky skin were exposed. Sun Yan, who had already seen it once, had thought that he had produced antibodies, but still subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air, especially now that there was enough light. The morning light climbed in along the window and slid down along the S-shaped waistline, and the already white skin looked like it was gilded with a layer of faint light. Sun Yan's nose was hot and he felt something gushing out from inside. He hurriedly pulled out toilet paper from his pocket and stuffed it, and Star had already wiped his backhand on his backside, taking out the original Hurricane module and placing it on the table. Master, help me install the new module. I can't do it myself. Star turned around and handed Ice Breath Cascade to Sun Yan, so naturally there was no defense. In this instant, a rush of hot blood rushed to his head, and Sun Yan felt as if he was in heaven, and his grandmother, the director of the orphanage in his previous life, was waving at him from the clouds. Oh wow, screwed. Star hurriedly covered her chest and spat out. Forgot that Master is the miscellaneous pilot who goes into emergency shock at the sight of a mecha's body. She shoved the Ice Breath Cascade into Sun Yan's hand and hurriedly turned her back. The visions of heaven disappeared. The grandmother from the orphanage disappeared. And Sun Yan finally came back to his senses. The toilet paper in his nose had fallen to the floor next to a few drops of nosebleed. Master, here. Star had her hands behind her back, slightly inclining her head, her pretty face slightly red, her long eyelashes flickering. Long, silver white hair fell down her fragrant shoulders, and her fingers intertwined into a quadrilateral area at the back of her waist. Just put it here. Sun Yan swallowed his saliva and somewhat mechanically stepped forward to complete the module replacement operation. He's horribly calm now, and by the way, He's also distributing the MP points he got for winning the Nox Rally to Star. Without modules, Star's drifts and corners were 25 and 34 points, respectively. Instead of brainlessly putting all of his MP into bending, he gave 16 points to bending and 14 points to drifting, and with the addition of Ice Breath Cascade, Star's attributes had changed drastically. Drift, 39 points, acceleration, 86 points, bend, 65 points, gathering gas, 90 points, stability, 71 points, crash resistance, 76 points, range, 84 points. It's still a bit on the nose, but it's not far off the XC76, and it's more than a few blocks away from the Jade 786. If the Jade 786 doesn't have a cornering module on it in 2 days, then the self-piloted cornering ability is certainly no match for the Star. This one has been solid, and it's safe to say that Star trusts him unconditionally, so he also digs him a hole unconditionally, and it's a good thing he's always been good at filling them. Seeing that Star had already zipped up very deftly, Sun Yen was also relieved. The young man was so bloodthirsty that he really couldn't top it. Star, a small suggestion for you. In the future, it's better not to just pull the racing suit off suddenly. At least you tell me in advance, so I can be more or less prepared. Why? Star turned around, crossed her arms, and said with a pretty serious face, Master, didn't you say something? Have you forgotten it? What's the word? If you're a vegetable, you need to practice more. Sunin. After a simple breakfast, Sun Yen took Star to a nearby tuning store to replace the tires, bought a bottle of high-energy nutrient solution to top up the range, and then drove Star out of Jiangcheng City to Tianyuan City next door. Following the address given by Uncle Liang, they came to 178 Begonia Street, only to see before them a ramshackle store with the roll-up door closed and a seal affixed to it. The entire Begonia Street was dead silent, and there were not many pedestrians on the road. Master, is this Begonia Street? Star looked around and said with a face full of dementia, I thought the left and right sides of Begonia Street would be full of begonias. The corner of Sun Yen's mouth twitched. Then, according to you, is Paradise Road next door stuffed with lonely souls? Well, I'm afraid of ghosts. Master is not allowed to mention it. Sun Yen smiled and shook his head. He remembered a time when Star had gotten so scared watching a horror short that she'd cried out in terror. The store is closed. Is Uncle Liang's friend no longer here? Or did Uncle Liang remember the wrong address? Sun Yen felt that it was the former. With the meticulousness of Uncle Liang's work, it was absolutely impossible for him to remember the wrong address. He would even run over to confirm it personally. There's a kiosk across the street that's open. Sun Yen walked in with Star. There was a middle-aged woman sitting there at the cash register, intently swiping through her dramas. That, big sister. Big sister? What big sister? Your whole family is a big sister. The middle-aged woman raised her head and slanted a glance at Sun Yen. Ahem, beautiful woman. Sun Yen immediately changed his tone to be submissive and pointed across the street to Uncle Liang's friend's store and asked, Do you know where the owner of that store went? You're looking for old rascal Chang? The middle-aged woman looked at Sun Yen suspiciously. What's your relationship with Zhang Laolai? Friendships. Hearing the nickname Zhang Laolai, Sun Yen already felt bad. Then I advise you to hurry up and leave. Zhang Laolai bet on the underground machine Nymphette race, owed a debt that he couldn't pay back, and now he's already been captured by the people of the black market. But anyone who gets involved with him, the group of people from the black market won't be polite. Black market? Sun Yen frowned. He didn't know much about Tianyuan City, but it was the first time he heard the word black market. It didn't seem like a place where decent people would go. Chapter 47, As long as you keep your eyes open, the tears won't fall. Residence, it's actually the black market. Star's pretty face paled, and her small hands tugged at the corner of her own driver's coat. Sun Yen looked back at Star and asked, What happened to the black market? You know about the black market? Used to receive some information related to the black market when I was still on the Wall of Wisdom, and it was rumored to be filled with a bunch of cannibalistic pilots and witches. Star's face was ugly, as if he had thought of something very terrible. Cannibalism? The corner of Sun Yen's mouth twitched. The machine girl era is very unscientific, but the laws governing humans and machine girls are also very robust. The relationship between a nymph and a pilot is not master and slave either. A nymph who only signs a mind brand is equivalent to just establishing a consciousness link with the pilot, and the two are cooperative partners, with the pilot or club contributing the money and the nymph contributing the effort. So the nymph and pilot may have irreconcilable conflicts and thus fall apart, but not so much as to kill and set fire to it, unless one of them goes too far. While human desires are many and complex, the machine lady's desires are primarily focused on competition, so it's kinda hard to have a conflict between the two. It's just a matter of one or the other's desires not being met. Young man, is this your machine lady? How cute. The kiosk owner's wife had an anti-smile on her face when she heard Star's amusing comment. Actually, the black market isn't as scary as you guys think. There are indeed some unscrupulous forces there, but it's also a place for some poor people to survive. And occasionally, there will be a more cherished module or a good strength mecha girl, and you can take them away as long as you can afford to pay for them. Of course, there are also the underground machinima tournaments I mentioned before. Sun Yan thought to himself, what's the difference between this and black boxing? It'd be a problem if Uncle Liang's friends got involved with this stuff. He still needed to know more before he could make up his mind, so he offered to pay for a lollipop for Star and humbly asked, "Can you tell me more about the underground machinima tournament? I just came to Tianyuan City and don't know much about it." Underground Machine Girl Race is not any official body-recognized private race. Usually you participate in the training tournament as more or less officially authorized. Those tracks are registered, but the Underground Machine Girl Race is not. From the track to participate in the race, contestants are not necessarily in line with the rules. This kind of tournament held the main purpose is to collect money, which also involves loan sharks and gambling. With those words, the boss's wife looked sternly at Sun Yan and warned, "You kid wouldn't want to participate in the Underground Machine Lady Tournament, would you? Your Megan is so cute, do you want to give her up? Why don't you let me have her? It's a waste to follow you." "Aha, I was just asking, kid, is it because you think I can't afford your family's machinima?" "No, there isn't. I'm rich." The boss's wife pulled a poker box out of a drawer. It was put up and dumped, and while the table was full of bank cards, Sunin, well, only his poor world appeared. There are quite a few underground black markets in Tianyuan City. The underground black market on this side of Begonia Street is in the abandoned underground mall at the end of the street. And the one who arrested Zhang Laolai is the head of this underground black market, the owner of Firefox Club, Su Yuyang. The underground pilot race is run by Su Yuyang, and any pilot or pilotess can participate, but fairness and safety are not guaranteed, as the underground pilot race allows illegal modifications, and you never know how many RPGs are actually hidden in the compartment of the car of the pilotess who races with you. While she looks harmless on the surface, Sun Yan still decided to take Star around the underground black market to see what was going on with old rascal Zhang. Even if he couldn't be saved, he had to find a way to get what had happened to Uncle Liang out of him. 10 minutes later, Sun Yan and Star stood at the entrance of the dark underground mall. Two empty cans crunched and rolled across the pale street when the wind blew. Star clutched Sun Yan's arm full of panic. "Master, it can be full of man-eating machinima and pilots inside. But you, don't worry, this genius machine lady will protect you." Sun Yan looked skeptically at the trembling Star. The way she was shivering even as she spoke made her words very unconvincing. "I eat durian every day, and they definitely don't want to eat me, so I just need to protect Master from being eaten." Star, full of determination, took the last piece of durian she had with her and ate it to weigh her down. Sunin, on what it's like to have a smelly machinima. The two walked side by side into the underground mall. I had expected the inside to be more eerie than the streets above, but as the elevator doors opened, the roar of punk music, the hissing of the crowd, and the blossoming neon lights presented themselves to Sun Yin and Xing Chen like a stirred-up hodgepodge. No wonder the streets were so cold, so the bustle had moved underground. Sun Yan pulled Star's hand and walked inside. The place with the most people shouting and clamoring was an area similar to a gladiator arena. Emotionally excited people are in the bleachers. Under the bleachers is two basketball courts put together almost big area. Inside the two machine girl as if ancient gladiators collision fight. One of the black machine girl almost armed to the teeth. Body also mounted all kinds of jagged weapons. The other machine girl is a circle of small. The overall appearance of the bright purple body does not have any traces of modification, completely relying on the flexibility in the black machine girl around. Black Shark, tear her apart. Come on, quickly knock that little mudblood out of the way. Anyone else? You can't bet after 30 seconds. Star looked down at the machine maidens fighting below, and a strong sense of pain and disbelief showed in her eyes. Machine girls were made to ride the track. They shouldn't be here to be a tool for human entertainment. Master, why are they doing this? Where are their pilots? Without waiting for Sun Yin to reply, an uncle watching the gladiator next to him took over the conversation. Little sister, not all machine girls can go on the regular track. Some pilots and machine girls realize there is no hope and break the bank. In this life, they rely on illegal modifications to make money in black races. Some machine girls have been abandoned by the club, but due to the breach of contract payment can't afford to give. They can't leave the club and don't have any pilot. They can only rely on themselves to make money to be free or go back to the club. They can only make money on their own and pay back the liquidated damages to be free, or go back to the drawing board. Like that purple-bodied mecha girl for example. The older man nudged at the nimble-bodied machine woman in the center of the gladiatorial arena. Her name is Purple Power. She's been here for over a year now. You guys don't seem to think she's weak, but she's very nimble. I bet on her to win every time, and I usually make a profit. Sun Yen and Star's gaze is focused on Purple Lightning. Zidane seemed to feel something and locked eyes with Star in the stands through the car window. It's her? Zidane froze. In this daze, she was also caught by the black machine girl on the opposite side of the room and sent flying headlong, smashing into the fence at the edge of the gladiatorial arena before coming to a stop. Oops, how did I get hit? The uncle slapped his head in chagrin. It's over. I'm going to fold today. Purple Power basically can't get up after being hit. I don't know what's going on today. That machine girl on the other side is obviously moving so sluggishly. The intense pain throughout his body left Zidane gasping for air. She looked at the girl in the stands and saw pity and sadness in those blue eyes. Damn it! Zidane clenched his teeth. What was that look? She didn't need that look. She didn't need anyone's pity. Get up! Reboot! It took every ounce of her strength to get herself moving. Before this time she had given up and waited to be carried off to nurse her wounds and lick them. But today anger and aggression pressed into her chest like an open floodgate, converging into a terrifying surge of kinetic energy that burned her heart with a fiery stabbing pain. Boom dash! The generator hissed, and searing white smoke rose from the hood and wheels in all directions. The black machinima, who had thought she was winning, slowly approached, ready to deliver the final blow to Zidane and send her rolling out of the gladiator ring once and for all. The moment she crashed into it, however, Purple Power sprang to life and nimbly got out of the way, the white smoke thrown out by the wheels scraping the ground, obscuring all view. Boo! The black machinist crashed into the fence and hit her head on the ground. Purple Power backed off 5 or 6 meters, a half-meter-long trapezoidal razor poking out of the front of the car. In the cockpit, she lifted her pale face, her eyes glittering with beastly ferocity. In his mind, the girl's happy smiling face and pitying eyes alternated repeatedly, only to intertwine into the flame of anger burning hotter and hotter in his heart. Zidane, from this day forward, I will not be driving you. Purple Power, if you want to leave the club, you'll have to pay the triple liquidated damages. It was our mistake to shoot you. We didn't realize you were that bad. There's no such thing as a driver. I can do it myself. A hissing mixed with the roar of the engine. The purple electricity was like a sheathed sword stabbing at the black machinima. Pull out, stab again, 2 at a time, until the black machinima was covered in smoke and completely immobilized. She didn't stop wearily until the trapezoidal razor in front of her had curled its edge and the renewal was completely exhausted. Purple Power unfolded and lay on his back surrounded by metal debris, one hand raised to shield his forehead and eyes. The lights overhead were blindingly bright, but as long as my eyes were open, the tears wouldn't fall. It's clearly a gray hair. Thank you, Brother Ning Tung, sticking out for the great gift. Chapter 48, Flying Over the River. Knowing so much about Purple Power even a year ago, and apparently coming to gamble on cars regularly, the uncle must be a regular in the underground black market. When Purple Electric won the joust, Uncle's mood instantly changed from cloudy to sunny, and Sun Yan took the opportunity to inquire about where exactly Firefox Club owner Su Yuyang was. You're looking for Boss Su? The uncle looked at Sun Yan strangely, contempt and disdain gradually surfacing in his eyes, thinking that this brat couldn't be trying to take part in the underground machinima tournament, right? What a great machinima! What a waste! Just go inside. See, the brightest and cleanest place is the Firefox Club. Today Boss Su just happens to be there. The one with the glasses is. The uncle left after saying that, looking like he didn't want to be in the same boat as Sun Yan. Sun Yan and Star followed the uncle's instructions to the innermost part of the black market. I almost didn't recognize the Firefox Club when I saw it. The architecture of the main Firefox Club is nothing like the chaotic punk style that surrounds it. Bright lobby, floor-to-ceiling glass windows throughout, and cleanly scrubbed beige tiles, simply out of the mud. Firefox Club door gathered a group of pilots and machine girl. They flocked to a serious-looking middle-aged man wearing glasses. Next to the man there is a machine girl sitting in a wheelchair. She looks very quiet. There is little expression on her face. Only when Sun Yan and Star approached, her eyes flowed, reached out and tugged at the corner of the middle-aged man's coat. Su Yuyang frowned as he noticed Sun Yan and Xing Chen outside the crowd. You're here to participate in the underground tournament? He had this doubt solely because he couldn't see modification marks on Star, and these pilots around the Megain more or less have traces of modification. Illegal modification will cause Megain body damage. Unfolded state is reflected in the body of the cracks and rattles, and unfolded, it is reflected in the face, hands, back, and other cannot be lifted through the means of treatment of the injuries. The more and more complex the modification, the more injuries on the body of the Megain. Only the middle-aged man in the room wore glasses, and with the tone of the question, Sun Yan was sure that this was the Su Yuyang he was looking for. So he brought Star forward and said, "Hello, Boss Su. I'd like to ask about old rascal Zhang. How much does he probably owe you guys? What kind of person are you, Zhang Laolai?" Su Yuyang looked Sun Yan up and down, his face expressionless, sort of a friend of his friend. Mainly I want to inquire about something with Zhang Laolai. Sun Yan said half-truthfully, "Hey old rascal Zhang, this person would also have friends? How rare." Su Yuyang shook his head repeatedly. The pilots and machinists around them also smiled contemptuously. It seems that this old rascal in this street is also considered infamous, Sun Yan secretly thought in his heart. But he felt that things are getting more and more difficult. If Zhang Laolai owed a lot of money, he would not have been able to spend so much money to fish Zhang Laolai out, and at most, he would have asked for the whereabouts of Uncle Liang to make a few connections, so that Zhang Laolai would not have been beaten to death. What has he done with old rascal Zhang? His debut machinima had her eye on a purple module that he couldn't afford, and that machinima then broke her contract and left with someone else. And in order to get that machinima back, he kept bringing his second best machinima to me to gamble on the races, and not being very skillful, he kept losing, and lost to the point that the second best machinima was on the verge of being sold to me, and I wouldn't let him come anymore. Su Yuyang spread his hands and snorted. Originally, this matter would have ended here. As a result, this turtle grandson did not believe in evil, and ran to my brother's territory to gamble on cars. I was afraid that he tossed the sub-faithful machine mother out of the way, and simply sent someone to arrest him and lock him up to calm down. Sun Yan and Star sniffed and looked at each other in silence. No wonder everyone on this street knows Zhang Laolai. It's not really possible to get this far as a mecha pilot without some level of skill. Zhang Laolai owes me $1 million, plus a machine lady. Su Yuyang continued. You can see him anytime you want, but don't even think about ransoming him out. This bastard doesn't even have a bit of driver's bearing and dignity. He's fit to be locked up. Sun Yan estimates that Zhang Laolai has no friends other than Uncle Liang. Relatives cannot be contacted. Su Yuyang is the head of the local snake here. The police probably not much use. If left unchecked, there is a real possibility of being locked up here for the rest of their lives. Anyway, it's better to meet in person first. Su Yuyang was quite talkative, not like the kind of vicious-tempered social boss that Sun Yan had previously imagined. The man let him follow him without saying a word when he expressed his desire to meet Zhang Laolai. Sun Yan was a bit concerned about Su Yuyang's side silently following the machine lady who relied on a wheelchair for mobility, and wondered in his heart why there would still be a machine lady in a wheelchair when the machine lady's healing system and self-healing ability were both very avant-garde. Obviously, Star can step on the ground with one foot, and the other machine girls are probably not far behind. Star noticed Sun Yan's gaze, tiptoed close to Sun Yan's ear and whispered, Master, this may be a wise device heart disorder disease. It's a very scary disease for the machine lady. It can only be done to channel the heart. Treating the trauma is not much use. Cyber depression? A word like that popped into Sun Yan's head, and it was hard to imagine what this machine woman had been through. Su Yuyang, who was leading the way in front, slightly paused in his footsteps, apparently hearing Sun Yan and Xing Chen's conversation. Kid, you know the Panglong Mountain Circuit, right? I know. Sun Yan nodded. Prior to participating in the Panglong Mountain Circuit, competitors who have already qualified for advancement from the Nox Rally will need to select any 3 of the 5 advancement tracks as advancement evaluation tests, and passing the advancement evaluation will qualify them to participate in the Panglong Mountain Circuit. Saunian and Star perked up their ears. They had only just finished the Nox Rally, and this knowledge was exactly what they needed. One of the 5 advanced tracks is densely populated with a variety of ramps, and when driving on them, it's inevitable that the body will go airborne, which is a great test of the mechanics and the pilot's skill in dealing with it once it hits the ground. And the hardest part of this track is the finish. He looked back at Sun Yan and Star, and also at his own machinist. The dim light of the overhead lights reflected in his eyes. If you want to think of the end, you have to fly over a river. Fly? Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. There is no bridge. There is no track. You can only rely on speed to rush through, but you can choose for yourself from what place to cross the river. Su Yuyang turned around and continued to lead the way. His low hoarse voice echoed in the empty corridor. The width of the river varies. The widest place is the end of the track, 250 meters in length. The farther along the river you go, the narrower the river is, the more time is delayed, and the difficulty is correspondingly reduced. At that time, I chose to cross the river at a width of about 150 meters, but the point of the slope and the speed were misjudged, and I and my Megain Streamlight ended up crashing headfirst into the river dam on the opposite side. When he said this, Su Yuyang's voice hardly had any ups and downs, as if this incident was not happening to him, and Sun Yan only felt a cold swish on his neck as Star behind him nervously took his hand. Imagine that picture. If in the past life must be car wrecked, the king of Hades see all straight shake his head, but in this world, even if the pilot and the machine girl survived, they must have been in extreme pain when they hit the river dam at that time. At this time, Su Yuyang stopped in front of a room. Looking at the wheelchair Liu Guang, I slightly reddened. Liu Guang, in order to keep me from dying, almost give up self-protection. And after crashing into the river dam, her entire front car completely shattered. She is enduring the pain and spelled out the will until the end of the impact of the body down when the unfolding of the body. And later, although it recovered, but has never been able to drive again. Streams of light bowed his head and covered his face helplessly, his shoulders shrugging and a small sob coming from between his fingers. Every time she stepped onto the track, she recalled the scene when she hit the river dam, and endless fears welled up in her mind. Fears that were like shackles imprisoning her body and preventing her from moving an inch. The good thing was that although she couldn't drive anymore, Su Yuyang never gave up on her, and had always done his best to encourage her and help her overcome the fear in her heart. Only that there hadn't been much progress. Lu Guang often felt self-condemnation. Su Yuyang should have had a brighter future. Anyway, there is no lack of money. As long as from other clubs to collect a good attributes of the machine girl over, maybe can continue to participate in the Panlong Mountain circuit, but now can only nest in this underground black market. Sun Yan opened his mouth to say something. Su Yuyang, however, threw him a set of keys and turned around to push Liu Guang away. The overlapping backs of the two men were stretched long and wide in the light. Old rascal Zhang is locked up in there. Hurry out after the talk, just so you can watch one of our underground matches here. Sun Yan pursed her lips and looked at the key in her hand. He could sort of understand why Su Yuyang despised Zhang Laolai so much. Next chapter, Uncle Liang's life loading. Long ratings brothers. Chapter 49, Uncle Liang's life. Sun Yan walked into the room and found that there was already someone inside. It was the famous machine lady. She was holding a box-like object. She heard the movement at the door and twisted her head to look over, while in front of her was a cage similar to a prison. Inside it was a bed across the floor, and on top of it lay a man, curled up with his back turned to everyone. Ling Feng, who's here? Is it Su Yuyang? No. The machine lady's voice was small and thin, giving off a timid vibe. Master, eat something. You haven't eaten all day. The man didn't say anything. After a while Sun Yan and Xingchen heard his weak voice. It's the Greenfield Advancement Tournament soon, and I'm still locked up here. And Broken Moon was pried away by another racer. So how can I be in the mood to eat? And if I die of starvation here, maybe Su Yuyang will even let me out. The machine woman named Ling Feng sighed. Master, I just went to ask Boss Su, and he said he won't let you out even if your body stinks. Zhang Laolai. The silence of the men was deafening. Sun Yan and Star looked at each other. Zhang Laolai is still thinking about getting Broken Moon back. After all, it is to participate in the Greenfield Advanced Tournament? The woman next to her should be Zhang Laolai's second life woman. Why not last life woman? Sun Yan glanced at Ling Feng's attributes and found that they were not bad, relatively balanced, with no particularly prominent shortboards. They stepped in a bit, and the machinist stood up politely to inquire. Excuse me, and you are? Ling Feng was puzzled in his heart. These two people didn't look like prison visitors. Besides, Zhang Laolai didn't have many friends. I am a friend of Uncle Liang. I specifically came to find old Zhang to ask something. Sun Yan touched his nose and decided that it was better to give Uncle Liang's friend a little respect in terms of title. Uncle Liang? Su Ziliang? Zhang Laolai sat up from the bed, revealing a bearded face. The curly hair on his head does not know how many days not washed. The roots stick together, haphazardly scattered around the head. He topped with a black eye. His eyes are full of blood, looking as if under the footbridge hobo. Zhang Laolai met Sun Yan's gaze and said suspiciously, Are you really my big brother's friend? How could my big brother be so powerful to befriend a young kid like you? He narrowed both eyes. Who the hell are you? Don't presume to lie to me. My Kajiniang knows ancient martial arts. With those words he hurriedly hid behind Ling Feng through the cage. Ling Feng, protect me. Ling Feng raised his arms and assumed the stance of a white crane shining its wings, like an old mother hen guarding her chicks, but then with his eyes closed and full of nervousness, he stammered. You guys don't come over. I'm very powerful. Suyin and Star. He deeply appreciated why Uncle Liang emphasized that he had taken the photo, probably because he had expected the current situation to happen. This is the photo that Uncle Liang instructed me to show you to prove our identity. Sun Yan showed the photo of the three members of the family to Zhang Laolai, only to see that Zhang Laolai's face, who just now was not in a proper state, immediately changed. He looked at the photo dumbfounded, his lips trembling. My big brother. What happened to him now? He's gone, and left a letter just before he left, and it looks like he was taken. Alas. Zhang Laolai slapped his thigh and said, I have long told him that he can avoid the first day but not the 15th. This is good. Heavy sentence. Do you know what happened to Uncle Liang? When she heard the word heavy sentence, Sun Yan took a nervous breath. The fact that my big brother didn't say it in his letter means that he doesn't want to tell you guys about this. So you guys hurry up and leave. Zhang Laolai instantly lost his essence. He reclined back to his original position, shrinking his body, his ass facing the crowd. Do you want to be locked up here for the rest of your life? Aren't you going out to see your Broken Moon anymore? I heard that was your first contracted machinima? TSK. Maybe Broken Moon will be sold to another driver or will be illegally modified. Oh, are you willing to do that? Hearing that Broken Moon had been illegally modified, Zhang Laolai was unmoved, but when he heard the word gone xin, his shoulders shivered violently. Sun Yan's words were like the devil's scimitar, accurate and ruthless. Yeah, willingly? Are you really going to give up like this? Right away is the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. There's not much time left. Zhang Laolai gritted his teeth and stared at the cold wall, his fists clenched. Kid, do you have a way to get me out of here? Maybe there is. Sun Yan spread his hands. Zhang Laolai sat up, looked Sun Yan up and down a few times, and warned, my big brother didn't want to tell you those things because he hoped that you wouldn't get involved. You want to know so much. Aren't you afraid of problems in the future? There is no medicine for regret when the time comes. Those people have privileges in this world. It's not for ordinary drivers like you and me to mess with. Those people? What do you mean? Intelligent mechanics. Zhang Laolai said coldly, a bunch of lawless bastards. Sun Yan had met the intelligent armorer. Liang of the VDC club was it, but he didn't see many faults in Liang. There's just a little bit of that arrogance of being at the top of your profession, and that arrogance is totally understandable. Sun Yan waited for Zhang Laolai to continue, but Zhang Laolai paused and stopped his mouth. Kid, I'm warning you in advance, knowing too much about some things won't do you any good. Are you sure you still want to figure it out? I'm sure. Sun Yan looked serious. Good, I really wasn't wrong. Zhang Laolai muttered in a small voice. He was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words, before he said, 2 years ago, there was a tragic incident on the National Advanced Track Dragon Gate Peak Racetrack. A racer named Su Xiaofeng drove his Megane through a triple hairpin turn when he collided with an intelligent mechanic, and the intelligent mechanic used psychic energy in order to prevent Su Xiaofeng from overtaking the car, displacing the two Megane's positions. And after Su Xiaofeng, who originally had his car's front end pointed towards the inner side of the corner, had his car's front end turned into the front end of the car pointed towards the outside of the corner, outside of the curve. Both he and the Mechs didn't react before they fell down a 1,000-meter high cliff with their cars. Sun Yan was secretly shocked, directly displacing the positions of the two cars. The ability of the intelligent armorer was truly unbelievable. However, the ability of the intelligent mechanic is legal in this world, and the casualties caused at this moment shouldn't be considered intentional killings. You must have thought that since it's a race, it's normal for accidents to happen, right? Zhang Laolai tilted his head back and looked at the ceiling. A bitter smile surfaced on his face. But do you know that Jiqi Master was a late starter? He overtook Su Xiaofeng first, and intentionally waited for Su Xiaofeng at the hairpin turn, just waiting to push Su Xiaofeng off the cliff to get him killed at this time, just because they had a verbal altercation before the race. And Su Xiaofeng is Uncle Liang's son. Why? Star said angrily, doesn't the tournament party care? What's the difference between this and willful murder? Pipe? How to manage? Zhang Laolai laughed. That wise mechanic just said that the machine lady malfunctioned and was overhauling at the side of the track. It just so happened that he fixed it when Su Xiaofeng came over. Do you have any evidence that he intentionally killed someone? He just used the smart mechanic skill normally. There are too many things like this. Zhang Laolai shook his head inside. Ordinary pilots wouldn't have been able to compete with the smart mechanics. They are the protagonists of this world. To use an in-game phrase, we are all NPCs, and pilots with strong skills are considered higher-level NPCs at best, and the smart mechanics and top-level mechs with skills, those two can only be called players. No wonder Uncle Rio had told him not to get into an argument with the wise mechanic. Sun Yan clenched his fists, thinking in his heart what he would do if it was him and Star in this situation. I was going through the corner at full speed when suddenly I was displaced and the front of the car was facing the cliff. This kind of situation tests the driver's ability to improvise. If the front end of the car is already hanging on the edge of the cliff, he may be able to ensure that the Star does not go out of control. But this will definitely not be easy. But this world's drivers simply do not have as much skill as he does. The probability of encountering this kind of situation can only wait for death. The car spun out of control and watched himself and the machine woman slide down into the abyss. What kind of despair is that? Sun Yan took a deep breath. And then, Chapter 50, I can help you become a chiropractor. Later on, my big brother tried to get a claim through various channels, but it was pointless. Let me tell you, even if there is evidence that proves it was that chiropractor who did it on purpose, it's still useless, because chiropractors have privileges. They are the ones who are protected by the rules of the upper echelons. Zhang Laolai clenched his fists, anger surfacing in his eyes. During that time, in less than a month, Big Brother aged a dozen years. Can you believe it? He's already challenged all the national-level advanced tracks and is all set for the Breath of Death Grillwind Desert track. And he's the only ordinary person among the contestants qualified for that national-level competition. To kill his way out of the competition and enter the national-level competition as an ordinary person, How much of a genius and how much effort did he and his mecha maiden have? But it's this kind of person that still won't be taken seriously by the officials. His genius and hard work are nothing in front of a wise mechanic. Sun Yan was silent. His chest felt like a stone was weighing down and he couldn't breathe. He didn't dare to substitute into Uncle Liang at that time. Just by listening to Zhang Laolai's description he could already feel the oncoming suffocation and despair. Grandpa Tertullian is so pathetic. Large teardrops slipped from her eyes as Star recalled bits and pieces of Uncle Liang. Although Uncle Liang couldn't look at her at first, he had always treated her well later on, knowing that she liked to eat fish heads, and every time he used the excuse that they were not nutritious to leave them for her to eat. My elder brother gave up participating in the national level competition. He wanted to avenge his son's death. He spent 3 months mapping out the residence and work and rest of that witwit, and prepared large-yield explosives. The witwit was hard to kill with multiple Megain protections, so he had to use this tactic to send all of his opponents to the sky. Then Uncle Liang, did he succeed? Sun Yan asked nervously. The bomb was planted in a garbage can by the side of the road. It was midnight when the target was on his way back from the nightclub, and when he approached in his Megain, the bomb was successfully detonated. Zhang Laolai's eyes were full of regret, but the other party got an early warning, and used the ability to replace the position with a nearby car randomly, and the person and Kirigakure were unharmed. Early warning? His machinima? No, it's Big Brother's second-hair machinima, with whom Big Brother only has a mind-branding contract. Sun Yan was speechless. He never thought that Uncle Liang's eventual plan of revenge would be ruined on his own machine mother. That second-generation Megain thought of relying on this opportunity to tie up the smart mechanic's thighs, while the Big Brother's first-generation Megain, Shi Xiao, realized that she didn't kill that smart mechanic and immediately rushed out from her hiding place in spite of her Big Brother's obstruction. She knew that smart mechanic was protected by Megain to Megain, not to mention that it was still a pair of 3 that she couldn't take advantage of, and she rushed out only in order to cover up the crime for her Big Brother. The betrayal of the machine mother Sun Yan has already seen it, not to mention that Jade 786 continuously betrayed him in Zhang Kai, and Zhang Laolai in front of him is an example. He'd also seen the image of the Nox rally ending the day's race and the machinist tossing the default to the driver and waving his sleeve away. When Star had first told him that mind-branded packs of machinima could change pilots, only core packs meant complete lockdown. He hadn't felt much about the words at that time, because at that time he hadn't reacted from the inertia of his previous life, and he couldn't even think of such a thing as paying money to buy a car and having it disown you. Along the way, he truly realized the relationship between the pilot and the machine girl. There is no who is who's who, only whether the goals and interests are the same. When the machine girl feels that you are not worthy of her, she smashes the money and also turns away. Similarly, when the pilot feels that the machine girl is not good, he can also be discarded at any time to replace it. That's the cruelty of this world, the survival of the fittest. And Star was trusting him with all of herself in complete confidence. The core contract is clearly unequal because the core contract doesn't specify that a pilot can only have one mecha. If the machine lady chooses the wrong person for her core contract, then she could risk being snowed in or sent back to the fold. Signing a core contract for a machinima requires enough trust and the courage to gamble on the future. Currently, as far as Sun Yan had heard of the machine girls, such as the VVC Club's Comet and the SSC's Jedi Shadow didn't have a core contract with their pilots. As good as the relationship seems, it's still just a partnership. You should be able to guess what happened afterwards. Zhang Laolai said faintly. Qishao is suspected of intentionally killing the attempted murder of a wise mechanic, sentenced back to the furnace. My Big Brother was found to be an accessory to a lighter punishment, but also had to be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. My Big Brother's son is no longer available. The machine mother is no longer available. Full of vengeance, of course, it will not be convinced. Incognito began to flee the life of a fugitive, and now I guess it is captured back, which is less than a sentence of life imprisonment. Then, what about Uncle Liang's wife? Sun Yan remembered the woman with the gentle smile in the photo. My sister-in-law had gotten sick and died a few years earlier, and her greatest wish before she died was that my Big Brother and son would be well. Ugh, sorry, the ultimate wish is just a wish. Sun Yan lowered his head and looked at the photo in his hand. Uncle Liang under the helmet was the age of a man in peak condition. He hooked up with the teenager beside him, one with a scissor hand, and the wife beside him smiled warmly, her eyes clearly showing her love for her husband and children. What a wonderful family. It could be said that Uncle Rio's family was destroyed by the wizards. Actually, it is good that Big Brother was caught in. Zhang Laolai suddenly sighed to break the silence and said with a bitter smile, the reason why Big Brother was able to escape successfully in the first place was also in a sense the acquiescence of that intelligent armorer. And every time he was about to catch Big Brother, the clues would somehow break off. Why? Sun Yan was puzzled. Standing in for the wizards. Isn't catching Uncle Liang a good thing in your favor? Kid, do you know that cats catch mice? Zhang Laolai lowered his eyes. Cats like to tease rats before they bite them to death. Watching the rats struggle and suffer in their own hands. The intelligent mechanic is the cat. Big Brother is the rat. The cat can catch the rat at any time, but the rat can only live in the sewer every day. And now Big Brother is the equivalent of being caught in a rat trap cage. Big Brother is no longer free, but the cat can only stare dryly from the outside. Sun Yin shuddered just thinking about it. From the point of view of legal judgment, the world treats the intelligent mechanic with absolute favor. But in reality, the privileges of the wise mechanic in every way may still be just the tip of the iceberg. Uncle Liang is most likely in jail now. No wonder he said he's getting food and shelter. This is a real retirement. He couldn't help but follow Zhang Laolai with a bitter smile. But Uncle Liang was his savior. He couldn't bear to just leave him alone and let him spend the rest of his life in prison. Uncle Liang's revenge has not yet been avenged. How painful should he feel every night when he remembers the past and looks at the cold ceiling of the prison? And that wise armored man is just going to be allowed to get away with it? Sun Yan raised his eyes with a cold light in them. Is there any way to sanction him? Yes. Zhang Laolai met Sun Yan's gaze and said in a single word, become an intelligent armorer. I'm going to become an intelligent armorer. Sun Yan was full of determination. Oh, you want it to be? Then everyone's a wise armored man. Zhang Laolai rolled his eyes and clasped his hands to his chest, not mincing his words against Sun Yan. Sun Yan gritted his teeth. Before that was when he heard that becoming an intelligent armorer was difficult, and that it was completely dependent on the heavens to reward him. But even if he couldn't become a chiropractor, he would still take Star with him to climb to the highest peak, to step on the heads of those chiropractors and stand at the top of this world of racing, become an emperor and always be able to live and die, right? Zhang Laolai secretly glanced at Sun Yan with his afterglow. The group photo of the family is the most precious thing of the elder brother, but still being entrusted to the young man in front of him shows that the elder brother trusts this young man very much. Then, kid, do you really want to become a wise armor? I want to, Sun Yan said without hesitation. Zhang Laolai had his legs crossed, his gray and white curly hair scruffily covering half of his cheeks, and a mysterious and lewd 50-50 smile on his bearded face. Jia, maybe I have a way to boost your probability of becoming a wise armorer, but you have to find a way to get me out of here. Next chapter, isn't it just flying? If you have hands, you can do it loading. What? You guys are really crushing it. Wrong, 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 wrong. Thanks for the great gift from Fade Dye of North Pass, and the gifts from the brothers like Dream Painting Star. Highs and Lows will have to give you guys some guest roles, but they'll have to wait. And there's no way they'll steal the show from the hero or heroine. And this one is declared in advance. Chapter 51, isn't it just flying? If you have hands, you can do it. Just you? Sun Yan was filled with disbelief. It's the lickspittle that doesn't instantly turn into a werewolf. I'm Big Brother's little brother. You're Big Brother's friend. That means both of us are people recognized by Big Brother. I recognize your character, and you have to recognize my character as well. Although the rumors outside really aren't very good. Right, but one size does not fit all. And I'm very serious about this matter. Sun Yan stared at Zhang Laolai for a moment and shook his head. Then I can only try. I'm not going to pay your debt for you, and I didn't say how long it would take to get you out anyway, so take your time and wait. With those words he took Star's hand and walked away without looking back. Hey, stinky brat, my big brother really misjudged you. You went back on your word. Hey, come back. We can still talk again. Boost your odds by 60%, okay? Zhang Laolai only roared a few times before he lost his strength. He hadn't eaten all day, and it was very good that he could still shout. Master, do you really have a way to increase the probability of becoming an intelligent armorer? Lingfeng held the bento box with her hands resting on her cheeks, blinking her big eyes with anticipation. There's AF * King Wei. Zhang Laolai sighed and glanced at a newspaper by his bedside, muttering, becoming a wise arms master is hard, but if I were to say that he can't become a wise arms master, that kid would surely be deflated, wouldn't he? That's why Big Brother didn't say so much to him. Now that I've said everything, I just don't want that kid to lose his temper. After all, he's very talented. He'll have a bright future. It can't be because of us two old nobodies smashing it in our hands. Oh well, Lingfeng slapped his face regretfully. Zhang Laolai dug his nostrils to relay down. He stared at the cold wall, but his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. That approach might work. The overhead light illuminated the newspaper next to the bed, which read in large banners, "The new king of the Nox Rally, the fastest ever record is born," accompanied by text and photos below. The photo showed Sun Yan and Xingchen holding up the trophy and smiling just as brightly. The Black Market's underground race is held at a decommissioned marina. Su Yuyang had chartered this place, specializing in the training of Firefox Club racers and machinists, as well as giving the underground Black Market's Wild Riders Sector reunion, also known as the Black Race. Spectators bet on placements, contestants bet on rankings, and the top three split the betting money proportionally, so the Wild Riders will do anything to get that money. Boss Su, I want to fish out Zhang Laolai, and he'll pay the debt he owes himself, as a favor to my friend. Sun Yan led Xing Chen to Su Yuyang's side, and at this time, the two steel bridges were being moved to their designated positions with the help of cranes. Su Yuyang didn't say anything with his hands behind his back until the steel bridge was put in place. Then he turned to Sun Yan and said, I know who you are now, the recent winner of the Nox Rally, setting the record for the fastest Nox Rally. I don't know how you got involved with Zhang Laolai, but I can give you a face. He pointed to the placed steel frame. The width between these steel bridges is 150 m. The last section of the course for this underground race is here. You and your machinima can't use any illegal modifications. If you can fly over the steel bridges at the end and come in first place, then I'll let old rascal Zhang go, but he'll have to pay the money back himself. Sun Yan carefully observed the two sections of the steel bridge. This steel bridge is very narrow, only enough for one car to pass. There is no guardrail on the left and right sides. The second section of the steel bridge immediately after the container surrounded by 90-degree bend. Over the curve straight almost 200 meters to the end. Boss Su, you're making a big move today. Is this going to be a drive-by? Boss Su, can you still cancel the registration now? My machine mother wants to. I accompany a pit. The moment they saw those two steel bridges, many wild riders backed off. The track and content of each underground race is confidential, until Su Yuyang arrangements will not be revealed, which also leads to the uncertainty of the ranking. Some good at straight line of the wild riders and machine woman encountered all the curves of the track can only be blind. At the moment in front of this steel frame is more so that many people are discouraged. What's so hard about this? The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. It's just a flying jump over a steel bridge. I can do it with my hands. And the steel bridges on either side of this have ramp plates to raise the starting height of the cars. The only difficulty is how to deal with the 90-degree turn after landing. Inexperienced racers encountered this kind of flying jump to catch the corner of the terrain will be very easy to lose control of the vehicle, hit the guardrail or even roll over. There's no turning back from the bow, so go get ready to start. 2x2. Su Yuyang waved his hand as if he was herding ducks and pushed Flowing Light forward a few steps to a viewpoint that was optimal for viewing the steel bridge. He hoped to reduce the fear in Quicksilver's mind by showing him images of other machinima and racers taking leaps. It's just that all of the black market wild riders have been illegally modified for machinima, and Streamlight doesn't feel much of anything when he looks at them. It just so happened that Sun Yan gave him a request today, so he wanted Sun Yan to try. Surely the young man who could break the Nox Rally track record and invent so many godawful cornering tricks wouldn't let him down. Since Sun Yan and Star were the last to sign up for the program, they were rightfully the last to start. The marina circuit is about 50 kilometers long and is a loop, with the final section jutting out to two steel bridges, followed by a curve, creating a queue-like structure. Except for the steel bridge stage, the course is wide enough to accommodate 4 machines running side by side, and the competitor who reaches the finish line in the shortest time will be the winner. The reward amount for this time is $1.5 million. Our brutal brute has pulled out his wife's book. I'm looking forward to seeing how many contestants he can top out of the track tonight. The host, a skinny young man with a center-parted head tattooed with flowery arms named Quinn, was currently standing on the stage in the center of the ring, hissing and roaring to the rousing punk music. This time we have a mystery guest among the contestants. The spotlight fell on Sun Yan and Star. That would be the winners of this Nox Rally, the Sauni and Star duo. Tonight's race is destined to be very exciting. Brothers and sisters, you can place your bets now. The surrounding audience roared like thunder, and the enthusiasm of the scene was actually no worse than a regular match. Next to Sun Yan and Xing Chen, an older man with a thick build led the machine lady over with a kind smile on his face. Kid, first time participating in an underground tournament, right? I'll tell you, an underground tournament and a regular tournament are two completely different concepts. Sun Yan glanced at the words printed on the uncle's chest racing suit, Brutal Brute. After all, this is the host. Quinn is the favorite to win the Brute Force Brother. It looks quite ordinary. The idea had only just arisen when Brother Brute had already had his own machine girl unfold. Boom! A behemoth appeared in front of them. Sun Yan and Star's faces turned green. The nifty thing was actually a semi-trailer heavy truck, and it was loaded all over with ramming corners. Chapter 52, Underground and Regular Races are two concepts. Sun Yan hadn't bothered to look at the crash resistance of this heavy truck nymph. Needless to say, it must be very high. If the steel shovel on the front of her car touched her, she'd be knocked off the track if not sideways. Ha ha ha. That little brother's face changed when he saw the barbarian bull's machinima. Don't talk about his face changing. Those of us who run a lot of underground matches, who watches the brute's face not change? This little brother is in deep trouble. Savage bulls aren't slow. There were murmurs from the racers around them. A young man with a white face approached Sun Yan and reminded him in a low voice, "Brother, this is your first time here, right? I'm telling you, don't get tough with the brute. He can't take a turn. As long as you make it to the first turn, he won't be able to keep up with you afterward. Thanks for the reminder. I know it in my heart. Sun Yan laughed and signaled Star to unfold the body. The youth was filled with envy at the sight of Star's bright silver body. This is the same machinima that teamed up with Sunin to win first place in the Nox Rally and break the track record. He hoped that one day he and his machinist would be able to officially hit the track like Sunin. Right now they're still at the stage where they're saving up for modules by playing underground. The front runners started one after another, and it wasn't long before it was Sun Yan's and Brutal Brute's turn. Kid, I will crush you. Jia. The uncle was in a rather high mood, and even wiped his neck and made a nasty face at Sun Yan when the countdown read out. Will the 34th and 35th runners please prepare to start? 5 seconds to go. Sun Yan controls the clutch, puts it in first gear, and the throttle is welded straight up and pulled full. Engine output is at its maximum, ready to deliver terrific torque and power. Boom boom boom. The low hiss was like the howl of a wild animal. The older man sitting next to him in the cockpit of the heavy truck was a bit confused. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he stepping on the gas? What's wrong with his mind? 5 seconds flew by. Sun Yan slowly released the clutch. Star's control system detected the tire grip at all times and transmitted the data to his mind through the will connection. The moment the time is right, the countdown ends at the same time. Bear dash. Powerful kinetic energy results in extreme tire revving. The searing heat caused by the rubber rubbing against the ground at high speeds burned out crimson sparks, and the Star leapt out as if it were a wild horse out of control. All that was left was the black mark of a burnt tire and a ring of tire gas that smelled faintly of durian. I lose how just. The older man's eyes widened and his jaw nearly smashed on the joystick, not remembering to activate his machinima until Saunian and Star were already almost out of sight. Underground and regular tournaments are really two different concepts. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the empty track in front of him, taking out a cigarette and lighting it up, leaning his elbow against the window with the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Master, I don't have a problem with you putting so many bump corners on me, but if you ever smoke on me again, I'll dump you straight down. There's nothing spectacular about the speed of the wildcar phone lady. After all, most of the machinima that individuals can afford hover between tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And there are some tycoons who have millions and millions of machinima, but such tycoons don't come running to underground tournaments. Therefore, even if Star didn't bring out her full strength, her speed was almost twice as fast as theirs, and after passing the first corner that wasn't much of a challenge, Sun Yan and Star could already see some of the machinima that had started in front of them. Master, it's so weird. I feel like turning so easily now. Star tilted her head slightly, her little butt wiggling happily. I could see her fluttering eyelashes and the upturned corners of her mouth. I used to have an uncontrollable feeling when I tried to match your turns, but now I can match you perfectly. I didn't realize that a module would be that much of an improvement. Sun Yan smiled mysteriously and hit his work deeply. Module enhancement is indeed great, but mainly MP points on the cornering and drifting attributes. Drifting attributes are mainly reflected in the stability of the drift over the corner, while the cornering attributes mainly reflect the controllability of the machine girl over the corner. The two are combined with each other. And now driving the Star over this kind of less difficult corners, he no longer has that feeling of clutching a bullhorn in his hand. As he spoke, Star had already winded up closing in on the two machinima in front of him. Just as Star was about to directly overtake the car, the sunroof of one of the machinima opened, and the pilot, half exposed, shouldered a burning stick with both hands as hard as he could, first aiming it at the machinima next to him, but then aiming it at Star when he noticed the faster approaching Star. Master, what's that man holding? Star asked curiously, even purposely leaning towards the machinima to get a better look. Sun Yan, however, had a layer of cold sweat rising from his back. That's a bazooka. Duck. Whoa. Upon hearing that it was a bazooka, Star panicked even more than Sun Yan. It's over. Master and I are going to be blown up. Boo. The muffled sound of a bazooka activating rang in his ears. Saunian didn't even look at it, slamming the joystick a dump and pull sideways, but the shell still exploded in front of his side, only unexpectedly with little power, but rather the pungent peppery smell of the wind blowing in his face. The driver in front let out a wolf howl in excitement when he saw that he had forced Sun Yan back. At the same time, the host Koen's introduction explained the doubts in Sun Yan's heart. Spectators, all dangerous heavy firepower is banned from our Firefox Club underground matches, but flashbangs, pepper bombs, and ink bombs can be used instead. And trust me, it's not gory enough, but it's definitely exciting. Right now, for example, our Mr. Nox Rally champion is taking a beating. The spotlight followed the figures of Sun Yan and Star. There was laughter from people in the audience. Sun Yan pursed her lips, her mouth full of spicy flavor. Blah blah blah. Choke me to death. Star shook her head as if that would shake the pepper taste out of her mouth and said with puffed cheeks, Master, these people are so annoying, I also think. Sun Yan narrowed his eyes and adjusted his body to continue to close the distance. Since you like to have fun so much, let's all have a good time. By this time that pilot had already used the car full of weapons to force the next machine girl to stop. That unlucky machine girl crashed into the guardrail, enveloped by a layer of crimson chile smoke. Inside the sound of violent coughing. Seeing Sun Yan and Star approaching again, that person was immediately ready to pull out a new weapon, but it was already too late, and could only sit back in the driver's seat with a swing of the joystick to stop in front of Star. Then the rear hood suddenly popped up, and the pitch-black ink was sprayed out in the form of a mist, drenching the back of the Star with the full car. Especially the front windshield was completely covered by the ink, and Sun Yan lost his field of vision. But not everyone who drives needs vision. He can do it entirely by feel and memory. Turn on the wipers and get ready to enter the turn. It was black before his eyes, but it still looked like Sun Yan could see the track. It was a curve to the left. He didn't use the handbrake. He didn't switch gears. He just relied on inertia to hit the joystick full, allowing Star's body to throw off 170 degrees, the wheel slicing diagonally across the pavement with a sharp crunching sound, and the horrific acceleration allowing Star to complete the overtake as he rounded the corner. When the wipers finally cleared a patch of windshield in front of him, the front of Star's car was directly in front of the machinima's. Her pilot, still half exposed out of the sunroof and holding up a weapon of some sort, was frozen in place. Sun Yan and the racer locked eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked as he gave a middle finger. The drift is coming to an end and the tires are getting their grip back. He controlled the joystick to the right with one hand, and the front end of the Star slowly slewed back, the body squaring up the moment he rounded the corner. Master, Star's tweety voice rang out in front of him. She patted her head in distress and said, Suddenly I was eye to eye with that machina and didn't even react. This is called a J-word pirouette drift. Sun Yan was full of dejection. It's not over yet. I still have to return something to that guy. Sun braked hard, hitting the steering wheel left and right, pulling back the moment the Star was about to lose control of the car. So it just traced a Z-shaped drift path across the road, looking like a drunk, and the intense friction brought a strong durian-flavored white smoke along with the burning tires. The smoke completely blocked out the vision of the machinima behind them, and they had no choice but to follow the Stars closely within their field of vision. Sun Yan rushed towards the guardrail in a straight line with this machinima behind him. Moments before the impending collision, a handbrake floats, bringing Star back to the track, but the machinist and the racer behind them didn't have the same reaction time, so they crashed head-on into the guardrail. The excitement of this fight was so great that the cheers from the audience never stopped. When Sun Yan completed the J-slalom, Quinn's voice was hoarse and he was now howling in a kind of duck voice that had been young for 3 days. Spectators, our Mr. Knox champion shows us what a real professional driver is, and anyone who hasn't been on a regular track is a younger brother. His machinima, Star, has not been modified in any way. You heard right. She's the only unmodified machinima tonight. I still can't imagine how that amazing scene was just accomplished, but we can look forward to see if Sun Yan will be able to take Star to leap over the steel bridge without modifications. In the best grandstand position, Su Yuyang and Lu Guang gazed at the rapidly approaching Stars on the ring, listening to the roar of that engine. The blood that had cooled felt like it was boiling back up. This kid shouldn't let me down, should he? Su Yuyang's hand loosened and clenched again, looking down at Liu Guang as he searched for the light in Liu Guang's eyes. In the crowd, a petite figure in a hood stared intently at the track, her eyes following the shadows of the Stars. The stands were packed. Another airwoman had just failed to pass the steel bridge and planted herself with her pilot. It's a good thing the steel bridge isn't too high, and there's a spacious cushion underneath to keep from getting hurt. More importantly, the silver streamer had broken wind. Roaring toward the steel bridge, it went on and on. Next chapter, Leap, Streaming Hope for Rehabilitation. Purple Cloud, Auspicious Portent in Astrology. Chapter 53, Leap, Streaming Hope for Recovery. By this time there was another machinima that had already rushed onto the steel bridge one step ahead of Sun Yan. Her speed was no match for Stars, but the aura of going forward was great. The moment you hit the starting board, the body also lifts upwards and leaps forward under the force of inertia. Unfortunately, she was underpowered and had only made it less than a quarter of the leap before she had come to the highest point and started to fall. Normally in this situation she would only end up leaping half the distance before falling headfirst off the steel bridge, but she couldn't help but change her master. Wow! Only a pair of glider wings unfolded left and right, and the car's downward speed was suddenly reduced. The racer sitting in the driver's seat hugged the joystick in relief. I'm a genius. The man clenched his fists full of joy. Let's just say that him installing a pair of glider wings on his machinima was a godsend. While other pilots were still studying how to make the track fighting ability of the Kitsune stronger, he was already putting a lot of effort into saving his life. For example, this pair of paragliders was specially made for the situation where the kitsune flew out of the cliff track, which of course led to the lack of fighting power of his kitsune's track, and he had a hard time squeezing out the top places in every race. But not today. By this pair of gliders, he'll be number one. The money already beckons him. The man heard a tsunami of cheers from the audience around him. Drowned out by the cheers, he couldn't help but float a little. Harm, just use the glider over a steel bridge only, not to mention 150 meters. Even if Su Yuyang pick up a 250 meters, he is sure to rush through. If you have hands, you can. However, boom boom boom. The roar of the engine suddenly sounded overhead and shattered the man's moment of fantasy. I've had a good time. And the masters? He looked up slightly, only to see the silver streams of light above his head flicker away, and only white smoke filled the air. The moment he drove Star into the air, Sun Yan's throttle welded shut without the slightest intention of slowing down. The engine revs had reached the limit of the Star's ability to turn on the Emperor's engine. So high. Master, slow down. You'll fall to your death. Hearing the exclamation of surprise in front of him, Sun Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He was still wondering how Star had become so calm today, and after all that it was because his reflex arc was too long, and he only reacted to it now. That's the right flavor. The machine woman's anticipation of danger made Star subconsciously want to apply to gain total control of the vehicle. However, absolute trust in Sun Yan made this thought disappear the moment it arose. The silver streamlined body of the car was like a sheathed sword, breaking through the air, and in the twinkling of an eye it had arrived at the highest point. By this time, Sun Yan and Star had already flown over 2/3 of the stagnant area. They began to descend. Time seemed to slow down. Everyone held their breath, their eyes focused on the silver stream of light soaring in midair. At this moment, Sun Yan and Xing Chen undoubtedly became the center of attention in the room. Master, there, so fast, it can really fly past. Liu Guang took Su Yuyang's hand and breathed in sharply, excitement and anticipation flowing in his eyes. She looked forward to Sun Yan and Xing Chen crossing that heavenly rift. She looked forward to seeing someone shatter the fear in her heart blatantly. It would bring her an unspeakable confidence. It's not really a big deal. If others can do it, then so can I. While Su Yuyang is the eyes are heavy, said in a deep voice, on the starting springboard is simple, nothing more than just close your eyes and rush forward. But behind the landing is the most difficult, the moment of falling from the air. No matter whether it is the pilot and the aircraft lady have to withstand that sense of weightlessness and closer to the ground, almost to the illusion of pulverization. And these fears and illusions will also make them subconsciously braking or letting go of the throttle. Letting off the throttle is not a good thing, and the instant you land, the machine lady is bound to lose control. The lag zones of the steel bridges are the first difficulty, and it's the landing turns that are the killer part of the ride. He wasn't sure Saunian and Star could do it. He had just learned that Sun Yan was only a rookie rider and was indeed a genius. But no amount of genius can make up for the experience gap on the track. That's a valuable asset that takes countless training sessions and races and time to pile up. And for Sun Yan and Star, this was mostly their first flying jump. Will it work? For the first time in the 6 months since Streamlight's accident, he felt nervous, but was sweating for the other riders and the machinist. Star, there is no turning back. The moment you jump, there is only one way forward. Sun Yan stared dead on at the other steel bridge that was getting closer and closer, and slowly spoke. If you can't rush through it, you're a failure. And if you rush through it, you're a newborn. Isn't racing an extreme sport where life and death are on the line? And that's exactly why people push and get all hot and bothered. People themselves are a restless, adventure-loving bunch. Forward, leave it to me. Saunian solemnly placed his hand on Star's ass. Faith had passed into place and withdrawn his hand with nothing but murder in his eyes, killing intent on the track. Even though it was only 6 short words, the calm and steady voice injected endless strength into Star's nervous heart. She immediately calmed down to help Sun Yan synergize control of the body. It's just a 150-meter leap in the district. If it's a master, there certainly won't be any problems. Sun Yan adjusted his body in mid-air, and in order to butt up to the corner afterward, his body also leaned to the left, which caused the Star body to create a diagonal angle, and at the same time, the wheels also hit full to the left, forming a diagonal angle with the direction of the front end's dive. Don't underestimate these 2 dihedral corners. They are one of the keys to a quick recovery of grip on the landing and necessary preparation for tight corners. Master, land 100 tight left turn. Yes, Sun Yan's reply was resounding. The previous Star would certainly be unavoidable to lose control if faced with this kind of flying jump after a curve. But not now. Today's Star is off the charts. She was no longer the machine girl who cowered because she couldn't turn a corner, despairing of the future. Boom! The stars fall to the ground. The horrible inertia caused the tires to skid and rub wildly on the ground. Star's body slammed into the guardrail with barely any deceleration, but thanks to Sun Yan adjusted the body landing state in advance. At the same time and the collision over, the body is also quickly shifted sideways, forming a similar inertia drift, for tires in the ground to form a friction when the star crashed into the guardrail. Speed plummeted, and finally a moment of rest in the distance from the guardrail is less than a meter, and has been pressed full of the throttle is also at this time to play a role. Star's speed climbed rapidly, and he rushed out of the corner like an arrow out of a string. She crossed the finish line trailing smoke, and up until that point, the glider-modified airswoman had just crossed the lag zone. The entire arena was dead quiet. Sun Yan got out of the car with a face full of calmness, and Star lifted and unfolded her form. Her shoes can reflect the condition of the car's tires. At this moment, seeing the nearly flattened soles, I can't help but beep. Master, I have to change the tires again. A tire can buy a lot of snacks. They crossed the line. Quinn finally reacted, raising his microphone and letting out a lost roar. A near-perfect flying jump followed by an extremely flashy corner. Tonight's winner belongs to our King of Knocks, Sun Yan and his machinima star. Su Yuyang stared blankly at the pair of young people holding hands at the finish line. For a moment it actually felt a little moist in my eyes. He looked down and tried to secretly wipe the corners of his eyes, only to find that Streamlight, who was next to him, had stood up at some point. Flowing light, you. Chapter 54, if you pay money, you can fly and jump 100 times a day. At this moment, Lu Guang is also looking at the end of the Sun Yan in Xingchen. Her eyes gradually retracted to fall on the steel bridge, the light flowing in her eyes gradually firmed down. Just as she just wanted to take a step forward, her body unconsciously tilted to the side again and fell into Su Yuyang's arms. Ryuko, you can stand up? Su Yuyang stammered. He was really happy. The hand holding the stream of light was shivering. Yes, but it still won't go. Flowing light frowned as she tried to move her steps, finding that she was still sore and weak. That's good. It's good to have hope for recovery. Su Yuyang hurriedly helped Liu Guang sit down in the wheelchair while secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He was right on the money. Letting Rio watch the images of the machine lady flying and jumping did help Rio conquer the fear in his heart. It's just that the Greenfield advancement track only opens once every 6 months, and usually there's no machinima practicing flying jumps along the riverbank with nothing to do, so he can only build his own steel bridge for the wild riders and machinima in the black market to try out. But it's not possible to hold underground races every time for this program, and can only be moved out once in a while. In addition, the Wild Rider and the Machine Girl basically have modifications. Even if the flying leap over the steel bridge is not very meaningful, the flow of light has already watched a few times. The Wild Rider and the Machine Girl with the help of the modification of the flying leap over the steel bridge. Although the picture is also very impactful, but is far less than the Sun Yan and the Star, such as without any modification directly on the field. After all, that was the equivalent of restoring the choice he and Streaming had made at the time for the final segment of the Greenfield advancement track. Flying and jumping 150 meters of lag zone. Only now Streaming has learned that this 150-meter lag zone is not a nightmare. That's totally beatable. At this moment the modified glider wing of the plane lady also reached the end of the line. They are the second place. The third place has been no rider and the Machine Girl can reach. Before Su Yuyang's steel bridge between the lag zone is also set to 50 meters, and then gradually expanded to 100 meters. 100 meters lag zone has been very few Machine Girl can pass. Now this 150 meters for wild riders is the existence of the moat. Take a look at the machinima and racers under the lag zone. One is gray. It's a good thing the steel bridge is at an average height, or there would have been a few more ambulances today. Master, I just felt a knife flying over my head. Dusty, a modified glider, followed the rider down the track, her face full of palpitations, but at least it's second place, so there's a lot of prize money. She playfully poked her tongue out, only to see her master staring at the top of her head looking odd. Dusty, you. The machine lady scratched her head in confusion, resulting in a handful of scorched black hair in her hand. Her eyes grew wide, her pupils shook, and she hissed, drop hair. Dusty, your hair is burning. The racer sighed helplessly. Your car's roof was grazed by her hot tires just now when that machinima flew over our heads. In fact, this machine woman does not go to rub her own hair is okay. Once rub the top of the head, that piece will all fall down. From a distance is not a Chang bright Mediterranean Sea, but even so, the racers didn't dare to go after Sun Yan and Star. The track is like a battlefield. It's good enough that people don't treat them like pedals. For Sun Yan he only had admiration and envy, admiring Sun Yan's unbelievable skills, envying Sun Yan for having a machinima with such excellent performance, but envious as he was, he wouldn't dislike his own machine mother. It's okay, Dusty, it'll grow out in a week. He touched Dusty's shiny bald head and smiled in relief. I'll buy you a wig and a couple bottles of high-powered nutrient solution after I get my bonus. It'll grow fast. Woohoo! In the crowd, the hooded machinist turned away silently. Her gaze darkened as she left the crowd as well. Can I really rush through a stagnant area like that just by myself? Zidane pursed his dry lips. That machine lady is so happy. It is said that she was born with a defect in steering, but managed to find a master who was unfailingly devoted to her and willing to accompany her in her progress. But what about her master? A glorious woman gradually emerged from the sea of purple computers. Today's BSc, Blitz Speed Club Extreme Storm, Club Ace. That woman was also a genius. She chose that woman when she had yet to show her talent. But that woman discarded her at her peak moment for being a drag, and didn't even give her the qualifications to be a sub-issuing machinima. Drivers and all that. There's no need for them. Zidane shook his head, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Humans are hypocrites. That man is such a genius. Surely sooner or later he'll abandon this mecha. But any genius pilot would never accept a defective mecha. There will be no exceptions to this kind of thing. The inner thoughts made Zidane's pace grow firmer and firmer. She walked against the wall of the corridor, her figure fading into the darkness at the end. Boss Su, is this flying jump of mine interesting enough? Sun Yen and Star stood in front of Su Yuyang, and he could clearly feel that the eyes of this Firefox Club boss looking at him had become a lot more cordial, and the face of the machine lady next to him, named Flowing Light, actually surfaced with a quiet smile. This was the first time Sun Yen and Star had seen her smile. Before that it was all a hollow, melancholy look. Enough, too enough. Su Yuyang gave Sun Yen and Star a thumbs up and ordered his men to bring the bonuses. Originally the top 3 prizes were distributed as $1, $1,300,000, $000 and $100, $000. However, since no third place was created, all the prize money for first and third went to Sun Yen. The box was quickly placed on the table in front of Sun Yen, containing a whole $2 million. Fortune, fortune, fortune. Star's big blue eyes sparkled as she fished out a pile of money with her left hand and a pile of money with her right. Little brother Sun Yen, this is the most perfect flying jump that Streamlight and I have ever seen. Su Yuyang was full of excitement and said, especially your final handling of the curves and posing in the air ahead of time is so beautiful. With that said, he scratched his head again with some embarrassment. It's like this. I have an ungrateful request. Can I ask you to show Streamlight more flying jumps over steel bridges before the Greenfield Advancement Tournament opens? I know it's a lot of tire wear and tear on the machine girl's tires. Don't worry, whether it's nutrient solution, tire money is paid by me, and I'll give you 20,000 yuan for every flying jump you complete. Master, Star tugged on Sun Yen's sleeve, full of seriousness and gestured 10 fingers. I can fly and jump 100 times a day. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm not afraid of being tired. I'm hardworking and resistant to bumps and punches. Sun Yen and Su Yuyang. That, actually, flying and jumping once a day is fine. More than that, the flow of light can't be digested. Su Yuyang was filled with embarrassment. If he really wanted to follow this jumping method of Star, he wouldn't need to open this club and black market. Flowing Light, I believe you. You can digest it, right? Star was full of eagerness as she took Ryuko's hand, her big eyes staring tightly into Ryuko's eyes. Even if you can't digest it 100 times, then 50 times is still possible. Master said that looking is also a kind of experience, and by looking more often, you will be able to form an eyeball memory. Streaming light, aha. Sun Yen was speechless. He clearly said that practicing more would form muscle memory. What the hell is an eyeball memory? Boss Su, are you planning to stimulate flowing light rehabilitation to continue participating in the Greenfield Advancement Tournament? Yes. Su Yuyang and Liu Guang glanced at each other, and could see the determination in each other's eyes. Challenging the provincial circuit has always been a desire of Liu Guang and I. If we stagnate in this life, the future of us will definitely look down on the present of us, right? So how long until the Greenfield Advancement Tournament? 14 days, 14 and a half days to be exact. Su Yuyang replied, if you miss this Greenfield Advancement Tournament you'll have to wait another half a year. While Sun Yen stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes. It's not quite clear if 14 days of streaming can be recovered, but the conditions given by Boss Su are hard to refuse. Car tires and nutrient solution to the package, but also poured to 20,000 per day. For him and Star equivalent to training at the same time also have money to earn. Why not? Just, Boss Su, I can agree to this matter, but Zhang Laolai sighed. I'll release old rascal Zhang now. Su Yuyang waved his hand and said boldly, there's no need to pay back the money. I don't care about him as long as he doesn't continue to commit sins. No, you misunderstand. Sun Yen hemmed and hawed. The money still needs to be paid back by Zhang Laolai himself. This kind of licking dog should have a longer memory. Don't you think so, Xingchen? Yes, master. He. Star was now almost on the same frequency as Sun Yen's brain circuits, knowing that keeping Zhang Laolai in arrears is a means of holding Zhang Laolai in check. It's hard not to love your own master. Next chapter, Broken Moon finds you? Loading. Thanks for the big gift from Dream Painting Star, the big gift from Shark Pig Feed, the flowers from Just Love Board Noodles, and the support from my brothers. Penguin has a bit of a fever from the cold and is writing slowly, but will still keep the quality up. Chapter 55, Broken Moon finds the door. Thanks for the support, brothers +1. When he was brought in, Zhang Laolai was coy. When he was released, he took 6 steps. Boss Su, I told you a long time ago, you can't lock me up. I have 100 ways to come out from inside. Zhang Laolai's face was full of dejectedness as he stood fixed in front of Su Yuyang. Behind him, Ling Feng's face was white with fear. He kept tugging on Zhang Laolai's corner, but he couldn't pull Zhang Laolai's mouth. So, Su Yuyang raised his eyebrows and sneered. You still owe me $1 million and a machine lady. I have 100 ways to make you pay. Zhang Laolai looked back at Sun Yan with a face full of dismay, while Sun Yan spread his hands at Zhang Laolai. Why didn't you tell me earlier about not paying back the money? No, shouldn't you have settled the debt I owe as well? He pressed his voice and gibbered. Kid, what I'm going to teach you is the unique secret of 1,000 gold. Don't bother about a little money. I know you have money. Sun Yan spread his hands. First of all, you didn't ask. And secondly, this is one of the conditions for letting you out. Otherwise Boss Su wouldn't have let you out. The smile and dejection on Zhang Laolai's face gradually froze, and only humility and curtness remained when he looked at Su Yuyang again. Boss Su, just now, what about me? I was just playing a little joke with you. Su Yuyang, get lost. Zhang Laolai came out of the black market with a gray head and returned to the store that belonged to him. Sun Yan and Xing Chen followed behind him and Ling Feng. There were still 14 days to go before the Greenfield Advancement Tournament, so Sun Yan planned to stay in Tianyuan City, which was closer to the airport, and at that time, he could still let Xing Chen sleep a bit more before the tournament started. Kid, I'm just a guy who does high-energy nutrient sales and runs the occasional rally. Zhang Laolai pulled up the roll-up door, only to see the shelves inside filled with various flavors of high-energy nutrient solution. This high-energy nutrient solution came from a rare energy source in this world, sodium fiber, which was divided into 3 models, namely sodium fiber alpha, sodium fiber beta and sodium fiber omega. The first type of sodium fiber is specially used to replenish the renewal energy for the megane, although the megane can also obtain energy through eating, but the energy provided by human food is minimal. The second type is dedicated to the intelligent mechanic, which can replenish the psychic energy once or allow the megane to release the skills again. This thing has a lot of side effects, and it can only be used once a day in general. The third type is very mysterious, and it's under the firm control of the officials of this world, and basically it won't be circulate in the market. Wow, it has my favorite AD calcium flavor. Star propped her hands on her knees and leaned over to stare at the shelf bar with both eyes. Seeing this, Lingfeng immediately took down the slab of high-energy nutrient solution and handed it to Star. Haven't paid yet. Sun Yan pinched Star's soft face. It's fine. Feel free to drink. Zhang Laolai turned the light on and said with a disinterested face, a little bit of high-energy nutrient liquid isn't enough to bankrupt me. Sun Yan's eyes jumped. If I remember correctly, this guy is now in debt of 1 million plus a machine lady. This is not even bankrupt? Is that what they call debt? Do you really have a way to raise the probability of me becoming a wise armorer? Sun Yan asked. Kid, can I still lie to you? Zhang Laolai clasped his hands to his chest, with the look of a tall man. When my big brother and I were preparing to take revenge on that intelligent armorer, we also studied how to make ourselves intelligent armorers. It's just that my big brother couldn't wait any longer, and he was going to get that intelligent armorer killed right away. So in the end, this solution was not printed, and it was theoretically feasible. Ling Feng lowered his head and awkwardly pinched the corner of his coat. She couldn't fathom how her own master managed to snub people without blushing or jumping out of his skin. Sun Yan only believed 10% of Zhang Laolai's words. He believed that Uncle Liang had researched it. After all, it was the most convenient and fastest to clean up the intelligent armorer with the status of an intelligent armorer. And when the two were on equal footing, the government would naturally level the playing field. Except that Uncle Liang had mostly failed in the end. He didn't intend to expose Zhang Laolai either, and pretended to be interested as he asked, tell me about it? First of all, to become a wise armorer you have to have a strong physique. Zhang Laolai took 2 steps forward, nimbly fishing up Sun Yan's clothes and sleeves, glancing at them twice, his gaze full of dislike. No strength in the arms, no strength in the core, no muscles at all. It's impossible for a fine dog like you to become a wisdom arms master. As if to increase his persuasiveness, Zhang Laolai took out a stack of photos from the drawer and spread them out for Sun Yan to see. As you can see in the picture, here are some photos of some of the wise armors, some of which I took specifically on the sly. Zhang Laolai specifically pointed to a couple of pictures of female intellectual armorers in the gym. The other man's rounded buttocks are facing the camera, apparently doing a hard pull, a camera angle that can be both skillful and obscene. You can see that all of these chiropractors are very concerned about strengthening their physical abilities. All of the women are practiced to the point that they are toned, and all of the men are covered in tendons. Not necessarily how big they are, but every muscle is meticulously sculpted. So, the corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched slightly. That's why you have to refine your physical fitness from today. There are still 5 months until the Panlong Mountain Track opens, and in these 5 months you not only have to pass at least 3 advanced tracks to get the top 10, but you also have to train your body up. Just refining the body will do? Of course not. Zhang Laolai lifted his chin and snorted. If you can boost the probability of becoming a Wisdom Arms Master just by working out, wouldn't Wisdom Arms Masters be running all over the place? In addition to refining your body, you also have to exercise your nerve reflexes, spiritual sense, and the most important step of all. The most important step what? Zhang Laolai, however, did not say anything. He patted Sun Yan's shoulder. Kid, don't be overly ambitious. When you pass all these items in front of you, the last step will be arranged by me for you. Sun Yan thought Zhang Laolai was unreliable, but Zhang Laolai asked him to practice physical fitness. He was in favor of it. Racers need physical fitness too. Even the racers of the Machine Girl era need the same. The intelligence and power of the machinima also makes the track geometrically more difficult. For example, one of the national circuits, Breath of Death, Griffin Desert Circuit, 4,000 kilometers long. The racer has to drive the machine in the harsh environment for more than 10 hours. If there is no strong physical how to top, think of it as preparation for the future. Saunian said this to himself. Zhang Laolai was quite honest when he came back, and didn't yell to go buy back the debut machinima Broken Moon. Yet just when Sun Yan thought things would just die down, Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng opened a small store to slowly pay back Boss Su. Instead, he took Star with him as he trained every day to prepare for the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. Zhang Laolai's debut machinima Breaking Moon, however, comes to his door with his new master. Star, the patch about nutrients was patched in the previous chapter. Originally there was no nanofiber alpha. Someone mentioned it and I thought it was reasonable and added it without affecting the outline. Chapter 56, You're a Wimp. Thanks for the support +2. Broken Moon's new master, Hanji, is a young driver wearing a designer racing suit, also vacuum self-primed and customized, and his watch, backpack, glasses, and earrings on his left and right pegs exude the air of a thug. In a previous life if you dyed your hair funereal and half curled it to cover your eyes, wouldn't that be a spirited young man? It's a shame that machinists don't care what a master looks like. Most of them only care if they can get on the track and if they get the resources to train them. Seeing the arrival of Broken Moon and Hansi, a flash of surprise flashed in Zhang Laolai's eyes. He invited Hanji and Broken Moon into the room, and after arranging their seats, he served 2 cups of tea along the way. Broken Moon, why are you back? Is it because you think it's still better to have me here? Zhang Laolai's face was full of and squeezed out a fake smile. Although that purple module is very good, how can it be as fragrant as a master who knows his roots? Hanji snorted and cocked his head. Old rascal Zhang, we're here to make a deal with you. Deal? That's right. Broken Moon clasped her hands to her chest and glanced indifferently at Zhang Laolai. I've heard all about you during this period of time. In order to get the money to buy me back, you brought Ling Feng around to fight underground black matches and were unwilling to go on illegal modifications. So you basically lost, and now you're in a lot of debt. Zhang Laolai was stunned and clenched his fists. I'll give you one more chance for the sake of us being partners for 5 years. Broken Moon crossed her legs and said in an almost patronizing tone, the day after tomorrow, Echo Valley training match. You take Ling Feng on the field. If you can outrun me in Hansi, I'll continue to come back to be your starter. If you can't outrun me, this store will go to Hansi. How about it? The room became quiet for a moment. Ling Feng stared tightly at Zhang Laolai, nervously clenching his fists. This kind of thing didn't need to be thought about at all. It was a direct rejection. Obviously the other side is just coming over to empty their pockets. When auctioning, the machine girl will sign an agreement, no matter whether it is an individual or a club. Once the machine girl wants to voluntarily leave, all need to compensate 3 times the liquidated damages. And as long as the machine girl can afford to pay this money, individuals and clubs can't restrict the freedom of the machine girl. Hanji obviously ate up Broken Moon's position in Zhang Laolai's heart, wanting to get all the money back in this way. But Zhang Laolai definitely doesn't have any money right now, so he can only keep an eye on Zhang Laolai's store. And all of this, Zhang Laolai knew. But so what? There was no way he could win the match with his current skill with Ling Feng. You have to pass the provincial advanced competition 3 times before you can take part in the provincial competition. And only by taking part in the provincial competition can you have the hope of becoming a wise armorer. And only by becoming a wise armorer can you save Su Ziliang from. After a long silence, his spine ticked down and he took a deep breath. This is something I'll have to think about. What's there to consider? Broken Moon slapped the table in dissatisfaction. You don't think Lingfeng can take you to win the Greenfield advancement race, do you? Don't be naive. Zhang Laolai. Not to mention that Lingfeng's performance is not good. Let's say you haven't even trained with Lingfeng a couple of times. How are you going to run the Greenfield track with her? The only one who can take you to win the Greenfield advancement race is me. Zhang Laolai mouthed, his hands loosening and squeezing. Lingfeng cowered in the corner, her slender shoulders shivering, her head buried a little lower. Alright, Broken Moon, cut the crap. Hansi put his arm around Broken Moon's shoulder and said with a smile, Zhang Jinbao, I'll give you half a day to think about it. After half a day I want to get your reply. If you don't make any move, I'll tacitly agree that you've refused. And in the future, Broken Moon definitely won't give you such a chance again. This is still a small test that Broken Moon gave you out of pity. You wouldn't even be able to solve this small test, would you? After that, Hansi and Broken Moon didn't stay much longer, got up and pushed the door to leave. And when they went out, they also happened to bump into Sun Yan and Xing Chen, who were coming back from training. Broken Moon's gaze fell on Sun Yan, always feeling that Sun Yan was a bit familiar, but being pulled by Hansi, it was not good to ogle more. Rascal, who were those two just now? Sun Yan walked into the store and immediately felt an overwhelming wave of low air pressure. Zhang Laolai sat withered on the edge of the table. A drop of sweat rolled down his pale cheeks. His eyes hidden behind his gray curls were full of panic and helplessness. His shoulders and spine pressed down a little bit, as if he was carrying a heavy stone. Lingfeng was cowering in the corner, living in the style of an autistic teenager. What's going on with you two? Sun Yan and Xing Chen were dumbfounded, but quickly connected to the two people who had just gone out. This weird state of Zhang Laolai and Lingfeng must be related to those two people just now. Sun Yan. Zhang Laolai gulped and said shakily, the one who just came is Broken Moon and Broken Moon's current driver Hansi. She said that as long as Lingfeng and I win the Echo Valley training match the day after tomorrow, she will come back to continue to help me. You promise? Sun Yan frowned, thinking that Zhang Laolai was still full of Broken Moons. I said think about it. Consider my ass. Sun Yan was almost furious. Isn't Uncle Liang's previous experience enough? If Broken Moon can betray you once, she can do it again, as long as there is a better driver, and the other party can afford to triple the amount of money. She can immediately go with them. Don't you have any idea in your own heart? I know all of this. Zhang Laolai's face was full of struggle. His fists were clenched and his nails sunk into his flesh. But to win the Greenfield advancement race you have to have Broken Moon, because Broken Moon and I have already run the Greenfield track a few times, and this time the advancement race will surely be no problem. And if I don't have Broken Moon for a short period of time, where am I going to get a mechanic lady who is familiar with the track to level up the field? Where's Lingfeng? Sun Yan pointed at the girl in the corner. What do you take Lingfeng for? The synergy is not enough. Boo! Saonian slammed his fist into Zhang Laolai's face. The man stumbled and fell to the ground, messy hair covering his face, but made no attempt to resist. Wimp, if you weren't Uncle Liang's friend, I wouldn't even care about you. Sun Yan flung his wrist and said coldly, you know in your own heart what Lingfeng did to you. You can't skill up and blame the machine lady? Don't talk about familiarizing yourself with the track. Familiarizing ourselves with the track is something we pilots have to do, not the machinima. Zhang Laolai this reason also fooled others. Lingfeng what performance he a glance clear. There's no hair comparison to those particularly good machinima, but with 5 advanced tracks, 3 of them running in the top 10 is still no problem. Star, let's go. Let him fend for himself. Sun Yan snorted coldly and pulled Xing Chen's hand to walk out. He was no longer going to stay here at Zhang Laolai. It was bad luck to look at him. Star looked back at Lingfeng 3 steps at a time, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. You're right. I'm a loser. Sun Yan's foot stepped on the threshold, and behind him came Zhang Laolai's hoarse cries. In these 6 months, I've participated in 5 advancement tournaments, and all 5 times I didn't finish in the top 10. So no matter how hard I try, it's meaningless. I want to save Uncle Liang too. He's my master. How can I watch him hide out there? Now he's still in jail. But what can I do? Obviously I have the ability to enter the provincial circuit, but all sorts of accidents always happen at the advancement rounds, and I'm always targeted. He slapped his face as he spoke. The dust and tears on the floor mixed into mud, outlining a deep wretchedness on his face. The man fell to his knees holding his head and crying, his voice breaking and squeezing through his teeth. Targeted? What do you mean? Sun Yan looked back at Zhang Laolai with a frown. Master's first progression race saw Broken Moon turn out of control and sideways. The second and third progression races were inexplicably targeted by club racers. The fourth was trashed before he even got to the store, and the fifth had just begun the race when he was inexplicably disqualified because of his dress code. Lingfeng's soft voice sounded beside her. She lowered her head, tears in her eyes, and said emotionally, "I'm an eliminated mani that Master took from another club. My performance is not as good as Broken Moon's, and I don't have Broken Moon's track experience from his 5 advancement races. So to Master, Broken Moon is the bottom card, the lifesaver, and now that Broken Moon is leaving him, it's going to be even harder to track out. If only my performance was better." Ling Feng choked and sobbed. Now with the appearance of Hanji, the last card is gone. Suddenly Zhang Laolai staggered to his feet, and in front of Sun Yan and Xing Chen's shocked gazes, he kneeled down with a plop sound. His hands propped up on the ground, and tears slid down his cheeks drop by drop. "Sun Yan, I want to learn technology. Please teach me some techniques." Next chapter, "I'm not going to teach you to cross the curve loading. Purple cloud, auspicious portent in astrology. I thought it was a cold and fever, but it turned out to be chickenpox, and now it's all over my face QAQ. Thanks to eternity, Gray of Bagwan, Wu Di who likes Peggy, Dream Painting Star, Fox of 7 Tails, user 770,728, and Wang Ruoro Ruoli for the great gifts." Chapter 57, "I'm not going to teach you to bend." Sun Yan looked at Zhang Laolai with complicated eyes. "Zhang Laolai is called Laolai, and there is nothing wrong with this nickname at all. You were aiming at my cornering skills and were certain that I would help you, so that's why you didn't reject the bet right away, right? It's not all." Zhang Laolai lowered his head and said, "Even if you don't come today, I'll find a way to get out of Su Yuyang's place in the next few days, and then I'll find a way to get Broken Moon back. I've been honing with her for a long time, and I'm already very confident about this Greenfield Advancement Tournament has been very confident. It's just that I didn't expect. You didn't think the machinima you've been with for 5 years would pat you on the back and say goodbye for a purple module, did you?" "Yes." Zhang Laolai's head went even lower. He stared at Sun Yan's shadow, his eyes filled with hope. If Sun Yan is willing to teach him cornering skills, then he should be able to use Lingfeng to run away with Broken Moon in the Echo Valley training race, and then use Broken Moon afterward to participate in the next advanced race, and then enter the provincial race. However, a pot of cold water was poured over his head. "I'm not going to teach you to go around corners." Sun Yan leaned against the threshold, his face full of ice. "I don't accept moral abduction, and I'm not going to teach my skills to wimps like you who don't have the skills to blame the machinima for not having enough attributes." He slammed the door with a bang and turned to leave, pulling Star with him. Sun Yan walked to a stop by the route streetlight, and the two of them were already far away from Zhang Laolai's small store. Star tugged on Sun Yan's sleeve, blinking her big eyes. "Master, don't be angry. Buy a durian later and I'll open it for you to eat." "I'm not angry." Sun Yan pinched Star's nose. "I'm just hating it. I thought that as Uncle Liang's disciple, he's at least a stable person, but I didn't expect to do things so recklessly. In fact, from the fact that after Broken Moon left, he was obsessed with the matter of participating in the underground tournament. It can be seen that this person loves to take the bull by the horns." Star analyzed in a serious manner. Usually this kind of people who love to take the bull by the horns are more radical in their actions. Indeed, but Zhang Laolai is so paranoid. It is better to live on its own. Sun Yan snorted coldly. That is, Zhang Laolai's starting point was for Uncle Liang. Otherwise today would not be as simple as a fist. He was high and low enough to have Boss Su take old rascal Zhang back to lock him up again. It's just that Lingfeng is too pitiful. Star beamed inside. "If Lingfeng had a master like me, how happy would it be? It would have been a second starter. The training opportunities must have all been given to the first starter, and Zhang Laolai wouldn't have dared to take her on the track. Ha, this old scoundrel still has a bit of a conscience and knows not to modify Lingfeng." Sun Yan subconsciously wanted to take the cigarettes out of his pocket to light one, and his hand felt empty. That's when I remembered that the cigarettes had been helped to quit by Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang. I wonder how he's doing now. Life in prison is not as good as it seems. Food and shelter are all just self-congratulatory statements. Master, Lingfeng is so pathetic. Aha, Master, Zhang Laolai will definitely lose the day after tomorrow. The nutrient store is gone. Lingfeng will definitely have to follow Zhang Laolai to sleep on the streets. She's so pitiful. Well, Master Star hugged Sun Yan's hand, rounded to Sun Yan's front, swaying Sun Yan's arm left and right to be pampered. In that case, Star won't be able to whore out the favorite AD calcium out-of-print model of high-energy nutritional solution for nothing in the future. Sun Yan looked at Star's soft and pretty face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Just tell me what you mean. I mean, can. Star looked up at Sun Yan, her fingers circling each other. No, I won't help old rascal Zhang. It's not to help that stupid egg. Star hurriedly explained. It's to help Lingfeng. Help Lingfeng? Sun Yan froze. How am I going to help Ling Feng? His first reaction was that Star wanted him to help Ling Feng improve his attributes, but immediately, he came back to the deep blue plus thing that only he knew about. That's certainly not what Star meant. I've heard that Echo Valley training course has a lot of curves, and it's specifically designed to test the cornering abilities of both the Miko and the pilot. I mean, it's... Star said carefully with a face full of currying favor. Can Master personally pilot Ling Feng to help her experience more corners? Just as helping her train, in case she can finish the race on autopilot? Sun Yan narrowed his eyes at Star, looking up and down. Yoo-hoo! They say it's better to be impressed when you say goodbye, and he hasn't even said goodbye to Star yet, so he's going to be impressed. It's all about counting masters now, isn't it? You're getting better. Star was still hoping that Echo Valley Circuit's Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng would win. Said the main purpose seems to be to help Ling Feng, and White Whoring Nutrients solution this reason, needless to say certainly accounted for 90%. Facing Sun Yan's judgmental eyes, Star revealed an innocent smile. He. After being blown by the cold wind outside, Sun Yan also sobered up a bit. Zhang Laorai rejects Hanji, and Hanji and Broken Moon continue to get away with it. Promise Hanji that with Ling Feng's current state he definitely can't win unless he comes to drive. Helping Ling Feng did not need to teach Zhang Laolai any techniques but could also make the timid character of Ling Feng look at himself squarely, giving Zhang Laolai some excitement. Star's proposal, although a bit of suspicion of drilling a hole in the ground, did make it psychologically more acceptable to him. Moreover, not to mention Broken Moon, a third-caste slave, Hanji, a yellow-haired racer who digs into other people's corners and spies on their property, is also very unpleasant to look at. Pure love warrior Sun Yan's eyes narrowed. The killing heart is up. Master, get up. Don't kneel on the floor. The people are gone. Ling Feng sighed and went forward to help Zhang Laolai up. Zhang Laolai sat back in his chair with a disheveled face, rubbing his face and sticking his fingers into his curly hair. Ling Feng, what should I do? I can only refuse the bet. I can't bet the last of my family's money into it. If Echo Valley can't win, the Greenfield Advancement Tournament will be just like that, without Broken Moon, a machine woman with superior attributes. He did a bunch of stupid things to provoke Sun Yan, and now he can't learn any techniques, completely making himself into a dead end. Ling Feng was silent. She couldn't say things like, Master, we train together and cheer together, because she knew that Broken Moon was too much faster than her. Even if Zhang Laolai still had the money to put her on the purple module now, wouldn't Hanji put it on Broken Moon? The small store gradually became quiet, both of them like statues, sitting in their respective corners, until the door was kicked open with a bang. Sonian pulled Star back. He indifferently glanced at the withered Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng, and said expressionlessly, Tomorrow Ling Feng will train with me for an afternoon, and you'll be reimbursed for the nutrient solution and the car tire fee. Hey, answer back when you hear me. Here. Zhang Laolai stared blankly at Sun Yan. Soon he realized what was happening and tears pooled in his eyes. What's the virtue of a 30-something man who can't move without crying? Sun Yan snorted coldly and said with a smile on his face, You agree to the bet first. Ling Feng will definitely win in the Echo Valley training match, but after that, this store belongs to me, and your machine nymph Breaking Moon will have to be dealt with by me as well. No comments? Chapter 58, Ling Feng's Unmanned Plan. Zhang Laolai just a little thought in his heart. There is no hesitation. He simply did not notice the hidden meaning in Sun Yan's words. He only needed to win the Echo Valley Training Tournament, win the Greenfield Advancement Tournament, and continue to rush towards the provincial competition step by step. If he could get a place at the provincial competition, he would have at least that little chance to save Su Ziliang, now that Sun Yan was joining him. If both of them had a chance to receive the Wise Armor Master's awakening, it would certainly be a greater probability than just one person. All the rest he could care less about. He could do whatever it took. The store can be left alone, and so can the Broken Moon. While these are precious, there is a give and take. He gritted his teeth and said, No problem. As long as you're willing to teach me the techniques, the store and Broken Moon winning back is yours. You're overthinking it. I won't teach you the technique. Sun Yan dripped another pot of cold water on Zhang Laolai's head. Zhang Laolai froze, but Broken Moon and Hansi have already specified that it has to be me and Ling Feng who participate. You can't help me go to the competition. What do you want to fart eat? I'm much less likely to help you race than you. Zhang Laolai couldn't think of how Sun Yan was going to help. What do you care how I screw up? Broken Moon will lose anyway. Okay. Sun Yan was too lazy to say. Zhang Laolai did not dare to ask more questions, and could only temporarily just acquiesce. The following morning, Sonian and Star first went to the dock to show Streamlight a little leap. I just happened to borrow Boss Su's marina as a training ground in the afternoon. Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng had already come here early to wait. Both of them stood at the dock stuffed with containers with a scowling look, their eyes full of confusion and bewilderment about the future. What the hell is Sun Yan up to? They watched in confusion as Sun Yan and Star, who was pushing a truck, walked slowly. Star pushed a truckload of ice cream cones to Sun Yan's side and even spat at Ling Feng. Zhang Laolai, you have one task today. Sun Yan threw the map of Echo Valley's training race into Zhang Laolai's arms. Follow the map of the Echo Valley track to lay out all the turns within the Echo Valley track. Just swing the bends? Right. Sun Yan nodded. Don't you need me to pilot the siphon? No need. Sun Yan twisted her head to look at Ling Feng, who stood there timidly and didn't dare to open her mouth. Ling Feng will be piloted by me. I'll help her familiarize herself with the track. I'll use one afternoon to make her into a machine girl who can outrun Broken Moon on the Echo track even on autopilot. The moment Sun Yan's words came out, both Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng, who had his head lowered next to him, froze. Only Star stood behind Sun Yan with her hands lightly clapping full of adoration. If anyone else had said that, Star would have eaten it like a durian and flung it out with tire breath. But this is the truth if it comes from the mouth of Sun Yin. You're not kidding, right? Zhang Laolai's jaw dropped as he stammered. In one afternoon, making Ling Feng a machinima that can run through the Echo Valley track on autopilot? Not just run through, but run through Broken Moon. Sun Yan emphasized again. Zhang Laolai, I'm going to show you that Ling Feng, who has been used by you as a sub-issuing machine maiden, who has been quietly giving but has been ignored by you, is actually not as bad as you think. Even without you, she can still compare to Broken Moon. Sunin was going to say don't blame the machine lady if the driver can't do it, but there are plenty of machine girl pit pilots in this world, and he can't favor one over the other. After all, some pilots not working really have something to do with machinima, like Kai Zhang in the last version. Zhang Laolai was so shocked by Sun Yan that he couldn't speak. Autopilot will be able to outperform a Broken Moon with driver assistance. On what basis? Hanji is a living person, not a vegetable. Besides, Ling Feng and Broken Moon's attributes were much different. Zhang Laolai was about to say something, wanting Sun Yan to think of something else, but when he saw the look in Sun Yan's eyes, he knew that Sun Yan was serious, that he was really planning to do this, and that there was no child's play or joking around at all. I want to try too. Ling Feng gathered her courage and reddened her pretty face. I want to beat Broken Moon in Hanxi. Ambitious, 1,000,000 times better than your wimpy driver. Sun Yan glanced contemptuously at Zhang Laolai, not forgetting to diss Zhang Laolai's wave when he complimented Ling Feng. What he said was indeed heavenly, but Zhang Laolai didn't even have the courage to believe it. But there was one thing to be said for it, and Zhang Laolai certainly had a knack for training machinima. In less than 10 minutes, the first difficult corner of the Echo Valley track was set out by Zhang Laolai, Sun Yan and the map comparison, and then estimated the scale, and found that it was almost exactly the same. And it is true that he can become Uncle Liang's disciple or have two brushes. Ling Feng, unfold it. Ling Feng is still a little timid. Sun Yan is the king of knocks, the fastest record holder. Yesterday she also read the newspaper specifically to understand a little bit. Know that Sun Yan is a genius driver. All kinds of track technology divine. She is afraid that later on the clumsy performance will make Sun Yan angry, but in the eyes of the star encouragement, she still gathered the courage to unfold. The sprinter is very beautifully streamlined, with an overall ruby blue color that looks a lot like a coupe version of the Primera. Sun Yan still routinely asked his little star for permission when he sat in. Star waved his hand, indicating that it was perfectly fine, and that his own genius master could just lend it out. She was hugging a slab of AD calcium high energy nutrition and drinking it with a whole shopping cart at hand. Ling Feng, next I will take you to feel every Echo Valley high difficulty bend, and you need to carefully memorize for your maneuver. When you compete tomorrow, just follow the muscle memory. Beat Broken Moon but have hands on it. Sun Yan's calm voice slightly soothed the emotionally tense Ling Feng. Okay, master of the star family, I'll be working hard. Very well, then we begin now. A villa in Tianyuan City. Han Si, who had just finished his bath, was leaning against the balcony parapet, holding a phone in his hand with a respectful expression. Brother Yang, I've gotten my hands on Zhang Jinbao's debut machinima Breaking Moon, and yesterday, as you said, I used Breaking Moon to fish for him, and he really took the bait. Tomorrow when the Echo Valley circuit ends, that store will be mine as well. A flamboyant, flirty male voice came over the phone. Well done. After the Echo Valley training match, find a way to get Ling Feng out of his way as well. Brother Yang, then why didn't you include Ling Feng in the betting appointment yesterday? Wouldn't that be one and done? Oh, if you were a cat would you immediately bite the mouse to death? Hanji shook his head, thinking that if he was a cat he'd eat it in one bite. But this he dared not say, and could only smile along. Regularly pass on Zhang Jinbao's situation to the prison. Don't let Su Zi have a good time. Yes, don't worry, I promised to complete the mission. Only when the call from there hung up did Hanji solemnly put his cell phone away. Master, who are you calling? Broken Moon stepped out of the shower in her sexy pajamas, a washcloth in hand to wipe her hair. It's a big guy. Hanji skillfully wrapped his arm around Broken Moon's waist, and the two of them leaned against the balcony together to enjoy the scenery outside. Yo, there's a big man bigger than you. Ha, that's right. What am I? Brother Yang is a wise armorer. Chapter 59. A strong man breaks his arm. The Echo Valley training race was opened in a valley within the big racing city, Tianyuan City, and this training track was benchmarked against the provincial advanced track, Silverstone Raceway. There's a saying that's widely circulated among racers. If you can get a good result at Echo Valley, then running Silverstone is pretty much like coming home. Sun Yen and the others arrived half a day early, and at the moment there was a drizzling rain in the air, but the cloudy sky was gradually clearing up, so perhaps the rain would stop altogether by the time the match started. Echo Valley Circuit mouth on the square is stuffed with people. Just racing drivers and witches are more than 200, plus a large number of spectators. The scene is not much worse than the Knox Rally, but the Echo Valley Circuit does not have a big screen live broadcast. The audience can take the gondola ahead of the front of the various stages to squat to watch. The entire square was now divided into two parts. Spectators wait in line for the gondola, and the racers and machinists drew the starting order. Just as Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng were filled with nervousness waiting for the draw, Hansi and Broken Moon came over hand in hand. Zhang Laolai, I heard that you used to have great skills. You almost won 5 advancement matches with Broken Moon. You just didn't have much luck, so you and Lingfeng should go for it today. Hansi was full of hypocritical smiles, and Broken Moon glanced at Zhang Laolai with her hands clasped over her chest, her eyes full of dislike. If you put it in the past, Zhang Laolai high and low battle too. But today, Mr. Zhang really didn't mean it. His whole body was numb from yesterday afternoon until now. He considered himself to be quite knowledgeable, and had run many tracks in the past while following Su Zilian while waiting for the regular and advanced races, and had seen all kinds of machinima and racers, but he really hadn't seen such an outrageous existence as Sun Yen. One afternoon, Sun Yen first helped Ling Feng familiarize himself with the 36 high difficulty corners, and after that, he familiarized himself with the 52 low difficulty corners, and then he kept training on top of that, and he kept helping to set up the ice cream buckets until 4 in the morning. At that time of year, the cool breeze from the docks made the canvas on the container's hunt. He saw Ling Feng pass through a triple hairpin turn with a beautiful arc of ease and comfort, and in an unmanned state. Old rascal Chang? When Hansi saw Zhang Laolai sitting there ignoring him, he couldn't help but see a flash of unhappiness in his eyes. Oh, what? Zhang Laolai looked back at Hansi and Broken Moon and nodded. Okay, thank you. You and Broken Moon have to cheer up too. Hanji and Broken Moon? This old scoundrel won't be stupid, right? Broken Moon lowered his voice to mutter in Hansi's ear. Who knows? Guess so. Hanji laughed and pulled Broken Moon away. Zhang Laolai was indeed stupid. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have agreed to the conditions he and Broken Moon had put forth. Hey, old rascal Zhang, it's your turn to draw lots with Ling Feng. Sun Yan and Xingchen passed by Hansi and Broken Moon with the number 3 sign and walked to Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng. Star held an AD calcium high energy nutritional solution, and rolled her eyes at Broken Moon as she passed by, humming softly. Broken Moon was baffled while finally remembering who Star and Sun Yan were. As seen on TV and in the papers, Sunin Star, king of Knox and current holder of the fastest Knox rally. It is quite normal to meet a real person here. After all, although she and Hansi are considered seniors, the level is not much higher than Sun Yan Star, because their progress is about the same. They are all stuck on the threshold of the provincial track. They are nothing more than Sun Yan and Star have more track experience. Just what was the relationship between Sun Yan and Zhang Laolai? The two seemed to know each other. But how come Zhang Laolai didn't mention that he had such a powerful friend before? The thought that Zhang Laolai was still hiding something from her made Broken Moon's heart beat with displeasure. Ah, aren't you that king of Knox? Hansi also remembered who Sun Yan was, immediately came up with a light in front of his eyes, and said with an attentive face, Mr. Sun Yan, I know you. I hold your racing skills in high esteem, and I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you. Sun Yan treated Hansi as heir, didn't even look at him, and sat expressionlessly on the bench, following Sun Yan's indifferent example. Xingchen rolled his white eyes, turned his little mouth away, and said in a milky voice, Who are you? Are we familiar with you? Nerve! The smile on Hanji's face froze, and his face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In terms of fame he really has no comparison to a rookie king like Saunian who has the King of Knox title. But it's not that rude, is it? Just ignore it. What the hell? Then, Sun Yan, Ling Feng and I will go draw lots? Zhang Laolai heard his name being read out over the radio and hurriedly stood up, coyly pestling next to Sun Yan, bowing his head and hooking his waist, like a follower's little brother. Aha! Seeing Sun Yan nodding, Zhang Laolai then dared to leave with Ling Feng. When Hansi saw this scene, he knew that Sun Yin was afraid that he and Zhang Laolai knew each other, so he didn't dwell on it and pulled Broken Moon to hurry away. In his heart, he was even a little glad that Sun Yin and Xing Chen drew the no. 3 starting position. He and Broken Moon were 17th, and although they were also relatively close to the front, with Sun Yin's skill and Star's speed, they were definitely not going to be able to meet them, and they didn't have to be afraid of being targeted by Sun Yin and Star on the track. Today he had one goal in mind, running over Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng, gripping Zhang Laolai's store. This thing is not even remotely difficult. Hansi continuously self-hypnotized a wave, because Zhang Laolai and Sun Yin, the new big man to know the panic brought about, finally calmed down quite a bit. I'm Zhang Laolai. I'll draw the lot. The staff at the window compared Zhang Laolai's ID card with Ling Feng's model number, and after a burst of operation in front of the computer, he took out a number plate and gave it to Zhang Laolai, on which 42 was written, a number that could be considered very lucky. The other pilots and machinists around them waiting for the draw were filled with envy. Zhang Laolai took the number plate and didn't leave right away. He pursed his lips and scowled. I applied for the machinima drone to go on. What? The staff thought they had heard wrong. The surrounding crowd of eaters were even more confused. What's the point of having a fancy job if you don't run well when you've drawn such a good spot? Isn't that a waste? I said, I'm going to apply for a machinima drone on the field. Zhang Laolai took a deep breath and repeated it again. The staff stared at Zhang Laolai for a while, to make sure that Zhang Laolai is not a joke, and only then looked odd and said, only when the driver has a special situation temporarily unable to go on the field can you apply for the machine lady autopilot, and you are not missing an arm or a leg. You, Gabba Dash. A gasp of cold air was heard around them. The staff member's eyes rounded before he could finish his sentence. Zhang Laolai endured the severe pain and turned his head to look pitifully at Ling Feng, who was full of apologies, then lifted the right arm, which had been dislocated, to show the staff. Now what? Now I can apply for a machinima drone, right? Chapter 60, The King's Sword in Hand. 10 minutes later, dislocated and picked back up, Zhang Laolai walked into the queue of spectators lining up for the cable car. This is Sun Yin and Star's plan. Let Ling Feng remove Zhang Laolai's arm, so that Ling Feng can get unmanned access. Historically, the track cannot be done, although it seems to be out of line with the rules, but it is completely in the circle of the rules. After all, even if the arm is connected to the arm, without a few days rest Zhang Laolai is not likely to drive the machine lady. The story has spread among racers, machinists and spectators. After all, such a strange operation as Zhang Laolai is the only one I've seen in my life. Many people felt sorry for Ling Feng, thinking that it was bad luck for Ling Feng to be stuck with such a driver. Only Ling Feng was incredibly apologetic in his heart. Although Zhang Laolai wasn't as good to her as he was to Broken Moon and didn't give much in the way of resources or training opportunities, it was Zhang Laolai who bought her back when she was eliminated, or else she chose to go back to the furnace, and occasionally he would bring her to play in a training match, and didn't modify her for the sake of winning in the underground black market tournaments. So regarding the matter of removing Zhang Laolai's arm, she actually did a great deal of mental struggle to come. Master, don't worry about it. Ling Feng looked away from the ranks of spectators, surrounded as if they were rare animals, hunched over and full of embarrassment. Zhang Laolai, and secretly gave himself a pep talk. Your arm will not be removed in vain. I will definitely defeat Broken Moon and Hanji. Ling Feng withdrew his gaze and subconsciously looked at the very front of the group again. There was a petite figure there holding hands with Sun Yin. Star seemed to feel something and turned around to see Ling Feng at a glance. She smiled and waved at Ling Feng, her hands clenched into small fists to pump up. Ling Feng, go for it. Fighting. Ling Feng's pretty face flushed, but she also gathered the courage to clench her small fists in response to Star. She looked again at the tall back next to Star, even though Sun Yin didn't turn around. The moment he looked at Sun Yin's back, the tension in his heart unconsciously subsided. I'm going to make you memorize the sensation of every corner crossing and melt it into your bones. Sun Yin's voice still echoed in her ears, bringing her courage and strength. Your bending attributes are great, although Broken Moon is more experienced than you. Her shallow experience is a piece of compared to the techniques you've mastered so far. You now hold the King's Sword. I hold the King's Sword, Ling Feng said to himself. She assumed the king here meant King Knox. She didn't realize there was more meaning behind the word, but it was enough for her. I hold the weapon to defeat Broken Moon and Hanji. Ling Feng took a deep breath. Her blush and nervousness faded, as if she had been clothed in a new coat, and a faint murderous intent surfaced in her eyes. I request a change of starting position. Ling Feng looked at the number plate in his hand and raised his hand to the passing staff. Old Lai Zhang is crazy. Ling Feng is crazy too, right? Broken Moon looked at Ling Feng, who had switched to the 18th starting position, with a dumbfounded look on his face. She had just gone crazy with joy when she heard that Zhang Laolai was going to apply for a drone even though he had to break his arm. She felt sure that Zhang Laolai was just running away. As a result, before she and Hansi could talk about this matter for long, Ling Feng switched the starting position to behind them. The Echo Valley circuit was 341 kilometers long, with a total of 132 turns. It was entirely possible for them to collide on the circuit, and Ling Feng wasn't scared at all. She was driving alone, but there was no driver to assist her, and many judgments could only be decided by her. I wonder what they think. Hanji glanced at Ling Feng behind them. The girl had a calm look on her face, like she had come prepared. But there's no way a diamond module was installed, right? If Zhang Laolai had this money, he wouldn't have failed to get a place in the previous 5 advancement tournaments even if he was targeted by Yang's people. There's a disturbing strand of weirdness revealed before and after this incident, in favor of Hansi, who still couldn't see through it. He could only take comfort in the fact that it was his own nerves that were too sensitive. Master, don't think too much. Broken Moon saw that Hansi's face did not look good. For fear of affecting Hansi's state, he hurriedly consoled, Ling Feng's attributes other than range are not as good as mine. She can't outrun me even if her track experience is about the same as mine. You just need to drive as you normally would. Hansei nodded and pushed the unease inside. Ling Feng stared tightly at Broken Moon and Hansi's backs as his fists gradually clenched. Echo Valley Raceway. A triple hairpin turned 500 meters from the finish. Zhang Laolai, Su Yuyang and Lu Guang had already taken their places in the audience. Although there is no big screen at the start of the Echo Valley track, there is a small screen near each difficult corner to check out the other corners. And at the moment the screen is cycling through the readiness of all the pilots and airwomen. The drone footage is fairly steady, and the tension on the faces of the pilot and the machine woman is clearly visible, especially the racers and machinists who lean forward, especially number 1, number 2, number 4 and number 5. The faces of these 4 players were quite wonderful. After all, no one wants the King of Knocks to start right before or after them, with 30 seconds between starts. A road encounter is a tussle, and this King of Knocks has a precedent of knocking other machinima off the track. Lu Guang came to Su Yuyang's ear and whispered with a smile, Master, they seem to be afraid of Sun Yan and Xing Chen Ai. Su Yuyang said in his heart that he could not be afraid. When he knew that Sun Yan had trained Ling Feng to be like this, now he was afraid in his heart too. If he and Sun Yan started in the front and rear positions at this moment, and he still didn't know Sun Yan, then his expression wouldn't be any better than those drivers. Sun Yan and Star are definitely number 1 today. Su Yuyang's gaze landed on Ling Feng, but today's protagonist isn't Sun Yan and Xing Chen. It's this kid Ling Feng. Yeah, Flowing Light nodded. I'm really looking forward to seeing her surpass Broken Moon. She must be very happy, right? She had watched Sun Yan and Xing Chen's flying jumps a few more times in the past 2 days, and the fear in her heart had been overcome quite a bit, and now she was able to take a few simple steps, and now she had quite a bit more of a smile on her face when she spoke. Zhang Laolai was sitting right behind Su Yuyang and Liu Guang, and when he heard the words of the two of them, his eyes were also full of complexity as his gaze fell on Ling Feng. Compared to Broken Moon, he really wasn't good enough for Ling Feng and couldn't see past Ling Feng's attributes. When I bought Ling Feng back, I just felt pity for Ling Feng. And not upgrading is the bottom line of the driver that Su Ziliang has always taught. Now that Broken Moon had abandoned him, Ling Feng, who was the one he looked down on the most, was willing to stand up for him. All he felt in his heart at the moment was a mixture of flavors. Somewhere in the corner of the audience, Purple Lightning's gaze was focused on Sun Yan and Star. It took a while to look at them before paying attention to Ling Feng. An unmanned machinima? I heard Boss Su say it was specially trained by Sun Yan. She pursed her lips and clenched her hands into fists, an inexplicable excitement in her heart giving birth to a strong sense of hope. She wanted Ling Feng to defeat Broken Moon as a drone, just as she herself hopes to survive on her own without a driver and get back on the track someday, though that hope is very slim. Please let me see it. Zidane murmured with a slight quiver in his lips. After the darkness, will there really be a dawn? All racers and machinists, please get ready for the start. Echo Valley Training Tournament is about to begin. Racer number 1 and Kiriko are ready to start. 30 seconds and counting. Star, yay, first one at random. Chapter 61, The Magician. Star, this Echo Valley track can be all curves. Are you scared? Sun Yan pinched up Xing Chen's soft face. This little Nini drank high-energy nutrient solution as water all day long. Her face seems to have become rounder. Not afraid, there is Master in. Just have wheels to go through the corners. Star blinked her big eyes and let Sun Yan rub her face flat and round into all kinds of strange shapes, full of unconcern. And what if I'm not? That guru is still a bit scared, Star said with a serious face. After all, Master only taught Ling Feng, not me. Sun Yan's fingers that were pinching Star's face froze. Yesterday I asked you to train with Ling Feng. It seems like you were the fastest runner, right? Lingfeng learns techniques because her master is no good, but my master is the most handsome and strongest master in the world. Star spat out her tongue and crossed her arms, saying with a straight face, if I knew everything like Lingfeng, the master would just go and teach the other machine girls without caring about me. So I'm going to be a dumb machine girl forever to keep master's attention on me all the time. Goddamn stupid machinima. Sun Yan was dumbfounded. Lazy is lazy, and to find such a grandiose and crooked reasoning, it's only Star, the resourceful one, could think of it. He pinched Star's nose and said with a stern face, Comrade Star, our mission today is to overrun the no. 1 in no. 2 machine ladies. Yes sir, it's on me, master. Star saluted Sun Yan with a taut, pretty face, and the two exchanged high fives before going into unfold mode to get ready for the start. At this moment, the no. 1 competitor had already started, and the no. 2 position was also in the countdown. Hearing Sun Yan and Star's words, the witches and racers in the no. 2 starting position couldn't help but look at their faces with an unsightly expression. This Sun Yan and Xingchen were a bit too arrogant. The king of the Nox Rally does have a great reputation, but the Nox Rally and the Echo Valley training race are simply 2 different concepts. The latter is not a regular race, but it is a training course built on the scale of the Silverstone Advancement Race, which can be much more difficult than the Nox Rally. Cybird, we've at least run the Echo Valley training race so many times, and you've heard it. What this pair said back there is just humiliating. On the driver's seat of the Mecha Aobori, the racer Siki clenched her teeth and clenched her fists, her eyes filled with the blaze of fighting spirit. But master, it seems like they didn't mean to tell us that. Sybil glanced in the rearview mirror, his whole body relaxing as he silently waited for the countdown. No matter what, we're going to do our best not to let them overtake us. Even if we end up taking longer than them, it would be a shame to get caught up on the track. Don't worry master, there are no helicopters tracking and filming at the Echo Valley circuit. No one will see it even if it's overtaken. Cygnus, you. Siki was about to say something when the starting signal was already ringing in his ears. He activated the signet near muscle memory, perhaps because of the usual training enough, perhaps today just happened to run into Sun Yan and star this pair of threat. Siki feel that today's driving state is excellent. Previously felt that some tricky corners are very smooth. Keep this up and we can't do any worse today at the Echo Valley practice session. Siki fought and took a deep breath. Another regular slowdown over a hairpin turn in the signet. Much of the track at Echo Valley is gravel. If you don't reduce your cornering speed to a certain magnitude, you are prone to the risk of slipping tires and losing control of the machine's mother when cornering. The idea of a regular race driver is to try to control the speed to avoid losing control of the machinima. And if you can maintain a decent speed and keep the spinning down to a certain limit, you're pretty good. And that's the original idea of drifting. It's just that the racers are still on the surface of this stuff, and so is Siki. Even the king of Nox can't just sprint at will on a track full of curves in Echo Valley, right? Looking ahead at the triple hairpin turns, Siki thought darkly in his heart. Buzz dash. Suddenly, the sound of an engine whirring came from the rain behind them. Siki and Aoshi froze, subconsciously looking up in the rearview mirror, only to see 2 silver-white pillars of light take the lead in breaking through the blockade of the rain curtain and mountain mist, like 2 sharp swords spreading toward the front. And then rushing into the field of vision was the extremely recognizable front end of Star, and was approaching at a very fast speed. Looking at the pair of headlights, Siki's brow furiously throbbed, only to feel like he was being watched by a fierce beast. Master, they're catching up. Sybil's urgent voice rang out. She was also confused in her mind right now. Being caught up by Sun Yan and Xingchen was expected, but she felt that she would have to run through a third of the track again before being caught up, right? But how long has it been since they started? 50 kilometers? At this speed, Siki's face paled and his pupils narrowed to pinpoints. The road is wet now. Are they going to use this speed to cross the continuous hairpin turns ahead? What kind of crazy move is this? He'd seen the footage of the Sun Yin and Star Nox rally. It was also known that Sun Yan's cornering skills were extremely weird. The trick that was comparable to magic was breathtaking, and many racers in the circle secretly nicknamed Sun Yan the Magician. But even so, the showmanship in the Nox rally was nowhere near as crazy as it is now. Looking behind her at the approaching machinima that was approaching at breakneck speed, Siki only felt a sword hanging closer and closer to her waist. An inexplicable fear arose in his and Cygnus' hearts for no reason. The track was actually quite wide enough to accommodate 4 machinima side by side, but he still subconsciously maneuvered the green bird to the side, making way for Sun Yan and Star. It had only just given way when the silver streamer overtook it in a flash from the side. Master, They actually gave us a C. Hey, so well behaved and polite. I'm going to open a durian for them when we get off the track. Star looked in the rearview mirror at the gradually ditching machinima, leaping for joy and at the same time couldn't help but be a little puzzled. She had run a few races of all kinds and this was the first time she had ever seen this happen. Sun Yen, however, was very understanding. It was just like when professional drivers and wild riders raced in the previous life. The aura from the speed and maneuvering of the professional drivers would naturally deter those wild riders. And now this scene also precisely illustrated Star's growth. Unconsciously, she was primed with a majesty of her own. Mist in the mountains made the track less visible. The spectators at the triple hairpin turn could only rely on their headlights to judge the position of the machine girls, and they had thought that the one coming up was a green-bodied Signet. But as the roar of the engine got closer and closer, they saw that it was actually a silver machine girl. The wind and rain were lined up by her streamlined body, forming pale ribbons on either flank like a pair of wings spread backward. Someone grabbed a video camera and subconsciously filmed the scene. Isn't this player number 3? How come he got here before number 2? My god, they're so fast. This overtook number 2? That speed through a triple hairpin turn. Crazy. Many of the spectators had realized the danger and backed away from the corner observation point in panic. Later on, if the machine girls who were crossing the corner lost control, the machine girls and pilots might not die, but they would simply not squeak if they were hit. Everyone expected Sun Yen to slam on the brakes the moment he entered the turn, but the actual Star's brake lights only flashed for a split second. Ready? Star. The excitement is coming. The corner of Sun Yen's mouth hooked up as he looked at the track in front of him without a bit of fear. Only absolute confidence. Even if this was the first time he ran this track. Hoo-hoo. When he heard Star's cheers, he knew Star was ready. Then, the moment he cut the corner, he jerked the lever into an almost perfect entry point, and Star's front end barely moved as the body jerked outward in an arc, as if it were a pendulum. Crunch dash. And with much less tire grip due to the slippery road, Stardust had trouble keeping one side of its bodywork up, but ultimately it stayed right at the tipping point, dancing wildly on the edge of a rollover. Spectators near the bend were dumbfounded. Even when he was flung in the face by Star, he didn't react, but right after that they saw an even crazier maneuver, only to see the Star bodywork cut into the second hairpin turn once again flinging itself as if it were a pendulum until it was on the verge of flipping sideways, then meeting the third hairpin turn and flinging itself back again in the same arc. After 3 consecutive pendulum swings, the Star's bodywork righted itself on the track with a bang. White smoke bared from under the tires, and the engine roared away. It wasn't until both Star and Sun Yen had run out of steam, and it wasn't until the green bird slowly began to cross the corner, that people realized that they could actually breathe. They had just held it in for too long, and everyone's face was flushed. Why doesn't his machinima roll over on its side? This man's control of the bodywork of the machinima is too precise. Has he been practicing his car skills since he was born? The spectator who had inadvertently snapped Star's picture took out his cell phone and compared it, letting out a gasp. I know who they are. The recent won in the Knox Rally, now the fastest record holder, Sun Yen Star, and Sun Yen, the racer, is also known as the Magician. Oh magician, one can't help but chew on that title. What's a guy who can pull off this kind of trick on a triple hairpin bend in the rain if not a magician? Chapter 62, Homecoming. After overtaking number 2, Sunin and Star followed up by overtaking the number 1 around 2/3 of the way through the Echo Valley race. Despite the fact that he was a full minute short of the starting time with the 1 runner, this kind of track full of curves was actually rather favorable to him and Star now, and his cornering skills were just too much tougher than the racers in this world. The entire Echo Valley training race was run in 72 minutes and 14 seconds. When Sun Yen and Xing Chen came down from the track, the staff at the finish line were still eating lunch, and the instant they saw Sun Yen and Xing Chen, all the instant noodles in their mouths spewed out. Holy, you guys just ran out? The head of the Echo Valley track and owner of the organizer came up to Sun Yen and Star with a face full of dementia. He's run the Echo Valley track so many times. The fastest machinist and racer he's ever seen was the one who arrived at the finish line in about 75 minutes. And that was still a big club player who came specifically to fry fish, and didn't even ask for the prize money when he left. And then this one came back with an even more outrageous one. 72 minutes and 14 seconds. Are you kidding me? In a field where it is common to take 80 or even 85 minutes to complete the race, this time is nothing short of cranky. Finished running, Star stretched and said joyfully, "Boss, you developed this track well. It's exciting to run and the track is cleaned up." With that said, she pulled out a durian from nowhere, smashed it open on her head with a pop sound, and took out a small pile to share with the boss. "Seeing as you work so hard to make the track, Star will share her favorite durian with you to eat a little. Don't be polite." The owner froze and took the durian, stuffing it into his mouth as Star gazed expectantly. Don't tell me. It's pretty sweet. Boss, how do I get to the audience area? Sun Yan looked around and didn't see a cable car. Are you guys still going to the audience area? Not waiting for your prizes? The owner asked dully. There's no rush to claim the prize, Sun Yan said, spreading her hands. We're running through it that fast just to go up to the spectator area and watch the other machinima race. Yeah. The wheels are running crooked for me. Star beamed and moved her ankle. She couldn't wait to see how Ling Feng performed. The owner couldn't help but be silent. Running that fast just to watch other machinists race? This reasoning is really... Never mind. I'll walk you to the audience. The boss no longer knew what to say, and in the end, 1,000 words could only turn into a sigh. He had trouble understanding the world of monsters after all. Before the match, Sun Yan had Zhang Laolai take a seat for him and Xing Chen in advance. Originally, Zhang Laolai couldn't understand it, but when he saw Sun Yan driving Star through the last difficult consecutive hairpin turn at an unbelievable speed, he finally realized. Although it was not the first time that Su Yuyang and Lu Guang in the front watched Sun Yan and Xing Chen cross the corner, when they saw Sun Yan pulling Xing Chen over, they still couldn't help but reveal the eyes of a demon. Ryuko, eat durian. Star lifted a petal of durian and handed it to Liu Guang's mouth. Liu Guang's pretty face slightly red, subconsciously opened her mouth to catch it. The two girls glanced at each other. Liu Guang coyly said thank you, and Star smiled cheekily with a satisfied smile on her face that she was successful in feeding. Oh, so much that I want to turn all my friends in this world into durian-looking things. She gave Sun Yan a dark poke. Unfortunately, Master just eats a little bit at a time. This transformation has to start with the Master, and there is a long way to go. How many machinima have passed? Sun Yan asked Su Yuyang. Number 14 now. Su Yuyang responded. We'll be able to see Ling Feng before long. Most of the competitors can't get out of the limitation of the starting position. 30 seconds is enough to open up the track gap, and such a thing as overtaking 2 cars in a row from the no. 3 position to get the first place may only be the case of Sun Yan, Star today. Meanwhile, on the Echo Valley track, Broken Moon swore that she had never been as agitated any day since she was born as she was today. She had focused her attention on the rearview mirror more than once since this race began. She was afraid to see the shadowy figure in the rearview mirror again. Ling Feng, the unmanned machine girl, as if she was transformed, despite the lack of driver assistance, still broke through the 30-second starting position limit, biting dead center behind them, no matter how much they tried to shake them off. Every time you take a corner, the whine of the Lexus engine quickly approaches. Every time he heard that sound, Broken Moon felt his heart skip a beat. Did you shake it off? Hanji asked nervously as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was already on the verge of a mental breakdown from Ling Feng. Today's Echo Valley training race should have been a sure win, but it turned out that from the time they passed the 7th corner, Ling Feng's engine sound would appear behind them, and as they passed more and more corners, Ling Feng's body also appeared from time to time in the rearview mirror as if it were a ghost, and only disappeared from it when they accelerated in a straight line. The two sprinted through a turn again. Broken Moon gasped. I think I got rid of it. Boom buzz dash. As if in response to her words, the sound of Ling Feng's engine approached again, and after exiting the corner, the bodywork also trailed behind Broken Moon's side, eyeing the tiger. What the hell? Hanji slammed his fist on the joystick in annoyance. Broken Moon in front of him stifled a grunt and shivered in pain. She secretly gritted her teeth and vented all her anger on Ling Feng and Zhang Laolai, and in her heart, she greeted Zhang Laolai's ancestors. What's going on with Ling Feng? Why are drones all getting so awesome? What the hell did Lai Cheng do to her? Broken Moon had too many questions in her mind, but she didn't have time to think about them. She only wanted to open the distance between her and Ling Feng now. From the total time spent on the track, Ling Feng, who started 30 seconds late, undoubtedly had scored above them. It's just that neither Broken Moon nor Hanji knew. Trailing behind and sucking in the wake stream, Ling Feng had bigger ambitions, trying to overtake up. No, not now, the master of the Star family said. Lie down, pay up, taste the guts. Ling Feng's sharp eyes were deadlocked on Broken Moon in front of him. In fact, she had a chance to overtake in that previous corner, but this is very unfavorable to her. Sun Yan taught her to learn to hold back, and when her speed is not as strong as her opponent's, she has to learn to suck the tail current to enhance her speed, so that she can minimize the gap in a straight line. The real point to overtake Broken Moon is the last 3 consecutive hairpin turns. Before that, even if you have a chance to overtake, you have to hold back. Sun Yan's voice was still in his ears. Concealment. Ling Feng bowed her head slightly, her flaxen-colored bangs covering those sharp eyes and seemingly hiding the sharpness in her body as she recalled Sun Yan's words. The so-called stoicism is for the sake of ultimate victory. Buzz off dash. The two machinima sped around the track one after the other. The finish line is not far away at the moment. They sped down a long straight line and were about to enter the last difficult turn. Here's your chance. Who dash? Ling Feng took a deep breath. By now the rain had stopped. The thin sunlight was precipitating out of the clouds. clouds, and the road in front of us looked like it had been sprinkled with a layer of golden light, and the roar of the engine overrode all distractions. She raised her eyes, and there was no longer a broken moon in them, only bends. That narrow triple hairpin turn, can I really pass it by myself? Even though he had already made preparations, Ling Feng still had such doubts in his mind. Ling Feng, go for it. Fighting. It was the voice of the stars. In the midst of the wind, even though the people and scenery around her had been pulled into blurred lines, Ling Feng's afterglow still searched clearly among them for Star's figure, who was waving at her with an encouraging smile on her face. The man next to him clasped his hands to his chest, his gaze steady. Just being watched by them made the heart feel like it was going to burn. Find this feeling. Following behind Broken Moon, Ling Feng calmly cut the corner. I'm gonna make you feel like you're home when you get on this bend. The man's voice echoed in his head. The light of the track shifted before my eyes. It's no longer the ridiculously steep triple hairpin turn without a guardrail around it. It's a training track surrounded by ice cream tubs on an abandoned pier. Going home. Ling Feng drifted through the first hairpin turn with precision. Her afterglow saw Broken Moon and Hanji's dismayed faces. With the absolute cornering speed advantage, she has already easily completed the overtaking in the first hairpin turn, and then accurately passed the second hairpin. Third hairpin turn, the trajectory outlined by that beautiful tail swing gradually overlapped with the hard training she had been doing on the marina training ground, and it was not far off. A thunderous tsunami of cheers came from the audience area. Master, did you see this? She had a sudden urge to cry. The moment you come out of the bend, the rain is over. Ling Feng rushed out of the shadows as a beam of sunlight fell silently on her. It also escorted her all the way to the finish line. Put in a Ling Feng. Chapters 49 to 56 and other chapters modified Zhang Laolai's dialogue, deleted Zhang Laolai's dog licking and dog betting traits, and now his persona is just a more paranoid person. Some readers should not know this yet. It was changed the night before, and those who don't care about this can leave it alone without affecting the reading. Chapter 63, Ling Feng's Choice. Ling Feng crossed the line. Hanji and Broken Moon could only watch as Ling Feng crossed the finish line, and they were only less than 100 meters away from Ling Feng. This 100-meter gap might give them one more second to overtake, but so what? In terms of the final score, they and Ling Feng would always be 30 seconds apart, an insurmountable 30 seconds. Lose? How can that be? Hanji slumped over the joystick, his face full of disbelief. He was originally just a wild driver who was accidentally spotted and nurtured by a wise mechanic surnamed Yang. With Yang Tian's help, he quickly went from a down-and-out wild driver who begged for money but had none to a professional driver with an excellent mechanic and passed the Nox rally test with a good score. And he was given only one mission, which was to trip up Zhang Laolai by any means possible. Everything he had was from Yang Tian. Yang Tian seemed to be very nice to talk to, but Hansi knew very well that as long as any mission was not done well, everything he had in his hands would all instantly turn into nothing. Bastard! What kind of drugs did old rascal Zhang give Ling Feng? When did Ling Feng master the technique? Good old Zhang Lai, purposely keeping his hand in the game and teaching Ling Feng instead of me? Good for you! Broken Moon's indignant grumble came from the front. She didn't know Hanji had that much to lose. To her it was nothing more than just going back to Zhang Laolai. There was no need to be afraid at all. Instead, she was now very concerned about Zhang Laolai's concealment and hiding, and thought in her heart that she would go to Zhang Laolai later to ask for a statement. No, there's still a chance. Hanji looked up suddenly and muttered nervously. Our agreement with old rascal Zhang was that old rascal Zhang and Ling Feng would participate in the race together. But this race was completed by Ling Feng driving alone, which does not fulfill the requirements of the agreement. Ha ha. He laughed madly. I won. I still win. My mansion, my machinima, my money, it's all still there. Ha ha. Broken Moon hurriedly disengaged the unfolding mode and took 2 steps back when she heard Hanji's godly words behind her. Now she was looking at Hanji a little differently instead. In the past, Hansi was a young and golden outstanding racing driver, but now he has become a crazy little cute when he was hit a little bit. I don't know what to expect from such a person. Audience, Master, Ling Feng has won. Star held up 2 durians with a bounce and a cheer. Seeing Ling Feng defeat Broken Moon and Hansi, she was happier than if she had won the match herself. Unexpected. Sun Yan clasped his hands to his chest and nodded bashfully. Everything is under control. But the only thing he didn't expect is that Ling Feng actually took the initiative to replace the starting position to the back of Hansi and Broken Moon, which is undoubtedly a kind of pressure and test for Ling Feng, but she still faced it openly, which shows that this little girl has a tough heart and a strong sense of self-esteem. The machine lady has a variety of personalities. Ling Feng is undoubtedly a very good mechanic girl in terms of personality, plus her attributes are not bad and she doesn't require too much from the pilot. So where can you find such a mechanic girl? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Laolai behind him. Zhang Laolai was originally excited to see Ling Feng win, but he instantly wilted when he was glared at by Sun Yan. His head lowered, staring at his toes in embarrassment, itching to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Master, Ling Feng really won. Flowing Light looked at the girl at the finish line who raised her head and embraced the sky. A touch of envy couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Ling Feng had already proved himself and retrieved the honor that belonged to him. When would it be her turn? Yeah, winning. Su Yuyang stroked Liu Guang's head. His eyes kept gazing at Sun Yan's back, his eyes filled with admiration. Originally he thought Sun Yan was just an outstandingly gifted racer. The pie-in-the-sky ideas in his head created his ghostly racing skills. Only now did he realize that his evaluation of Sun Yan was still too low. Being strong in oneself and being strong in others were two completely different concepts and difficulties. This genius possessed the ability to turn the corrupt into the miraculous. Then, he looked at the stream of light around him. Perhaps Streamlight is not far from the day when he will be back on the track. In the corner of the stands, Purple Power looked away into the distant sky. The sun was just peeking out of the overcast clouds. A rainbow hung in the sky, and the oncoming winds all seemed to be filled with color. She sighed contentedly. It turns out that dawn after darkness really does exist. Turns out it's not impossible to just rely on yourself. Previously, her life was muddled. She had a goal to strive for, but that goal could be defeated at any time by the hardships of life, because she didn't know if her goal was a bubble or real. Now Ling Feng had given her the perfect answer. Way to go, Purple Power. A faint smile appeared on the girl's pale face. She reached up and hooked her hood, tucked her hands into her pockets, and disappeared around the corner of the bleachers at a brisk, bouncy pace. Ling Feng, you're great. When Ling Feng came back, Star immediately rushed up and gave her a big hug. Star is the only one who's good. Ling Feng blushed and said coyly, "It took me so long to get to the finish line, and you and Sun Yan are already in the stands." Ho ho ho, that's different. Star patted Ling Feng's shoulder. You're a smart Megain who wins on her own, and I'm a dumb Megain who can only rely on the master. So you're still a bit more powerful than that. Then she opened a durian with a pop in her head, and took out the largest petal and stuffed it to Ling Feng. Smart Ling Feng, this is a reward for you, and in the future, you have time to teach me to go through the curve. Aha! Ling Feng nodded heavily, holding Star's flap of durian. His eyes reddened. What a lucky thing to have met Star. Good job. Keep up the good work. Sun Yan smiled and nodded. Although what Ling Feng had learned was only the bends of the Echo Valley training race, what he had taught Ling Feng would gradually expand from rote knowledge into more skills as Ling Feng trained in the future, and those would be up to Ling Feng to cheer himself up. As the saying goes, the master leads the way. The practice depends on the individual. That's how it works. And now that Ling Feng was indeed good enough to detach herself from old rascal Zhang and become a solo machine woman, just with the cornering skills she had learned, she was the only one picking out the others. Zhang Laolai naturally knew this very well, so when Ling Feng stood in front of him, his heart was filled with embarrassment and remorse, but he was also very clear that Ling Feng could have had better choices, such as Sun Yan, and then Su Yuyang, and both of these two drivers could give Ling Feng a better future by picking out any one of them. Master, Ling Feng looked at the dismal-looking Zhang Laolai and spoke softly. I agree. Zhang Laolai interrupted Ling Feng ahead of time. He shrunk his neck and sighed like a deflated ball and said, Ling Feng, I agree that you should become Sun Yan's machinima. I'm sorry, it's because I didn't train you well in the past, and I also hope that in the future, you will become even better. Put in a Ling Feng. Chapter 64, Got her a big daddy? For Ling Feng, Zhang Laolai was still very reluctant in his heart. Although the eliminated Ling Feng from other clubs was taken in completely out of sympathy, but after such a long time together, the feelings are definitely there. And now that Ling Feng is about to leave, his mind suddenly recalls a lot of Ling Feng's goodness. Then nothing to do. Like a grandpa Broken Moon, Ling Feng will not only help to do housework, he every time to go to the goods Ling Feng will follow, help him to take things. See him tired will also help him to wipe the sweat. Later Broken Moon followed the Hansi. He said to get Broken Moon back. Ling Feng without the slightest complaint followed him to participate in the underground race, did not once shouted bitter and tired, and even took the initiative to ask for on the modification. He was caught by Boss Su when he was arrested by Su Boss and locked up. It was also Ling Feng who cooked every day to take care of him and accompanied him to talk and relieve his boredom. All along the way, Ling Feng seems to have played a silent but indispensable role. It was hard to imagine how bad his life would have been without Ling Feng, but now Ling Feng was about to leave. Who can blame them? Zhang Laolai lowered his head full of bitter smiles. These are all his own fault. Ooh, Ling Feng, did you hear that? Star hurriedly came up to Ling Feng, full of excitement, and deliberately said very loudly, join the Durian Great King's banner, so that you'll be my Durian Great King's good sister, and from now on, you'll get half of all my durians to eat. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. What the hell was a durian to Wang? Because Star named himself the Durian King, does that make him the Durian King? He also looked at Ling Feng. He could see that Star liked Ling Feng very much, so for Star's sake recruiting Ling Feng as a sub-engineer under his command would be acceptable. But at the moment he certainly didn't have much resources on hand. MP resources and modules would inevitably be prioritized for Star. It was up to Ling Feng to choose. Xing Chen. Ling Feng looked at Xing Chen, who was full of enthusiasm, and a flash of apology flashed in his eyes. She would very much like to be Saonian's machine girl and would love to work side by side with Star, but she couldn't agree to Star's kindness. I'm sorry, I think I'm willing to give Master a chance. Ling Feng bit her red lip and said timidly, when I was first eliminated from the club and ready to go back to the club, it was Master who fished me out. And even though I didn't get to eat any of the resources, that's the way second-hair machinima are supposed to be treated. And then Broken Moon was pried away, and Master didn't let me get on the modification when he was in such a hurry. People make mistakes. I don't think one mistake should condemn him to death, and now that I have better skills, I shouldn't just give up on him. Ling Feng finished bowing to Sun Yan and Xing Chen again and again. Her eyes were bright and determined, obviously a decision made after further consideration. Star's big blue eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth hooked up. In fact, she had already known that Ling Feng was such a choice, because Ling Feng and Broken Moon themselves are two kinds of personality witches. Broken Moon is profit-oriented, but Ling Feng knows how to be grateful. If Ling Feng was a machine woman who would turn away after she was developed, then Sun Yan wouldn't have taught her cornering techniques, would she? Ling Feng, you. Zhang Laolai looked up in dismay. He really did not expect Ling Feng to continue to choose to follow him. What virtue? Looking at Ling Feng at the moment, he couldn't help but have a sore nose, and tears welled up in his eyes. He'd felt what it was like to have a machinima leave, and had been ready to take the hit when it peaked. Sun Yan glanced at Zhang Laolai and said that when he met such a good machinima, he should just sneakily enjoy himself. It was important to know that Ling Feng had not signed a core branding with old rascal Zhang, and to be able to maintain his heart of redemption in such a situation. It was evident how good of a person Ling Feng was. No! Star suddenly intercepted in front of Ling Feng and Zhang Laolai, his hands propped up, his face full of seriousness, like an old mother hen protecting her chicks. Why should this stupid egg be so cheap? She pointed at Zhang Laolai and said indignantly. Before, this stupid egg was looking down on Ling Feng's performance. We can't just cheapen him like that. Sun Yan didn't know what kind of drug Star's gourd was selling, but since it was his own machinima's devious idea, he definitely supported it, so he nodded along. That's right, Zhang Laolai. It's too easy for you to gain Ling Feng's understanding just like that. Zhang Laolai stood there dumbfounded. He wanted to assure something, but felt powerless no matter what he said. Talking a lot was useless. Actions were what mattered. Might as well shut up and wait for Sun Yan and Star's judgment. He'd suffer no matter what anyway. Let me think about it. Star knocked his head and suddenly brightened up and said, starting from today, the stupid egg must practice hard on its skills, and when its skills can match Ling Feng's, when it can apply to become Ling Feng's pilot, and ultimately whether or not it meets the standard will be confirmed by me, Durian Great King, and my master Durian Great Great King. Hey, old rascal Zhang, speak up instead. Sun Yan viciously glared at old rascal Zhang. Oh, of course I can. Thank you Ling Feng. Thank you Xing Chen. Thank you Sun Yan. Zhang Laolai was so excited that he couldn't speak, and worshipped everyone around him, including Su Yuyang and Liu Guang. I will work hard to become a competent driver. Please supervise Su and Star anytime. He flushed red in assurance and was about to raise his hand in salute. As a result, the arm that had just been attached went crunch and the sudden, violent movement dislocated it again. In old rascal Zhang's nutrient liquid shop, Sun Yan and Xing Chen, one carrying a box of bonuses and the other pinching 2 durians, looked intently at the 4 people seated at the table. Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng sat on one side, while Han Si and Broken Moon sat on the opposite side. 2 other people in the room were Firefox Club boss Su Yuyang and the head of the Echo Valley Training Tournament. The head was holding an agreement in his hand, the very same one signed by Zhang Laolai and Han Si. Since the agreement reached by Zhang Laolai and Han Si was based on the winners and losers of the Echo Valley track, the ruling of this agreement was also arbitrated by someone sent by them from Echo Valley. According to the conditions in the agreement, the party that was ultimately judged to have won is Ling Feng and Zhang Jinbao. Do you all have no objections? I have. Han Si raised his hand and colored. The agreement required Zhang Jinbao and Ling Feng to compete together, but in the end, only Ling Feng competed, which doesn't meet the requirements. Sun Yan sniffed and handed Han Si a look at an idiot. Su Yuyang was all pissed off and grunted coldly as he clasped his hands to his chest. The person in charge pushed his glasses and said with a flourish, but as far as I know, Zhang Jinbao came to participate in the competition, only that some accidents happened before the start of the competition, unable to pilot Lingfeng. Furthermore, even if there were no accidents, just the fact that Lingfeng came to participate in the competition with a single mechanic lady is enough to represent Lingfeng and Zhang Jinbao. To sum up the above, Zhang Jinbao and Lingfeng's victories are completely valid. Hanji's face paled and he stammered, I don't accept it. The head honcho's mouth twitched. If you don't want to, you can hold it in. He's in a hurry to get back for dinner. Hansi's face became even uglier at the dislike. Is this the service attitude of your Echo Valley training tournament? I even ran a card. With that, he pulled out a VIP black card and slammed it on the table with a snap. Oh, so you are our honored VIP customer. The person in charge nodded and took out a glass jar from his pocket and pushed it to Hansi. Thank you for your support of our Echo Valley Raceway. You will still have a 20% discount on tickets to attend Echo Valley training races in the future. This is the Echo Valley Raceway's dirt. You can take it back for your collection. Hanshi, he just felt like his fists were going to burst. How about this? The person in charge said indifferently. If you really can't let Lingfeng and Broken Moon go to the Echo Valley circuit for another run, we can do it for free yet. Hanji was about to say something else, but Broken Moon could no longer sit still. I concede. She thought about nothing more than getting back to Zhang Laolai and maybe learning techniques from him. This Hanji has no more use for him, so it's better not to have him. Broken Moon. You. Hansi reached out to pull Broken Moon but was dodged by Broken Moon and could only watch Broken Moon sign the agreement. It's over. It's completely over. He slumped over the table as if a bone had been taken out of his body. If he doesn't get this done, Yang Tian will skin him. Old rascal Chang. Feel honored. I'm now your premier machinistress again. Broken Moon walked to Zhang Laolai in a high and mighty manner. She had expected Zhang Laolai to greet her with a smile piled on his face like before. However, today Zhang Laolai was extraordinarily cold and didn't even raise his head. Zhang Laolai? Hello, Zhang. Old lie. Zhang Laolai ignored Broken Moon. Instead he smiled at Sun Yan next to him and said, Sun Yan, from now on, Broken Moon will be in your hands. Sun Yan nodded. Broken Moon, however, was stunned. She was sold to Sun Yan by Zhang Laolai? She subconsciously glanced at Sun Yan, the king of Nox, young, handsome, and a good job with a lot of gold, many times better than Zhang Laolai, and instantly that humiliation of being turned around and sold was replaced by joy. Zhang Laolai didn't sell her. That's a big daddy for her. She couldn't wait to come up to Sun Yan, placing her hands on her plump chest, the corners of her mouth hooked into a sweet smile. Master? Horse? What horse? Sun Yan rolled his eyes, turned his head to Su Yu Yang next to him and said, This Broken Moon will be sent to your side as a modified car. The money earned from the jousting tournament, we will split the money 7-3. If there is a driver who looks at her and sells her, that's fine too. Boss Su showed his teeth and gave a thumbs up. No problem. Modified cars? Jousting? Broken Moon's face changed. Sun Yan was sending her to the black market? Wouldn't that mean she'd never make it to the track? Zhang Laolai. I've been with you for 5 years. You're just going to spoil me like this? Broken Moon looked at Zhang Laolai pitifully, but Zhang Laolai just looked up and counted the ceiling grids. So she went back to begging Hanji, Hanji, why don't you spend money to buy me again? I'm so compatible with you. I'm such a good match for you. Hanji hung his head and shook it with a miserable smile. Where am I going to find the money to buy you? Aren't you rich? If you run and win Lingfeng, I'm a rich second generation. If you run and lose, I'm just a street skater. Broken Moon looked at Hanji's eyes, which were even more desperate than hers, and with no hope left in her heart, she slumped in her seat. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the store door. The crowd turned their heads, only to see a tall and slender figure walked in. She looked around curiously, and finally her eyes fell on Sun Yan and Xingchen. The corner of her mouth hooked and smiled as she said, Sun Yan, you came to Tianyuan City without telling me, but let me look for what's going on here. It's quite lively. Next chapter, Jade 780 SAXS secret weapon loading. Put in another Lingfeng. Chapter 65, A Harder Fist. The visitor was none other than Jade 786, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. Sun Yan has been busy competing with Star in Tianyuan City during this period of time, and has already forgotten all about the bet, but Jade 786 has not. In order to fight the battle of turning the tide to become Sun Yan's super talented machine maiden, she not only practiced hard on her oversteer technique, but also spent a huge amount of money to put a steering module with good attributes, and in addition to this, she also prepared a secret weapon. As a result, when the time came to go to the conscience retort to look for Sun Yan, it was found that the retort had ceased to operate. It was only after finding a bunch of people who might be in the know and asking them that they realized that Sun Yan and Xingchen didn't run away, but went to Tianyuan City to participate in the competition. So she found her way all the way to Tianyuan City and even watched an Echo Valley training match. Echo Valley training match, Sun Yan and Star still easily won first place, which reinforced her idea. Su Nin, must get it. It's you? Star was originally giggling at Lingfeng, and the moment she saw Jade 786, her giggle turned into a fake smile, and the durian in her hand was immediately behind her back. She wasn't going to part with her precious durians to a machine girl like Jade 786. Star, long time no see. Jade 786 gave a warm smile. In terms of the strength of the fake smile, or she is stronger. It looks natural and not pretentious. If she is not familiar with her, may even have a favorable impression of her because of this smile. Jade 786, looks like you're ready? Sun Yan looked Jade 786 up and down, and the attributes of Jade 786 gradually emerged in his eyes. Drift, 62 points. Acceleration, 68 points. Bend, 70 points. Gathering gas, 51 points. Stability, 43 points. Crash resistance, 41 points. Range, 62 points. Compared to before, Jade 780 SAXS attributes have seen significant changes, with cornering growing from 57 to 70 points, and all other attributes dropping, especially collision resistance and stability, both of which have been reduced by almost 10 points, which shows that Jade 786 has definitely been put on a highly targeted steering module. A mechanic can't install the modules herself, but in the absence of a pilot you can go to a specialized modification store and ask the staff to help you change the modules. Usually this modification store and the module store are docked together, similar to the relationship between a clothing store and a fitting room in a clothing store. TSK, looks like this Jade 786 is prepared. Sun Yan's eyes narrowed as he stroked his chin. Things suddenly got a little unfavorable. Now Star's drift is 39 points and the corner is 65 points, both trailing Jade 786 on all fronts. He immediately added the MP points gained from being first in the Echo Valley track plus 11 to Star's drift attribute, and the drift attribute became 50 points, but even so there was still a gap. So now the only thing that Star could fight against Jade 786 was speed and experience. It's just that Star keeps looking stupid and doesn't look like he's learned his cornering skills. When Lingfang was learning techniques, she was waving the flag and eating durian. Plus Star also said that she wanted to be a stupid machine lady. He is now a little less sure that Star can rely on her techniques to make up for the gap in her attributes with Jade 786. He subconsciously glanced at Star. This little ninny was originally glaring at Jade 786 with a puff of anger, and after noticing his gaze, she turned her head, and a bright and confident smile immediately surfaced on her white and pretty face, her eyes sparkling, her eyebrows arched, and although she didn't say anything, she had already conveyed over the conviction of certain victory. The moment he saw this smile, Sun Yan couldn't help but touch his nose. I'm really living past the point where I said I trust my machinistress. Star was all so confident. He shouldn't worry about Star, but should give her encouragement and a positive look at this time. Besides, so what if Jade 786 wins? It's just a sub-hair machinima. Wait for the bench. Thinking this way, Sun Yan instantly lost his worries and smiled at Star as well. Little brother Sun Yan. Who is this? Boss Su beside him asked curiously. Before Sun Yan could say anything, Star had already stepped forward. She's here to compete with me in overbending. As long as I win, I'll become Master's second hair machinima. Everyone's expression became odd when these words came out. Compare bending with Star and Su Nin? Are you crazy? Su Yuyang looked at Jade 786 with a face full of marvel. Does that mean it's a master? It's a competition with me only. Knowing that everyone misunderstood her, Star said with a flourish, the unmanned situation is competing with me to go through the corners without hitting the guardrail, and the one who gets to the finish line in the shortest time is the winner. So it was, and the crowd nodded. But even so, this machinima named Jade 786 had a lot of courage. It just so happens that there are ready-made curves over at the abandoned docks, and if they don't meet your requirements I can have the workers drive the cranes and reroute the track. Will this be too much trouble for elder brother Su? Sun Yan asked. What's the trouble? A show of hands. In the evening, the bends in the abandoned dock were laid out. Originally this bend was used by Su Yuyang to train turns with Lu Guang, but since Lu Guang cannot be on the track after a bit of abandonment, only occasionally held an underground black market competition when used to use, and now in accordance with the needs of Star and Jade 780 CXS race replanning a bit, the whole length of the track is not more than 5 kilometers or all bends. There is almost no point of straight line present, no matter whether it's the machine girl or the pilot, to see that the curves made both the pilots and the pilots feel numb. Isn't this 10,000 times more perverse than the original machine girl piloting test? Jade 786 surreptitiously observed Star's demeanor. Before she came over to find Sun Yan and Star, she had made up her mind that she would have to make a track full of curves to compete with Star, so that the modules she had bought could be used to their fullest extent. After the bends were set up, she expected to see a hint of panic on Star's face, but the other woman always looked calm. Star is not at all afraid of these curves? Is it trust in your skills or blind confidence? She couldn't fathom why, but was just secretly wary. She still had her secret weapon anyway, and even if something did happen, activating that secret weapon would be fine. I'm the owner of the Firefox Club, and I have some power in this area. So since you're using my training track, I'll arbitrate your agreement. Is that okay? Before the start of the match, Su Yuyang reread the agreement signed by Jade 786 with Sun Yen and Star, and after both sides said that they had no comments, Su Yuyang announced the start of the match. Please go to the starting point and get ready to start. Due to the narrow track, you need to start 30 seconds apart. According to the agreement, you must not collide with the track. The one who crosses the finish line and takes the shortest time is the winner. Star and Jade 786 take their places on the track. Jade 786, who was the examiner, was given priority to start, and before unfolding she walked next to Star and stretched out her hand, saying with a smile, "Sister Star, from now on we'll be a family, so we have to love each other." Star rolled her eyes with her hands clasped on her chest and sneered twice. "Auntie, you can win me first." Jade 786, Harder Fists, Chapter 66, Go regret yourself for the rest of your life. The Jade 786 is ruthless and doesn't say much, just unfolds the vehicle. Mentally, he swore, after she became Sun Yen's machine maiden, she would let Star feel what it was like to be knocked out cold. On this side, Star also unfolded the body of the car, revealing a bright silver streamlined body. As far as the look of the car is concerned, Jade 786 has lost a section. With the sound of Su Yuyang's starting gun, Jade 786 also leaped out with a boom. The first turn Jade 786 passed very beautiful, not only the perfect use of track width and the length of the curve, and in the gravel road at the pier also slightly with a bit of drift in it, but the difficulty of this turn is not too difficult to see the reality. The second turn is a hairpin turn, only to see this Jade 786 tire squeal actually really drift to use. Sun Yen nodded secretly as he watched Jade 780's drifting trajectory. The entry and exit point calculations are a load, but it's slower, so you can still drift through it. This Jade 786 really put a lot of effort into today's game. The heart of the Jade 786 riding through the curves was also brimming with pride. That's what it feels like, perhaps fueled by the stars. She was in great hands today and overachieved at every turn. Keeping up this pace of completing the track today, what will that star do to compete with her? In order to today's competition, she also specifically went to the Jiangcheng City Battling Tiger Driving School to retrieve the video of Star's cornering. At that time, Star over the chain of corners took a full 2 minutes, while she came to Tianyuan City to find Sun Yen and Star before she was already able to complete the driving school's chain of C-curve assessment in 1 minute. Today Star will lose. Seeing that Jade 786 was so formidable, everyone couldn't help but look at the other person involved, Star, with worry. By now Star had started the body, the engine shuddering under her control, and with a countdown of 10 seconds the front window rolled down and a few pieces of durian skin were thrown out of it. "While looks like Star isn't nervous at all," said Xiao Yuyang with a smirk. "Yeah, Star is still eating durian." Ling Feng was full of admiration. If she were in Star's position right now, she would be stress pulling all over it. "Sunin, it's good to eat more durian. It's the king of fruits. Eating more of it is good for the brain." But looking at Star in this full throttle state, is this intended to be an ejection start? Sun Yen narrowed his eyes. The first corner is less than 50 meters from the starting point. With Star's acceleration attribute using the ejection start will reach a very high starting speed. Can she manage to drive herself? Snapdash, the flare gun went off and the roar of the engine exploded, tugging at the hearts of everyone around them. With a durian in his mouth and cool eyes, Star passed the first corner without incident. The first turn is the least difficult. With wide pavement and slow curves, you don't need to brake, just calculate the back entry point and you'll be able to pass. The second corner started to get on the hard side, and Star silently felt the support of the suspension and the downforce coming from the rear wing. Jade 786, corners aren't the slower the more stable, she muttered, glancing at the slow Jade 786 in the distance. The angle of entry of this corner is very small. In the past, Sun Yen faced this kind of corner before entering the corner are heavy on the brakes, so that the speed in a short period of time to reduce, which needs to be calculated in advance. Braking point. Braking point early, out of the corner speed will be slowed down a large section. Braking point late, the car body is easy to get out of control. If it was a master, the braking point would have been chosen here at some point as he approached the curve. Star's eyes brightened and he followed his inner senses and chose his braking point. She wasn't slowing down, the downforce provided by the air through her rear wing keeping all four tires pressed dead center to the pavement. The rear of the car thrown off in a graceful arc. The front end of the car just a little bit of a tiny angular imperfection the moment she exited the corner, and as she adjusted the angle, the whole bodywork instantly corrected itself to be ready to go into the next corner. Star is awesome. Ling Feng's eyes shone as he looked at the silver-colored machinima sliding recklessly around the bend. As Sun Yan's half-day apprentice, Ling Feng was very clear about what kind of gold content Star could have in being able to make it this far. She thought that Star was disliking learning these techniques, but she didn't realize that it wasn't that people didn't learn them, but that they simply knew them. Come to think of it, as Sun Yan's debut machinistress, how could she not follow Sun Yan to learn some techniques? Brother Sun Yan, it seems that your home machine girl usually training is also very hard work. Su Yuyang face full of praise. This kind of talented but also hard work personality is also good. Machine girl is the most pleasing. If the star is not always to give the flow of light to feed the durian would be even better. Recently the flow of light unfolding when he sat in can always smell a faint smell of durian. But Sun Yan, who was the party involved, was dumbfounded. Where's the stupid machinima we were talking about? He swore he had never taught Star specifically as he had taught Ling Feng. It's not that he's favoring one over the other, but mainly because he's thinking that Star is starting in driving anyway, so there's no need for him to be alone like Ling Feng, right? Thinking about the usual Star calling herself a genius machinist, could it be that she's still a genius? Jade 786 was still immersed in complacency when, unbeknownst to him, the roar of gradually approaching engines suddenly sounded behind him. At first Jade 786 hadn't cared because this track had tons of paperclip areas. Sometimes she might be close to the back starting Star in a straight line, but in reality the track had been far away from Star. Only soon she realized something wasn't quite right. She should have been able to see Star if he was on a parallel track, and with the sound of the engines getting closer she hadn't seen him in a long time. Ghostly, Jade 786 looked up in the rearview mirror, and the next thing she knew a coolness was showering her from head to toe. Star had actually bitten behind her at some point and was continuing to close in. This means that Star's cornering speed is much faster than hers. On what grounds? Jade 786 clenched her teeth. Was this the same XC99 that had crashed from head to tail on its debut? She watched as Star went perfectly through a hairpin turn, not as fast as when Su Nin was driving, but faster than her. In the blink of an eye, Star was on her side. Jade 786. I'll admit you're hard and strong and rich. Star stared at the road ahead, not looking at Jade 786, but the sound was clearly transmitted to Jade 786's ears. But all of that means nothing, and I'm going to show you today that Master is a one-of-a-kind gem. With a U-turn in front of him, Star swung the joystick and the car rotated violently 180 degrees to confront Jade 786 from a distance. Crunch! The tires frantically rubbed sparks on the ground, and in the black smoke, Jade 786 saw the flames bursting from Star's eyes. She saw Star's proudly raised head and heard her say it word for word. Once you deserted him, later spend your whole life regretting it. The car cuts sideways into the middle of the U-turn, and Star gradually turns the body back in rhythm with the return of tire grip, righting itself the moment it leaves the corner. The J-word slalom, Sun Yan just used it once and the Stars replicated it. Granted, the bend she had just faced wasn't as hard as the one Sun Yan had faced before. Granted, she wasn't as fast as she was when Su Nin was driving, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that she radiates genius all over her body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the stands, Sun Yan's entire body was dumbfounded the moment she saw the J-word pirouette. The crowd beside them all looked envious and admiring. Worthy of being old brother Sun Yan. This kind of difficult operation can be taught. Yes, that child Xingqian is not easy to teach at first glance, so it's obvious that Sun Yan is a very patient person. Sun Yan's heart 10,000 head of just sang the lasso pull and ran through. He really didn't teach Star that technique, just one performance for Star. There's a Thai alias for this thing called the kiss of death again, because the risk factor is extremely high. The slightest attention to the car may be out of control, and may also when other cars directly collide with each other. Needless to say, when this technique is used, Jade 780's heart should break into pieces. Still, Sun Yan had underestimated Jade 780's determination to become his machinima, only to see the rear wing of the Jade 786, which was already lagging behind the Star, suddenly lift up, popping out of the rear hood with 4 tech-rich exhaust outlets, 2 of which pointed to the back and 2 to the side. As a black market boss, Su Yuyang is familiar with this stuff. He frowned and squeezed the railing, muttering under his breath, "Is this an illegal modification?" Cat's mewing. "Thanks for the great gift from Purple Cherry. Chicken pox is getting better." Yeah. P.S. Some readers are concerned about why the status of the wise mechanic is so high, whether the machine woman can give birth to children, whether the machine woman is man-made, where the machine woman comes from, and why there are machine women in this world, etc. As the worldview unfolds, all of these will be mentioned. Not that I have not been designed ahead of time, but laid out ahead of time equals spoiler alerts, and the male protagonist is not yet qualified enough to be exposed to the above settings. Chapter 67, Don't You Dare Crash? Just see Jade 786 straight into the curve. Without any intention to slow down, In the moment about to hit the guardrail, the rear cover of the jet emitted a muffled sound. The powerful airflow will be used as a guardrail of the container were shaken. The Jade 786 also uses this thrust to forcibly correct the bodywork, and in the face of continuous S-type curves, the jets are equally applicable, with the left and right side jets correcting the bodywork at the right time. So it is evident that after getting on this illegal modification, the Jade 786 has done a lot of practical maneuvers on its own. Yeah, the dog cheated. Sun Yan slapped the railing. Furious, illegal modification will damage the body surface of the machine girl, and he was just wondering how Jade 786 such an open character was wrapped so tightly today, and after half a day, he was afraid of being seen, so that star had a defense in advance, but the agreement does not say that you cannot go on illegal modification. Su Yuyan took out the agreement to confirm it again and again, and said helplessly, but I also really didn't expect that this machinima's idea would be so extreme. By relying on illegal modifications even if she won and became your second hair machinima, you probably wouldn't treat her well, right? She wouldn't count as a modification when I wouldn't treat her well. Sun Yan snorted coldly and clasped his hands to his chest. Now Jade 786 was rapidly closing the distance between her and Star by illegal modifications. If he was defeated by Jade 786, Star would surely be in for a rude awakening, wouldn't he? Jade 786 also knows it's embarrassing to use illegal modifications, but so what? She stared dead at Star's taillights. As long as I become Sun Yan's secondary machine girl, I have 100 ways to get Sun Yan to focus all his energy on me, and I can take any damage to the machine. She also put up a fight. Illegal modifications are extremely painful things to do, including the moment they are used. This is because illegal modifications are the equivalent of forcefully docking an incompatible foreign object into a body for a mecha girl. Imagine inserting a pair of robotic arms bloody into the flesh. Even though the arms are usable, how is it not a torture for the flesh every time it runs? The only thing that makes a mecha superior is the ability to gradually recover from an illegal modification. But generally mecha who have been on an illegal modification are almost always reluctant to go under it as long as they don't get a chance to compete in a regular tournament. Cheating is addictive. A little pain is nothing. Relying on the facilities provided by the illegal modifications, Jade 786 was soon flush with the stars. Star, I'll show you my determination. Even if I have to endure the pain of modification, I'll become Sun Yan's machinima. Bah! Star glanced at Jade 786 with contempt. You're just craving my master's body, so get off your sword. By the way, she pulled out 2 durian skins and threw them out to hit the windshield of the Jade 786. Jade 786 was furious, but knew it was pointless to show off with Star at this time, so she focused on the track. After the two of them chased each other for a couple of circuits, Jade 786 managed to overtake the car despite Star's efforts to get stuck in. The illegal modification thing is not a vegetarian. The drawbacks are huge, but the enhancements that come with it are horrendous. Compared to the prohibitively expensive specialty modules, a modification can cost only a few $100,000 or even a few tens of thousands of dollars to achieve the results of the specialty modules, and may even be better than the specialty modules. After surpassing Star, Jade 786 breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although it didn't necessarily mean a solid win over Star, at least it was a good start, and the momentum kind of overpowered Star. Star was overtaken. Lingfeng folded his hands in front of his chest, his face full of worry, and he silently prayed for Star in his heart. She could sense that this match, which seemed to be just a test, was very important to Star. Star must be defending something very important to her. Seeing that Star was overtaken by Jade 786, a touch of tension also surfaced in Sun Yan's eyes, and he unknowingly clenched his fists. It wasn't that he was afraid of what would happen if Star lost, he was just afraid that this matter would become a sticking point in Star's heart. Will Star lose? Facing the absolute speed suppression brought about by the illegal modifications, Star in the cab raised his head. She thought of the time when she made her debut, when she gritted her teeth and riveted her strength to the finish line even if her head was bleeding. She thought of the time when she dragged her bruised and battered body off the auction block, when she was greeted by flowers and applause from the other mechas, but greeted only with indifference and mocking glances. She thought of the time when she cowering in a warehouse, with the chilling wind crashing against the windows, and with mechas beside her despairing to watch the video of a race, then analyzing the wisdom devices. Core, she was supposed to be the one given up, the one sent back to the drawing board. Erase the consciousness and say goodbye to the world completely, even if it's just for less than 72 hours in this world. It was Master who pulled her up from the abyss. It was Master who gave her a second life. And without Master there would be no Star who was now speeding around the track. In any case, she didn't want to make Sun Yan lose face. What qualifies the machine lady, who once abandoned Sun Yan, to stand in front of her master again? It must not be allowed. Never! Star roared out with wide eyes. Fierce and irritable emotions filled her heart and made her engine make a noise like the low growl of a wild animal. Emotions can affect a machinima's game state. Flowing Light would get back on his feet as he broke through the fear in his heart, and Lingfeng would be able to carry the hopes of the crowd to defeat Broken Moon with the aid of a pilot. On the special track full of curves, Star was not fast, but at this moment, a pair of silver-colored light wings gradually emerged on both wings of her car, which extended backward until the rear of the car, spreading out from side to side like an eagle spreading its wings. In this instant, Star's speed exploded, like lightning through the hairpin turn in front of him, but unfortunately, it was too far away. Sun Yan couldn't see Star's panel, or else he would have been surprised at the red blinking font of +15 that actually appeared behind Star's curve attribute. And at the moment the Star's speed continued to climb. This is? Sun Yan froze and rubbed his eyes to make sure he really wasn't seeing things. This is the overclocked state. Su Yuyang clasped his hands to his chest, staring at the stars in the track with a serious face. There is a very slight probability that a Megain will enter the overclocking state when her emotions reach the extreme. And in this state, the overall quality of the Megain will be temporarily boosted as a means of accomplishing an operation that would otherwise be nearly impossible to accomplish. Overclocking? Saunian muttered. Never even heard of it. It's normal that I haven't heard of it because the probability is too small. Su Yuyang spread his hands. A lot of old pilots and machinists don't know about this concept. Only those pilots and machinists who have been mixing in provincial circuits for years have heard about it, and I used to think that it was a legend until I witnessed it with my own eyes today. Hasn't any other machinima ever been overclocked before? There is. Su Yuyang recalled. In the past, there was a Megain overclocking on the second track of the national level, the Wind and Snow Pole Trail. At that time, that Megain was taking her pilot across the ice field. Her pilot was freezing to death. In order to finish the race as soon as possible to preserve the pilot's life, that Megain overclocked, and originally had 1 hour left to run. An hour's journey. It took less than half an hour to run. Hearing the words that the driver was about to freeze to death, Sun Yan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How outrageous is a national track? No wonder Zhang Laolai said that all those top racers are as strong as an ox. You can't really take on a track in these extreme conditions without being in good shape. And then, later that pilot still froze to death. And that machinima never appeared again. There are a lot of people analyzing that machinima was overclocked, and some people said it was a special module. My master said that machinima was overclocked, just that someone intentionally covered up the information. And as for where that machinima went after that, the fine thought. Su Yuyang hurriedly hugged the flowing light next to him, revealing an expression of fear and vulnerability. That's terrible. Boing boing. Master, don't be afraid. Be good, I'm here. Poor Liu Guan was still sitting in a wheelchair, but she had to hug Su Yuyang like an older sister, patting Su Yuyang's back in a burst of coaxing. Sunin. In the middle of the track, Jade 786 was dumbfounded at the sight of the recatching up Starman. What's that pair of light wings? A special module? Jade 786 gnashed her teeth, unable to imagine that Sun Yan was actually so rich and favored Xingqian so much. The idiosyncratic modules were bought on. If she hadn't left Sun Yan in the first place, she would be the one with the special module now. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, the more jealous he became, but he couldn't stop Star from catching up with him. The last turn before the finish line, the distance between Star and Jade 786 could only be measured in centimeters. Jade 786 knew that she had already lost. In the last so short distance she couldn't open a gap of 30 seconds even if she wasn't overtaken by Star. She glanced at the rear-view mirror, in which she could only see less than half of Star's body. Her experience as a machine girl made it clear to her that Star behind her was ready to overtake in the last corner. But, don't even think about passing. Jade 786's eyes lowered. At least track-wise she was going to fight for it. In order to force Star's hand, Jade 786 delayed her brakes the instant she entered the last corner. She was going to risk a combination of over-cornering and illegally modified jets, a practice that would introduce a bunch of uncertainties, and she didn't have that ability to do the calculations properly, and the bodywork was likely to go out of control. Both she and Star's cornering speeds were now coming in at 300 upwards. Once you lose control at that speed, the whole body goes flying. Delaying breakpoints is going to force me to give up? Star puffed out his cheeks and backhanded Durian but missed, and could only carry his fire almost side by side with Jade 786 into the turn. This last corner is a continuous hairpin turn, first to the left and then to the right. As Jade 786 purposely delayed her brakes, Star followed suit, and her entry speed into the corner was still above that of Jade 786. The inertia from the corner caused Star's rear wheels to close in towards Jade 786, and for the nearest moment, the tires of the two machine girls even scraped sparks. Everyone in the stands watched the scene nervously. It would be more than an accident if the two machinima crashed together at this speed and then proceeded to crash into the guardrail. The good thing is that the collision didn't happen, and Star has cut the line into the second right-hander, while about to grab the priority exit position by being faster. Jade 786 took a deep breath. This is her last chance. She only had two choices now. Either she could kick the gas to the floor and end up losing control and crashing into the guardrail, or she could use the jets to forcefully correct the body and grab the exit position. But at the moment, Star had blocked all her routes as if she were a roadblocker. The moment it crossed paths with the Stars, she saw the cold front that flared in Star's eyes. Even though Star didn't say anything, Jade 786 read a word from those eyes. Don't you dare crash? Chapter 68. I resist bumping. Star squinted at Jade 786. Let's just see how much determination you have in wanting to be a master machinima. Under the compulsion of that gaze, Jade 786 flinched. The opponent is the first show from the head to the end of the collision only suffered a bit of traumatic injuries of the monster. If not for the excellent speed, would even be assumed to be a confrontation type of machine girl. Her own a few kilograms she knows very well. If now and the Star touched, the Star at best unconscious, she is 100% to fall apart. She didn't have to put her life on the line just yet to become Sun Yan's machinima. Jade 786 gave up using the jets to seize the position out of the corner. The last 200 meters of the straight line she was even less of a match for Star, and was instantly pulled away from the gap of a few dozen meters. 1. Sun Yan in the stands breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Feng was even more happy and jumped up. Brother Sun Yan, you have a good machine maiden. Don't fail her in the future. The corners of Su Yuyang's mouth hooked up. Star was really one of the best kinds of machine nymphs he had ever seen in every aspect combined. That's right, she's the king of durian. Sun Yan smiled. It was at this moment that the change occurred. Jade 786, who should have stopped when she crossed the finish line, didn't. The jets behind her made a strange clicking sound, and her body went forward, almost out of control, at an ever-increasing speed. Damn it, this machinima's illegal modifications have malfunctioned. Su Yuyang looked away from the direction of the finish line. The Jade 786 was seen crashing towards a high wall at the end of the pier, behind which was a factory, which was a load-bearing wall and quite thick. If Jade 786 kept accelerating and crashed through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone was in the stands, and the only thing that might help Jade 786 now was the Stars near the finish line. At this moment, Jade 786 had already panicked. She frantically tried to brake to a stop, but the body of the car did not listen to her. But the jets behind her had been running uncontrollably, making her speed faster and faster. If not for the fact that she had already slowed down near the end of the line, I am afraid that she would have already crashed into that high wall by now. This is one of the pitfalls of illegal modifications, i.e., there is a probability that the body will go out of control, and the more modifications the more likely the machine woman is to have problems, also related to the frequency of use of illegal modifications. Just now at the track, the back 2/3 of the corner, she almost entirely used the jets to adjust the bodywork for the corner, using them too often and inducing a loss of control. Help! Looking at the increasingly high walls, Jade 786 had tears in her eyes and let out a despairing cry of grief. Just then, the sound of a thunderous engine suddenly rang out behind her, and in the next second a silver stream of light had overtaken her car. It's the Stars! Jade 780 SAX's heart shook. Dumbfounded, he watched as Star tilted the body and leaned in. Star first maintained a speed similar to that of Jade 786, and as her body gradually crossed in front of Jade 786, her speed gradually decreased, the tires frantically rubbing on the ground with sharp pops and a terrifying friction. Jade 786 was slowing down against the Stars. Less than 5 meters from the high wall, the two machinima came to a complete stop. Star unfolded, grimacing, holding her waist, mouth repeatedly ouch, ouch, ouch scream. Jade 786 range depleted, automatically unfolded mode. She fell to sit on the cold ground, pale face still lingering in shock. Star, why are you? No reason. Star stretched and casually fished out a durian and smashed it open with his head. Jade 786, it's true that I don't like the way I look at you, but that doesn't conflict with the fact that I don't want to see a machinima die in front of me. But, hey, Jade 786. Star interrupted Jade 786 and leaned down to look at her. Promise me, don't be a badass machinima anymore. Choose a master you like, stay with him all the time, support each other, work hard together, and there will always be a chance to go on the track. That way, even if you guys lose, have lost, when you go home and hug the TV and drink plain water, the water is still sweet. Jade 786 stared at Star in bewilderment. Star walked over to Jade 786 and put the freshly peeled durian skin on Jade 786's head. She took 2 steps back and looked Jade 786 up and down, the corners of her mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Bye. She waved, turned, and walked away with a bounce. In the distance, Sun Yan was already waiting for her at the finish line. Master! Star jumped headfirst into Sun Yan's arms, her pretty face constantly rubbing against Sun Yan's chest. Master, I'm, today. Before she had time to take credit from Sun Yan, the next second her ear was pinched and lifted upwards by Sun Yan reaching out. Ouch, ouch. Master, I was wrong. And you know you're wrong? Sun Yan grimaced. His other hand pinched Star's soft cheeks, and twisted his left and right hands in a joint motion. Who told you to stop, Jade 786? Do you know it's dangerous? What if she takes you with her and crashes into the wall? I resisted the collision. Ouch. Crash resistant? Come show me how crash resistant you are. Master, you bully me. You don't even praise me when I win a match. And you want me to compliment you? You go back and wait for your ass to be spanked. Ling Feng and Flowing Light snorted at the cleaned up Star. Su Yuyang hurriedly went up to persuade. Brother Sun Yen, this child Xingqian is kind-hearted. This is a good thing. It's better than being cold and heartless, right? And isn't she fine? I see that she is also a do things to be measured. Forget it. Jade 786 watched the scene from afar, her eyes filled with envy, but quickly dimmed again. What's lost is lost, and no matter what, you can't get it back. At the moment she finally understood this. Both pilots and machinists have to pay for their choices. She turned her back and left alone with her head down, casually removed the modification and throw it on the beach at the dock. It was as if the whole body was much lighter for a moment. Tianyuan City, a villa. Brother Yang, please, give me another chance. This time it's really just an accident. Brother Young? On the phone, Hansi's voice was as raucous as a crow. It also filled the young man sitting on the couch with disgust and impatience. He snapped and hung up the phone, leaning back on the sofa and staring at the ceiling, his eyes grim. It's true that random minions aren't very reliable. They can't even do this little thing right. Boss, here's the information you asked for. A secretary-looking woman presented the information up. The young man scanned the information a few times and asked with a smile. Saunian, King of Nox? Kind of interesting. Do you think he'll come to our club? Hang on. The secretary shook his head. He doesn't seem to be planning on joining any clubs, and he's close to Su Ziliang. And according to the investigation, Hanji and Broken Moon didn't run and win because Lingfeng was specifically trained by him. This Sun Yen is a genius, able to research so many techniques on his own. It would be a shame if he couldn't be recruited to our club. What do you mean? Doesn't our club also have an ace who's preparing for the provincial tournament recently? Yes, that's the one called Li Yaochen. Let him go and jam Sun Yen and Zhang Laolai. The secretary sniffed with a constipated look. Boss, are you sure you want Li Yaochen to go? That eccentric character of his. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? The young man waved his hand and said with boredom, Li Yaochen's character is strange, but he'll definitely do a good job at whatever he's asked to do. By the way, is there any news from the VVC side? Yes, boss. VVC's ace, Li Yang, held a press conference and declared that he's ready for the Griffin Desert Circuit and that he's sure to win the championship this time. Just him? The young man snorted, a cold glint in his eyes. Well, let's see who the champion really is. Next chapter. Hello, my boss told me to target you loading. Meow meow meow. Chapter 69, a little daily routine 1. Hey Snow Peak, the boss has asked us to jam a rookie driver in the progression race. What do you think about that? On the street where people came and went, a young man with a fair and clean face, wearing a black functional wind, stared at his cell phone and stopped in his tracks. He was followed by a very small machinima with silver eyes and gray hair and a cool temperament, looking like an exquisite doll from a dark fairy tale. Master, as seniors, we shouldn't do such underhanded things, the machinima named Snow Peak said with an expressionless face. But we have to do the boss's mission. A touch of difficulty surfaced on Li Yaochen's dull face. Master, you could have told him ahead of time so it would have been fair and just. Makes sense. Telling him all about how we're going to target him so that he can prepare in advance. Xiafeng, you're a genius. Wow. Master, you're a genius too. A man and a machine lady holding hands, with the same face paralyzed, looking at each other, but with a sympathetic flavor. Li Yaochen nodded. Then it's decided. Nah, master, look. Xiafeng raised her hand and pointed at a nearby store. The pink decorations exuded a charming atmosphere. It was a couple's theme hotel. She twisted her head and looked at Li Yaochen, pulling Li Yaochen's hand. Thinking about it. But wasn't it just this morning? Thinking about it. Xiafeng looked up at Li Yaochen dumbfounded. Her small mouth deflated with just a few words. May I? No problem. Li Yaochen skillfully took out a bag of 6 flavored Dihuang pills and poured it into his mouth, pulling Xiafeng's hand into the hotel. Isn't it a pilot's duty to do his best to fulfill the requests of his own pilots? It's incumbent. A week had passed since the Star and Jade 786 match. During this period of time Sun Yan just took Star to give Flowing Light a lesson every day. Physical training according to the plan formulated by Zhang Laolai, and in the middle of the time, he also took the time to run a training match to obtain 15 MP points, and now he has 19 MP points remaining, and for the time being, he hasn't thought of which attributes to strengthen Star. Nowadays, all of Star's attributes had reached over 50 without the module bonus, with 5 MP points to raise one attribute. The 3 attributes provided by these 19 MP points didn't seem to be much of a boost no matter what attributes they were added to. Phew, I'm exhausted. Sun Yan looked at the back of the star running in front of him, and finally did not resist stopping to hold his knees to slow down his breath. Every morning at 6 o'clock to get up to run. At first it was just 5 kilometers he felt easy, and then increased 5 kilometers every day, and now in the morning to run 15 kilometers, but also try to finish in an hour. Who the hell can top that? One Punch Man isn't even that demanding, is he? Who? Master, and you can't? Star heard the movement behind him and ran backwards in place to come back, looking at Sun Yan with a teasing face. TSK, is Master one of those mongrel pilots who can't even run away from his own machinima? You're tired after just a short run. It doesn't last long at all. Sun Yan's eyes went black and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How can a normal human outrun a machine woman? Think when Star said to accompany running when he was still very excited to come. After all, it is now summer. Running everyone just wear a tank top and shorts. The kind of tighter tank tops after sweating will stick together with the skin. And Star is the kind of body that is very material although petite. By then will not it be? All in all, this is the motivation for him to run in the first place. And the result? Star froze and didn't sweat a drop no matter how much he ran. What kind of perverted physique is this? Obviously touching is the same as normal girl's skin, soft and smooth and fragrant. Sun Yan still couldn't understand magical creatures like machinima. No more running. Let me rest for a while. Sun Yan sat on his butt on the ground. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and even if you don't do anything, sweat is running down your cheeks like a waterfall. If you want to go fast, you can't go fast. Even fitness has to be gradual. He made an excuse for himself, thinking to himself that he'd have to change his running time to nighttime from now on, or he'd die of dehydration sooner or later. Master, eat durian boo? Star conventionally opened the durian in his head and took out the biggest and fullest pile and handed it to Sun Yan. No, I already ate in the morning. Sun Yan inclined his head. The durian thing was delicious, but eating too much of it was mushy and too sweet, and it was only Star who could stand to eat the thing as a meal. But the strange thing is, no matter how Star ate, body and mouth are not too much smell. Maybe the machine lady has the ability to automatically purify the smell? So, Master, want a drink? I'll go get it for you? Star squatted next to Sun Yan, quietly surveying the side of Sun Yan's face. The sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves, dropping starry patches of light on Sun Yan's face. Star pursed her lips, her pretty face slightly red. Instead of his usual serious look, the squirming Master looked even more adorable. Favorite. But how on earth do you give expression to such feelings for Master? Racing skills are good to learn, but who to learn these from? What if I express it and Sun Yan rejects it? For example, I only think of you as my Megan. I've never had that thought before. It's so sudden, and Megans and humans are impossible. How can you think like that? Star, I've really misjudged you. I treat you as a premier machinima, but you crave my body and so on. The thought of this filled Star with a nagging feeling, and all the courage that occasionally welled up was transformed into timidity. If you don't say anything, you can at least maintain your current relationship. She can recklessly rush into Sun Yan's room, can secretly burrow into Sun Yan's quilt when she sleeps at night, and can pick up a paper towel to help Sun Yan wipe his mouth after eating. Perhaps this is the most secure way to deal with it. Neither of them spoke, and the forest track was reduced to a breeze and the chirping of cicadas. Sun Yan wondered what Star was thinking with her lightly furrowed brow. Perhaps the machine lady had her own troubles? Master. Boss Su said that after training today, we'll all go to a hot spring together. Do you want to go? In his previous life, Sun Yan was a serious social insulator. The first reaction to hearing about various social engagements was not to go, and he was now about to say no, when a string suddenly popped in his head. Spa? The stars go too? Hot springs equals swimwear equals Star in a cute swimsuit equals he can watch. What if it's a private soup? Sun Yan wiped the sweat from the corners of his mouth, and an evil grin appeared on his face. The innocent Star must not understand anything. When? Jia. Master, you're smiling so lewdly. Star poked Sun Yan in the face. Ahem. Yes. You must have read it wrong. I'm so decent. So Master, are we going or not? Star took out her cell phone and waved it around. Flowing light is still waiting for my reply. Go, why not? Sun Yan agreed with a full mouth. So Master, you're training. Sun Yan directly stood up from the ground with a carp. I'll run now. Didn't you say that if you want to go fast, you can't go fast? Star blinked her big eyes. Oh, what desire for speed is all. Sun Yan was full of disdain, pointing to the boulevard in front of him, and laughed fiercely. A mere 15 kilometers with a hand on it. Those who can't run are fine dogs. At the moment, his body was full of power, and without saying a word, he continued to charge forward. Star looked at Sun Yan's back with a smile and followed suit. Master, wait for me. Spa Limited. Chapter 70. Hello, my boss told me to target you. At night, under the leadership of Su Yuyang, in addition to Zhang Laolai, who was still redeeming himself. Su Yuyang, Lu Guang, Su Nian, Xing Chen and Ling Feng, the 5 of them grouped together and came to the Mingxiang Natural Hot Spring in Tianyuan City. Su Nian was already excited when he saw the antique, colorful and luxurious decor. It wouldn't make sense for a spa like this to not have a private bath, would it? This hot spring is a very famous one in our area. Everyone has been training very hard lately, so go in later and enjoy yourself. I'll fully cover all the expenses inside. Su Yuyang waved his hand in a rather atmospheric manner. He was obviously a regular customer here. Immediately after entering the store, 2 waitresses wearing nakas greeted him. Yo, Boss Seo, here to soak in the hot springs again. The boss's wife at the counter beamed. And you brought a friend today? Aha. Su Yuyang came up to the boss's wife with a calm face, leaving Su Nian and the others aside. Don't have a private soup today if the situation is special. Su Yuyang's old face blushed and lowered his voice. It's not good to be known by my friends. I still have to maintain my image. The boss's wife sniffed and gave an I get you look. Don't worry. I'll just say that the private soup is gone today. It won't embarrass you. Su Yuyang looked at the boss's wife gratefully. Next time, I'll bring Lu Guang to take care of your business. Hey, good talk. After explaining to the boss's wife, Su Yuyang retreated in a serious manner. Liu Guang pulled Su Yuyang's hand and subconsciously asked, Master, today is also a private. Ahem, private. Yeah, the boss's wife said there's no more. Su Yuyang hurriedly interrupted, flowing light. Guests, we don't have any more private soup yet. We can only arrange 2 medium-sized springs for you. Men on one side, women on the other. The moment he heard this, the smile on Su Nian's face gradually disappeared. Doesn't this mean that later on, it'll be him and Su Yuyang soaking together, with the 3 witches, Star, Flowing Light and Ling Feng? The image in front of me gradually lost its color and turned gray. Su Nian laughed miserably. Oh, maybe his heart, he was born to be broken. 15 minutes later, in the hot springs, Su Nian and Su Yuyang sat opposite each other. A plate floated in front of the 2 of them with snacks and drinks on it, but neither side was in the mood to eat or drink. Brother Su Nian, why do you feel like you're in a bad mood today? Su Yuyang glanced at Su Nian and suddenly asked, is there? Probably too tired. Su Nian said absent-mindedly. He thought in his heart, what is Star doing right now? She should be clad in a bathrobe, half naked with fragrant shoulders, her pretty face scarlet, dazedly leaning against a rock and soaking in the water, or she should be playing and fooling around with Ling Feng and Liu Guang? What kind of a beautiful scene was that? White legs, delicate collarbones, delicate body hidden in the water vapor of the hot spring. Damn it, such a big spa, and that's all the private soup there is? Are you kidding me? You've obviously been looking forward to this all day. Could it be that Brother Su Nian is regretting the lack of private soup today? Su Yuyang's searching voice slowly drifted in. Yes. No. Su Nian hurriedly denied. Boss Su, am I the kind of person who thinks about soaking in private soup with the machine ladies? They are our partners. Is that so? Su Yuyang stretched his voice, full of skepticism. Yes, Su Nian said righteously. Su Yuyang sighed in his heart. He thought that Su Nian was a fellow traveler, and after half a day, Su Nian was so serious. That's not going to work. I was going to share my experiences with each other. Now he can only make a stern face, picking up his drink and taking a sip, following Su Nian's words. You're right. The most important thing as a pilot is to be of good character. The machine girls are indeed good looking, and in human form there is no difference between them and us human females except that they can't give birth to babies. However, you can't do anything to them just because they're innocent and they're cute. They are our partners. Whoever did this to their partners, doesn't their conscience hurt? Su Nian nodded with a face full of agreement. Inside, he was wailing. So this is Mr. Su, how can you be so enlightened? Compared to Boss Seo of Kuzhangwei, he with his dirty mind is like a cockroach living in the cracks. Abominable. Su Nian lowered his head and began to confess. Su Yuyang looked at the night sky above his head. His old face reddened. The corner of his mouth hooked up an obscene smile, not knowing what he was thinking. The other side of the 2 walls is a completely different light. Together, Star, Flowing Light and Ling Feng were lying on top of a huge little yellow duck, their 3 pairs of little feet lapping in the water, pushing the duck around the hot springs. Ri Ugwang, your feet are much better. Ling Feng noticed that Ri Ugwang's legs were already free to move. Yeah, Ryuko narrowed her eyes and smiled warmly. Thanks to Star and Star Family's master, I should be able to take the field in the Greenfield Advancement Tournament in a week's time. Actually Master and I didn't do anything. It's Ryuko himself who worked very hard. Star topped off with a durian skin, full of silly smiles. I don't know what Master and the others are doing either. Flowing Light looked at the opposite wall, her brows knitted lightly in confusion. In the past, when we came to the hot springs, Master had to have a private soup. It was just me and him. Star and Ling Feng's faces immediately turned red when they heard this. So exciting. Wouldn't that be seeing everything? Ling Feng covered her reddened pretty face with both hands in disbelief. Star also buried her head, her wet eyes looking at the stream of light, wondering what she was thinking. I was originally Master's machinima, and he didn't give up on me when I was at my lowest point, so I don't think it's anything. Flowing Light said frankly. Besides, Master didn't do anything to me, he just massaged me. Massage? Star and Ling Feng looked at each other. Yeah. Flowing Light sat down on the little yellow duck, lifted her long, slender, white legs, pinched the soft, tender flesh on her thighs, and said with a smile, "The Master massaged my legs for me, saying that it would invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, so that soon I'll be able to get back on my feet again." So, does that really work? Star was filled with curiosity. It doesn't seem to help, but he's so happy. It's like a shot in the arm every time. Ling Feng's face had already reddened to the roots of her ears, and she wanted to remind Lu Guang that Su Yuyan was craving for her body. But suddenly, he felt that there was no point in talking about this. Even if Su Yuyan really wanted anything, Lu Guang would surely agree to it, right? I'd like Master to massage me too, Star muttered as she cupped her cheeks. Then you can just tell him directly. Flowing Light stroked Star's head and said with a smile, "You said your legs were sore and tired, and you're the premier machinist, so Mr. Saunian will definitely say yes. But what if he refuses? Then you pussyfoot around him." Oh, Star beamed bitterly. Would it be too capricious to pester the Master's pampered machinima? The 2-hour spa session was over and it was almost 12 o'clock when I came out. Star, Ling Feng and Lu Guang were refreshed. Only Sun Yan and Su Yuyang had a bitter face, forcing a smile, favoring each other in making a serious face. This concludes today's regimentation. Training continues tomorrow for the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. Fighting. After settling the bill, the crowd was about to leave when a man and a woman happened to walk outside the store. It looks like a pilot and his mechanic's wife. Originally, there was no intersection between the two sides, but when they passed by Sun Yan and Xing Chen, those two stopped. "Hello, Saunian, it's you, isn't it?" Under Sun Yan and Star's confused gazes, the youth held his cell phone and compared it while walking over. He extended a hand in a friendly manner and said expressionlessly, "Hello, Sun Yan. My name is Li Yaochen, and this is my machinima Xiafeng." The machinima named Snow Peak also held out her hand to Star with an expressionless face. With a dumbfounded look on her face, Star shook hands with Snow Peak, who was a little shorter than her. Sun Yan couldn't figure out who the other person was, but shook hands politely and asked in confusion, "Hello, what can I do for you?" He thought the other man just wanted to come over and get acquainted. After all, the King of Nox still had a better reputation. As a result, the other party's next sentence directly to him will not be whole. "My boss asked me to target you, and it just so happened that I came across it, so I'm here to warn you about it in particular." Star Spa Limited 2. Chapter 71. Everyone wants to be in the top 10. Thanks to user 547-1931 for the Big Brother's gift. Sun Yan recognized every word Li Yaochen said, but put together it becomes a bit hard to understand. "My boss asked me to target you," Li Yaochen repeated, saying patiently, "In order to target you, Xiafeng and I have made a very detailed plan. Do you want to hear it?" Sun Yan nodded blankly. "It's like this. Since Xiafeng and I have already participated in the Greenfield Advancement Tournament, we won't be able to participate this time, so we can only take on you and Star in the Silverstone Advancement Tournament after the Greenfield Advancement Tournament." Li Yaochen, while gesticulating, and even took out his cell phone to take the Silverstone progression track map to Sun Yan and Star to see. "Here and here is the Silverstone track of the difficult curves. I'm ready and Xiafeng in these places to you and Star out of the track. Of course, the premise is that we are side by side to start the car. This point I'll fight for it. If we don't start side by side, then Xiafeng and I can only make you and Xingchen only second or third in the Silverstone progression race and the progression race after that, and then we'll take a shot at you after we enter the provincial circuit." Panlong Mountain. Li Yaochen spoke in a serious manner. Sun Yan listened attentively, and Xingchen silently pulled out the durian skin, eyeing it intently. "I'm just a little curious." Sun Yan pinched his brow. "Since you're here to target me, why are you telling me this? Wouldn't it be easier to achieve your goal if you didn't say anything?" "Because it's fair." Li Yaochen made a stern face. "Intelligent armors can only participate in the post-provincial track, so the pre-provincial track is the fairest, and this fairness needs to be upheld. Besides, Xiafeng and I are your and Star seniors. We have to have a face." The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. "I thought, is your boss really not going to peel your skin off? I'll take it that you guys are here to lay down the gauntlet. Your provocation. I'll catch it." Sun Yan's expression became serious. "Thank you for telling me this in advance, but when it comes to the real match, I won't show any mercy. I'll wait for you at the Silverstone Advancement Tournament." Li Yaochen nodded and led Xiafeng towards the hot springs. You can still faintly hear them talking. "Master, I want to again. But wasn't it just this afternoon? May I? Thinking about it. No problem. Then order a private soup. Wow, sound of pouring 6 flavors of diabetic pills into the mouth. Master, are these two out of their minds? Star crossed her arms, her face full of anger. She almost couldn't help but put the durian shells on Li Yaochen and Xiefeng's heads. What do you mean? Push her and Su Nin out of the track. They're good at crashing? I also think that they might be a little bit in the head. Su Nian is still a bit reactive right now. I've seen strange people, but it's the first time I've seen Li Yaochen and Xiefeng that's strange. Cough cough. Brother Su Nian, that Li Yaochen should not be underestimated. Su Yuyang glanced at the two men who had already disappeared into the hot spring door store and lowered his voice. This Li Yaochen is the rookie chief of Tianyuan City's strongest club RCC, Royal Crown Club. He has a very strong machinima attribute and is rumored to have special skills. That fierce? Su Nian raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Think about where you've offended the Crown Club. I don't even know him. Su Nian shook his head, also confused. If you didn't say anything about this RCC club, I wouldn't have known it existed. Su Yuyang shook his head as he sniffed, rather remembering that Su Nian didn't know much about racing clubs anymore. I reckon it might be because you King of Nox is so popular and you haven't joined any clubs. The Crown Club is putting pressure on you. Some clubs send out deliberate pressure in order to force some rider they have their eye on to join the club. But won't that push people out instead? No, it's called showing off muscles. Su Yuyang smiled and said, the ultimate goal of racers and machinists is to become stronger, to go to better tracks and raise their profile. So of course they aspire to stronger clubs. Sometimes being bullied a bit instead clears their heads. Su Nian skimmed his mouth, and in his heart, he said, what's the difference between this and Jitterbug? He wouldn't feel good about a club like that anyway. Regardless, Star and I definitely need to be prepared. Su Nian and the Star beside him exchanged glances, their gazes gradually becoming sharp. The most important thing now is to prepare for the Greenfield Progressive Tournament and take a solid first-place finish in the Greenfield Progressive Tournament. At that time there would be a full 30 MP points for Star to use, plus the existing ones would total 49 points, using these MP points to target Star's attributes. Even if Li Yaochen and Xiefeng had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be caught in a passive situation. Go Greenfield Progressive. Go Greenfield. Ooh-hoo, Master, the Durian King won't let you down. Time rushes by, and a week passes. Tomorrow is the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. Wow. Yeah, time flies. Star, Flowing Light, and Lingfeng sat opposite each other in the courtyard, all holding cups of herbal tea in their hands. Under the sycamore tree in the next yard, Su Yuyang, Su Nian and Zhang Laolai are standing in front of the sand table, which shows exactly the Greenfield Advanced track. Su Yuyang is carefully explaining each paragraph of the track, and Su Nian and Zhang Laolai are listening attentively and nodding from time to time. Star, although you and Mr. Su Nian have helped me a lot, I'm not going to let up tomorrow. Streamlight looked at Star with gratitude in her eyes. Her leg was completely healed, and Su Yuyang was even able to drive her to leap over the steel frame. Originally, she thought she would never get on a track again for the rest of her life. Hoo-hoo, feel free to come at me. Star waved her small fist with full vigor. Durian King and Durian Great King are not vegetarians. If this Durian King wins first place, you'll be Durian Little Kings from now on. At the mention of Su Nian, Star subconsciously inclined her head to look at the other courtyard. Su Nian was slightly lowering his head, propping up his chin with one hand, his face full of contemplation. Her cheeks looked like they were shrouded in a soft glow in the light. She blushed slightly and withdrew her gaze as a thief, only to feel her heart beat faster for a split second. Recently, she has been training hard, and Master has been working hard, and now she can successfully complete 20 kilometers in the evening night run. Zhang Laolai said that when Master can finish 20 kilometers in 80 minutes, he can start to add other programs. Cheer together. Streamer held out his hand and smiled. Everyone in the top 10. I'll also try to catch up with the footsteps of Star and Flowing Light seniors. Lingfeng gathered his courage and high-fived Star and Flowing Light. She's already much more confident than she used to be. Keep in mind that her acceleration attributes are all much worse than Flowing Light and Star. The Greenfield Advancement race was another one of those tracks that had a lot of straight lines, and she wouldn't have dared to even say anything if it were in the past. Meanwhile, the SSC Club. Master, get some rest. It's already late and you have a match tomorrow. Hurricane came to Wang Yiming's side with a cup of coffee. Her master had been watching the video for a whole day. It's because tomorrow is a competition that we have to improvise. Wang Yiming repeatedly dials back the picture and cuts it to 0.25x speed. Inside, the very same footage of Su Nian and Star crossing the bend was playing. We've pretty much mastered Su Nian's mysterious cornering technique. The only thing we need to pay attention to is the choice of entry point. His face was full of gravity, biting his finger. This thing can only be built up by training and experience. I really don't know how that kid's brain grows. Did he start running race cars when he was in his mother's womb? Master, Greenfield Advancement doesn't have that many turns. That's why I'm wary of the Silverstone progression tournament afterward. Ugh, Hurricane sighed helplessly, lifting his hand to help Wang Yiming knead his temples and said with a smile, Master is really well thought out. That's right. For someone as talented as me who still works so hard, the heavens will definitely favor me. Wang Yiming picked up his coffee and took a sip, his face full of confidence. No, you're a gift from God. As long as I have you, tomorrow's Greenfield Advancement Tournament will come hand in hand. Hurricane smiled faintly, deep in his heart. The Greenfield progression was literally a track made for her. This track has very few corners. It's all ramps and straights. Ramps require flying jumps, which test stability after landing, and straight lines test acceleration. And acceleration and stability happen to be her strengths. And with her in the Greenfield Advancement race this time, the other machinists will only be able to run with her. VVC Club. Kim Young-tae gulped as he looked at Clouded Leopard's smooth, white, pink back where he couldn't see a single blemish. He took a deep breath to put the module that Liang had given him in Cloud Leopard on Cloud Leopard. At the end of the day, he still couldn't resist touching a hand on Clouded Leopard's slender willow waist. Clouded Leopard. Ah, it's a pity you don't have a fire can on this back. Clouded Leopard, red-faced, put on his racing suit, twisted his head to glare at Kim Young-tae, and snapped, Then Master, it's kind of a shame that you don't go and get castrated. Kim Young-tae hooked his waist in embarrassment and hurriedly sat down holding the edge of the bed. A mixture of awkwardness and charm brewed in the room. It was quiet, with only a gradual rise in temperature. Nah, Master, is my waist nice to touch? Ah, pretty good touch. Kim Young-tae sniffled, his face bashful. If this Greenfield Advancement Tournament can enter the top 3, Clouded Leopard paused, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth, getting smaller and smaller. If it can enter the top 3, I'll give you a random touch. Touch-o. What? Kim Young-tae's eyes widened as he stood up and came over to Yun Bao. You're telling the truth? Aha. Clouded Leopard nodded with her scarlet pretty face buried. That. Kim Young-tae rubbed his hands with a lewd face. Then can I touch here? Where? Clouded Leopard followed Kim Young-tae's gaze and landed on his chest. Go to hell. Boom. An over-the-shoulder drop that shakes the ground. Kim Young-tae is embedded directly in the floor in a tie formation. The reward is gone. Cloud Leopard crushed his foot on Kim Young-tae's head from side to side and laughed harshly. If you don't get the top 3, you'll be waiting to be castrated with a pair of scissors by my mother. Clouded Leopard, Clouded Leopard, Clouded Leopard, Clouded Leopard. Snow Peak, Snow Peak, Snow Peak. Chapter 72. Never. Thanks to Brother 54719. More. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, this is the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. This advancement tournament will be narrated by me, your favorite Tammy-san. The start of the Greenfield Advance track was packed. There's a huge blimp with a screen hanging from it flying around the entrance to the track, and on the big screen above the blimp is the passionate face of the host, Tammy, who herself is actually in a helicopter with a video camera, filming the inside of the track at all times. This year's Greenfield Advancement Tournament is a bunch of fun. The camera screen jumped and gave it to Su Yuyang and Lu Guang, who were doing their warm-ups. Our veteran players, Firefox Club owner Su Yuyang and his machinima, Lu Guang. Half a year ago, Su Yuyang and Lu Guang were injured in the Greenfield Advance Tournament, and now they are back on the battlefield of the Greenfield Advance Tournament once again. So we'll see if they can overcome the past, or if they are even better. We'll see. Noticing the camera, Lu Guang smiled tenderly at the camera and wrapped her arms around Su Yuyang. The scene jumped to Sun Yen and Star, and Sister Tai Mei's voice became more exaggerated. What kind of visual feast will the current most popular contestant, Magician King of Nok Sun Yen and his machinima, Star, bring to us today? Star held up a durian and playfully poked her tongue out at the camera. Sun Yen expressionlessly gave close-ups of the module store's insignia specifically to the camera, as well as the Gold Master's uncle's daughter's big head sticker, all together. As far as work ethic as a racer is concerned, he's done a drop-dead great job. The crowd was roaring and there were even a number of fans holding up banners of the magician. That fire scene was comparable to the stargazers in the previous life. Zhang Jinbao, who once lost 5 times in 5 advanced tournaments, makes a brand new appearance with his new debut machinima Lingfeng. Zhang Laolai was full of seriousness as he prepared for the start, and Lingfeng had already unfolded the bodywork. They were not very lucky, and drew the 7th starting position, which was already almost as good as a Pathfinder car in a field of 76 competitors. On the bleachers, the purple electricity relies on flexible positioning hard to squeeze to a forward position. The eyes of the left and right sweep instantly locked in Sun Yen and Star. At this moment, Star is pinching a durian full of pleasing to feed Sun Yen to eat. Sun Yen is a face of dislike, rolling left and right side of the horizontal jumps. Zidian skimmed her mouth and muttered with hatred, being so nice to that man, be careful of abandoning you one day. When the time comes, you won't even have a place to cry. Humph. Having said that, she still took out the melons, fruits and drinks she had prepared in advance and set them in front of her. After that, Ms. Tammy introduced the participants from several big clubs, such as Wang Yiming Hurricane from SSC, Kim Jungti Cloud Leopard from VDC, and Liang Breaking Dawn from TSD, The Sound of Dawn. And when the atmosphere of the scene reached the most enthusiastic, the Greenfield Advanced Tournament was officially started. The provincial advancement track is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Sun Yan glanced over to look at the attributes of several machine girls. Each and every one of them was very excellent, definitely not much worse than Star. And these drivers are nowhere near as juvenile as those at the Knox Rally. According to Su Yu Yang, it's not the first time that many drivers have participated in the Greenfield Advance. As long as you are not in the top 10, it is equivalent to not qualifying for provincial progression through the Greenfield progression, and you can only qualify for the provincial track, Panlong Mountain, by winning at least 3 top 10s from the remaining 4 progressions. But for many machinists, the Greenfield progression counts as the least difficult as it really has very few corners. Hello, my name is Leah Ann. Next to the driver and Sun Yan side by side to start the car came over. Is a flaxen long hair beauty, tall, I estimate is 1.75 meters. Her machine mother is a fire red long hair imperial sister, wearing a black tight racing suit, outlined a beautiful figure. The look is relatively high and cold, especially Sun Yan and Leah and hand in hand the moment. Her eyes also floated out a touch of dislike. Hello. Saunian nodded politely. We're all here to compete. We're competitors all right. There's really no need to be full of hostility. He has always done unto others as they have done unto him, and respect is given to each other. Mr. Magician, you are my idol. Oh. Lion took out a racing suit, pointed to the chest, and said with a smile, "Can I have your autograph?" Sun Yan, or the first time encountered this situation, he to the pocket did not touch the marker, turned around to ask Star has not brought, but saw Star hands merged in front of the chest, palm pressed an oversized durian, a look of bitterness and hatred. Sunin, is this getting ready to fire the Spiro, durian, pill? That, Star, humph, no. Star put away the durian at the same time to hide the marker behind the back. 2 fingers a skimming directly break. Pretty face to the side of the drumming cheeks. Marker this kind of miscellaneous fish items. Forget to bring said. Saudian glanced at the remains of the marker at Star's feet and could only scratch his head and say to Lion, "Sorry about that, didn't bring a marker." "It's fine. It's fine." Lion pretended not to see the broken marker and said with a smile, "Actually, you can sign it after the competition also. Your machinima is so cute, unlike the one in my house, who has a stinky face all day long." "Hey master, what are you talking about? Who stinks face?" Dawn's voice drifted in through gritted teeth. Leah uncovered her mouth and smiled apologetically, bowed deeply to Sun Yan, and after getting up, the look on her face had become incredibly serious and sharp. "Mr. Magician, although you are my idol, the racetrack is like a battlefield. We two just happen to be starting side by side, and when the race is on later on, I'll give it my all and won't give you any face. It should be so." Sun Yan nodded solemnly. He and Leah Ian started 35th and 36th, side by side with each other. As time went on, it was already almost their turn. Both returned to their respective machinima and the machinima went into unfolding mode. Sun Yan sat in Star's driver's seat and looked up to see Star's smelly face twisted over. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "What's wrong, Star? Why are you acting weird today?" "Master, isn't that driver nice? Big, sexy and feminine? Did you like her and want to have children with her?" Then he left his own machine girl aside and didn't care about her. And in the end, the machine girl ended up alone and depressed, and could only weep silently alone in the retort field, and finally despairingly parsed out the intelligent armament core to say goodbye to this durianless world. Star uttered a large sentence in one breath, and beads of tears were already welling up in her eyes. No thing, I was just politely signing." "Really? There's really no thought of having a baby?" "It really didn't. I swear." Sun Yan pointed 4 fingers to the sky. Star puffed out her pink cheeks and stared at Sun Yan for a while before she sighed in relief. "Humph, let's just take Masta's word for it. Say, Star, we're really going all out today." Sun Yan patted Star's Q bouncy button and sat up straight. "That Dawn is strong." He recalled breaking Dawn's attributes and now felt his scalp tingle. Drift, 75 points. Acceleration, 88 points. Bend, 72 points. Gathering gas, 69 points. Stability, 81 points. Crash resistance, 55 points. Range, 81 points. Lion's skill aside, Dawn's attributes are perfectly suited to pose a threat to the current Star. On the module after the Star acceleration has been compared to the Dawn, but Sun Yan is not likely to remove the module. The Greenfield advanced race of the curves less, but does not mean that there is no, does not mean that it is not difficult. For example, The end of the fly-jumping river followed by cliffs and hairpin bends. If you put the module under the he and the star will probably have to be in the sun shoulder to shoulder. Master, I will not lose to that woman and that woman's machinima. Star's milky voice came from the front. She twisted her head to look at Sun Yen, and there was a burning flame in her eyes that Sun Yen couldn't understand. Never. Daybreak. Stay with a star. Chapter 73. Ow. 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 Please prepare 35 and 36 for the start. The radio beep sounded. Lion carefully checked the helmet and harness again. Grip Dawn's joystick tightly after making sure it's okay and take a deep breath. Dawn, there's a lot of pressure on us in this tournament, and I didn't expect to be tied with magic. Starting side by side with the strongest means a possible collision on the track. This feeling of a threat being close by can make people unconsciously nervous. Che, what's the point of alerting that smelly man? I'll kill him with my bare hands. Breaking Dawn slightly inclined her head with a face full of disdain. Master, there's no need to learn that man's technique at all. You can easily defeat 99.9% of the players by relying only on me. Dawn, I know you're good. Lion held her forehead in dumbfounded laughter and said helplessly, but in the future, as we participate in higher and higher ranked tournaments, we'll also encounter stronger and stronger opponents, and those mechas have the same skills as you do, and those pilots might even be smart armors, so at all times, it's necessary to learn from other people's strengths to arm ourselves. Got it. Nag. Dawn beamed as her eyes wandered. She just couldn't stand to see her favorite master shaking hands with a man and saying something stupid like idol. Her master only needs one idol, and that's her. Top machine girl break Dawn. No matter what, I will defeat that man and his machinima. Master, just come and worship me. Dawn thought darkly in his heart, and with the countdown his body gradually lowered itself into a starting stance. Countdown in 10 seconds. Boom dash. Leah and brake to death. Pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the engine let out an exhilarating sound at very high RPMs. Sun Yen, who was driving the star next to him, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is this planning to use an ejection start? Yoo-hoo, you're a quick learner. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly, not that he had anything to fear. As soon as his technology appeared in this world, then it was quickly parsed by other racers and machinists and formed into their own technology. Just like before cell phones were produced, people would never have thought there could be such a thing. But as it appeared, it has been updated and replaced with a smartphone in less than a decade. Breaking the ice is hard, but as soon as the leader appears, then it is only a matter of time before the glacier dissolves. Master, they're stealing our techniques. Star's indignant voice came from the front, her mouth pouting so much she could hang a sauce bottle. Let them learn. That's good. Otherwise it always feels like you're racing a bunch of primitives. Even though Sun Yin said so, Star was still very unhappy. Saying something about being the master's idol was just a small trick to lower the master's guard. She, Durian Great King, had already seen it clearly. Even if the master was mesmerized, she would definitely not fall off the wagon. As Sun Yen stepped on the gas to the end, the star also made a sound wave like a beast hissing, and the body shook slightly. But she didn't feel like there was enough pep in her step, so she rolled down the window to Dawn next to her. Oh woo woo. Sunin, breaking Dawn and Leah N. Is durian really a brain tonic? Sun Yen had a little tiny doubt at this time. As the starting gun went off, both machine girls leapt out at the same time. As fast as lightning, the host, Sister Tammy, immediately gave the camera to Star and Dawn. Viewers, our most popular contestant, Sun Yen Star, and TSD Club newcomer Dark Horse, Lee and Dawn, have already started, and judging from what we've just seen, they're both using the starting point ejection technique invented by the magician, Sun Yen. The crowd roared as the first straightaway of the Greenfield progression race went through the entire grandstand. Sun Yen felt that the roar of these spectators was on the verge of suppressing the sound waves of the two machinima. Both Star and Dawn belonged to the category of machine girls with a strong performance advantage in a straight line, and the Greenfield advancement course is 377 kilometers long, so the two machine girls might show us a wonderful fight during the 1-hour race. But right now, Dawn seems to have an advantage in straight-line acceleration. Star gritted her teeth. That host wasn't wrong. Dawn was indeed slowly but surely pulling away from her. Don't panic. Sun Yen held the joystick with one hand. The other hand skillfully pressed on Star's butt. Her straight-line acceleration is indeed better than yours right now. But the Greenfield advancement race isn't just about straight lines. Stay close to her for now, and suck on the tail flow. Only Sun Yen's words could calm Star's anxious heart. She pursed her lips and hunkered down closely behind Broken Dawn. Leah and glanced in the rearview mirror and narrowed both eyes. Dawn, get ready to snake around and throw Star off. The track of the Greenfield advancement race was very wide and could be run completely at random, compared to the little time wasted by walking. Lian believed that completely shaking off Sun Yen was the key to winning first place, and she wasn't afraid of Star intentionally bumping into Dawn. The Greenfield advancement race was a pure test of the ability to fly and jump and accelerate in a straight line, and it was forbidden to intentionally bump into each other or else they would be penalized for the time penalty. In order to get rid of Star, Dawn immediately changed lanes left and right. There There was a moment when Star didn't suck in the wake stream and almost cut out of the negative pressure zone behind the Dawn. But let's not forget that there's still the monster that is Sounian. No sucking on the tailpipe? I'll suck it. I'll suck it, suck it. Sun Yen laughed, maneuvering Star to change lanes after Dawn. He was like predicting Dawn's alignment in advance, sticking to Dawn and not letting go. Infuriated Dawn gritted his teeth. It was too eager to unroll and turn around to rush into Star's cab to gnaw on the abominable man twice. Master, I can't get rid of them. They're just like a dog's skin. They're so annoying. In the face of a stormy dawn, Liang could only look in the rearview mirror in admiration. All she could see was the upper half of the man's body and the steady hands gripping the joystick. If any other player had been behind Dawn, they would have been thrown out of the picture a long time ago. It was also the same magician who could rely on the negative pressure zone to deadlock Dawn when there was a gap in the acceleration attribute of the machine girl. If you can't shake it off, forget it, you'll be in the ramp area soon. Focus, Liang rushed to calm Dawn down. Broken Dawn's skill cannot be used she really do not want to use. She also intends to leave this skill in the Pan Long Mountain track. Moreover, Ruoxiao's ability to gather chi was average, and in a track like the Greenfield Advancement Race, she could only use the skill once at most, and if she wanted to use it again, she would have to drink sodium fiber beta nutrient liquid, which was obviously forbidden in the Greenfield Advancement Race. Turning a gentle curve, a large number of jumping boards for flying jumps came into view. Liang stared at the ramp area as it finally came. She and Dawn had done a lot of training before the Greenfield Advancement Tournament and now had a good understanding of flying jumps. With Dawn's excellent straight-line acceleration and stability, then, defeat the magician completely right here, she murmured, wariness boiling in her eyes. Whoa. Chapter 74, Extreme Stance. The ramp area track of the Greenfield Advance Race is still very wide, giving the pilot and the Miko more than enough room to maneuver. But the angle of the springboard is different. The whole track is cut into 3 parts by the retaining wall. The leftmost springboard has the greatest inclination. The flying jump height is higher, and the Miko will get a braking acceleration after landing into the ejection zone. The middle has a moderate inclination, and the right inclination is the smallest. Theoretically, choosing the springboard with the least amount of camber will minimize the loss of speed in the nautical machine. But surely the Greenfield Advancement Tournament contestants won't let low risk and high reward happen. So they set up electromagnetic braking zones after each skip. The left track has the longest braking area and brings the most electromagnetic thrust. The middle is moderate, and the right has no electromagnetic braking area. Choosing the left springboard track means danger and loss of control. So most of the racers will choose the middle and the right, and play it safe. After all, the most difficult point of the whole Greenfield Advanced Race is at the end. So it's not worth to make trouble for yourself and the machine lady at the front. Liang and Dawn's training has been based on the center track springboard incline. In fact, very few competitors choose the center track for their jumps. 90% of competitors will choose the right side, preferring to give up the electromagnetic braking zone to minimize the risk of losing control of the Nimbus and wear and tear. And the main test here is the Nimbus's stability. And for this race, Liang was very confident as she drove Dawn down the center skip course. Just when she thought that Sun Yen and Xing Chen would continue to follow her, she realized that the silver phantom in the rearview mirror that had been clinging to the back like a ghost had disappeared. Master, they went left. Dawn's incredulous voice rang out ahead. Since the start of the Greenfield Progressive, only a handful of runners have chosen the left springboard course and run the full course. This Greenfield Progressive tournament is the last one of the year. However, no runners have yet appeared who have chosen the left springboard course and run the full course. So when Sun Yen and Xing Chen made this choice, Dawn's first thought was that Sun Yen and Xing Chen had gone crazy trying to win the match. Lian pursed her lips. Sun Yen and Star's choices were certainly crazy, but also gave her a sense of foreboding. Unusual pilots and witches to make this kind of choice is tantamount to nonsense. But that's the magician, the man who led the world's piloting technology to move forward. He would be careless and make the wrong choices? The only possibility is absolute confidence. But confidence, sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean that accidents don't happen. It's still too dangerous to choose the left side of the track. Sister Tammy was already yelling away from the helicopter. Oh my god, what did I see? Our King of Nox actually chose the left side of the most difficult track. Is it a battle of wills for the sake of face, or does he have a plan? If Sun Yen and Xing Chen can pass the test of the left track and run the whole course, then they will be the only pair of winners of the Hell Difficulty Challenge of this year's Greenfield Advancement Race. There is no room for regret when you choose the left track. The course will lead all the way to the river at the end. And Sounian and Star were roaring up to the first diving board by now. There is no turning back from the bow. Star, prepare for takeoff. Copy that. the durian is charging. Boo! Star's tires hit the diving board. With a loud click, the whole body rises up in the air at high speed. The photographer tracked the body of the star. All eyes were on the big screen, due to the large inclination angle of the left track springboard, resulting in the height of the star's prancing is also higher than that of Breaking Dawn on the middle track next to it, more than a meter high. During the prancing, Sun Yan even had the time to poke his head out of the window of the car to whistle to Liang and Breaking Dawn. Immediately, though, he pulled his head back, adjust the landing angle, full throttle and slight body lean. Next door, Dawn was the first to land, pulling away from Star in an instant under the brakes of electromagnetic ejection. Sun Yan and Star after the landing. The moment of landing, Sun Yan first brake immediately released again, the throttle again pressure full to let the grip gradually return, while manipulating the steering wheel to control the balance. Star on the track slightly shaking out a Z word. The impact and inertia brought by the landing on this simple rhythm was offset most of the. Then Star was given a 50-meter long electromagnetic acceleration zone. The moment it leaves the acceleration zone, the accumulated potential energy is suddenly released. Boom! Star's speed was pushed up to 600 miles per hour, like a fired cannon, blinking past the Dawn in front of it. Audience, Sunin and Star have successfully landed. I would call it the most beautiful flying jump ever. Cameraman, please cut the footage you just saw. I'm going to use it as a promotional episode for the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. The audience thundered with hoots and hollers. Zidane stared dumbfounded at Star's one-rider figure, the dried durian in his hand accidentally inserted into his nostril. After the first springboard, it's straight lines and gentle curves until the next springboard. Through the tempered glass wall next to them, Dawn and Leah and could see Sun Yan and Star, who were winding up in front of them. Despite being in a long straight line, Dawn was closing the distance to Star by relying on his acceleration advantage. But Dawn and Leah Ann's hearts weren't in a good place. Master, they made the flying jump, landed with perfect attitude, didn't lose control, didn't hit the glass wall, and didn't fall apart. Ah, I know, Liang said with a pale face. Worthy of a magician, we still underestimated his ability too much. He and Star have a tacit understanding. Maybe this kind of tilted springboard has been practiced countless times. There was silence in the cockpit for a moment. Dawn looked at the approaching next springboard and said in a resigned tone, "Use the skill, Master. Use it now? Master, you understand, right?" Breaking Dawn's voice was low. The distance between each springboard is fixed, and we only managed to catch up with Star before coming to the second springboard, which means that as more and more springboards are rushed through, the gap between us and them grows until it's impossible to make up. Dawn, it doesn't matter if we win or lose the Greenfield Advancement Tournament, we just need to get the top 10. Liang hurriedly pacified. Your skills stayed in Pan Long Mountain for the debut, and will become our killer application. But Master, straight line I never lose. Dawn inclined her head slightly, the red hair on her forehead covering a haze around her eyes. Leah Ann saw a deep obsession in Dawn's eyes. She suddenly woke up to the fact that for Breaking Dawn, the Greenfield Advancement Tournament might not be as simple as an advancement tournament anymore. She is a top-level Megane born with special skills, an existence that has a chance to become a world-class Megane. But now that she was going to lose at the hands of an ordinary machinima, how could she be willing to do so? That will probably be her nightmare for the rest of her life. Good, we won't hide our bottom cards. Lion nodded heavily. Since Dawn wanted to win, then let Dawn win. It didn't matter what strategy, what ploy. The big deal was that she was on top with absolute strength. Rushing onto the springboard, leaping, landing, the Silver Phantom on their side once again caught up with terrifying speed and easily overtook them. And as Dawn had expected, this time pulling even further apart. But there was no longer a hint of fear in their eyes, only a galloping aura. Now, Lenya yelled down. Dawn looked up. A crimson flame of light flickered in his eyes. The engine made a shrill sound like the chirping of countless birds, and a faint red halo enveloped the body, trailing streams of light and phantoms behind her. Extreme stance, activate. I'll show you, me in my full state. Today it's the Angry Durian King. Chapter 75, by me. Take you there. Where did the bird call come from? Sun Yan was dumbfounded. It was reasonable to assume that he was in the star cockpit and at a high rate of speed, a situation where it would be impossible to hear birdsong. But the bird's song was clearly audible, and it was getting closer. It's probably a bird flying in from somewhere. Star was concentrating on the track and didn't care. Sun Yan didn't feel right, so he looked in the direction from which the birdsong came, only to see that originally left behind by him and Star Dawn was approaching at a ghostly speed. She looked like her entire body was covered in blazing flames, all the way to the sparks with lightning. Whoosh completed the overtaking, ran to the front of Sun Yan and Star. The track only left all the way to the charred black traces. The oncoming air was filled with the sparks of the grumpy. The air was filled with sparks of rage. I'm strangling Sa Kong. Sun Yan looked dumbfounded at the mischievous and flaming Dawn in front of him, and subconsciously slapped his hand gently on Star's butt. Star, did you see that? That machinima up ahead is on fire. I'll throw it. What kind of athleticism is that? Running when you're on fire? Even he was in awe of the spirit of never giving up. It was just a bit life-threatening. However, no, master, that machinima isn't on fire. Star's shock was no less than Sun Yan's. A pair of big blue eyes stared round. Her small mouth quirked. Dawn, she's in a hurry. She's firing her skills directly. Having special skills is a prerequisite for becoming a world-class machinima. The top of the machine girl have special skills. This kind of skills in the use of out before the specific effect is almost confidential. The machine girl auction will only slightly show to prove that have special skills, so as to improve their auction price, when the star actually also show. But in the eyes of those clubs, the star is to show a little bit of explosive cylinder. Naturally ended up as a laughingstock. It was also just Sun Yan who had the golden finger to see the special skills that Star possessed. However, he failed to see that Dawn had special skills. Now that I think about it, maybe Goldfinger can only see if there are special skills on the uncontracted machinima. This Dawn actually has a special skill? It's really rare. Sun Yan looked at Breaking Dawn, who was already running out of sight, and once again sighed in his heart that the track after Nox really hid crouching tigers and dragons. Just isn't this Lion and Dawn a little too much of a goody two-shoes? If it was him and Star, he'd rather hide his skills for later in the provincial circuit. Master, what should we do? They're so fast, we can't even catch up. Star twisted her head around, puffing her cheeks and pouting with grief. Her competitive spirit is actually average. The special advancement tournament is not a big competition, is not necessary to get first, mainly because the only thing she does not want to see is the love rival overpowered by her. Sun Yan had wanted to make a perfunctory statement, but when he saw how Star was crying, he instantly couldn't make a perfunctory statement. Special skills only, she can still cover to the end of the game? Sun Yan big hand forward, pressed on Star's slender and soft waist. Originally was patted on the buttocks or not much reaction of Star, but in the time of being touched the waist of the red pretty face gently hummed. Only Sun Yan, full of tumultuous operations, simply did not pay attention to this matter. Originally I did not intend to use this trick, because I think this is an advancement tournament. There is no need to be so spelled out, but since the other party is using the skill, with a sardonic smile, he directly pulled out Star's Cascade module. Once again, I marvel at the wonders of the Kirigami. It would be impossible for a normal race car to pull off this kind of maneuver. And what kind of driver drives a car and modifies it at the same time? But with Kirigami, it's all possible, even if it's a bit of an obscenity. As soon as the module was pulled, the Star's attributes changed instantly. Drift, 50 points. Acceleration, 90 points. Bend, 50 points. Gathering gas, 90 points. Stability, 75 points. Crash resistance, 80 points. Range, 85 points. The corner dropped 15 points and acceleration improved from 86 to 90, 2 points higher than Dawn. But don't look at the acceleration as just a 2-point difference, but the reaction is utterly crushing in terms of actual speed. The attribute scoring of the machine lady is extremely strict, and even a difference of just 1 point can clearly show the difference. This was why Dawn had only been 2 points higher in acceleration than Star before, yet it still made it impossible for Star to catch up even after exhausting herself. Master, how did you pull out Cascade Stream? Star twisted her head to look at Sun Yan in dismay, her eyes filled with panic. She has always thought that she has been credited with winning the Jade 786 Cascade module before, and now this module is already her baby, and the baby was suddenly plucked by Sun Yan. Although the body has obviously become a lot lighter and more energetic, but it also makes her heart suddenly empty at the moment, and there is not much sense of security. Aren't you trying to outrun Dawn? How can you do that without unplugging the Yi Cascade? Sun Yan held the joystick in one hand and tossed the Yi Cascade module up and down with the other, saying with a face full of innocence, "Why don't I plug it back in for you?" Sun Yan brought the Yi Cascade module close to Star's hindquarters, but found that he couldn't put it in. He suddenly remembered that last night, Boss Su seemed to have said that there was a CD for the module insertion and extraction of the machine lady. Oh, wow. Finished. He had planned to plug Star back in later near the end to deal with the bend after the river fly jump. Stupid Masta. Star huffed and puffed, but her eyes were a bit spoiled. You can't reinstall the module for an hour. This. Saunian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Muggle up. Now what to do? Masta. The hairpin turn after the end river flying jump. I don't have a grasp of. Star said with a face full of self-reproach. If only my bending ability was a little bit better, so that Masta didn't have to give me on this kind of module that adds a lot of bending attributes and directly boosts acceleration. We don't even have to be afraid of not being able to catch up with Dawn. Woo! Seeing how Star blamed herself, Sun Yan's face gradually became serious. Since when did he care if Star's attributes were up to par or not? When Star was first contracted, Star's bending attribute was less than 10. At that time, He was so proud and ambitious. Why was he ever afraid? Now that the hard times are over and Star is even skilled at cornering on his own, he has instead begun to look ahead. And the first thing he does before a race is to study whether Star's attributes can pass through the track in peace or not. Where's a little bit of track emperor left in him? Racing itself is an extreme sport where swords dance. No adventure. No racing. If you are looking for 100% safety, you might as well go home and farm. Star's shortcomings should be made up for by him, the pilot, in and of themselves. And isn't that the real point of a pilot's existence? Master? Hello? Durian Daikin? At Star's confused shout, Sun Yan finally came back to his senses. The scruples in his eyes receded, leaving only a flame of confidence and determination. Afraid of what? He put his hand on Star's ass to convey conviction, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a sardonic smile. That last hairpin bend. It's up to me to take you there. Next chapter, a magician on the brink of death? Loading. Annoyed Stars Limited. Chapter 76, there is no springboard there. The scene of Dawn using her machinima skills undoubtedly set off the entire field of the Greenfield Advance Race, with both the spectators in the stands and the competitors preparing to start, or already speeding around the track, all marveling in awe. Audience, do you see that red phantom? This pinnacle moment belongs to our No. 36 contestant Lion and her Megane Breaking Dawn. Before the start of this match, none of us could have imagined that Breaking Dawn was a Megane with special skills. Such a Megane is just too few and far between, and if there are no surprises, the winner of the Greenfield Advancement Tournament is already basically certain. Host Sister Tammy's voice echoed from the starting point of the Greenfield Advancement Tournament, and the audience was abuzz with voices. The audience dumbfounded while not questioning Tammy's judgment. It's not just the huge difference in price between a skilled and unskilled mechanic, but the dominance on the track is equivalent to the difference between a wise mechanic and a regular pilot. If a top-level kitsune with special skills appeared in a match full of ordinary kitsune, it would be the equivalent of mixing a wolf with a husky, and the other ordinary kitsune would have no chance of winning. Wang Yiming, who hadn't even started yet at the starting point, his face suddenly darkened into a pot. He clenched his fists and slammed his fist on the guardrail next to him, complaining, "What the hell? It's just an advancement race. Is there any mistake? Even if it's a top-tier machinima, doesn't it know about hidden skills as a base card?" Gas shaking cold. As the young master of the SSC club, I just want to get first place for once. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Master, you first, don't worry. Today the big deal is that we will get a top 3 well. Hurricane pulled Wang Yiming's hand to appease his emotions. In fact, her heart is also not good. I thought that today's strength of the group, the results out of a walk on the left diving board track, Sun Yan, Star, even if actually there are masters, the top machine ladies are here? Who can top this? A layer of cold sweat appeared on the back of Jin Zhengtai, who had only just left the starting point. He poked Yun Bao's buttocks and said with a pleasing face, "That, Yun Bao, why don't we change the threshold of the punishment? You've heard it before. This Sun Yan Star is already outrageous enough, and that Broken Dawn is even more outrageous. Just these two wrapped up the top 2. Then we'll fight for third place." Yun Bao twisted his head and glanced at Kim Young Tae, and said expressionlessly, "If we don't get the third and get the fourth, then the master can choose a pair of gold scissors, 5th to 10th, silver scissors, and rusty scissors after 10th. You can see for yourself. How can this be? How can this be?" Kim Young Tae trembled and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In his heart, he had already worshipped the gods and goddesses of the heavens. Star and Dawn in the front. Please drive slower. It's really going to kill someone. The only people present who were unaffected were the top starting positions. For example, Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng. As time passes, they have come to the finish line. Zhang Laolai did not trust the earth to choose 250 meters of leaping distance. He is steady and steady. According to the usual training, choose to come along the river bank to 150 meters width of the leap. This Greenfield progressive race, he only seeks to bring Ling Feng to finish the race, to build up his and Ling Feng's self-confidence, and to improve the tacit understanding with each other. Of course, if he can get a top 10 naturally, it would be great. Ready, Ling Feng? This is the second time that old rascal Chang has competed in the Greenfield Progressive Tournament. The last time he and Broken Moon hadn't even made it this far before the track sideswiped somewhere in front of them, and looking out over the rushing river in front of him, he was inevitably a little nervous despite having trained countless times on steel frames, and beads of sweat seeped out of his palms as he gripped the joystick. Ling Feng could feel Zhang Laolai's emotions. Zhang Laolai was nervous. Why wouldn't she be? But Ling Feng understood that if both of them were nervous, the outcome of the match might turn out to be very bad. She turned her head to look at Zhang Laolai, took a deep breath, and her eyes conveyed the conviction of certain victory and the courage to go forward. "Master, I'm ready. We'll take the lead to start the car. We have to set a good example for Star and Flowing Light Girls. You can drive me forward despite." Ling Feng, Master, I believe you. Zhang Laolai was stunned. The tension and uneasiness in his heart faded away at Ling Feng's encouragement. Broken Moon never used to say things like that to him, and whenever there was a problem on the track, Broken Moon would be the first to complain and blame it on him, the driver. He never seemed to be looked at squarely by Broken Moon. The current Ling Feng gave him what he had once never had. Turns out, I can be trusted and relied upon too? Zhang Laolai looked up suddenly, his grip on the joystick squeezing tight. The trembling heart sank for a moment. Okay, I'll lead you through it. Getting closer and closer to the starting board, Zhang Laolai pressed the throttle full, and Ling Feng's speed grew faster and faster. Hesitation, fear, cowardice, are all behind you. He's not the old rascal Zheng he once was. Now he had a partner he could trust completely. Charge, Ling Feng. Boo! The wheel slammed hard on the starting board. Ling Feng rose up in the air and drew a beautiful arc between the riverbanks and over the rushing river. In the meantime, Su Yuyan and Liu Guan were also about to approach the end of the river. Ryuko, you're in great shape today. Su Yuyan looked at the track in the distance, his heart filled with emotion. I didn't expect to be able to walk on the track with Streamlight again so soon, and this moment seemed like a dream. Yes, Master, I'm faster and in better shape than last time. Streamlight's soft voice rang out from the front with a hint of a happy smile. Let's take on another 150-meter flying jump challenge. Just what I need. There was a glint in Streamlight's eyes. Today she would tear the nightmare of the past apart with her own hands. Just then, the hiss of a raging engine sounded behind him. Lu Guang's face changed drastically, and Su Yuyang hurriedly looked up in the rearview mirror, only to see a fiery red machinima that looked like it had rushed out of the embers coming at a fast pace. And not far behind her, a silver-colored stream of light was rapidly approaching, and that cranky engine roar was coming from these two machinima. That's stars. Su Yuyang's jaw dropped and his throat went dry. The next second Dawn and Star overtook from the left and right sides of the stream of light almost side by side. The stream of light caught in the middle could not help but let out a cry of surprise, only to feel that the side suddenly swept away two sharp razor blades. Asterisk 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 asterisk, are they out of their minds? What is this speed for? Su Yuyang was incredulous. He had thought he had seen Star's straight-line acceleration ability, but now it seemed that usually when Sun Yin and Star flew and jumped the steel frame, they didn't run seriously at all. Streaming Light looked at the stars and Dawn that went straight to the river bank in a daze. The shock in his heart was beyond words. The kid who is usually so big-headed, who always hangs on to durian and blushes at the mention of Master, has this terrifying outburst. Master, the skill time for Extreme Stance has ended. Dawn's hoarse voice was more than a little resentful. Entering the Extreme Stance, her steering will be locked, but she will phase in bursts of acceleration over time, gradually decreasing from a 98% acceleration boost to 33%, during which time collision resistance will be dramatically increased and the driver's seat reinforced. However, after the end of the skill, the vehicle would also enter an overloaded state, with all attributes being adjusted downward by 15% for a full minute, which was a skill that was unapologetically letting go. But she didn't expect that even with the use of special skills, the stars were still gradually catching up as if they were shadows. The overload condition ends in 3 seconds. We have one more boost to go. Leah and gritted her teeth, her back filling with cold sweat. Dawn now comes in at 397 miles per hour. This speed was still gradually decreasing as the skill ended. This was due to the overloaded state causing Dawn's engines to go into a semi-dormant state. But after 3 seconds the engines activated and they were able to get a burst of speed. As long as they grabbed the starting boards first, they would win. 3. At the moment the star next to them was half a car length ahead of them. Lion and Dawn had trouble understanding what had happened to the star whose speed was weaker than theirs. 2. Star is half a body length ahead. The riverbank is in view and both sides are ready to fight for the starting board. 1. Lion and Dawn hissed in almost overlapping voices. The stalled engine restarted with a thunderous roar. Boom! Dawn's wheels actually spewed out flames and black smoke in this instant. And also at this moment, Dawn's speed violently broke through to 420. The entire vehicle was sent forward beyond the stars. Grab the starting board. Lion clenched her fists and maneuvered Dawn to jam into Star's position. It's been a solid win. The width of the starting board allows only one vehicle to pass. By choosing a flying jump height of 250 meters, Sun Yen and Star would have to use a starting board with them. Just as Leah and was thinking that, she heard the sound of the engine behind her suddenly move away. Crunch dash. The sound of tires scraping on the ground ripped through the soul. She turned her head dumbfounded, her eyes gradually widening. In the field of vision, Sun Yen drove the star like an arrow out of the string and rushed up to a cliff upstream of the riverbank. There is no starting board. Man. Chapter 77, A Magician on the Brink of Death. Strong people never complain about their circumstances. There is no springboard, so create a springboard. Thanks to Boss Su's thorough enough explanation of the Greenfield Advanced course yesterday, including the terrain along the riverbank, Sun Yen remembered this cliff located in the upper reaches of the riverbank, which tilted upwards at about 30 degrees, with a height difference of 12 meters to the opposite bank, which could be used as a river crossing springboard in case of an emergency. However, Sun Yan wanted more than just a flying jump, getting closer and closer to the cliff. He glanced at the star's speed, 481 miles per hour, and the number was still jumping upward slowly but surely. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the star's straight-line acceleration without activating the Emperor's engine. Full throttle, pressing full and never letting go. And what was about to greet him and Star would be a magnificent flight. Star, are you scared? Fear not. Dead. Not afraid, you shiver your ass off. Horse, master, this is my unique way of warming up a car. Sun Yan was dumbfounded. His move was indeed crazy, but he would get himself and Star to the finish line safely. This, then, is the confidence of the Taoist emperor. Everything is calculated. Friends of the audience, witness the birth of a new king, Dawn and her partner Leah, and have managed to snag the best jumpers. Let's just say it's worthy of being a top machinima. The moment Sounian changed lanes was too fast, so fast that the host, Sister Tammy, is still bragging about breaking Dawn, and so fast that the cameraman's camera is still locked on breaking Dawn, until that sound of brakes drifting toward the cliff. Sister Taime's eyes were wide open, the microphone in her hand was almost unsteady, and the words still brewing in her mouth looked like they had frozen in her throat. The cameraman subconsciously followed the star, but was actually a bit overwhelmed, and couldn't even lock the extremely fast-moving star in the center of the screen. It was too fast, phantom-like, like a silver lightning bolt. But there's a cliff ahead. Viewers, friends. Tamy's sister's speech are stuttering, suddenly awakened. Now does not seem to continue to narrate the moment. She anxiously put down the microphone to the side of the frozen staff, yelled, "Still stupid, standing for what? What are you standing there for? Quickly notify the medical team." Sounian was the king of Nox and an even more talented driver who created many racing techniques. Even if he can't become an intelligent armorer in the future, he will be able to gain the respect of all pilots and nymphs just by virtue of his contribution to the development of racing technology. It is not an exaggeration to say that Sun Yan is gradually becoming a star in the eyes of all ordinary machinists and pilots below the intelligent armorer. If such a star falls in the Greenfield Advancement Tournament, Sister Taime already does not dare to think about it, and the subsequent impact is not known to be as serious as it is. But as far as she is concerned, suspension from work and loss of employment are considered light. The staff responded and immediately went to notify the medical team. It was simply too late, as Sun Yan and Star had already rushed over the cliff and rose into the air. The cameraman's footage was finally able to lock onto Star. The audience was silent as they watched the silver stream of light soaring through the air. Many people subconsciously stood up and leaned forward, as if to see the scene more clearly and more closely. Zidane stared blankly at the big screen, the dried durian in his hand slipping out of his fingers and falling to the floor. Some corner of the audience, Li Yaochen and Xuefeng, also stared at the screen. That nothing expression, usually our ancient well face, finally set off waves. Li Yaochen pupils slightly contracted, eyes full of shock. Xuefeng clenched Li Yaochen's hand, small mouth slightly open. On the track, Streamlight gazed at the soaring silver phantom. Her heartbeat slowed by half a beat and she forgot to breathe. At the end of the line, Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng were bracing themselves against the guardrail, looking at the stars flying out of the cliff with pale faces. In the prison, Uncle Liang is stalking his neck, sweating profusely, staring at the TV set in front of him, the bottle of iced tea in his hand crumpled into a ball. On the floor, the body of the remote control crumbled to pieces. Next to him, a few cellmates are bruised and swollen, cowering in the corner, shivering. It was as if time had become incredibly slow in this moment. All are clearly cognizant. The young racer, honored as a magician, was dancing on the brink of death. "Master, will I GA? No. Can you grant me a wish before GA? Told you it wouldn't." With 3 seconds of airtime, the star is clocked at 482 and has a flying jump distance of about 400 meters or so. Star twisted his head to look at Sun Yan, wet eyes full of affection. Sun Yan looked at the sky in front of him. His brain was full of shrewd calculations. The movements of his hands were more dazzling than the doctor on the operating table. The wind resistance would affect Star's posture. The state of the body airborne every millisecond was constantly changing, and he was constantly adjusting Star's landing posture. When the silver streams of light were level with the sun, the parabola came to its apex and the star began to fall. Sounian's gaze crossed the hairpin bend as he aimed for the finish line. "Master, I'm like." Star closed her eyes and bit her red lips, clenching her fists as her pretty face turned red. In the moments when she thought she was about to GA drop, the courage in her heart was unmistakable. At the moment, all the protective forces of the entire vehicle were reinforced towards the cockpit. Boom! The front end of the car and the ground present about a 45-degree corner ground, perpendicular to the straight line leading to the finish line after the hairpin turn. Lion and Dawn, who had just passed the hairpin turn, could only watch as Sun Yan and Star fell in front of them. In the cockpit, Sun Yan's face was expressionless as he swung the joystick. Crunch dash! The tires rubbed frantically on the ground. sending up sparks and black smoke. The speed display of the stars bounced up and down as if it were an EKG. Tap the brakes, put it in gear, and hit full throttle again a split second after releasing it. The star's body rotated 180 degrees sideways and then was flush with the track, right at the finish line. Boom buzz, the roar of the engine runs through the entire track. Coming up to the finish line, a kick of the brakes and the star shifted and drifted to a steady stop on the podium. Sun Yan hung the car window with one hand. The other hand holding the mineral water pushed open the bottle cap, raised it to the late arrival of Dawn and Liang, a mouthful of boredom. Sorry about that, it flew a little far. The convention suppresses a wave of competitors. Sun Yan retracted his gaze, only then remembering what Star seemed to have said to him the moment he had just landed. Star, what did you just say? The suspension was too loud to hear. Star looked around dumbfounded. How did she stop at the end of the line in a flash? What the hell just happened? It was only when she heard Sun Yan's words that she reacted. Her pretty face rapidly flushed with a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the roots of her ears were tinted with a reddish haze. Reddish purple. Nope, didn't say anything. Really? You have to tell me if you're not feeling well. Really? Didn't say anything. Alright then. Sun Yan threw the empty mineral water bottle out of the window and it just happened to land in the trash can. Star covered her rolling face and took a deep breath. Master, big dummy. It is found that there are still some readers who do not understand the seating position in the cockpit. The paragraph describing the cockpit in Chapter 4 has been supplemented with pictures for those who do not understand it. Thank you to Ice Americana Large, No Clear, The Hermit, Autumn Ming. People of yesteryear have passed away, the fox with 7 tails, and penalized extravagance for the great gifts. Chapter 78, Durian King's Great Victory. Ha, why are you calling him a big dummy? Sun Yan was flabbergasted. Wasn't his super fly jump cool? Not only avoiding the risk of hairpin turns but also securing the first place. Thanks to his precise calculations and at least 50 years ahead of the world's racing experience and technology. He thought that Star would be very worshipful to say, Master, you're great. He thought that Star would be very worshipful and say, Master, you are great. So shocked. The match ends and Star unfolds. The foot is a sudden burst of softness fell in Sun Yan's arms. Star, what happened to you? Sun Yan's heart tightened and he hurriedly wrapped his arms around his own machine mother. That wave of flying jump just now was handsome. The landing posture and angle was perfect, and the unloading afterward was done properly. But surely it was still a burden for Star, who was considering Star's high amount of collision resistance and stability, which was surely not a problem for such a super flying jump. It's fine. It's just that my feet are numb. Star beamed, lying in Sun Yan's arms, her face red. In fact, her feet were only numb for a moment and then she was fine. Since she couldn't say those words just now, she would take every opportunity to covet Master's embrace more often. And she had worked very hard to finish the race, so this little reward was what she deserved. It might have hurt the tires in jogging. Sun Yan was still uneasy. Still bring it in for a checkup. No, I'll just rest for a while. Of course Star didn't want to go for a checkup. Wouldn't it be wearing out if people said she didn't have a problem when the time came? How can you just take a break? I see. Idiot. Star gently nibbled on Sun Yan's shoulder, also interrupting Sun Yan's words. Liang got out of the Dawnbreaker and looked at Sun Yan with a complicated expression. Dawn also disengaged her unfolding mode and stumbled to hold onto the guardrail, standing frozen at the finish line, her eyes vacant as she clutched her head and crouched against the guardrail in agony. Lost? I can't believe I lost. Lost to a normal machinima with no skills. LOL. Sensing that Dawn's state was not right, Lion immediately withdrew her gaze and walked over to Dawn's side in a soft and soothing voice. No, Dawn, you can't think like that. There's no problem with your performance. It's absolutely top-notch. We just lost out to the magician technically. Who would have thought that he would utilize the cliff to fly and jump? Dawn is just too good for her own good, and she has capitalized on her pride. Breaking Dawn had participated in many training matches and regular tournaments since she came to the club to become her machinima. Even dangerous underground matches would go and fight a little bit, but never lost. And all of this had forged a heart that would not lose, so she could see what kind of blow this loss to Sun Yan and Star was to her. Star crossed his arms and dejectedly smiled, and suddenly his waist was not sore and his legs were not soft. Although I don't know how I won, although I didn't succeed in confessing my love, but I still have a chance to confess later. Today is a real way to step on the hidden love enemy. Today is Durian King's Great Victory. She took out her durian shell and approached Dawn, just as she was about to give Dawn a coronation. Instead, he saw the haze and eyes full of tears in the shadow of Dawn's bangs. Star paused in her tracks and hid the durian shell behind her. We're all machinists, and she actually understands how Dawn feels. The track was the honor of the machinima, and Dawn, who had always been a constant victor, must have really wanted to win this time as well, right? That special skill must have originally been reserved for provincial competitions, only to be forced to use it at this time. Dawn, she called out softly. Breaking Dawn raised her head and looked at Star with teary eyes. What? Come to mock me? The defeated? You guys are indeed powerful. I'm no match for you even with my special skills. I'm convinced of my loss this time. No whoops. Star smiled with her back and shook her head. I actually have special skills. Know why I was able to catch up with you afterward? It's because I used the skill. What? Dawn stared in dismay. You have special skills too? Yeah, the accelerated type, except it's more stealthy and doesn't make as much noise as you do. Star spat out her tongue. No wonder you guys can fly and jump from cliffs. Dawn mumbled something with her head down, closing her eyes in relief. When he opened his eyes again, the confusion and pain in his eyes disappeared, leaving only a rekindled fighting spirit and confidence. Next time, we won't lose to you. She beamed and grunted, taking Liang's hand and walking away. Liang twisted her head and winked gratefully at Star. She knew in her heart whether Star had used the skill or not. People just deliberately made up a reason to comfort Dawn. To be able to win the championship and still have such a heart, it must have been well guided by Sun Yen, the driver, right? Thinking this way, Liang suddenly became even more in awe of Sun Yen. Don't let it slip out, Star reminded Liang and wordlessly with her lips. Liang nodded, a relaxed smile lifting the corners of her mouth. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out the racing suit. Don't get busy, Dawn. I haven't gotten an autograph from the magician yet. Sign it, my ass. Get out of here. Dawn angrily snatched the racing suit and clipped it to his armpit. With a backhand, he shouldered Liang up and left with a fondly remembered Liang. Star secretly gave Dawn a thumbs up. Well done for living up to her kind and reassuring words. Is it really okay for you to say that? Sun Yen came over to Star's side and looked at Liang and Dawn's backs. If Dawn finds out later that you didn't use your special skills, she'll definitely feel that your kindness today is a humiliation. He shook his head in an old-fashioned way, spreading his hands and skimming. Kitsune has to improve her mental quality as well. She can't take a little blow. There will be plenty of times for her to lose matches in the future. It won't, master, Star said as she wrapped her arms around Sun Yen, blinking her big eyes. Next time we might have to use our skills to defeat her. Where I come from, your kind would be characterized as a Madonna. Master, what's Holy Mother? Can I breastfeed you? Sunin, nothing. I was just complimenting you on your sweetness and kindness and understanding. He. Sun Yen and Xing Chen successfully complete the race, and inspired by Sun Yen and Xing Chen, Lu Guang and Suyu Yang successfully fly jump 150 meters across the river, personally shattering the nightmare they once had. Meanwhile, the starting audience of the Greenfield Advancement Tournament had exploded. The medical team was ultimately unavailable. Excitedly, Sister Tammy was replaying the image of Sun Yen and Star utilizing the cliff to fly and jump over and over again on the big screen. Audience, we still underestimate what the magician has in store for us. It has been proved that the real racers will never be conquered by the track. They will conquer the track with their machinima. There is no springboard. Then use the cliffs and the height difference as the capital of the flying jumps. Around the development of the pinch turns, flying almost 400 meters straight to the finish line. And I would like to ask, looking at the history of the Greenfield Progressive Race, who else? The cheers from the audience shook the ground. Sun Yen and Star's fans were all just like New Year's Eve, and some of the more emotional ones even went off the deep end. The image of Sun Yen and Star's cliff flying jump will go down in the history of the Greenfield Advance Race. Sister Taimei held the microphone and said with emotion, it represents not only a choice to win the Greenfield Advancement Race, but also the adventurous spirit of the racers and even our human race. There's always something good in this world that deserves our full attention, even if I'm broken to pieces. Victory! Tammy roared out as she clenched her fists. Victory dash! The auditorium was filled with cries. Star's master is really good. Looking around at the rioting audience, Zidian took a deep breath. As much as she hated creatures like drivers, she had to admire Sun Yen. So Nin was called a magician? No, in the eyes of many machinists, he is a god. In the face of the gods, even if she held preconceptions, she would still subconsciously rise in reverence. It would be nice to be his machinist's wife. It was hard to suppress the thought that arose in Zidian's mind, but she quickly shook her head despondently. Can you be happy by becoming Saunian's machinima? Not really. Star is so happy and so lucky because she has excellent straight-line acceleration herself. Saunian made up for Star's shortcomings in skill, and Star was able to be Saunian's debut. But what does she have? She didn't have the speed of a star, the stability and crash resistance of a star. She had skills, she was flexible, but unfortunately, Sun Yen didn't need them. She hasn't even paid off the default. People like me are really better off alone. Zidane sighed bitterly. She gazed at the silver streams of light framed in the sunlight leaping from the big screen, with nothing but deep blessing and envy in her eyes. Star loves durian, but unfortunately she doesn't think it's good. The durian was too sweet, and the sweetness was too much for her to get used to. Zidane turned away with the bag of dried durians. She wanted to try durian, just to experience happiness. But this naive imitation doesn't make happiness interoperable. Just as a flower blooms brightly in the sunlight, a flower that is beautiful in the shadows heroes will only wilt. This Sun Yan, he's a bit fierce. Li Yaochen looked at the screen and expressionlessly came to this conclusion. Next to him, Xiafeng nodded solemnly. Star is very powerful. There is a need to be vigilant. Early scouting? Seconded. The two men looked at each other and it was all over. Master, Xiafeng suddenly tugged on Li Yaochen's sleeve and tilted his little face up. Think, up, but this is the auditorium. And also, it wasn't. This morning, there's a restroom in the back. Xiafeng wrapped her arms around Li Yaochen and blinked. Can. Li Yaochen immediately took out a packet of Lu Wei Di Huang pills and poured it into his mouth. Go, prison. Uncle Liang happily sipped his iced tea. Picking up the already sparse remote control from the floor, he tossed it to the cellmate next to him. I'm done watching. You guys can change the channel. The cellmates watched with horror on their faces as Uncle Yoshi walked into the toilet, not daring to move for a long time until the sound of pleasant whistling came out of the toilet. Hey, King Knox. Hey. First place in the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. This kid, what an outburst. Greenfield progressive Sun Yan and Star won the first place with a time of 48 minutes and 54 seconds without any doubt. The second was Lion and Dawn. Only Dawn might not be willing to face the humiliation, so she didn't even come to the podium. The third was the SSC Club's Wan Yiming and his new machine maiden, Hurricane. Only to get this result obviously made this young master not too satisfied, and he was grimacing throughout the whole awarding process. Noteworthy, Zhang Laolai and Lingfeng became the 10th goalies in the Greenfield Progression Tournament, and despite being one step away from elimination, the good news is that they also qualify for the progression and ran a provincial progression tournament for the first time. However, for Zhang Laolai, all of this seemed to be nothing. His biggest gain from this competition was that he had gained Lingfeng's recognition, picked up his lost dignity, and had also completed the Durian King and Durian Great King test. VVC Club's Kim Youngtae and Clouded Leopard finished in 8th place, and the Chill Country driver was interviewed by the media with a pale, trembling face, as if he was about to be in serious trouble. Instead, Clouded Leopard was full of silly smiles. Only now and then did he fiddle with the sterling silver scissors he had long ago prepared in his hand. At night, a big celebration party was held inside the Firefox Club. The cost is of course fully paid for by the wealthy boss Su, and all writers and machinists in the entire black market are able to participate. Everyone was mingling and celebrating. Boss Su and Zhang Laolai, however, found Sun Yan with serious faces. What is it you guys are, stinking up the place? Sun Yan was dumbfounded. To be honest, with two middle-aged old men suddenly sitting in front of him with such solemn faces, he was still a bit scared in his heart and hurriedly shrunk towards Star. Sun Yan, we all know that your goal is the provincial track Panlong Mountain, and now you have already completed a progression race. As long as you and Star win 2 more races you will be able to obtain the qualification for the progression. But, in addition to the progression race, there is also a condition that needs to be fulfilled to go on the Panlong Mountain track. Zhang Laolai rubbed his hands, somewhat difficult to speak. Sun Yan put down his glass and raised an eyebrow. What other conditions are needed? Zhang Laolai and Su Yuyang glanced at each other and deliberated. You've got to join a club, or just start a club of your own and compete as a club. Chapter 79, Who Touches Who? Join the club? The mention of the club caused a pang in Sun Yan's heart. There was no way he was going to join the club, mainly because he was stressed out by Jade 786. Starting a club on their own is more or less the same, but now the prize money from various competitions add up. Counting the usual expenses, there are still more than 3 million. This money is absolutely not enough to host a club. After all, the club is not a store plus a sign called a club. You have to have a coach, a machine woman, and more drivers. Is it a mandatory requirement to have a club to participate in Panhandle? Well, sort of. Su Yuyang took over the conversation, having already noticed the impatience in Sun Yan's eyes, and hurriedly explained, Old brother Sun Yan, I definitely don't mean to take this opportunity to ask you to join me as a club. I'm just telling you about the rules of the current Panlong Mountain track, which only allows clubs to participate in it now. Why? Well, it's said that it's because, officially, the racer in machinima after provincial level can't be done by one person alone. He needs a full team support, otherwise it's a bit of a waste of resources. And this kind of regulation is also forcing talented racers in machinima to choose clubs earlier. Sun Yan skimmed his mouth. The official reason for this kind of reason to fool those wild riders do not understand it. What waste of resources? It's just those clubs banding together for subterfuge. You can't go up the Panhandle without a club, so hurry up and pick a club to join or you'll be targeted. What's the reality? It doesn't matter what kind of club you join, as long as you're not one of the best ones. I'm afraid you'll be targeted on the track. SSC clubs have the nerve to send runners to intercept on the track. Hell knows what nasty things those clubs on the provincial tracks will do. Okay, I know. I'll give this matter early consideration. Saonian nodded, staring at the beer bubbling in his glass mentally. There were still almost 4 months until the provincial track. He should be able to get enough money together in that time. As long as he had the money, the instructor, the machinist, and the pilot weren't a problem. The big deal was just to get it together. And anyway, as long as he had the stars, he could fix everything at the track. The palm of his hand was suddenly warm, and he looked down to see Star's hand drilling into his big hand. Soft fingers through the fingers to counter grip. Looking up, Star was looking at him with an arched eyebrow. His other hand clenched into a small fist waving up and down. Oh durian de wang. Go for it. Sun Yan smiled, only to feel the irritation in his heart swept away. Well, go for it. The celebration continued until 9 p.m. Saonian and Star came out of the Firefox Club. Looking at Sun Yan's back, Star's pretty face slightly reddened, her fingers kneading at the edge of her racing suit, her heart full of small thoughts. Wouldn't this be a good time to take a dip in the hot springs? And today is a working day. The hot springs must have a private soup. Before the flow of light to give her the idea she has not tried it. Just today won the Greenfield advancement match. Take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of a little pampering with Sun Yan should not be a problem. Lu Guang followed Su Yuyan out of the club towards the black market. She secretly twisted her head and winked at Star in a cheering gesture. The hot spring site she all helped Star to make good. As long as Star to bring Sun Yan over. The boss will say that today only private soup left. By then come to all come which is not to go in to relax a little bit of reason. Encouraged by the flow of light, Star took a deep breath and rubbed her soft, pretty face, her heart gaining courage and her eyes becoming firm. Master, it's such a beautiful day. Let's. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two people suddenly flashed out from behind the trash can next to the Firefox Club. It's Li Yaochen and Xiefeng. Snow Peak, Master, target sighted. Li Yaochen, wow, get moving. Sunin. Star clenched her fists, her silence deafening. Sun Yan, on the other hand, frowned. Shouldn't these two not-so-normal-looking pilots and machinistas only show up at Silverstone? What are you doing here now? And it's bright enough to make a sneaky face. What are you two doing here? Star crossed her arms, her face bulging into a bun, her eyes about to spit fire. It was hard for her to muster up the courage to prepare to drag Sun Yan on a date, but these two just popped up to cause trouble. Li Yaochen pulled Xiefeng over to Sun Yan and said expressionlessly, Sun Yan, we watched your Greenfield advancement match. You and Star are very impressive. So, Saonian felt like his head was already starting to get big. Li Yaochen, so we're going to come and communicate with you guys. Snow Peak, so we're going to come and feel you out. Li Yoken, promoting mutual understanding based on our friendship. Snow Peak, control all intelligence under the guise of friendship. Li Yaochen, Xiefeng and I will be honest with each other. Never hide anything. Snow Peak, Master and I will make false pretenses. Be the old. Li Yaochen, please do agree to this friendly match. Snow Peak, please do cooperate with our mapping operation. Saonian and Star, as the saying goes, a phoenix chick will appear within 3 steps of a crouching dragon, and the ancients sincerely do not deceive me. It wasn't an accident at all for Li Yaochen to be able to contract with Snow Peak. It was a fate destined by heaven. Sun Yan silently wished that these two would make sure to lock up. So what you guys are saying is that you want to have a match with me and Star before the Silverstone advancement tournament? Is that so? Li Yaochen's eyes flashed in admiration. Worthy of being a magician. His reading comprehension is just high. Yukifumi stroked his chin and nodded slightly. Even the words of the master can be understood. The Star family's master is indeed not a normal human. There is a need to be vigilant. Sun Yan directly ignored these two not-so-normal words and assumed they meant it. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng looked as if they had something to say, but he wasn't completely convinced. It was possible that this was just a persona that the other party had set up. These two looked odd, but they could have just been a blindfold to lower their guard. As Su Yuyang had said before, Li Yaochen was the club's rookie chief, and Xiefeng was a top-tier machinima with special techniques. The combination of the two is definitely not average. According to common sense, one shouldn't agree to Li Yaochen and Xiefeng's demands at this time. After all, it's not good to win if your opponent knows your cards or figures out your weaknesses. But Sun Yan was also curious to know what exactly Li Yaochen and Xiefeng were strong at. And there was an undercard that Li Yaochen and Xiefeng absolutely could not anticipate or see. That's a full 49 MP points in his hand. Maybe we can rely on this match to create a false impression for Li Yaochen and Xiefeng? The corner of Sun Yan's mouth hooked up a smirk like an old fox, touching the bottom. Good. Who touches whose bottom is not yet known. These two rotten eggs. Bad drop. How dare they try to trick the smart Durian King and the brilliant Durian King? The Durian King wouldn't fall for it, and the Durian Great King would be even more unlikely. Star belabored in her mind. She secretly tugged on Sun Yan's sleeve and just wanted to remind Sun Yan. As a result, Sun Yan had already waved his hand and laughed with an impassioned look. Ha ha ha, no problem. I agree to this match. Put in a Snowy Peak. Chapter 80, First Close Encounter. Interacting with people like you is just refreshing. Li Yaochen truly felt that Sun Yan smelled good. Usually he talks to other drivers who don't know him with an attitude of impatience or looking at a psychopath. Only Sun Yan was willing to look him squarely in the eye, respect him, accommodate him, and crucially, not reject him. Such a person, even if the boss wants to target, he must give absolute fairness. Too bad he already has Snow Peak or else. Sun Yan's shoulders shook and he took 2 steps back. Li Yaochen's imploring gaze at the moment sent a vicious chill through his body. This dude is not a double, is he? Xue Feng frowned, felt a sense of crisis. Directly a magnificent turn to intercept in front of Li Yaochen and Sun Yan. Hands spread, full of seriousness to read the rules, choose the day. The bottom action now begins. Next door to the black market there is an underground race. Master has already bought through the bosses there. This underground race is not allowed to use the illegal modification. Its track is quite not bad. The first place prize is still a car, Okamoto 001, Wolfsbane edition. Master and I like it very much. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. These two weirdos aren't going for that first place prize, are they? What's the point of having that? It's not like machinima and humans can have babies. Wait, Masaga, should it be 4? Delay? Sun Yan's eyes narrowed, and in this instant he felt like he had seen through everything. Both sides moved immediately after confirming the information, but neither Sun Yan nor Li Yaochen noticed that from the moment they left the black market on Begonia Street. There was a small tail behind them wearing a hood and tracking against the wall. Civilization Street was the second largest black market in Tianyuan City. Came here Sun Yan realized that the black market in the hands of Su Yuyang that is really civilized. This black market is called the Swarm of Demons. Everywhere you can see the gambling ghosts and get together to play with the drug ghosts of sucking music. A lot of machine girl body also armed with arms. From the bazooka on the model traces of Sun Yan presumed that this thing should be the real thing, not the kind of toys that explode all the pepper or ink. Yo, you're here, young Li? Our drivers and machine girls are all ready, just waiting for you. The boss of Civilization Black Market was a bald fat man with a face full of horizontal meat, wearing a big gold chain. His shrewd little eyes were caught in the 2 fat muscles on his face, making it hard for people to see his depths. But his attitude towards Li Yaochen and Xue Feng was quite respectful. Li Yaochen nodded to the boss. Come here as if you were at home. No need to be polite to me. The owner froze, his expression growing demented. I had long heard that this RRC club's newcomer ace had an odd personality, and when I gave them money before it was refreshing. I only felt that the silence and seriousness was not good to get along with, and there was some discrepancy with the rumored description of the oddball's personality. And now when he opened his mouth, the boss instantly confirmed it. Odd indeed. There's nothing wrong with the rumor. The key players are in place and the underground is officially underway. This underground race was held on the highway near Civilization Street. There is a large cemetery complex next to Civilization Street. Early cemeteries and newly renovated cemeteries layered all over the hill. Multiple phases of construction also created a complex and diverse road environment here. And the cemetery area at night no one comes at all. Just right for drag racing. Civilization of the black market boss is apparently in the cemetery people know, and is not the first time this side of the underground races casually greeted the whole group to let go. Gentlemen, this is the location of our underground race tonight, Civilization Cemetery. The boss stood in front of a group of riders with a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of his voice. First things first, no one is allowed to use illegal modifications tonight. If you are caught, you will be disqualified from the race immediately. In addition, there are 2 special guests for this underground race, namely RRC Club's rookie ace Li Yaochen, Sifeng, and our king of Nox, Sun Yan Qingchen, who has the title of magician. There was a flurry of stares all around. Li Yaochen and Xue Feng remained expressionless. Sun Yan awkwardly touched his nose. Honestly, being called a magician is still surrounded by such he really feels so ashamed. But the next star holding up 2 durians silly fun has completely entered the game state. The streets of the Civilization Cemetery were wide, at least at the start, so the black market bosses simply arranged for 5 cars to start at the same time. Li Yaochen, Sun Yan, our black markets are all wild drivers, and we can't use illegal modifications today, so let them start first, and you 2 alone after. The black market boss came to Sun Yan and Li Yaochen's front, rubbing his hands that were cold from the night wind, full of thieving smiles. Road racing can be different from rallying. Rallies are complex environments, and things like rocks, puddles, and even the occasional sheep encounter on the road can happen. But 99% of road races don't have that kind of thing going on. So, starting the car first became an advantage, especially if it's still a multi-car simultaneous start, with only 10 seconds between each set of starts. Then the competitor who starts first can grab the track early. It's a little selfishness on the part of the black market owners. After all, the two professionals to challenge the black market race also stipulates that illegal modifications cannot be used. Other wild riders cannot mix how? More or less to give people a little hope, is not it? That car, Okamoto 001, is still worth a lot of money. I'm fine with that. Li Yaochen nodded. It didn't matter to him or Snow Peak if they started sequentially, they killed indiscriminately anyway. Sun Yen and Star looked at each other and nodded as well. Hello, boss, can I join the contest? A crisp voice suddenly rang out, only to see the hooded girl emerge from the nearby shadows like a ghost, removing her hood to reveal short, shoulder-length silver hair and amethyst eyes. The owner looked Zidane up and down, finally determining that the other woman was a machinima. Where's your driver? I don't have a driver. Zidian raised her eyes, pursed her lips, and her eyes were stubborn. No pilot. Self-pilot. No, it's okay to be okay. The owner scratched his head. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and at the girl's stubborn gaze, he pointed at the wild riders. Then you'll start with them. Zidane nodded and walked into the line of wild riders and machine women with his pockets tucked in, ignoring the surprised or curious stares around him with a tug. Master, it's that dueling arena's machine woman. Star lowered her voice to Sun Yen's ear. Why is she here? And to self-pilot? Probably for the bonus. Sun Yen remembered Zidian's body. This machine girl was still trying to make money to pay off her default, so she would definitely try to participate in all the underground tournaments with great prizes. The first place in this competition is a car, Okamoto 001. This thing $20 a piece. A car ghosts know how many. Take to sell, the price is inestimable. The second place is $500,000 in prize money. The third place $250,000 is not bad. At the boss's greeting, everyone took their places. Sun Yen and Li Yaochen were at the end of the line with their respective witches. Sun Yen, waiting for the gap between the start of the race. Li Yaochen suddenly turned his head and said with a serious look, "Don't take it lightly, ah. The boss said that you can't use illegal modifications, provided that you don't get caught by him. The whole track doesn't have any monitoring, and the distance between the observation points of each stage is very far. You know what I mean, don't you?" Of course Sun Yen understood. He could tell by the glances he'd gotten from the wild riders earlier that there was no shortage of wild riders and machinists who held respect for him as the king of knocks and magician. But there were two sides to the heart, and there was a lot of ill will in those glances as well. Maybe it's an accomplishment for some wild racers to screw up a pro racer, or even a talented racer, using illegal modifications? Thanks for the reminder. But, mind your own business. Facing the harsh night wind, Sun Yen's gaze sunk slightly. These wild riders trying to play tricks? Then by all means, come on. Chapter 81, Ginger is still old and hot. Zidane couldn't say what kind of thoughts and feelings she had come here with for the competition. She mentally convinced herself that it was only because she wanted to make money to pay off the default, but she knew very well that this reason would hardly prevail. Su Yuyang's underground black market so many tournaments. As long as she has the ability, she can fight in the dueling arena for a day, and still do not have to worry about being bumped off. There is a medical team there is always on standby. It is nothing more than a little bit of suffering, but the black market here is different. This place is full of outlaws, and if you're not careful that might actually be scrapped. Probably wanted to see it up close. She took a deep breath and unfolded the body, but he didn't dare to turn around to look at Sun Yen and Star for even a glance. She pretended to be cold and unrecognizable, tucking herself into her thick shell. Hey, that guy is Li Yaochen, and King Knox. Are these two crazy, coming to us for an underground tournament? Ha, two boys who don't know what's good for them. Let's show them on the track later. Hey, tell me, if I cripple Li Yaochen, does that mean I'll have the strength of the RRC Rookie King? Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. So if I bump off Saunian, do I get to replace King Knox? Manic whispers from a couple of racers came from around the room. Zidane pursed his lips and bowed his head slightly. A faintly imperceptible cold glint flashed in his dark purple eyes. A bunch of mongrels. There were over 40 contestants. More than a minute had passed by the time it was Sun Yen and Li Yaochen's turn to start. The black market owner wriggled his obese body, holding up the sign to come between Star and Snow Peak. Countdown. The owner held up the sign. Star and Snow Peak glanced at each other through the car window. Sparks flying. Both engines made a cranky noise at the same time. Apparently Li Yaochen has also learned the ejection start like the back of his hand. 3, 2, 1, start. Boom dash. The boss was too afraid to move, only feeling two strong winds blowing from the left and right sides. It almost brought his petite 200-pound frame to the ground. Not bad for a pro. The black market boss breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt a coldness in his crotch. He hurriedly looked down, only to see that the remains of his suit pants had fallen limply to the ground, and the boxers with the Kurumi printed on them were his last line of defense. The suit pants were charred, apparently ignited by the sudden burst of heat that had ignited them when the two machineries had started up. I drop a mother. Fat boss crotch a cold. forehead oozing layer of cold sweat. Hurriedly, he lifted the wreckage and ran off to the side to the nanny van to change his pants. And at this moment on the track, the fight between Star and Snow Peak had already begun. A connoisseur only knows if there is one or not. The moment he ejected and started, Sun Yan knew that Li Yaochen was a genius. Although the timing of the ejection start is still slightly flawed, it's on par with 80% of the professional racers of previous generations. This is where Li and is slightly more juvenile. The starting speed of the two cars is about the same, but as time goes by, without the module, acceleration up to 90 Star immediately pulled away from the gap with the Snow Peak. Just Li Yaochen is not at all panicked, just drove the Snow Peak steadily hanging behind the Star to suck the tail flow. Sun Yan glanced at Snow Peak through the rearview mirror. Subconsciously, the attributes of Snow Peak, the machinima, surfaced in his mind. Drift, 61 points. Acceleration, 88 points. Bend, 61 points. Gathering gas, 61 points. Stability, 61 points. Crash resistance, 91 points. Endurance, 91 points. It's really hard to imagine that the Snow Peak, which looks small on the outside, has an extremely rigid body shape. Compared to the Star's rounded front end and streamlined body, the Snow Peak's front end is angular, and the entire body line is extremely rough, looking 9 points similar to the Camaro of its previous life. Looking at acceleration again, it's a speedy machinima. But what the hell is that range and crash resistance? Keep in mind that a score of 80 on Star's crash resistance attribute would have sustained her debut from headbutt to headbutt with only a few traumatic injuries. This one is 91 points for crash resistance. I'm afraid that if he crashed headfirst into the cliff, Li Yaochen inside would be shocked to death. And as a result, Xiafeng wouldn't have any trouble with his own ass? The corners of the road race were nothing difficult, and both Sun Yan and Star were more relaxed. Sun Yan rigidly guarded his route, not giving Li Yaochen any opportunity to overtake. As the corner approached, he just thought about whether to point the brake to slow down, but found that the Snow Peak behind him did not have the slightest intention of slowing down. Oh, are the brake points going to be delayed along with him? This is not something a driver just learning to drift should do. Sun Yan calculated the best braking point handbrake over the corner. The results of the back of the Li Yaochen actually do not brake. Until he has taken the Star began to drift. Li Yaochen only finally reacted to the general pull up the handbrake. But this leads to cornering speed faster. Some of the Snow Peak directly mangled pasted up, as if in the case of not any overtaking space forcibly change lanes to add a traffic jam. Well, the moment the Star and Snow Peak tires were about to make contact and the two cars were about to crash together, Sun Yan was still driving Star smoothly out of the corner, only that a layer of cold sweat was already seeping from his back. He figured out what Li Yaochen was up to. This son of a is just going to be reckless with him on the curves on the basis that Snow Peak is resistant to collisions. Whenever he braked, Li Yaochen delayed and then rammed it straight up with his Snowy Peak. In this way, Stars with poorer anti-collision attributes than Snow Peak would inevitably be knocked off course. But if he didn't collide with Snow Peak, Sonian's only option was to give the corner away. Isn't this a ING hooligan? Sun Yan was dumbfounded. However, it had to be said that Li Yaochen's method was truly disgusting yet effective. But this effect is limited to big, right-angled corners like road races, or slow corners. If it was a continuous hairpin turn in a rally, Li Yaochen would still dare to delay the breaking point than him, and then he would wait for Xiefeng to lose control. The next few corners also verified Sun Yan's thoughts. Li Yaochen had forced him and Star with Snow Peak many times in a row, and once the two machinists had even stuck together, and then Sun Yan directly gave up fighting with Li Yaochen for the corner and simply let him go to the front. Master, pissed me off. Why don't you bump into those two rotten eggs? Star gritted her teeth. She wasn't stupid. She had long sensed Li Yaochen and Xiefeng's shameless strategy. Several times she wanted to collide with Xiefeng to let the two stinky eggs know the power of the titular collision-resistant king, but she was sternly stopped by Sun Yan. Wasn't I afraid you'd get hurt? Sun Yan stroked Star's back in amusement, smoothing Star's fur. He knows that Star is holding back, but there is really no need to fight with Xiefeng on the bends. If you can't do it, you can't do it, and it's only yourself who will suffer if you try to be strong. I won't get hurt. The king of impact resistance never loses. Star tilted his head back as the evil dragon roared, impotent and furious. She had 3 durians in front of her, and in her fury had clunked them all open. At the moment there was a petal of durian in his mouth and his face was full of ferocity. Compared to Star, Sun Yan, who had cultivated his body for a long time in his previous life, showed much more composure. Exposing his shortcomings in the underground tournament wasn't a bad thing, and he had already thought of a way to deal with Xiefeng at this moment. Regardless of whether it's the Silverstone track or the Pan Longshan track, if he encounters Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, he can either use consecutive hairpin turns to throw these two oddballs out of the way or put all 49 MP points on acceleration. So what can Xiefeng do if he can crash again when Xingchen has an absolute speed advantage? Alternatively, he could assign MP points to stability. The star's stability was increased to a certain score, and the Imperial Engine could be used. It was an ultimate killer application, and he didn't intend to expose it open until the provincial track. Looking ahead at Star, who was shivering with anger, Sun Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he tapped his fingers on the joystick. Star has won too many times and is not composed enough. In fact, it can be understood. After all, Star is also just a new cell phone lady, a blank sheet of paper. She is very hard and talented. Get a victory to produce some arrogance. Cockatail is completely understandable, but as a driver should be timely to help adjust the mentality. Right now Star's sharpness needs to be filed down. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng came to touch the bottom of him and Xingchen. Not only could the bottom not be touched, but he also had to take Li Yaochen and Xiefeng to be Xingchen's whetstone. Sun Yan hemmed and hawed. This ginger still has to be old and spicy. Next chapter, storming purple power loading. I'm gonna throw 2 purple power today. Chapter 82, watch and learn. Sanian's side is being sophisticated. Li Yaochen's side was also counting Sun Yan and Xingchen with Xuefeng. Master, speed test complete. Star is a bit faster than me. Estimated limit speed about 40 km per hour faster. Crash test complete. She's not as crash resistant as me. Ooh. Li Yaochen nodded slightly. Xiefeng, I'm very satisfied with your resistance to collision. It's all the result of our training day and night, and there's continued improvement in the future. Nayuki Mine turned her head to look at Li Yaochen. It's nice to be complimented by the master. So, think up yet. It's a race now. Don't think about it yet, but in the past, when the competition was all. But our opponents today are Sun Yan and Star. Woo, well, that race finish is going to be like 10 times. No problem. With a trembling hand, Li Yaochen took out 4 packets of 6-flavored Di Huang pills to get high in his mouth. Now go ahead and replenish your blue before you run out of energy during the battle. Having gotten what she wanted, Xiefeng's expression once again became serious as she glanced at the rearview mirror and calmly analyzed. So, Master, against Star and Sun Yan we can totally utilize the anti-collision to give suppression in the corners, and if necessary, make them deviate from the track or even lose their ability to race. The idea is good, but I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to bump into Sun Yan. Li Yaochen frowned. He had already attempted to hit the Star many times before with Xuefeng, but they were all nimbly dodged. The man sitting in Star's cockpit was as if he had already predicted all his actions in advance, calculating all the possible dangers all together and then avoiding them in advance. Even if he deliberately decelerated his speed and suddenly advanced his braking point, no matter how it changed, the Star behind him was always able to maintain a safe distance of about 1 to 3 meters from Xiefeng. What kind of horrible mastery is this? The more he fought Sun Yan, the more frightened Li Yaochen became. He originally thought that Sun Yan was only strong in the invention of drift technology. He thought that after learning drift technology, he could defeat Sun Yan. Now Drift has not completely learned to understand. For the judgment of the breaking point he is still a little fuzzy. At this moment is to find that the gap between his and Sun Yan's technology is definitely not a drift technology can make up for. As a racing genius, Li Yaochen rarely admires others, but now that he saw Sun Yan's track control, he was truly convinced. If expectations are good, the next corner will see Sun Yan and Star complete the overtake. Li Yaochen muttered as he looked at the approaching Z-shaped hairpin bend. As the race passed the quarter mark, the road gradually extended into the hills and the course conditions became more complicated. Xuefeng pursed his lips, his eyes full of surprise. The master would never have said anything like that before. In that case, the next Z-bend was also going to jam Sun Yan and Star. She fumed in her mind. That carload of Okamoto 001 she was bound to get. In Star's cockpit, Sun Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He intended to use the Z-turn in front of him to find out the bottom of Li Yaochen and Xiefeng. If Li Yaochen and Xiefeng could only struggle in vain in the Z-turn, then no matter whether it was the Silverstone advancement race or the Panlong mountain circuit afterward, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng would not be able to pose a threat at all. Besides, he looked at the stars in front of him that were making sounds like a low puppy growl. This little girl must be holding a lot of fire in her heart, right? Then it's a good release at the front Z-bend. 1 foot on the gas and boom. The hiss of the engine runs through the street. Star, who had been holding back, looked like a beast with its fangs bared erupting into ferocious aggression. The 2 airframes entered the Z hairpin turn at the same time and also entered the first observation point. A 360-degree panoramic camera faithfully recorded the scene, relaying the image to a screen on the cemetery entrance. The underground race was not well attended, but each was a black market racer and machinist. They can appreciate the dangers of speeding around the track more than the average person watching the race. So when they saw the 2 machinima almost sticking together and driving side by side into the curve, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Young people nowadays are really fierce, not afraid of death at all. Yeah, if this crashes together, both machinima will surely go out of control, and then the consequences will be unimaginable. Gee, this is a professional driver. Let's look at the line. There are illegal modifications. Do not dare to play like this. For professional racers, most of the wild drivers and machinists carry a reverent attitude, but there are some wild drivers and machinists who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, and will feel unconvinced when they see the images of professional racers with machinists galloping on the track. That's about it for pro riders. It's nothing more than money and modules piled on top of each other. Give me money and I'll do it. Someone will always say something like that, but soon enough, Sun Yan and Li Yaochen's tussle made these people's pushiness die in their throats. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng were the first to enter the hairpin and managed to grab the inside lane. It's a very comfortable entry point into the turn, and he has so much maneuverability compared to Sunin and Star in the outside lane. And there were only two choices for Sun Yan, either to slow down for the corner at the early braking point, or to crash over and grab the inside lane with him and Xiefeng. And it was clear that with Xiefeng's resistance to crashes, this kind of scramble was certainly not a losing proposition. So what will Sunin do? Li Yaochen glanced at Sun Yan and Xing Chen with his afterglow. At the moment the two machinima were completely side by side. Li Yaochen according to experience to choose the best braking point to pull up the handbrake ready to cross the corner. The result of the side of the engine suddenly resounded roar. He was shocked to turn his head, only to see Sun Yan actually a foot of throttle jump to the front. He doesn't brake? Li Yaochen and Xuefeng were both dumbfounded. You have to delay the braking point on the outside lane. This is going to fly out of control out of the corner. At this moment, Sun Yan was already 2/3 of a body ahead of Li Yaochen and Xuefeng. The corners of his mouth were upturned, and his eyes were full of airy confidence. He had a full car skill in his hands. It's technology and experience that is decades beyond this world. That'll teach you all how to respect old-timers. Sun Yan pulled up the handbrake, and the Star, which was in the outer lane traveling at high speed, instantly lost control. Crunch dash. The thick black smoke even obscured the view from the track. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng could only vaguely see Star's body flinging itself against the center of the curve. She's doing everything she can to get back to the bend, but it still couldn't stop the body from sliding toward the outside of the curve. Just then, left side tire holing. Sun Yan's low hiss exploded in Star's mind. Whoa, good, Master. Star had been stunned. However, her reaction speed was still there, and she immediately hugged the left tire to death according to Sun Yan's request, and then the entire right side of the body was violently lifted up, and the terrifying potential energy that had caused the car to go out of control was completely released in the process of lifting up the body. At the same time, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng dumped their tails to cross the corner. Star's tires practically scraped over the top of Snow Peak's car with pressure. The moment the Star was about to tip over on its side, Sun Yan's joystick swung while his body leaned to the right. The body of the Star fell back with a bang. At the moment, she was already a full length ahead of Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, and managed to grab the inside lane, under absolute speed suppression. The second hairpin turn Li Yaochen and Xiefeng didn't get a single advantage. After exiting the turn, he was already a dozen meters behind Sun Yan and Star. What was that technique just now? Master, I don't want to. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, who usually always had a calm face, looked at the pale blue taillights of the Star in front of them and were dumbfounded, only to feel a coolness rising from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and they couldn't help but shiver. In the cockpit, Star asked the same question. She looked at Sun Yan in the rearview mirror with admiration, feeling that her own master was very mysterious, and every time she could pull out a new technique at the critical moment to solve all the difficulties on the track. This strong sense of security was very reassuring to her. Sun Yan hemmed and hawed, reaching down to press Star's ass to convey conviction. It's called a drifting blade overtake. Watch and learn. And with Sun Yan driving Star out of the corner, a number of wild riders are also finally appearing at the front. There was also a very nice purple mirage that stood out amongst the wild riders. Throw a purple power. Chapter 83, Wild Dance. Wow, guys, our King of Nox is catching up. That was fast. Obviously we started almost half a minute ago. Several of the wild riders screamed at the sight of the silver streamers approaching at breakneck speed in their rearview mirrors. Block the road first and force him to slow down, or else we won't hit him. With the lead rider's order, the 5 machine girls traveled almost side by side, blocking all of Sun Yan's overtaking routes. Is this the start of something? Sun Yan looked at the wild riders in front of him who were deliberately occupying the road, and a chill flashed in his eyes. From left to right, the crash resistance attributes were 37, 41, 28, 55, and 48. The self-piloted machine girl named Purple Electric did not occupy the road, but just followed the 5 wild riders' machine girls. Her crash resistance attributes are pretty dismal as well, only a handful of 42. However, when Sun Yan saw the other attributes of the purple electricity, his 2 eyes were confused. Drift, 90 points. Acceleration, 54 points. Bend, 92 points. Gathering gas, 63 points. Stability, 41 points. Crash resistance, 42 points. Endurance, 82 points. Special skill, dazzle. Each perfect drift gains 1 point of acceleration, reduces 1 point of crash resistance and 1 point of stability. When the acceleration gained from drifting reaches 50 or the stability is reduced to 0, it opens the dazzle storm. At this moment, Rhapsody. Ignore the curves and all the obstacles for 30 seconds. When Rhapsody is over, the attributes are restored, and the skill status is reset. I've got a good one. Sun Yan couldn't help but burst out. The first time he met the purple electricity. This machine girl is still in the dueling arena to kill. He was just shaking his eyes at that time, didn't even explore this machine girl's attributes. Today's track coincidental encounter. He was slightly more attentive. The result is not to see. I'll look shocked. This machine girl that was abandoned by the club and the pilot was actually a top-of-the-line machine girl. Acceleration, crash resistance and stability are poor though, but you can't afford to have a full point of flexibility. Sun Yan carefully thought about it. The reason why this machine girl was abandoned must be because the acceleration was not working. Plus the pilots in this world can't drift. And in order to activate purple electricity's special skill, it must also be a perfect drift, which is too harsh a condition. The so-called perfect drift is the best cornering speed, the best braking point, the best entry point to complete the drift, and the process cannot have any collision with the surrounding obstacles or vehicles. Perfect drifting is as simple as eating and drinking for Sun Yan, but the racing technology in this world has just started, and talented drivers like Li Yaochun and Leah and who have strong driving instincts are not able to control perfect drifting. For them, the judgment of the entry point of the corner and braking point is still in the groping stage, and they need a lot of experience on the track in order to form a muscle memory. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Sun Yan looking like he was fussing, Star said vaguely with durian in his mouth. Is it because of those wild riders who stopped in front? Master, I don't think there's any need to be polite with them. Just run straight through them. It was true that she couldn't bump into Snow Peak, but she had a hunch that if it was one of these machine women in front of her who were blocking the road, then she wouldn't squeal once she hit one. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the roof of one of the middle machinima open, and with the sound of mechanical friction, a cylindrical metal platform rose up, followed by a full 5 icy cold gun barrels exposed, facing Sun Yan and Star's side. Wow dash! The sound of the barrels spinning and warming up echoed between the walls of the streetside hills, exuding an aura of danger. Star's eyes widened and the durian in her mouth dropped. Master, they cheated. Sun Yan's scalp was numb, and he said that these turtle grandchildren are really not talking about martial virtues. The wild riders in this civilized black market are not the same as the wild riders on Su Yuyong's side. The wild riders who live in the civilized black market have no inhibitions about modifying their machinima, and are tough guys with their heads in their pants. He had no doubt that what was spewing out of that barrel later was a grenade, despite the fact that the bulletproof and strike-resistant capabilities of the machine lady were countless times greater than that of a normal vehicle in the previous world. It was still very dangerous to be hit head-on by such a hot weapon. Sun Yan immediately had to S-position to prepare to dodge the grenade. He thought that he could still catch up by relying on Star's speed and just crash out of the way then. However, before he could even begin to position himself, the purple phantom in front of him was the first to make a move. The temperature in Zidane's eyes had lowered to freezing point when he saw that wild rider exposing the illegal modification of the thermal weapon. She pursed her lips and fought through the pain to get her illegal modifications started. Those were 2 sharp razors poking out from the front and rear of the car. She had spent a full $300,000 to strengthen the razor material in order to ensure the strength of these 2 razors. She didn't have strong acceleration. She didn't have strong collision resistance, but she didn't lose against heavy modified machine girls in the dueling arena by virtue of her agility and these sharp razors. Only, each impact hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. It hurts, but pain was the least valuable thing to Zidane. Boom dash! The engine roared and revved to the extreme of what purple power could achieve. Her speed skyrocketed, closing the distance to the machinima in front of her almost in the blink of an eye, and without the slightest intention of slamming on the brakes. The acceleration of all these wild drivers' machinima was average, plus now in order to block the road, so they all suppressed their speed. Before the purple electricity were all silent and harmless. No one expected this silent self-piloted machinima would suddenly pounce on them like crazy. The purple power controlled the sideways movement of the car. The brakes were applied, and the rear wheels were instantly held. Those violet eyes were firmly locked on the machinima in front of them. She doesn't know anything about power-up drifts, handbrake drifts, inertia drifts, entry points or braking points. All she knew was that it would allow the rear of the car to fling itself out, allowing its blade to viciously chisel through her opponent's armor. Give me! A cold light appeared in his eyes. Die dash! With that low growl, the rear end of the car lurched. Crunch dash! Purple lightning practically lifted into the air, the terrifying inertia pushing her rear end to fling her across a 180-degree trajectory. The razor-sharp blade slammed viciously into the ass of the locomotive in front of it. The entire rear suspension instantly snapped with a razor-sharp chisel and made a crunching sound. The machine also lost its balance due to the sudden impact. One of the rear hubs cracked and blew off immediately. The body tilted and slid out of the track. The man's horrified screams changed pitch from the cockpit, and the hot weapon modification was scrapped without a chance to use it. After resolving this machine girl in the center, Zidane shook off the beads of sweat that came out from the pain on his forehead and coldly occupied this machine girl's original position. To the left and right were 4 silenced wild riders. None of them had reacted to what was happening yet. They only felt a chill down their backs. And razors popped out of the left and right chassis of Purple Power with a miso sound. She blew up the bangs that fell to her mouth from her forehead, the chill in her eyes rising like flames. Like to play tricks? Fine, I'll play with you. Boom dash. The hiss of the engine mingled with the howl of tires scraping the ground. Sun Yan and Star stared wide-eyed. Even Li Yaochen and Xuefeng, who were following behind, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In the icy cold night, that purple phantom whirlwind danced wildly among the 4 machinima, like a swordsman holding double blades and boiling with killing intent. Chapter 84, you can't catch up even if you go all out, right? Master. This machina is fierce. Looking at the purple electricity that had ed over all 4 machinima in less than a minute, Star swallowed hard. She was fearless against a collision-resistant king like Xiefeng, but now she was actually a bit creeped out by the sight of purple electricity. Fierce indeed. Sun Yan nodded. He was referring to the special skill that Purple Power came with. If Star had the skill of purple electricity, and with the existing acceleration, he could run first with his eyes closed. It wasn't that Star's, Emperor's engine, wasn't strong. It was mainly because the perfect cornering thing was like it was customized for him. In the cockpit of Snow Peak, Li Yaochen looked at the figure of purple electricity. A flash of thought surfaced in his eyes. Unmanned machine girl. Is it because there's no driver? Eliminated by the club? Or abandoned by the driver? Master, this machinima has strong talent. It's just that its speed might not be too good. Xuefeng inclined his head to look at Li Yaochen, and suggested, didn't you want to find a second firing machinima before? You can ask this machinima if she's willing after the match. Li Yaochen didn't think there was much of a problem. He is the rookie chief of the RRC club. That title alone is enough to make a lot of machinima swoon. But, Xiefeng, that's a bit unlike you. Snowpeak twisted his head back to look at the track again. Not much of an undulation and soft voice coming out softly. Which way do you mean? That's right. You actually offered to let me contract a second hair machinima? Oyukimine paused and said lightly, 30 times a day, 10 times in the morning, 10 times in the middle of the day and 10 times in the evening. The master doesn't have any extra energy, so I'm rather relieved about it. Li Yaochen. He silently grabbed a handful of goji berries from the storage box next to him and chewed on them. Combining natural herbs can be even more powerful, but since Xiefeng had said that, then go for it a little bit after underground. After passing through the Z hairpin turn, they had come to the back of the cemetery complex. In front of us is a long straight highway. He thought that Purple Power would fight with the two of them next, but in reality, Purple Power took the initiative to change lanes from the inner lane to the outer lane after resolving the 5 illegally modified machinists and pilots, and drove against the cliffs, giving the inner lane and the middle lane to Sun Yan and Li Yaochen, without the slightest intention to fight each other. Purple Lightning's speed was slow, nowhere near as fast as Star and Snowpeak. Although Sun Yan and Li Yaochen were puzzled in their hearts, they still drove their respective machinima and directly overtook them. There's still about half of the schedule behind them, and they're not done with each other yet. In the cockpit, Purple Lightning looked at Star and Snowpeak, who were speeding away, and couldn't catch up with them, even if he tried his best. Soon she couldn't see the taillights of Star and Snowpeak. She was the only one left on the track facing the cold night wind, the pain from using illegal modifications coming from all over her body, amplified with every impact fight. She gritted her teeth, her broken hair covering her eyes, cold sweat and tears dripping down her pale cheeks. Can't catch up. You can't catch up anyway, can you? At my kind of speed, Zidian thought darkly in his heart. Why was she dumped by her driver in the first place? When Qin Shuiwei was still a novice pilot, her cornering skills were very poor. The auction instantly fell in love with her, and contracted her, who had average acceleration and great cornering ability. As a machinima, Zidian had the intention to bring Qin Shuiwei to grow up with her. At that time she was hesitant because Qin Shuiwei showed that she liked her very much. She felt that money was not important. What mattered was choosing a suitable master. So the auction price was only $10 million, which was less than 1/5 of the price of most of the top-level machine nymphs. There was training and modifications, and she and Qin Shuiwei got along very well in those days. The two progressed together, eating and living together. As sisters, watching Qin Shuiwei's skills get better and better, cornering no longer needed her assistance. Her sense of accomplishment at that time was beyond words. They worked together to win many races, and despite their slow speeds, they were still comfortably utilizing the corners to their advantage. Until one day they met the ace of the VDC club, Liang. Liang drove the Comet to the championship at a speed they could not hope to achieve. There was no point in even having purple power handle every turn along the way. Cornering skills are nothing in the face of absolute speed suppression. After that match, it was like Pandora's box was completely opened. She and Sheen lost 2 more training matches in a row early in the month. The Greenfield progression didn't even make the top 20, and even the Silverstone progression, which had the most turns, only managed to finish 8th. After this, Sheen Early's mind collapsed. She started picking on her constantly, accusing her of being slow and changing various purple modules that didn't make sense. When they came back from a training match one day, Sheen Early smashed all the trophies they had won together. A snail's pace machinima like you should get the hell out of here. Purple power. I'll never drive you again. She couldn't remember what else Early Sheen said afterward. I only remember cowering in the corner hugging her knees, her face full of tears, her breath gasping for air, her heart like a knife twisting. The next day, Early Sheen brought back a new machinima. That machinima was named Gale, and was so good at cornering and acceleration that she has since been completely lost on the track. Zidian had gone to Qin Juiwei and asked him to give her a chance or simply set her free. However, Early Qin Yaya just said a cold sentence. Want to be free? That's fine. Pay off the $30 million in default first, and you can be as free as you want to be. Later, in order to pay off the default, she went into Su Yuyang's black market. She had nothing going for her in the underground race, and she couldn't win against the fancy modified machine girls. Simply she'd put herself on attack mods, enter the dueling arena, and participate in the most lucrative and brutal program in the black market. At first, due to her poor bump resistance and stability, she was often punched in the head and even beaten to the point where she had to be dragged off the field. Later, she gradually learned to use her flexibility to fight, gradually able to occupy a place in the dueling arena. The prize money is also very good. Good times can win more than $1 million. Bad times how to have 500,000 or 600,000. Although every time the fights are like to fall apart like pain, but as long as you return to the dark room, do nothing to lie down for a day of muddle-headedness, the body will be able to recover to a 7 or 8. There is no future for a machinima without speed. Zidane felt this statement especially keenly. As it was, the track in view was a blur. Even the sound waves of Star and Snow Peak's engines she could barely hear. Highway, about to enter the next observation point. It's also a C-shaped uphill curve with a high grade, a full 30 meters of climbing. This terrain is also a piece of cake for the powerhouse Star. He had thought that the result of today's match would be like this. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng were at their wits' end, while he and Xingchen could only tearfully accept a car of Okamoto 001. But the result was that Li Yaochen and Xiefeng immediately staged a wave of tawdry operations for him and Xingchen again. Chapter 85, Space Frog Jump. Master, I don't want to lose. I want that load of goodies. May. Looking at the uphill curve ahead, Xiefeng slightly inclined her head, pouting her red lips, her pale silver eyes filled with longing and supplication. Li Yaochen, who was already planning to swing for the fences, instantly straightened up. This was a plea from Snow Peak. How could he as a master refuse? It must be incumbent. But Sun Yen and Star's cornering skills are so strong that it's hard enough to have an advantage on these C curves. So, what do you mean, Snow Peak? Use a special ability. There's nothing to hide anyway. Li Yaochen nodded slightly. There was really no need to hide Xiefeng's special ability, as it was rather buggy. Even if the opponent wanted to target it, it would be difficult, and he could only rely on absolute strength to crush him and Xiefeng. Besides, now Snow Peak wants that load of goodies again. Decision made. Looking at the sloping curve that was getting closer and closer, Li Yaochen pressed one hand on Xiefeng's buttocks to convey his belief. Use the special technique Space Frog Jump. Buzz. The instant the skill was activated, the space around the high-speed Snow Peak immediately distorted, and the pitch-black spatial turbulence wrapped and engulfed Snow Peak like a whirlwind, and in just the blink of an eye her body disappeared in place. Sun Yan and Xingchen, who were speeding ahead, only felt a coldness all over their bodies, as if their bodies were being passed through by ghosts. Sun Yan raised his eyes to look in the rearview mirror. His mouth opened wide in surprise. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng have disappeared. Is this some kind of ghost story again? However, this feeling was quite familiar to Sun Yan, when Li Yang and Comet also gave him this feeling. Master, I feel a strong fluctuation of psychic energy. It's Yukifune using a special technique. Star wasn't too surprised. Previously, Su Yuyang had said that Xiefeng was a top-tier machinima with a mysterious special technique. I just didn't expect my opponent to use skills even in this kind of underground tournament. But did she really think she could surpass her by using skills? Star narrowed his eyes. The king of super speed crash resistance was invincible. As soon as you hit the ramp it's a straight line again, and by then, when the time came for what Star hadn't thought of yet, the next second she saw the exit space at the top of the ramp squirm. and Snow Peak's figure was gradually pieced together from countless dots of light. She still maintained her high speed, and the moment the body was fully visible and the space area around her stabilized, the jets at the back of the car spat out purplish-red flames, and after releasing the skill, she also gained a burst of acceleration. I blanch. The foul mouth wasn't exploded by Sun Yan, it was Star. She stared with wide eyes, her face red with anger. Immediately twisting her head to glare at Sun Yan, she pouted her red lips and said sullenly, "Master, they're open." Sun Yan helplessly scratched his head. What can be done about it? Just open it. Master, I'd like to hang out too. Sun Yan took a look at Star's stability of only 75 and revealed a loving, bitter smile. Emperor Engine is less than 80 stability. The Star burst rate of 80%. The hand of MP points can give the Star to improve 9 points of stability, but there is little sense 84 stability burst rate is not low estimated. The most important thing is that he intends to the Star's skills as the bottom of the card hidden. Now for an underground race to use out is really not cost effective. Star you have a hang, but your hang open out easy to burst the cylinder. We burst the cylinder in the middle of the road. This race is definitely not run. Oh, Star puffed out her cheeks and made another low growl like puppy sound as she was filled with resignation. Master, isn't there any way to overtake them? That carload of Okamoto 001. She also wanted to say, well, there is definitely a way. Sun Yan shook his head and drew a big pie. As long as we pass each corner perfectly, and accelerate fully in a straight line, we can always gradually narrow the gap between us and Li Yaochen Xiefeng. Whoa, leave it to me, Master. Star's fighting spirit was rekindled. She was simple in character and didn't yet know that Sun Yan was painting a cake. And Sun Yan's idea today was to show the enemy that he was weak. Looking at Li Yaochen and Xiefeng who were already running out of shadow, Sun Yan pondered in his heart, is it actually a similar type of space shuttle ability? After the shuttle comes with an acceleration, just don't know how many times it can be used. That being said, this world's machinima is really outrageous despite having planned to lose to Li Yaochen on purpose, but there's not a hint of swinging for the fences in Saunian, either. After the long straight line after the sloping curve, he rose to the occasion with a kick of the gas. At this time, Star's acceleration engine once again showed an outstanding advantage. Even though Xuefeng gained an acceleration after using his special skill, this advantage was gradually shrinking under Star's acceleration ability, and soon he was once again hanging behind Li Yaochen and Xuefeng. Observation point 5. The owner of the black market has come in his nanny car. Usually he didn't bother to watch the matches, just the results. But today there are two professional competitors on the track. Professional competitors racing can be more ornamental than the wild riders. Wild riders of a variety of illegal modifications at first glance is quite interesting, but look at a long time will give a person a kind of fancy boring feeling. The fifth observation point is a downhill road with continuous hairpin turns. Due to the mountain wall's cover, the vision after the curve is completely unknown, which tests the runner's familiarity with the track. If you haven't run on this highway, you will test the temporary reaction ability after crossing the curve. If you let your guard down after the first curve, you are very likely to slip out of the track and roll down the cliff in the second hairpin turn. Plus it's a downhill road again. It's safe to say that the danger factor pulls full circle, and it's the hardest part of the entire civilization cemetery road. Boom boom boom. The roar of the engine echoed through the valley. The black market boss hurriedly backed up a bit to climb into the nanny van, found the perfect spot, took a cozy sip of his coffee, and set up his camera. Ho 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 ho, it's coming. Indeed, the organic mother is here. It's not just stars and snow peaks though. There are other teams of wild riders. A horde of a dozen or so machinists lined the track. These were the first two waves of wild riders who had set off, and they caught up with them as Star and Snow Peak jockeyed against each other. Xiefeng, just jump over there. No time to waste. Li Yaochen now has the same goal as Xiefeng. His skills have already been shown to Sun Yan. There is no need to hide anything. Now he just wants to take Xiefeng to victory and get a truckload of Okamoto 001. Buzz the words fell. Snow Peak immediately disappeared into the void, and in the next second had appeared in front of the wild caravan. These wild drivers didn't even have time to use illegal modifications to block the way. Snow Peak's engine module had already let out a shrill whine, like an arrow out of the string, pulling away from the wild teams, and then, in the moment when they were about to enter the downhill turn, disappeared into the void once again, directly crossing the two mountain walls to the other side of the track. Put! The owner of the nanny van stared in disbelief as a mouthful of coffee spewed out of his mouth. Before he could even react to what was happening, he saw a flash on the track, and with a deafening roar, the taillights of Snow Peak were fading away. The visual impact of the special skills of the top-level machinima is shocking, but what shocked him even more was yet to come. Sun Yan was catching up with the wind in his star, and blocking them were a dozen or so wild drivers of varying speeds, blocking almost all of the track. Stars don't have the ability to space travel, but Sun Yan in the cockpit was full of confidence. He has a unique way of overtaking cars. Chapter 86, Blade Penetration. Damn it, letting Li Yaochen and Xuefeng escape. Brothers, it's even if Li Yaochen rushes over, but Sun Yan and Xingchen must be stopped. Hoo-hoo, to the glory of our wild riders. These wild riders shouted beliefs and bonds, then lined up to block the track, but didn't pull out any hot weapons or other outrageous modifications. They are all very respectful of professional riders like Sun Yan and Li Yaochen. This admiration doesn't affect their sense of competition, though. If they could block the King of Nox, Sun Yan Star with the title of Magician, it would be enough for them to blow for a year. And if Sun Yan and Star's achievements became stronger and stronger in the future, it would be more than a year, and they would take it out and blow it every day. Master, there's a lot of people up front. In the cockpit, Star was filled with anxiety. Originally, they were on the verge of catching up with Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, but it turned out that these two ran away in a flash, and the highway ahead is full of wild riders. Leaving aside how to catch up with the skill-using Snow Peak, the biggest problem today was how to dash through the block of these wild riders. The other guy didn't get too aggressive. Star didn't want to run these wild riders right off the cliff either. She could only hope that the resourceful Sun Yan had something up her sleeve. Don't be in a hurry. Watch the work later. Sun Yan silently observed the traffic ahead. These wild riders had basically blocked the road, but they hadn't closed it right off like the 5 wild riders before them. They varied in speed and were intricately spread out across the track, taking up a long stretch of it. Between most of these staggered traveling machinists there is a half to 1 car length of overtaking space. The ability to achieve overtaking is nothing more than a test of the driver's judgment of distance and speed between cars. With a foot on the gas to the end, Sun Yan drove Star to quickly approach a machine woman at the end of the convoy. Star sucked on that machinima's tailstream, stupidly, like a dormant female panther. The magician is catching up. That wild rider stared at Star dead on through the rearview mirror, the pressure in his heart instantly pulling full. He knew that Star wanted to overtake, so he gave his own machine girl an advance warning. Watch out for that silver machine girl's movements. As soon as she has a tendency to turn, we'll block her overtaking route. Roger, master, responded the machine lady, and had just pulled up the alarm when she saw the Star behind her suddenly veer to the left. The other guy is going to overtake on the left. The machine lady immediately made this judgment, and the body intercepted to the left. Won't let you pass. However, in the cockpit of the Star, the corner of Sun Yan's mouth hooked. Fooled, he hit the joystick left to make a fake, then he immediately hit it right. A violent shift in the center of gravity caused a drastic change in the load distribution of the Star's body, and the rear wheels instantly lost grip and skidded into a brief drift. But the machinima in front of them had already been shaken by the Stars to the point of making the path clear. Sun Yan immediately put it in gear and kicked the gas to the floor. Boom dash! The Star engine hissed and overtook it without effort. Are you kidding me? Kidding me? Looking at the overtaking past Star, that wild rider was dumbfounded. Just now he clearly saw Star veering to the left, only for the person to instantly swing the car back to its original position. Racing can be this fun? I'm playing basketball across the street. After surpassing this wild rider, Sun Yan continued to show operation, using this fake action to play the front blocking rider in the palm of his hand. Star only felt that he was swaying left and right, and those machine women just obediently gave way to the road by themselves, and was suddenly amazed by the sky. Master, that's a great move. What's it called? It's called Scandinavia. Sun Yan was full of composure, patiently explaining to his own machine lady, but it's just flexible utilization. And the further advancement is the pendulum drift that you're more familiar with. It's not just corners that you use drifting techniques. Sometimes using it in a straight line can be very clever, especially when overtaking. Hoo-hoo, Skora oya! Star shouted as she waved her small fists. Yes, Scandinavia. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Saunian laughed dumbly, his hand resting dotingly on Star's, but to convey conviction. The wild riders in front of them realized that they couldn't stop Sun Yan and eventually chose to drive side by side to completely block the route. I hadn't heard that Sun Yan, the king of Nox, was an intelligent armorer, and I had never seen Star use special techniques, so it's always impossible to just shuttle through like Snow Peak? But they didn't notice that the front was coming up to successive hairpin turns. Into the hairpin turn, the technical problems of the wild riders came to the fore. Early braking, rushed to seize the inside lane, haphazardly decelerated, originally lined up in formation immediately turned into a plate of scattered sand. Hey, what kind of airplane are you guys on? You said you'd stop them? It's a stop, but they can't be that fast outside the bend. Wild riders are well aware of how dangerous it is to corner in the outside lane. That's a slight risk of hitting the guardrail and going off the cliff if you're not paying attention. Many of them have also seen Sun Yan's performance at the Nox Rally. Even a highly skilled professional like Sun Yan would have chosen the inside lane for the turn. However, they had misjudged Star's current speed. A speed of 300 km per hour wasn't so difficult to control for the current Star. Saunian just went straight out of the driveway into the turn. At the moment of entering the corner, immediately hit the steering wheel left, dropped the clutch and pressed the gas pedal full at the same time. At that instant the engine's rev skyrocketed, and the manic roar sent a shiver down the spines of the machinists and wild riders in front of them. At this moment, the revolutions of the star wheels were nevertheless maintained at their previous state. The moment the rear of the star was about to hit the guardrail, Sun Yan released the clutch in seconds. The power built up in the engine is injected into the wheels like an open floodgate. The tires grumpily rubbed black smoke on the ground, and the moment the grip was restored, Star's body had already swung through the curve in front of the mountain wall, its rear end sweeping against the guardrail and scraping out blinding sparks, like a sharp sword plunging from the outside lane to the front of the two wild riders. Then Sun Yan did as he had done, weaving in and out of the wild riders in the same way, shifting lightning from lane to lane, and by the time he came out of the corner he had left all the wild riders behind. Another long straight line, with the throttle full, and the star's jets spitting out pale blue flames. By the time the wild riders came out of the turn, where were the stars? The only thing left on the track was the searing white smoke and the roar of the fading engines. Not bad for a pro driver. Just out of reach, the foremost wild rider sighed helplessly and put away his loaded black pepper RPG. Ben wanted to come out of the corner and take a shot at Sunin. Turns out people don't give a damn. The black market owner of the observation point had been dumbfounded. All I could think about was the image of Star wreaking havoc on the curves. Just after 2 hairpin turns, Sun Yan not only drove Star to successfully corner, the speed does not lose a bit, but also take advantage of the corner when those machine girl lineups scattered the opportunity to overtake more than a dozen cars at once. More than that, he changed lanes 7 or 8 times on the track. What kind of devil road sense and reaction time is this? To say that he would never believe that these maneuvers were done by the main body of the machine girl, then there was only one answer. It must have been Saunian's technology that raised the ceiling of the machinima that was Star. Luckily, I recorded it. The owner was full of joy as he hugged his precious camera. This is the King of Nox's precious match video, which will be used to publicize his black market or treasured as teaching materials. And when Sun Yan and Star's fame grows bigger in the future, they might even be able to sell for a sky-high price. He was trying to savor anew the gallantry of Sun Yan driving Star through a corner while Blades overtook him. It turns out that there is actually no button to turn on video. The owner froze in place, only to feel the night wind become much cooler again. I'll be damned. He slapped an ear to his face. In the meantime, Kongwon City, Machine Lady Auction Show. DL01, it's your turn. Every time you're not on, watch out for the shot. Hearing that, the machine girl named DL01 was silent for a moment. She looked up, her head full of silky black hair sliding down her shoulders and high breasts to her long, tight legs. Under the bangs revealed a pair of rose-red eyes, which were extremely beautiful, but the coolness in them was a turn-off. Oh, did the man come today? The machine lady couldn't help but take a step back at sight of DL01's eyes, smiling sarcastically and waving her hand. No words, DL01. That guy doesn't have a club and won't come to the auction show, so why don't you find a club to stay in first? No go. DL01 looks down and continues to stare at his phone. Inside, it's showing game footage from the Greenfield Advancement Tournament. She reached out with her onion-white fingers to rake the progress bar forward, her gaze fixed on the moment when the silver streams of light soared over the cliffs, and an icy voice spat from her mouth. I won't shoot if the guy doesn't come. Chapter 87, Li Yaochun's Invitation. Sun Yan and Star ultimately failed to outrun Li Yaochun and Xiefeng. Of course there was also the reason why Sun Yan deliberately let the water go inside. However, Snow Peak's skill mechanics had already been tested by Sun Yan. In the course of him piloting the Star to close in on Snow Peak released a total of 5 space jumps. However, the distance of these 5 space jumps was getting shorter and shorter, and the acceleration and acceleration time provided after the jumps were getting lower and lower. The last space jump the other party had been in a hurry and jumped directly across 50 meters to the finish line, and the acceleration only lasted for a mere 3 seconds, whereas Xiefeng's first jump not only climbed up the height of a ramp but also flew forward by almost 200 meters, and the acceleration time was even more than 10 seconds. That said, maybe Snow Peak would only be able to pull off a 10-meter difference in distance on his 6th space jump, and he might not even be able to release it on his 7th. Sun Yan conservatively estimated it at 8 space jumps. There were so many turns in the Silverstone advancement race, 572 of them, so as long as he circumvented Snow Peak's impact and he gave all his MP points to acceleration, even if Snow Peak used every jump at a critical moment, he would never be a match for him and Star. He already had it in his mind. But Star didn't know that. This little girl from the finish line after the stinking face. See the black market boss pulling a car, Okamoto 001, over. Especially Li Yaochun and Xiefeng is still full of joy to receive rewards. She completely rushed into Sun Yan's arms. Holding Sun Yan's waist is a burst of bawling, tears and snot down. All rubbed Sun Yan's tie pink racing suit on. Woo woo, Master. I can't believe I lost to 2 rotten eggs. I'm not the Durian King anymore. Woohoo! Sun Yan touched Star's head dumbfounded. Why aren't you the Durian King? you're also the Durian King if you lose. Star tilted up her pretty face that was covered in tear stains, beamed, and said in an aggravated manner, the Durian Great King is going to divide and crown the defeated underlings. But who am I going to crown now? Ooh-hoo, I can't crown anyone. I'm an incompetent waste of a king. Ooh-hoo, Sunin. As a Durian Daikai, he actually kind of can't understand the world of Durian Daikai yet. He pointed to the purple power next to him and whispered, isn't there another machinima here? You can crown her. Purple Power is third. Even though she didn't pass the Wild Riders on the track, she was the one who was faster than the Wild Riders the whole time. I wouldn't dare. Star shrank behind Sun Yan and carefully surveyed the purple electricity. Purple Power has been lifted from unfolding mode. She stood alone without a streetlight, draped in a jacket and wearing a large hood. Amethyst eyes reflected an indifferent coldness in the glow of the cell phone screen. Well, this machinima looks like the type that doesn't get along too well. Look at your little outburst. Sun Yan pinched Star's soft face, and with his right hand, he took the bonus handed to him by his boss. Thank you two professional racers for showing me a wonderful race. The black market boss sighed and was filled with emotion. To be honest, after staying in the black market for so long, I'm about to kind of forget what a real race is like, and it wasn't until I saw you guys that I felt like my cold blood was showing signs of boiling once again. And to think that back in the old days, 10,000 words of sad memories omitted here. Master, is it okay to use 50 of this Okamoto 001 a day? Shuefeng carried a small square pink bag and looked at Li Yaochen expressionlessly, but his eyes sparkled. No problem, I'll listen to you. Li Yaochen dotingly touched Xiefeng's head, backhandedly took out a box of oyster essence, took out 2 slices and threw them into his mouth. And today's kidney strengthening plan was almost complete. Master, I'm sad that I lost the match. What should I do? Star pathetically pulled Sun Yan's sleeve, tears welling up in her eyes. Didn't you comfort Broken Dawn before? It's just an underground tournament, so if you lose, just lose. Keep trying next time. There were no MP points for the underground tournament. Sun Yan thought about bringing Star to try to participate in as many training matches as possible to save MP points before the Silverstone advancement tournament, just in case. It's not the same. Star pouted and muttered. Anyway, losing a match is just not fun, and Master doesn't coax me. I'm really the saddest machinima in the world. Master got my body and he's already going to abandon me? I'm getting more and more impatient. Oh. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng Tactics leaned back, revealing a ferocious gaze at Sun Yan. Sun Yan's old face blushed as he hurriedly covered Star's mouth. Pressing his voice, he said, when did I get your body? Core contract, yeah. Star blinked and said vaguely, don't you get my body when you've already done that to me? Sun Yan took a breath without slowing down. In the eyes of Li Yaochen and Shuefeng's surprise and contempt intertwined. He hurriedly bowed his head to the dark forces of Durian. Just tell me straight, what do I have to do for you to be in a good mood? Star's fingers entangled. Her pretty face reddened, and her eyes gradually moved away. Hot springs. What? I want to go to a hot spring. Oh, that's it? Sun Yan said to himself that this is still not good enough. He had enough assets for Star to go to the spot 10,000 times. As a result, Star's next sentence gave him a whole won't. Private soup. What? Want to soak in private soup? Star buried her blushing face, pinched the hem of her racing suit, and said with a mosquito hum, to take a dip in the private soup. May I? Oh, well, Sun Yan's old face turned even redder, and his heart panicked a batch. Can someone tell him what to do now? The premier machinist invited to join us for a private dip. If you say yes, you won't be treated as a pervert who molests machine girls, right? How would Su Yuyang and Zhang Laolai look at him? Scum? Fish? Perverts? But if you don't agree, this is another request from the stars. I'm sure Star would be upset if he didn't say yes. He should probably be upset too. Yes. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. What the hell? I'm going out on a limb. Isn't it just a private soup? What's wrong with Master and the premier machinima soaking in a private soup for health? Only nasty people with nasty minds think nasty. A great man like him who is bright and pure in thought will come out of the mud even if he is in the hell of barren silver. At this moment, Sun Yan only felt like he was covered in Buddha's light. Yeah, Master said yes. Star broke into a smile and bounced around Sun Yan, her heart already flying into the hot springs, and her mind quickly began to simulate various plans that would enhance her relationship. The black market owner next to him said no one was listening and eventually had to look up at the sky at 45 degrees. His youth is gone. The world now belongs to the young. In the corner, Zidane clutches the black suitcase containing the $250,000 prize but has no time for it. Her gaze followed the freckled and cheering stars in the light, her eyes full of envy. Even when she lost the game, she wasn't blamed by the master. She could pout and make demands with impunity. That's nice. Suddenly, 2 figures walked up to Zidian. She subconsciously shrunk up and hugged the box like a hedgehog going into a state of defense. The cold eyes glanced upwards at the visitors and realized that the visitors were Li Yaochen and Xiefeng. What do they want? Promoting Okamoto 001? Hello, I'm RRC Club's rookie ace, Li Yaochun. Li Yaochun extended his hand in a friendly manner. Only when Zidian had no intention of shaking it, he calmly retracted it. Speak. Purple Lightning indifferently spat out a word. During the previous race, I realized that you are very talented, and would like to invite you to become my second Herr Machinima. Li Yaochun didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, regardless of your past, following me, your resources will only be a little bit less than Xiefeng, and you'll also have the opportunity to go on the track. This I guarantee and can write into the agreement. DL01, Chapter 88, I refuse. Had it been before meeting Qin Zhaoyuan, Zidian would have thought that Li Yaochun was a good choice. But now, even if he was a rookie ace, there was no difference between Li Yaochun and those drivers. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be anyone's machinima. Purple Lightning was full of indifference, without any room for negotiation. Li Yaochun's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned back and exchanged glances with Xuefeng. I didn't think it was really rejected, although his heart is a little bit surprised, but Li Yaochun is not the kind of person who is forced to buy and sell. Each machine girl has its own personality and ideas. He cannot understand, but he will respect, just like Xuefeng. From the first time Xuefeng Knight attacked him, he knew that Xuefeng, such a machine girl, placed in the whole group of machine girls as 1 in 100,000. The general public cannot handle it at all. Well, farewell then. Li Yaochun nodded and took Xiefeng's hand and turned to leave. TSK, I can't believe you were rejected. Master, your charm doesn't work. It seems like you still exercise less. Snow Peak, I know what you mean. Li Yaochun backhandedly fished out a ginseng from his bag, cackled and chewed it, and said expressionlessly, exercise me to your heart's content when you get home. I'll definitely become stronger. Wow. Xiefeng pulled a truckload of Okamoto 001 with one hand and touched Li Yaochun's ass with the other. Very spirited. On the other hand, Star sneakily came to Sun Yan's heel, tiptoeing as close as possible to Sun Yan's ear. Whispered, Li Yaochun and Xiefeng left without greeting. Really are two rotten exit. But they were rejected by that purple power. Hey, master, or not, or what? Sanian raised an eyebrow. Why don't you try it too? Star egged on. You're the king of Nox, the magician, the Durian de King, the most handsome man in the world. And if Li Yaochun fails to recruit a mecha, maybe you'll be able to do it successfully, and then you'll have a second hair mecha. But don't you think Purple Lightning is scary? Star nodded, full of seriousness. But how can the Durian King not have any guards with swords? Sunin. He was getting more and more confused about what role Durian Day played in Durian Day's world. Is it not the Taishan Emperor with a durian helmet on his head and durian plate armor on his body, full of white hair, hunched over and struggling to walk? However, Purple Power is indeed a very good mechanic, and with the fact that the other party has been abandoned by the club and the pilot, that does make it possible to try and pry it over, except that the mechanic looks uninviting, so I guess it's not that easy to contract. Master, go ahead and try. Star pushed Sun Yan's waist behind him. Go, go! Sun Yan only had to move in front of Zidian, even though Zidian was still looking at his phone. The fingers picking at the screen of the phone had stopped. Sun Yan knew that Zidian had already noticed him and Xingqian, didn't raise his head, didn't say anything, was just waiting for him and Xingqian to open their mouths first. Hiss, the oppression came up at once. Unbeknownst to her, Zidian was also nervous in her heart at the moment. She subconsciously held her breath, only to feel that time had slowed down countless times. Hello, I'm Sun Yan. Don't know if you recognize me. Many people call me a magician. Sun Yan scratched his head and was full of embarrassment, feeling that his feet could gouge the soles of his shoes through, and even gouge a 3-room out. Star covered her mouth and hid behind Sun Yan, snickering, not wanting to help at all. I just saw you over at the track, and I feel like you on the track are still pretty awesome. Sun Yan had never been so embarrassed in his two lives combined. Mainly Zidane gives off an air of being too cold, plus being a pretty macho girl again, so even with Star cheering behind him, he was still inevitably nervous. Luckily, Zidian was quite facetious and didn't say a word or roll his eyes at him. She didn't look up, and a thin voice came from under her hood. Anything? I'd like to invite you to be my second hair machinist. Nothing else is guaranteed. The resources and access to the track will be adapted to your characteristics. Purple Power would be perfect for dealing with races with particularly high corners and obstacles that a Starhead Iron couldn't crash through. And there are quite a few more of these more specific races, such as the Silverstone progression race, which is a prime example of a superbly curved race. The girl in front of her was silent and said nothing. Sun Yan and Xingqian followed suit in their hearts, not realizing that at this moment, Zidian's heart wasn't calm either. Sun Yan and Star actually did extend an invitation to her. Zidane envisioned the possibility of such a thing, but dismissed it time and time again. She didn't feel that she had any merits worthy of Sun Yan's eyes. Her speed was so slow. At best she was skillful. As for special skills, it was not like Sun Yan and Star knew she had them. With herself she did not yet have the means to activate the skills fully, and even if she could do it, she would not intentionally show off her abilities just to attract someone's attention. It was not her character. The moment when Sun Yen said I want to invite her to become a secondary hair machinima, she came really close to saying yes, but Zidane was scared. She was afraid that if she said yes and said there was still $20 million out of contract, the other party would turn her away with a look of apology and regret. She couldn't imagine how sad and desperate she would be at that point. She wouldn't dare bet on it. After all, no matter where you put it, $20 million is definitely not a small amount. The money could not only be used to auction off extremely superior performance machinima, but it could also be used to buy gold or even diamond modules, which is better than getting a machinima that slowed to a crawl no matter what way you look at it. Sun Yen and Star would accept her, probably because they felt that her liquidated damages weren't much and were within the range of affordability, but once she exceeded that threshold, she would still be dropped. No matter what type of abandonment, none of the purple electricity wanted to take it anymore. She stood up silently and clutched the box filled with $250,000 as if it were the last straw. Under Sun Yen and Star's confused gazes, she turned around silently, a tear sliding down her cheek, blood seeping out of her tightly bitten red lips. She took a deep breath and spat out 2 words in as calm a tone as she could manage. Sorry. Nothing. Sun Yen was a little disappointed in his heart, and had wanted to say something, but then he saw that purple power had already run away. Her back looked a little hasty, like a frightened stray cat, her slender figure gradually swallowed by the darkness. The shadow of purple power running shifted underfoot in the dim streetlight. The cold wind blew open the hood, revealing tangled, crumpled hair and a pair of eyes blurred by tears. It's run its course. She stopped under a streetlight, staring blankly at the end of the road for a moment, then looking up at the streetlight again, slowly stretching out her hand. The dense bruises on her fingers looked like intertwined cobwebs under the light, and there was a faint tingle of pain. She looked like she was about to touch the light falling from the lampshade, but finally dropped her arm in dismay, muttering, "There's still a chance of this if the default is paid off. I'm sure I'll say yes, right? Throw a purple bolt. Don't cut me. I'm just conforming to the persona." Chapter 89. So they are the same people, 2 in 1. Oh wow. Masta was rejected then. It's true that the mongrel Masta is not loved by the machine lady. Star pulled Sun Yen's hand. The other hand gently patted Sun Yen's back, soothingly said, "Masta, don't be afraid. Star will never leave you, and will never reject you. Only Star will be so dead to you. After all, you're a mongrel pilot, so be good to Star. Oh, Sunin." So the question is, where did Star learn PUA talk? If he knew who taught him these PUA words, he would have pressed a durian shell on that person's face. Seeing Sun Yen's downcast appearance, Star put away her joking mind, hugged Sun Yen's hand, her pretty face pressed against Sun Yen's arm, and said with a face full of seriousness, "Master, haven't you noticed that Zidayan's attitude towards you is different from that towards Li Yaochen?" "Huh? What's different?" Sun Yen froze. Both he and Li Yaochen were rejected. After rejecting Li Yaochen, people at least did not run. After rejecting him, Zidian twisted his head and ran away, just like avoiding the plague. That's the main thing that got him in a big way. He was not particularly handsome, but he was a handsome man in the eyes of ordinary people, and he was tall. The key is a good job, and you get rejected for a job that good. God forbid. What Zidan said to Li Yaochen was that she would never become any pilot's machinima. Said it very unmercifully, but said to you, just said sorry. Starfinger pointing red lips, full of eyes flashing with cunning. Master know it. Sorry is sorry means. I feel that purple electricity is trying to accept your good intentions, but because of some special reasons she can't accept. In the end, she directly twisted her head and ran away as more to show that she does not dare to face the psychological characteristics. The above is purely made up. Star is just trying to make his own master happy. Sun Yen sniffed, both eyes narrowed. What you said seems quite reasonable. Right. Star hammed and hawed. So master isn't hated. Then let's invite again when we have the chance in the future. Sun Yen sighed in relief. If Zidane really hated him that much, he'd have to reflect on whether or not there was something wrong with his words or actions. All the other machinima minded. Only Star didn't mind anymore. This underground black race came to an end, and it also brought Sun Yen's assets to over $4 million without any problems. He didn't go back to Zhang Laolai's place, and went directly to the black market to find Su Yuyang. Just as Star also said that there was something to look for flowing light, and the two of them hit it off, each looking for their own. Sun Yen, old brother, nothing to do. What is the matter straight to say? Old brother certainly full help you. Su Yuyang took a look at Sun Yen and knew that Sun Yen was hiding something in his heart. His feet were floating, his eyes were fluttering, and his two hands were rubbing to and fro. This is a big thing hidden. That, Boss Su, before I talk about this matter, You have to promise that you can't have an opinion about my character as a person, and you can't tell anyone about this matter. It must be kept strictly confidential. Sun Yan took a deep breath and said with a solemn, nervous face. Su Yuyang's heart thumped at his words. Finished? This Sun Yan shouldn't have killed anyone. I heard that he and Star went to the black market next door to fight an underground black match with that Li Yaochen. Could it be that? Put Li Yaochen GA? Brother Sun Yan, let's take a step to talk. Su Yuyang brought Sun Yan to the inside of the room, closed the doors and windows, and did a good job of defense before asking with a heavy face, you tell me, if the sky is the limit, Brother Su will help you cover it. It's like this. Sun Yan squirmed. Star invited me to a private soup, and Su Yuyang's eyes widened. You promise? Well, I promise. After saying this, Sun Yan was already necking and waiting for Su Yuyang's moral judgment. As a result, Su Yuyang didn't say anything. Sun Yan stole a glance at Su Yuyang, found that Boss Su's gaze at him seemed to be more affectionate. Old brother Sua. Boss Su shook Sun Yan's hand, both eyes glowing. My generation model I can actually let the machine mother take the initiative to invite you to soak in the private soup. I started off by begging Liu Guang to let her go with me for a piece of time. Think about it. Alas, Boss Su, you. Sun Yan's pupils quaked. He realized he seemed to have misunderstood something. You are not harm. Didn't I see you looking so serious that day? I thought, I'm not young anymore. I can't be looked down by you, right? So I pretended to be a prude. I didn't expect you to be a prude. This misunderstanding, you tell me? Sun Yan let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, the misunderstanding could make him self-reflect all day. After all this, Su Yuyang and him are in the same boat. Since the words were all said and done, and the two exchanges were easy, Sun Yan had no more burdens in his heart, and said bluntly, Elder Brother Su, I came here today to ask, what are the rules for soaking in a private soup with a machine mother? What things do I need to prepare? Su Yuyang is also a first brother, colorful heart without color. In addition to the flow of light to press the legs, look at the small walk, nothing else to do, but in front of Sun Yan, how he has to set up a good big brother's image. It is the face of the problem. So he frowned tightly and pretended to look deep, thinking for half a minute before he opened his mouth with a serious face. Su old brother, since you are so sincere in asking questions, today, old brother, I'll tell you, the most important thing to get along with the machine mother is sincerity. Sincere? Sun Yan felt that he was quite sincere to Star. That was. That's right. Can you be more specific? Well, Su Yuyang stammered for a moment and said stiffly, in that kind of ambiguous environment, it is inevitable that we will produce some sensible and dirty thoughts. This is the disadvantage of our human beings, but it is the common sense of human beings. We can't avoid it. Yet we have to try to ensure the purity of our thoughts at this time. He squeezed Sun Yan's shoulder. Eyes firm. Look serious, Elder Brother Su. Do you understand what I mean? Sun Yan had already been sidetracked by Su Yuyang and shook his head blankly. Su Yuyang sighed, secretly saying that the commoner's son was not to be trifled with, but still explained in detail. It is to do nasty things in a proper manner, to behave nastily, but to ensure a high degree of purity of thought. This is sincerity. To think that he was so excited when he pressed his leg for flowing light. Although the position gradually shifted as he pressed and pressed, his inner self had always hypnotized himself that he was just trying to help his own machine girl relax her leg muscles, and since his own machine girl was already working so hard after running the track for a day, he felt very sincere and gradually took it for granted, and he was able to face Drifter's intentional jabs and banter afterward with an open mind and a clear conscience. Looking at Su Yu's sunny Zhengwei's eyes, Sun Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. So this is the mystery of soaking in private soup with a machine woman. He, enlightened. Meanwhile, in Streamlight's room, with a blush on her face, Star asks Ryuko how she should take advantage of being alone with Sun Yan at the private soup to quickly warm up their relationship. Flowing Light looked at Star in surprise at his words, his eyes gradually becoming ambiguous. Star, do you like your master? Star was stunned, her face getting redder and redder. She covered her burning face in distress and muttered in a small voice, why did Sister Lu Guang ask such an explicit question? Because it's important, based on your level of emotion, so I can determine what you should do next? That would be like. Star stammered. How much? Stream continued. The lifespan of a human is finite, but the lifespan of a machinima is infinite. So what would you do if it came to an end? Star had never thought about such serious issues. He just felt happy and blissful staying by Sun Yan's side and wanted to be with Sun Yan forever. But the fact that Ryukin was now picking out this harsh reality made her freeze. What was she going to do when that day did come? Tears slipped from Star's eyes in large clusters as she thought about it. She huffed as she stared blankly at Streamlight. If Master is going to die of old age, I'll just precipitate the wisdom core beside him and I'll go back to the furnace. I don't want to stay in a world without him. Star is very brave then. Flowing Light took Star's hand and wrapped Star into her arms, stroking her head in gentle reassurance. Since Star said so, then she knew how much Sun Yan was in Star's heart. If you want to improve your relationship with your master, you need to know what your master's favorite thing is. Liu Guang thought that Su Yuyan liked her legs the most, so she put her legs on Su Yuyan's legs on purpose every time. As long as he did that, Su Yuyang would be especially happy. Star nodded in confusion. What did Sun Yan like? Some images came to her mind and she basically had a number. In addition, since it is to go to the hot springs to relax, then bring some small snacks, prepare some happy topics. By the way, in fact, the driver is not easy. They drive us is also very hard. Some of the old driver negligence of maintenance all day long on the back pain. At that time, you can help your family master to press the waist and back and whatnot. This needs to be a more professional approach, so you have to be careful. Star nodded with a serious face. Master's favorite things, snacks, topics, and professional massages. She remembered. Sister Ryuko, is there a way for the master to live a lone life? Flowing Light froze and laughed dumbly, cupping Star's soft face with both hands. There is. When you become world class, there will be someone who will make you all live a long life. Then I'm going to be world class, and I'm going to make Master live a long life. The light in Star's eyes grew firmer. It used to be that becoming world class was for the glory of the machinima, but now the goal has changed. Yet more motivated than ever. As long as Master lives a long life, she and Master can be together forever, right? Flowing Light looked at the determination in Star's eyes, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How can there be a free lunch? The price that corresponds to a long life is a heavy responsibility. Responsibility for the fate of the entire world. Stars. Chapter 90. Excited heart, trembling hands. The next day, get up in the morning and open the door. Sun Yan and Xing Chen looked at each other and their faces reddened one after another. That, Star. Good morning. Thinking about today's action, Sun Yan couldn't help but let his eyes drift, glancing at Star's pajamas for a few moments, and seeing the luscious curves, he immediately became a bit restless, feeling a hint of dryness even in the cool morning. Wow, Master, you're pretty spry today too. Star nodded with a big red face buried in her face, turned and went to wash up, her back looking a little flustered. Last night she had asked Flowing Light to help with everything, just go straight to the spa today. When Sun Yan made breakfast, Star had already left, leaving a note on the table that read, I'm going to train with Ryuko-san today, so I won't eat at home, and I'll come directly to the hot springs at 7 p.m. Mastad. There's a surprise. When Sun Yan saw the word surprise, he only felt his scalp tingle, and his entire body went through the roof. What kind of surprise is it? His mind was already swimming with ideas. Deadstock water? Bikinis? Or a variety of cute suits? Hey, since Star was preparing a surprise, he had to prepare something for Star anyways. What does Star like? Sun Yan touched his chin for a while to ponder. Durian this thing surely like, but this little ninja 10 meals a day are eating durian. If the durian is a gift to send out inevitably seem a little less sincere. After all, Su Boss said, sincerity is the most important. After some meditation, he basically had a number in mind. Time is urgent. Immediately change clothes and go out. Straight to the food market. By the way, also went to the wholesale fitness equipment. Approaching 7 p.m., Sun Yan wore a handsome suit. His hair was combed into a tie look, and his leather shoes were brushed and oiled. Out the door with 2 gift boxes full of joy. Zhang Laolai was practicing Bata Danjin in the courtyard and couldn't help but be curious when he saw Sun Yan carrying 2 boxes out. Sun Yan, what are you going to do? Who's getting married? Rush, what gift? This is a gift for Xingchen. Sun Yan's face was full of disgust as he pushed away old rascal Zhang, who had come over to him. A gift for Star? Can I see it? Ling Feng folded his arms and looked at Sun Yan pitifully. Sun Yan could ignore old rascal Zhang, but Ling Feng couldn't. Ling Feng was Star's best friend. Anyway, Star had already gone to the hot springs, and there was no possibility of leaking the information in advance, so it was fine to show it to Ling Feng. So he opened the box, full of dejection. These 2 things are definitely according to Star's preferences. If she doesn't like me washing my hair upside down, jia. Ling Feng looked at the contents of the box, and the look on his face gradually solidified and became odd. Her eyes moved back and forth between Sun Yan's face and the gift box, and she said with a dry smile, that, Master of the Star family, are you sure? Sure. Ah ha ha ha. That, well then, just have a good time tonight. Ling Feng politely took 2 steps back to make way. She regretted it. Curiosity killed the cat. If she was given another chance, she would not look at it. Sun Yan joyfully carried the gift box away. Zhang Laolai this came over, full of currying favor and said, Ling Feng Sun Yan gift box in the end what? You give me say it. Ling Feng was worried that there was no one to share this matter, but it turned out that Zhang Laolai came up. Great. What a great master for her. If something goes wrong later, we will all suffer together. Master, stick your ear closer. Zhang Laolai did as he was told. and Ling Feng pressed his voice to mutter a few words in Zhang Laolai's ear. Zhang Laolai's face followed suit, filled with consternation. Are you sure? Ling Feng stomped his foot. Can I still be blind? Zhang Laolai hissed, rubbing his stubble-covered chin with eyes that grew confused. Young people nowadays are getting more and more outrageous. Why do they give away such strange things? I can see that Sun Yan is very serious about giving Star a gift. But, ugh, forget it. Zhang Laolai resumes his stance. Might as well keep hitting his 8. Don't get involved in young people's business. In front of the spa, Sun Yan was hesitant, holding the 2 gift boxes in his hands, his heartbeat gradually accelerating. Just as soon as I entered, the boss's wife rushed over to me. Yo, isn't this little brother Sun Yan? Came pretty much on time. It's all arranged. Private soup number 57. Don't go the wrong way. The boss's wife shoved the number plate into Sun Yan's hand, her face more or less odd. Honestly, in all the years of running a spa, this was the first time she'd encountered this. The machine lady invited the driver to soak the private soup together also quite a lot. But the preparation so fully is still the first one. If it is not Lu Guang gave 10 times the money, she is certainly not happy with her own private soup was so spoiled. But as long as you give enough money, Sun Yan and Star is God. Sun Yan took the love number plate and went to the locker room to change, glancing at her cell phone in the process. It just happened to have a message in it from Star. I'll be waiting for you at the hot springs. Hiss. The brain is trembling. Sun Yan quickly changed into his bathrobe. Excited hearts, trembling hands, straight to Soup 57 with 2 gift boxes in my arms. The moment I entered, a faint smell of durian lingered on the tip of my nose, which wasn't so bad. He was all rather used to it. And where there were durians, there were stars. Jia, he's coming. Sun Yan glanced at the situation in the private soup. The water vapor dazzle. There is a table on the cut durian, neat and tidy, next to a plank bed and a pressure cooker. Do not know what is loaded inside. The hot springs there is a girl's figure. If not Star, and who is it? Excited hearts, trembling hands. Sun Yan carefully placed the gift box on the table and then pressed his steps into the spa. Star's hair was wrapped in a towel, revealing her snow-white neck, and with her yukata wrapped tightly around her body, she could clearly see the graceful lines. She seemed to be drumming on something with her head down. Isn't this a great opportunity for a sneak attack? Sun Yan slowly approached and took a deep breath. The hot springs made him blush. Even the breath exhaled seemed to burn. He steadied himself and reached out to pat Star on the shoulder. Aha! Shoulders infused with hot spring steam just aren't the same. Smooth, moist and soft. It's mind-blowing. Sun Yan, hi. Star turned her head. The smile on Sun Yan's face gradually solidified. Then he let out a miserable scream and took several steps back. You're not Star. Sun Yan pointed at the face that was full of wrinkles and showed buck teeth. Where is this Star? It's simply a middle-aged mom. It was just that due to being shorter and having lighter skin, plus having her hair wrapped around her and the hot springs being foggy, she didn't recognize her just by looking at her back. Hello boss. The middle-aged old mom smiled and bowed. The only man who comes to this private soup is the owner. No need to wonder. She grinned. I'm the little girl invited to give you a back rub. Besides me, there's also my sister. Both me and my sister are professionals. We can definitely help the boss wash away the worries and fatigue of the day. Boss, it's not too late. Let's start now. The old mom pointed to the plank bed next to the spa. When he first entered the door, Sun Yan was still wondering what the plank bed was for. Now he's enlightened. Looking at the old mom who approached with a smile on her face, the fear in Sun Yan's heart knew no bounds. Have to, pass, come, dash, throw in an imperial scale. Chapter 91, Star's Gift, Kaijla +2. That's when the spa door opened. Sun Yan turned back with hope. I thought it was Star coming, but I saw an old mom with a height of 1 meter 8, dark skin and a strong body walking in with an iron bucket. She was wearing big black boots. Inside the bucket was a special scrubbing tool, as well as sea salts, essential oils and other things. She looked like a pig killer in a slaughterhouse. That's my sister. The old mom's face was full of joy. Maisie, come here quickly. The boss is here. The bladdered old mom turned her head to see Sun Yan's eyes light up, and the corners of her mouth grinned a hideous smile. This boss is a big moneymaker. $2,000 an hour for her and her sister in the bath. How to give the boss a good impression of rubbing Shutan today. There may be an opportunity to serve in the future. Hello boss. Don't worry. I'll rub you clean. You don't have to be shy. That's what we do. We don't let go of all the nooks and crannies. Sun Yan's face turned green. He no longer had time to worry about why there was such a big difference in the size and looks of these two sisterly old moms. He just wanted to escape. A brisk sprint to the door, slippers flying off. Ignoring the two old moms' calls of boss, he was about to rush out of the spa. At that moment the small wooden door opened and Star, wearing a one-piece bathing suit, came in humming a merry little song, and came face to face with Sun Yan, who was full of fear. Master, you're here? The moment he saw the Star, Sun Yan was like coming from hell to heaven. he was barely moved to tears, and hurriedly took a flash to catch Thomas pirouetting to hide behind Star. Star, if you don't come my life will be accounted for here. Woo QAQ. Star looked at the two old moms with a confused face, and then at Sun Yan. The highly emotional brain reacted instantly to what was happening. She pulled Sun Yan's hand, embarrassedly spat out her tongue. Master, these two are the ones I invited to give you a massage and scrub, because Sister Lu Guang said that this matter should be done by a professional. You don't look at these two aunts who are old, but they are very famous bath masters in the neighborhood, and the ones who have been pressed have said good things. Yeah boss, we're pretty good at rubbing it in. Boss, give us a chance. We promise to rub you the hell out. It turned out that these two old moms were hired by Star to scrub the bath. Sun Yan gradually slowed down, wanting to cry. He'd thought that Star had invited him alone to a private soup, to get together for a date or something, and it turned out to be a self-indulgence on his part? Did Star simply think he was working hard and wanted him to relax? Quite a surprise indeed. Well, it was touching, but more or less a minor disappointment than before. That, Xing Chen this bath scrub master is not needed. Sun Yan was full of depression, still a little shocked, holding his forehead. There's no need for a massage or anything. My body is very good. There's no back pain. He looked at the two old moms. It was really hard to imagine their hands roaming around his body. If he added those tools, he would even feel that he was like a pig to be slaughtered. He had trouble accepting the scrub service. He felt that hot springs and bathing were more private things. At best, it was acceptable for Star to be with him. It would be too uncomfortable to have an outsider. Wow, okay. Star saw that hiring the old mom still seemed to affect Sun Yan's mood. She gave an apologetic smile and said shyly, Auntie, I'm sorry, we won't be needing the scrubbing service today, but we'll still pay you half of the labor, so it won't be a wasted trip. The two old moms looked at each other. Is there such a thing as a good thing? You don't do any work, you get paid for nothing? Sure enough, it's the big boss. What's the point? We're supposed to be a service industry. Everything is subject to the boss's orders. Yeah, since the bosses don't need it, we'll leave first and not bother you with the hot springs. The two old moms were full of joy, retreating in a hurry with iron buckets and various tools. As soon as the two old moms left, the private soup that had seemed a bit cramped immediately became empty. The surroundings were quiet. There was the sound of spring water gurgling, and only Sun Yan and Xing Chen were left. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere gradually became somewhat ambiguous. Star stood in front of Sun Yan with her head lowered, her ears red, not knowing what she was thinking. Sun Yan peeked at Star's back, his gaze following Star's bare shoulders downward, skimming over the S-shaped waistline, and further down was a pair of slim and slender legs, water droplets sliding down the snow-white skin to the pink ankles, and eventually mixing with the water on the ground, which was exceptionally tantalizing. Eyes withdrawn, heartbeat gradually accelerated. Sun Yan swallowed hard. Master, I have a gift for you. In the middle of the day, Star stammered and broke the calm, taking small steps and running to the table as if fleeing. Leaving Sun Yan's burning gaze, she seemed to become able to breathe again. Red-faced, he waved his hand at Sun Yan. Sun Yan walked over and Star uncovered the pot. Inside was a thick pot of fish soup. Star secretly glanced at Sun Yan, with a bit of apprehension and anticipation. Whispered, I remember that Master very much liked to drink the fish soup made by Grandpa Liang, so I studied it with Sister Liu Guang for the whole morning. Although I don't know how Grandpa Liang made it, but I can remember the taste. This pot in front of me is almost the same taste as the one made by Grandpa Liang, and it was boiled by me personally. She served Sun Yan a bowl and handed it to him with both hands. The aroma of the fish soup mixes with the water vapor from the hot springs, setting off the golden broth in an even more enticing way. Sun Yan looked at Star's pink fingers and couldn't help but give himself an earful in his heart. All Star could ever think about was how to be nicer to him. And what happened to him? Full of dirty thoughts, giving away fish soup, which might be a little too eccentric in the eyes of many, but Star was just so innocent, just right in Saunian's opinion, and he did particularly like Uncle Liang's fish soup. I just haven't had one since Uncle Liang was taken. Taking a sip of Star's fish soup, a warm current also flowed through Sun Yan's heart. He seemed to go back to the night when he first came into this world, draped in Uncle Liang's clothes, cowering at the table and freezing until that pale, stooped figure came out of the kitchen, his big calloused hands carrying a bowl of fish soup and setting it in front of him, and saying in a low, kind voice, drink a bowl of fish soup, my son. You won't be cold if you drink it. He used to be well taken care of by Uncle Liang. It is also now well cared for by the Stars. It seemed as if Star was more dependent on him, but in reality Star contracted almost all the chores in the house, except for cooking. Not that Star wouldn't. The machine lady's ability to learn is extremely scary. Humans needed to memorize recipes. The machine lady only needed to look at them and remember them. And she didn't need any measuring tools to get the spices and food portions to the exact grams according to the recipes. Just that Star said she wanted to eat the food he made, and that would make her feel happy. That's all. Without Star, with his ability to take care of himself in his previous life where he would only pay for a housekeeper, I guess life would be a mess. Stars. Sun Yan was filled with emotion. Star knew from Sun Yan's expression that this fish soup was definitely qualified. She couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and pulled out a second gift. Dang it! Star lifted her gift high in the air and stood on her tiptoes trying to lift it above Sun Yan's head. Unfortunately, height is really a hard sell. Sun Yan's pupils shrunk. Star's hand. Surprisingly, it's a fairly well-made durian helmet. Master, this is the helmet that this durian king made for you. Fish soup wasn't the gift that Star was most proud of. This helmet was, and she introduced it with a face full of dejection. Its defense is much better than a racing helmet, and more importantly, it directly highlights your honorable status. Looking at the durian crown, Sun Yan was speechless. Give him back his touch. Throw in another emperor's scale. Chapter 92. I'm going to start, Kaich +3. After all, it's Star's heart, and race car helmets are said to have better defense, so what else is there to say? The gift is accepted. Coming as he did, he also brought out his gift for Star. Being stirred up by the two old moms, his brain gradually cleared up, suddenly feeling that if it was for a girl, his gift was really a bit out of hand, but he was sure that Star would like it. It was just a whole lot of very tangled. He even held his breath nervously as he placed the gift box on the table. If Star sees the gift later and shows a disappointed little expression, he'll really have a broken down heart. After all, the Stars are so attentive. Hiring a scrubbing mom, making fish soup and a helmet. Does Master have a present for me too? Looking forward to it. Star rubbed her hands together excitedly. Her pretty face flushed, and it wasn't just from the heat of the hot springs, or from shyness. She uncovered the gift box, only to see a full 12 colorful sweet and sour fish heads facing her. The head of the fish was still steaming hot and had obviously only just been prepared and brought in. And they were all of those extra large fish heads, and underneath the head was the flesh of the belly of the fish cut into squares, and underneath that was the fillet, and the slightly spiky parts of the fillet were picked out, and she could almost picture Sun Yan sweating profusely as he picked out the spines of the fish in the yard. Most girls must be full of disappointment when they come across such gifts, but Star was different. She felt Sun Yan's full heart from this food. Master, I love this. Star's eyes lit up and sparkled at once. Thank you. She jumped into Sun Yan's arms and rubbed herself like a puppy. Before Sun Yan could savor this beauty, he turned back to the table and gulped furiously at the fish head. I wasn't feeling very hungry, but the moment I saw the head of the fish, my stomach made a grumbling sound. This dish is called looking up at the stars. Sun Yan hemmed and hawed. The stuff was dark cuisine in Great Britain, but after he improved it, it still looked pretty creepy, but it definitely didn't taste bad, not to mention the fact that he had picked out almost all of the fish's spines, and that the portion was definitely enough for Star to have a good meal. In his previous life, he loved to drum up cooking in his spare time. It's kind of the only thing he's got a little bit of talent for besides racing. He took the chopsticks out and handed them to Star, who couldn't wait to pinch a piece of fish belly and was just about to put it in his mouth when the chopsticks turned around and reached out in front of Sun Yan. Master, eat first. What? Are you afraid I'll poison you? Which is not. This is the fruit of Master's labor. Even though it was given to me, it should be enjoyed by Master first. Star puffed out her cheeks and stomped her foot. I can't believe you're so skeptical of me. I won't massage you later. Humph dash. You're going to massage me later? Sun Yan opened his mouth wide and thought about it. Star squirmed and averted her gaze, beaming. What? Can't you? Sister Lu Guang said that drivers usually strain their back muscles, so they need to relax properly, and you dislike those two ants, so of course I'm the only one who can do it for you as a machine maiden. Okay, totally feasible. Sun Yan was mad with joy in his heart. Quickly open your mouth. Sun Yan opened his mouth and beautifully accepted Star's feeding. He and Star have been busy all day. The two have not eaten much. Sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour open taste buds, cravings, so the two of them around the table. On the fish soup, you a chopstick and I chopsticks. In a short while to look up to the stars and fish soup swept away. Finished the Star also dazzled 2 bottles of high-energy nutritional fluid. Suddenly 4 back and forth lying on the edge of the hot springs. Also do not care if they have not been naked. Hands touching the small belly straight sigh. Ouch, so full. I don't think I'll gain weight eating like this, right? How can a machine lady grow fat? Sun Yan's gaze uncomfortably moved away from Star's flat belly. Her white thighs and arms were exposed. The one-piece swimsuit was stained with water and the skin fit tightly, imprinting a cute and tantalizing little belly button as if it was smiling at him. He silently recited 10 times of Amitabha Buddha, yet he still had trouble entering a state of mindlessness. You have to go forward. You want offense. Didn't Boss Su say so? Sincerely. Sun Yan secretly pumped up in his heart. Then from another gift box, he pulled out today's sincere prop, The Myofacial gun. These were the props he had bought from the wholesale fitness supply, specifically designed to relax and massage his muscles, and a cover-up to hide his crimes of the day. Though Star is so simple and has no other mind, but he's a man. What's the difference between a man who isn't a pervert and a willow? Offense. The demon in your heart has blown the charge. Sun Yan took out his myofacial gun, and in a serious manner, he came over to Star and sat down cross-legged. Star, I've heard that Boss Su will often give Flowing Light a leg massage to relax. After all, you guys work so hard on the track, it's inevitable that you'll accumulate fatigue. This is the tool used to massage. He took a deep breath and with shaking hands took hold of Star's calf and placed it solemnly on his thigh. In that instant, both of them shivered. Star's pupils slammed shut, her body tensed, and the redness spread up her neck, occupying the heights of her cheeks before quickly taking all of her earlobes and ears, and then continuing on towards her forehead, eventually turning into a wisp of white smoke at the top of her head and mixing with the surrounding steam. Horse stepping. What? I'll press it for you. Without waiting for Star to react, he directly flipped the switch on the myofacial gun and the massage hammer on the front buzzed and vibrated. Star covered her scarlet, rolling face, careful with every breath. All that could be heard in his ears was the violent throbbing of the intelligence core. At first she was still very nervous. All the pores in her body were open. Her nerves were sensitive to the extreme. All her attention was focused on Sun Yan's big warm hand. Its every move could be clearly felt. But with the passage of time, she gradually became less nervous, and the comfort coming from her calves made her a little drowsy. In order to keep herself from falling asleep, she lowered the hand covering her face and secretly glanced at Sun Yan's side face. Just because a machinima's self-recovery is really strong doesn't mean the myofacial gun thing is useless. In the continuous participation in high-intensity competition, the recovery power of the machine girl cannot keep up with the consumption. At this time, if the pilot took out the myofacial gun to help the machine girl to massage the leg muscles, is able to relieve the fatigue of the machine girl, and even help the machine girl to improve the range and acceleration for a short period of time without nutrient solution. Sun Yan glanced at Star with his afterglow. The little ninny looked like she was drunk. The little face was flushed and the eyes were bright. How are you feeling? Well, it's quite comfortable. The awkwardness and tension eased slightly with conversation. Sun Yan saw Star's originally taut feet gradually relax, and her 5 bejeweled toes spread out like pink cat claws. Suddenly he understood why men had so much weird XP. Turns out, so did he. I'd have analyzed the intelligence core if Masta hadn't rushed into the warehouse the other night. Yeah, silly, why would you do that? For not waiting for the right person. Star narrowed her eyes and smiled. Now wait. The girl's smile was so sweet it dazzled the eyes. A faint aroma lingered at the tip of his nose. It was hard to tell what it was, but that's what Star's room smelled like. Sun Yan lowered his head in panic after just one look. The conversation box opened, and Sun Yan and Star realized that so many topics prepared during the day were meaningless, because naturally, they can't stop talking. From the thrill of drifting at the intersection for the first time, the tears of joy at the first corner, the excitement of getting the first place in the first training race, the relief of solving Zhang Kai and Jade 786 in the Knox Rally, the honor and pride of winning the first proper track race championship. The two of them supported each other this whole way. Sun Yan gradually, race by race, has gradually integrate into this world. He gradually understand the difference between machinima and racing. He gradually changed from the original arrogant and overlooking attitude to today's prudence and seriousness. While Star breaks through and proves himself in the continuous training in competition, the experience of many firsts congeals into an inseparable bond that pulls the two together. And after that, they have a long way to go. Masta, let me massage you. Star gathered her long legs and sat up, her white and silver hair falling down her luscious body. She hooked the hair around her cheek behind her ear, her wet eyes reflecting the dull, goose-like Sun Yan. A long conversation is the best way to bring people closer together. Without realizing it, the youthful atmosphere between Star and Sun Yan disappeared. It was like they went from one kind of acquaintance to another. Oh, well, Saunian froze. Today he had touched his legs, looked at what he should or shouldn't have looked at, mooched oil, and got better with Star. It's actually been more than satisfying. By the time he came back to his senses, he was pressed against the plank bed by Star. Star, you've studied massage? Well, I exchanged words with those two ants when Masta wasn't here. Star sat on Sun Yan's back very naturally. She weighed very little, plus her body was soft, so this would hardly burden Sun Yan. Perhaps it was still a different kind of experience? Anyway, Sun Yan was cool with it. His expression just swung, until Star's hand landed on his shoulder. Masta, I'm going to start. The soft little hands pressed slightly harder. Gabba, ow ho. Next chapter, Sun Yan, you want clubs don't loading. Chapter 93, a glimpse of the auction show. Coming out of the hospital, Star all still kept saying sorry to Sun Yan. Sun Yan looked at the face hung with tears of the star full of helplessness. Since the machine mother's so lovely, simply cannot be ruthless to blame it. And then again this world of advanced technology, like the shoulder bone was crushed such a small injury. Minutes to solve the problem, go home to raise 3 days can be restored as before. But the pain of the tear still lingered faintly in his shoulder when he was pinched off. Star, I'm fine now, look my shoulder is fine now. Sun Yan shook his hand vigorously, and even made a 360-degree turn, frightening Star to hurry to hold his hand in place, not allowing him to move around. Master, I've put you through this, oh QAQ, it's okay, your next time the force to collect a little bit is good. When you sit on me I'm still very used, or, you simply don't use your hands, just use your buttocks to press, especially soft and elastic, I like it very much. Sun Yan recalled the feeling at that time, and couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile, which used the ass of. Star pretty face slightly red, beeped and said, it is those two ants told me that you are a male, to the male massage should be willing to use the strength. I was only going to use 10% of the force, the professionals or so say I was only going to use 10% of my strength, but the professionals all said that, so I used almost 50% of it. Sun Yan sniffed his face and said that 10% is estimated to be a blue and purple, with a weird power like Star's. 1% at best can't be much more than that. Seems like effective communication between the machinist and the pilot is necessary. On their way home, the two pass a luxurious building made almost entirely of glass walls. Even in the endless street, you can clearly see a lot of machine girls in the luxury building are standing on the stage, surrounded by the audience filled with people. They hold up a sign from time to time. As to what they are talking about cannot be heard clearly. Next to him, Star stopped walking, and Sun Yan saw Star's gaze fall on that building, his eyes containing memories and relief. Have you been here before? Nah. Star nodded. This is the Machine Ladies Auction Show. This is where I was first auctioned off by the Tengi Club. The starting price was 500. The price went up to 5,000 and no one bid. Sun Yan touched Star's head and smiled to comfort. That's because they don't know what they're talking about. Now you're priceless. The first time he heard about the auction of the machine girl, Sun Yan was actually a bit psychologically uncomfortable, and always felt that it was a way to objectify the machine girl, especially after the relationship with Star was getting better and better. But then some of the things he saw and heard also gradually reversed his thoughts, saying that it was an auction. It would be better to say that it was a contract of employment, only that depending on the different performance of the machine girl, the first payment given for employment was more or less. That's not why I'm so sentimental about it. Star stretched out with her back, her bright eyes looking at Sun Yan, full of smiles. I was thinking that I should be thankful to Tangyu Club for spending $5,000 to shoot me down. Otherwise I wouldn't have met such a good master. That seems right when you put it that way. Sun Yan scratched his head. Then shouldn't I present Zhang Kai with a banner of appreciation? Put. Master, you're so stupid. What do you know? It's called eating water without forgetting to dig a well. Star smiled cheekily and pulled Sun Yan's hand. Master, I don't think you've been to the Machine Lady Auction exhibition, right? Do you want to go in and take a look? After all, you are now worth $4 million. You can't afford to auction the top machine maiden. That kind of ordinary machine maiden with good performance and no special skills can still be fought for. In case any machine maiden looks at you, it's not impossible to directly pour the money for free. Sun Yan was a bit tempted, but thought better of it. Mainly just finished soaking hot springs with Star out. He consciously and Star relationship closer. The result immediately went to see other machine girl is not good. And now there is no need to get a second hair machine girl. From the provincial Panlong mountain track opening is still early. And wait for the founding of the club to come back to shoot a second hair machine girl is not too late. As for things like being looked at by a machinima for free backwards, Sun Yan didn't even think about it. He hadn't been in the world long, just a few championships and a little bit of skill on display. There are plenty of pilots more famous than him, so why would those machinists pick a dark horse just coming up? Let's call it a day and go home first. Wow, okay, right. Star pointed to the passing stall cart and took Sun Yan's hand. Master, I want a candy cane. Okay, get you one. A tall, beautiful figure was watching the street from the glass walls of the exhibition auction. She had her hands behind her back, her thick black hair hanging behind her strands like a waterfall. Her rose-red eyes flashed. Her gaze was falling on Sun Yan and Xingchen, who were buying candy canes. DL01, it's your turn again. Not going. Without looking back, the young woman said indifferently, next time you don't have that man in attendance, don't come shouting at me. But you're the only top-level mecha girl in our batch, the machine nymph behind DL01 said with a face full of difficulty. It's against the rules of Jichi Island for you to always fail to attend. More or less we have to give some face to the human officials. A flash of boredom and impatience flickered in the rose-red eyes. DL01 turned around. his icy and majestic aura pressed down, and the machine woman in front of him couldn't help but take 2 steps back, bowing her head and gulping. They want to film me that badly? The machine lady nodded in awe. Most of the top clubs are here, and some have declared that they'd give everything they have to shoot you down. Oh, what's my starting bid? $80 million. Raise it to $500 million. Let them shoot, and I'll see how they dump it. DL01 snorted coldly and turned toward the booth with her slender legs. Behind her, the machine woman breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just show up. If you don't get out there, the audience is going to be in an uproar. The starting price is set by the machinist herself, and the club pays the money and then takes off a 5% handling fee, and all the rest goes to the machinist. Most machinists will give a reasonable starting price based on their performance. After all, they also want to contract a nice club and find a pilot that suits them as soon as possible. And if a club has a very famous pilot and indicates in advance that they are willing to contract a particular mechanic, then that mechanic can budge on the auction price. Stubborn as an ox like the DL01 is purely a special case, but DL01 does have the capital to put up a fight, not only because of her status as a top-tier machinima, but also because of her explosive performance. She'll be able to set herself a sky-high starting bid, and she'll also be able to throw her face in the club's face, and the management of those clubs won't dare to say anything about it yet. In a sense, the more expensive the auction price of the machinima, the more discourse. Machinimas that get sky-high auctions hardly ever get bullied at clubs, because they are walking mountains of gold in their own right. They are gems to the club. Who would wantonly dishonor their treasure? The machine lady looked at DL01's dashing back full of envy and sighed. If only I had that strong performance and special skills. I also pose harm. However, she also knows that DL01, even if she attends the auction, it is meaningless. The $500 million starting bid just screens out 99% of the clubs. DL01 only has to surround herself with a couple of top clubs, and on top of that, she has a million reasons to say no. No one can sway her choice. I'm just gonna put an imperial scale here. Chapter 94, you want a club or you don't. Just got home and my ass is still warm. Boss Su was then full of joy and brought Lu Guang. Opening his mouth, he said, Sun Yen, do you want the club or not? Sun Yen was flabbergasted. What's going on? If he says he wants it, Boss Su can still just turn out a club for him? Su Boss also did not sell. Straight to the point, said, a few days ago I and Zhang Laolai together know that you want to open a separate club, and then we paid special attention to the information in this regard. We went into a stores for sale group, which has a club owner quit, ready to retire, the entire club stores and facilities together to transfer. Sun Yen's heart fluttered at his words. It's a lot easier to just buy a club shell than it is to buy a store and renovate it yourself. After all, those amenities that clubs bring with them are expensive, and the general channels are not good enough to get them. That club isn't cheap, is it? I only have $4 million and some left over for the stars. Harm. Sun Yen, old brother, I know all these. Su Yuyang found a stool and pulled Liu Guang to sit down, and said in a consultative tone, mainly this boss doesn't need money or anything, he's just a little bit of a small request, just to see if you can agree to these requests. What's the request? First of all, Sun Yen frowned. Su Yuyang said that it was a small request, but there was no free lunch in the world, and I'm afraid that this boss's request was not low. If it was a request like asking for his machinima, then he wouldn't agree to it even if he was given 10 clubs. It wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen. After all, Star was a bit of a celebrity now. Here's the thing, there's 2 weeks to go until the Silverstone progression, and that club owner has never won a provincial progression in his life. So he wants you to enter in his club's name, and then make sure you win, and the trophy goes to him at the end. Sun Yen's mouth twitched. What an odd request. Trading the club for a bogus trophy? This shouldn't be out of line. Su Yuyang nodded. If it is a provincial track, certainly cannot top other club name to participate, but the advanced race does not matter. The main honor of this kind of competition still falls on the individual. 3 of the 5 advanced races into the top 10 you are qualified to enter the provincial race, and the club has little to do with the club. The club at most stained a little light, such as trophies will be engraved with the name of the club that the player belongs to. So the officials don't care? Advancement races don't care. Su Yuyang said with certainty, this kind of thing is very common in the progression race. Some club owners just like to collect trophies. Didn't you notice that many of the wild riders had the name of their club sprayed on their racing suits and machinima when they were in the Greenfield progression race? One meaning, if it's compliant, it's okay. Sun Yen was mainly afraid of being taken advantage of. He nodded. One last question. Why would this owner want to disband the club? Su Yuyang and Lu Guang glanced at each other inside, some sympathy showing on their faces. The owner of that club's machinima had an accident during the tournament. He was protected by the machinima and didn't die. but the machinima had to go back to the field. So he dismissed the players. The club's name was Rolling Stones. His machinima's name was Rolling Stones. And no matter what the advancement tournament was, he wanted to leave his machinima's name on the winner's trophy, even if it was followed by the club 3 words. Sorry. Sun Yan touched his nose regretfully. The owner was also a man of nature, and there was no possibility of deception in this sort of thing. After all, the near-death scrapping of a machinima in the middle of a race was kind of a big deal, and a casual inquiry in the neighboring racing community would tell you the general story. This big brother is clearly grieving and will never run a race car again. Just wish I could leave some thoughts. Getting a title shot should also be a Rolling Stones wish before they go back in. Star, what do you think? Sun Yan twisted his head and asked the girl sitting in the chair, wiggling her calves. Instead, he saw Star's big blue eyes filled with tears. Ooh, that was so touching. Sunin, well, it seems there's no need to ask. Star doesn't care about a trophy either, and things like trophies don't mean much to him. That stuff looks shiny, but none of it is actually pure gold. It's brass and worthless. The only significance of the trophy is the honor value, but even if he lost this trophy or gave it away, it would not affect the official record of his and Star's honor. This trophy can be given. Trading the Silverstone Progression Championship trophy for a club shell is a good deal. So Sun Yan said to Boss Su, I promise on this matter. Do you need me to meet with that boss? Su Yang scratched his head. A middle-aged man with a face full of snot and tears appeared in his mind, and said helplessly, if you don't mind that he's rather broken in defense right now, you can meet him, but don't bring Star along. He glanced at Sun Yan and Star pulling their hands together and coughed twice. Especially don't let that boss see the machine lady and the pilot holding hands. I'm afraid he can't stand the excitement. Star and Sun Yan looked at each other, red-faced, and hurriedly loosened their hands. Sun Yan looked at the ceiling awkwardly. Star averted her eyes with a blush, her fingers crushing gently at the corner of her coat. Only Lu Guang's gaze wandered back and forth between Sun Yan and Xing Chen, covering her mouth and snickering. Su Yang and Lu Guang sat for a while and left. Sanian mulled over the club. Having made up his mind to take the club down, the Silverstone progression must be foolproof. Even though we've theoretically secured a win over Li Yaochen and Xiefeng now, it's always right to make more preparations, Sun Yan muttered, pulling out his cell phone and searching through the nearest racing community. Soon enough, he found an upcoming training tournament. 3 days later, in Tianyuan City, and this race is still very suitable for Star's straight-line acceleration. This kind of race Star takedown does not have a hand on it? 15 MP points to hand. Jia. Sun Yan dejectedly smiled. Master, what did you just say? A door farts? Star secretly came up to Sun Yan. Wide eyes stared unblinkingly at his own driver. Nothing, I said your ass feels good. Star made a big red face, stomped her foot, and ran back to her room with a beep. Master, you can sleep by yourself tonight. I'm definitely not coming. Don't, Star, it's cold at night. This is punishment. BSC Club. Zidane coldly pushed the leather case to the woman in front of him. That's $5 million, and now I'm $18 million short of your default. In front of her, the woman who looked quite imposing and was dressed brightly was her former master Qin Yeye. Now Qin Yeye had long since retired her youthfulness, and as the ace racer of the BSC Club, many of the contestants and machinists of the entire club had to look at her, which in the long run had also made her more arrogant. Purple power. There's no rush on the default payment, just earn it slowly. Early in the month, Qin revealed a false smile and reached out to pull Zidian's hand, but Zidian dodged away like an electric shock. This action also caused the smile on Qin Yeye's face to freeze. She leaned back against the leather couch and looked teasingly at Zidane, saying slowly, Zidane, you're still my second issue machinima until the breach of contract is paid off. There's a training tournament in 3 days, and I was going to take Gale for a bit of fun, but today it just so happens that you're here, and as long as you beg for it, I'll take you on, even if you're estimated to only get the last few places in that kind of straight-line acceleration race at the speed you're going. Zidane looked up and pursed his lips without a word. The eyes under the bangs were bright and cloudy. Well, Early Qin crossed his legs and said in a single word, only, to, you, well, beg, me, more. Chapter 95, Nervous Reflexes. In the past, Zidian would have cherished this opportunity. If she could put on a good show in front of Early Qin, maybe she'd have her day in the sun? But right now, Zidane had no such thoughts at all. In the black market, countless killings, every time the pain is so hard to breathe but also to struggle to stand up. In the dark room silently licking wounds, she often recalled and Qin early together through the road. She countless times to ask why she was so wretched. Gradually, that originally full of hope is still hot heart will gradually lose its temperature. I just want to make money now, She lowered her eyes, her bangs hiding her dull eyes. What? Early Chin raised an eyebrow, kind of doubted my ears. I want to make money. There's money in training matches with me. 2. Less. Zidane pinched his fingers, a sharp stinging pain coming down the scar left by the modification, like a reminder of the suffering and wretchedness he had endured. The gladiator arena. There's at least 500,000 for a win and about 200,000 after medical expenses. But the training tournaments are only possible with that much money if you get second place or higher. A gladiator arena? You've grown. Early Chin snorted and was just about to say something. Purple Lightning's cold and stern gaze had met. Most importantly, I don't want to get into the ring with you. Early Chin froze, the words in her mouth stuck in her throat, her face full of incredulity. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Zidian got up with his backpack and said expressionlessly, there are 3 more justs today. I have to go back. I'll lose money if I don't make it. Early Chin looked at Zidian's back and clenched her teeth in annoyance. Let Zidian follow her on the field is simply a kind of charity. The result makes it seem as if she begged to take Zidian on the field. In the club everyone is in awe of her, in addition to the boss who have to look at her eyes. When has it ever touched this kind of cold ass? Forget it, it's a junk car after all. Glancing at the agreement on the table, Chin Ye's breathing gradually calmed down. At least Purple Power is still offering her 18 million. It was enough money to buy very good modules for Gale, and there was no need for her to be angry at a trashy machine girl like Zidane. Master, Purple Power is here? Gale, who had a black twisted braid and was wearing a gray racing suit, came out from the inner room. She glanced at the doorway and the petite figure had disappeared. Well, go. Early in the month of Chin pulled Gale's hand and sat down, said disdainfully, I heard before that the more wasteful the witches are the less they can recognize themselves. I originally thought it was just a joke, but today I saw Zidian and realized that it's really like that, and went to the underground black market to fight in a gladiatorial tournament, and my brain was given to stupidity. Gale pursed her lips. She sympathized with what happened to Zidian, but as a signed agreement as a machine girl, there was no way for her to help Zidian, or rather, a slight indifference, I guess. Chin Yuan was able to abandon Zidian because of its poor performance. Then he was able to abandon her because of her poor performance. So since entering the club and becoming Chin Yuan's machine girl, she had always trained hard and been careful. In the past 2 years, Zidian had almost nothing to do with Early Chin and her except for coming to the club to pay back the breach of contract. And Early Chin never cared about Zidian's death. And Zidian couldn't see Early Chin in most cases. She was basically the one who entertained Purple Power every time he came to return the money. Today is a special case. Gale, you're considered to be the machinima that's been with me the longest. Last year we took the Greenfield, Fragrant Hill, Mermaid Bay, and Bana Ruins advancement races, and in the first half of this year we took the Silverstone advancement race, and in less than half a year there's the Panglong Mountain Circuit. Early Chin's gaze was icy cold as she said seriously, there are definitely quite a few top-notch machinima in the provincial circuit this time. You're under a lot of pressure. Gale lowered his head, his face pale, and his heart vaguely fearful. She's really excellent, especially with the gold module on her. With this excellent attribute she can even compete with some of the top machine girls, but it's only a comparison. And how many other top-notch machinima she hadn't seen before? Those unthinkable abilities can easily dominate the track when used, but she has to work 1,000 times harder and doesn't even see how she can catch up. However, what she was more afraid of was being left behind by Early Chin. She knew that Chin was saving up early in the month, and that this money, depending on her performance, could either be used as a reserve for the purchase of modules, or it could be used to auction off the top-tier machinima, and in the latter case, she'd lose out on her chance to be on the track, just like Purple Lightning had done. Early Chin wanted to become a wise armorer. Then the Panglong Hill track can never be as simple as just running through it. You have to get top 10 to have an awakening, or even top 5. Top 3, Sodium Fiber Omega Injection, one of the top 10 provincial awards. The winner of the Panglong Hill track will even get 3 Sodium Fiber Omega injections. This injection will stimulate the body to produce psychic energy and enhance the probability of awakening to become a wise arms master. You can't buy this injection on the market. The Pannon Hill track is the only way to get it. Against this backdrop, the pressure of the Gale's game was drawn straight to full strength. Chin Yuan obviously also saw the fear in Gale's eyes. She patted Gale's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous. I'm very confident in you. There's no problem at all for the two of us to cooperate to obtain a ranking in the provincial track. Relax. Just in a few days there's a training match. I'll take you to have some fun." Gale nodded warily. They say it's a training match, but in reality it's a trip to the fish fry. This was probably early Qin's favorite thing to do. It is said to be because of the aftermath of being crushed and abused by the chief of the VDC club, Liang in the first place. Unusual machinima are happy to participate in training matches, but Gale is different. Early Qin was very attached even to winning or losing a training match, and she had to be prepared for everything. It's better to sleep less and train more in the next few days before the training matches start. Firefox Club. Saonian, I think you're about as strong as you can be now, so you can add some other training. Zhang Laolai looked Sun Yan's upper body up and down. Originally Sun Yan's figure was okay, but now her skin looked tighter than before, and when she moved her hands and feet she was able to visibly see the muscles wriggling under her skin. No need to run? Sun Yan froze. He'd only just gotten back from his run with Star to hear such good news. Simply overjoyed. The way he looked at Zhang Laolai's eyes became much kinder. You think too much. Zhang Laolai rolled his eyes. It's just that you're running with ease now, unlike the woes at the beginning that were like asking for half of your life. So in order to speed up the progress, you'll also have to train your neural reflexes starting from today. Nerve reflexes still need to be practiced? Sun Yan heart happy. As a top driver, neural reflexes like professional gaming players, that is an indispensable passive skills. In the track will encounter a variety of dangers, and cannot avoid these risks in time and successfully complete the race is not only a test of the performance of the racing car, the driver's experience, but also a test of the driver's reflexes. There's a saying that either you've been driving for over a decade or you're an old driver. A true veteran driver is one who can react quickly to give the best response in an emergency. Zhang Laolai knew that Sun Yan was unimpressed with the nerve reflexes when he saw his face full of dejection. He grunted and chucked something in his pocket, then suddenly reached out, his fingers stopping in front of Sun Yan's eyes in the blink of an eye, less than a centimeter away from Sun Yan's eyeballs, and he had a mosquito between two of his fingers. This scene stunned Sun Yan, looking at Zhang Laolai with an open mouth and a confused face. Sun Yan, do you think it's easy to practice your nerve reflexes? Zhang Laolai pulled out a piece of toilet paper and wiped his hands, saying lightly, to become a wise arms master, you have to put in more effort than an ordinary person, and your goal is to be able to take out a mosquito as quickly, accurately, and fiercely as I'm doing right now while blindfolded. And when you've done that, your neurological reflexes are considered to be over the top. Chapter 96, Peekaboo Game. Catching mosquitoes blindfolded? Where's the hullabaloo? Martial arts? Is speed the only thing that matters in martial arts? Sun Yan's back snapped. He suddenly reacted to growing from the fitness of a standard racer to the level of a half-marathoner today. Is he progressing too fast? Even if there was a reason why he trained hard, had the company of the stars, and ate and drank well in it, it shouldn't be that fast. Could it be that this world is not right? Sun Yan was excited and a bit intimidated in his heart. He looked divinely at Zhang Laolai and asked tentatively, Laolai, give me a clue. Do you know a kind of palm technique that falls from the sky and slaps a few hundred square meters of marks on the ground with a snap? Zhang Laolai cocked his head as if he was looking at a psychopath. How could there be something like that? Wouldn't that be the end of the world? You want to have the power of a machinima? Dream on you. Ordinary people's limit is just to be able to walk and fly. If you're a wise mechanic, I've seen a wise mechanic make a small crater in the wall with one punch. And that's it. Their neurological reflexes are especially strong, and they can catch mosquitoes blindfolded and with their hands. Sun Yan smiled sarcastically at his words, unable to say what he felt. There was celebration and a little disappointment, I guess. I thought I had a chance to become a martial arts master, but a crater in the wall from a punch like Wise Armor seems pretty good. If he could achieve that physique, Star shouldn't be able to pinch his shoulder off even if he used 50% of his strength, right? He subconsciously looked at Star. This little ninny was taking a candy cane and poofing and licking it. When he saw him looking over, he blinked as if inquiring, for the sake of future fortunes. All right, I'll practice. Sun Yan clenched his fists and was as imposing as a rainbow. Isn't it just catching mosquitoes blindfolded? A piece of cake. He was certain that this world must be fundamentally different from the previous one. It's not just because of the machinima. It's possible that the people in this world's physique improves just a little bit faster. After coming to this world and breathing its air, he naturally gained benefits. The feeling is like if you could live a long life by taking a breath of immortal air in the immortal world, only not as exaggerated. So it shouldn't be too hard to catch mosquitoes blindfolded through training, right? However, reality soon hit him in the head. When he had vision, he had really fast reflexes, but once he was blindfolded, all he could rely on was his ears and intuition, not to mention catching mosquitoes. He couldn't even catch Zhang Laolai when Zhang Laolai was hanging around him. You can't do this, so you should honestly start training from the basics. Zhang Laolai was filled with disgust, turned around and asked Ling Feng to pull Star over, explaining to the two of them, in order to improve the efficiency of your training, you will find Star blindfolded. Xing Chen, you make a sound every time you are 5 meters away from Sun Yan. he relies on his voice and senses to find you. At first you don't move. Later on you move in a small area when he can find you accurately. Then move in a large area later on. Within 5 meters he is qualified, then move up to 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Hey, old rascal, is this going to be too hard? Sun Yan ripped off his blindfold in protest. Zhang Laolai snorted coldly. What did you expect? If you want to raise the probability of becoming a wise armorer, how can you do it without putting in the effort? Are you sure this will boost the probability of becoming a wise arms master? I'm sure. Zhang Laolai stalked his neck. You kid, train according to what I said. If you can't become an intelligent armorer in the future, I, Mr. Zhang, will carry my head to meet you. Okay. The pitch was down. What else did Sun Yan have to say? Besides, this training wasn't pointless. It did sharpen his 5 senses. Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng left, leaving the empty modification room for Sun Yan and Xingchen. Master, let's do it. Okay. Star jumped up and ran 5 meters away from Sun Yan, smiling with his hands behind his back. He shouted, Master, I'm here. Come and get me. Sun Yan took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the star with his hands flat. As a professional racer, he has really sharp senses. Ordinary people can only find an approximate direction at this time, and their feet will still go astray. But he approached the star with more precision. The only sound that could be heard in the quiet hall was the sound of the 2 men breathing. As Sun Yan got closer and closer, Star became more and more nervous, and her breathing became a bit rapid, and that just helped Sunin. He directly backhanded it. Jia jia jia. Found you. Warm and soft and round in the hand. An exclamation of mortified surprise came from Star in her ear. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. It didn't feel right, subconsciously pinched it, only to find it elastic. Hiss dash. It seemed to have touched something extraordinary. Master, still not letting go? You actually pinch. I could tell by the sound of her voice that Star was shy. Sun Yan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly put his hand down. Too bad about the blindfold. It would have been nice to see it. With a red face and covering her chest, Star ran 5 meters away, puffed her cheeks at the distant Sun Yan, and huffed, I'm here. First things first, no touching when you come over. Saunian walked over, hands poking out. Catch. Yikes. I told you no touching. I really didn't mean to. Saunian rubbed his hands together to show his innocence. He was going to skip washing his hands tonight and sniff them before going to bed to go to sleep. Master, are you not wearing your eye patch properly? Outside the glass wall, purple power peeked out from behind a piece of discarded machinery. Eyes unblinking, he looked at Sun Yan and Star playing a game of hide and seek inside the glass wall. They are so close. She sighed as her eyes filled with envy. In the past, when she was on the best of terms with early Qin, she had never been treated like this either. Hanging out with a master and all that is a scene you can only dream about. If I pay off the default, can I do the same if I join them? As Sun Yan and Star gradually approached the glass wall, Zidang shrunk his head and hurriedly hid behind the machinery. She didn't dare ask for that. According to what Sunin said, she'd be grateful to have her on the track and to be able to do what she's supposed to do. Purple power. Purple power? An anxious shout came from behind him, and Zidian twisted his head to see that it was the head of the gladiatorial arena. Where have you been? Looking for you for half a day. Still making money or not? The person in charge propped up his knees to catch his breath, his face full of huffing and puffing. What are you still standing there for? The jousting is about to start. Just waiting for you. 3 matches today. You have to perform well. I'm sorry, I'm on my way. Zidian bowed and apologized. She touched the crack in her hand and craned her head to look in the glass wall again. The Firefox Club's glass walls were lit up and heated, allowing the plants in the corners to stretch green with abandon. Outside the glass wall, the cold night air poured in down the black market opening, and the smell of motor oil, sweat, and cacophony of angry curses filled the air. It's like 2 worlds. Turn around again. Walking towards the inside of the gladiatorial arena, there was no longer a trace of warmth in the eyes under the purple electric bangs. Chapter 97, The Unnameable. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, this is the race site for the Trail of Blades training match, and I'm your field observer, Brother Genie. The fresh-faced reporter with the center-parted hair stood in front of the camera all smiles. As you all know, I usually cover some big tournaments. This kind of training match I rarely appear. Some viewers who are familiar with me should have already guessed that it is not the case of big tournaments that the appearance of me, Brother Genie, will inevitably mean the appearance of a key player. The camera lens panned out to a posh red machinima. Xinyaya elegantly came down from above Gale in her racing suit. Seeing the camera, she very naturally waved and gave a standard smile. That's right. Among the participants in today's training match are actually our BDC Club's rookie ace with the title of track queen, Qin Early, and her machinima, Gale. Brother Keeney's voice rang out off camera, quite passionate, as we all know. Although the BBC Club is not a top 500 club, Qin Early Moon is definitely no weaker than any of the top 500 club's rookie aces, and in just 1 year's time, she's gone through the Greenfield, Fragrant Hill, Mermaid Bay, Bana Ruins, and the Silverstone Advancement Tournament, and has won the 2nd, 4th, 1st, 5th, and 6th with her good results. She is a serious popularity contestant in this year's Panglong Mountain Circuit, and today she will be out on the Trail of Blades to bring us a visual feast. The camera had been following Chin Yuu's back, witnessing early Chin and Gale to the square in front of the track. The nearby wild riders and ordinary club riders all changed their faces slightly at the sight of early Chin, saying that it was bad luck. What's wrong with this woman? Doesn't she prepare for the Panglong Mountain Circuit properly to come and steal the prize money from us? That's right, all track queens still come to fish fry. No shame. Ugh. I was going to try to see if I could get a first place, but this early Chin month is here, so what's the point of playing? A middle-aged rider shook his head straight with a black face, and the machine lady beside him also beamed and sulked. The organizer of the Trail of Blades was quite rich. The reward for the first place was 1 million. She came with her own master today with full confidence, and had already made preparations to get the prize money to buy modules. Now she could only continue to procrastinate, and see if there were any other training races lately. Chin Yue enjoyed the gazes around her very much, regardless of whether these gazes were envy, hatred or jealousy. To her, they all stemmed from the fear of her and Gale's strength. Training matches, to put it bluntly, are where she comes to relax and show off her strength. With Gale's speed, even if he encountered Liang and Comet, as long as Liang didn't use his wise armorer skill, then it was hard to say who would lose or win. Just so confident. Master, those people seem to be afraid of you, Gale whispered from the side. Early Chin let out a light laugh. It's all because we fought with our strength. Let them be afraid. The weak will only ever know fear. As soon as the words left his mouth, Brother Genie's voice suddenly came. Of course, today's heavyweights aren't just early Chin and Gale. There's also the popularity king we're very familiar with, Sun Yen, with the title of Magician and King of Knuckles, and his machinima star. Early Chin's footsteps lurched as he turned back to look at the entrance of the plaza. A man in a tie-pink racing suit walked in, pulling a cute-looking silver-haired girl. The man actually had a durian-looking helmet on his head. Not to mention his 2 titles, this outfit alone is at least 20 years ahead of the trend. When Sun Yen saw the reporter's camera disliking him, he reflexively waved his hand and put a 100-point fake smile on his face. He'd spent the last 3 days practicing his neural reflexes with Star. Now within 5 meters, has been able to 100% catch QQ Bomb Bomb. Extremely fast, almost seconds to catch. Even if Star walks are useless, Zhang Laolai called him gifted, and decided to wait for him and Star to come back after the training match to increase the difficulty to 10 meters. Mr. Sun Yen, may I ask if you know that you're going to meet a very strong opponent today? Early Chin, who is known as the Queen of the Circuit. The microphone was almost shoved into Sun Yen's mouth. It's a bit presumptuous. Saunian reached out and pushed some of it away, raising an eyebrow. I don't know. I don't recognize it either. What track queen? I'm afraid it's not self-appointed, is it? Has he ever put his track emperor in his sights? Sun Yen didn't know who the track queen was though, but already planning to teach each other what humility meant when they met later. Mr. Sun Yen, you actually don't know who the track queen is? Kini refaced the camera and was filled with emotion. Worthy of being the king of Nox, he didn't put the track queen in his sights at all. Looks like there's going to be a great fight today. Sunin, what's wrong with this reporter? He clearly didn't say anything. How come the hate just went straight up? That's how the media gets traffic, isn't it? He took Star's hand and hurried away from the reporter. Halfway through, he passed by Early Chin and Gale. Originally he was going to walk over there that way. Hey, you're the magician? Early Chin lifted her chin and looked Sun Yen up and down, her eyes full of contempt. Does showing off at the Nox Rally do any good? She was also #1 in Nox Rally back in the day, and that kind of track is not very difficult at all. The magician is just claptrap. The real race is still about the performance of the machinima against the machinima. Sun Yen looked back at Early Chin in confusion. There was absolutely no such person in his impression. I will defeat you. Chin Ye walked up to Sun Yen. She was a full 175, half a head shorter than Sun Yen, but her eyes were sharp. Today you'll see what kind of gap there is between you, a wild driver without a club, and an ace like me. I will let you know the dominance of the track queen. Gale, let's go. After Chin Yue finished speaking, he crossed over Sun Yen and Xingchen with Gale. A cool breeze came, and Sun Yen and Star stayed frozen in the wind. Master Star tugged on Sun Yen's sleeve and said in a suppressed voice, "What's up with this ant? It looks so powerful. You really don't recognize it? Don't know ah?" Sun Yen shook his head. I wouldn't know a woman with irregular periods. Wow. Star blinked. What do you mean by irregular periods? Sun Yen then remembered that Star doesn't have those days every month. It's just temperamental, incomprehensible, not to be looked at directly, not to be observed, not to be described, not to be defined, not to be touched. He rubbed his chin. Oh wow, so scary. Star's pupils quake. Shrinking her head, she hugged Sun Yan's arm again and swore, "Then I won't turn into that kind of woman. I'll always be Masta's little cotton coat." Early Chin and Gale, who hadn't gone far ahead. "Are you afraid she won't hear you?" Early Chin gritted her teeth. Harder fists. Chapter 98. Welcome to the Confrontation Road, Mushang Chunhui +1, Nodding Peach Moon +2. The Blades Trail training race is a track specifically for straight-line accelerating machinima. Speed is everything here, with a bit of tussle and collision added at best. The entire track is 100 kilometers long and is constructed near a high-speed railroad on the outskirts of Tianyuan City. The start of the track is an abandoned airfield, so wide that it can accommodate dozens of machinists starting at the same time. However, the course ends on a bridge, the entire length of which is 200 meters, and the bridge is so narrow that it only allows a single machinist to pass through. That is, either by overwhelming the herd with absolute speed and being the first on the bridge. It's either that or kill it on this bridge. The bridge wasn't too high, only about 10 meters from the bridge to the water, and the medical and search and rescue teams were on standby, so if a nymph and pilot fell from the bridge, they would immediately come to their rescue to ensure the nymphs and pilot's safety. After all, not every machinima can swim. For example, a certain Durian King beside Sun Yan was a dry duck. There is no starting order for this practice session. All mechanics and drivers start at the same time. A total of 67 contestants had their machinima unfolding around them. When the whistle blows for the countdown to the race, the driver will enter the car to prepare for the start. Is it the magician himself? Sun Yan was boredly stroking the ass of Star's car when a coy voice suddenly sounded next to him. He turned his head and realized it was a young girl with a clean-cut appearance and a bit of pockmarks on her face. "So, my machinima and I are both fans of yours. Can I get an autograph?" The young girl is ready with a marker and a new racing suit. It's just that Sun Yan didn't nod, and she didn't have the heart to hand it over. Sanian looked solicitously at Star in the cockpit. Star blinked, her eyes scanning the young girl's body for a second. "Gee, the mold is ordinary. Boobs aren't as big as hers. Identified as non-threatening. Sign it, sign it. No need to ask the king for permission for such things in the future. Masta decides on his own." She pretended to look like she had a big belly, but Sun Yan's mouth twitched. The body that was once that marker's broken body came to mind. He signed the girl's name on the fly. Such small things still made him feel quite accomplished in his heart. After all, being sought after and liked is a great thing in itself. "Thank you." The girl bowed politely in thanks and didn't bother Sun Yan anymore. She was like a little stargazer, taking out another racing suit across a dozen or so runners to get a signature from Chin early. Sun Yan looked at the girl's back and smiled, seeing that the 5-minute countdown had begun and the whistle had blown. He opened the door of the car, but just as he entered the Star's cockpit, he heard mean curses coming from the distance. "What are you? Want me to give you an autograph? Are you ordering me around? Get out of here." Sun Yan frowned and looked over there, seeing that the girl was standing awkwardly in front of Early Chin, her head lowered and her hands at a loss. Racing suits and markers had been thrown to the ground and were covered in dust. "Masta, that PMS woman is mean." Star gave a scared expression and agreed. "You're right, this kind of woman is indeed unnameable. Just don't sign if you don't want to. There's really no need to be so insulting." Sun Yan helplessly shook his head. Looking at Early Chin, he was like seeing certain arrogant stars in his previous life. Whether they were singers, actors, race car drivers or ballplayers, when they became famous people drifted off, thinking they were human beings. Even the fans who liked them turned into pigs and dogs, not knowing that without the love of these fans, they were nothing. Of course the above points may not apply to the racers and machinima of this world. However, Chin Early's sightlessness was the same as those people. Such a person is only a moment of scenery. Once he falls off the pedestal, I'm afraid that the whole person will go crazy. Sun Yan snorted coldly. His temperament had been smoothed out a lot by the company of Uncle Liang and Star since he came to this world. However, at this moment, a wave of aggressiveness was rising towards Early Chin. He had already seen Gale's attributes. Drift, 70 points. Acceleration, 89 points. Bend, 60 points. Gathering gas, 80 points. Stability, 68 points. Crash resistance, 72 points. Endurance, 74 points. This attribute is really good for running a straight line course, so you can say that the Centurion is one of the best. It's not a big deal to use it for corners, and it's easy to get good scores if the driver and the Miko work well together. But today there was him and Star. Early Chin was destined to be a piece of. Countdown in 10 seconds. All competitors please get ready to start. Sun Yan gripped the joystick tightly, held the handbrake tightly, 1 foot of throttle to the bottom, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Let me see if your arrogance can sustain you to the finish line. 3, 2, 1, go!" Boom dash. The Star engine roared like a silver arrow coming out of the string. Almost instantly, she was more than 10 meters ahead of the other machinima around her. Some of the wild riders have also learned to eject the start, but are still green with timing. and their machinima didn't have the acceleration attribute as good as Star's to completely capitalize on the superiority of the ejection start technology. What speed? Instantly all you can see are the taillights. Not bad for a magician. The surrounding wild riders couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air at the sight of Star's unattainable speed, and in the moment they froze. A beautiful red shadow rode similarly, grabbing the front of the wild riders. It's early Qin. Gale is fast too. In the cockpit, Qin Yueyuan gazed at Star with his teeth clenched, who was one car length ahead. Shame on them for letting them take the lead. Gale, who was lying on his back in front, could almost feel the icy cold sight of early Qin. Actually, she and Star should have similar acceleration performance, but Qin Early's mood seemed to have been affected today, and she hesitated for a split second when ejecting to start, or else at this time of the day at worst she would be neck and neck with Star. That's right, early Qin despises magicians, but uses the ejector start technique invented by magicians. The beauty of it is that the technology is there for people to learn, and those who have the ability to do so reside there. Gale didn't like Qin Zhenyuan's mentality, but she didn't dare to say anything. In addition, early Qin's learning ability is very strong, and he does have the capital to be proud of it. The magician invented drift cornering, Z-swinging she learned in a good way. The choice of entry point, the judgment of breaking point is better than the other drivers of the BDC club by a large margin. Aside from the personality and character, Qin Early is indeed a good choice. Gale gritted his teeth. For now, she could only hope that she hadn't made the wrong choice. Gale, I don't care what you use, you must catch up with me. Early Qin gave a deadly order, but what could Gale do? This track is a pure speed contest, not a single corner. The only thing she could do now was to get into the negative pressure zone behind Star and suck on the tailstream, praying that Star missed, otherwise she'd have to eat dust behind Star. Masta, they can't catch us. 2 stragglers. Star glanced in the rearview mirror and grunted softly, her little butt wiggling around merrily. Sun Yan pressed down on Star's buttocks to avoid panic, while transmitting faith. What's the point of letting them eat dust back there? Star, slow down and let them overtake. Star immediately complied. Behind them, Gale and Early Qin also seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rush up. Master, they missed. A magician? Nothing more than that. The corners of Qin Early's mouth rose, not even looking at Sun Yan and Xing Chen next to him. Instead, Sun Yan in the Star's cockpit hooked a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth and murmured in a low voice, Jia Jia, welcome to Confrontation Road. Throw a star. Chapter 99, Feeling Humiliation Again, Taking the Name of Ruined Brother +1. The Star's anti-collision attribute is 80 and has pulled the module, and Gale's anti-collision attribute was 72, which was a full 8 points different from Star. Each point of difference in attributes is unbridgeable for the machinima. The gap of 8 points also meant that Gale and Star couldn't gain any advantage from colliding. It's true that racing cars run the risk of losing control in a high-speed collision at any time, but the machine girl compared to the previous life of the race car skin thick, as long as it is not hard to hit the guardrail, or fall off the cliff or normal confrontation, and the higher the anti-collision attribute, but also means that in this kind of confrontation the more in the upper hand. Crash resistance expresses the toughness, impact force and hardness of the nymphs. Stability, on the other hand, shows whether the machine is easy to lose control, and how long it takes to recover from the out-of-control state to the normal state. Star's stability is 75 and Gale's is 68. On this wide track, Sun Yan could almost predict the end of Gale and Qin Yaya. I can only blame you for not being with a good driver. Sun Yan silently apologized in his heart, and just planned to drive the Star to touch the beginning of Qin's month next to him. As a result, early Qin Yaya had already piloted Gale to crash over first. Sunin, he's always been very confident when it comes to racing, but today he really felt a twinge of inferiority, because a woman who was more confident than him, even confident to the point of arrogance, showed up. Colliding with an opposing mecha when you don't know the specifics of the opposing mecha is a big gamble. Most pilots, even if they take such measures, have collected information about their opponents before the match, based on their opponents' past match footage, records of machinima colliding with other opponents, and combine these data to comprehensively judge their opponent's anti-collision performance. Even so, there are still risks, because the module is an indefinable variable. Sun Yan dared to launch an attack on Qin Yuyue because he could see through Gale's bottom at a glance, but early Qin and Gale didn't know. Star was also stunned to see Gale lean over. She stared blankly at Gale, her small mouth turning into an O shape, the shock on her face gradually turning into sympathy. Ram them for me. Gale's cockpit resounded with early Qin's frantic clamor. Gale is actually more confident in their own ability to resist collision. She said a secret sorry. The front end of the car a bias clang a collision in the head of the Star. The two machines against the fight. The wheels are out of control skidding issued crunching hissing. It was expected that this blow would knock Sun Yan and Star out of the way, but the moment it hit the Stars, early in the month, Qin only felt that driving Gale had hit a wall. In the past, when she bumped into other machinima on the track. She felt like pushing that machinima out of the way with ease, then watched as the machine woman spun out of control and skidded out of the curve, even hitting the guardrail and flipping over on its side. Every time she saw this scene, she would be glad that she had decisively ditched Purple Power and contracted Gale, a comprehensive and excellent mecha. If you let Purple Raider come, Purple Raider will bounce herself out while hitting another mecha girl. Bump me off. Early in the month, Sheen gritted his teeth and gripped Gale's joystick tightly and slammed it towards the left. Boo! The two machinima collided again, but the star wobbled just a little and didn't deflect the track at all. The Gale that crashed over on its own accord was like a sword slashing at a rock, and was bounced right off. The impact wasn't that bad, it just sent Gale skidding around the track and shifted the front end of the car. However, the speed of the car was realistically reduced, to the extent that the wild riders behind them seemed to be able to catch up with early Sheen and Gale. Audience, what do we see? Brother Genie's voice amplified by a megaphone rang overhead. Somehow the centerfold reporter had arrived in a blimp above all the riders. He held the microphone and looked at Star and Gale at the very front of the track, looking agitated and spittle-flecked. Just moments ago, our cameras witnessed a fierce fight. The attacking side is our track queen Miss Early Sheen and her machine girl Gale, while the defending side is the king of Nox, Sun Yen, who has the title of magician, and Star. But the ending is surprising. Miss Early Sheen doesn't seem to embody the dominance of a track queen, and her active attack is actually bounced off easily by the Star piloted by the magician. So in an effort to save her dignity, will our track queen lady continue her attack? Wait and see. At this moment, Gale was already a dozen meters behind Star once again. In the cockpit, Sheen Yeye lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes. All that could be seen were clenched red lips and a pale face. The damn host's cry of track queen was like a red-hot knife cutting repeatedly at her dignity. Master, let's not attack anymore. Gale inclined his head and said with a worried face, from the collision just now, I already know that Star's crash resistance and speed are better than mine. This track is their home turf. We can't curry favor, and in the future, when we encounter a track with many curves, they'll definitely be no match for us. Gale moved to reason. She hoped that Sheen Yeye would stop there, and continuing to fight would only lead to more disgrace. However, Early Sheen suddenly straightened his waist, bent down, swung his right hand round, and slapped her face with a crisp slap. Gale stared blankly at Sheen Yue. She was a machine girl. Human strength wasn't going to make her feel much pain. It wasn't like she was smashing joysticks after all, but they also have self-respect. You know humiliation when you get slapped. Waste. A pair of bloodshot eyes were revealed under Sheen Early's bangs. She hissed, her face flushed and her eyes looked like they were spitting fire. Where's your honor? Where's your good sense? One collision deflated you? Gale, following me. You haven't learned even a little bit of the arrogance of being an ace. Gale lowered her head in silence as she looked back at the track with renewed interest, saying nothing. Whatever else happens in today's game, she probably won't say another word. Early in the month, Sheen finished venting his anger and blasted his foot on the gas directly to the bottom. The renewed speed quickly threw off the wild riders behind them. At the same time, Gale approached Star once again. I'm the track queen. She stared dead ahead at Star's taillights, her hand on the joystick clenching violently. I will never allow anyone to step on my head. She seemed to go back to that race with Liang and Comet right in front of her. She was staring at the other car's taillights in the same way, only able to rage impotently in the cockpit of the Purple Power. So powerless, so desperate. The short dozen meters seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Even if he tried his best to overtake the car, the other party just showed a look of indifference and disinterest, then the next second fling it off even farther at even faster speeds. Can't beat that. That suffocating feeling reappeared. Early Sheen swore that she would never let anyone trample her underfoot again. She never wanted to feel humiliated again. Instead, you want to be the track queen who makes others feel humiliated. That's why she abandons Zidane, who made her suffer humiliation. And that's why she's going to become a wise arms master and become a human being in this world. And for that, she'll do whatever it takes. She reached down and pressed her hand against Gale's backside, pulling out Gale's gold module. Boom dash, the engine roared. Stars, Chapter 100, like to bump, right? Taking the name of a ruined brother +2. In a sense, Gale is a machinima somewhat similar to Star. They both have extreme speed and significant shortcomings. Star's shortcoming is cornering, while Gale's is crash resistance and stability. When Sheen Early pulled out Gale's gold module, Gale's attributes also changed abruptly. Drift, 70 points. Acceleration, 92 points, 89 plus 3. Bend, 60 points. Gathering gas, 90 points, 80 plus 10. Stability, 63 points, 68 to 5. Crash resistance, 52 points, 72 to 20. Endurance, 74 points. The module that Qinyeye had installed for Gale was a gold-grade crash-resistant module called Holy Wall. The module substantially improves crashworthiness, marginally improves stability, marginally reduces acceleration, and moderately reduces air collection. If Sun Yan were to look at it, the specific attributes of the Holy Wall would be collision resistance plus 20, acceleration minus 3, stability plus 5, air collection minus 10. For a machine girl like Gale who has no special skills, sacrificing air collection for crash resistance is very cost-effective. Sacred Wall's attributes are extremely excellent, but because it's a crash-resistant module, it's not as expensive as the acceleration module, yet it cost Qin Erli's 30 million. And now Qin Erli's idea is to take Purple Lightning's default plus the money from the sale of the Sacred Wall to buy a better module, or if Gale doesn't work out to shoot for a new machinima. But for now, the Gale's performance was still very satisfying to her. The acceleration of the Gale with the module unplugged skyrocketed by a large margin. The insurmountable 10-meter gulf between the original and the stars was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. So what if the Jillian's crashworthiness is great? The corner of Qin Erli's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The Trail of Blades is ultimately a speed race, and as long as you overtake and grab a position, the bridge at the last 1200 meters is the decider, and no one will be able to shake her title. In the cockpit of the front star, Sun Yan heard the sudden outbreak of the engine roar, subconsciously looked in the rearview mirror, only to see the Gale actually speed surge is approaching at breakneck speed. Could not help but freeze. Is this a shot or a drug? Is it an open skill? What's going on these days? The top machinima are piling up, aren't they? Star closed her eyes and felt it slightly, shaking her head. There's no psychic energy fluctuation. That Gale is just an ordinary mechanic, but she's a speed-type mechanic just like me. I just don't know how she's suddenly so fast. Oh, Sun Yan stroked his chin. A normal machinima suddenly boosted its speed. So what's the point of thinking about it? Either a new module was inserted or the original module was pulled out. As Gale gradually got closer, he could see Gale's attributes too. Seeing the collision resistance attribute reduced by 20 at once also made him more and more sure of his judgment. No problem. The other guy must have pulled the module. Sun Yan thought he was the only one who knew the trick of unplugging and inserting modules. It seems that the pilots in this world are also not a little cute. He knows how to use the module to temporarily adjust the attributes of the nymph. And in the future, when facing that kind of super long track, he may even carry more than one module. And in order to cope with different terrains, he will change the module for the nymph once every hour after the CD is over. And it is not impossible to do this kind of possibility. Is the acceleration faster than Star? Is it trying to use the acceleration to overtake and grab the track? Sun Yan saw through Early Qin's thoughts with a single glance. The other team is clearly abandoning the collision strategy and trying to win by acceleration. His demeanor became a bit odd. What's the point of having fast acceleration? If you want to overtake a car, do you have to ask the emperor of the track if he agrees? When he was able to jam Li Yaochen in Snow Peak, it was ultimately because of Snow Peak's perverted anti-collision that he had to give way to retreat. But Gale, who had pulled out his module, only had that much anti-collision, so he was afraid of nothing, and the card was finished, and he was directly stuck to death. The track width of the Trail of Blades training race makes jamming very difficult, but that's just for the average driver. For him, the width of the track doesn't affect the jam at all, gaining a speed advantage. Qin Erli right-handed the steering wheel to try to overtake from the right. At the moment, Gale was at a high speed. She didn't dare to hit it too full, and she didn't want to slow it down, or else it would cause Gale to go out of control. But once she deviated from the current track, the star being piloted by Sun Yan in front of him was as good as unseen, followed suit and changed lanes to stop in front of her. What happened? A blind cat hit a dead rat? She gritted her teeth and immediately left-handed the steering wheel to change lanes again. But Star was still in sync with her, still standing in the way. After several consecutive failed attempts to change lanes and overtake, Qinyeye finally confirmed that the pair of roadblockers, Sun Yan and Xingchen, were not blindfolded or lucky, but had simply prejudged her overtaking route. And as to how exactly she did it, she could not understand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn! Early in the month Qin hammered his fist on the joystick, shivering with anger. So she directly a foot brake. Deceleration left steering wheel, a large steering first lateral with Sun Yan and Star to pull away, and then overtake the lane in front of Sun Yan and Star. The result of the front followed by also crunching, Star a beautiful tail, the silver back of the big car but is still in front of the dead block. Aha! Early Qin let out a scratchy scream. Gale was silent. She had already become a bit numb, whether it was to Early Qin or to Sun Yan and Xingchen in front of her. Qin Early, who had been mad for a while, gradually calmed down. She reached up and smoothed the stray strands of hair around her cheeks into a ponytail at the back of her head, her icy eyes filled with murderous intent. Like to get in front of it? Good. The engine hissed violently with a foot of gas to the floor. Gale's body jutted forward with it. Boom dash! The front end of the car slammed viciously into the ass of Star's car. Seeing this scene, the host on the blimp genie brother immediately hi chow. Holding a microphone full of excitement to release his Chin Yua zhong out. After many overtaking fruitless, she drove the Gale directly into the up. Worthy of being the queen of the track, the verve and ferocious flavor just far from looking at it gives people the creeps. The words just fell. Click. Gale's shattered half bumper rolled right off the front of the car. Instead, the ass of the Star's car in front of it hadn't lost any of its paint job. Brother Genie was about to say whether the track queen would continue her attack. Seeing that the Gale's bumper had fallen off, the sentence immediately turned into, ahem. But it seems that Chin Ye overestimated the Gale's crash resistance a little bit, and it's pointless to continue with this kind of cathartic crash. I believe that this kick of the throttle has calmed her down. However, the truth was that early Chin did not have the slightest intention of calming down. She continued to blast the gas full blast and slammed forward in her Gale. Gale screamed out as he was hit in the head by the hard ass of Star's car. Instead, she acted like she couldn't even hear her foot already welded to the gas. Boom, boom, boom. Gale's front bumper is completely off, and the continuous crashes made Star resist cursing. Masta, those two back there are so annoying, they keep bumping into people's asses. It hurts like hell. She backhandedly pulled out a durian shell and threw it out the window. Durian shells smashed against the Gale's front windshield, but that damage wasn't even a millionth of what it would take to hit the ass of the Star. Sun Yen rubbed Star's buttocks to ease the pain, glancing in the rearview mirror, a fierce glint in his eyes. The race was nearing its end and the 1,200-meter bridge had appeared in the vision shot. His patience was also consumed by early Chin. Like to bump, don't you? Well, let's see how well you can crash. As the words fell out of his mouth, Sun Yen jerked the joystick and pulled up the handbrake. The body of the Star was thrown violently through 180 degrees, the front of the car traveling backwards against the Gale. The two mechanisms were facing each other from a distance, less than 2 meters apart, and approaching the bridge at a very fast speed. Early Chin and Gale were stunned. They didn't understand what Sun Yen was doing this for. Star wasn't surprised. It wasn't the first time the J-word pirouette had been used. She even had time to stick her tongue out and make a face at early Chin and Gale through the windshield, and the reporter on the blimp Guinness was already incoherent with excitement. Rough and tumble. It's appearing. Magician's death stare. Just what is the point of the magician doing this now that the bridge is approaching? What's the significance? Sun Yen laughed coldly. Of course he was sending early Chin to heaven. Moment about to go on the bridge. Sun Yen braked to the floor. Star four-wheeled hold. The car plummeted. He yelled, Star, get down. Chapter 101, Eternity 01. Star is very smart. The moment Sun Yen's words fell, she knew that Sun Yen meant for her body to lie low, not her in the cockpit, but she still subconsciously lay low as well, pouting her rounded little buttocks high, and the body chassis was lowered at the same time, and the whole body looked like it was completely prostrate on the road. The front end of her car was a standard streamlined shape, and at this moment the sudden braking was like a jumping board stuck in front of Gale and early Chin, while the high-speed Gale could not react at all. Chin Early's nerve reflexes were even more unable to keep up. With Sun Yen and Star brakes, they crashed right into it. Boom dash! There was a dull thud. It was the sound of tires hitting the front of Star's car. This time Gale didn't take much damage. It's just that her body looks like it's gone through a diving board and rushed up into the sky, and by this time, Sun Yen had already kicked the gas and hit the joystick full at the same time. Without even glancing at Gale and early Chin who had been shoveled away, he brushed past Gale's territory. The Star's bodywork is back in place and the tires have regained their grip. Boom dash! The engine hissed. Silver streams of light sped along the 1,200-meter bridge path toward the finish line. Early Chin and Gale could only stare blankly at Star's increasingly distant taillights. What happened? Early Chin's brain was a muddle. What just happened in the blink of an eye. She hadn't understood anything yet and had already flown with Gale. But flight ultimately has a ceiling. They can't be in the sky all the time. There's always a moment when they fall. Just like early Chin couldn't always be the high and mighty queen of the track. She should roll off the throne now. At a certain moment, the feeling of weightlessness caused Chin Ye to suddenly wake up. Her reflexes as a racer allowed her to quickly adjust Gale's landing stance. But it was all in vain. The body was tilted outward toward the bridge as Sunian flew them in his star shovel. That is to say, the landing point of early Chin and Gale was now not on the bridge, but in the rushing river underneath it. The 1,200 meters were but a fleeting moment for Sun Yen and Star. As he drove Star to a stop on the receiving dock with a flip of his tail, A loud bang also came from under the bridge at the same time. That was the sound of Gale and Chinyeye falling into the water, with a height of 10 meters and a buffer from the water surface. Chinyeye and Gale would not be in danger of losing their lives. Sun Yan coldly stared at the water. He didn't recognize early Qin. I only hoped that the cold river water would clear Qin Zhenyuan's head a little. Star, does your head hurt? Sun Yan leaned down and stretched out his hand, stroking Star's little head. Just now, he was able to successfully complete a series of stunts that could only be seen in a movie, all of which relied on Star's excellent crash resistance and stability. It can be said that today Star is the big contributor. Otherwise, even if he had the skill, it would be hard to give him a different machinima in one piece. Ha, Master, are you questioning the strength of this super crash king? Star turned his head, lifted his bangs to reveal his bare white forehead, and said smugly, my king's head is the hardest place on my body, and it's simply impossible for the district to shovel a machinima to be injured. That said, Master, this is a handsome move of yours, and you can use it when you encounter this kind of bad guy who likes to poke my butt in the future. When Sun Yan saw that there was indeed nothing wrong with Star, his heart was quite relieved. Damage to the body will be synchronized and manifested in the body of the mecha. For example, Star's bumped but is now a little swollen as if it had been slapped. He couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he looked at Star's dejected appearance. How is it that you're so resistant to being hit that you still have a sore butt? Well, Star pretty face red, embarrassed to cover the buttocks, stammered, but where the meat is more tender well, that day massage time. It's not like Master didn't know. Congratulations to both of you for winning this Trail of Blades. The track manager walked up to Sun Yan and Star with the prize money. When he shook hands with Sun Yan, he was full of admiration. To be honest, I can't imagine that you would solve the opponents entangled behind you in that way. The process of shoveling Gale into the air is already enough to be selected as one of the top 10 wonderful shots of this year's race car. No wonder they all call you a magician. This piece of racing technology, you are really unimaginable. The man in charge was an old man past his prime, with a kindly look on his face. Being praised by such an old man for a while, Sun Yan was still a bit embarrassed, but Star was very nice about it. She came over with her prize in her arms, crossed her arms with one hand, and said haughtily, that's right, and I don't even look at whose driver my master is. That said, old grandpa, is there nothing you want to say to me? The old man stared at the stars for a moment, half stammering. You're great too. Cute. Awesome. Your family driver's durian helmet is quite chic. Star beamed unhappily. This old man speaks perfunctorily at first glance. Actually, my skill is nothing. Sun Yan stroked Star's head and smiled dotingly. The main thing is Star's overperformance. If not for her, I don't think I would have ended up too well today. Not to mention winning the championship. Maybe I would have been knocked off the bridge by someone piloting a machine girl. Star lifted her chin and looked dejectedly at the old man. See it, she Durian Maharaja is an integral part of Durian Maharaja. Yes? The old man's gaze toward Star finally grew more approving. He had previously thought that today's series of operations were all supported by Sun Yan's skills. After all, whether it is a continuous predetermined jam, or swivel the nose of the car to shovel the opponent is not a maneuver that can be accomplished by the machine girl. No machinima has ever done that in generations. You guys can come and challenge the Blade Trail course record sometime in the future. The current holder of the fastest record is a machinima named Eternity 01, with a full time of 11 minutes and 17 seconds. After awarding the prizes, the old man pointed to the statue in the center of the podium. It was a snow-white luxury racing car, and beside it stood a tall and aloof young girl. Apparently it's the machine lady and her unfolding form. She's Eternity 01? Froze Sun Yan. How fast is it to run a 100-kilometer track in 11 minutes and 17 seconds? It's at least 550 kilometers per hour going up. That's right, and she still ran the course on her own. If she had pilot assistance it might have been even faster. The old man held his hands behind his back and looked at the statue of Eternity 01 with a face full of emotion. That's the fastest machinima I've ever seen. It's simply, practically like a sword traveling through time. If you can break the record, you'll get another $2 million and I'll put your statues up here. The old man laughed and turned to leave with his hands behind his back accompanied by his bodyguards. Oh, right. He suddenly paused, twisted his head and added, Eternal 01 and her driver are also going to participate in the provincial Panglong Mountain Circuit. So if you're going to participate in the Panglong Mountain Circuit this year as well, you might meet up with them. The old man walked away after that, his words tinged with anticipation and gloating. Eternity 01? Star looked at the statue and clenched his fists, his eyes boiling with battle intent. It's up to me, the invincible acceleration king, Durian King, the world's cutest machinima, Star, to defeat you. Hoo-hoo. Sunin, Gada, the Invincible Crash King has a new title. Stars, Chapter 102, Fleeing from the Fields. Blade's Trail Raceway is very much a rescue effort. Gale falls into the water to withstand the pressure of the water surface before it lifts the unfolding mode. In this way the damage Chin Yeye received was minimized, and Gale herself could swim. Even without a rescue team, she could bring Chin Yeye to shore. After being fished out by the rescue team, early Chin had been in a coma. Gale sat on the side of the boat, the wind from the river blowing his bangs into a mess. She looked at the end of the bridge and could vaguely see Sun Yen and Star standing on the podium. The runners-up and third-place finishers were two wild riders who must be beaming now. The flowers and applause belonged to them, and they had nothing of their own, and a slap in the face. It's just a training game though. At one time she was confident about the Pannan Hill track. It was a relay course, with fewer turns up the mountain, requiring speed and climbing ability. The home of speedy machinists like her, and more turns down the mountain, with steep and dangerous slopes, requiring steadiness and skill. The entire Panglong mountain course was completed by multiple Mikos, and pilots were required to have at least 2 Mikos or participate with a club member to reach the top of the mountain and have the club provide logistical supplies. Before entering the relay race down the mountain, Gale was confident that she would be able to pull away from the other machinima as she made her way up the mountain, and the BSC club has trained a pilot and mechanic specifically for downhill. The race culminates in a combined uphill and downhill placing. Awards and honors are received in the name of the club and later distributed by the club to the starter. But now her confidence wasn't so high. It wasn't just because of early Chin's slap, but also because of Star's strong performance. She originally thought that Star had installed the acceleration module in order to win the Trail of Blades, so the curves, crash resistance and stability would definitely be weakened. But it turned out that not only were they strong in crash resistance and stability, but they also demonstrated notable steering ability by easily drifting around at the bridge. Maybe Star has the short end of the stick, but add the man in her cockpit. She will be impeccable. The man didn't drown either. Why can't he wake up? Probably in shock. She seems to be quite famous. Murmurs of rescuers came from the side. Oh, come to think of it, isn't this that track queen Chin early? TCH, she's the one who got knocked down after all. What a mess. It's rumored that her what's-her-name track queen is self-appointed. Get it? Gale glanced at the unconscious Chin Yeye. She felt Chin Yeye's breathing become much more rapid, and her face, which was originally pale from the cold river water, started to redden, and it was only because the light on the boat wasn't very good, or else those rescuers would have been able to tell at a glance that she was pretending to be unconscious, or maybe someone had already seen it. The rescue boat docked, and those rescuers were preparing to put Chin Yuyue into an ambulance. It wasn't until this time that Chin Yuyue woke up leisurely. She squinted and surveyed her surroundings, with loyal Gale right next to him and the rescuers pretty much dispersed. It was a good opportunity to leave the scene on the down low. However, she had only just sat up. A microphone had been pinned in her face, twisting her mouth. Brother Keeney flashed out from somewhere. Under his center-parted head was a big smiling face. The essence in those small eyes flashed, the excitement and thrill of having found news material. The partner beside him carried a video camera. The lens was aimed at Chin Yeye. He had obviously already begun to record, wanting to record all of Chin Yeye's words and actions. Early Chin secretly gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to act rashly, only pretending to calmly push the presumptuous microphone away a bit. Miss Track Queen, may I ask how you feel about being run off the track today by Mr. Magician? Which pot doesn't open which pot? The first question gave Chin early month to dry break the defense. Holding back her anger, she took a deep breath and said as calmly as she could, "That was just an accident." The magician used a despicable tactic to cause Gale and I to fall off the track. I'll remember this revenge, and he'll never get a chance like that again. Before the match started, we recorded a conversation where you screamed at Mr. Magician about showing him the mastery of your track queen. Brother Keeney said with a grin, "We'll be simulcasting that VCR, but now it's time to ask you what your interpretation of your statement is." Early Chin, understand? What understanding? She couldn't wait to kill all these paparazzi now. This is just a training race. Early in the month, Chin pretended to be calm and said, "And I've already demonstrated the track queen's verve in the race, so I hope Mr. Magician will be as calm as he was today at the provincial Pan Longshan track." Brother Genie brightened up and hurriedly picked up. "Can I take it that this is your war cry against Mr. Magician? You can read it that way." Early in the month, Chin snatched the microphone from Brother Keeney's hand. His face hardened and his eyes cold as he said, "Provincial circuit, I will let Sun Yen and Xing Chen know what kind of bitter consequences their provocations today will bring to them in the future." With those words, she thrust the microphone viciously into Ginny's pants pocket. "I've asked what I need to ask. I'm not feeling well and I'm going back to rest. Get out of the way." Early in the month, Chin crashed through Brother Genie and walked away, leaving behind only a very valiant back. Gale, who was silenced next to him and didn't dare to say a word, hurriedly followed. "Hey, Miss Early Chin, I haven't finished asking. Only Chin Early's footsteps quickened by a few points, somewhat hastily allowing the gale to unfold. Then he got into the car and with a whine of the engine, he was gone in an instant. The corner of Brother Genie's mouth twitched as he said to the camera boy next to him, add this paragraph as well, and say that Chin Yaya fled from the scene. By the way, the one about her giving the magician a letter of war is going to take up the front page position today. It's been a while since there's been news that powerful. Sun Yen and Early Chin were both very popular racers. Now that the fireworks between the two were so strong, as long as he steered this handful of news well, a promotion and a raise were just around the corner. Brother Genie clenched his fists darkly. Somewhere in a small room near the Black Market Gladiator Arena, Zidane's eyes sparkled brightly as he watched the television. In the spirit of boredom, I watched the Ikuan channel today. It's a gossip channel that specializes in digging into the privacy of popular racers and machinima, and I didn't expect any surprises. In particular, when he saw Qin Zhuihua leaving the scene in a hurry, Brother Keeney also specially subtitled, fleeing from the scene. A faint smile surfaced on Zidane's pale and pretty face. What about Sun Yin and Xing Chen defeating Qin Yuan together? That's nice. She'd only just finished her jousting for the day. 3 consecutive fights made $1.5 million excluding necessary medical expenses, and the excruciating pain and gaping wounds on her body made it almost impossible for her to move. All she could do was lie still, sideways at best, and it was difficult to even move a finger. The news of Sun Yen and Star defeating Qin Zhuanxue was like injecting a warm spring of water into her parched heart. Even the pain in his body wasn't as intense. Provincial track. I will let Sun Yen and Star know what bitter consequences their provocation today will bring to them in the future. Qin Early's shrill voice came from the TV. Zidane frowned. She knew Qin Zhuanxue very well. That was a woman who would do anything to achieve her goal. And the owner of the BSC club happens to be Qin Early's fiancé. If Early Qin wanted to mess with a certain racer, it would be the equivalent of the BSC club making a move, which would be a bad thing for Sun Yen and Star. I'll have to go remind them. Zidane held onto the wall and struggled to sit up. Enduring the pain that tore through his entire body, he limped and moved to the door. Chapter 103, Getting in Line with the Times, Sending a Message to Xiaoshan +1. In the luxurious bedroom of a villa, Yukifumi solemnly hung an Okamoto granary on a shelf. From left to right it's already hanging full. When she was finished she leaned down and pulled a new bag from the drawer under the shelf. Just going to rip. Xie Feng, come and look. Behind him came the sound of Li Yaochen's greeting. Xie Feng pinched the bag and came over to his own master. A pale Li Yaochen was grabbing a handful of dregs of a mixture of cordyceps and antler and stuffing it into his mouth. He was holding a tablet in his hand, which was playing a video, and when he saw Xie Feng sticking it over to him, he tapped on the play button. In the video is the bridge over the Trail of Blades. A bright silver-bodied kitsune was being chased by a crimson-bodied kitsune. It's Star? Yukifumi stared at the screen and muttered, tearing the bag open with his teeth as he did so. That's right, Star and Saunian participated in the Trail of Blades training tournament. With Star's speed, there's nothing wrong with Blades Trail taking first place. Yukihiro reached up and ruffled the hair by her cheek behind her ear, leaning down and saying vaguely, it's a straight-line acceleration type machine girl. After all, that's not the point. Li Yaochen flipped the video to 0.5x speed to show Xie Feng, only to see the Star on the screen suddenly turn the car 180 degrees to brake at Gale. Then Gale slammed into the Star and crashed off the bridge, shoveling the car with the driver inside. A flash of surprise appeared on Xie Feng's expressionless face. His eyes widened, and the Okamoto granary he was holding in his mouth fell off. Awesome! She gave a dumbfounded thumbs up. Li Yaochen nodded calmly. This Sun Yen is really tough. I've memorized this move. Master, can we use it? Li Yaochen thought about Snow Peak's front end. Although it was more rigid and angular than Star's streamlined shape, it could still produce a similar effect in the case of an opponent's high-speed impact and Snow Peak's low-slung chassis. The Star is a similar effect to a springboard that shovels the opponent away. Snow Peak's words were probably a trapezoidal blade head, and the head to the cell phone lady would surely be smashed into a muggle before the shovel flew. Look excited. Xie Feng suddenly took Li Yaochen's hand and picked up the bag again. Li Yaochen raised an eyebrow. Continue? Go on. So true. Leah and clutched her cell phone, her face red with excitement. It's so relieving to actually think of this way to shovel that old woman Qin Zhuanxue into flight. He. Oi. Can you stop making that demented laughter? The corner of Dawn's mouth twitched as she looked at the big red dead word in the computer screen, and through the gamepad as she twisted her head and glared viciously at Lion. I'm GA again when you're laughing. I'm obviously almost getting the boss dead. That's your dish. Leah and beamed disdainfully. They're a man with a pack of cigarettes and a dead word for a day. You're a machine woman with 10 packs of chips and a dead word for 3 days. I'll rip your mouth off. Dawn glanced at the chips on the table, which had been dried out, and turned as a malevolent spirit toward Leah Ann. The two of them rolled on the bed for a while. Lion took a breather and hugged her pillow. You should really watch the video of Star's race with Sun Yan. It's so strong. Every time I think that should be the limit of the racing technique, but he still manages to come up with new techniques. There's no end to learning. There's no end to learning at all. Cut. Dawn lay on her back in a big shape. The pajamas on her chest were open. The spring light was leaked, but she didn't care. I've seen it a long time ago. So what? The Silverstone advancement race is all about curves. Pan Long Shan also needs 2 witches to relay. Sun Yan only has Star without a club. You're different. All the resources of the TSD club are tilted towards you. Pan Long Shan has someone to play match with us. Just with the 2 of them, they're probably not going to be able to move an inch on the track. Lion sniffed and rolled over, coming up to Dawn, her hand flying to grab at Dawn's chest in surprise. Yeah, there's no club for Sounian and Star. I'm going to go find him now and ask him if he wants to come to the voice of the dawn. With those words, Leah and jumped out of bed to get dressed. Dawn pinched her brow helplessly. This stupid girl. Let's not talk about whether Sunin will come to the club or not. Even if they did come in, that would inevitably take away some of the resources. It's not even certain that TSD's developmental focus shifted to Sonin. Boom, boom, boom. Damn. Eternity. Can you stop practicing? That sandbag you've been hitting for a day. Let's take a day off, okay? You know M3? The yellow-haired imperial sister with a dull hair on her head sat up from the bed, topped with 2 black circles under her eyes, with only one word written on her delicate and pretty face: sleepy. Sleepy. Master. Eternity twisted her head to look at the yellow-haired imperial and move her wrist. Do you know what the biggest difference between you and a pig is? M.O.? Yes, pigs can't just turn into people. What do you mean? Yellow-haired imperial sister Luo Shui was confused. She always felt like Eternity was scolding her, but after half a dozen senses it still didn't feel like scolding her for anything. Stupid. Eternity 01 shook his head inside, pulling his gloves off and glancing at the clock on the wall. It was past 12 o'clock noon. Master, it's time for us to eat. Training starts at 2 p.m. Ha, but I'm still awake. You've been asleep for 12 hours. Oh, that's fine. But, Eternity, you shouldn't have said that. You should have said it differently. Looking at Luo Shui, who was rolling from side to side on the bed and pampering herself, Eternal 01's veins rippled on her forehead. Clenching her fists, her red and blue heterochromatic eyes flashed with a flash of coldness. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and said calmly, please, ask the princess to have lunch. Laksha sat up from the bed and opened her arms. Want a hug? Eternity had no choice but to pick Luo Shui up by the waist. Luckily, she was a bit taller than the 5 feet 7 inches Luo Shui. If she was a lowly figure, would look very out of place. Eternity Luo Shui looked at the exquisite side of her own machine girl's face with 2 eyes. When are you going to wear the bunny girl suit again like you did on my birthday? It's really super sexy. I didn't even get to take a picture last time. The corners of Eternity's mouth twitched. She still preferred slate suits and tuxedos to bunny suits, and they were easy to move around in. But facing Luo Shui's expectant eyes, she had to make a compromise. Let's wait for the Pannan Hill track to get first place. I'll wear it then. Panlong Mountain Track first is not a hand on the line? Luo Shui wrapped her arms around Eternal's neck and yawned lazily. If I say should not engage in any relay race? Directly up and down the mountain all a machine lady run through. I estimate that you can dump the second place at least 10 minutes. Eternity didn't say anything. Her eyes drifted, her mind drifting back to the silver machinima she had seen this morning. The speed of that machine girl wasn't much of a threat to her, but she sensed an aura of a top speed type machine girl in that machine girl's body. It's a wonderful intuition. The provincial Panglong Mountain Circuit may not be as easy as Luo Shui thought it would be. This year's opponents. It's strong. Firefox Club. Sun Yan, do you see any problems with this resume of mine? Zhang Laolai handed a document to Sun Yan's eyes. On it was written, Zwenka Technology Company, Ltd. Underneath it was Zhang Laolai's personal information, age, resume, and some of the achievements he had obtained. Sun Yan retracted his gaze from the resume and raised his eyes to look at Zhang Laolai in confusion. What are you smoking? You don't want the store anymore? Harm. What's the point of just keeping the store? Zhang Laolai said righteously. I want to devote my limited life to Infinite 996 and realize the value of my life. He came up to Sun Yan and lowered his voice. Sun Yan, do you know what the most important resource in today's world is? It's sodium fiber. Zwenka Technology is the top company that researches sodium fiber technology. All the sodium fiber resources we are using now all come from Zwenka Technology, including the nutrient solution in my store. So, I'm in tune with the times. Zhang Laolai clenched his fists and was hesitant. I think I have a talent for research. Maybe you can see me in the newspaper in the future. Sun Yan skimmed his mouth breathlessly. What about Lingfang? You don't run racing anymore? Running. Just going to assist in research. Lots of vacation time. Zhang Laolai handed Sun Yan a reassuring look. Normally, I will also train seriously. When it comes to the competition, just ask for leave to come out and run the track with Ling Feng, including your training. I will let Star keep an eye on you. Sun Yan didn't know what kind of nerve Zhang Laolai was having, but how one chooses to live one's life is a matter of personal freedom, and he has no right to interfere. As long as Zhang Laolai didn't fail Ling Feng, he didn't care. Dum 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 dum. There was a sudden light knock at the door. Sun Yan was just about to speak when Star had already stepped on her slippers and snapped to the door. Open the door. The moment he saw the visitor, Star couldn't help but stare. She hadn't had a chance to speak. The petite figure in the doorway swayed then, falling headlong into her arms. Eternity 01. Chapter 104, Rescue, MZ. Meng +1. The person who came was none other than Purple Lightning, Star exclaimed, rushing to help the unconscious Zidane onto the couch and flatten it. Seeing that the situation was not right, Sun Yan immediately asked Zhang Laolai to inform Su Yuyang. Instead, he padded over to Zidane's side with Star to observe him. Why is she here? With regards to the purple electricity, Sun Yan still cared more. After all, he was so handsome and had such a good job, but he was still rejected by Zidian, and this incident was enough to make him remember for the rest of his life. Zidane struck him as a very high-strung, trollish, and withdrawn machine girl, and of course the impressive thing is that special skill of Purple Bolt that is so well adapted to him. I don't know. Wow. Star scratched her head. She noticed Zidian's pale face, almost bloodless lips, and those cracked hands. She couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and said to Sun Yan next to her, Zidian is so pitiful. Master, let's take her in as a sub-hair machinima. Sun Yan also sympathized with what happened to Zidian. Before that, uncle said that Zidian only participated in the black market gladiatorial combat in order to pay back the breach of contract. So many years have not paid back. It is estimated that they owe a lot, but whether or not they can contract Zidian is not up to him and Star to decide. The contract thing has to run both ways. He would be happy to indenture Zidian, and the breach of contract could be paid back for Zidian, but only if Zidane is willing to be his second hair machinima. It's useless to say anything if the rightful owner isn't willing. Su Yuyang and the flow of light soon came. Purple electricity in his underground black market working so long. On this machine lady he was very impressed. Made a phone call with the boss of the gladiator arena to ask to know roughly the original today purple electricity high intensity to participate in the gladiator tournament. And the gladiator after the completion of the fight only to do the most basic treatment, just to ensure that it is not scrapped. And the rest is to rely on the machine lady's own recovery ability to slowly repair. This is undoubtedly the most money-saving, but definitely have to suffer a lot. By all rights, Zidane should have rested after being dragged back. As a result, she hadn't even caught her breath and dragged her unrecovered body that long way to the entrance of the Firefox Club. To put it mildly, the current Zidian was about as good as a porcelain doll full of cracks. One touch and it breaks. Her current physical condition is very bad. Let me call for a professional medical team to come. Su Yuyang dialed a number. Flowing Light had already brought a bottle of nutrient solution from the warehouse and unscrewed it to hand it to Star. First feed her a little nutrient solution to recover. Sodium fiber alpha nutrient except it tastes different. They are also categorized as energy and restorative based on the content of sodium fiber alpha. Energy types are those with greater than 20% and less than 50% sodium fiber alpha content and serve primarily to restore range. The repair type is the type with sodium fiber alpha content greater than 80%. In addition to restoring renewal, the high concentration of sodium fiber alpha can also promote the self-repair of the organism of the witch's body. Only that this kind of nutrient solution is sold at an expensive price. A bottle of about 20,000 yuan. The price of the first type of 4 or 5 times. Normally, Star purchased the first one for $0 at Old Rascal Zhang's store. Now Streamlight brought the second one. Needless to say, this kind of most basic healing resource, Purple Lightning was definitely not willing to buy it. Star carefully held up the back of Zidian's head. Sun Yan poured the high-energy nutrient solution into the bottle cap, and Star used the cap to feed the nutrient solution into Zidian's mouth a little bit. The dry lips were moisturized by the nutrient solution and finally appeared to be a little bit of blood. With half a bottle of the nutrient solution in the stomach, it can be clearly felt that Zidian's feeble breathing has become a little bit more even. The situation of purple electricity was most intuitive to Sun Yan's eyes. The properties of the original purple power are all normal. Now purple power's attributes are dismal. Drift, 9 points, hull damage, under repair. Acceleration, 5 points, hull damage, under repair. Bend, 9 points, hull damage, under repair. Gathering gas, 6 points, body damage, under repair. Stability, 4 points, hull damage, under repair. Crash resistance, 4 points, hull damage, under repair. Endurance, 8 points, hull damage, under repair. Why would she want to participate in 3 gladiatorial fights in one day? Sun Yan sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at purple electricity's attributes, the corners of his eyes jumping. Normally, a machinima can't take on a joust in a row, right? Indeed not. Su Yuyang has finished the phone call, came over, looked serious, said, "This is simply nonsense. Like her, this does not take comprehensive treatment measures, at most 1 week to take a gladiator. No matter win or lose, to rest 5 or 6 days to ensure that the organism is fully recovered. Even if the use of comprehensive treatment measures also have to rest for at least 3 days. I've already." That gladiator's boss scolded Emil. He said that this is Z Diane's own request. Persuasion did not listen, so it was arranged for her. This black market's rules have always been all voluntary. It seems that she is really eager to pay back the default as soon as possible. How much does she owe for breach of contract? Sun Yan frowned. It's unclear how much is still owed, but the total is $30 million. Su Yuyang said, "The former driver of Purple Power you also met yesterday was that early Qin who was shoveled off the bridge by you and Star. Is she?" Sun Yan's frown tightened. "Originally, I just thought the brainless woman was arrogant." Now there was an added layer of disgust because of the Purple Power. It was clear from the style of early Qin that she was just using the machine lady as a tool. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so pissed off yesterday driving Gale hard into Star's ass. District more than 50 anti-collision attribute. Gale hit 80 anti-collision Star. Don't need to think to know that the head absolutely to hit stupid. I just don't know what kind of story is going on between Zidian and early Qin, but it doesn't take much thought to realize that it's probably going to raise your blood pressure to hear it. $30 million in liquidated damages. Even if Purple Power has now paid back half of it with 15 million left, that's still a lot of money. He couldn't afford to pay it back now even if he wanted to help Zidian. Of course, if there is Zhang Laolai and Boss Su's help, and then go to find the Gold Master uncle to borrow a little bit is certainly no problem. But he also have to consider him and Star. Consider after the club and so on need money. Purple electricity is very poor, but cannot for purple electricity let him and Star to dump his family without reservation. Must leave a part of the money as insurance. Sun Yan looked at the fragile girl on the couch with her heart torn. Even though Zidane hadn't agreed to be his secondary machinima yet, but he had begun to think about how this situation was going to be handled properly. The medics came quickly, and there was a medical station near the black market. The ones responsible for treating the mechs are not humans, but functional mechs that have been modified. Some mechs are eliminated and choose to become functional mechs, and the government sends them back to Wise Machine Island for targeted modifications. And these types of mechs are limited to serving a social function for their entire lives, and will never again have a chance to take to the track. Which one of you is the pilot of this nymph? The white lab coat wearing Angel 743. The machine woman's face was ugly, and her sharp eyes swept over everyone present and finally landed on Sun Yan. "It's you, right? You're outrageous." Angel 743 pointed at Sun Yan's nose and output. "It's not even enough to use illegal modifications, but to make your Miko participate in 3 consecutive fights. Do you really think that Miko is made of iron? If it gets any worse, she'll be scrapped. You know, she'll have to be rebuilt." Sun Yan was filled with embarrassment. "I'm not her driver." "You're not?" Angel looked to Zhang Laolai and Su Yuyang, arms crossed. "Which one of you is?" "I'm not." Zhang Laolai dodged behind Lingfeng with a flash. As the saying goes, machinima can be messed with, but functional machinima should never be messed with. Su Yuyang also waved his hand. "She doesn't have a pilot. She's an abandoned machinima." "Like this?" Anyel 743 looked grim, as if recalling something from the past. "Sorry." She bowed to Sun Yan and apologized. "I'll give a 20% discount on today's treatment." "It's okay, I can understand." Sun Yan sighed. Anyone who sees Purple Power in the state it's in would be pretty pissed off, right? Not to mention functional machinima that work in healing. He watched Angel 743 unfold into the shape of an ambulance, and then stretched out the mechanical arm to carry Zidian carefully into the vehicle's operating table, and then put it into the nutrient warehouse after a while. Half an hour later, the mechanical arm fished Zidian out of the nutrient warehouse and reintroduced her back to the couch, and her face had already recovered to normal, and the cracks on her fingers had also disappeared. Angel 743 lifted and unfolded, casually threw 4 diamond-shaped modules emitting a faint glow on the ground, said helplessly, "Illegal modifications. I dismantled her by the way, and now I'm going to give her a waking up shot, and she'll wake up in 3 minutes, and when she wakes up, you guys must remind her that earning money isn't like this, and be careful of the money not earning a lot of body scrapping first." Sun Yan nodded like a chicken pecking at a rice. Angel 743 gave Zidian a wake-up shot, really gave them a 20% discount, a total of 240,000 treatment fees, and when Sun Yan paid the money, it was only a windy departure. Sun Yan and Star eyed Zidian and came over to him. Just want to wait for the chicks that are about to hatch. Halftime. Zidane's eyelids fluttered and he turned languidly. Star was full of surprise as she came closer. Zidane, you're awake. The surgery was a success. Chapter 105, so wanted to be with them. Zidian's body was fully restored, and after Star briefly talked about the cause and effect, the two groups of people sat down around the coffee table. Zidian sat across from Sun Yan and Star. Zhang Laolai, Ling Feng, Su Yuyang, and Lu Guang sat in the middle passenger seat and ate melon. I'm sorry to have to ask you guys to help me pay for my therapy. With an apologetic face, Zidian got up and bowed deeply to Sun Yan and Xing Chen, then took out a bank card and pushed it to Sun Yan. There's exactly 350,000 in here, and the extra 50,000 will be in repayment for saving your life. How could Sun Yan take money from Purple Power? This little girl has already gone to great lengths to pay off her default. 350,000 could be one or even two grueling tussles for her to earn her hard-earned money. He hurriedly pushed the bank card back. I can't take this money. You kind of helped me and Star on the underground racetrack in the first place, so this money will be used as compensation for you, and we'll both be even. Zidane looked at the bank card pushed back, pursed her lips and squeezed her fingers. It's better not to get even, she muttered in her mind. In order to make Zidian give up pushing that bank card around, Sun Yan hurriedly took over the conversation. That, Zidian, today you came to the Firefox Club should have something to do, right? Yes. Purple Power nodded, extending one finger to push the bank card darkly under the fruit plate, and said with a serious expression, I saw you and Star participate in the Trail of Blades training race on TV, and during the race, you also had a conflict with Early Cheen. Early Cheen was my former driver, the BSC Club's ace driver. So what do you mean? Sun Yan also stretched out a finger and pushed out the bank card under the fruit plate. I wanted to come here to remind you and Star that this person, Qin Yueyuan, is unscrupulous in her actions, and if she wants to win the provincial competition, apart from improving her own strength, she will also do her utmost to eradicate all the obstacles that stand in her way, which means that she, and even the entire BSC Club, may target you. And of course, apart from you, any other pilots and pilotesses that are a threat to her will be targeted as well. Targeting from the track queen? Sun Yan snorted. What kind of targets had he not seen in his previous life when he was racing? Some clubs even use suicide attacks. The reason he G8 up to come into this world was also because the race car had been tampered with. The tuning team under his command definitely had a mole mixed in, or else the brakes wouldn't have failed. But not in this world. No one can do anything to a machinima. The most they can do is trip on the track. But the trips on the track Sun Yan is not really afraid. Still to his point has long been able to deal with a variety of unexpected situations on the track, the provincial circuit and no intelligent mechanic to compete. So the mutation factor is only the club driver. Track and machine girl skills, the first two have a limited impact on him. The machine girl skills really cannot be predicted. But the stars do not also have the Emperor engine? Although the BSC Club is not a top 500 club, it is financially strong, and under the lure of money, it's inevitable that some players will be desperate. So it's important for you and Star to be vigilant when you encounter any BSCs or players and machinists who inexplicably show hostility towards you in the subsequent advanced tournaments. Okay, I know. Thanks for the heads up. Sun Yan looked up and down at the obediently sitting Zidian, with some intent in his eyes. What a great machine lady, just watching TV and coming to remind him and Star. He glanced next to him at Star, who was blinking frantically to signal. It was obvious that the Durian King wanted Zidian as a guard with a sword. Then as the Durian Day King, it's a cheeky way to keep fighting for it. So he took a deep breath and asked tentatively, Zidian, have you ever thought about changing drivers? I know you owe a lot of money for breach of contract, but there's no rush in this matter. We can figure it out together. Violet Lightning stared blankly at Sun Yan and Star, her lips moving. But, do you know how much I owe for breach of contract? 30 million? I think that's what it is. Yes, $30 million. Zidian looked down at his toes, his bangs covering his eyes, his hands squeezed together with white knuckles. Are you willing to help me even if you know that I owe $30 million in breach of contract? Sun Yan crossed his fingers, leaned his elbow against the coffee table, and said solemnly, $30 million? It's really not a small amount. I definitely can't get that much money in a short period of time, but Star and I can think of a way to get it together. Zidian pursed her lips, and although she tried her best to hold back her tears, they kept falling down. How nice it would have been if the first driver I met before was Sun Yan. How nice would it have been if she had originally been the second hair machinima of Saunian and Star. Thank you. She clutched the corner of her coat and bit her red lip, so tempted to say yes, so eager to be with them. Fierce feelings welled up in his heart, but reason was like a taut red thread. She shook her head fiercely. It was precisely because she cherished Sun Yan and Xing Chen's goodwill that she became more and more unable to accept Sun Yan and Xing Chen's help. if the price of becoming Sun Yan and Xing Chen's partner was to burden them with more than $10 million in debt, she would rather scrape the bottom of the barrel in the gladiatorial arena. She had not yet caused any trouble for Qin Zhuanxue when he had treated her badly. Sun Yan and Star were willing to accept her for such wonky waste. How could she cause trouble for Sun Yan and Star? I'm sorry, this matter also please don't mention it again, at least until I finish paying back the default payment. Zidian wiped the tears from her face and looked up, tears in her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting into a broken smile. If on the day you pay back the default payment, you are still short of a sub-issuing mecha, and if you don't mind, I'm willing to drive for you, and become a companion to you and Star. Violet stood up and fled the Firefox Club in a bit of a panic. Star and Streamlight couldn't shout enough from behind. Hey, Diane's pride is too strong. Star dismally sat back down next to Sun Yan, her hands resting on her cheeks as she beamed and said sullenly, she took away the illegally modified modules, so she's definitely going to go play underground matches again to make money. Sun Yan rubbed his brow and glanced at the bank card that had been hidden under the durian shell at some point. He said to himself that this stubborn ass-like little ninny was really greasy, even if it's just $300,000 in medical bills to pay back. It's definitely out of the question to just scrape up the money and shove it at Purple Power to get her to pay back the default. Judging by Zidane's temperament, this approach might still be a disservice to her, but it's not a good idea to just watch Zidane get hurt in the corner. Boss Su, I've got my eye on Zidian, this machine woman. Sun Yan scratched his head and said to Su Yuyang shyly, the gladiator arena is your property. Do you think you can give her some assistance in terms of treatment after the match in your capacity as the owner of the gladiator arena? At least the care after the gladiatorial fights should be done properly, and the usual food and accommodation ones shouldn't be too burdensome. Just this is considered a matter? Su Yuyang couldn't wait to have something that could help Sun Yan, hurrying to answer with his mouth full. Don't worry, old brother Su, I'll take care of this matter. Chapter 106, If There Are Gods in the World. Purple Power returns to the corner, back to that little nest of my own. The boarded-up room of less than 4 square meters contained only a bed and a television. Every hard night she just lay or cower in the corner. Her cell phone and TV were the only things that could pass the time and give a little comfort to her numb heart. But now everything around her seemed to come alive. Even though the room was still embarrassing and seemed incredibly dim even when the lights were turned on. But she just felt it. It's like everything's better. Whatever has to be done is motivated. It's these 4 illegal modules that I have to go to the modification store and ask someone to install them for me. A girl with glasses always full of seriousness surfaced in the sea of the purple computer. Her illegal modification modules were made by that big brother. Without that big brother's help, by herself she would not have been able to get a foothold in the brutal gladiatorial arena, not to mention making money. For these people who had helped him, Zidane remembered and was grateful. She tidied up her room to make the small space look tidier and more responsive to her mood, and then was about to head out the door with her module when there was a knock on her room door. Knock, knock, knock. Zidane, is it convenient to come out for a moment? It was the voice of the owner of the gladiatorial arena. That being said, I'm also giving the gladiator boss a hard time today. After the third fight she passed out directly in the gladiator arena and was carried down by a machine woman sent by the boss. Right away, Zidane opened the door with his coat on. In the doorway, only the fat owner of the gladiator arena was seen with a smile on his face. Purple electricity, you and this gladiator also fought for so long. The current popularity is also the highest of our gladiator. Today to see you finish 3 consecutive fights gladiator, my blood boiling, as if there is to find the feeling of youth. So, finding the hot-blooded feeling of youth? Zidane glanced at his boss, alarm surfacing on his face, and said in an icy tone as he vainly closed the door, Boss, just because I make money off of underground gladiatorial combat doesn't mean I'm going to kill machinima. The kind of unrestricted killing that centers on the desecration of life is something you'd be better off finding someone else for. The fat boss froze and hurriedly explained, That's not what I meant. I'm planning to raise your treatment and make you a starfighter in our gladiatorial arena. Zidian looked at the fat boss suspiciously. Do underground black tournaments like gladiator fights have to be ace-like clubs? Makes sense, but is it necessary? Zidian, I was thinking of packaging you properly so that in the future, I can also attract more people to watch the matches and place bets on you. And then every time you make an appearance, you can have a gimmick effect. Do you know what a gimmick is? The fat boss wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Snubbing Purple Power was a task given by Boss Su, but he's so old, it's kinda hard for him to make up a flawless excuse. I don't know. Zidane shook his head blankly. Ugh, it's just a means of making money anyway. You're still in the jousting like before, but I can make more money. Oh, so would you like to? Don't you have to pay back the default? The treatment improves and you pay back the default faster. When the boss said that, Purple Power came to life. Hurriedly, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. No problem, just follow your arrangement. The boss breathed a sigh of relief, saying that luckily the stupid girl was still good at fooling around. Then as the popular ace of this gladiator arena, First of all, you can't live here. It doesn't fit your status. Pack up your things and I'll give you a new place. Now that he has accepted his boss's setting, Purple Power's execution is very high. She retreated back inside and poked her head out in less than 30 seconds. Clutched in his hands were a stack of racing suits, a jacket, a bed sheet and a small television. His cell phone tucked in his bag. The owner's mouth twisted. Is that all you have? Right. Zidane nodded. These were all she had left. She doesn't snack, has no need for entertainment, and drinks flavorless nutrient solutions when she's hungry. This flavorless one is the cheapest. Plus, machinistas don't sweat and only need a minimal change of clothes. Okay, follow me. The boss thought to himself that this machinima was also too miserable, but it was true that he hadn't paid attention to Zidian's life situation before when he was full of making money. He brought Zidian to a spacious room of 70 to 80 square meters, which was not only spacious and bright, but also had all kinds of furniture and facilities. The Purple Power Station was holding its bit in the light, looking coy and scowling. You'll be staying here from now on. Here's the key. The boss took out his set of keys and stuffed it to Zidian. I've also equipped you with a mechanic's assistant. If you need anything, speak to her directly. Then you'll attend the gladiator fights once a week. The prize money is fixed at 1,200,000, and the gladiator arena will be responsible for the medical expenses after the fight. We'll send a professional and functional mechanic to heal you, and you'll be resting for the next 6 days. And you can't participate in any other underground tournaments privately without the gladiator's permission. Other underground tournaments. That's too favorable an offer. Not to mention a place to live. The fact that 1.2 million per match also covered treatment was enough to keep her from turning it down. Did she even think she was dreaming? 1.2 million a week is 5 million a month. Then it would only take 3 or 4 months before the provincial tournament was held for her to pay off the default. At that time, she would be completely free. She opened her mouth to say something, but the boss was warning with a serious face. Zidian, you are now the ace of this gladiator package. We definitely have to restrict your freedom. You can only participate in our gladiator tournaments here, or else it will be a mess. If you have a problem with it, you can resign. I don't have a problem with that. Zidian bowed and bowed. His head lowered as tears came to his eyes. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I will definitely work hard. Well, sign the contract then. The boss took the contract and left. This contract had to be given to Su Yuyang and Sun Yen as proof that he had gotten this done. Zidane, on the other hand, lay frozen on the big bed in his new room, staring at the crystal chandelier overhead in a daze. Are there really gods in this world? Purple Power doesn't know. If there really is one, then perhaps the gods are Sunian and Star. At least she was getting better every day since she met Sun Yen and Star. I'm going to try to be a machinima worthy of them. Zidian clenched his fists. The blankness in his eyes disappeared. Only determination and fighting spirit remained. Start training straight line acceleration tonight. BSC Club. Chinyaya was shaking with anger as she watched the report on the Ikuan channel on TV, especially after seeing her leave. Obviously so valiant and with such a dashing back. And then what? Those damn paparazzi actually labeled her as fleeing? What did she have to run away from? Her opponent was just a magician. She wasn't scared at all. Okay. Early Chin couldn't tense up and smashed everything he could around him. Gale cowered in the corner, hugging his knees and not daring to say a word. The words "can't see me, can't see me, can't see me" kept coming out of his mouth. However, a woman in a rage will indiscriminately target all creatures within 50 meters and pour fire on them. Shin Yuyue glared at Gale as soon as she turned her head, her reddened eyes scanning around Gale's body, looking for a breakthrough. At this point, all she needed was an excuse to go on the offensive. Sometimes, not even an excuse. Gale. Early in the month, Shin remembered that Gale had entered the room with his right foot first today, and she couldn't stand it. She went straight to Redworm. Little Luna. At that moment, a feminine male voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The furious Shin entered a state of suspension at the beginning of the month and also saved Gale's life, only to see a flamboyant man wiggling his brutal waist and wandering in. This was the owner of the BSC club, named Wang Hao, an entrepreneur, and also Qin Erli's fiancé. He loved Early Qin Yuan, and it was for Qin Yuan that he founded the BSC club in the first place. All of Qin Erli's stuff, the machinima, the modules, the tech was basically all money he threw at it. Who was it that upset our little Luna so much? Wang Hao came to the side of Early Qin, glanced at the TV, the smile on his face disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. These paparazzi are really tired of living, and aren't afraid of suddenly being put into a sack and violently beaten up and dragged to the pier to sink into the river at night while walking at night. The anger in Qin Erli's heart dissipated quite a bit when she saw Wang Hao. She pursed her lips and said with a grim face, "The reporter from Ikuan TV has an official background and can't be moved. so it's better to forget about it and just beat it up with a sack on. No problem. Arrange it right away. Wang Hao pulled out his cell phone and sent a few text messages out. Seeing that Qin Erli's fire was still there, he asked, besides these reporters, there should be other reasons, right? Well, I came back soaking wet yesterday and was too pissed off to explain to you that it was actually because I got knocked off a bridge. Magician and star? Wang Hao had read the news a long time ago. He was deliberately pretending not to know, so that he could show off in front of Erli Qin, mainlining a way to enhance his feelings. Yes, Erli Qin gritted her teeth. Wang Hao wrapped his arm around Qin Erli's waist and said with a smile, then Xiao yeah, how do you want to clean them up? A club is not even wild writers just play around. Qin yeah was silent for a while, but she unprecedentedly didn't pick up Wang Hao's words, just clasping his hands to his chest and frowning. I want to beat him on the provincial circuit. She's now being called the queen of the track, and it's hard to avoid falling on deaf ears when she uses those dirty tricks of the track again. Only by crushing Sun Yan and Star with absolute strength would the people around them be completely convinced. It was the only way to fit her status as a track queen. Wang Hao sniffed and exaggeratedly revealed a surprised expression. Yo, our family you has grown up and are not holding grudges anymore. With those words, he coldly glanced at Gale in the corner. This machinima doesn't work. Get another one. There's a machinima exhibition in Tianyuan City. We'll go and take a look tomorrow. Gale, cowering in the corner, shivered uncontrollably. It's over. She was about to follow in the footsteps of Zidane. Gale's performance is not bad. Erli Qin shook her head. Let's give her another chance. I want to run the 2 relay sections of Panlong Mountain by myself. On Gale for the first section, she has an advantage in speed, and for the second section, we'll rely on the sub-engineer lady that we're going to shoot tomorrow, preferably skillful or wrestling type, and she can't be slow. Wang Hao naturally fully supported his fiancée. No problem, Luna, it's all at your disposal. He glanced at Gale and handed Gale a count your luck look. In his heart, however, he thought that even if Erli Qin did not intend to target Sun Yan in Xingchen, but as a fiancé, how can he be indifferent when his fiancée has been shoveled out of the track and made such a big fool of herself? Erli Qin cherished his feathers and didn't want to target Sun Yan in the name of the BSC club, but he can pay off players from other clubs. Wang Hao really doesn't know much about racing, but he knows how to spend money. Next chapter, you deserve it? Loading. Chapter 107. I want her. Nodding into Peach Moon +1. Will he come today? He's not coming today. Will it come? Not coming. A flash of annoyance appeared in DL01's eyes as she threw the last petal on the ground and raised her hand to pick the other roses in the vase, only to realize that all the roses in the vase had already been picked by her. At his feet was a field of rose petals. It's a little annoying. DL01's eyes darted around, eventually landing on a snoozing beauty short on the couch. That beauty short seems to be aware and opens its eyes. It glances at the petals on the ground, and then glances at DL01. And when it sees that DL01 has a stupid look, it is so scared that it shivers and turns its head and runs. Run away even. DL01 leaned back against the couch with one hand resting on his cheek, his eyes gazing at the traffic outside the glass wall. I should have known better than to come to an auction show of that high class. Unfortunately, it's already picked. Ugh. Jiangyuan City held a high-level auction show, in which the performance of all the machine girls were in the middle to high, and there were also some machine girls that were partial but had extremely top-notch attributes, and their starting auction prices were naturally not cheap. In order to ensure the efficiency of the auction, the organizers then set up invitations. These invitations will only be sent to clubs and certain entrepreneurs and wealthy individuals who are interested in running a race car. DL01 didn't know the man didn't have a club. After all, before leaving Wise Armor Island, she had only learned that man's techniques and watched all the videos of that man's matches, and she naively thought that a man that powerful must be the ace of some club to be right. It turned out to be a step in the wrong direction. Now I have to deal with these annoying flies every day. She also had to think of all sorts of reasons to say no next to each other. The first round of show and tell begins at 10 a.m. As time went on, more machinima were sent to the show and auction one after another. At the same time, there are more and more clubs and individual buyers coming from all over the world. Still, the $500 million starting bid saved her a lot of trouble. Clubs and individual buyers attending the show auction will be consulted about their intentions and estimated assets before the show auction begins, presumably meaning that they will be asked if they have any pre-existing favorites, as well as if the ones with the best performance won't come out if everyone doesn't have a lot of money, and can't afford to pay for them anyway. Some newcomers to the show and auction might think that a performance machinima would be too arrogant, but that's just the way it is. The machinist and the buyer are equals until the transaction, and after the deal, there was only an employment relationship between the two. with the Meijin and pilot contract, to this point is barely established partnership. The stability of this partnership depends on the pilot's ability. The club's resources can make the Meijin satisfied. It is worth mentioning that not all the Meijin will use the auction price as a liquidated damages. According to the rules between the human and the island of Wise Armament, when signing the agreement, the liquidated damages base amount can be set as a minimum of 50% of the final price of the sale. The minimum amount of liquidated damages can be set at 50% of the final sale price. DL01. I hear a few rich people will be here today. Maybe they can afford your starting bid. So, DL01 looked as if he hadn't understood the Mecha nymph's words at all, and said boredly, "What's the point of having money? You can buy a mecha girl. You can buy a module, but you can't buy technology or a genius mind." TB21 helplessly spat out his tongue. These days in DL01 also mixed well, not as formal as before. In fact, this big brother is only indifferent on the surface. In reality, it is still relatively good to get along with. She knew DL01 was thinking about that man again. It's understandable though, there are plenty of machinima who want a contract with a magician, and are even willing to not pay a dime for nothing. Now the magician doesn't have a club and I'm afraid he won't show up at the show auction for 6 months. The DL01 can afford to wait, but those machinists can't. Staying at the show and auction is a waste of time. With that waiting time, one might already be writing their own honors on the track. Ding dong, you've got a new message. TB21 took out his cell phone and looked at it, and surprise couldn't help but appear on his face. DL01, let's go. The rich owners are here, along with a couple of top 100 clubs. It's a good thing I stabilized my hand yesterday and didn't shoot myself out of the game. Maybe I'll come across a better option today. Oh, DL01's interest was lacking, but attending the show and sale was the mission. All she could do was put on her military coat and follow TB21 out the door. The VIP table. Even though it wasn't the first time she had come to the exhibition auction, Early Cheen was still a little excited. It was like even though you had already bought a few bags at a luxury store, you still couldn't help but be excited every time you came in. Looking at the machine girls on the exhibition auction table who looked different but all exuded an elite aura, she really wanted to photograph all of them. Wang Hao, all these machinima look great. It seems like each one of them is stronger than Gale. Early Cheen said with both eyes glowing with excitement. That's right, this time Jiangyuan City engaged in exhibition auction are all high-performance machine lady. Not anyone can come in, including us. These bidders are all screened. Wang Hao was dejected. The so-called money can make the devil push the mill, even if he didn't have a club. With his more than $1 billion of assets, the organizers would have to obediently send up the invitations. Gale cowered beside him, not daring to speak. One can only minimize one's presence. Bidders, next we'll bring out our 5 strongest performing machinima in this exhibition auction. Please bid rationally and civilizedly and don't get into an argument. Presiding over the bidding was a functional machinist in a suit. As her words fell, a cylindrical booth rose from the ground, on which stood 5 machinima, and the spotlights of the exhibition auction fell on them very silently, and DL01 stood in the very center. She was the tallest, with a delicate face, wearing a black military uniform, with a large red shawl on her back, and her hands were pestled with a scepter, with a cold and stern gaze, and she stood there with an imposing presence. Most of the eyes on the bidding table were drawn to the DL01. It's not just because of the distinctive aura of the DL01, it was also because of the short introduction written on the big screen behind DL01, top-level mecha girl DL01, the first mecha girl of the Tyran family of Shichi Island, with strong performance, no shortcomings, extremely excellent crash resistance, range and stability, possessing special skills, starting price of $500 million, top machine lady, 500 million. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The top-tier machinima is a collective term for machinima with special skills. These are extremely rare in number, with the transaction price of each top-tier mechanic basically sky-high, and owning a top-tier mechanic is the knockout punch to becoming world-class. They are strong, noble, and the goal of all drivers. And of course not all top-tier machinima and pilots are adaptable. A good horse with a good saddle also needs a good rider. Otherwise a good horse in the hands of a cripple is nothing. The moment he saw DL01, Shin Yeye identified his target. The temperament of this machine girl body will throw off the other machine girls around a dozen streets. Plus the introduction said very clearly, there are special skills even if there is no short board, and resistance to collision. Range and stability is extremely strong. This kind of machine girl is not the dream car she is looking for? Wang Hao, I want her. Early in the month, Shin pointed to the indifferent DL01 in the center of the booth and could not wait. Chapter 108, You're Worthy, Nodding Peach Moon +2. Looking at the starting price of $500 million, Wang Hao instantly felt as if he wasn't that rich. On the way here, he also told Early Cheen that he would buy whichever machinima Cheen looked at today. Results now. This machinima is good, but this starting price is too high. That high price is still not the price of the deal. Buy it in your hand in case it costs $1 billion? That way all my industries will have to be smashed in. What will we wear and what will we eat then? Wang Hao persuaded him kindly, and Early Qin calmed down a bit. Indeed, the DL01 is too expensive. Back then, Purple Power was also a top-tier machinima, with a starting bid of $50 million and a final sale price of $10 million. Her heart fluttered when she was able to buy Purple Power at a low price, all because of her sincere heart. The bidder has the right to communicate with the machine lady, so maybe she can fight to get the DL01 to cut its own price? Wang Hao, you bid first later. As long as you bid, we can communicate with DL01. I'll try to see if I can get DL01 to lower the transaction price to follow me. Wang Hao saw that Qin Yuyue looked determined. Knowing that Qin Yeye was going to try it today no matter what, he gritted his teeth. Fine. As the bidding began, various clubs bid and many of the machinima were auctioned off. Eventually only DL01 and a model TB21 machinima remained in the cylindrical booth. Other than that, what was left around the show were slightly less capable machinima at more reasonable prices. Let me bid first. DL01 informed the functional machine woman running the auction. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll hurry up and finish and go back to bed. TB21 had been living with DL01 before, usually acting as DL01's little follower, and at this moment, seeing his big sister speak, he hurriedly took 2 steps back. The functional machinist smiled helplessly, knowing that DL01 still hadn't taken a liking to today's bidders, but couldn't say anything more than nodding her head in agreement. The machinima in this bidding is DL01. The starting price is 500 million. Everyone can bid now. The entire show was quiet for a split second as the words of the functional machinima fell from her lips. The originally lively scene of bidding against each other became eerily silent all of a sudden. Wang Ritian looked around and waited for a while, seeing that no one had bid, before raising a sign. Guest number 77 is bidding $500 million. Can you negotiate with DL01? As well as, are there any other bids? 1 billion. A young man in the corner of the bidding seat raises his sign. I'll give you 1 billion. 3 billion. As Wang Hao and the young man bid, one after another, others followed, but still 2 or 3 kittens and puppies. In total, there were only 5 people bidding against each other, and the final price stopped at 1.5 billion. It's not true that the DL01 is strong and has special skills, but no one knows what the DL01's special skills are. If you spend too much money and end up buying it back and realize that the DL01 doesn't fit you, then don't you cry? According to the order of bidding, you 5 have the opportunity to communicate with DL01. Whether or not the transaction price can be lowered all depends on how you and DL01 talk about it. Whether or not the transaction all depends on the will of the machine lady. This is the rules of the Smart Device Island and the Human Federation. I hope that all of you peacefully communicate with each other. Do not get into verbal altercations. The functional machine woman nodded to DL01 when she finished, signaling that DL01 could go wait in the secret conference room next door. Early Qin walked into the conference room with excitement. DL01 is on the opposite side, still looking indifferent, and his powerful aura makes the airflow seem to become stagnant. Having seen quite a few big scenes, Qin Yuyue gave herself a pep talk, yet still a bit formal. He sat across from DL01. Hello, my name is Early Qin. The words were not yet spoken. I don't like women, DL01 said coldly. Get out, Early Qin? The smile froze on his face, and the half-prepared words stuck in his mouth. A fire went straight to the sky, but when it met with DL01 the cold eyes, it was like being splashed with cold water. There was no point in getting angry with this top-notch machinima. Cuss all you want out of the show, but at the show, the machine lady is like a bride staying at her mother's house. Whatever your status, whatever your position, it's a dragon or a tiger you have to dish out. Early Qin took a deep breath and hung on for dear life before swallowing her fire. With a forced smile on his face, he dusted himself off and left the conference room. Failed? When Wang Hao saw Qin Early's ugly face, his heart was relieved instead. Failure is good. Even if you can negotiate with DL01, the deal price is about 500 million. After all, someone has already raised the bid to 1.5 billion. She said she doesn't like women. Early Qin gritted her teeth. There's such an odd reason? Wang Hao was dumbfounded. Obviously DL01 did not intend to contract with Qin Early in the beginning, and there was no leeway at all. It's almost like a blind date who comes to deal with the situation and doesn't even bother to show up for dinner. Alright, you don't be angry. We can take a look at other machine girls. For example, that TB21. The starting bidding price is 20 million. The performance of this machine girl is also great. After taking it, the second half of the provincial track is absolutely no problem. Wanghao pointed at the long pink-haired Megan on the booth. Now those top clubs are in the conference hall. Just the right opportunity to bid on a TB21. Early Chin was also very clear about this, so he immediately forced the unpleasantness that occurred between him and DL01 to the back of his mind. The bidding went well. The TB21 wasn't a top-tier machinima after all. No one bid when the price was added to $60 million. For the highest bidders, Chin Early and Wang Hao, the attitude of TB21 is much better than that of DL01. At least she was smiling when we talked in the conference room. Thank you for your support. TB21 shook hands with Early Chin and both sat down. I'm only going to ask one question. TB21 said seriously. What do you think is the point at which you can attract me? I'm the ace of the BSC club, and although the BSC club isn't one of the top 500, it's financially strong and can provide you and I with more than enough resources. Early Chin pursed her lips and gave an answer that basically could not go wrong. Not satisfied with this answer, TB21 reorganized her language and patiently asked, I mean, from yourself, what do you think makes you indentured to me? Myself? A confident smile appeared on Chin Yeye's face. I have the title of Queen of the Track, thanks to my absolute dominance on the track as well as my great ability to learn racing techniques. Following me is definitely your best choice. Track Queen? TB21 looked at Chin Yeye with an odd expression on his face, his eyes gradually becoming cold. May I ask if you have ever broken a Knox Rally record? Ah, no, the Knox Rally is just a small competition. So have you ever invented phenomenal racing technology, like the ejection start? No. Early Chin already sensed that something was wrong. And how dare you call yourself a track queen? TB21 sneered. Are you worthy? Are you worthy? 3 words are like a 3-pronged military spike ruthlessly stabbed in the heart of Early Chin. It made her breath barely even come out. She glared at TB21, her face reddening as her anger teetered on the edge of sanity. Out. TB21 waved his hand in dismissal. For the first time in my life today, I'm experiencing the feeling of having money I can't spend. Wang Hao and Early Chin sighed as they stood under the showroom. The top machine girls can't be photographed, and the best performing ones aren't photographed. In the end, they could only spend $20 million to auction off a machine girl whose attributes were on the wrong side of the spectrum but whose individual attributes were top-notch. The KS67 model machine girl, whom Early Chin named Viper, has medium acceleration, decent steering and crash resistance. I can say it's perfect for the second half of the Panglossen track, but that's about it. After running the second half of the Panglong mountain course, this machinima is pretty much obsolete, unless it encounters similar terrain to the downhill leg of the Panglong mountain course in the future. Go away. Early Chin's face was full of obscurity. She will not come back to this Tianyuan City's auction showroom, and she will not come back if there is any better machinima here in the future. It's almost psychological. Exhibition auction. DL01 and TB21 have returned to the room. TB21 stretched and said helplessly, even with all the rich people coming, I still didn't shoot out. She glanced at DL01, where the tall, cold young girl was standing in front of the glass wall with her back to the outside. She hadn't bothered to say anything about DL01, and this one was even more of a heavyweight. The one who bid $1.5 billion was an ace of a top 300 club, begging his father and grandmother to contract DL01, only to be made whole by DL01's sentence of not liking men and shutting himself down. DL01, I ran into a broad today who claimed to be the queen of the track, almost gave me a good laugh. I just let her out. Nothing good can come from following a cocky driver like that. She might die on the track someday. DL01 didn't open his mouth, standing there like a stone. TB21 had no choice but to change the subject. I don't think either of us can get a shot, so why don't I just wait with you and wait for the man to come and he'll shoot you down and I'll be considered a freebie. Buy one get one free. The words came out. DL01 finally responded. She turned her head and looked TB21 up and down with cold eyes. Halfway through the day, his lips moved. You wish. TB21. Next chapter, Silverstone Advancement Tournament, Lauren's Great Vortex Loading. Chapter 109, Extreme Difficulty, Loren Maelstrom. Master, I'm here. Come, catch me. Yeah, Jie, the king is here. Sun Yanin smiled as he quickly approached Star from 10 meters away. Hands reached forward to grasp the durian shell on Star's chest with precision. Congrats to Master for crossing the line. Star clapped her hands in surprise. In the distance, Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng watched the scene in disbelief. It's only been less than half a month. Zhang Laolai sucked in a breath of cool air. It wasn't that he hadn't seen genius drivers before, but the ones that were as demonic as Sun Yan were really the only ones he had seen in his life. In less than half a month, Sun Yan's neural reflexes improved rapidly. Not only can he find Star within 15 meters, but even if Star walks away, he can accurately place his hands on those 2 durian shells. I don't know how to say it. It can only be described as breathtaking. The star family's master is indeed powerful. Ling Feng nodded her head repeatedly, looking at Zhang Laolai with a coquettish smile with her hands behind her back. But he can't do it to directly catch mosquitoes yet, right? Ling Feng thought to himself that as far as reaction speed was concerned, that was still Zhang Laolai who was a drop better. Zhang Laolai knew that Ling Feng had misunderstood something when he saw this expression on his face. He came to Ling Feng's ear and lowered his voice. In fact, that mosquito that day was prepared by me a long time ago. How could I have such a fast reaction speed? With those words, he swished his hand out of his pocket and stopped in front of Ling Feng. A still writhing cockroach was held between two fingers. Ling Feng. Damn it, Zhang Laolai tricked her so hard, and she thought her own master was good. This matter must not be told to Sun Yan. If we tell him about it, he'll think he's very powerful. In case he won't continue training. Zhang Laolai came to Ling Feng's ear and revealed a lewd smile. Jie, it's like hanging a radish in front of a mule. We have to guide him to run forward. We can't let him be complacent. Well, Ling Feng took a deep breath. Barely accept the setting. It's that description that's just a bit hard to say. She also pressed her voice and asked, so, what level does the Star Family Master belong to now? A very high level. He looked at Sun Yan, who had already had his blindfold removed by Star and was giggling heatedly, thinking to himself that Sun Yan might actually be able to become an intelligent armorer. This talent was just too demonic. Even if Sun Yan couldn't make it, he had to find a way to make it possible for Sun Yan to make it. Oh old rascal, can I start on the next wave of training now? Sun Yan held Xing Chen's hand and walked to Zhang Laolai, his face full of dejection. Being able to make it this far had nothing to do with talent or hard work. It was all due to the attraction of the stars to him. You can find the exact star just by thinking about it in your head. You don't even need to see it with your eyes. It's all intuition. Until this time, Sun Yan wasn't aware of how outrageous it was to make it this far. He had thought that drivers in this world could be like that for everyone with some training. Ahem. You're progressing quickly. You deserve praise. Zhang Laolai cleared his throat and said in an old-fashioned manner. But compared to those top pilots and intelligent armors, there's still a not-so-small gap. Next you'll train to catch smaller things blindfolded. Catch something smaller? Sun Yan's eyes rolled and his gaze fell on Star, especially those two durian shells. As long as Star was willing to uncover the durian shells, compared to those mosquitoes and flies or whatever, he swore that he could definitely pass Zhang Laolai's training in less than half a month. That's how much the stars buffed him. This was the unbreakable bond between him and Star. Star looked at Sun Yan and blinked, reaching out to pinch Sun Yan's ear and give it a gentle tug. She always felt as if her master was thinking of something rather rude. There's no rush on this matter beforehand. Zhang Laolai picked up his tea and took a sip. There are still 3 days to go before the Silverstone advancement race. The priority is to run the race with a score of the previous 10. Sun Yan's expression also became serious at his words. During this half-month, apart from participating in the Trail of Blades once with Star, he trained his neural reflexes every day, and the day before yesterday, he even took the time to participate in a training tournament, and also won the first place. And now there were a full 79 MP points in his hand that he hadn't yet utilized. These MP points were his base card for the Silverstone Advancement Tournament. The Silverstone Advancement Race is the hardest of all the advancement races before the provincial circuit, Zhang Laolai said with a serious face. However, the Silverstone Progression Race can also represent the difficulty of the second section of the Panlong Mountain Circuit in a certain sense. Sun Yan, I highly recommend you to participate in the Silverstone Progression Race. It will give you a lot of experience, especially in the downhill curves. He was afraid that Sun Yan would be deterred when he saw the track map for the Silverstone Advancement. After all, when he participated in the Silverstone Advancement Tournament last year, his legs were half softened when he saw that map, but his fears were clearly overstated. In his previous life, Sun Yan had run too many tracks and encountered all kinds of dangers, trying to make him scared. That is, unless the track is full of landmines. As long as it's a regular track, the more dangerous it is instead, the more his interest will be piqued. At this moment, hearing Zhang Laolai say that, Sun Yan's interest had been completely raised. Could it be that this Silverstone track is difficult? He asked with interest. It's hard. Su Yuyang pushed open the door and walked in with a roll of maps in his hand with streams of light. It just so happens that everyone is here today. I've brought the information for the Silverstone advancement track, so let's all study it. Flowing Light pushed a whiteboard, and Su Yuyang unfolded the map to fix it on the whiteboard with a magnet. The moment the map unfolded, Sun Yan's eyes were drawn to a huge gray vortex on the map. He even kind of wondered if this was a topographical map of the race. Could it be that Su Yuyang confused the topographic map of the Silverstone circuit with a nautical chart? But it is clearly painted with many road signs and inscriptions. Just such an abstract thing is really a Silverstone progression track. The Loren Maelstrom, a specialty of the Silverstone advancement race. Su Yuyang put a small red flower on the maelstrom. Looking grave, most of the difficulties of the advancement track are placed in the middle or back section, but the Silverstone advancement race is different. Less than 1,000 meters from the starting point will enter the Lorendet volcano. This is a crater. Along the crater has been spreading down the ring of curves. From the aerial viewpoint it looks like a huge vortex, and therefore it is also known as the Loren the Maelstrom. Coming to the bottom of the volcano to leave the maelstrom through a roller tunnel, and then facing the challenge of more than 500 curves, he took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. And this, the Silverstone Advancement Tournament, a super-enhanced version of the Echo Valley training match. Sun Yan gave a thumbs up, full of anticipation. Bull, voice breaking, Star's legs shivered a little, trembling as she shrank behind Sun Yan. Her eyes glazed over. Curves, lots of curves. Masta, I'm a little dizzy. Chapter 110, we're here to target you. Isn't it just a bend in the road? Don't be afraid. Sun Yan petted Star's head and teased. You're already considered half a bend war god now, and the district Loren's great vortex is not weak at all. Then, what if we meet Li Yaochen and Xiafeng? Star beamed and asked timidly. Snowpeak, the lifelong enemy of the invincible crash-resistant King Star. It's more of a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh. Durian King and Invincible Crashworthiness King have crisscrossed the track for so long. As a speedy mecha goddess, the crash resistance attribute has only suffered on Snowpeak. Underground race lost to Xiafeng and Li Yaochen, although the surface seems to be nothing, but in fact has always been in the heart. This period of time have a good training straight line acceleration and curves, occasionally when thundering and sleeping together. Sun Yan can still hear Star driving in his dream words, such as Masta, crash them, Ali give, and the like, and her nature has also become much more calm, and now she is using her hands to drive Duries. Losing once is called polishing. Losing again in the Silverstone progression tournament would be a real bit of a blow to confidence and morale. So the issue of Stars is quite acute and must be taken seriously. Sun Yan carefully observed the terrain of Loren's great vortex and then associated it with Snowpeak's special skill. Hiss, isn't that a rascal? Wasn't the great vortex of Loren just a couple space jumps away for Snowpeak? Other drivers have to follow the corners honestly. Li Yaochen directly lets Xiafeng open skills to weave from top to bottom. Who the hell can catch up with that? Seeing that Star looks worried, as a driver this is the time to be a good benchmark. Don't be afraid of Li Yaochen and Xiafeng when you meet them, don't forget who we are. Sun Yan pretended to be unconcerned as he put the durian helmet on his head and clenched his fist with one hand. Our durian combination is invincible. Who? Invincible. Fighting. Star's eyes lit up and she waved her little fist along with Sun Yan. She's that simple. Just a couple random words can make her cheer and go from cringing to meta. Looking at the cheering Star, Sun Yan's heart was pondering for a while. Let's just say it's fortunate that the Great Lorraine Vortex is only part of the Silverstone circuit and not all of it. Even if Li Yaochen and Xiafeng used their skill traits in front to steal the lead, it would be fine for him to catch up with Star in his backhand. Besides, he wouldn't necessarily start next to Li Yaochen during the race. The likelihood of that is too low. As long as there was no Li Yaochen or Xiafeng as a roadblock on the curbs, then the Stars can be fully utilized, and you might not even need to use MP points to win the game. The advantage is in me. The confidence in Sun Yan's eyes gradually became hot. Next to them, Su Yuyang and Zhang Laolai looked at each other. I had thought that taking out the map of the Silverstone Advancement Tournament would be able to subdue Sun Yan. It still seemed a bit naive now, as Sun Yan looked completely fine. Even heckling Star? This is not taking the Silverstone Advancement Tournament seriously at all. Sun Yan, remember Z Diane's reminder? Su Yuyang's face showed concern, and he felt that it was still necessary to remind him. If Qin Zhuanxue is really as heartless as Zidian said, then there is no need to wait until the provincial circuit. All of the advancement matches before Pan Long Mountain she could possibly make a move to target you, and it wouldn't necessarily be in the name of the BSC club. It can be considered indefensible, so be careful during the matches. Just let her come as she pleases. Sun Yan snorted. It's not certain who's targeting whom, as long as Qin Early's people, dared to make small moves. He made sure to make an impression on those people. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. But it was also important to let these greedy people figure out the cost of messing with his circuit emperor. This Silverstone Advancement Tournament will be attended by Zhang Laolai and Su Yuyang. All of them analyzed the track together in the conference hall, watching the videos of the Silverstone Advancement race in the past years to improve their understanding of the track, so that they would not go on the track in the next few days with their eyes open, and they did not have to worry about navigating the track, as the machine girl's memory was very strong, and she only needed to watch the videos once to write down the details within the track. Near dinner, Sun Yan met one more person, the owner of the Rolling Stones Club. Before the Silverstone Advancement Tournament, this boss still came to visit Sun Yan, the heart of hope. At that time, Sun Yan and Xing Chen were feeding each other. You take a bite, I take a bite, and any dog that passes by gets 2 stabs. Zhang Laolai and Su Yuyang with their respective witches all hid far away as if they were avoiding the plague, and the club owner who saw the scene broke down on the spot. putting down the Rolling Stones club sticker, nameplate and transfer agreement. He covered his face and ran away wailing and crying. The presence of the owner of the Rolling Stones club gave Sun Yin a peace of mind. The agreement is clearly written in black and white. As long as he and Star win the Silverstone Advancement Tournament as the Rolling Stones club, then the Rolling Stones club, including all the facilities inside, will be his. Now that's a general. No one can stop me from winning the title. Sun Yin leaned against the sofa, mumbling with the agreement cupped in his hand, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. Not even God. Monday, sunny to cloudy, 9 a.m. The front of the Lauren crater was crowded. Normally, when not hosting a tournament, it's a 5A attraction, and today was the biannual Silverstone Advancement Tournament, and it was also the last one of the year, and it was a hot one. Mount Lawrence is located north of the English Channel. In order to arrive at the competition site, Sun Yin and others took a half-day airplane to take the lead to the Rhine town at the foot of the Lorraine volcano, and then from the town by bus and cable car to the Lorraine crater, all the way to the boat. A lot of long ago adjusted the state of the pilot and the machine girl, but because of the bumps on the road stayed all the way. Ugly face. Saunian and Star are in pretty good shape though, as long as he could cuddle with Star every night. He was full of energy in the morning. At the moment the two were ready at the starting point. Until, Sun Yin, Star, we meet again. A familiar voice came from behind him. Sun Yin took a deep breath and the smile on his face disappeared. Turning his head, he saw Li Yaochen and Xuefeng walking hand in hand. What are you guys doing running here when the game is about to start? Of course we're here to compete. Li Yaochen held a ginseng whisker in his mouth and raised his hand, displaying the number plate in his hand. Hairpin number 56, just behind Sun Yin and Star. No, is it really that coincidental that we're really sending the cars in succession? Sun Yin stared wide-eyed, and beside him, Star's face turned green. Out of 172 players, Li Yaochen was actually still grouped with him. Exactly how low this probability is he is not sure, but the least expected scenario did occur. Of course it's not a coincidence. Li Yaochen's face was expressionless as he honestly said, I spent $10 million to switch places with contestant number 56, so of course he switched with me. Xuefeng clasped his hands on his chest and nodded approvingly. At that time, that racer was asking for 20 million, so my family master gave him a fracture, of which 5 million was for the medical expenses, and 5 million was for the mental appeasement for his machinist's wife. Sunin, no, are these two so far? What's $10 million for? Just to trade places? He is unaware that the money is simply sponsored by the boss behind Li Yaochen, Yang Tian. Never mind. It seems like you guys are determined to target me and Star during the match. Sun Yin narrowed both of his eyes. Since the visitor was not good, there was no need to be polite. Despite having a good impression of Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, the field was like a battlefield. Right now they are hostile. That's natural. We told you we were going to target you guys. Li Yaochen pulled out a map and showed it to Sun Yin. The location with the red circle drawn on it is the location where Xiefeng and I are going to target you. You have 1 minute to quickly memorize it. If you can't use your cell phone to take a picture. Sun Yin was speechless. A rough estimate is that there are at least 100 red circles on the map. Okay, I'll see you at the track then. He didn't even glance at the map as he pulled Star back to the starting position. The appearance of Li Yaochen and Xuefeng disrupted his plans. Looking at the track and the deep dead volcano of Lorraine in front of him, Sun Yin puffed out his cheeks. You're taking it personally, aren't you? Looks like it's time to show some real skill. Chapter 111, System, plus points. Starry Cloud Player +1. Hello viewers, I'm your Quin brother. I'm your Tammy-san. Images of the two presenters are cast onto the screen, one to the left and one to the right, with similar standard smiles on their faces. For those of you who watch the matches regularly, I'm sure you're all familiar with us, and today's Silverstone advancement match will be co-commentated by me, Quin, along with your favorite Tai-Mei-san. This advancement race adopts a full track monitoring mode to ensure that the elegance of each competitor is recorded, and of course to prevent some of the drivers and witches from doing something unashamedly in the car. Quin was full of seriousness and righteousness. The car seat. Heard this Xiefeng had to resentful Okamoto 001, wolf teeth models, hidden behind. Silverstone advancement race is a formal competition, not allowed to paste anti-peep film, or she has long been the whole car paste anti-peep film. Then she and Li Yaochen in the inside of What Do You Want to Do What? Quin. There are quite a few popular players in this Silverstone advancement tournament. Sister Tammy took over as the picture on the big screen shifted and landed on Lion and Breaking Dawn. TSD Club's ace Leah and Dawn is wearing a big red racing suit today. It's festive at first glance, and good luck to them in today's race. A week ago Lian had graciously invited Sun Yin to join the club but was miserably rejected. She felt that it was because her idol hadn't yet recognized her strength or the strength of the voice of the Dawn. So this time in the Silverstone advancement tournament she must give it her all and try to impress Sun Yin. Lion smiled and waved at the camera. Next to him, Breaking Dawn was still stinking. The wolf-like gaze glared viciously at Sun Yan in the distance. How dare this asshole refuse her Leah and baby? She'd never turned Leah An down, and she hated the thought of Leah An's disappointment at that moment. This ING man, going to crush him on the track today. Sonian scratched his ass and looked back in confusion, but there were too many racers and machinists surrounding the crater. He didn't even notice Dawn, who was gritting her teeth. It just felt cold behind my back, like I was being missed. The camera turned once more to land on Wang Yiming and Hurricane. The young master of the SSC club was his usual self, with a cigarette in his mouth and sunglasses on, tugging like a 2x4 before the match. Next to him, Hurricane looked steady, his hands folded in front of the small of his back, a gentle smile on his face. The camera movement continues to Sunin and Star. The audience clamor erupted. Magician, magician, L-O-V-E, magician. The girls' crisp, recognizable voices suddenly rang out, drowning out all the chatter in the audience. Sun Yan looked at the audience with a confused expression. Only 5 rows of coolly dressed girls stood at the very front of the Silverstone circuit audience. They were all covered in crisp, tie-pink racing suits with Hello Kitty prints, and they were shouting slogans and dancing joyfully with bouquets in their hands. Yoo-hoo, he's got a cheerleading squad? When did that happen? Sonian looked over at the cheerleaders with a face full of swagger. You think he, Mr. So, can run a race car and get star treatment? That's great. Which side is Masta looking at? Star came around in front of Sun Yan, reached out to cover Sun Yan's eyes, and said unhappily with a pouty mouth and puffed cheeks, "Don't look, it's about to be a match. Focus." The words were not yet spoken. Another roar sounded. Star, star, one way or another. Star, star, invincible. It was a group of older men and geeks who competed with the women's cheerleaders. They held up solidarity banners and had hairbands with the words XC99 tied around their heads. The sound wasn't as loud as the women's cheerleading side, but they had megaphones. Yo, you have a backup group too? Sun Yan pinched Star's soft cheeks and said conspiratorially, "When was it established? Why don't I know? Wow, how should I know?" Star was confused too. She never realized she actually had so many uncle fans. Seeing Sun Yan's twisted look, she suddenly hooked the corner of her mouth, hugged Sun Yan's arm, came to Sun Yan's ear, and whispered, "Ooh, Master the Weedfish couldn't be jealous of seeing his own machinima with a backup group, could he? Sure is a mongrel heartsuit. Jealousy, how is it possible?" Sun Yan waved his hand, pretending to be dashing. Jealousy of this kind of thing is only for that kind of pure virgin, and I'm a mature and stable daddy's department. Ha, jealousy, impossible. Ooh, Star narrowed her eyes arrogantly. Then I'll go sign autographs for those fans after the match. No way, no go. Why? I'm the master, I say so. Sun Yan had a serious face. Star looked at Sun Yan and let out a pfft laugh. She hugged Sun Yan's waist, her pretty face buried in his chest. He, okay la, I'm not going. The camera faithfully recorded the scene. Taini-san couldn't help but show an ambiguous look and smirked as she joked. It seems that our popularity king contestant magician and his machinima seem to have an unusual relationship. Ha, Quinn took over. Only the most intimate relationship can reach the point where the person, the car, the merger, and the oneness are achieved. Sister Tammy, why do I get the feeling you're driving? Yes? Quinn was full of disdain. People with dirty thoughts look at everything dirty. Ahem. Without further ado, it is now 10 in the morning, and the Silverstone Advancement Tournament will now begin. Sister Taime took the microphone and immediately got into the state, and the screen gave to an aerial view that could clearly see the special terrain of Lauren's dead volcano as if it was an abyss. This advancement race adopts interval starting mode. The starting interval between each player is 30 seconds. The track is 576 kilometers long. The player who arrives at the finish line with the shortest time is the champion of this Silverstone Advancement race. The following starts the starting countdown. As the countdown radio plays, Zhang Laolai, who was located at the forefront of the track, couldn't help but gulp. It's wicked. He was the sweeper in the Greenfield progression, and it turns out he's still the sweeper in the Silverstone progression. It seemed that in the future, he would have to go by himself when he drew lots, and couldn't let Ling Feng do it for him. Master, don't be nervous, we'll be able to do it. Ling Feng took Zhang Laolai's hand and comforted him softly. Zhang Laolai turned around and looked helplessly at Ling Feng. Before you say that, can you stop shivering first? Otherwise it's very unconvincing. Ling Feng, I didn't shiver. Never mind, you might as well unfold. Zhang Laolai smiled helplessly. Originally, he was indeed a bit nervous, but when he saw that Ling Feng was even more nervous than him, he calmed down instead. Perhaps this was the responsibility of being a pilot? As one locomotive after another is dispatched, soon the number came to Sun Yan. He got into the cockpit of the Star and looked out at the track in front of him. his eyes cold. The corner of the audience. Zidian clenched her hands nervously and closed her eyes in silent prayer for Sun Yan and Xingchen. Make sure you get to the finish line safely, please. And the other side, Xin Yuan and Wang Hao, who had also come to watch the match, were the ones with sinister expressions. Little Yu, just watch. That kid named Sun Yan definitely won't make it into the top 10 today. You're that confident? Early Qin raised an eyebrow. It would be nice to actually see Sun Yan suffer. That would be a comforting thing for her. Ha! Wang Hao smiled mysteriously. Money can make the devil grind. Please have number 55 ready to start. 10, 9, 8. Sun Yan pulled up the handbrake and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. Boom dash, the engine hissed, and the whirlwind stirred by the engine's frantic rotation blew the dust away from around the tires. Star stared nervously at the track, wide-eyed and holding her breath. 3, 2, 1. The moment the starting gun went off. System, add points. Sun Yan put all 70 MP points on Star's acceleration attribute. Star's base acceleration instantly changed from 92 to 97.2, and while carrying the Cascade module, the acceleration was also a full 93.2, which was a very terrifying figure, and that somewhat odd 0.2 was actually the result of Star's hard training day and night, which could be said to be very fruitful. He released the handbrake and gripped the joystick. The sand and dust danced wildly, and the stars were like arrows out of the string. I'll make sure you don't see the taillights. Chapter 112, Oppression. So want some money, big brother +1. Master, I don't feel right today. Star frowned with confusion. Sun Yan was happy. What's wrong? I'm so fast today. Unbelievably fast. Before entering the crater is a period of straight-line acceleration. The surrounding scenery has been pulled into a twisted and distorted residual shadow. Star can clearly hear the body breaking through the air, the gust of wind hissing in the ears. Such a speed. Or the first time. Did you do something to me? She gave a dumbfounded look. Sun Yan was all amused by Star's silly look and slapped Star's cue-bouncing ass, teasing, "That's right, I'm going to get my hands on you now. You're faster." Star reddened, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at Sun Yan in the rearview mirror. Bad egg. If you keep slapping people's asses randomly, you'll be wearing durian anti-slap pants. Sunin. Starting point. Li Yaochen and Xia Feng, who had started after Star, looked grave. Just now the Star catapulted off the start and left. They only felt a tornado blowing on the track, and a heavy pressure greeted them, a pressure that was not present during the underground race at that time. Is half a month really enough time to improve a machinima that much? Was a module used? He would not believe it if he were to say that it was an improvement in driver skill. It would be too metaphysical to think that anyone's improved pilot skills could directly speed up a machinima. Master, the speed of the stars. For the first time, concern appeared on Xia Feng's unperturbed face. She was afraid that Li Yaochen would be chastised for failing to complete Yang Tian's mission. After all, the speed at which Star had just erupted was so terrifying that he ran the stretch from the start to the crater in almost the blink of an eye. And after that, he entered the circuit of the volcano, where the taillights were no longer visible at all. I know. Li Yaochen pulled out the last handful of goji berries and stuffed them into his mouth for a chew, and the surprise and worry in his eyes dissipated with it. Xia Feng, unfurl it and get ready to start. There's a lot of pressure today. You can't take it lightly. What a shocker. Viewers, Magician and Star are exploding with unimaginable speed. Sister Tammy locked the camera on Star. All that could be seen on the screen was a silver stream of light speeding by. The camera struggles to even capture Star's complete body, and can only barely keep up with Star's speed by constantly jumping around the monitor feed. But most of the views captured are shaken up a bit to just a taillight and the volcanic ash that fills the track. The maximum diameter of the Loren crater is about 700 meters. One lap of the circular track is about 2 kilometers, and there are a total of 84 laps from the crater to the bottom of the volcano. And it's not even 10 minutes now, and the Magician has already run through 1/3 of the Loren Maelstrom's track. Quinn was full of excitement and spittle. This is the darkest horse of the year, our provincial track favorite to win the title Magic. Now, let's see how fast the Magician and the Stars are going by the hour. As the words fell, the big screen began to summarize the speed test results for each corner. Eventually the average was obtained based on computer terminal calculations, revealing a number that boggled everyone's mind: 407 kilometers per hour. 407 kilometers per hour. The moment this data appeared, all the spectators in the stands were dumbfounded, and so were quite a few drivers and machinists waiting at the entrance of the track for the start. If it's straight-line acceleration, forget it. Quite a few of the machinists present were able to run 407 miles per hour, But what is the Great Vortex of Lorraine? That's a continuous loop of curves, although these loops are not as difficult individually as the hairpin turns. However, so many curves connected also means a very test of the control of the curves of the machine girl and the pilot. 407 This kind of speed, for 90% of the machine girl present, put on the curves is the same as out of control speed, and even a lot of the machine girl's straight line acceleration is only more than 300 points, not to mention the speed of the curves. Immediately, some riders cursed and wanted to abandon the race. It took half a day of pathetic consoling from a nearby machinist to pull her back. But even so, the numbers were so devastating that the machinists and riders lost their motivation, and all the pre-race preparations and morale-boosting encouragement went down the drain. Truly worthy of being an idol, this speed is beyond compare. Liang looked at the speeding star in the screen, her hands covering her blushing pretty face twisting around, and by her side, Breaking Dawn was grimacing, her teeth clenched. 407 miles per hour is great. She kicked her foot on the stone pier next to her and growled. This grandpa can go up to 600 in a straight line with his skills on. We'll see. That, Dawn, you can't turn on your skills today. Lion poked her own machinima's waist. The Silverstone advancement race is all curves, and if you turn on your skills, you'll crash into a cutie. Dawn, nagging. Magician and star are that fast? How is that possible? Early Chin gritted his teeth. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she knew it very well in her heart. Even if you put 2 more wheels on Gale, there's no way Gale would be able to run this kind of cornering speed on the Silverstone track. Originally, I thought that Star, the machine girl, was just great at accelerating in a straight line. Now it seems that people aren't weak in the corners, nor are they weak in crash resistance and stability. But why haven't we seen a machine girl with that much performance in previous auctions? I remember she went to every big show and auction. Her opponent was already so strong that she needed to look up to him, and she was no longer thinking about what it would take to beat Sun Yan squarely on the track. There was no such chance. She looked at her fiancé next to her and said with an anxious expression, "Where's the person you arranged? Don't drop the chain. Don't worry." The corner of Wang Hao's mouth hooked. I bought off quite a few runners just to prepare for this kind of situation. What's the use of Sun Yan being faster? There are some people who just start earlier than him. The faster he is, the easier it will be to meet up with those people. Just watch then. Take it as you like. That's good. Chin Uus sighed in relief, looking at the screen with various close-up treats pulled full of Sun Yan and Star's eyes grim. She was still very cognizant of her fiancé's tactics and efficiency in doing things. Just wait for the good stuff. Amidst loud cheers all around, Violet Lightning's eyes were crystal clear as she followed Sun Yan and Star's backs. Her heart was full of longing as she blessed Sun Yan in Xingchen. Star, like another perfect her outside the parallel world, has everything she doesn't: extreme speed, caring pilots for machine girls, unmatched talent. She didn't expect to be as perfect as Star, just a little bit of what Star had, even if it was just the edges. She was very content. 10 minutes ago the track entrance, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng finally enter the countdown to the start. The Crown Club chief's eyes were stoic, his face expressionless as he stared at the track in front of him, until the starting gun goes off. Boom dash. Snow Peak's dark bodywork sweeps the sand and dust off the track. Li Yaochen looked at the crater that was getting closer and closer, put on his helmet and gripped the joystick. Snow Peak, turn on the special skill. Buzz, with a toothsome and oddly muffled sound. Only the body of Snow Peak was engulfed in silver-gray spatial turbulence. She disappeared into a speck of light, and the next moment she appeared unbelievably in the 4th level of the Lorien volcano. Rim bend. The exhaust port at the rear of the car spewed out crimson flames, and the entire body suddenly increased in speed. Li Yaochen slammed the steering wheel to do his best to control the entry into the corner, clenched his teeth. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of the door of his head. Luckily, Xiefeng was about to hit the volcano wall in the moment a tail drift over. He had already in a short time as much as possible to calculate the entry point and braking point in place, but still not inevitably let Xiefeng's rear end in the volcano wall scraped a little. This is if the ordinary machine mother will certainly hurt the bones, but for the collision resistance attribute of the outstanding Xiefeng is not harmless at all. She's doing 419 miles per hour at the moment. It was sharpening its sword and pointing it at Sun Yan and Star, who had already arrived at the mountainside of Lorraine Volcano. Chapter 110 posted a picture of Purple Power's car. Refresh it and read it. Chapter 113, Magician, Sun Yan vs Crown Ace, Li Yaochen. Masta, those 2 rotten eggs are catching up. The interval between departures was only 30 seconds, and the moment Star felt the fluctuation in psychic energy she immediately alerted Sun Yan. I know. Sun Yan nodded. He had already heard the spatial tremor of Snow Peak using a space jump. 3 jumps in all. One last jump. It had come behind them. Boom! The whirring sound of the 2 machinima engines overlapped and blew up Sun Yan's ears. He heard a loud bang and looked up in the rearview mirror, only to see Snow Peak leaping out of the silvery space turbulence like a maddened beast violently drifting and flinging her tail into the volcanic wall. sending debris flying and smoke in all directions, while she broke through the dust and rushed out of the car as if it were nothing. I Lu saw just. Sun Yan people are numb. This Li Yaochen is a real rascal. Steering is not enough. Crash resistance comes in. Obviously a terrain like a circular track is not suitable for Xuefeng to carry out frequent spatial teleportation. After all, every time he teleports Xuefeng's speed will increase by a large margin. If it's all straight lines, then Xuefeng doing this is completely fine, but the curves will be a big problem. The sudden increase in speed can't be brought down, and there's no respite from the curves. Li Yaochen can only maneuver with a stiff upper hand. Loss of control of the locomotive body is inevitable, but it didn't matter to Snow Peak. Maybe they've been thinking about that day for a long time when they've been practicing crash resistance every day. Use crashes to reduce speed, use crashes to correct bodywork, use wall crashes to corner, and use track destruction to bring down the runners behind you. The star's 80 anti-collision attributes were all over the place from head to tail in its debut, but the Snow Peak seems to have lost just a bit of paint on the car. Saunian felt like he was going to crack, and the star in front of him had the durian shells ready. For the likes of Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, it wasn't enough for her to smash 10,000 durian shells out. Snow Peak, simply a monster in a speedy machinima. Catching up, in the cockpit of Snow Peak, an arc of light lit up in Li Yaochen's icy eyes. Catching up with Su Nin and Star means being 30 seconds ahead of Su Nin and Star. But that's not enough. The Great Vortex of Loren was an area of strength for him and Snow Peak, and it was here that he had to open up an unbridgeable gap with Sun Yen Star. Otherwise, once you leave the Great Vortex of Loren, Sun Yen and Star's straight-line acceleration and cornering speed would put a lot of pressure on him and Snow Peak. Trying to keep the competition as fair as possible, he was serious, and he gave Sun Yen and Star a lot of tips. He lays all his targeting all out in the open, but he's also serious about accomplishing his boss's mission. Eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is short. He is a driver of the Crown Club. Everything he has is given by the Crown Club. Xiefeng was shot by the Crown Club, and the agreement was signed with the Crown Club. So in order to never be separated from Xiefeng, he can only say sorry to Sun Yen in Xingchen. 3 seconds, tear you apart. Both machinists entered the corner at the same time, with Sun Yen and Star on the inside corner, which was the best point to take the turn. And this location is also close to the edge of the Lorenz Grand Vortex track. The closest thing to them was not a volcanic wall but a cliff. The Loren Dead Volcano is 600 meters high, with a naturally occurring underground lake at the base of the volcano. And the Silverstone Advancement Tournament is equipped with a full medical team, so a fall from the cliffs won't kill you. At best you'll be injured, but once you've been squeezed down it will also mean disqualification from the tournament. Just squeeze Su Nin and Star down. He and Snow Peak then win. Li Yaochen pursed his lips and drove Snow Peak at a faster speed to cut through the outside curve that hugged the volcano's wall, brutally slamming into Star's side. With this hit solid, the Star was bound to tumble off the cliff, and Snow Peak will cushion the corner with the force of the impact. Anymore, she could still use the space frog jump. Everyone in the audience who saw the scene held their breath. Neither Sun Yen's cheerleaders nor Star's cheerleaders had the heart to shout slogans anymore. Taime's sister and Koan brother forgot to explain. Open mouth, 2 eyes round. Throat issued ho-ho strange sound. Zideng's heart was beating like crazy, and it only felt like the air around him was going to be drained. Stagnant time and suffocation hit at the same time. She couldn't wait to swap places with Sun Yen and Star now. Early Qin and Wang Hao completely didn't expect that even before their people made a move, someone had already started targeting Sun Yen and Xingchen. How can I put it? This feeling is just quite marvelous. Happy can't be talked about. It's just more or less boring and spoiled. Is the general up? Sun Yen had been observing Li Yaochen and Xiefeng's movements, and the corner of his mouth hooked upwards. Oh, young man, still too impatient. He hit the joystick right and pulled the handbrake at the same time, and the body of the Star was immediately deflected from its cornering state and twisted away in an arc toward the volcano's wall at an angle opposite to the bend, the wheels rubbing thick black smoke on the ground, and it was this twist that almost scraped the edge to give way to the crashing Snow Peak. Boom dash! The snowy peaks rushed out of the cliffs, and a Z-jiggle by Saunian moments before he's about to hit the volcanic wall put Star back in the corner, though cornering speeds are quite a bit lower as a result. But it was good to avoid the danger that was Li Yaochen and Xiefeng. Sun Yen met Li Yaochen's eyes with his afterglow through the car window. Even though the snowy peaks were falling towards the bottom of the cliff, the calmness in Li Yaochen's eyes was still like solid ice. Not bad for a magician. Li Yaochen took a deep breath and ordered Xuefeng to use space jump. The space jump must be used in time. It does not counteract the gravitational acceleration of the vehicle. If used late, there is no difference between it and hitting the ground hard. This space jump was for self-help, with a buzzing sound. This time the snowy peak appeared more than 300 meters in front of Sun Yen and Star. She gets explosive acceleration again. It's unavoidable. since the space jump was released right at the tangent of the crater circle. It also fronted the volcano wall when it landed. Liang had to brake to death and did his best to control the body of Snow Peak so that she wouldn't chisel headlong into the mountain wall. And by the time he stabilized Snow Peak, Sun Yan and Star had already taken the opportunity to cross the distance difference of more than 300 meters and overtook in front of them. Buzz dash. Space jump again. For the 5th time, Snow Peak's jumping distance had been drastically reduced, but it was still dead on Star's tail. Relying on explosive acceleration, she brutally closed in on Star and Sun Yan. Both Sun Yan and Liang knew it well. The fight has only just begun at this point, and the previous ones were merely testing each other. Sun glanced in the rearview mirror, his fingers tapping calmly on the joystick. Dare you attack rashly again? Boy, watch out for cliff rides. Liang couldn't hear Sun Yan's voice, but he knew very well how difficult Sun Yan was to deal with, and his next attack had to be a 1-2 punch. Absolutely no more rash crashes with Snowy Peaks. With 4 Space Frog jumps left, there were not many chances left for him and Snow Peak. Look at the taillights of the star in front of you. Liang took a deep breath, his dark gaze resembling a cheetah entering a hunting state. Xie Feng, next, on my command. Imperial Scale. Chapter 114, Flying Jump Kill. When is the time when Sun Yan and Star can't fight back? It had just been tested. Even at the moment of entering a corner, this horrible guy Sun Yan could still make a judgment and avoid all the risks in a fraction of a second with his superb reflexes and driving skills. In Star's eyes, Snow Peak was a monster, a big boss. But in Liang's eyes, how could Sun Yan be any different? The wind hissed in his ears. Xie Feng didn't say anything, but the two of them shared the same mind. Even just by listening to the sound of the engine, he could feel the Snowy Peaks responding. The boy was tough and silent, yet also quirky, and they had traveled a long way together and had long since become indistinguishable from each other. In a very short time, Liang had found the answer he was looking for. A point, a tipping point, the tipping point where Sunin and Star are about to lose control as they take a corner. At this point, there was only one thing Sun Yan could do: control the star over the bend. If he dared to do anything else, the stars would go out of control. The spot wasn't hard for him to find, because the stars were just too fast now. Even Snow Peak's explosive acceleration is quickly gapped as soon as it ends. Before the explosive acceleration could end, he maneuvered Snow Peak to follow behind the star's negative pressure zone, silently observing. Even in a series of curves, the driver doesn't just beat the joystick to death and hit the gas, leaving everything else to the Miko. That's wasteful practice. Skillful drivers need to constantly use the joystick to adjust the position of the body of the machine girl and the angle of the tires to the track. Also work with the brakes and throttle to keep the nymphs at a relatively even speed. What appears to be entering into an unchanging inertia is actually a regular cycle. Each opening of the loop requires the pilot's personal control, and each successful opening of the loop is like winding up the locomotive to make her corner smoothly within that one loop. What Liang was looking for was the point in time when each cycle switched when Sun Yan was piloting the star. This cycle he also had. It was just that the attributes of Snow Peak and Star were different, and the switching point of the cycle was also different. Observation and learning are indispensable gifts for every driver, and he's just good at it. Found it. His eyes lit up and he pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The poised cheetah finally pounces, revealing its sharp claws and teeth. At this moment, Sun Yan is turning the joystick. After the last cycle of deceleration, in order to maintain the star's cornering speed and tire grip, he has been alternately manipulating the throttle to the point where he has to step down. The handbrake has been pinched in his hand. Speed up, continue to cornering, and this, in the eyes of Liang, is the starting point of a new cycle. Throttle down. The stars were swimming on the verge of spinning out of control. Behind him, the chill came. Sun Yan's heart skipped a beat and glanced at the rearview mirror, only to see that Snow Peak had swooped in. Liang in the cockpit had persistence and joy of victory in his eyes. Not bad. I can't believe he found this opportunity. Sun Yan seldom appreciated others, but at this moment he really appreciated Liang a little. But, after all, they are young and inexperienced. Never know what old monsters like us have up our sleeves. At the moment he and Star could not avoid it. Then don't avoid it. Getting hit can be out of control, as can operating a wave. Since it all ends the same way, let go of the operation. The joystick hits, the handbrake pulls up, and the gas pedal is pressed full. The tires ground scarlet sparks against the gravel of the ground. The smell of burnt rubber mixed with the faint odor of durian permeated the surroundings. Star exclaimed as the body went out of control and veered off the cliff. Instead, at Sunin's controls, the butt of her car twisted a bit to align with the front of Snow Peak's car. A massive thrust hit the car, and Sunin released the handbrake as if to make another catapult start. Propelled by a combination of Snowy Peak impulse and engine, the stars rushed out of the cliff as if they were birds of prey crashing through a cage. Woohoo! Rocket launch! Sounian cheered. sticking his right hand out the window and giving a thumbs up. He knew that Li Yaochen and Xiefeng must have seen it. At this moment, he and Star had arrived at the Loren crater less than 100 meters from the bottom. The crater here has shrunk to about 200 meters in diameter. The upper and lower levels of the circular track have a height difference between the original star cannot be completed from the upper level to the next level of the leap, because the star is in the corner state. The direction of the front end of the car and the tangent line of the curve parallel. But to complete the leap you need to be perpendicular to the tangent line of the curve. This is the safest way to do it. This angle leap has the most sufficient height difference, but due to the narrow track, if adjusted to the direction of the car's head perpendicular to the tangent will not be able to get enough power. But now, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng this collision to make up for the lack of power. Flying jumps are but a blink of an eye. By the time Li Yaochen and Xuefeng reacted, Sun Yan and Xingchen had already flown and jumped to the next level. Upon landing, Star had a perfect stance. Just a harmless bump on his butt on the wall of the volcano. Ooh, Masta, that ass hurts. Star was still reeling from the pain in her ass when she suddenly felt that things weren't quite right around her. What about Li Yaochen and Xiefeng? Her but just got bumped twice. Just these 2 times, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng bumped themselves out of it. Glancing back, she finally came back to her senses. Rarely, it seemed as if she seemed to have roughly accomplished a high-flying jump. It's okay, it doesn't hurt. I'll rub it for you, hey. Sun Yan skillfully reached out and placed his hand on Star's small arched buttocks to transfer his conviction, squeezing them slightly to help relax the muscles. If it hadn't been for the urgency of the situation, he wouldn't have had to make Star pay the price of getting her but bumped to complete the flying jump. Mainly at the time, his mind instantly eliminated dozens of options, and the best way to handle the situation was down to this one. The ending, perfect, ass, hooray, incredible flying jump. Sister Taimei became agitated and backhanded a slap on Brother Quinquin's face, exclaiming, "Brother Quinquin, I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother Quinquin is not the lord to suffer." Backhand a ear swing round to draw back, holding the microphone directly jumped to the table. To the camera wildly roar, "Friends of the audience, I declare that just now the flying jump will be recorded in the history books of the Silverstone Advancement Tournament." Sister Taimei struggles to get up, but Brother Quinquin has already put Sister Taimei down with a flying kick. A scene that will go down in history will be reported by him. Quinquin Ho, alone. A promotion and a raise are just around the corner. The audience was abuzz. They watched as Star and Snow Peak fought. The dangers of it all are chilling even if you don't have to experience them firsthand. Zidian was even more excited and sobbing. Early Qin and Wang Hao's jaws dropped, and their wide-open mouths were able to stuff a steamed bun into them. This fight is not only a collision between the machine lady, but also a competition of the pilot's wisdom. It ends with Sun Yan and Star flying and jumping over the crater with the help of Li Yaochen and Snow Peak's crash. Extinction. A real juggernaut. In the cockpit, looking at Sun Yan and Xingchen who were heading away, Li Yaochen and Xuefeng were somewhat silent. "Master, I'm sorry, Xuefeng turned her head and looked at Li Yaochen with a face full of worry, her eyes red with pity. But Li Yaochen smiled and tenderly stroked Xiefeng's little head. "Silly girl, why are you apologizing? I didn't do a good job of dragging the master down." Yukihiro lowered his head. "Magicians are indeed difficult, incredibly difficult, and it's not your fault." But, Xiefeng pursed his lips and mouthed. The moment she lifted her head, she saw Li Yaochen's determined eyes under her broken hair. "Now that we're at the end of our rope," there was a light in his eyes. "We went all out too. I'll put in an imperial scale." Chapter 115, Li Yaochen, someone is targeting me? Shifeng Mingyue Big Brother +1. There was still a chance to win against Sun Yan and Star, but one must be the first to seize the track and block ahead of Sun Yan and Star. If he stayed behind Sun Yan and Xingchen, he and Xuefeng didn't have any chance, and the gap would only grow wider. Star did not know what had happened in this half-month, and he was not sure if Sun Yan had changed the module for Star. In any case, now that Star's speed, Snow Peak had been unable to bite the sucking tail flow as before, and Star could easily throw them off without much effort. Star's bending attributes are not reduced. The crash resistance attribute is also not reduced. Having just been hit in the ass by Snow Peak, Star's rear end remains unscathed. So is the range reduced? Or stability? Or is it gathering steam? If it's one of those extreme modules that only sacrifices air collection and boosts other attributes, then the price is outrageous. This module works best for all the normal machinima that don't have special skills. There's no point in gathering air attributes without special skills anyway, and the price of such modules is ridiculously high. The same grade is 5-10 times more expensive than other modules of the same type. Li Yaochen couldn't think of any other possibility. One could only default to Sun Yan installing this extreme module on Star. but he couldn't wholeheartedly understand where Sun Yan got so much money. Could it be that this half of the month has been spent soliciting sponsorships? Coming up to the very base of the Lorien extinct volcano, Li Yaochen didn't hesitate, and Xiefeng continued to use space jumping. This time he controlled Xiefeng to jump in front of Sun Yan and Xingchen, but he could no longer pull enough distance just by jumping. The space frog jumping distance was getting shorter and shorter, and the only thing he could rely on was Xiefeng's explosive acceleration after shuttling through space, grabbing the track successfully. It works 3 more times. Li Yaochen looked at the stars that were gradually flinging away in the rearview mirror, and there was no hint of relaxation in his heart. Originally, his plan was to either use one space frog jump at the Lorraine volcano to open the gap and the remaining 8 to set up a victory in the race, or to squeeze Sun Yan and Star off the cliff at the Lorraine Great Vortex track to cause them to forcibly withdraw from the race. Both plans are now used. Instead, the end turned out to be an unpredictable third. Leaning on the 3 remaining space frog jumps, he really wasn't sure that he could win steadily against Sun Yan and Xingchen, so he could only go all out and do his best. The 2 machine maidens passed through the last speed detection port of the Great Vortex of Lorraine, one after the other. The gusts of wind that swept through the car's body rattled the speed detectors on both sides. After a short straightaway, they will enter the roller tunnel to leave the Lorien Big Vortex and push towards the open air track outside the Lorien Death Volcano. And at this moment the entire Silverstone Advancement Tournament was already a third of the way through the process. Master, those 2 rotten eggs overtook the front again with that stinking skill. Star pouted and sulked. Sun Yan is not at all concerned. Just in the Lorraine maelstrom, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng can be said to have made every effort. Has been used 6 times space jumps, visible to the naked eye. Xiefeng want to get rid of them has become strenuous. The opponent's bottom card out of the finish still take them cannot be, and ultimately the end is imaginable. Let them super. He was full of indifference and said in a dangling manner, super can be a moment, but not a lifetime. Short super is better than long super. Small super happy. Strong super ash fly into the smoke. Star? Master is saying some kind of spell. She couldn't understand. In the middle of the conversation, Star followed Snow Peak into the roller tunnel. Snow Peak's explosive acceleration was over. The difference in distance between Star and her was narrowing, and overtaking was only a matter of time. But as the 2 machinists entered the tunnel, a set of slow traffic appeared ahead of them, completely blocking the entire track. This is enough to raise blood pressure on the highway, and even more so on a rally track. Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, who were in front of Star Suyen, immediately frowned. Starting 30 seconds apart, it was almost impossible to have a situation where 2 cars were traveling slowly side by side, just like him and Sun Yan. Even if the 2 machinima were killing each other, it was still one after the other, chasing after the other. So the fact that this situation occurred could only mean that the other party was just intentionally blocking the road. Against me? Li Yaochen spat out a cold light in his eyes. Tired of living? He has nothing more to say to such riders who intentionally stop on the track. Looking at the spray paint on these riders, it's also a miscellaneous club that I don't recognize. I just don't know where they got the balls to do it. After all, before engaging in targeting is certainly to consult the information of the target. So many track resume clearly show the advantages of Snow Peak, that is, resistance to collision. Speed is not slow. As a result, these people actually dare to use this kind of unorthodox tricks. Master, please instruct. The speeding Snowy Peaks had closed in on the slow traffic. Li Yaochen spoke coldly. Crashed through. Boom dash. 1 foot on the gas to the end. Snow Peak was like a snarling wolf charging into a sheep pen. The traffic consisting of blocking riders was shattered and knocked to the ground without even a little bit of resistance. However, Li Yaochen and Snow Peak still kept an eye on the road, and those machinists also blocked the road after they were knocked over. Sun Yan and Star could only crash through if they wanted to, but a running machinima and a machinima broken down on the road are 2 entirely different things. The latter is definitely harder to push through than the former. What's the situation? Li Yaochen and Xiefeng are also being targeted? The fact that Saunian Froze didn't stop him from reacting quickly to dodge a machine woman that was still skidding chassis side up on the track after being knocked over. Master, is there a possibility? Star frowned, playful face serious, said in a serious manner, being targeted is actually us. Just Li Yaochen and Xiefeng just happened to bump into it, and by the way, they helped us to bump off. Hiss, don't tell, you don't tell. Sun Yan scratched his head remembering Diane's reminder. It's really possible, but this kid Li Yaochen isn't holding back any good farts. Looking at the machinima lying all over the track, it was obvious that the tunnel had been made into an obstacle course by Li Yaochen. Still, this kind of obstacle course is not much of a challenge for Sun Yan. You don't even need to use the wall. Just quickly hit the joystick left and right over the obstacles. For places where the gap was very small, Sun Yan drove the star straight through. This collision will definitely slow the speed down, but it won't hurt. You have to slow down just as much as you do using wall-mounted technology anyway. Li Yaochen looked in the rearview mirror and sighed in relief. He didn't think that the barrier would stop Sun Yan, but he still managed to pull away some distance by relying on the wave of barriers, giving Snow Peak a slight breather. It's just not friendly to the machinima that come behind it. The knocked-out machinima stopped on the track, and it couldn't just be rushed through. Host Quinquin immediately contacted the officials to apply for a suspension of the start, and first move all the injured machinists and pilots in the tunnel. As for foul play, it simply doesn't exist, and you have to figure out the cost before you stop someone. In the cockpit of the Star, Sun Yan smirked and stared at the taillights of the Snow Peak. Kid, what other tricks do you have in mind? If we run out of ideas, then I'm going to be a general. Snowy Peak, Chapter 116, Don't Want to Be Separated, 2-in-1. Thanks to No Shave, Demon Blade Heim Protection Association. Hey, you don't tell me those are the people in the tunnels you've arranged for, do you? Early Chin stiffly craned her neck and looked at her fiancé with an ugly face. This is really. Wang Ritian's face is not good either. The goal of these manpower was to intercept Sun Yan and Xingchen, but they ended up being taken care of by Li Yaochen and Xuefeng instead. From what had just happened in the tunnel, it didn't affect Sun Yan and Star too much at all. What now? All your arrangements have been for nothing. I don't think the ones you arranged are any good either. Early Chin clasped her hands on her chest and snorted coldly. Wang Ritian was conscious of losing face in front of his fiancée. His face was a bit untenable. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Little you, don't be angry first. No one could have imagined that Sun Yan and Xingchen actually didn't catch up with Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, didn't they? I'm not finished with this arrangement. There's more behind. Earlier in the month, Xin was no longer optimistic about her fiancé's various setups. With runners like Sun Yan and Li Yaochen, it's no use at all to just get regular riders to intercept them on the track. This fiancé of hers still doesn't know anything about cars. The idea is there, the brain can't keep up, the money is wasted and the face is swollen. This Li Yaochen and Xiefeng are also troublesome. Qin Yeye looked at Xiefeng, who was draped across the track with a grave expression. Originally she did not notice Li Yaochen and Snow Peak pair of players. At the moment looked at Sun Yan and Li Yaochen killing. Her heart alarm bells ringing. If they and the Gale or in Viper and Sun Yan and Star to swap positions, the face of the running method savage like a beast of the Snow Peak, she has to cope with the way? Xin Yue thought for half a day. Her face grew paler and paler, and her forehead saw sweat. She realized that there was nothing she could do with Snow Peak. The Hobgoblin. There were only two moves to win against Snow Peak. Either resisting collision suppress Snow Peak with about the same speed, or speed absolutely crushed. All of the above aside, Snow Peak has special skills. Wang Hao, you transfer $30 million to me later. Early Qin turned her head and said to Wang Ritian with some panic in her eyes. Wang Ritian also favors his fiancée, and without saying anything, he took out a bank card and stuffed it over. $50 million on the card, and the code is your birthday. Early Qin received the bank card and looked at Wang Hao gratefully. She thought of a way to deal with Snow Peak and Star. It's true that we still need to get our hands on the track, but it's definitely not a case of hiring some random drivers to take over the track like Wang Hao did. What is needed against Star and Snow Peak is targeting. For example, if you target Snow Peak's machinima, the speed can be slow, but the collision resistance must be about the same as Snow Peak, or even stronger than Snow Peak. And only by cooperating with each other can you have a chance to screw Snow Peak out of the track. And the same is true for Star. And naturally, engaging in such targeted programs costs more money. I can't buy a top-tier machinima, but I can't mess with you guys? Staring at Snow Peak and Star in the screen, Xin Yeye's gaze was sinister. No one can stop her from getting a top 10 at a provincial track. She's going to become a wise mechanic, a human being, and for that, she'll do whatever it takes. At this moment, Sun Yan and Li Yaochen had already piloted their respective machinima out of the tunnel. Since encountering that slow traffic in the tunnel to intercept, Sun Yan was in no hurry to overtake Li Yaochen's car. He let Li Yaochen and Xiefeng open the way, and waited until the race was one half of the way into the race before he and Star powered up. The reckoning was a good one, and Sun Yan was sitting tight, but Star couldn't help it. Looking at the taillights of the snowy peaked car in front of her, she scratched her ears and sat on pins and needles. Obviously, she could have passed, but Sun Yan froze and pressed her to prevent her from overtaking. It made her look like a monkey under the five-finger mountain. Master, when are we going to overtake? Master, it's halfway through the race. It's too late to overtake. Master, please, let me overtake. I want to. Master, if I lose to those two rotten eggs, I'm going to get Jade syndrome. The Star in front of him gibbered and recited scripture, akin to the Tang monk. Sun Yan was dumbfounded and couldn't help but pinch Xingchen's little buttocks. Snickering, what you syndrome? Do you know what depression is? Don't learn a word all day long and use it casually. How come I don't know? Star beamed, puffing out her cheeks and sulking. Flowing Light just got Jade syndrome and then couldn't run. And if I had Jade syndrome, I'd have to eat 1,000 durians a day to sleep, or I'd have to go crazy, to wail and bite and gnaw on Masta's head like it's a durian. Sun Yan couldn't help but shiver as he imagined the ghostly images that were comparable to a zombie blockbuster. He sat up straight and glanced at Xiefeng and Li Yaochen in front of him. It's also true that the schedule is almost halfway through at the moment. It was important to force out all the space jumps that Snow Peak was pinching in his hands as soon as possible. So, let's just supersize it? Ultra. Star suddenly looked like he had chicken blood, his eyes sparkling. Give this great king a hard ultra. Yes. Throttle to the floor. Buzz boom dash. A violent pushback sensation hit. Sun Yan's back was pressed dead against Star's soft driver's seat. Originally, there was still a difference of about 5 meters between Star and Snow Peak, but it was instantly wiped out by the fully accelerated Star catching up. As soon as Sun Yan hit the joystick, Star was already alongside Snow Peak. He leaned against the car window with one hand, glancing at the expressionless Li Yaochen with his afterglow, and said cheerfully, "Little Plum, you've been eating tail gas for so long, now it's your turn. Just ahead is a bend obscured by a mountain wall, and you can't see beyond it." As the race entered the second half of the race, the terrain gradually became more and more complicated and the corners became sharper and sharper. For Sun Yan, the track after that was all his and Star's home turf, and pulling away from the gap was fine with a hand. "Don't even think about going over there," Li Yaochen snorted coldly. Xiefeng was not as fast as the current Star, and this was the time to suppress Star's momentum even more. He used a direct space jump to cross the mountain wall. Sun Yan skimmed his mouth, secretly saying that young people couldn't afford to play. But immediately afterward a crackling boom was heard from behind the mountain wall. It sounded like a series of crashes on the highway. "There's a situation." Sun Yan narrowed both eyes and hurriedly braked and slowed down. This mountain wall bend he passed quite carefully, only turned half a corner to see the mountain wall behind the bend guardrail has broken a piece. The track is strewn with stunned machine girl. It is estimated that there are a few have fallen off the cliff, and the front of the Li Yaochen and Xiefeng has long been relying on explosive acceleration to leave. Along the road a piece of choking white smoke. You can only see Xiefeng's blood-red taillights flashing in the smoke wave. Hiss dash. Looking at the tragic situation around him, Sun Yan sipped his teeth. In the audience, early Qinyaya looked at Wang Ritian, who was full of embarrassment, and rolled her eyes. Star was also dumbfounded and confused, looking at her own machine mother's silly look. Sun Yan couldn't help but pinch her butt. He said, "I'm glad I didn't overtake you early, or else I would have hit my head on the wrong side of your head." "Oh, Master, I was wrong." Star first hugged her head and admitted her mistake, and then said, "But even if I had opened the way, these machinima would have been knocked out of the way by me." The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. "So do you have a headache? Should it hurt more? That's not it. You're already a fool, but the more you hit it, the more fooled you'll get." Woo, QAQ. The track after that, Star never rushed Sun Yan again. However, Sun Yan changed his previous steadiness and went after Li Yaochen and Xuefeng. With a quarter of the race remaining, Li Yaochen ended up putting his last space frog jump to use. The ninth space frog jump only shuttles a distance of 10 meters, gaining a 2-second burst of acceleration. However, it was no longer able to pose a threat to Sun Yan and Star. Looking at Star's gradually fading taillights, Li Yaochen sighed bitterly. "Xiefeng, we tried our best, Master." Xiefeng looked at Li Yaochen worriedly through the rearview mirror. "Going back, will you be scolded by the boss?" The mission wasn't completed, that's for sure. Even if we hadn't revealed the information in advance, we still couldn't outrun Sun Yan and Star. "Then Master, boss will let me leave you?" Snow Peak's voice trembled a little. She was tapped by the Crown Club, albeit in a contractual relationship with Li Yaochen. But technically, she wasn't all of Li Yaochen's machinima, and Li Yaochen only had piloting rights over her. "I don't know." Li Yaochen drove Snow Peak silently, only feeling that the wind blowing into the window head-on was icy cold. In his eyes Yang Tian was an arrogant and mean person, and only riders who could offer him benefits were treated well, and the ones that couldn't provide benefits were all eliminated. So presumably he'll equip Snow Peak with a better driver when he gets back? "Master." There was some silence from the snowy peaks ahead. Li Yaochen raised his head and saw Xiefeng's slightly shrugged shoulders. "Xiefeng, you." Xuefeng turned to look at Li Yaochen, his eyes filled with tears. The car lost core control and gradually came to a halt at the side of the track. "I don't want to be separated from you." The mournful voice shattered in the wind. That face, usually always expressionless, was full of aggravation and panic. Snow Peak, the machine girl who was not afraid of the sky on the track, is a boss that many machine girls are afraid of. At the moment there was uncontrollable fear in his eyes. Li Yaochen opened his mouth. His throat felt like it was being strangled by an icy hand, making it difficult to breathe. He likewise didn't want to be separated from Snow Peak. But the club rules are there. Yang Tian was a wise armorer, and his power was there. If Yang Tian must take back Snow Peak, he, A light blue crystal was held by Xuefeng and handed to Li Yaochen. Li Yaochen froze, looking at the girl in front of him incredulously. Master, please sign with me. The nuclear, heart, contract. Xiefeng pursed her lips stubbornly, her reddened eyes glistening with tears but full of determination. A strong emotion hit Li Yaochen's soul, causing him to shudder. He bowed his head, his lips quivering. Good. Next chapter, Rolling Stones Club arrives loading. I'll put in another snow peak. Chapter 117, The Unity of Our Intentions. After shaking off Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, Sun Yan drove Star all the way through the wind and never encountered any more threats. Meanwhile, the host Quinn is actively contacting the officials to deal with the traffic accident at the mountain wall bend. Such a large-scale rush, if it is not cleared up in time, the subsequent drivers and machine women passing through will not only affect the race results, but also unpredictable dangers may occur. Most importantly, Quinn knew about Li Yaochen and Xiefeng. These two used to have little meetings in the tunnels of the Nox Rally. As for how to know, follow-up staff in the cleaning of the racecourse in the tunnel found that has been used, Okamoto 001, Wolverine Edition. This matter naturally caused the staff's confusion, and then checked the tunnel before and after the video, and found that Li Yaochen and Xiefeng stayed in the tunnel a little long time is not quite normal. And even more outrageous is that even though they stayed in the tunnel for almost 8 minutes they still won the first place in the current edition of the Nox Rally. Shame. Quincy took the incident as a disgrace to his commentating career. It didn't matter why Li Yaochen and Xiefeng did what they did, whether it was intentional or couldn't help it. It was a provocation to the Nox Rally and to him as the host. And now that the footage before and after the bend in the mountain wall had been destroyed due to the impact of the successive car crashes, he immediately requested that the surveillance situation on that side be restored. Because the surveillance of the track ahead only saw Sun Yan and Star, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, who had been fighting with Sun Yan, were gone. These two aren't doing any more stuffing and saucing somewhere, are they? Quincy thought with malice in his heart. If it happens again, it has to be exposed. Officials took Quinken's suggestion very seriously and immediately dispatched 2 drones to replace the original track monitoring. The moment the track's surveillance feed returned, everyone saw a black machinima parked silently on the side of the road. Brother Quinken's face reddened as he took a deep breath. Drone, give me a close shot. He didn't make a conclusion verbally, but in his mind he was pretty much sure of it. The 2 tumors, Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, are really ignoring the sanctity of the game once again and are doing the brewing sauce thing again. Exposure, ruthless exposure. However, as the drone gradually got closer to the snowy peak, it was about to capture the inside of the peak. The snowy peak that was originally motionless was violently shaken. Boom, buzz, dash. A circle of airwaves wrapped in dust spread out. The engine hissed like an awakened lion roaring in anger. The audience who heard the roar all got goosebumps. The drone still captured footage from the car, but there were number 18 band images that Quinn expected. Only calm pilots and calm machine women. Just 2 people as first withdrawn and the eye seems to have a burning flame. At this moment, Li Yaochen had already finished signing the core contract with Xuefeng. He put his gloves and helmet back on and joined Snow Peak, his eyes looking coldly at the track ahead. Hiss who dash. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. Moments of being thwarted by Saunian and Star, Li Yaochen had been confused, scared, and panicked. But now there was no longer a single refuted emotion in his eyes. There was only determination and a will to win, because he wasn't just a driver now. He was the driver of Snow Summit. Unique master. Xiefeng chose him. He has to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Even if the final outcome of this match cannot be reversed, then he'll run through it with a bang. 2. No time for confusion. No time for fear. No time for worrying about the future. The only way forward. The young man is fearless, and his horse treads the plains. Boom, buzz, dash. Throttle to the floor. Dark, fiery flames rose up around the body of the snowy peak, transforming into a pair of feathered wings that spread out on either side of the vehicle. This is overclocking. Brother Quinken's eyes widened and he almost didn't hold the microphone in his hand. Overclocking, a spectacle that is hard to come across on the track. It's a special state inspired when a machinima's emotions reach their extremes, and a good pilot is indispensable to bring out the best in a machinima. For honor, for faith, for victory, the wills of the pilot and the mecha were completely fused at one point, indistinguishable from each other. In the cockpit, the black flames not only rose up on Xuefeng's body, but also spread like a spider web on Li Yaochen's body, making his whole body look like it was shrouded in black mist. Li Yaochen's hand had almost completely connected with Xuefeng's joystick, and they were perhaps no longer a pilot and a mechanic's wife, but more like an inseparable whole. Snow Peak's speed skyrocketed, resembling a black lightning bolt on the track. The track was scorched and burned wherever it went. There was no way to corner at this terrifying speed, and now Li Yaochen didn't need a regular way to corner. Leaning against the surrounding mountain walls and guardrails, Xiefeng was leading him to crash through a special path, even if each impact increased the pain in her body. As the connection between the two grows stronger, Li Yaochen could also feel the pain of the snowy peaks. It turns out that every time a bump that doesn't matter to Snow Peak and seems to do no damage, it causes her pain, and the pain is unbearable for humans. Li Yaochen looked at the girl in front of him who didn't say a word, and hot tears rolled in his eyes. As if Xiefeng had sensed Li Yaochen's mood, she slightly inclined her head and a happy smile appeared on her pale pretty face. A small hand came back and gently held Li Yaochen's hand. "Master, don't be afraid. Now ideas united." Boom dash. Snow Peak rushes past a speed test board with a violent wind. That testing board was shaken violently by the gusty wind. After everything has calmed down, a figure is revealed above 548 kilometers per hour. Someone wants to see a full-body image of the Emperor's scales. Chapter 118, Sit tight. The Great River flows east. The stars in the sky are participating in the Big Dipper. Wow. Let's go when we say let's go. Singles are in tears. Sun Yan drove the star comfortably humming, the wind clamoring in his ears and the scenery in the distance. The main one is cozy. Right now the stars are not as fast as they could be. He wasn't going to mess with terminal velocity either. Just make sure to take first place in the race. It's easier to be able to run easy. He's sure it's easier to carry star. The crowd must have been full of racers and machinists who have attended provincial tracks in previous years but didn't end up in the top 10. All of these players, after a year of preparation, training, and switching modules, could be hidden arch-rivals for him and Star. That's why he has to hide his strength as much as possible. To be a human being is to have a sense of hierarchy, and not to let others know how many layers they are in. Hey, tears are flowing. Wow. Right hand is girlfriend. Wow. Star, who was listening to Sun Yen humming in front, was confused. How did her family, Master, know that the Hokuto family was the superior family to the Star family? The Star family's machinima is theoretically the junior of the Hokuto family. It was normal to run into the predecessors of the Hokuto family to pay homage to them. This kind of relationship between machinima families only circulated on Wisdom Island. Most of the humans didn't know or care about these relationships. After all, it wouldn't affect the competition at all. And Sun Yen was someone who didn't care much about the things around him, no matter how you looked at it. Sun Yen wasn't the kind of being that would know about the hidden secrets of Wisdom Island. Murphy, was her family's master's true identity some official plutocrat bigwig? Because of special reasons to hide the identity of the inheritance of back to the furnace field to recognize Uncle Rio as godfather. Living a hard life that can only save money? Maybe just give Master V50 and listen to Master's revenge plan. Hiss dash. Star felt she was getting close to the truth of the matter. Just as she was about to explore further, the roar of a cranky engine sounded from far behind. Sun Yen sat up straight. The lethargy on his face disappeared, and he looked at the rearview mirror with a face full of dismay. Yet the next second, whoosh, all he felt was a gust of wind curling up on either side of him. Something dark jumped over it. Star, did you see what just happened? Sun Yan rubbed his eyes. All he could see was a pile of black fog racing ahead, with a pair of scarlet eyes in the fog that appeared to be headlights. Horse, Master, just past us. It seems to be Snow Peak. Star stuttered a little with her words, not even a little too sure if I'm looking at it the wrong way, because Snow Peak was so fast that it was a bit strange to her. Boom! A loud thud came from the bend ahead, only to see that the rock wall near the center of the bend had been shattered. Bursting rocks flew all over the place, some of them crashing onto Star's front windshield. This Nima, this is over the corner? Sun Yan are looking dumbfounded, into the corner point. Breakpoint judgment all is a pile, completely only left to prevent the machine lady out of control of consciousness. The other one does not care, but the front no matter what stops directly crash through. This play hooligan. This is not such a brutal and rude run. Needless to say, it must be Li Yaochen and Shuefeng. He was also thankful that Li Yaochen hadn't just driven Snow Peak straight into Star's ass, otherwise he and Star would absolutely have to take off. Master, it's over. A quarter of the way through the schedule, we're being overtaken. We've got to find a way to overtake back. Star panicked in front of him, but often when Star panicked, Sun Yan couldn't panic. He's got to be steady as an old dog. One hand moved forward to touch Star's ass to convey calming conviction. Sun Yan analyzed in his heart that Shuefeng's weird state just now was very similar to Star's last overclock. After all, there are only 3 times when this world's machinima will have cool special effects. Either the wise mechanic puts in a skill, or the mechanical lady puts in a skill, or overclocks. It is known that smart arms cannot compete in regular tournaments at provincial level and below, and that Snowpeak's special skills have been depleted. The answer is already certain. It's just overclocking. Star, Snowpeak is overclocked. Why don't you overclock too? The hand on Star's ass cheek squeezed. Star turned back with a bitter expression. Master, I want to overclock too. But there just isn't that emotion. There isn't that vibe. You know. Understand. I understand. Sun Yen understood. A touch of memory surfaced on his face. Just like online love band now found each other photos 90 pounds. The actual 90 kilograms. Lonely men and women share a room. Even so, it is difficult to press F to enter the tank. Lack of an atmosphere. Star? Master was saying some kind of spell again. Can't understand it. Sun Yen's face fell and he said sadly, then why don't you think of something sad? Like if I don't win this tournament, I'm going to GA? Star tried to make a thoughtful expression and glanced at Sun Yen for a few moments, but his mind was full of memories of his sweet, bubbly relationship with Sun Yen, and he couldn't be sad at all. Even looked at him and subconsciously gave a sweet and silly smile. Finished, Sun Yen knew that he wouldn't be able to overclock today when he saw this naive smile from Star. He sat up straight with a serious face, gripped the joystick tightly, and sighed. Originally, old me wanted to give you guys a break today, so that your loss wouldn't be too ugly. Li Yaochen and Xuefeng are just perverts. Since this is the case, the old man can only come up with this plan. He reached out and smoothed his hand over Star's slim little waist. Just pull out the Ice Breath Cascade module. The moment the module was pulled out, the engine revved up abruptly. It was like releasing a vicious beast from its cage with a murderous hiss, and the attributes of the stars became drift, 50 points, acceleration, 97, 2 points, bend, 50 points, gathering gas, 90 points, stability, 75 points, crash resistance, 80 points, range, 85 points. Saunian didn't know what 97, 2 acceleration meant. All he could feel was the joystick in his hand turning once again into the horns of an out-of-control brute, as he pressed the gas to the floor, accompanied by a louder and louder sonic boom. His control over the star's body was decreasing dramatically. Any other driver would have panicked by now. Master, slow down. It's too fast. It'll break. Star's face paled and her mouth shrieked in shock. She didn't understand why she suddenly had such furious speed. She only felt as if she were returning to that night again. That crossroads. The light around them was pulled into a blur of stubble. The only thing in his ears was the howling wind. Sun Yen turned a deaf ear to Star's shocked cry. He steadied his helmet, which had been blown askew by the wind, with one hand, and a scowl curled the corners of his mouth. Stars, sit tight. Stars. Chapter 119. It's enough to have these words, purple cherry +1. Sun Yen had learned about it from Su Yuyang. The overclocked state is indeed rare, and it's unlikely that the machinima will stay overclocked all the time. The overclocking state can be interpreted as an emotional release, and when the machinist's emotions are released, or gradually eased, the overclocking will gradually end. Sun Yen didn't know what it was that had evoked the emotions of Li Yaochen and Xiefeng, but he and Star definitely had a little something to do with it. So when Li Yaochen and Xiefeng surpassed him and Star, maybe Snowpeak's stirring emotions will start to come back down. Even if it doesn't come back down, then crush it with absolute speed and power. What about overclocking? So what if you have skills? His track emperor specializes in all kinds of disobedience, showing his head directly second, the first turn after pulling the module. In order to ensure that no accidents, Sun Yen slightly advanced the braking point, but even so, the moment he pulled up the handbrake, he still felt that Star's out-of-control body was difficult to correct back. The rear of the car has been thrown out of the cliff, and after that, it was relying on the front wheels of the grip of the body to save the body back, or else he and Star will have to turn over in the next second. Star, how are you feeling? Sun Yen was fine. This level of danger was completely within his control. He was used to driving the Star with the module before, but now that the module was gone, the corner entry point, braking point, and corner entry speed all needed to be recalculated, especially in a race like the Silverstone Advancement race where there were a lot of corners and complexity. And for an ordinary driver, refamiliarization would mean the end of the road, but it only took 2 or 3 corners for him to adjust to it. But it's not just about him, it's also about the stars. That's why he was the first to observe the state of the stars. If Star is unable to adapt, he will reduce the average speed appropriately. Star didn't turn around, and her firm voice with a slight tremor reached Sun Yen's mind. Master, I believe you. The corner of Sun Yen's mouth curled up. It's enough to have that. Ahead is a continuous hairpin turn. Try this bend again. Sun Yen's frantic behavior was also noticed by Quinquinbro, who had been monitoring the track. Front foot. Li Yaochen and Xiafeng use overclocking to overtake the car. Koen brother is still predicting that today's champion must be the emotional outburst of Li Yaochen and Xiafeng. The result of the back foot star's speed was violently increased. The body did not appear any special effects, only the white smoke of the burned tires on the track. And just now the star almost thrown out of the cliff as the picture is shocked out of him in a cold sweat. Viewers and masters, Quinn kicked down Sister Taimei, who was trying to get up again, and knocked her out with a hand chop in the process, and hissed with the microphone. Do you guys dare to believe it? In the Silverstone Advancement Tournament, which can be called the hardest advancement tournament before the provincial circuit, there is actually a contestant who is hiding his strength, and this contestant is our popular dark horse favorite to win the title magician. It looks like after being overtaken by Li Yaochen and Xiafeng, the magician got anxious too and pulled out the full speed of the stars. The star's speed is now 519 kilometers per hour. She has no overclocking, no special skills whatsoever. Her ultimate cornering speed is an amazing 519. Quincy's voice was hoarse and the audience was in an uproar. Dawn, who had just exited the great vortex of Loren, heard the car radio and gradually froze. Somewhat woodenly, he asked Lion behind him, "Master, what is my average speed?" Lion patted Dawn's butt and said with a smile, 397. Not bad. 397 versus 519? Dawn is green in the face. It's completely understandable that the Snow Peak reaches those kind of unbelievable cornering speeds in overclocked condition. The point is that Snow Peak is still a serious disruptive runner. Can't get past the curve? It's okay, just run right through it. But not so for Saunian, who was still taking his normal approach to cornering. But after Star reached this speed, Magician also looked a bit out of his depth. He almost threw himself out of the corner just now. So how will Magician and Star handle the next consecutive hairpin turns? If they just slow down, there's a good chance that their outburst will just be a flash in the pan. Quincy didn't have a machinist though, never been on the track, but all those years of watching and commentating on the game have long since developed an understanding that is uniquely his own. He could tell at a glance what was wrong with Sun Yan and Star. If this problem could not be overcome, it would remain impossible to catch up with Li Yaochen and Xue Feng in front of them. In a corner of the audience, Zidian dead pinched the hem of her skirt. Her entire heart clenched together. She wanted Sun Yan and Xing Chen to win the race, and she didn't want Sun Yan and Xing Chen to be so dangerous on the track, especially the next consecutive hairpin turns. She covered her eyes nervously, but couldn't help but analyze her fingers to peek at the big screen. Fall down is best. Early Qin clenched her fists and cursed Sun Yan and Xing Chen. Falling off a cliff with a medical team to rescue you won't kill you, but it's the equivalent of being disqualified from the race. Even though Sun Yan and Xing Chen were still able to participate in 2 more progression races, this was definitely a big blow and would directly affect their provincial Pan Long Mountain course afterward. After all, the difficulty of the lower section of Pan Long Mountain was only higher than that of the Silverstone progression race. At this moment, Sun Yan and Star carried the sights and emotions of too many people. The hairpin bend is just around the corner. Sun Yan's eyes lowered as he began to operate. The moment he entered the hairpin turn, not only did he not slow down, but he stepped on the gas to slightly increase the speed of the car. The best cornering point is here. Sun Yan suddenly slammed the joystick. The immediate field of vision was so confused that it was impossible to tell where the track was. All he relied on at the moment was his senses, as if he and the stars had become one, and the body of the stars had become an extension of him. Center point of the curve. Hit the brakes and downshift. A command is given. Star entrusted everything he had to Sun Yan and executed it directly without the slightest concern, even if the 2 rear wheels have at some point been dangling over the cliff again. At this point, the center of gravity of the star's body shifted forward, and the rear end continued to throw out a graceful arc. The tires hovered at the tipping point between loss of grip and regaining it, swirling blazing white smoke. The car's speed is gradually reduced. The moment the tire's grip is restored, Sun Yan let go of the brakes and took a big foot off the gas, out of the bend. Almost perfect shift drift. Through this hairpin bend, Sun Yan had completely recovered the feeling of manipulating the stars. Though Star was still as if he were a wild horse out of control, he had become like the weeds tied behind the wild horse, able to bounce along with the wild horse's gallop, dancing on the tip of a knife at the tipping point of losing control. That's racing. Less than 50 kilometers from the finish. Snow Peak's overclocking is over and cornering speeds are back down to about 380. Li Yaochen heard the faint hiss of an engine in the wind gradually overlapping with the sound waves of the snowy peaks. He glanced in the rearview mirror. A silver-colored phantom was breaking through the sand and dust, speeding in. Seeing this scene, both Li Yaochen and Xue Feng sighed in relief. In the end, it's still a loss. Yeah, master, tried my best. You can go back at night and work out. Good. I'll listen to you. Li Yaochen grabbed a handful of ginseng whiskers and stuffed them into his mouth. A faint smile raised on his face, but there was no more fear or uncertainty in his eyes. He volunteered to drive Snow Peak to make way for Star. Eyes on the stars overtaking the car, speeding away. Stars, accidentally riding high. Next chapter club, chapter 120, for the Rolling Stones. Punchline. Sonian slowed down and pulled up the handbrake, flinging himself to a stop on the receiving dock. The hot white smoke around the body of the Star had yet to dissipate, the heat released from the engine's full load. The audience near the collection platform is also a lot of people, despite the absence of the beautiful cheerleaders who make people bright. But the warmth of the cheers, no less than the cheerleaders shouting, is still uplifting. Master, I didn't expect the two eggs would give us the road to get out of the way. I thought they were going to fight us in the end. Star recalled the thrilling scene just now. At that time, with her speed if she and Snow Peak to come to a point, Snow Peak and she are absolutely not good. Li Yaochen driving Xiafeng to get out of the way is the best ending. There is no sense. Sun Yan unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a sip. Spread his hands. Even if he blocks, I can still take you over. Li Yaochen himself is also clear. Either way he loses, might as well be decent. It's better for everyone. Actually, there was a little more, but it was just his speculation. Li Yaochen should also be a very cherished pilot of his own machinima. He really could have intercepted it, but he didn't want Xiafeng to get hurt, so he simply got out of the way. Whoa! Star nodded gravely, and then immediately came to Sun Yan's front, naturally hugged Sun Yan's arm, full of adoration. Or my master is more powerful. I can control the speed of the car so fast. That's don't you see who I am? The corners of Sun Yan's mouth curled up to the sky. Still, it was a very thrilling day. The difficulty of the track at Silverstone Advance is basically just the big Lorentz vortex, and after that there are still quite a few consecutive hairpin turns, but none of them are particularly sharp. Individual corners had very small pinch points, and he could only slow down and take Star through the corners, unable to maintain a super high cornering speed of around 500, but even so, he should be able to lead Li Yaochen and Xiafeng by about a minute. Snow Peak with the overclock state on is more than likely the second place finisher in the Silverstone progression. Sun Yan and Star looked at the screen, intending to see the average speed of the other competitors and determine if the championship was stable, but it just so happened that the big screen at the end of the track was a close-up of him and Star. The host Quinn cupped the microphone and sat there alone, his hands shaking with excitement. Viewers, I believe that I don't need to say more. The champion has almost been produced. This Silverstone Advancement Tournament is the most exuberant one in my commentary career. In this tournament, we witnessed the players fight, the extreme of speed, and the unbelievable technology, thanks to the magician and the Star for bringing us a visual feast. Brother Quinken's words fell. A video cuts to the big screen. Sonian narrowed his eyes as the video showed him and Star about to pass through successive hairpin turns. At that time, his brain had completely entered an ethereal state. There was not much analysis or calculation. Even vision and hearing were not important. Everything was the feeling of the track, the intuition of the astral vehicle body. The whole set of consecutive strokes played out. What actually happened? He was actually not too clear. Just a little shake and the bend passed. It just so happens that Quinn has a video now. He also took the opportunity to review and learn to study the techniques of God Suinyan. The video begins to play. Just see Star enter the corner from the center lane and there's a momentary boost of wheel slip. By this time Star cut into the inside lane and started drifting and dumping at the same time. The most thrilling time. Two wheels have been completely hanging on the cliff, but the chassis has not been knocked down. The front wheel grip and body inertia froze the Star brought up, followed by a S-shaped beautiful arc, dragging the tail smoke successfully out of the corner. From the viewer's God's perspective, it seems that the thrill is only for a moment when the wheels are hanging off a cliff. After that it's smooth sailing, and only Sun Yan knew exactly how many times he had adjusted the joystick to prevent Star from losing control when crossing the second turn, how many times he had alternated back and forth on the brakes and gas pedal, including how long it took for the clutch to pop up and how to match the handbrake in the middle of it. These dazzling maneuvers he could no longer remember, but the Stars should feel it the most. He subconsciously glanced at the girl beside him, and saw that she was rubbing her chin and thought, so she must also be recalling how that frightening moment was remedied? Master, what's for dinner tonight? Sunin, the Silverstone Progression Tournament is over. Sun Yan and Star won the championship, surpassing the second place Li Yaochen and Xuefeng by a full 1 minute 7 seconds, and the third place, expectedly, was Liang and Dawn, except that when receiving the award, Dawn's face seemed to stink a bit more than usual. SSC Club's Yiming Wang and Hurricane finished 7th. VDC's Kim Youngtae and Clouded Leopard didn't show up for the Silverstone progression, presumably to focus on the Fragrant Hills, Mermaid Cove, and Brana Ruins progression afterward. Basio and Ryuko were very competitive and became the 10th goalie. Zhang Laolai wasn't so lucky. He had led Lingfeng through every corner as well as he could, but his final result was still ranked 12th. There were too many masters in this edition of the Silverstone advancement race, and if there weren't such variables as Sun Yan, Li Yaochen, and Lia An, he would have been able to make it into the top 10, but Zhang Laolai and Lingfeng still had a chance. After that, Branner's Ruins, Fragrant Hill and Mermaid Cove. As long as 2 of the progression races finished in the top 10, then they would still be eligible to enter the provincial circuit to compete for the chance to become a wise armorer. Once the rankings are finalized, it's time for the award ceremony. And of course there's no shortage of interview sessions with Quinquin. This time Quinquin brought along the nose and face of Tai Mei's sister, but Tai Mei's sister a muddled look. Microphone are not stable, destined to only be a background plate, play a key role in setting off Quinquin brothers' business ability. Mr. Magician. Quincy was polite enough not to stick the microphone directly into Sun Yan's mouth. What would you like to say about winning the Silverstone Advancement Tournament? Sun Yan revealed a fake smile of the same style of Anya to the camera. Oh, thanks to Ikuan TV, CCTV, Mango TV, Penguin TV, thanks to the government, thanks to the Human Federation, thanks to the Island of Wisdom devices, thanks to... Stop. The corner of Quinquin's mouth twitched. He was so convinced. Has this Sun Yan practiced the art of perfidy? One set. Changing the question. What would you like to say about your arch rivals today, Li Yaochen and Xie Feng? Brother Quinn was filled with anticipation. As a professional host, he was still very good at creating topics. Li Yaochen and Xie Feng are very powerful, making star, and I feel pressurized. So you're welcome to buy their Okamoto 001 or the Wolfsbane version. Oh, Li Yaochen and Xie Feng. Quincy, one last question. Quincy actually prepared a dozen questions, but he didn't want to ask them anymore. Asking again was going to turn into a live broadcasting accident. You didn't join the club, but I saw that there was a Rolling Stones club sticker on Star's car, and there was one on your racing suit as well. So your fans and I are all very curious. Are you planning to join Rolling Stones Club? Oh, right. Sun Yan finally remembered his mission. He lifted the championship trophy with the Rolling Stones Club on it up to the camera, the smile on his face finally becoming much more genuine. This championship is only in honor of the machinist, Rolling Stones, who went back to her job to protect her pilots. Rolling Stone, did you see that? Champion. You got it. Maybe getting that title had nothing to do with the Rolling Stones, but Rolling Stone's first instinct in a life or death situation is to protect the driver. The Rolling Stones, then, deserve the honor of this championship. In front of the TV, the owner of the Rolling Stones Club sobbed uncontrollably and cried like a baby as he hugged a picture of the Rolling Stones. Wisdom Island. The crystal wall that was covered with the core of a smart device. Countless intelligent cores looked at the images in the screen. The trophy, a symbol of honor, gleamed, and the words Rolling Stones glistened in the sun. Crystal wall. A soon-to-be reset smartphone core flickers frequently along with it. I don't think I missed this one. Chapter 121, let's call it the Star Club. Mr. Magician, may I ask if you have any thoughts about joining a club? Speaking of the Rolling Stones Club, Quinquin added an additional question. Sun Yan thought about it. The Rolling Stones Club would be his soon, so why not take this opportunity to give his club a wave of publicity? That way there might be pilots and machine girls who would rush to his name to join the club, and in this way the club would also be able to pass the approval faster. So he responded seriously. I don't intend to join any club, on the contrary, I do intend to start a club of my own. Brother Quinquin's eyes widened. Founding it yourself? I can't imagine that. Mr. Magician isn't very old, but he's very ambitious and driven. Starting a club isn't just about asking for money. You have to have money and connections. After all, training a writer and training a bunch of writers are two different things, and the expense of auctioning off machinima alone puts them out of reach of the average person. So either as a club owner you are a successful entrepreneur in your own right, very rich and have a constant chain of funding, or you have to find your own chain of funding, also known as titles and sponsorships. That way most of the money is taken care of by the funding chain, and the club advertises and promotes the money chain behind it while developing drivers and machinists. Does Su Nin have a money chain? The answer is no. Maybe Uncle Goldie can pull in for the money chain, but maybe Uncle Kim's assets aren't enough to compete with those entrepreneurs. A club without a financial chain is similar to Zhang Kai's club, which is a club to put it nicely, but a small fleet of cars with just the name of a club to put it mildly. So all of you who are interested in my club can come and see me on Begonia Street in Tianyuan City, and all drivers, machinists and instructors are welcome to join. Although Brother Quinquin did not look favorably on Sun Yan's act of establishing a club. In his opinion, a talented driver like Sun Yan should join a large club and use the other party's resources to enrich and grow himself. He nevertheless gave his blessing to Sun Yan's courage and boldness. Mr. Magician, I wonder what the name of your club is. Sun Yan glanced at the girl beside him who was pinching the hem of his shirt and smiled. I'm a name-taking wastrel. I can't get to where I am today without my Megain. so let's name the club after my family's Megain. Let's call it the Star Club. Star froze, looking up at Sun Yen in a daze, a pair of big blue eyes sparkling. Master he actually named the club after her? Sun Yen looked down and locked eyes with Star, smiling and stroking her head. The photographer ghosted the scene. Many years later, this photo has been hanging on the promotional wall of the Silverstone Progressive Tournament. In the photo, the young man smiles dotingly, and there is a sparkle in the girl's eyes. It has been said that the Silverstone progression is the progression that best tests the tacit understanding between pilot and pilotess. Dangers are everywhere on this course, and it's hard to finish the race if the pilot and the Miko can't connect. So what is a meeting of the minds? Someone would walk these questioning pilots and machinists over to the propaganda wall and point to the picture there. Look at the eyes. Crown Club. Waste. Can't even do this little thing right. What are you good for? How many resources did the club spend developing you? I've even equipped you with Snow Peak, a top-of-the-line machinima. Do you know how much it cost the club to shoot Snow Peak? 170 million. That's money you couldn't afford to pay out if you ran a race for the rest of your life. Yang Tian pointed at Li Yaochen's nose and cursed. Xia Feng accompanied beside her, keeping her head down with Li Yaochen, her small hands behind her back, her fingers hooked into Li Yaochen's big hand. It seems that this gives some comfort to the self-master. Li Yaochen raised his eyes and looked at Yang Tian. His lips moved, wanting to say something, ultimately said nothing, just spit out I'm sorry. The Crown Club's resources are, presumably, the machinima and the modules. The technique all depends on him. The coach is not as good as his technique. Yang Tian will occasionally reward his face to teach the other riders in the club. But in his opinion, Yang Tian stripped off the shell of the Wise Armament Division. The technique is just like that. It is said that Yang Tian was once a talented driver as well. Perhaps it was the years of relying on his wise armorer skills, or indulging in his passion, that made him much less powerful than he used to be. Otherwise it wouldn't have been stuck on the national progression track for years struggling to inch forward, instead being overtaken by upstarts like Liang and Comet. Now Yang Tian was in a grumpy mood. It had a lot to do with his loss to Liang and Comet at the Griven Desert Circuit. Sorry? Is sorry useful? Yang Tian poured all the fire from losing the match onto Li Yaochen. That, boss, master, he already tried his best. Next to him, Xuefeng couldn't look away and suddenly spoke up, staring with a pair of big silver-gray eyes. You can look at the video of the Silverstone Advancement Tournament. Sun Yen and Star are indeed not easy to deal with. Yang Tian had seen the video a long time ago. He knew that Li Yaochen had done his best, but couldn't he just let him get mad? Facing Snow Peak, his face eased slightly. It's not true that he is the owner of the club, but it's the business behind the club that financed the purchase of Snow Peak. Xia Feng is a moving Jin Shan. He can keep Xia Feng out of the ring, but he can't live and die with Xia Feng like he did with Li Yaochen. Well, the video I watched. Yang Tian forced his fire down, his cold eyes glaring at Li Yaochen. You did put up a fight, but it wasn't ruthless enough. At that time, when Snow Peak overclocked, you should have crashed Sun Yen and Star out of the track in the first place. What were you doing at that time? You were full of nothing but your race principles. But, if you let Snow Peak hit Star, Snow Peak will also be injured and it will hurt. Li Yaochen retorted expressionlessly. For Li Yaochen's paralyzed face, Yang Tian was already used to it and did not consider it a provocation. How can running your race not hurt? You go to the construction site to move bricks for a day, also back pain. He frowned to Li Yaochen to do ideological work. Xia Feng track suffering. Down the track immediately we can provide a medical team. We'll give her the best maintenance program. You are the same. As long as the task is completed properly. You lack arms and legs, I will also give you to pick up back. Li Yaochen pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Yang Tian used Snow Peak as a tool, but he couldn't do it. Even Saunian and Star knew to avoid him and Snow Peak on the curves. Doesn't Sunin have any chance of competing with his skills? There must have been. He just didn't want Star to get hurt. In his opinion, the likes of Sun Yen were the real drivers. And at this moment, Yang Tian, who had given Li Yaochen a beating, was also thinking about countermeasures. The Silverstone advancement race was the best chance to deal with Sun Yen and Star. The Xiangshan and Mermaid Bay advancement races behind them were more balanced, with one testing comprehensiveness and the other testing endurance. And there was also the Bana Ruins, which was a race that collision-resistant airframes took part in. Sun Yen shouldn't have taken Star, and Snow Peak couldn't get much out of the Brana Ruins, so the last chance to deal with Sun Yen and Star would be the provincial racecourses. Just need to push Sonin and Star out of the top 10. Thinking about this, he warned Li Yaochen, I'm going to give you one more chance to push Sun Yen and Star out of the top 10 at the Panglong Mountain Circuit, and if you still drop the ball, Then I'll just have to take back Snow Peak on behalf of the club and expel you again. Li Yaochen didn't open his mouth. Shuefeng pursed his lips and silently leaned closer to Li Yaochen. The two were close together. Behind her, the hand that was hooked to Li Yaochen changed to a firm reverse grip. Yang Tian was in the middle of his anger and didn't pay attention to Li Yaochen and Shuefeng's small movements. After reprimanding Li Yaochen, he let Li Yaochen and Xiefeng leave, and sat on the sofa by himself for another moment of searching. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Originally, he had targeted Sun Yan only with a playful mind. Now that Sun Yan and Xing Chen had shown their uncommon talent and strength, he got serious instead. Not to mention Sun Yan's relationship with Uncle Liang. Liang and Comet have already given him a whole lot of shade. Many media outlets are now stepping on him to promote Liang, just because Liang is a young rookie. If he lets Sun Yan and Star step on his head again, where is he going to put this old face? By the way, doesn't this kid want to start a club? He crossed his legs and narrowed both eyes as he pulled out his cell phone and began mass texting. Couldn't care less about Sunin and Star opening the club's heart though, but he can make it so that Sunin can't buy any clubs and can't recruit anyone. This one hasn't been posted either. Star. Chapter 122, Voice of Dawn's Invitation, Haruka of Wushan +1. Wang Hao. Sun Yan wants to start his own club. On the way home from the Silverstone Advancement Tournament, Xin Yeye was excited and red-faced, because she's found another program to target Sun Yan. You should have a way to limit Sun Yan's development, right? As long as Sun Yan can't start a club on his own, he'll have no choice but to join other clubs, and then we'll do something to make all those clubs reject him. Then he won't be able to take part in the Panglong Mountain Circuit. A smug smile appeared on Qin Erli's face. Wang Ritian on the seat next to him but pinched the bridge of his nose, helplessly said, I can only say that the clubs that are for sale in the early acquisition or shares, capital can only control those small clubs, cannot control the large clubs within the top 500. Besides, I think that Sun Yan and Star-like players are not going to join the small clubs. His fiancée, however, did not agree. Sun Yan is just a bit of skill. When his skill is popularized, what value does he have? Early in the month, Qin gave a light grunt, holding her hands full of disdain. Those big clubs won't take the initiative to accept Sun Yan and Star. It's not like Star is a top machine maiden tournament in the end. It's still the world of the intelligent armor masters and the top machine maidens. Wang Ritian smiled bitterly at his words. He is the president of the enterprise. He is very clear about the importance of a technical talent like Sun Yan to an enterprise. Although the circle of racing is certainly different from the plutocracy, but everything changes, and innovative talent is indispensable no matter where it is placed. So Sun Yan and Star are still very attractive to large clubs. However, he was clear in his heart, but he would not refute Qin Zhuanshue's words. As long as Qin Zhuanshue was happy, spending a bit of money on a little bit of entertainment was not a big deal. Good, don't worry. Wang Ritian took Qin Erli's hand and said, I've already sent someone to do it, but you have to be mentally prepared. If Sun Yan has the money to buy a plot of land on his own, and has the money to buy those facilities in the club on his own, then I can't intercept it. Early Qin, oh, I'll admit it if he's really that rich. Firefox Club, Idol, can you always give me an autograph today? Been waiting for a long time. Lian looked at Sun Yan aggressively, her hands holding her racing suit, a marker pen in her mouth. Her speech slurred. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched. His eyes went to Breaking Dawn, who had a face of deep resentment next to Lion. Kind of a guilty pleasure, especially since Dawn even glared at him from time to time. Her teeth clenched. Do I sign this or don't I? If he didn't sign it, Leah and would still keep pestering him. But if I sign it, I don't think I'll be attacked by Dawn when I walk at night one day. Do you? Sun Yan still decided to ask his own machine mother's opinion. He craned his head to look at Star. Only Star was holding the Star Club sign with a demented smile on his face. The soft, pretty face rubbed against the sign, and a strange ha, 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 hey giggle escaped from his lips. The self-machine lady can't be counted on. With a heartbeat, he took Leah and shirt and signed it on. The two characters Sun Yan are Dragon and Phoenix, a flowery style specially designed by someone, and quite racy. Leah and let out a cheer as she clutched her already signed racing suit. You came all the way here. It shouldn't be as simple as just asking for an autograph, right? Sun Yan looked at Lian. As the saying goes, there's nothing to do. Just asking for an autograph doesn't need the ace of the Voice of the Dawn to come here in a big way. Worthy of an idol. You can see through our little minds at a glance. Lion put down her racing suit and nodded gravely, stating her intentions. It's like this. We at the Voice of Dawn Club would still like to invite you to join us. Haven't I already refused before? Sun Yan held his forehead. This Voice of Dawn was really persistent. This time is different. Lian hurriedly explained. Our boss heard that you want to set up a club, so he asked if you'd like to set up a branch of Dawn Voice, with you being the boss and our headquarters providing you with financial support. Sun Yan froze at his words. There was such a good thing? But What about freedom? There is a lot of freedom. There are only two idols to be aware of, Liang said with a smile. First, the establishment is the Voice of Dawn branch, so all the honors you receive are based on the Voice of Dawn Club, and you can't change the name of the club. Second, the supplies you obtain in the tournament need to be given to the headquarters for a centralized distribution. And of course, you can also share in the tournament resources that the headquarters players usually obtain. Sun Yen frowned and stroked his chin in deep thought. The star holding the Star Club sign next to her blushed profusely and looked at Liang with a beak of exasperation, a puppy-like whimpering sound coming out of her mouth. But for the sake of Sun Yen's consideration, she held back her unhappiness and didn't say anything, nor did she pander to Sun Yen and mess around. The Voice of Dawn appears to be giving very favorable terms, but there's a lot of catfighting involved. The most obvious is the allocation of tournament resources. The so-called race resources are the prizes and awards obtained from regular races. Most clubs are in this mode. The prize money obtained is the club's, and the riders and mechanics can only share a portion of the prize money. Besides, Liang did not say how much the financial support was, and how much the resources were allocated to him to share. 10% of headquarters funds is also called support. 10% of the resource allocation for the HQ competition is also called allocation. It doesn't mean anything. Sure enough, these plutocrats who play with money have black hearts. Sun Yen's eyes narrowed. The various costs behind the seemingly favorable conditions were already clearly marked. Excuse me, and thank you Dawn Voice for your kindness. When he figured it out, he rejected it outright, without question. Liang froze, stared at Sun Yen with wide eyes and said incredulously, "Idol, are you serious? You don't need to pay a penny. You don't even want the headquarters to help you run a club? You're the big boss if you run it. What's the difference? Big boss? Puppet boss was more like it." Sun Yen was speechless. This Liang looks like a dumb white girl who doesn't get the stakes, but this sister was the ace of the Voice of Dawn after all, and it was normal for him to worry about something that had nothing to do with Liang and not think about it that much. Sun Yen didn't poke at the Dawn Voice boss's small mind. He just coiled Star's small head and apologized. "I appreciate your Dawn Voice's sincerity, but I'm a person who still likes to be in charge of my turf and I've already promised Star." He pinched Star's soft face and said with a smile, "I've already said before that the club is going to be called the Star Club, and what I promised I'm going to do." Star twisted her head to look at Sun Yen, her eyes sparkling. If there hadn't been so many people around, she would have immediately jumped into Masta's arms and arched around like a little piglet. "Humph, don't know how to carry yourself." Dawn inclined her head full of displeasure. Liang couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Sun Yen when he saw his determined look. "Thought I could become fellow disciples with," Sun Yen said. "Idol, I heard that a lot of clubs are being taken over and our boss said that someone is targeting you. It's hard to join just any club if you can't get yours up and running, and even if you get it up and running, you're always going to need pilots, machinists, and instructors, right? You can't go through approval without those." She still wanted to fight for it, so she said everything she could that she couldn't say. Just then there was a knock on the door of the Firefox Club. Boss Su walked in with a middle-aged uncle with red eyes, who was also holding a stack of documents in his hands. He's the owner of the Rolling Stones Club. The corner of Sun Yen's mouth hooked into a subdued smile when he saw this. "Isn't this where the club comes in? What's the point of targeting me?" Stars, Chapter 123, Establishment. "Mr. Magician, thank you for your words during the awards ceremony." The owner of the Rolling Stones Club shook hands with Sun Yen, his voice choking up. "This way many people know that Rolling Stone is a good kid, and I heard that Wisdom Island will cycle through the live broadcasts and videos of the big tournaments. So maybe Rolling Stone can even see it. If she sees it, she will definitely be very happy, right? That kid's only wish is to win the championship for once, but unfortunately alas." Boss Su patted the Rolling Stones Club owner on the shoulder and said in a consoling manner, "It's all in the past, there's no point in looking back on it, and Rolling Stones wouldn't want to see you like this now, would they?" Liang and Dawn froze at the scene in front of them before they could figure out what was going on. Then the middle-aged man with red eyes was seen taking a deep breath and spreading a pile of papers on the table. Upon closer inspection, it was actually the deed to the club, the transfer agreement, and the inspection certificates for the various facilities. "Mr. Saunian, according to our agreement, the Rolling Stones Club will be yours from now on." The boss pushed the various documents in front of Sun Yen, as if he had put down his mental baggage, exhaled in relief, and his originally tensed shoulders loosened up. Rolling Stones had to go back to the drawing board due to being so broken that it even hurt the core of the smart arms, and I was so disheartened that I laid off all the racers, machinists, and trainers, and if I hadn't been so impulsive, you could still be taking over a full club right now, but after that you'll just have to bother recruiting your own people. I'm grateful enough for you to give me the shell of this club for nothing. Sun Yan's eyes signaled Star to bring the championship trophy. The trophy for the Silverstone Advancement Tournament was a brass model of the Lawrence volcano. The outside was sealed with artificial crystals, and the words Rolling Stones Club were engraved on both the Lawrence volcano and the crystal base, and only underneath it were the names of Sun Yan and Star, so small that they might not even be found if you didn't look closely. Saunian hands the trophy to his boss, but the boss shakes his head. You've given Rolling Stone the best honor you can. I don't want the trophy. You can keep it. I've thought about it. I'll probably never touch a race car again, and the trophy should stay where it belongs. Besides, it makes Rolling Stone happy to keep it in the club. The owner reached out and touched the trophy, a mixture of tenderness and sadness brewing in his eyes. Sun Yan and Star looked at each other. Well, this time the boss doesn't want anything, and no talk of keeping the trophy as a souvenir or anything. The owner didn't sit down for a while before leaving. His back was relaxed as if he had already said goodbye to the past. Liang looked at the pile of papers on the table, the dismay in her eyes gradually enlarging. Idle. You have a club here? Right. Before Sun Yan could say anything, Star had already stood up with a face full of dejection, crossed her arms, and looked condescendingly at Liang and Dawn, the district club. It's simply a handful. Masta and I have never fretted about clubs. Ha he. Not bad for an idol. So strong. Lion was filled with adoration. The owner of Dawn Sound told her that there were almost 3 forces collecting club shells right now, and even fighting with each other over their bids. And Sun Yan, being targeted by all sorts of mysterious forces, actually managed to get his hands on the club. Not only is the racing technology fabulous, but so are the business tactics. If she hadn't been the ace of the Dawn voice, she would have joined Sun Yan's club. As the saying goes, those who are close to the ink are black, those who are close to the vermilion are red, and those who are in a group are in a group. People who follow good people generally become better and better. The voice of the Dawn Club, while a good resource, had gone over the top and could not find a goal that would allow her to pursue it. Even Breaking Dawn, who couldn't stand looking at Sun Yan, had to be impressed at this moment. This club stuff is not something that the average player can get their hands on. It doesn't matter how Sun Yan acquired this club, just having that access is a skill. There's a saying that those who are helped by those who have the way and those who have lost the way are not helped by those who have lost the way. You guys may not know what it means, but I think it's very apt to describe myself. Sun Yan shook his head and said, but in his heart, he was really a bit sentimental. If he didn't help Su Yuyang and Zhang Laolai, they definitely wouldn't have helped to inquire about this information, and naturally, he probably wouldn't have been able to get in touch with someone like the owner of Rolling Stones Club. If that were the case, it would be really difficult to start a club with multiple forces targeting it. Being targeted was totally expected. There were only so many resources available for provincial competitions, and his and Star's strength had long been a thorn in the side. Maybe those top clubs will think about crushing in strength and beating him and Star in a square, but the world is supposed to be either white or black, and there are always some dark-minded people. He was prepared for this when it was announced that he was going to start a club, but even with the layers of obstacles, this club he had to open, not only for the sake of Uncle Liang's reminder, but also because of his mental shadow. More importantly, he didn't want to be controlled by anyone, and he wanted to be the one in control more than he wanted to be controlled. It's like facing a variety of tracks, where he's the emperor in control of the track, rather than a dog tamed by the track. Jiangcheng City. Well, did the club get it? In front of the sandalwood table sat a robust middle-aged man, and just by looking at his back he could feel the intimidating majesty. His voice was low, with little rise or fall. The assistant standing behind him had his head down, trembling, his legs shivering. Boss, I'm sorry, the Crown Club and Giant Prime Technology over in Tianyuan City are both collecting. They're the local snakes in Tianyuan City. We've been a bit slow to get out, and a lot of the people who want to sell their clubs seem to have been threatened, and aren't willing to sell their clubs to us. TSK, originally, the old man didn't want to go to Tianyuan City, this kind of mixed fish and dragon place to develop, just wanted to recuperate in a small city like Jiangcheng. But since it doesn't give face to the old man, the middle-aged man put down his teacup and bang sound slammed on the table. Everyone in the room followed and shivered. Notify all departments to get ready. Open a branch to Tianyuan City and prepare to seize the racing suit market in Tianyuan City. The assistant looked up at the words, her eyes full of surprise. So, then boss, how much funding quota do we have to prepare? Let's start with $1 billion. The man thought about it and said casually, add more if it's not enough. I want the entire Tianyuan City to be completely seized by our products within a month. Is that okay? As long as the money is in place, it's not a problem. After all, our product quality is also too good. The assistant hurriedly responded. Okay, go for it. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the assistant immediately bowed and retreated. Whoa, the newspaper was turned to the next page. Hiss, this kid has some skills, the middle-aged man muttered, tooting and slurping. Just see a section of the paper that says, the owner of the Rolling Stones Club announces his retirement. The original club is transferred to the Magician, and the Star Club is announced to be established on Longxing Street in Tianyuan City. Stars. Chapter 124. Good things come in small packages. Longxing Street is not far from Begonia Street, and the straight line distance is only about 4 or 5 kilometers. Leah and Dawn as well as the owner of the Rolling Stones Club left. Sun Yan and the others arrived at the Rolling Stones Club with excitement, until it came right up to the door of the Rolling Stones Club. I just realized that the Star Club sign I made ahead of time was a little too small. Star, woohoo dash. It's actually that big? Look at the 4-story single-family office building in front of you. Sun Yan stared wide-eyed, his heart shocked. When the owner of the Rolling Stones Club first came, they just determined the terms and conditions with each other, and they didn't know how the Rolling Stones Club really was, thinking that it would just be about the same as Zhang Kai's Tangyue Club, and that his goal was just to qualify to participate in the provincial Panglong Mountain Raceway anyway. Indeed big. Just this volume can already be considered a medium-sized club. Su Yuyang nodded his head repeatedly. From this it could be seen that the Rolling Stones Club owner was not short of money. Giving it to Sun Yan casually did not hurt. Running the club was probably purely a hobby, or planning for the future of the Rolling Stones, but as a result, this happened. And this owner never wanted to replace the machinist, even if the Rolling Stones aren't particularly good. Saunian and the others entered the club for a tour. The first floor is the reception hall. There are toilets, 4 offices, meeting rooms and waiting area. The second floor is the club members' usually training and teaching place. There are 2 small classrooms, a large warehouse and a clinic. The third floor is the recreation area, equipped with a gym, modification room, movie gaming hall. There is also a small nutrient solution 0 yuan purchase supermarket. Star is most interested in this small supermarket. 2 eyes shine. The 4th floor is the accommodation area. There are a total of 12 rooms. Each room is about 50 square feet, individually equipped with showers and toilets. The interior decoration style is very elegant and clean. Just this configuration. Su Yuyang looked envious. His heart flooded with sourness as he shook his head inside. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have that ability to win the Silverstone advancement tournament, or else I definitely wouldn't let you have this kind of good thing. Ha ha ha, Boss Su is joking. Your underground black market and Firefox Club combined are much more grand than this club. Sun Yan looked at his first club. Even though the degree of luxury was less than 1/10,000th of his club in his previous life, it was still hard not to be overwhelmed, and the smile on his face was a lot more. This club is something he and Star worked hard to get. It is the fruit of their labor together and has extraordinary significance. Don't rush to celebrate first. Next to him, Zhang Lalai's face was grave as he poured a pot of cold water down. Having a shell alone isn't good enough. We don't have enough pilots, air women, and instructors to pass the approvals when the time comes, and the club won't be officially recognized. This is indeed a problem. It's impossible to ask for someone from Boss Su, right? Saunian frowned and asked, so how many pilots, machinists and instructors does it take? Boss Su said, there are at least 3 pilots, at least 5 machinists, and 2 instructors are required. There weren't that many people in Zhang Kai's club back then. Sun Yan was taken aback. 3 pilots are okay? 5 machine girls? Selim cannot afford to buy 5 machine girls. It is true that he can shoot some cheap machine girls back, but since he is going to shoot him, he has to be responsible for those machine girls. Shoot them back to sit on the bench or something. He cannot do it. Although I don't know what you're talking about with Zhang Kai's club, but for it to pass the approval there has to be that many people. Boss Su said with certainty. The requirements to pass the approval are such that after that the pilots are fired or some of the machinists are sent back to the furnace. That doesn't count, which could be the reason why that club doesn't have enough people. Okay. Sun Yan was helpless. It really could be just like that, because when the conscience back to the furnace factory plus Star, a total of 3 machine girl are eliminated by the Tangyue Club. Star, they see their own life has no hope. Also do not want to do the function type machine girl thought of back to the furnace to let it go. Don't worry, with the club we'll recruit just fine. Su Yuyang said smilingly, you're a magician, king of Nox. There's absolutely no problem recruiting some ordinary pilots and instructors based on your name. And for the witches, we can go to the city's exhibition and auction to take a look at it. And even though you don't have an invitation at the moment, you can go in as long as you're the club owner. Also, let's start with recruiting drivers and instructors then. Sun Yan nodded. The provincial track is now 4 months away. Just have to get the numbers together before those 4 months are up. Lingfang and I can count as a pilot and a machinima. Sun Yan, you yourself can be an instructor at the same time. It's just a license test. You can just pass it. Zhang Lalai proposed. with that math, it'll only take another 1 pilot, 1 instructor and 3 machinima to come together. Hoo. It instantly feels like things are half as easy. Star hugged Ling Feng with a delighted smile. Ling Feng, from now on you're a member of the Star Club. Quickly call me Big Sister Durian. Durian Big Sister. Ling Feng blushed and coyly shouted. Hey, this Durian Big Sister gave Star a good call. She patted Ling Feng's shoulder and said dejectedly, do a good job, and in the future, I'll appoint you as the King's Durian-bearing retainer. Ling Feng, after having an idea, Su Yuyang and Zhang Laolai immediately released the Star Club's recruiting information on the internet. Boss Su has a wide network of contacts, and also publicized in some racing groups. The title of the King of Nox and the Magician is really appealing, and soon there were quite a number of people who intended to come to the newly established Star Club to take a look. Yet the next day, when Sun Yan and Zhang Laolai were already sitting in the conference hall preparing for the interview, none of the drivers and coaches who were scheduled to come yesterday came. Boss Su's face was ugly as he called one by one. Hey, Chang, what's wrong with you? Aren't you coming to the Star Club for an interview? Mr. Su, sorry, my brother today difficult labor I have to go to help. I'm really sorry. Hang up. Next time certainly. Brothers in difficult labor? Boss Su looked at the screen of his cell phone, gritted his teeth and pulled the number, then dialed another. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Sorry, Su Yuyang. He called a dozen times in a row, either for a variety of reasons, or the phone was turned off and unavailable, and 3 of the numbers were directly cancelled. To say that there was nothing fishy about it he would never believe. Asterisk. Bunch of. Boss Su grimaced and found a chair to sit on, and said in a deep voice, these people are probably threatened and don't dare to come for fear of affecting their future. If they have the guts to come to your club, they might have something to look forward to in the future. Sun Yan propped his chin with one hand and sighed helplessly. Racing clubs in the previous generation were quite common to poach each other and engage in targeting, and it was not uncommon for big clubs to squeeze the living space of small clubs, and many talented drivers ended up burying themselves in the deliberate snow of the big clubs. Turns out the clubs in this world are pretty much the same. Even the dirty tricks are more excessive than the clubs of the previous life. Then let's expand the publicity a bit. Zhang Laolai frowned and proposed. It's not good enough to take in people on this side of Tianyuan City, but the next few small cities should be fine. It's you, Sun Yan, who might have to wait for a while. Good things come in small packages. I have no problem with that. Sun Yan laughed, but these pigeonholed people will definitely be blackballed by our club in the future. The atmosphere gradually eased. Boss Su was also relieved to see Sun Yan so open-minded. He patted his knees and stood up. In that case, let's not interview today. Let's go to the Tianyuan City exhibition and auction to take a look. Sun Yan shouldn't have been there yet, right? Sun Yan nodded. He was also quite curious about the exhibition auction. Star, on the other hand, was even more excited and came to Sun Yan with both eyes glowing with anticipation. Master, the Durian Maharaja needs to bring Durian guards. Without guards, the Durian Great King is a bare-bones commander. Incomplete, a puppet regime. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched as he reached out and pinched Star's soft and pretty face to the sides, saying without any good humor, where did you learn so many strange theories from? Star blinked and pulled a book out of a drawer. For big words on the book cover, The Conquering King's Biography, by Sleepy Penguin. Sunin. It turns out that Machinima also reads web novels. Stars. Chapter 125, Tianyuan City Exhibition Auction, DXGs +1. He won't be here today. DL01 sighed and stuck the bare rose branch back into the vase. Turning his eyes, the 200 square feet of the hall had been covered with rose petals, and the strong aroma of roses made the TB21 who pushed the door and take 2 steps back in alarm. My God, DL01. You buy roses just to spoil them like that? DL01 pulled out his cell phone and ordered another 999 roses, lifting his eyes to glance at TB21 in a clear and cold manner. Please sweep the floor. You think I'm your babysitter? TB21 glared in exasperation. That said, she honestly took a broom and started cleaning, muttering something under his breath. Ding dong, the cell phone on the table rang, and DL01 picked it up and looked at it. It's a list of the bidders who showed up today. Ugh, she sighed, not holding much hope in her mind. All this time she hadn't cared much about what was going on outside, except for sleeping and teasing her cat and counting roses. Counting roses is one thing she can do all day. DL01 don't look, I've just seen it. That man didn't come. TB21 beamed. On the contrary, that ace from the 300 strong club from last time is here again. I think he won't stop until he gets a shot at you. DL01 scratched his cell phone and said indifferently, then this time I'll just say that I don't like nagging people. TB21 sighed. She truly felt sorry for that ace pilot. It's hard to look at anyone but the 10,000-year-old pile of ice that is the DL01. It wouldn't even be that difficult to look at her challenge. DL01's fingers scratching the screen suddenly paused, his eyes falling to the last row on the list of bidders. Her eyes widened a bit and her breathing slowed involuntarily. Star Club Sunyan, the man. He's coming. There are quite a few people participating in the bidding. Sunyan sat on the bidding seat and looked around at the almost full seats, and couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't in a good position, after all. He wasn't an entrepreneur and the club wasn't famous in the back corner of the bidding table. Can't even see what the machinima looks like or the intro on the big screen here. The good thing is that the show auction will send out a list of the machinima participating in the show auction ahead of time, and it will also have the models and basic descriptions of the machinima. Tianyuan City is the capital city of the province. It's normal for the exhibition and auction to be crowded. Boss Su obviously wasn't here for the first time. Holding Liu Guang's hand with a familiar look, "Want to try the milk tea they have here? The flavor is not bad. It's free. I want to drink." Zhang Laolai was the first to raise his hand. I want to try, too," Ling Feng timidly said. This time Star didn't go along for the ride. She carefully surveyed the list of machinima, mulling over the basic introductions of each one with the seriousness of a king picking out his own personal guards. "Master, there's a top machine girl." Star pointed to the bottom of the list and mouthed, "DL01, from the Imperial Progeny family. Well, it should be a newly created family power on Wisdom Island, and it's also the first machinima of this family. No short boards. Awesome." The site continued down the line. "What is the starting bid? 1020 zeros, 8 zeros? Star's eyes grew demented, and a wisp of white smoke rose from his head. 500 million? Crabman, 500 million would buy 100,000 of her. What kind of machinima is actually that expensive? Forget about this machinima. We can't afford it." Sun Yan looked at the DL01's terrifying starting price and was also straight scared. "Together with the rewards from the Silverstone Advancement Tournament, we only have $5 million at our disposal right now, so it's better to look at those with the right starting price." "Oh, okay." Star forced her eyes away from DL01. The thought crossed my mind how nice it would be to recruit the DL01 as a guard with a durian. 10 o'clock in the morning. The exhibition and auction will officially begin. Welcome all bidders to this exhibition auction. Functional Megan stood on the stage with a sweet smile on her face. Same old rules, peaceful communication during the exhibition auction. Threatening and pulling steps are prohibited. Starting from the first bidder who gives the starting price, all bidders will be given the opportunity to communicate with the target Megain in order to negotiate the final price. Attacking and abusing are prohibited when communicating with the Megain. Those who violate all of the above will be blackballed by the Wisdom Armor Island blackout. There was a round of applause from the bidding table. Sun Yan and Star dully applauded along with them. The functional pilot lady was just about to announce the first pilot lady to go up, but she was stopped by a cool voice calling out from behind the curtain. She turned around and saw that it was DL01. In the spirit of respect for the top-level pilot lady, she only had to pause the auction and respectfully walk up to DL01. "DL01, what can I do for you? Can you move my bidding order up?" DL01 said expressionlessly. Not anymore." The functional machine lady said with difficulty. The order of appearance was ordered before 8, and the list was typed up and sent to the bidders. Some of those at the back can't see you guys, and if the order is messed up, they'll get confused. DL01 pursed his lips. She didn't want to be confused and had to accept that, but immediately asked, "Can my starting price be adjusted?" "This will do. Let's adjust it to $15 million then." "No, just $10 million. DL01 frowned bitterly, as if $10 million would not work. That man just started a club. He's probably spent all his money. Why don't we start at zero? The functional machinima was full of questions. What's the matter with this ant? It's not like there was no one to bid on the whole $500 million starting bid a while back. It's that she simply dragged her feet with all sorts of reasons. And now you're going to start the whole thing at zero? What do you want? Can't wait to be auctioned off? But even that can't be a zero starting bid. This, DL01 zero starting price is not possible. The minimum starting price of the top machine girl is 50 million. The later transaction price you can talk freely, but I have to warn you, the transaction price is your value. There is nothing good about lowering the price one way or another. The inferiority of human beings is like this. The easier you get, the less you will be cherished. You have to think twice. DL01 bowed his head in contemplation for a moment and nodded. Let's set the starting bid at $50 million then. The functional machinima was also quite elated at the news. It's good to get the DL01 out there early. Her value should be on the track, not in a show auction for sale. Just thinking about this, right? DL01 twisted his head and added, "Please activate the Wisdom Island Machine Girl Bidding Ordinance No. 177. With that said, DL01 resumed its place behind the curtain and waited quietly for the last one and 4 other high-performance machinima to make their finale. The functional machinima froze. Initiate Ordinance 177? What did DL01 think? But this is DL01 her own choice, and she can't say anything more. All that could be done was to sigh and rejoin center stage. Bidders, sorry, there was a little hiccup just now. Now let's continue the bidding. And now we have our first machinima, DSC 754. Hee. Thank you brothers for your gifts. They are being added in the order of the great gods certify gift giving. The old book is still being rewritten and delayed. We'll try to write more in this book when it's done. Chapter 126, Imperial Power, SAA+1. As the auction went on, more and more machinima came up. Some auctions succeed and some fail. Really let Sun Yan long knowledge. He is still the first time to see this form of auction, to the starting price bid, but also in the machine lady interview. That is to say, even if you are the highest bid, the machine lady will not necessarily with you, just a little higher probability. The final pricing is not necessarily the auction price. Maybe higher, maybe a little lower. How? Just the main one is user-friendly, with a wide range of choices and freedom for the machinima. Interviews can initially screen a driver's personality by his or her demeanor. Of course there are some particularly well-disguised ones, and there's certainly no way around that kind of thing. After all, the machine lady can't read minds either. A look around. Sun Yan is a no-shoot. It's not that these machinima are not good enough. The main thing is that most of these machinima are speed-type machinima. Even if he wants to choose a second firing machinima, then he definitely can't choose a speed type. He wants other types of machinima for dealing with the special track. Furthermore, these machinima aren't cheap. With a starting price of $3 to $4 million, the price has soared to the sky even before he had a chance to say anything. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Sun Yan always had the feeling that some of the witches would intentionally or unintentionally look at him a few times. Could it be that he's gotten handsome again lately? Ladies and gentlemen bidders, out next is our grand finale. For strong high-performance machine girls, and one top machine girl. I won't introduce who this top machine girl is. You should all be more familiar with her. As the words of the functional machine woman fell, the cylindrical booth rose up, and 5 witches stood under the spotlight, wearing clothes that emphasized their own styles. The kind of witches who wore more cyberpunk and fancy clothes were basically skill witches. The ones who wore vegan or tight-fitting clothes were usually speed types, and most of the collision witches were dressed in sexy, tall figures, revealing their bodies toned as if they were female panther-like muscles. But there is an exception to this. Standing in the very center of the room is the machine lady, model DL01, who stands with her head held high in the spotlight, draped in a military uniform, with a scepter in his hand. His icy eyes looked down on the bidding table. A domineering and majestic aura came over him, and no one dared to look at him. This machine mother, what a strong fury. Sun Yan was secretly staggered. Next to her, Star stared wide-eyed, her small mouth slightly open. The Great General Durian. That's the Durian Great General she wanted. That top-notch pro-guard feeling. The Great Inner Master. Master. I want her. Star twisted her head to look at Sun Yan, once again expressing her desire for the Great General. Ling Feng beamed from the side. Star had only said that she would be appointed as a guard earlier, only to forget about her in the blink of an eye. I want it too. Sun Yan smiled bitterly and spread his hands toward Star. You give me the money and I'll shoot right away. Star pulled out a durian from behind her back and put it on Sun Yan's hand, beaming, hands folded with devotion. This has been my last durian of the day, and it's worth its weight in gold. Her eyes were very serious. It was as if what was placed in Sun Yan's hand was a diamond. Sunin, the 4 explosive performance machinima he had briefly looked at. The attribute scores all total around 550. This shows that Tomodachi Island must have known the exact attributes of these machinima. Even if you don't know the specifics, it's probably clear what these machinima are good at. And while the performance is strong, the price is naturally outrageous, and he can't afford to pay the starting price alone, so he can only look stupid. What makes him feel sad is that some clubs can't even raise the price to $70 or $80 million to eventually get the machinima off the ground. For example, there was a middle-aged brother who was estimated to be 200 pounds. He shot a Model TB-21 machinima to $1 billion, only to get out of the talk room not even 5 seconds into it. When he came back, he sat silently in front of the VIP seat emo, quite far from Sun Yan, but he cried so loudly that he could be heard from so far away. And now we have our final machinima on the stage, DL01 from the Emperor's Landing family. As the words of the functional machine woman fell, all 5 spotlights fell on DL01 and the deck was drawn full. DL01 moved forward to stand in the seat position as well, only his eyes wandering as if looking for something in the bidding seat. Sun Yan glanced at DL01's attributes. Nice guy. Look no further. Drift, 80 points. Acceleration, 75 points. Bend, 80 points. Gas collection, 0 points. Stability, 99 points. Crash resistance, 99 points. Endurance, 99 cents. Special skill, T-Way when there exists a nymph within 50 meters nearby. the nearest nymph will be the target of judgment if the opponent's speed is higher than DL01. Then according to the difference of acceleration attribute, DL01 will get part of the acceleration attribute bonus. If the opponent's speed is lower than DL01, it will not get the bonus, and it will be immune to all the opponent's control and collision, in addition to the target of judgment. When subjected to control, skill or collision, DL0101 will be judged against DL01 anti-collision plus stability opponent, then immune to control. If opponent, the effective control will be doubled. The front drift, acceleration and those attributes are moderate. When he saw the crash resistance, stability and range, Sun Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. 99 crash resistance, never seen it before. With that over 90 crash resistance of the snow peak already able to drive with its head, wouldn't this mysterious DL01 just morph into a roadmaster? Who dares to touch her on the road? And look at her special skills. Sun Yan was speechless and choked, and determined that this DL01 is a roadhog. It doesn't matter if the air collection is 0. People's specials are passive and don't require air collection, but Sun Yan was a top driver after all. Just by looking at DL01's attributes and DL01's skill she already saw her shortcomings. This seemingly bluffing panel and specials are not invincible. Just crush the DL01 at absolute speed. The advantage of DL01, a mech, is that she wins on steadiness, and as long as she's on the track, she has absolute dominance over any mech that's about her speed. But if she's racing with Star, then a single ejector start at the starting point, and he'll be able to take Star and throw the DL01 out of the way. That's not to say the DL01 isn't awesome, though. There really are no absolutely obvious shortcomings for any track, and no matter what the track, she can take care of the driver as a baby. If it's a confrontational track, there's no need to mention that this one can knock other machinima into cuteness. Sun Yan stroked his chin for a while. If you put it in a game, this is probably the most wanted premier jack-of-all-trades character for all players. She will carry players through the newbie phase of getting mauled by wild monsters like a no-nonsense hexagonal babysitter. For such a machinima, did Sun Yan want it? Then of course he wanted to, but after looking at the bank card in his hand, he decided he'd better be careful what he said. DL01 starts at $50 million. Bidding begins. Each increase is no less than $10 million. Functional machinima are loud, but there were others whose voices were louder than hers. In the VIP seat in front, a young man stood up with a face full of excitement. He raised a sign high and shouted, "Me, I bid 500 million. The DL01 has finally dropped its starting bid." Nanchang was on the verge of tears. He had waited for this day. What does DL01's lower starting bid mean? It means she must have been impressed by the sincerity of his relentless pursuit. Well, today is the day to take the DL01. However, the auction table. DL01 glanced at the young man holding up the sign. The corner of his mouth tugged impatiently. TSK. The Southing Emperor's Scales. Chapter 127, Ordinance 177, John Yunju +1. The auction price was instantly raised to 500 million. The expectant gazes on the bidding table instantly extinguished 3/4 of them, leaving 1/4 of them struggling, and the highlight in the eyes of Star and Sun Yan also extinguished. Even though $50 million and $500 million didn't seem to make much difference to them, it's nothing more than going from not being able to afford it to only being able to look at it. By the way, DL01 has activated bidding regulation 177. Bidders who don't have enough money can make an IOU to DL010, the functional machine lady added with a smile. But even then, there weren't many bids. Ordinance 177 allows bidders to make IOUs, but that comes at a price. IOUs do not participate in the liquidated damages regulations. That is to say, as long as the driver and the club make the machine lady feel that it is not possible, she can turn her head and leave. Of course, the IOUs will be null and void, even if the clubs and drivers are recognized. But after all, there is an IOU there, as if a mountain of pressure, no matter what to do, have to look at the face of the machine lady. One could argue that this lack of a default limit would have to be offered up to the machinima, only the club or individual to pay off the IOUs. This time can be normal in witches sign a default agreement. The specific default need to pay penalties to be determined by the two sides of the negotiation. Usually 50% of the transaction price, 100% multiplied by 3. As the bidding continues, bids were made sporadically, and the rate of increase was slow, with $10, 000, 000, and $20, 000, 000 going up. The young bigwigs in the VIP seats are all smiles with their love number plates, ready to strike a fatal blow to all bidders. Just not bad for money. Just then, however, DL01, who was standing in the center of the booth, suddenly turned around and said something to the functional mecha. "Can I go to the bidding seat?" DL01's eyes held some urgency. The functional machine lady was surprised. It was the first time she had seen impatience and anxiety in DL01's eyes. Usually this top machine lady had a languid and indifferent air. What the hell is going on today? The sun came out of the west? You can. But why? you stay out of it. Functional machinima. Well, she didn't care. Let DL01 make a mess. After receiving permission, DL01 walked straight down to the exhibition stand. Those long legs stepped in high heels to a crisp beat on the walkway in the middle of the bidding booth. Everyone can't help but tremble in their hearts when they look at the queen-like imposing machine woman. All machine women are handsome. Almost impossible to find any flaws. Different machine women have different beauty, so it is inevitable that some people will look at machine women with lewd and covetous eyes, but DL01 is different. No one dares to look at her like this. It's as if it's a sin just to entertain the thought of coveting. She walked up to the VIP seat, getting closer and closer to the ace of the top 300 ESW, Extreme Soundwaves, Extreme Sound Wave Club, South City. The light in this ace's eyes grew brighter as well. He's been shooting machinima for almost a month. He squatted the machinist every day, was coming toward him. Her gaze was so cold, like she was looking at a bug, but even that gaze he was willing to accept. Even, could use some more. Shasha. DL01 didn't end up lingering here, however, her gaze moving with the pace, only to land on the VIP seats without a second thought, and then drift lightly past. Tap dash. Sun Yen, who was playing with his cell phone with his head down, realized that there was an additional pair of high heels in his field of vision. Next to him, Star pulled on his arm. Strange noises that only teenage dementia can make came out of his mouth. Mama mamasta. Oh, you quick. Look, what are you looking at? A fairy? Sun Yen looked up in confusion, past the long straight legs and well-made uniforms, and up to the magnificent chest, and continuing up, his eyes met a pair of magnificent red eyes, which were thawing out of their coldness, and replacing it with reproach and helplessness. Isn't this DL01? How did you get in front of it? Sun Yen was dumbfounded, his brain unable to think. Why don't you shoot me? DL01's tone was marked by a clear lack of openness and amusement. Don't have any money. Sun Yen subconsciously replied. You can make an IOU. DL01 took out a special IOU form and spread it on the small table in front of Sun Yen, moving her red lips. Sign. Sun Yen stared blankly at the IOU. The max amount on there is actually infinity? That, and I don't think it's right to overspend. Sun Yen looked up at DL01, beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. Shoot me. DL01 was obviously more anxious. She leaned down to press Sun Yen's existence, her face close, her hands propped up on the table, staring at the man she had been thinking about for almost a month with a death glare. Hurry up. Sun Yen looked helpfully at the star next to him. However, the little cotton jacket star is looking at DL01 full of dementia at the moment, and this expression is like Liu Bei seeing Zhao Zilong, Guan Yu seeing the red rabbit, and Cao Cao seeing Erqiao. Count on not. Sun Yen was silent for a moment, quickly analyzed the pros and cons. He is not a cutie. DL01 took the initiative to find the door must have something to do with his skills, otherwise he didn't know what else he had to attract this kind of top-level machinima. It couldn't be good looks, could it? It's not like machinima look at their faces. Shooting the DL01 would carry a huge debt and there is no default. That means risk. The good thing is that if DL01 has to leave the club, the IOU is automatically voided. Thinking about it that way, it seems signalable, and Star loves the DL01. In the end, this reason became the last straw that crushed the camel. Sun Yen gritted his teeth and signed the IOU. This IOU meant that after that no matter how many people bid he would automatically add $10 million to the highest price until no one bid, and this price was the value of the IOU. After signing, Sun Yen still felt a bit metaphysical. He glanced up at DL01, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but in those icy eyes, he actually saw a trace of a deeply hidden smile. Without a word, DL01 took the note and left, rejoining the booth. The young bigwigs in the VIP seats in front of them were scratching their ears anxiously, but they didn't know what was happening over here. Only the bidders on this side near Sun Yen knew it well. They looked at Sun Yen dumbfounded, and it was difficult to understand why Sun Yen was favored by DL01. Zhang Laolai and Su Yuyang both had a hellish expression on their faces. So what? You guys know each other? Boss Su lowered his voice and asked. Don't know. First time I've seen. Sun Yen put his hands on his knees and sat upright. It's really evil. Zhang Laolai shook his head. Master, you filmed the Durian General? Star hugged Sun Yen's arm full of excitement. Incoherent. I'm really the happiest machinima in the world. Durian Great General? Sun Yen let out a bitter laugh, but pulled back. This one might be a Buddha if he gets into the club. Star clearly hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. There was a chance that she, the Durian Maharaja, might not be able to buy a horse for $1,000, but instead be thrown off the horse, and only he, the Durian Maharaja, would be able to back her up. The auction continues. The final price still stopped at 1. 5 billion, and he automatically raised the bid to 1,500,000,000,000 under Regulation 177, was the last bidder to interview DL01. The face-to-face interviewers ahead of him are all real money big shots. The total number of people is 7. Advance note, Emperor Scale will not bully star. Chapter 128, Second Form, Nodding Momoiki +1. I don't like men. I purposely brought women's clothes today, and I can. TCH, then I don't like sirens either. That. DL01 knocked on the table, interrupting the other man, and pointed at the door. There's the door. Slow down. ESW's A South Side had a heart attack. Why? He looked at DL01 with broken eyes and said with a chopped liver, I chose you righteously. Why won't you give me a chance? Emperor Scale blinked. Because I don't like you. Slap. It was the sound of something breaking. Nanjo knew that the mutual choice between the pilots and the pilots or the clubs could not be forced, even if he did not understand what was wrong with ESW as a top 300 club, even if he did not understand what was not enough for him as an ace. But the fact was, the 3 words don't like it could overrule everything. Okay, I get it. Nanchang sighed dismally and asked blearily, I'd like to see for myself what kind of person could film you. Is that okay? DL01, you can watch it even if you go out. Southtown. Interviews continue. Sorry, don't like women. Sorry, don't like bald ones. Sorry, don't like bamboo poles. Sorry, you have a mole under your left eye. Don't like it. Sorry, your nose hairs are sticking out. Don't like it. The efficiency of DL01 is extremely high, and the people who usually go in are whisked out in less than 10 seconds, and one by one, they go in with a smile and come out with a black face, but they don't dare to say anything, and a buddy is even more broken. That is, the one who bids 1.5 billion. Soon it was Sun Yen's turn. Gulp. Sun Yen gulped. Although the note was given by DL01 the initiative, the heart was inevitably a little nervous. Suddenly there was a sense of his first job interview at the club in his previous life, and the gears of fate have been spinning ever since. Walk into the conference hall. DL01 was sitting behind a table, with no lower half visible. She leaned languidly back in her chair, her dark hair cascading down, and without lifting her head, she said indifferently, I'm sorry, I don't like flat shoes. Get out. Sunin, looking down at his Nike flats, was a little speechless. Then I go? It's the first time I've seen a machinima with that much personality. Offered to give him an IOU and now resents him for wearing flat shoes. What's wrong with flat shoes? Eating your family's rice? Hearing Sun Yen's voice, DL01 hurriedly looked up and saw that the man had already turned around to leave, and stood up violently. Come back. Sun Yen turned back in confusion. However, he saw that this originally imposing machine woman looked a bit embarrassed. Her pretty face flushed and she squirmed for half a second before saying faintly, Sorry, it went by the wayside. I didn't see it was you who came in. After saying that, she took out the hidden tea set from under the table and took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Sun Yen. The interview rooms all had tea, but she had to put it down to save time. But there's no need to rush now. Have a seat. DL01 attitude 180-degree twist. Sun Yen had some difficulty adjusting to sitting across from her. Hello. DL01 kept his head down and seemed a bit formal as well. Both men were silent. Sun Yen was on pins and needles, and it felt like there were 10,000 ants crawling on his body. Feeling that he couldn't just stand still, he took the initiative to pick up the conversation. I'd like to ask a question. What do you think would be the point of attraction for you to me? DL01 froze, staring blankly at Sun Yen. This question was asked by the machinist to the club agent or pilot. Sun Yen did not know this, and Su Yuyang and Zhang Laolai did not teach him what he should say. They haven't even reacted yet. If a pilot or club agent asked that, it would probably get blown out of the water by an annoyed machinist. But if it's this man, DL01 thinks about this very seriously. After a moment, it said faintly, strong performance, steady driving, warm inside, and a second form. Second form? Sun Yen looked at DL01 in a daze. This machinima is still dual-formed? Want to see the second form? DL01 looked around and stood up to carry the solid wood table aside with one hand. That makes the space look almost adequate. See? Sun Yen nodded. He had to understand DL01 in all aspects before he could make the decision to shoot DL01 down. DL01 stood in the very center and entered the unfolding mode, and in a burst of photon flashes, it transformed into a brawny jeep, fully clad in armor. And that menacing look gave Sun Yen a feeling that DL01 could easily run over the other mecha girls. No wonder crash resistance, stability and range are 99, right on the money. After unfolding its first form, DL01 was again surrounded by black photons. With a flurry of change, it went from a brawny jeep to a very handsome streamlined sports car, and her attributes and special skills followed suit. Drift, 70 points. Acceleration, 85 points. Bend, 70 points. Gathering gas, 52 points. Stability, 85 points. Crash resistance, 85 points. Range, 85 points. Special skills, Emperor's Sword, Vorpal Millions. The more mechs in the surrounding 100 meters, the faster the acceleration, 1 point for each mech. Up to 10 points. And when there are more than 2 mechs in the surrounding 50 meters, you will get the Broken Blade effect. Broken Blade, active release to get plus 20% acceleration attribute of the outbreak of acceleration. Anti-collision temporary plus 10 and crash all the mechs along the way. Broken Blade status lasts for 10 seconds, form switching, once a day. Hiss dash. Sun Yan looked at the panel of the DL01 speed form and scratched his head. See also Marigold. The DL01 is a super Marigold. On skill not as good as Purple Power. On extreme speed not as good as Star. On crash resistance. Well, there's no talking about anti-collision. First form anti-collision is unbeatable. Both forms 1 and 2 are solid style jacks of all trades. With the current volume of provincial tracks, the ambush of 1,000,000 bodies is estimated to be fully triggered only at the start, or similar to the Trail of Blades, where all the machines start at the same time can be fully triggered, with harsher conditions. Active special ability, Broken Striker is more interesting. Overtaking God skill, another baby skill. It doesn't matter if you can't overtake. The DL01 Hexagon Nanny takes you over the bump. Well, would speed form look good? DL01 sounded a little nervous. She had heard that many drivers didn't like the shape of the Jeep. Finding that form ugly and bulky, she was afraid that Sun Yan wouldn't like it, and was glad that she was lucky to have a more drawn-out second form. It's quite nice, but I think the first form is more attractive and suits you better. Sun Yan stroked his chin and nodded repeatedly. DL01 lifted its unfolded form, and when he saw Sun Yan say that, he removed the table over. The corners of his mouth rose slightly when his back was turned to Sun Yan, and then he turned around and resumed his ice-cold and indifferent appearance. Let's talk about the closing price. Then, and counted in the IOUs, DL01 said, and the two of them also sat down again. Right now your auction price is 1,500,000,000, and I want to know your bottom line. Sun Yan folded his hands together and looked at DL01 seriously. Considering all the risks, if DL01 accepts him in Club Star and is willing to stay for a long time, and he has to pay back the money on a regular basis, then he can accept a deal price of around $50 million, a price that isn't overly dismissive of DL01, and that he feels he can barely afford to pay back as well. DL01 raised his eyes to look at Sun Yan, and his eyes became sharp. Chapter 129, Final Price, thanks to Class Representative Lau. Price negotiations are like a battlefield. Open swords are good for blocking, but hidden arrows are hard to prevent. It's a psychological war, and the side that wins gets everything they want for a little less value. So at the moment both were serious. Earlier, the functional machine mother said that all human beings have inferiority, and they can't give all of themselves out at once, lest they don't cherish it. DL01 listened to it, so she definitely, well, probably maybe it seems that she won T give it for nothing, and she must see what value she has in this man's heart. It was clear to her, though, that the man had only just opened the club and must not have much money. So, $30 million. $30 million minimum. This is my reserve price. A cold light flashed in DL01's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, the starting price of unusual top-level machinima is $50 million. I'll let you have $20 million. That's the limit I can achieve. Sunin? It's not right. Wasn't this dude auctioned for $1.5 billion? He thought he was going to have to cut down from at least $500 million. As a result, DL01 directly gave him $30 million. What is the meaning of this? DL01 saw Sun Yan look surprised, open his mouth with a confused look. His heart sank. Could it be that the price is too high? What if he turns around and leaves? She tangled for half a day, bit her red lips, slightly inclined her head to wrongly open Sun Yan's line of sight, and said in a small voice, it's really not. $25 million. No, $20 million is also possible. I can also accept. The price has been lowered again. Sun Yan's pupils quake. You, $15 million. I, $10 million. No less. DL01 looked at the man in front of him who had fallen into silence, pinched his ringing fingers together, and said in a resigned manner, how about this? You name a price. I feel it's almost acceptable, and we'll sign the agreement. Sunin. He suddenly felt that even if he said 50, DL01 could sign the contract, but that's not who he is. I don't know why DL01 was so positive about him, but it's impossible to say that it's not a good feeling to be one-dimensionally obsessed with a choice, especially a good top-tier machinima. It's just a great feeling to say that it's not a good feeling in your heart. And while having a blast, Sun Yan was also thinking, what should one do with such a DL01? To be honest, I don't have much money, and I don't want to carry external debt. Sun Yan propped his elbows on the table and folded his hands in front of his mouth. his eyes said quietly, I have just under $5 million in assets, and I still have to keep some of it to choose modules for my debut Mecha Star, buy nutrients, and I have to maintain a club to spend it on. And you're a very good top-ranking mecha, so, $30 million. I've heard that the starting price for a top-tier machinima is $50 million, and if the machinima is particularly happy with the pilot, that price is usually cut in half, so I'll take it as a given that you're particularly happy with me when you choose me, and the $30 million will be settled in the form of an IOU. When the bid price is settled by an IOU under Ordinance 177, if the pilot is not satisfied with the driver and the club, she can leave at any time without having to pay a penalty. If the note is paid off, you can renegotiate the default. If a machinist has been with the club for some time, competed in a number of competitions, and the note has been partially repaid, then the machinist shall be required to refund half of the arrears that have been paid if she chooses to leave. Sun Yan thinks that the IOU is an empty glove, but this situation is now considered fair to both him and DL01. DL01 can go at any time. He has the certainty that DL01 will stay, then slowly pay back the IOUs did not trivialize DL01, and there is also a point that it is not easy to be said anything about this price to talk about DL01. Just look at all those pale-faced guys out there. If DL01 is given for nothing, he doubts that walking at night will be put in a sack and violently beaten and sunk in the river. DL01 looked across the room at the man, his eyes streaming. Suddenly she felt like she hadn't waited so long in the glass wall for nothing. The man is truly exceptional, both in skill and in his character. If another person was here, looking at her attitude, they would probably kill the price so low that they would hate to take her away for nothing. But Sun Yan was different. A machinima that walks away from an auction has a corresponding value, and since they are going through this channel to take her away, the price is in a sense a form of respect and recognition. Assets of just under $5 million for Sunin have tried to give her the utmost respect. Perhaps the human inferiority in the mouth of the functional machine girl was universal, but she believed that Sun Yan would lead her to the glory that belonged to her on the track, and she would lead Sun Yan towards the pinnacle of racing, the world class. Signed the contract. DL01 took a deep breath and pulled the form out of the drawer. First, he finished filling out his own on it, and then handed it to Sun Yan. Sun Yan briefly looked at the contents on the form, mainly the terms of the rights between the airwoman, the pilot and the club, the transaction price of DL01, 30 million whole, and how the transaction price should be repaid when it is in the form of an IOU. The repayment date is, well, arbitrary. DL01 wrote it himself. The words are beautiful, silver hooked with a touch of murder. There was nothing more to say, and Sun Yan signed the contract. Starting today he's a multi-millionaire negative, which is kind of exciting to think about. He smiled to himself. Master, please give me a name. For the first time, DL01 had a clear smile on his face. Though still cool, the pleasure of her mood could be clearly felt. Name? As a naming scrap. Naming has always been a pain for Sunin. He looked the DL01 up and down, his eyes inevitably landing on that horrible upper circumference. Why don't you just go by Dare? He smacked his lips. The mingle is really big. It was even more imposing than the antagonistic machinima named Warhammer that she had encountered during her first training match. The smile on DL01's face faded. Sun Yan's back was cold, looking at the pair of icy eyes straight cold sweat, scratching his head and dryly laughed. Ahahaha, this name is not very good. Or DL01, what do you think is better to call? DL01 gave Saunian naming rights out of respect for the master, but Saunian's naming ability gave her a whole broken defense, so she decided to take that power back anyway. After a short period of reflection, she looked up at Sun Yan, her eyes sharp and solemn. Then in the future, I will be called Emperor Scales. Well, Emperor's Scales, indestructible, and I hope that in the future on the track, I can be the firm shield in your hands and you together with the thorns and thistles. Emperor Scales? Pretty good. Sun Yan smiled sarcastically and nodded. The name is very apt to the performance and even the special skills of the Emperor's Scale. So we're leaving now? No, Master, let's go back to the bidding table and wait. There's another bidding session coming up. Ha, aren't you the last one? Sun Yan froze. The machine girls that weren't auctioned off before. There's still a chance to gather bids at the end of the auction. And there's a machine girl called TB21 among them. You can auction her off. Emperor Scale said indifferently, this child has been with me for quite a long time. I don't feel at ease being auctioned off by someone else. When negotiating the price, you can bring me along. Chapter 130, You've Caught My King's Attention, Mushang Chunhui +1. Sun Yan followed behind Emperor Scale out of the conference hall with a puzzled mood. Mainly puzzled as to why T-Scale even suggested he shoot one and had her negotiate the price. But after thinking about it, it already owes $30 million. And it doesn't hurt to have a lot of debt and a lot of lice to bite. Then stay on and see what happens. Walking out of the conference hall, a hooting and hollering crowd gathered around. Because Sun Yan was the longest survivor in the conference hall by a good 15 minutes, Something different than them must have happened in those 15 minutes. At least it wasn't a sorry don't like it outing by DL01. DL01, do you have a deal? Functional Machinima came forward at the first opportunity. She is the most concerned about whether DL01 can be sold. Hurry to send this big Buddha away, and she can still be relieved when she auctions. Well, it's a deal. Emperor Scale nodded indifferently and took the initiative to let out Sun Yan behind him, announcing to the surrounding bidders, "From now on, he is my master." Damn it! Why? ESW's ace driver Nancheng came up to Sun Yan with a face full of grimace and gestured at Sun Yan's face for a while. He's got one nose, two eyes and a mouth too, and so do I. What's so much better about him than me? To talk about money, he is the major shareholder of ESW Club. To talk about talent, he got this ace completely by his own efforts. The only drawback is that he failed to awaken the Wisdom Armorer. But as long as he works hard, the back of the national level advancement track and the national level track, as long as he enters the top 10, will still get the chance to awaken. He believed that if he disliked the number of awakenings, he would definitely be able to become an intelligent armorer. And the most demanding thing about the national level progression track for the Machinima is the range. The DL01's performance is simply built for the national level track. As a result, now, it's cheap for this poofy kid? He looked at Sun Yan for a while and realized that Sun Yan didn't seem too ordinary. Hey, no, you're the who? He inclined his head and thought for a moment. Yes, King of Nox, the magician. It's actually you. Nancheng stared wide-eyed and suddenly gripped Sun Yan's hand, saying excitedly, "Idol, give me an autograph." Sun Yan and Emperor Scale, rather forgetting that pilots and machinists are like stars in this world. I really didn't expect such a rich ace rider to be a groupie. Nancheng took the paper and pen from the bodyguard and said excitedly, "Idol, I've seen all of your match videos, especially the Greenfield advancement match, the cliff leap. OMG mama. Watch it once and I'll go to the head once. It's really godly. My family's 12 Machinima all love you." He gave Sun Yan a thumbs up. Blearily, "Just sign 13 for me. The ones in my house will fight if they don't level the water in one bowl." Sun Yan silently took the paper and pen and began to sign, living like a machine. After signing, Nancheng joyfully put away the paper and pen and looked at Emperor Scales with a hint of regret in his eyes. "Idol, I wanted to ask, what was your deal with DL01? $30 million. Sun Yan replied, "There's nothing to hide on this one. The sale price of the Machinima will eventually be announced. $30 million. It seems that DL01 does love you. I'm convinced." Nancheng regretfully lowered his head, sighed, and suddenly raised his head again, his eyes already full of tears. "Idol, you must be good to DL01. I really squatted her for a long time. And if she was photographed by someone else, I'd definitely look for someone to sink that person into the river. But you, I think you're worthy of it." Sun Yan smiled sarcastically. He said he was really thankful for not killing him. "Today, I missed the DL01, such as the fish lost the spring water, the birds lost the blue sky, and the flowers lost the sunshine. I can only go to other exhibition auctions and buy 2 more top-quality Machinima to soothe my wounded heart." Nancheng looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, his sad eyes closed, and a clear tear slid down the corner of his eye. "I also wonder if the 12 top machine ladies at home will tear me alive." Cluck! A sound of gnashing of teeth rang out around them. Sun Yan also clenched his fists. "What the? Speak human? It's great to have money. I thought it was a clown king who was begging for a job, but it turns out that people actually win at life. Damn it!" Sun Yan and Emperor Scale returned to the bidding table. To his some surprise, there weren't many unkind glances around him, especially those plutocrats and club agents who had bid on the imperial scales. Even though the Emperor Scale being slapped away made them regret it, none of them showed hatred towards him. When Sun Yan sat back in his chair, he pretty much figured it out. Top-tier Machinima is indeed rare, but Jichi Island will also keep giving birth to a wide variety of Machinima. Even if the Emperor Scale is auctioned off, it won't hurt. They still have more choices in the future, so naturally there's no need to fight over a single bidding session. "Wow, Master, I can't believe you actually filmed the Durian General." Star was full of surprise as she came up to Sun Yan and Emperor Scale, her pretty face flushed and her shining eyes glancing at Emperor Scale. "Hello, I'm Master's debut Machinima, nicknamed the world's cutest king of crash resistance Durian Dahlia. Since I'm with Master, we'll be family from now on. I'll make you the Durian General." Star took it upon himself to pull out a Durian helmet. "Great General Durian, accept the coronation." She was full of solemn hands holding up the Durian helmet with a serious look, but unfortunately she was a little too short. Emperor Scales wearing high heels has been almost 1.9 meters. She raised her hands, padded feet are a little bit barely reach not too much to the head of Emperor Scales. Emperor Scales silently looked at Star, his gaze clear and cold. The eyes moved back and forth between Star's pretty face and the Durasteel helmet. The atmosphere became a bit eerie and silent. Flowing Light and Lingfeng covered their eyes in shock, while Boss Su and Zhang Laolai held their breath. In everyone's opinion, Emperor Scales, this kind of imposing and majestic machine mother, certainly can't allow this kind of childish jokes. The character must be the kind of particularly serious, rigid, high cold, can say less certainly not say more, can do it certainly not speak of the ruthless character. Silence, the calm before the storm. Saunian was sweating profusely, just when he thought Emperor Scale was going to be angry at Star. The corners of Emperor Scale's mouth quirked up as his hands picked up the Durasteel helmet in Star's hand. Then to Star's confused eyes, she put the Durasteel helmet back on Star's head. I'll make you Prince Durian. Emperor Scale lifted his chin and said lazily, "You're welcome, stand down." With those words she chose the seat to Sun Yan's left and sat down, crossing her legs, not angry at all. But in a sense, it's also seemed to hold back the coronation of the stars. Hiss dash. Sun Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. The sword and sword shadow just now was exceptionally intimidating. Star reacted by taking off the Durasteel helmet from her head and looked at Emperor Scales, who was acting like nothing was wrong, with an exasperated beak. Clearly she was the one who crowned the Emperor's scale. How come the Emperor's scales crowned her instead? Usurped by the rebels. Damn it. She didn't dwell on it though. After all, it would be rude to continue, since the other party is a rebel king. Get ready to be sanctioned by the Durian king. Thinking darkly, Star sat back on Sun Yan's right side and hugged Sun Yan's arm, instantly reverting to being a good boy. In the back of his mind, he was pondering, Emperor Scale would definitely not recognize her big sister status, so later on, she would let Emperor Scale know on the track that she, the Durian Great King, was the strongest and had an irreplaceable position as the premier machinistress of Masta. When Emperor Scale found out this fact, he would take the initiative to come to her to ask for a coronation ceremony. At that time, she would stand before the throne, in the light, with the sword of kingship in her hand, tapping the Emperor's Scales on the shoulder. Emperor Scale knelt down on one knee, his face full of devotion. Durian Great King, I willingly become your personal knight. Please forgive me for my previous ignorance. As if thinking of a future coronation scene, a sinister and dejected intertwined smile surfaced on Star's pretty face as she glanced at the indifferent Emperor Scales and muttered, "Jia jia jia. Woman, you have successfully caught the attention of this king. I've been trying to write more today after seeing so many of my brothers about to start school. Brain is going to burn out and I won't have any more after 12 tonight, so I'll write during the day tomorrow." Chapter 131, For Nothing. Just as Star was in a moment of fantasy. From time to time, as he flashed a sly old grin at Emperor Scale, the auction continued. All of the previously unsuccessful bidders were once again put on the floor as a group, and the bidders on the bidding table were free to bid according to the starting price. The purpose of doing so was to increase the probability of the machine girl being auctioned off, and some of the Zaibatsuan club's most favored machine girl might have already been auctioned off by their rivals, and so they still had the chance to choose a second favored target. The machinima that still hasn't been auctioned off this time will have to wait for the next round of exhibition auctions, but generally the machinima will choose their home within 3 rounds of exhibition auctions. The ones that have been waiting like the Emperor Scale and TB21 are very few. On the exhibition table, TB21 looked left and right and did not see DL01, and his heart panicked until his eyes met with a cool gaze from the bidding seat. The cold, unfeeling woman was lazily leaning back in her seat with her legs crossed, a pair of rose-colored eyes filled with carelessness. Even from a distance, TB21 could feel that Emperor Scales was just looking at her. Blanche, when did Big Sister shoot out? Where's the promise to be each other's angels? TB21 panicked as if her own mistress had already gotten married, and as a result, she, the dowry, was still in the same place, so she hurriedly pulled the functional machine girl aside to interrogate her before the bidding started. What happened? DL01 just shot out? Right. The functional machinima nodded. How did it shoot away? Bidding Regulation 177 was activated, and the bidder is the owner of the Star Club Sun Yan, with a $30 million IOU. Why do you ask? The functional machine lady looked at TB21 in confusion. How? Does this machinima want to start the 177th bidding ordinance as well? An IOU? That tough? TB21 stared wide-eyed. She bit her lip and hesitated slightly, wavering from side to side between money and the future, before finally clasping her hands together and pleading with the functional mechanical lady. Activate Bidding Regulation 177 for me as well. You want to start it up too? The functional machinima froze. What's going on today? Why is every single one of them trying to start this cold ordinance? That anxious to shoot yourself out? She was puzzled, but didn't say anything. These are the choices of the machine lady herself, who is only responsible for managing the auction house. So she immediately announced to the guests on the bidding table about TB21 starting the Bidding Regulation 177. TB21 attributes were not bad, and after starting the Regulation 177, the bidding scene became even hotter. But little did anyone know that TB21 was headed for the Imperial Scale. Sun Yan casually offered a price according to Emperor Scale's request. He was still a bit slow, the 12th to interview with TB21, and when it was his turn, he took the Imperial Scale in with him. Whoa, big sister, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Woo woo. The moment he saw Emperor Scales, TB21's eyes soared with tears of excitement, and a vicious dog pounce was about to rush up. She was also a tall, imperious type, at 5'7", but it's still almost as interesting as the Emperor's scale. Emperor Scale only reached out, 2 fingers stuck precisely on TB21's forehead, making it hard to move an inch. His arm swinging into a windmill was useless. Emperor Scale, sit. Good. TB21 instantly flashed back to his seat and sat obediently. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth twitched and sat down across from TB21. He kind of knew why Emperor Scale wanted him to shoot this machinima. Obviously the two knew each other. I just wonder how much he is going to owe here at TB21. You're the master of DL01? TB21 lifted his chin and looked Sun Yan up and down. Magician? King of Nox? Doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms either? It's amazing that it can make big sister so favored. Sun Yan silently looked at a 2-armed TB21 without opening his mouth. The Emperor Scale next to him had cold eyes, and TB21 just looked at it and immediately closed his mouth. She piled a curt smile on her face and changed the subject. So what? We can start talking about the price now. Nodding his head, Sun Yan asked bluntly, what do you think is the point of your attraction to our club? TB21? The smile on his face froze. Emperor Scale. The panels of the TB21 have been looked at by Sanin, and they are really nice, as expected of a high-performance machinist. Drift, 79 points. Acceleration, 84 points. Bend, 82 points. Gathering gas, 77 points. Stability, 76 points. Crash resistance, 70 points. Range, 81 points. Marvelous machinima. Okay in every way. Moderately fast, just a little less distinctive. It would be in keeping with the tone of the Star Club for such a machinima to be recruited to the club. Now Sun Yan's mindset had changed. He wasn't going to just make up the numbers. With Emperor Scales as a strong reinforcement joining him, as well as Star and Purple Lightning as a reserve, he was going to make Star Club bigger and stronger, and create another glory. TB21 looked at the face of the Emperor Scale, and said that it is worthy of being the man chosen by the Emperor Scale. This height is not the same. Come up and directly reverse the Big Dipper. But unfortunately, the Emperor Scale is an expressionless look, holding his hands and standing there, seemingly indifferent, but it is as if a gate knife is hanging over his head. What's that? I think my performance is good. The key is down to earth and capable, hard-working, and the tasks set by the boss will definitely be completed seriously. TB21 smiled dryly, almost biting back the words. He thought to himself that he must ruthlessly slaughter Sun Yan later. Well, our Star Club has just been established and we do need handymen. Sun Yan stroked his chin and nodded. The TB21 on the other side of the room, however, was green in the face. A handyman? Ha, she's a multi-million-dollar high-performance machinist, and she's allowed to mop up? However, until you find a suitable pilot, I will teach you the techniques. You can participate in those training races and whatnot in the name of the club, and the regular races seem to be okay to apply for unmanned driving in advance, right? Sun Yan asked the Emperor Scale next to him. Emperor Scale nodded. Yes, the general situation in regular competitions is that the mechanic's wife and the pilot must participate together. However, if a machinist has a club but no assigned pilot, she can also apply for unmanned. It's just that it's very rare, as it's generally accepted that a kitsune is weaker without a pilot, due to the fact that a lot of kitsune are just new when they're first tapped, but the pilot may have already run a lot of tracks with other kitsune, and has more track experience than a new kitsune who doesn't know anything about the track. Then there's the special group of wise armors. The effect of their skills on the increase of machinima and the match is horrible. However, in Sun Yan's opinion, leaving aside the special group of intelligent armors, you can have a regular pilot or not, as long as the mechanic's wife learns her skills from him properly. Of course the TB21 could be assigned to the TB21 later if the right talented pilot could be met. Sometimes tracks are complex and inevitably encounter difficult dilemmas, and it's always better to have 2 people working together to figure things out than one, like Star and him. Star mainly had the effect of stimulating his brain to soar with his ass. You're not going to indenture me? TB21's eyes widened, and there was even an anger brewing in his eyes. It's too much, even if you do odd jobs. You don't even deed? Not going to. Sun Yan said solemnly, you're a speed-type machine girl with very good performance, but there's no room for you to play under me. The competition resources are limited. I can only take Star with me in the speed-type competition, and I don't have the energy to train another speed-type second-issue machine girl right now. Though saying so might make TB21 reject it, he felt it was just something to say. Wouldn't it be a tease if Lingmu recruited TB21 in 2 ways and then ended up not contracting with them? TB21 beamed. If anyone else had been here she would have howled and kicked the man out. But this person in front of her is Emperor Scale's driver, and she wants to follow Emperor Scale. Then you'll have to teach me the skills seriously, and promptly assign talented drivers to me when you come across them in the future. TB21 hesitated and eventually compromised. Think of it as being tapped by a club to be a backup machinist, which is kind of normal for this sort of thing. Besides, isn't it still possible to learn skills from Sounian? It's unmanned until there's a driver, but as it is, the price can't be cheap. A cold light flashed in TB21's eyes as he spoke. For the price, big sister, 30 million. I don't want much, just 10 million. Sun Yan thought to himself that $10 million to auction this machine lady with such good performance was completely cost-effective. Just about to nod yes. The imperial scale next to him then coughed. TB21 shivered and hurriedly changed his words. I think $10 million is a bit lacking in sincerity. How about 5 million? Sunin? Emperor scale. Cough this. Like $5 million isn't much sincerity. TB21 was on the verge of crying. His fingers tangled in his chest as he said in self-loathing, I can do without the money. TB21 feels like if we don't get the contract finalized, dire scales would most likely make her pay money backwards. TB21, Chapter 132, I'm inside, she's outside. When he walked out of the conference hall, Sun Yan's spirit was still in a bit of a trance. Families who understand. Eyes closed and open. A machinima for nothing. And he really didn't return any price at all. It's this machinima herself who had to give it away for nothing. He even felt a little dreamy when he got the contract. The bidders waiting outside the conference hall just felt even more dreamy. Why this kid again? TB21 was also taken by him. For how much? What did it cost? And what didn't it cost? What the? $30 million to auction off a top-of-the-line machinima, or an IOU. Purchase a high-performance machinima for $0. And you don't even need a note. Is his family owned by Juwajima? When he photographed the Emperor scale, Sun Yan did not feel the cannibalistic gaze around him. And now that he photographed TB21 he completely felt the malicious eyes, as if he was going to rush up to pick his skin in the next second. He hurriedly dodged behind Emperor scale. The sense of security was instantaneous. TB21, the functional machine lady asked, pulling TB21's hand to the side with an anxious face. Why did you shoot yourself out without a dime? You nod or blink if you're threatened? Behind him, a cold line of sight swept over. TB21 immediately stood at attention with his head up, eyes as wide as brass bells. He shook his head viciously. I ended up in this situation of my own free will, and it has nothing to do with anyone. The functional machinima was full of questions. It always felt like TB21 was being threatened, but TB21 was being generous. Ugh, this class of machinima is so hard to understand. The functional machine lady shook her head, and could only watch as the TB21 hung its head and followed Sun Yan and Emperor scale away. From now on you'll be called Dolphin Panther. Sun Yan used his cell phone dictionary to casually shake out 2 words, and he was so angry that the TB21 next to him rolled his eyes. But she is a high-performance machine girl who will be sought after by drivers and clubs everywhere. But here in Sun Yan, she is humiliated. Name a dictionary? What do you mean? So perfunctory? Only Emperor Scale knew that Sun Yan going through the dictionary to take the name was also always much better than in taking it directly. After all, no matter how random the dictionary was, it would be hard to randomize the 2 words Big Thunder. Dolphin Panther. Not bad. She nodded. Good. Thank you, boss. From today onwards I will be called Dolphin Leopard. Your level of naming is really high. At a glance it is knowledgeable. The Dolphin Leopard is smiling with joy. It doesn't matter if Sun Yan is perfunctory or not, as long as Emperor Scale thinks it sounds good. Call her Taba. Back to the bidding seat. Hearing that Dolphin Leopard the machine lady didn't spend a penny, Boss Su and Zhang Laolai both showed a look of hell. Sun Yan, tell me honestly, do you have any identity background? Zhang Laolai said in a godly manner. If you want to have any hidden background to say it earlier, I will definitely saddle up to you in the future and be careful with my words. Elder brother Su, you're the first one to make a $0 purchase at the exhibition auction. Su Yuyang gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Emperor Scale, Dolphin Leopard, Star plus Zhang Laolai's Lingfeng. There will be a total of 4 mechanical maidens. There are still more than 4 months to go before Panlong Mountain. The indicator of the mechanical maidens is just 1 short of the target. It can be accomplished casually. Oh, I didn't expect it to go that well either. Sun Yan smiled blandly, deep in his heart. Star came up to the Dolphin Panther with his hands behind his back and looked it up and down. This machinima is also big and tall, but it felt like no threat to her throne, not as oppressive as the Emperor's scales, and perfectly suited to serve as her band of durian guards, and it was inevitable that she would want to completely suppress the rebels and fill out her own men. Thus, she pulled out a brand new Durasteel helmet. Brave Dolphin Panther yo, prepare to be crowned by the Durian King. When you put on the helmet you are no longer an ordinary machinima, and you are no longer allowed to touch half of any fruit other than durian, or else you will be turning your back on the teachings of the Durian King. So, before you become my durian retainer, what else do you want to say? The Dolphin Panther looked at the serious-looking Star with a dumbfounded expression. Although she didn't understand a few of Star's meanings, she could probably sense that Star was swearing her status as the premier machinima of Sun Yen, and if she was crowned successfully, she would become Star's little brother. Outrageous. We're all high-performance machine nymphs. It's fine that Emperor Scale treats her like a little brother, but what gives Star the right to do that? She crossed her arms and looked at Star with her chin and said angrily, "Ha, don't think that just because you're the boss's premier machinima, you're Emperor Scale. Cough you'll just. Dolphin Leopard's momentum was gone all of a sudden. She just half a day, took a deep breath, closed her eyes and brewed for a while, then took the initiative to lower her head and leaned into the durian helmet, and muffled her voice, "From today onwards I'm your durian guard. Long live the king, long live the king." Ho ho ho. Star stroked the dolphin panther's head. His heart was cool, so good. "Don't worry, this durian king will cover you. If you get bullied in the club in the future, report my name." "So, what about outside the club?" The dolphin panther looked blearily at Star, who had his arms crossed and was full of godliness. "Outside the club?" Star froze, her eyes rolled and she said, "Outside the club being bullied is of course reporting the name of Emperor Scale. I'm the durian king, she's the durian rebel king. I'm internal, she's external. Sunin, is it necessary to confiscate the novels that Star is reading? It always feels like it's going to go on like this. The Star Club will become the Great Durian Empire." The exhibition and auction ended with a full house for Sun Yen, and the news that he had captured the Emperor Scales and the Dolphin Leopard for only $30 million was also published by a reporter in the newspaper, with the headline, "Shocked, Magician's Magical Means. Top-level machinima willing to take a big dive to lower the price? High-performance price reduction directly upside down?" That night the story went viral on all the major racing forums and community groups. Sheen, early in the beginning of the month, who had just returned from shopping, was in a beautiful mood. Walking into the living room he saw Gale and Viper sitting in front of the TV. It is reported that the King of Nox and the magician known as the driver Sun Yen only spent $30 million in the form of IOUs to shoot the top machine lady DL01, and did not spend a penny to shoot the machine lady TB21. Two powerful machine ladies' accession to the Star Club's rise trend is unstoppable. The following let's listen to the bricklayers is how to look at this matter. DL01, TB21? Frowned early Chin. Why do these two machinima models sound a bit familiar? Soon she remembered. Weren't these the two machine girls she had interviewed at the exhibition auction before? It could be said that they were her two favorite and most preferred machinima. DL01 is noble and powerful, and has even more special skills. The TB21 has balanced attributes and can handle many types of tracks depending on the module it is equipped with, making it very hassle-free. She was willing to pay a lot of money or even increase the price to get either of these two witches, only to be invited out of the interview without a second thought. Now what? $30 million, with an IOU. Buy one, get one free? These three words crashed back and forth in Chin Erly's mind, making her brain spin. The new bag I just bought fell to the ground with a snap. She was shaking and her face was red. Taking several deep breaths in a row couldn't calm it down. Suddenly rushing to the TV in 3 steps, he kicked it over. Su, Nyen dash, Ao head dash. Looking at the front of the television set, the cloaked and shaped like an evil ghost, Chin Zhuanqiu, weak and helpless, Gale and Viper could only cuddle together, cowering on the couch and shivering. Next chapter, Star Club debut match loading. Chapter 133, Dividing the River and Mountain, 2-1, thanks to snowy sky, falling leaves and Ming Jianzuan. Shoot the two witches even. Early in the month, Sheen continued to learn more. When he realized that Sun Yen actually even had a club, his breath almost didn't slow down, angry and smashed the things in the house again, until Wang Ritian came back to stop. Looking at a broken living room, Wang Ritian held his forehead inside. Even if he was good-tempered, he couldn't help but feel a little bored in his heart. In the past, Sheen early in the month was grumpy and crazy, but once a month for half a month, he could still accept it. But now, who can stand it when you go crazy every 3 days? But after all, it's a fiancé. Wang Ritian silently recited fiancé Saigao 3 times and squeezed a smile on his face. Luna, what's wrong? Who made you angry again? Early Chin lifted his red eyes. His voice trembled and said, Sun Yen set up a club. The Rolling Stones club transferred directly to take a shell for nothing. He also went to the DL01 and TB21 shot down. Only spent $30 million, but also a special code to play the IOU. The more he spoke, the more angry he became, almost storming off again. Wang Ritian hurriedly stabilized Chin early, and was also surprised in his heart. Is this Sun Yen so tactful? His giant prime technology and Crown Club are targeting Sun Yen, so that Sun Yen cannot recruit people and cannot open the club. But the result is that people still open up. As for the $30 million to shoot the 2 machine women, but also to play the note, this is really nothing to say. This is a matter of personal charm. Otherwise, why did Chin go to talk at the beginning of the month? And DL01 and TB21 just love it. So Neen went to talk about it and they lowered the price to allow IOUs and buy one get one free? The words were this, and the reasoning was also this, but they couldn't be given to early Chin like this. Wang Ritian pondered for a while and pacified. Now that Star Club is short of people and coaches, I'll send my people over to Star Club to make trouble, send out flyers, and draw people towards us or other clubs, and the neighboring cities won't be spared either, to stop anyone applying for a job at Star Club, and to give them a better deal. Is that alright? Early Chin thought for a while and nodded. That's as far as it goes. You can't just go and smash up someone's store? Even if the black and white were all over the place, and the Human Federation officials turned a blind eye to it, the Wisdom Islands still had a joint law enforcement team. Those functional machinima don't eat bribes. They'll get you if they dare to commit a crime. Then it's settled. Wang Ritian looked around, as well as the two witches shrinking in the corner, and sighed helplessly. Don't live in this house. I'll immediately ask my assistant to order a new villa for you, and go over together later. Aha! Chinya's mood finally got a little better and she hugged Wang Hao and barfed. Gale and Viper were also slightly relieved. Has the master ever been like this before? Looking at Wang Hao and early Chinya, who had already gone into the bedroom to brew the sauce, Viper paled, his heart palpitating. Pretty much. Gale leaned against the wall and beamed. It's just that I've been irritated a little too often by that driver called Sun Yen during this period of time. Before, I would at most go a little crazy after drinking or losing a match. Anyway, since you're with her, you have to put up with her temper while enjoying the club's top-notch resources. I thought she said she had a good temper. Viper's pupils shook. Ha! Gale gave a dry laugh. What's wrong with being grumpy when you're grumpy? Viper. It hasn't been long since I joined the beginning of the month of Chin. Already she felt like her future was a darkness she couldn't see. Crown Club. Yang Tian smashed his cell phone on the coffee table, his face turning blue with anger. But Salian was able to get the club off the ground, a situation he had expected, so it wasn't too out of character at the moment. Good thing too. Individuals have their own way of playing, and clubs have their own way of playing. So let's squeeze your existence. How do the big clubs target the small clubs? Apart from crushing them head-on during matches, it's all about poaching. Poaching resources, poaching the small clubs of their machinists and pilots, poaching their sponsors and funding chains as well, or even buying them out so that the small clubs can't survive at all. Of course he can't accomplish this kind of suppression by himself alone. It is important to contact the gold masters behind the Crown Club. ANSI Insurance. Star Club. Originally, the club was just Star and Lingfeng, and there were fewer people, and they didn't plan on coming over to stay. Now that Emperor Scale and Dolphin Leopard are here, it's only logical that they can't trouble Boss Su anymore. So Sun Yen moved all his few belongings to the Star Club. A smell of gunpowder was spreading in the fourth floor accommodation area. The source is how the rooms are actually allocated. The attackers were the Imperial Scales and the Dolphin Panthers. We're new here, and frankly, we're juniors. Shouldn't the seniors let us choose our rooms first? Dolphin Panther played the generation card, and the words smelled like tea, so you could tell it was a workout. Lingfeng was conscious that he was on the same front as Star and could not weaken his momentum, so he forced himself to play it cool and said weakly, according to you, it would be more appropriate for the juniors to respect the seniors. Soldier to soldier, general to general. Star and Emperor Scale stared at each other, sparks flying in their eyes. The two men, one tall and one short, were both silent, yet it seemed as if they had already exchanged blows countless times. Dolphin Panther, huh? This term seniors are so petty. Lingfeng, you newcomers are so rude. Dolphin Panther, me and Big Sister are still $30 million in IOUs buy one get one free, saving the boss so much money. Lingfeng, I don't want money. Star only wants $5,000. Star, Emperor Scale, solidly in the old Ling. Star covered her chest for a moment to slow down, then suddenly sighed in relief. She looked at the silent Emperor Scales with a heh smile and pulled Lingfeng's hand away, saying indifferently, just let them choose their rooms first, it doesn't matter. Why? Lingfeng said eagerly, if we let them choose first, won't the big room be gone? The corner of Star's mouth hooked up, full of dejection. Lingfeng, Lingfeng, let me ask you, is Masta's room bigger, or is Machine Lady's room bigger? Lingfeng froze. Sun Yen and Zhang Laolai's room was the largest and had already been determined. The rest was for them to choose. It seems you already have the answer in mind. Star looked out the window and opened her arms as if embracing her own jungle, shaking her head. So yeah, there's no need for us to pick a room at all. We'll just stay with Masta, sleep in their beds, watch their TVs, eat their snacks, and enjoy their undivided attention. And that's the special treatment we seniors have. How will the newcomers ever understand how to cement the bond with Masta? Star's voice was loud, and it was intentionally said for Emperor Scale and Dolphin Leopard to hear. Lingfeng reddened at the words and said in embarrassment, Xing Chen, this isn't very good. Men and women aren't related. Small pattern. Lingfeng. Star shook her head, patted Ling Fang's shoulder, and said in an old-fashioned manner, "We're witches, and Masta is a human. The difference between us and Masta is like the difference between a doctor and a cadaver on the operating table. Even if we stood naked before Masta, they wouldn't be interested in us. So Ling Feng, open up the pattern, and you'll realize the world is different because of it." With words like that, Ling Feng felt that it was still somewhat reasonable, so he nodded and gathered his courage and clenched his fists. "Wow, I know. I'm going to Master's room today." Star carried his hands behind his back and smiled faintly, deep in his heart. "Hey, you guys have gone too far. What the hell is living with a master?" Dolphin Panther was enraged. Emperor Scale was quiet, looking at Star's back thoughtfully. "Big sister, forget it, let's pick the room and let them go live with the master." "No shame." "Humph," Dolphin Panther said sourly with a sour mouth. "The main thing is that Sun Yen and Zhang Lalai's rooms are really big, especially Sun Yen's boss room. There's a super large floor-to-ceiling window. At night looking out of the window, lighting a candle, drinking a little wine or something, it's just perfect. I think it's quite reasonable." Emperor Scale suddenly spoke up. The Dolphin Panther's eyes widened and his pupils quaked. "Big sister, you. T-Scales glanced at the Dolphin Panther and picked a room with pink interiors to enter, then sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out my phone to find a doll store and pulled the bottom from top to bottom and ordered all the piggy dolls in there. Although Emperor Scale didn't say anything, it had been expressed clearly that she had chosen her room. Dolphin Paw froze, looking confused at the room full of cute girly pink style. Only half a day later did she come back to her senses, her face pale with a horrified laugh. "Ah. Then I'll live across from Big Sister." Dolphin Panther. A cool voice came from the inner room. "Ha, what's wrong, Big Sister?" "Cat. Sphinx." Sphinx was an American short cat picked up by Dire Scale, blind in one eye and therefore abandoned. The cat helped Dire Scale and her kill a lot of the boring waiting time. What did Dire Scales mean? Bring back that cat? Okay, we'll get it right away. Dolphin Panther nodded, a little surprised. It had been thought that the cat was only a temporary diversion for Dire Scales. I didn't realize that Emperor Scales really meant to adopt. Evening. Little girl's hair is not even grown. "Sleep with me. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Sleep by yourself." The door closed with a bang. Ling Feng stood alone in Zhang Laolai's doorway clutching his pillow and quilt, wanting to cry. Whoops, didn't Star say Master would definitely say yes? It was not at all what was expected. And the boss's room. Sun Yen was filled with helplessness as he looked at Star, who was writhing around on his bed in her thin blue pajamas. "I'll be treated differently by Emperor Scale and Dolphin Leopard if you do that, but I don't have a place to stay." Star clutched the shark doll on Sun Yen's bed, beaming and sulking. "Isn't there another room? I'll do it for you in whatever decorating style you want, but I'm afraid of the dark. I don't dare to sleep alone." Tears brewed in Star's eyes and she cried. Pitch black nights. Whenever one is alone in the room, it's like being back in that warehouse, alone and cowering in the corner, only able to dialyze out the wisdom core in despair. It's so pathetic. "Stop dash." Sun Yen folded his hands and bowed low. "Please, Durian King, sleep right here in my place. Please, collect your dharma." Humph. Star rolled over, her ass facing Sun Yen, a small smug smile curling up at the corner of her mouth as she picked up the copy of 1,000 Layers of Sets next to her pillow and continued reading. "Ah. The messenger. This Jianshan, after all, is still hers." Sun Yen looked at Star, who continued to wriggle around, and smiled dotingly. He knew Star wasn't angry, and so continued to look down at his laptop for information. Now that the club is new, it needs some games to make a name for itself. The next progression race, Bana Ruins, is half a month away, and that half a month can't be wasted. There. Sun Yen's eyes locked onto a thread on the racing forum. Malataire Desert Relay Training Race. Clubs and at least 3 machinists are required to participate. The winner's prize money is $5 million, sponsored by Jumbotech. The whole rally is broadcasted live around the world, and a lot of famous clubs will take part in it, so welcome to apply for it. Tell XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX, a globally broadcast relay training event with a number of other well-known clubs competing? Yeah. Just so he can use it to brush up on his reputation. Chapter 134, ready to go. Rochelle, get up. There's a game today. Eternity01 glanced at the calendar on the wall, the date circled by a red marker. Today is the day of the opening of the Maratella Desert Training Race, and Maratella is also known as the Little Grywin, Breath of the Dead, although it is not yet in the provincial race. But before this experience of the Maratella Des, ERT, which has the title of the Little Grywin, is considered to be an early accumulation of experience. Came the whimpering of an unknown creature from the lump of covers on the bed. "Lock Shu, the rest of the club is already waiting for you. Blah blah blah. Fondue is so sublime. Eternity01 helplessly sighed. She buttoned the last button of the suit, silently walked to the bed, grabbed the bed with both hands, and her arms were suddenly strong, and she violently threw herself upward. Who dash? The quilt on the bed and the unidentified humanoid creature underneath it looked like they had been thrown high in the air like an upside-down spoon. Then another wave of brains dropped back onto the bed. Now Luo Shui couldn't sleep at all. She sat up with a dazed face, her sleepy face full of panic, and looked at Eternal01 and said in a panic, *********. Earthquake. Eternally, you quickly find a table to hide. I'll put my clothes on and come. With that she lifted the covers to reveal her wonderful torso. Yes, this one likes to sleep naked. Eternal01 pinched his brow and looked at the yellow-haired Imperial who had stepped on his left foot and fell back onto the bed with his right foot and mumbled 3 silent chants of not angry. After all, this one was stupid, and lazy, and unkempt. But at least he knew to keep his clothes on. Ooh, Eternity. I'm stuck in a racing suit. Come help me, Eternity. After a lot of work to finally put on the clothes, Eternal took care of Luo Shui's living like a professional housekeeper and nanny, and finally helped Luo Shui, who was hanging on to her as if she had no bones, walk out before 8 in the morning, and the crowd of GPC Club, Glory Peak, had already waited outside for a long time. They looked at the wombat like Luo Shui but didn't dare to say anything. GPC, a large club ranked 172nd, has gathered a lot of talented drivers and good performance machinima. They basically felt sorry for Eternal01 when they first met Luo Shui, lamenting how Eternal01 had gotten stuck with such a loser. But once on the track, they can't speak, because Luo Shui on the track and in ordinary life is simply 2 people. The difference is as big as schizophrenia. Good morning everyone. Luo Shui hugged Eternity's arm and gave a silly smile. Good morning big sister. Big sister, we leave now? Departure. Luo Shui waved her hand. Her eyes turned and her gaze landed on a middle-aged man with a serious look. Oldly, an old man. You don't have to go. What's the point of going if you're an intelligent armor master with a top-notch machine lady? Just us ordinary riders will be fine to go. But, big sister, I also want to win honor for the club. The middle-aged man blushed and said sadly, not being able to see you on the track is simply a regret in my life. Hiya, Oldly, just wait until I pass the provincial track this year so we can fight side by side at the National Advancement Tournament. Luo Shui walked up to the middle-aged man and affectionately patted the other's shoulder, even though the man's age could already casually be her uncle. Everyone thinks there's nothing wrong with it. Between riders, strength is greater than age, and seniority has to take a back seat. Although Luo Shui wasn't an intelligent armorer now, she could definitely become one in the future. The GPC would have put Lakshu on the throne of wise armor even if they had smashed all their resources. Star Club. Today is our club's first battle, so perform well. Sun Yan stood in front of the club, his hands behind his back, his expression serious. It's the two dark circles under his eyes that kind of ruin his majestic demeanor. It wasn't so much that Star made any trouble last night, mainly because the weather was getting hotter and the guy was wearing cooler clothes, and even if he slept honestly, he was a little sleepy under one comforter. Maratella Desert Training Race, the whole 1,700 kilometers, need at least 3 machine girl to participate, this time on the Star, Emperor Scale, Dolphin Leopard and Lingfang, all to participate. Zhang Lao Lai, you drive Lingfang. I'm it. Sun Yan scratched his head, snappily glanced at the Emperor Scale and the Dolphin Leopard, or, you too. Emperor Scale's cool eyes lifted and his red lips lightly opened. No, the Dolphin Leopard glared at Sun Yan and grunted, puffing out his cheeks and saying, what's the matter? What's the matter? Yesterday just brought Big Sister back to the contract. Today let Big Sister unmanned? Ah, scummy man. It makes sense. Master, you can't just leave the Emperor Scales and Dolphin Leopard alone. Star stroked his chin, narrowed his eyes, and nodded in agreement. Even though Emperor Scale is a rebel king and Dolphin Leopard is a rebel retainer, he has not yet contracted with Sun Yan. But it's irresponsible to go unmanned in your first race. If word got out, wouldn't it be said that the Queen of the Star Club was jealous and ostracized newcomers? It's not right. It's very wrong. She, to mother the world. It's not that I'm unwilling, Sun Yan said helplessly. Does the tournament side allow one pilot to fly more than one Jonin? Would that be a violation? No violation. Zhang Laolai snickered and said, but you have to think carefully. 1,700 kilometers of track. You have to drive 3/4 of the distance. The body can carry it? This training race simulates the Griffin Desert track, starting at dusk, driving for a while into the night. When the desert temperature plummets, the gusty winds with the wind and sand make you have little vision. Tisk. Emperor Scale didn't say anything, only reaching out to hold Sun Yan's hand. Sun Yan only felt Emperor Scale's palm rolling hot like a branding iron. It's warm inside Big Sister's car, not like a speedy machinima. Dolphin Panther rolled his eyes and sneered. If the boss can't hold out, then just admit you're a physically weak weenie, and we'll be considerate enough to buy you some more hexamethylene pills. It's warm inside my car too. Star held Sun Yan's left hand. Little cold hands don't seem very convincing. That's it then. Sun Yan ignored Dolphin Leopard's mongrel taunts, thought a little, and clapped his hands. Driving for 3 or 4 hours is no problem for me. Besides, there's a little bit of rest time during the relay and tire change, but the difference in temperature between day and night is really not easy to deal with. So, Zhang Laolai, you and Ling Feng will be the first to start the car, followed by me and Star, then Dolphin Leopard, and lastly, Emperor Scales, and I'll personally be driving both the Dolphin Leopard and the Emperor Scale. Ha! Who's going to let you drive? Dolphin Paw crossed her arms and glared. She was given it for nothing, but there was no breach of contract, so she talked pretty tough. However, Emperor Scale, cough the Dolphin Leopard winced. Her pretty face reddened, and she gritted her teeth, eventually folding his hands and bowing his head to Sun Yan. He said, "Boss, please do drive me. It's my honor." A word of caution, the Dolphin Panther is the machinima self-set of that piggy-loving Wu Di on the gift master list. I feel like the name is okay actually. Ha ha ha. I won't be able to add new characters for a while, so you can still write self-sets, but don't send gifts for me to add. I can't, so don't break the bank. While it's great to make money on gifts for adding characters, what's more important is the quality of the book. I'll take it from the self-set if I add more people in the future. Chapter 135, Knights Rushing Out of the Glory. The Maratella Desert Circuit is located in the northwestern part of the Human Federation's Huaxia district. Originally, this track was prepared as a provincial advanced race, but because the difficulty was too high, it was not a comprehensive enough test for pilots and pilots as a provincial track, and it could not be compared to the Breath of Death Grillwind Desert track if it was used as a national advanced track. It's just in an up or down position. It was eventually reduced to a training match, but even though it is a training race, the heat of Maratella is still high, not only because the relay system is much larger, but also because the desert terrain is a great test for both pilots and kitsune. And the pilots and kitsune who can get a good place in this course will not be weak, and the global broadcasting feature makes it a large event with heat not losing to the regular races. The Maratella track is open once every 3 months. The champion's prize money is 5 million. The second place is 3 million. The third place is 1 million. And the 4th to 10th have 200,000 consolation prizes. These prizes are one of the resources to attract the racers and machinists. And then there is the fact that all the major clubs participate. And there is a whole bunch of sponsorships from the plutocrats and the major corporations. And the racers and machinists think about being scouted by the big clubs. And the clubs think about being given financial support by the plutocrats or the corporations. And everyone has their own goals and small minds. Everyone has their own goals and small minds. The leader of the companies leading the Maratella training race is Giant Tech, whose president is the famous entrepreneur Wan Hao. Giant Tech is mainly responsible for the whole monitoring system of the race, the resource supply and the tire supply of each station, while the medical team, the rescue team, and the facilities of the racecourse are taken care of by Longting Technology and several other small and medium-sized enterprises. The office of Jumbo Tech. Wang Ritian took a look at the list of participants and frowned. Hiss dash, this kid is here too? Just see the list towards the back of the list. The Star Club Suyan. This one stood out. To Sun Yan as a person, Wang Ritian had no preconceived notions. He targeted Sun Yan and the Sun Yan Club just because of his fondness for Early Qin. If it wasn't for Early Qin, as the president of Giant Prime Technology, he wouldn't even bother tripping over an ordinary driver. To put it bluntly, neither of them are on the same track. He's an entrepreneur and Sunin does athletics. It's not even close, but the sight of the name Sun Yan, Wang Ritian still couldn't help a toothache. It is this Sun Yan. Messed up Qin Zhuiwei 2 storms in 3 days. Qin Zhuiwei a storm, he is 2 heads. A big, white hair are more than a few. It's over. Early Qin also came with a contestant today. If this runs into Sun Yan will not be pissed off? Wang Ritian painfully covered his face. Almost can already foresee the way Qin Early spread her anger. The villa he just bought, or will be miserably hurt. No, something has to be done to sanction this kid. Wang Ritian lifted his face for a moment and thought. Qin Early in the month of hard power is definitely not able to do Sun Yan. This is not even think about it. He also do not expect those racers in the club and the machine woman with the cooperation can give Sun Yan any obstacles. So he can only start from the supply. He looked at the Star Club's starting order. Eyes rolled back in his head. The desert is lonely and the long river is full of sun. Sun Yan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the blood-red setting sun on the Gobi beach. The temperature difference between day and night is already huge in this world, and this disparity is even more extreme on the desert. At the moment, although it is already dusk, the temperature is still burning hot, as high as 38 degrees Celsius. During the daytime is even more hot to make people unbearable. Now it has been lowered quite a lot. Then down to touch the sand on the ground can feel hot hands. Running a race car in such an environment, not to mention the extremely high wear and tear on the tires in the sand, coupled with this high-temperature road surface, the tires do not take long to be replaced. At night, as the temperature decreases, the surface air cools and condenses into dew, and when the temperature is reduced to sub-zero it will also freeze, and icing will lead to wheel slippage. The above is just the brutal track environment. Don't even count dust storms, dry runoff sand as a risk factor, difficult and dangerous at the same time, and every rider and machinist who sprints here is a well-deserved warrior. Star, let's go. Sun Yan took Star's hand and turned toward the relay starting point. Old rascal Zhang and Lingfeng have already left, so it's time for us to make preparations, and we'll be the next bat. The navy blue body of the Lexus broke through the yellow sand. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the car's coat like a brilliant red band of light blooming in sapphire. Saunian, I'm a little nervous. I feel like I'm starting a little slow. Don't think about it so much. Trust in the skills you've learned and trust in your partner and just move forward. Sun Yan's calm voice came over the intercom. Amazingly, even though Sun Yan's voice was young, it was able to soothe the anxiety in his and Ling Feng's hearts. 188 kilometers per hour. I hope I didn't embarrass the Star Club. Zhang Laolai took a deep breath. That speed is nothing on a normal track, but it's good enough to put in the desert. The tires have very little grip on the sand and are extremely difficult to control, and may even cause the nymphs to blow up if overboosted. Two helicopters followed behind Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng. People from all over the world were in front of their TV sets. The host's voice also sounded over the TV. Welcome to the Marat Ella training race sponsored by Jumbo Tech. I'm your dear brother Ouch. This race is still the same as the old rules. 1,700 kilometers super relay race. The race needs at least 3 and at most 5 mechs to participate. The whole helicopter follows the live broadcast. Now on the screen is Star Club's contestant, Zhang Jinbao and his Mecha Lingfeng. Brother Io stroked his middle-parted head and said with a smile, "You may not be familiar with Star Club. After all, it was just established less than a week ago, but you must be familiar with the owner of Star Club, that is, the King of Nox and with the honorific title of Magician, Sun Yan. A safe path has been set for this game." Ouch brother pointed to the flags inserted all over the track and introduced, "The players in the safe path of the general will not encounter danger, but the race does not require the players must follow the safe path, can deviate from the safe path, encounter quicksand, sandstorms and other accidents can only say sorry. I can see that the Star Club runners have good speed and I believe that it will be a good time when they arrive at the relay point. However, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the contestants participating in today's competition, so it's still unknown who will win the championship." As he spoke, Zhang Laolai had already drifted inertially in his Lingfeng and beautifully passed a U-turn. He didn't stray from the safe path, anchoring a solid, honest drive within the confines of the flag. "Master, just play it steady. No problem." Ling Feng's encouraging voice came from the front. Zhang Laolai pursed his lips and tried to cross every bend in the safe path. Move the braking point as far back as possible. Of course he couldn't make the same precise judgment as Sun Yan, but after all, training time is short, and it's rare to make it this far. "I can do it." Zhang Laolai squeezed the joystick. Maratella starts a full 2 minutes apart. This would mean that the windy, sandy track would probably only have him on it. No one would come to influence him, and there would be no human accidents here. The only person he needs to challenge is himself. Yet the idea had only just arisen. Boom dash! The roar of a cranky engine came from far away. Zhang Laolai listened to the sound wave that was getting closer and closer and looked at the rearview mirror in dismay. So fast, only to see in the rearview mirror, a machinima was rapidly approaching. She was like a knight charging out of the light, breaking through the wind and sand to kill. Whoosh, blink and overtake from the side. The wind and sand rolled up by the wheels bared Zhang Laolai's face, and Ling Feng's entire body was almost buried. "Sorry," a crisp shout buried in the gale. Zhang Laolai swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand with difficulty. "That machinima just now is the same as Ling Feng. Take the safe path." Chapter 136, Numerical Monsters, thanks to Xingmu +1. Sun Yan, let me tell you something. Don't be angry. Zhang Laolai's voice was low. Just now, Ling Feng and I were overtaken by a machinima. Sun Yan, who was already ready at the starting point, froze at the words and comforted. "It's okay, overtaking is just overtaking. Where is she now?" "Ran out of steam." "What?" Sun Yan was confused. Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng were definitely not slow. It's already at the top of most players. However, with a full 57 clubs competing in this tournament, and many of them being large clubs within the top 500, he had long been prepared for the possibility of encountering any kind of perverted opponents today, and even encountering a wise arms master. So he wasn't surprised when he heard that Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng had been overtaken. 1 minute between departures. This minute is not even a gap for a top-performing mecha or wizards, but it's not normal to run away all at once. Is it that fast? Is the other party a top-tier machine girl? Or a wise mechanic? He rushed to ask. Neither. Zhang Laolai's bitter voice came from the other end of the intercom. The other party isn't a top-tier machine woman or a wise armorer. Ling Feng said she didn't feel any psychic energy. The other party caught up to us purely based on her speed and skill, and I don't even know if she was sending a car behind me and Ling Feng. Sun Yan hurriedly checked the order of departure. The riders behind Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng are from a miscellaneous club and it's unlikely to be them. But the riders after this competitor are something. Lok Shu, from the GPC club. This was a strong top 200 club with 3 intelligent armors within the club. And when Sun Yan saw Luo Shui's machinima, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Eternity 01. It's this girl? The words of the Blades Trail organizing boss Fong were still echoing in his ears. That's the fastest machinima I've ever seen. Almost like a sword through time. If you're going to the Panhandle Mountain track this year, too, you might meet up with them. Eternal 01. I didn't expect to meet it so soon, Sun Yan muttered. Originally, he had little concept of that boss's words. At this moment, when he heard the helplessness and disheveledness in Zhang Laolai's tone, he almost had a number in his heart. Zhang Laolai was definitely not a person who was easily struck. Then it could only mean that the speed of that machinima was just too much for people to look forward to, so that he and Ling Feng could not rise up any desires to fight with it. It's fine. You and Ling Feng should be arriving soon. Drive well and leave the rest to me. Sun Yan did not strike Zhang Laolai's confidence. He had seen Zhang Laolai's efforts during this period of time, but there were some gaps that really could not be made up in a short period of time by just relying on efforts. Star, we're under a lot of pressure today. He narrowed both eyes and placed one hand on Star's ass to convey conviction. Master, I will help Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng get their field back. Star nodded gravely, puffing out his cheeks, his large eyes flashing with sharpness. She was already feeling the quality of all her opponents today, so she kept a pretty face the whole time, and didn't even joke around with her own master. Boom dash. As he was speaking, the hiss of an engine came with the wind. The 9th nymph has arrived. As a matter of fact, Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng were the 9th to start, but it was not they who arrived first. Sun Yan peeked out of the window to take a look, only to see a yellow-haired imperial lady getting down from the body of the dazzling white mecha. That mecha's 4 tires and engine were still smoking, and the logistics staff immediately brought in dry ice fire extinguishers to help cool down the mecha. Ouch, I'm exhausted. The yellow-haired royalty sat down against the front of the car, her whole body limp as if her bones were falling apart, until the mechanic's wife finished cooling down and changed the tires to release the unfolding mode. It was a tall white-haired girl with red and blue pupils, wearing a high ponytail and a black suit, a competent dress. She assisted the yellow-haired imperial sister to walk to the stool next to her and sit down. Her dutiful appearance made her look more like a famous housekeeper. She's Eternity 01? Sun Yan focused his attention, his gaze falling on the alien pupil machine lady. Rows of data also came into view. Drift, 70 points. Acceleration, 99 cents. Bend, 86 points. Gathering gas, 74 points. Stability, 80 points. Crash resistance, 71 points. Range, 90 points. Hiss. Sun Yan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What the kind of value monster is this? And I don't know yet if this machinima has any special skills or if it has a plus module, but just by looking at this attribute alone, it probably runs smoother than a lot of top-tier machinima. No wonder he was able to take Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng in seconds. It wasn't really wrong to kill Ling Feng with just this 99 acceleration seconds. Master Redheart, what are you looking at? What? Nah. Star's sorrowful voice rang in Sun Yan's ears. Look at the machinima. Sun Yan was pondering the attributes of the Eternal 01 and didn't pay attention to Star's tone. Oh, is it good? It's kind of nice. Sun Yan pointed to the attributes. Ow. Sun Yan's ears hurt and he twisted his head to look at Star, who had already closed his mouth. She turned her back to Sun Yan and huffed. Star, you actually chewed on me. You're a puppy, aren't you? Sun Yan covered his ears with palpitations. Luckily, after the onsen fracture incident, Star had started practicing rewinding every day. After a month of grueling training has been able to stack a dozen walnuts into the Eiffel Tower, or his ears would have left home by this time. Master, you're going to meet a lot of stronger and prettier machinima than me in the future. Star didn't turn around and said in a serious tone, but no matter how strong the mecha girl you meet is, I'll try to catch up and become as strong as her. I won't let you envy anyone else. I'll let you become envied by other pilots. Sun Yan froze. The image of Star practicing non-stop cornering and accelerating all by herself most of the night couldn't help but come to mind. MP. But no one can deny her efforts. She's not a perfect machinima, but she's willing to work to make herself perfect, just so I don't embarrass him by following along. I'm actually envied by a lot of drivers now. Sunin straightened his back and settled into the driver's seat. That's not enough. Star beamed. Stubbornly. I'm going to make Master proud of me. Time passes by. The sound of Ling Feng's engine finally appeared in his ears, and Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng had arrived. Sun Yan glanced not far from the side. That Eternity 01 seems intent on continuing to run the next leg of the course. After a brief break has unfolded the bodywork, the yellow-haired royalty just paralyzed to the side and watched as the staff did a full vehicle inspection of Eternity. There are 3 participants in this GPC. Originally there were 5 of them, and 2 were driven away by Lakshu. She's going to run a third of the race with Eternity 01 and have a good time. And her opponents for the next leg of the track just happen to be Sun Yan and Star. Both will start at the same time. Chapter 137, Jousting, Xingmu +1. It was pretty much what Sun Yan expected. He really did start at the same time as that Eternity 01. At this moment, the staff of the race was removing some facilities on the track, making way for Star and Eternal 01, and the 2 machinima were side by side at a distance of 10 meters. Sun Yan, this machine lady is especially fast. You and Star to be careful. Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng ran to the window to remind a sentence. The main desert track tires are easy to slip, in case the 2 machine lady speed is about the same. Some bumps and so on. Also heartbreaking, is not it? Don't worry, Star is fine. Sun Yan nodded to Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng. Now Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng were already 3 minutes and 27 seconds behind the GPC club in the first section of the track. Star's speed couldn't dry out Eternal 01. The next second section of the track he strove not to be gapped by Eternal 01 was a victory. With 2 sections of track behind us, it was time for Eternity 01 to retire. By then it was up to Dolphin Panther and Imperial Scale to complete the comeback in the following 3 or 4 circuits. In the cockpit of Eternal 01, Luo Shui had completely changed. When she held the joystick with both hands, the lethargy and sleepiness on her face all disappeared, leaving only excitement and self-confidence, and the pair of bright eyes stared at the racetrack tightly, with the battle intent boiling in her eyes. Nah, Eternity. The writers and machine girls next door seem to be very good. We learned our ejection start from them. Eternity looked up and glanced with his afterglow at Sun Yan, who was sitting upright, and said lightly, "Magician, is it? His skills are indeed impressive. And master, you shouldn't underestimate his machine girl. I feel the aura of a top speed type in this silver machine girl." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Shui blinked, surveying Star with interest. Eternity easily does not say such things, but once she said that, it proved that this machinima definitely had 2 tricks up her sleeve. Looks like it's going to be a more interesting match later. I wonder if Mr. Magician can get me to be a little more serious? Master, don't take this lightly. Eternal 01's gaze retracted from Sun Yan's face. Luo Shui is a very talented driver. When the ejection start and drift technology appeared, she quickly mastered and integrated these 2 techniques. In fact, as early as before, Luo Shui had already been able to use a similar drifting technique, only to use it and find that it wasn't as fast as normal cornering, and ultimately didn't delve deeper into it until she saw Sun Yan competing and realized that there was something to be said for this drifting thing. When to use it, how to judge the entry point, how much cornering speed will not be out of control, how the braking point should be chosen. All of these are concentrated with a lot of skills, something that requires constant training and experience on the track to master. Lok Shu, on the other hand, grasps these things precisely very quickly, much quicker than the strawman who calls herself the queen of the track and who never makes a sound. In the eyes of Eternity, Saunian is like an abyss that you can't look into, and he comes up with a new technique every time he fights, and Luo Shui is the sea that embraces everything, and learns whatever comes up, quickly annexing the technology of others to form a system that is uniquely his own. Which is stronger, the abyss or the sea? She couldn't say it, but she knows. Should have a good time today. The last rays of the setting sun were hidden at the end of the horizon. Night falls, and the stars gradually precipitate themselves out of the night. A full moon rose from the west, making the bleak desert seem less dark. The wind howled at the window and the starting gun went bang as the helicopter flew overhead. Boom dash! A white and a silver machinima had long been unable to hold back, like a pair of snakes breaking through the sand and slithering around the Marat Ella track, the hissing of their engines even obscuring the sound of the helicopter's propellers. Spectators, GPC Clubs Eternal 01 and SC, Star Club, S-Star started at the same time. Currently the first section of the track is 432 kilometers long. Eternal 01 is the fastest record holder with a time of 65 minutes and 32 seconds, while SC Club Zhang Jin Bowlingfang's first section has a time of 68 minutes and 47 seconds. GPC Club's Young Ace is up against the popular Dark Horse Magician, and I wonder if Mr. Magician will be able to rely on his skills to erase the 3-minute gap. Star, right 3 in 200 meters. Lean left into the turn. Eternal, 200 meters right 3. Left into the turn. The voices of the 2 witches sounded almost simultaneously, and Sun Yan and Luo Shui hit the joystick left near the same time. Where would you brake? Luxor's afterglow glanced to the side. The yellow sand obscured almost all of her vision, but she still seemed to be able to see the cold-faced man through the sand. Sanian pulled up the handbrake. It was his first time running Maratella, yet it seemed like he had run Maratella countless times. When enough tracks had been run, over every turn, there was always a turn in memory that could be alternated with the one in front of him no matter the angle or the condition of the road. And his brain, like a savvy machine that processed this information, kept alternating and then gave the command. Night visibility in the desert is poor, but Sun Yan didn't need to see too clearly. The track he sees in his eyes is not the same as what other racers see. At the same time, he kind of understood the special training Zhang Laolai had given him. He is now sharper than ever. He used to be a wolf with a good sense of smell. Then now he is the falcon that locks onto his prey and swoops down. Eternity 01 goes into the turn before Star. But breaking point, Sun Yan was later than Luo Shui. It's only a fraction of a second difference in time, but the speed at which the cars come out of the corner is very different. Stars come out of the bend faster than Eternity, without a speed advantage. You rely on cornering skills to equalize. In the cockpit of Eternity, Luo Shui looked at Star, who was still side by side with her after exiting the turn, and a flash of surprise surfaced in her eyes. But soon the surprise on his face disappeared and was replaced by a combative smile. A magician? Awesome! There was no admiration in her exclamation, but rather excitement mostly. Sanian's cornering skills were so much more mature than hers. Even though her learning speed was already terrifying, she was still mercilessly crushed by Sun Yan, this old monster, in terms of experience. However, both Luo Shui and Sun Yan were clear. Maratella's track isn't all turns. Even as long as you are not afraid of danger and quicksand can be a foot of gas straight to the finish line. Eternity. Speed up. $5 million buys a lot of snacks. Luo Shui spoke faintly. Eternity ahead didn't say a word, but the engine's roar had answered. She unleashed her full acceleration and her speed skyrocketed. Yoo-hoo! Speeding up? In Sun Yan's afterglow, the eternally curling yellow sand was rolling steadily forward, and the sand and dust in Star's front windshield view grew. I can't afford for my Star to eat sand. He sneered and converted the 30 MP points from the Silverstone Advancement Tournament into 3 attribute values to add to his acceleration. Sun Yan had expected Star's acceleration attribute to stop at 100. However, as Star's panel scrolled for a moment, he was shocked to realize Star's acceleration attribute went from 97.2 to 100.2. Attributes. Broke 100. Chapter 138, Little Secrets. See Star accelerate to break 100. Sun Yan couldn't help but stare. It made his brain spin. Multiple ideas based on the current situation came to mind at once. For example, is attribute breaking unique to Star, or can other machinima also attribute break? And then after attribute breaking, can his MP points continue to be added to Star? As for that 0.2, that's what Star worked out on his own. Sun Yan's gaze fell on Star's attributes and found that there was a plus sign after 100.2, only that plus sign had turned gray. Does this mean that it is not possible to continue adding points? Or can they be added later if certain conditions are met? Sun Yan frowned. This system doesn't have any instructions at all to give him the whole won't. One more thing, after the attribute breaks 100, how does the module's attribute count? There were too many questions at once, and the ice breath cascade at hand was acceleration reducing, so he was not in a good position to test it, so he could only keep his doubts in the back of his mind for the time being. The first order of business at the moment is to run the race first. Luo Shui had thought that Eternity's full acceleration would be able to throw Sun Yan and Xing Chen off. However, what surprised her was that not only did Sun Yan and Star's speed not decrease, it's even gradually closing the gap between the two. No way? Star's speed is even faster than yours? Luo Shui was dumbfounded. Since piloting the Eternal 01, she had never seen a faster machinima than the Eternal 01. I had the right feeling. Eternity 01's afterglow glanced at Star, who was gradually backtracking to the side. Pursing her lips, she said lightly, "That is indeed a top-notch accelerating machine girl. Definitely not weaker than me." Damn, how outrageous. Laksha beamed, slapping her thigh. At the moment the track is still predominantly straight, with the two machinists at similar speeds, facing the overtaking up Star. She also didn't choose to let Eternal 01 jam or collide with Star. She's here to race, not play against each other. There's no need to do that. Master, want to turn on the skill? Eternal 01 inclined his head slightly. She remembered Lakshu saying that $5 million would buy a lot of snacks. If Lakshu wanted it badly enough, then she could take Lakshu and get the $5 million down. It's not necessary. It's just a training match. Luo Shui tapped her fingers on the joystick and said indifferently, with a time difference of 3 minutes, it's hard for them to catch up even if they're a bit faster than us. And there's still Xiao Zhao and Lin Feng after that. Both of them aren't weak either. And this $5 million won't necessarily fly yet. But they're not stable. If you're not as skilled as me, then you'll admit it. Luo Shui had said so, and Eternal 01 had killed the idea of opening the skill. She silently followed Star's lead, sucking on the tailstream. Despite the sand and dust obscuring almost all of her vision, Luo Shui was still able to bring her close behind Star. If it was just herself, it certainly wouldn't be that simple. Star's cockpit. Sun Yan's vision opened up in front of him, but his demeanor was anything but relaxed. The driver of the Eternal 01 was quite powerful. Even if he was blocked from view by the sand and dust rolled up by the star wheels, he was able to follow closely behind. This couldn't be done without some track experience and skill. It seemed that even in a world where racing technology hadn't developed much, there was no lack of some masters. Li Yaochen counted as one, and so did this Luo Shui. As for Early Qin, that's a straw man. Master, 150 meters ahead left to pick up a continuous hairpin turn. Star's urgent voice rang out, interrupting Sun Yan's thoughts. She was now eager to close the gap with Eternal 01, or else the 3-minute time gap would have to be left to Dolphin Panther and Emperor Scale to resolve. That would be a humiliating thing for her to do. At the same time, Star silently observed the composed Sun Yan through the rearview mirror. She vaguely already felt that Sun Yan seemed to have enhanced her performance. Come to think of it, her performance has been getting stronger and stronger since that crossroads. This kind of enhancement was definitely not something that could be brought about by the module. Before, she was still very vague about this kind of feeling, so she thought that it was due to the module. But when she was racing with Snow Peak before, her acceleration performance suddenly increased. There was no module on her body at that time, and after the race she specifically tested it, and she found that it was indeed much faster than before. And it wasn't due to the heightened emotions during the race. Now that feeling of increased acceleration is back. When she first encountered Eternity, the feeling that Eternity brought to her was the suffocating oppression of a powerful enemy. The oppressive feeling is still there today, but it's not as suffocating. Master must have a little secret that can enhance my performance, Star thought secretly in his heart. She was a little happy and a little confused. Happy that Sun Yan had this special ability to make the Emperor Scale girl stronger and stronger as well. This will definitely make the Star Club better and better in the future. Bewildered by those nights when she didn't sleep with Sun Yan, she sneaked out to train, went to the pier to set up her ice cream cone alone, kept turning and accelerating in a straight line to sprint and work on her performance. She thought that all these efforts made her improve, but in reality, was it because of Sun Yan? Was the effort she put in not even a little bit fruitful? There's no time to think that much. The bend was close at hand. When he was about to reach the entry point of the turn, Sun Yan had cut the joystick early. Then immediately the handbrake was pulled up, causing Star's body to slide sideways. At the moment, Star's speed was already very easy to lose control of when placed on the sand. He was forced to take a more secure approach to the corner as he entered the first turn of the hairpin. Whoa! The tires rubbed on the sand with a toothsome sound. The Star body slides toward the outside of the curve. The moment the apex of the bend is reached, give it throttle. Tire grip returns. Exit the corner. A series of operations is like a high-precision machine. Star felt like the person manipulating him was not human, but more like a computer. She subconsciously glanced at Sun Yan, who had a serious face. Sun Yan, who is driving seriously, is handsome, but he does look quite like a robot. There are so many more little minds than the stars. Sun Yan was truly unmindful. The classic side brake was used just after the corner, which allowed the body of the star to lean to the left of the exit point after the corner. This is a great location and needs little further adjustment. In front of you is the second sharp right turn. Then, the moment you're about to enter the corner, brake and cut the lever right. Almost simultaneously, Sanian didn't cut the joystick back right away, because at the moment the star is sliding in the original direction under the effect of wheel locking. The front wheel of the locking guide is very small, so that the star's front end will not immediately to the right. The above is only the preparation before entering the corner. 0 seconds, maybe just a blink of an eye, and the best entry point has arrived. Sun Yan released the brakes, and the front of the star immediately pulled right. The body spins over at breakneck speed to align itself with the direction of the exit of the turn, then cut the lever left and exit the corner on full fuel. Side brake plus Scandinavian synthesis. This fancy maneuver was not really visible under the cover of sand and dust. Lakshu and Eternity only felt the stars in front of them swerving narrowly past the hairpin turns like drunken inebriates. The most thrilling moments were when the rear of the car was about to hit a nearby rock, and the gap between them and Star was instantly widened by this hairpin bend. Chapter 139, Old and Crafty. It's hard for Sun Yan and Star to close the gap with Eternity. It looks like we can only rely on the last two stages. Su Yuyang stroked the stubble on his chin, his eyes containing worry and regret. He and Quicksilver were sitting in front of the TV. They'd been watching since the beginning of the game, and they've been watching ever since. Eternity, that machine girl is very strong. Flowing Light looked serious and recalled. Back then, I was on the exhibition auction with Eternal, and she served as the finale's top-ranked machine girl, and since she was the most popular speed type, the price was auctioned at 1.9 billion, and then the face-to-face interview followed the young ace from the GPC club, and the sale price was 7 billion. That expensive? Yeah, it's top-notch after all. Flowing Light spread his hands. That is to say, Eternal is not using her skills right now. If she did, she would be even fiercer. Su Yuyan's eyes widened. He and Quicksilver had learned about Star's speed. It wouldn't take half a minute to run a straight line, and Star would be able to throw Streamlight out of the way. The track with a lot of curves would be even more outrageous if Sun Yen were at the controls. 1 turn, 2 turns at the most, and he and Streamlight wouldn't be able to see Star's taillights. So how fast does this Eternity have to go? How scary would an Eternal with skills on be? Boss Su didn't dare to think about it, but he knew that the pressure on Sun Yen and Xingchen must not be small. And this time the competition came back to take them to relax in the hot springs again? He glanced at the silhouette of the figure flowing beautifully next to him and subconsciously gulped. Just then, on the TV, Saunian and Star shrugged off Eternity using consecutive hairpin turns, and Quicksilver let out a surprised cheer. Yo, got rid of it? Su Yuyan's face was delighted inside. It's still elder brother Su who has a way. The name of a magician is not for nothing. Just shake it off so Eternity can't suck in the wake stream. The gap in the stars will only get bigger and bigger. It might actually make up for the 3-minute time difference. Lu Guang's eyes shone brightly, and his eyes were full of expectations. Master, do you think Star and the others can handle the heel club? Comet hugged a pink bear doll and looked at Liang next to him. Ha, what the hell is a heel? Liang froze and immediately came back to his senses. This was Comet's nickname for the GPC club. He said helplessly, "Don't let the people from the Glory Peak Club hear you say that. I feel a bit suspended." He looked at the TV and thought for a while before analyzing. The first leg of the track pulls too much of a time difference. If Star Club wants to win against GPC, they have to satisfy 2 points. 1. Eternity doesn't turn on their skills. And 2. The other players of Star Club in the third and fourth leg of the track don't make any mistakes and run over the players of GPC Club. These are pretty harsh conditions, so what if we both go? Comet asked. We'll definitely have no problem. Li Yang's mouth curled up into a dejected smile. I'm an intelligent armorer. You're a top-level machine woman. Who can beat us? Ha! It's not like you won't let me use my skills. Comet sniffed and puffed her cheeks in anger, turning her back to ignore Li Yang. Previously, in the Griffin Desert Circuit, they were almost overtaken by that old bastard Yang Tian. At that time she wanted to use special techniques, but as a result, Li Yang was dead set on not letting her use them. Since she had been photographed, Li Yang had made her forbidden to use the special techniques, so up to this point, she had never experienced what it was like to turn on a skill. Not letting you use it is to exercise your performance and also to avoid you becoming dependent on the skill. Li Yang put his arm around Comet's shoulder and softly coaxed. See, don't I rarely use the intelligent armorer skill as well? When I was racing with Sun Yen, if you weren't begging me to wash my underwear, how could I use the skill? Ah, shut up, you're going to die you. Comet hurriedly backhanded Li Yang's mouth, her delicate pretty face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. No more talk about this. She bit her red lip and said with a mixture of shame and anger, I'll learn from Clouded Leopard if you mention this again in the future. Li Yang froze and nodded in horror. Kim Young-tae is still recuperating. It is said that the guy's legs are now weak at the sight of scissors and he gets a stress reaction. He doesn't want to become like Kim Young-tae. Audience, after a succession of hairpin turns, our Dark Horse Magic has opened a gap with the rookie ace of the GPC club. Maybe he really does have a way to make up for the 3-minute time difference and create a miracle. Brother Ouch's commentary never stops. The live feed also stays mostly here at Star and Eternity. After all, the other runners basically ran their own race. Only the Star and Eternity side is a bit of a tussle race. Let me announce the time ranking of the first section of the track. The first place is GPC Club with a time of 65 minutes and 32 seconds. The second place is BSC Club, which is owned by our sponsor Jumbo Tech, with a time of 67 minutes and 7 seconds. And the third place is TGB Club with a time of 67 minutes and 12 seconds. Magic's SC Club came in 9th place with a time of 68 minutes and 47 seconds. Hear the Oops Brothers broadcast. Zhang Laolai and Ling Feng, who were resting at the site, were bashfully red in the face, wishing to find a crack in the ground. 9th. If this achievement had been in the past, Zhang Laolai would have thought it was not bad, but he was now in the same club as Sun Yen, and was the first runner in this relay. When he saw this result, he only felt ashamed of himself, and was completely dragging Sun Yen's feet. Now a 3-minute time lag. Sun Yen was needed to wipe his and Ling Feng's asses. On the track, Master, I'm sorry, I can't catch up with Star. Eternity sighed helplessly. If you can suck on a star's tail stream, you can still bite the star's tail. Now that the others had thrown off the distance with a hairpin turn, There was no way for her to suck on the tail flow, and there were no other machinima around to use as a jumping-off point, only to watch as the distance between her and Star grew larger and larger. Even if you can't catch up, Luo Shui looked like she didn't care. The magician's incredible cornering skills. We cannot catch up with the normal training races. Running a happy on the module to open the skills is no fun. Besides, we have to give the other members of the club a little pressure, is not it? Eternity knew that Luo Shui was comforting her. She pursed her lips and looked at the taillights of the stars in front of her, her tone firm. Forget about the training races. If I meet them at the provincial track, I'll show them who's the pinnacle of speed. Ho 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 ho. It's rare to see you so unconvinced. Luo Shui flashed a bad smile and teased with amusement. Nah, Eternity, doesn't it feel bad to be surpassed by another machine girl in terms of speed? Doesn't it make you want to plug in modules and open skills? Beg me, just beg me and I'll let you stick it in and open it for you right away. Ha ha ha. Luo Shui was filled with excitement, and a strange flush floated up on her pretty face. Eternity rolled her eyes and just ignored it. Rochelle likes to have a seizure when she drives. She'd gotten used to it a long time ago. It was fine to ignore the situation, and in a moment Lachu herself would be back to normal. Time passes by. In view, a conspicuous red building appeared at the end of the track. That's the pit stops that are set up on the track, specialized in changing tires and checking the condition of the car for the machinist. This is due to the fact that the track conditions will change afterwards, gradually switching from compacted piles of wet sand to loose dry sand, and at that time the track will sink like a bottomless pit, so new tires will be necessary. Looking at the two machine maidens that came speeding by, Wang Ritian, who had been waiting for a long time in the repair station, brightened up and hurriedly asked, "Is it Eternity and Star that's coming?" "Yes, boss," the workers replied. "Tires are all set, right?" "Ready, boss. You can rest assured that I'll do my job." The supervisor rubbed his hands together and revealed a fawning smile. "It won't be seen, right?" Wang Ritian asked again. "No, it won't. It's special. You can't tell without going on the track." The supervisor's eyes narrowed in both directions and the two of them smiled at each other, like two sly old foxes. 2 more chapters. Chapter 140, All the Underhanded Moves, Shengmu +1. Star and Eternity went into the pits in succession to change the tires on their cars. At this point in time both of their game times are suspended, and as drivers, Sun Yan and Luo Shui will have a break of about 2 minutes. It doesn't do much, but it relaxes the tense brain a little. "Hey, magician, get acquainted." Sun Yan was drinking water when he suddenly heard a clear shout from the opposite side. It was the eternal driver Luo Shui. He put down the water bottle and saw Luo Shui, half of his body hanging on the eternal car window, his long blonde hair haphazardly cascading. If matched with a miserable white face and blood-red eyes can be cost the zombies in Busan Row, but Luo Shui is very pretty. She was more uniquely human and natural than a near-perfect machinima. "Hello." Sun Yan nodded to the oddly styled Luo Shui. He had a good impression of Lakshu. It wasn't because Loxer was good-looking, but mainly Loxer was cleaner on the track and didn't pull any tricks. For this more civilized rider, Sun Yan still appreciated it. His style of behavior is that people don't offend me, I don't offend them. As long as Luo Shui and Eternal didn't come after him, he wouldn't intentionally jam. Everyone speaks solely on the speed and piloting skills of the machinist. "Magician, is there any idea to join our GPC club? Wow? Resources to full. There are beautiful young ladies to provide massage service, or you want me to help you press is not impossible." Luo Shui, full of hanging smile, deliberately threw a wink to Sun Yan. The corner of Sun Yan's mouth pulled. Are all kids these days so provocative? He took over Luo Shui's words and asked rhetorically, "Why don't you join us at the Star Club? We have a professional bath scrubber here that will guarantee you a good scalp." Hooray! What Sun Yan didn't expect was that Luo Shui actually agreed with her mouth full. She grinned and said, "You're going to run the provincial track, right? The first leg of Panlong Mountain. Outrun me and Eternity and I'll immediately quit GPC and go to your club." Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. "That's what you said." "Aha, I'll keep my word with that." Lakshu retreated back into the car with a hefty grin. Sun Yan didn't care. He only thought Luo Shui was joking, although he is confident that he can make the Star Club work. Still, there's little comparison between the current Star Club and the top 200 GPC clubs. Tire change complete. The staff held up a ready sign. Luo Shui and Eternity changed their tires a little slower than Sun Yan and Star because they were a step slower to enter the pits. "Then we'll go ahead." Sun Yan waved his hand casually and put on his helmet. The second leg of the course has the last 200 or so kilometers of the race remaining. He's going to use his speed and cornering advantage with Star to take the pressure off the next 2 stages of the race. In less than a minute, the pit stop had dumped out of sight. Night visibility in the desert is so poor that you can't see where Eternity is in your rearview mirror. But the fact that the sound of Eternity could be heard meant that the machinima had also been activated. Not far behind him and Star. "Master, I don't feel right." Star's distressed voice came from up ahead. Sun Yan froze and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "Bad feet. Feet are tires to the stars. Uncomfortable feet indicate a tire problem. Sun Yen frowned, suddenly stepped on the brakes. Star's body immediately out of control. He immediately cut the joystick to match the downshift, but still could not save Star's body back. Now he and Star where the track has been all loose dry sand. Driving speed in this terrain will be greatly reduced. The wheels will be sunk to the sand within the sand. Want to run up to the need for a greater driving force, and the turn brakes and other operations are very easy to skidding. So for this terrain, the pit stops are specially prepared with HT tires. These tires have good elasticity, small tread pattern, better adhesion, soft wall, for desert terrain can give the car more power. At the same time, as the tread pattern on the tires gradually wear out, it will become the most suitable for the sand without pattern tires, commonly known as bald tires, considering that there is still a long way to go to enter the sand, so there is no direct use of bald tires, but apparently the tires are gripping very abnormally now. Sun Yen didn't hastily drive the Star onward. He drove the Star to a stop at the side of the track and immediately got out of the car to inspect the tires, noticing that they were made of the wrong material and the walls were too hard. The tires replaced at the service station were not HT tires at all. Aside from the resemblance, this tire has nothing to do with HT tires. Sun Yen returned to the car with a cloudy face. The repair station to change the tire driver does not need to come down, and the tire does not specifically run a little bit cannot see the problem. The way things were now, it was obvious that Star's tires had been deliberately tampered with. Who could this person be? Luo Shui? He felt that the top 200 GPC clubs really didn't have to do that. Master, what's wrong? Star looked back at Sun Yen timidly. Let's go back to the pit stop, Sun Yen said in a deep voice. Hey, why? Star froze, her eyes going red for a moment, and stammered. Master, I'm just a little sick. It's not that I can't run. It's not your fault. Go back. There's something wrong with the tires. We need to change them. Sun Yen pretended to squeeze out a smile and touched Star's butt. Well, okay. Star nodded condescendingly. She knew it would take a lot of time to turn around and go back to change the tires, but she wasn't going to go against Sun Yen's wishes. Normally she could play around with Sun Yen with impunity, while during the competition Sun Yen was the boss and she did whatever Sun Yen said. Sun Yen cut the joystick to pilot Star to turn around. At the moment eternity was already coming up over the top wrapped in sand and dust. Luo Shui was surprised and looked at Sun Yen and Xingchen who were backtracking, but she didn't say anything and continued to drive eternity forward. It's a race, not a time to rest and chat. Sun Yen returned to the pit stop with Star. The staff looked oddly surprised to see them back. They tried to put on a surprised expression, but nay, they weren't actors either. Both the words of surprise and doubt seemed exaggerated. Sun Yen knew at first glance that there was something wrong with these people. I need an explanation from you guys as to why you replaced Star with something other than HT tires? A staff member pretended to check Star's tires, feigning trepidation. Oops, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. We changed the wrong tire for your machinist. We'll go change it for you right now. They were quick and had the tires in less than half a minute. Sun Yen went up and checked the tires. This time they were HT tires no doubt. But how are you going to make up for my lost race time? Who's in charge of race logistics? Let your superiors do the talking. Mr. Su, don't worry. When we found out that we changed the wrong tire for you, we already notified the race party to pause your timing. A man in a suit walked out from the studio next door, bowing with an apologetic face. I'm the manager in charge of the logistics for this race at Jumbo Tech. My name is Zhang. Manager Zhang extended a right hand to Sun Yen, but Sun Yen coldly didn't move. He did not mind, retracted his hand, said with a smile, for your loss, we Jumbo Technology deeply regret. Those employees who changed the wrong tires for you we will be fired. At the same time, we are willing to compensate for your losses. You see, how about 1 million? Chapter 141, You Cannot Defeat Me, Sending Brother +1. 1 million, the prize for third place in Muradella. He'll walk away with $1 million now, whether he wins the race or not. But it wasn't $1 million that Sun Yin was missing. This tournament was to brush up the Star Club's reputation. It was to cultivate a tacit understanding with Emperor Scale, and to let the two machine girls, Emperor Scale and Dolphin Leopard, familiarize themselves with Star as soon as possible. And he hoped that this tournament would promote the atmosphere of the club's entire family to become more intimate. And the feeling of being tripped up and played dirty is very irritating. He glared angrily at manager Zhang, a man with a smirk that emboldened him. They didn't clamor, they didn't deny it to death, but they had an attitude of respectfully admitting their mistakes. Those employees used the fastest speed to change the hot melt tires, and stayed on the side in fear and trepidation. Even if half of the panic was faked, the manager saw that Sun Yen did not say anything, and immediately let his men bring up a box of money. $1 million was laid out in the. They were arrogant, but they were also telling Sun Yen, the whole thing is you. Hold your tongue if you don't. If you're capable of doing it, then I'll drop you out of the race right away. Giant Prime Technology? Sun Yan didn't even look at the leather case containing the money. He took a deep breath and walked back to Star. Do you think these poor tactics will make me bow down? You underestimate racers and competitive racing. Open the door. He got into the cockpit and put on his helmet. The icy voice echoed through the pits. What I do? It's my lifelong love. And it's something I'm willing to give everything I'm passionate about. Squeeze the handbrake. Go into gear and press the gas full. Boom dash. The sound of the engine roared through the night. Manager Zhang, the employees, and Wang Hao sitting in the office spot all silently watched the scene and couldn't help but get goosebumps when they heard the intimidating hiss. Watch it. Sun Yan looked at the track with cold eyes. You can't beat me. Sanian glanced at the timer next to the pit stop in the afterglow. The Star Club is now 5 minutes and 37 seconds behind the GPC Club, trailing the BSC Club by 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Ranked 11th. That's a pretty dismal score. But the game isn't over yet. He released the handbrake. Silver streamers crashed headlong into the night. Race timing starts at the same time. Strange. How did the magician get back to the pit stop? Lakshu was still wondering about what happened earlier. I guess it's a machinima malfunction. Eternity calmly said. That's good. Your 5 million is steady. You can buy a lot of snacks. Well, is it the machinist's problem? What if it's the magician trying to take a dump? Eternity was silent for a moment. Breathlessly, he said, then no one would say anything about pulling at the side of the track. But it's hurtful, and if I were, I'd go back and pull it. Eternity's forehead was bruised. Master, almost there. Without the oppression of Sun Yan and Star, the last section of the course was a very easy run for Lakshu and Eternity, and they soon arrived at the second relay point. Phew, I'm exhausted. Running two people's portions at once is really still a bit of a stretch. Lakshu got out of the Eternity car with an alas and a saturnine, petulant look. The whole thing looked like a large wombat hanging on to Eternity. Only Eternity knew how energetic the stinky girl was when she was in the cockpit, jumping up and down like a monkey, and with a hand so strong it sometimes pinched her joystick a little. Big sister, you're amazing. Simply this. GPC club member Li Elfwa with her machine girl dragon scroll was full of excitement as she ran up to Luo Shui and Eternity and gave a thumbs up. Our GPC is in first place now, and we've overtaken the second place by more than a minute. The next 3 or 4 legs of the race are secure. This is all thanks to Big Sister and Eternal. Li Elfwa was truly experiencing a feeling of being carried away by a big brother. He and Lin Foam on the 4th leg of the track had a minute of missed time. That time doesn't seem like much, but in the competitive sport of racing, a minute is simply a chasm of exaggerated margin for error. Little Li, don't be complacent. Watch out for the gutter nah. Luo Shui glanced at the nearby BSC club was preparing for the start of the race. Whispered, I heard that BSC's track queen is also here. The 3rd section is not in. Then certainly run the 4th section. When people directly to the 1 minute gap to you guys leveled out, you cannot find a place to cry to go. Li Elfwo laughed disdainfully. That strawbag, Early Cheen, is still the queen of the circuit. Big sister, you're the real queen of the circuit. I'll abuse her with one hand. Luo Shui hemmed and hawed and patted Li Elfwo's shoulder. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Elfwo and Dragon Roll went to prepare for the departure. With nothing better to do, Loxer walked Eternity over to the timing board to look at the rankings. It was found that Sun Yin and Star, who had been outside the 10th place, had climbed to the 5th place. Magician and Star are still fast enough to catch up after a trip back to the pits. Lakshu blinked and couldn't help but sigh, but it's going to be hard for them to make the top 3. Eternity looked at the timing board. In first place was their GPC club. There was a break gap with TGB's club in second place, and there was a break gap between ESW, Extreme Soundwaves Club, in third place and BSC Club in fourth place. The BSC Club was second on the first leg of the course, but on the second leg of the track, they went down in the rankings. It's understandable. After all, BSC clubs aren't even top 500 and can't have that many good players. The Dolphin Panther looked out into the pale night looking up, his eyes dropping to the timing board from time to time. She walked anxiously around the relay station, sighing from time to time, until 2 snowy beams of car lights cut through the darkness like sharp swords in the night. Hearing the familiar engine whine, Dolphin Panther's heart leapt with joy. Sun Yen and Star finally arrived. A handbrake drift threw Star into a parking space and the crew immediately came up with a dry ice extinguisher to cool Star down. Sun Yen also got out of the car and came face to face with the walking dolphin leopard. Sorry to keep you waiting. There was an accident at the pit stop. Sun Yen was about to explain to the dolphin leopard. 2 helicopters flew overhead, and Brother Out's loud voice was clearly audible through the megaphone. Now our much-anticipated driver Magician and his Megane Star have arrived at the second relay point, and Magician will continue to drive Megane Dolphin Leopard and Megane Emperor Scale to complete the third and fourth leg of the race. Even if I eat goji berries every day, I can't help but marvel at Magician's incredible physical strength. However, There were some hiccups in the pits just now, due to the negligence of the staff causing Star to have to replace the tires again. However, even so, the magician was quite powerful, pulling Star clubs ranking from 9th to 5th in just the second stage. So can the magician continue to make miracles in the races after that? We'll see. At this moment, Star had lifted the unfolding mode and walked over to him. She bowed her head silently, one small, cold hand holding one of his fingers without knowing what to do. That's the thing, he already said it. Sun Yan breathlessly pointed to the sky. The dolphin leopard looked at Sun Yan's wilting star beside him like a frosted eggplant, which was already a powder keg character, and immediately exploded. On purpose, definitely on purpose. How can you change the wrong tires when all the tires there are prepared ahead of time and there are only HT tires? It's obvious that they prepared a wrong set of tires in advance. Dolphin Panther said that he was about to go to the staff, but was pulled back by Sun Yan. The game's about to start. What are you doing? To get a statement? Of course. Sun Yan pinched his brow. What argument can you ask for? If they dare to do it, they are already prepared for anything. If you go and ask for it, it's just an apology plus damages. So just say if you want it or not. A training match. The tournament side naturally makes a big deal out of this kind of thing. Whoa, so you guys are being shaded. Lakshu and Eternity came alongside at some point. She was half hanging on Eternity as if she had been drinking. She hemmed and hawed and said to Sun Yan, I know who is targeting you. Giant Prime Technology is the umbrella of the BSC Club. Think about it. Have you ever messed with anyone from the BSC Club? Someone from the BSC Club? A cocky woman came to Sun Yan's mind. The woman he and Star had shoveled off the bridge. Early Chin? Chapter 142, Reflections. When Sun Yan carefully thought about it, the BSC Club wouldn't have anyone targeting him other than Early Chin. Jumbo Tech is again the umbrella for the BSC Club, so it's entirely possible to tinker with the tires to give your own club's rookie ace an assist. Thinking about the hypocritical expressions of those staff members and the so-called manager Zhang, it was obvious that they had been planning for a long time rather than improvising, and it was assumed that they had already begun to secretly prepare for it when the Star Club's name appeared on the entry list. It was Early Chin who did this, wasn't it? The dolphin leopard was on fire. A puff of white smoke shot up a meter from his head. She'd had a run-in with the cocky woman. At the time, I just didn't think the guy had any self-awareness, but I didn't realize how bad he was in person. Where's Early Chin? Old me wants to rip her head off. The dolphin leopard moved her wrists. Her voice was cold and murderous. She looked to her left and right, but Qin Zhuanju was making preparations at the third relay point. She wasn't here at all. You'll be waiting to go back to the furnace if you rip Qin Early's head off. Luo Shui covered her mouth and yawned, sleepily said, the first order of business, or a good race, try to catch up with the time back. After the stage will also change the tires once, when you must carefully check. To me, change the tires or have to their own logistical team, especially this kind of training race, precisely because it is not officially led, so those plutocrats dare to do anything. Sun Yan sniffed a bit silently. The Star Club had just been formed, and there was no logistical team at all. Without a logistics team it will be provided by the competition, and none of Boss Su's people can be stuffed in. Master sorry, is that I did not run well, resulting in a lot of time difference now. Star lowered her head, one hand hooked onto Sun Yan's fingers, the other hand cupped the racing suit and rubbed it to the point of crumpling. Her bangs fell to cover her eyes. Only the tightly bitten red lips could be seen. She was still reeling from what had happened earlier. Why hadn't she held back when she felt the discomfort in her feet at the time? If she had held back and not gone back to change the tires, maybe she would have slowed down eternally a little bit, but it shouldn't have slowed her down as much as it did now. Star, this matter has nothing to do with you. Sun Yan touched Xing Chen's head, soothingly said, the tires must be changed. Fortunately you reminded in time to change the tires, otherwise encountered a dangerous road before noticing that the tires have a problem on the end of the road. At that time neither in nor out, and then go back to change the tires will only delay more time. When the dolphin leopard heard Sun Yan and Xing Chen's words, his face was filled with frenzy as he viciously stomped his feet and threw his head back to growl. Cam, could it be that we're just going to watch Qin Zhuanyuan get away with it? How can that be? Sun Yan's eyes looked like they contained ice as he twisted his head to look at Dolphin Leopard and said indifferently, so next, Dolphin Leopard, you have a heavy task ahead of you. We have to get to the third relay point at about the same time as the BSC Club's runners. That way we can make sure that Qin Early started the race together with me. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and send the car. Dolphin Leopard, without any further ado, directly carried Sun Yan up and ran wildly towards the starting point. And at this time the BSC Club's players had just started the race as well. There's no use in hurrying. Our names haven't been called over there yet. Sun Yan was speechless as he tried to struggle, but the Dolphin Panther's hands were like iron jaws. They couldn't move at all, so he could only wave his hand at Star and shout, Star, Be good and go wait for me at the end first. Master, you and Dolphin Panther have to go for it. Star raised and lowered her hand. Dumbfounded, he watched Sun Yen being carried away by the dolphin leopard. The heart is mixed. Self-blame, helplessness, remorse. It was impossible to say which emotion was more of a problem. They mixed together like a cold desert breeze filling her nose, making the inside of that sore, and she couldn't help but twitch. It wasn't so much that he felt panicked because he had a new machinima around Sounian. She just felt that she was supposed to lead Sun Yen towards victory, and now everything was screwed up, and she even had to ask Dolphin Leopard and Emperor Scale to help her share the pressure, and that she hadn't done what she was supposed to as Sun Yen's debut machinima. By debut, I don't just mean the first machinima, it also means team core. The core of the team has to do more than just be the first one on the field, taking up more resources at the same time. She also has to have her eyes and ears on the ground, and all aspects of it have to be covered. In a way, it's like being a classroom teacher for a class, but she's not like the classroom teacher. Rather, it was more like the little girl who depended on Sun Yen. At that time, if she had found out that there was something wrong with the tires before she left the pit stop, how good would it have been? Or, even just left the pit stop to find a tire problem is also okay. But she did not find anything. At that time she was full of only acceleration, more than eternity. She doesn't seem to be any kind of crash-resistant king, or accelerating king, or durian king. She's just a normal machinima who bursts cylinders when she uses her specials, and is adventurous and big-headed. Lots of dreams in my head, but lacks the ability to realize those dreams. Her performance comes from Su Nin's mysterious ability. Without that, she's nothing. She seems a little too cocky. Hello, your name is Star, right? Lachu reached out and waved her hand in front of Star's eyes. She was keenly aware that something wasn't quite right with the machine woman's state. I'm. Star wiped her eyes and looked up with as polite a smile as she could muster as she saw Laksha half hanging onto eternity, the confidence and vigor on her face shining brightly. Nah, I mean, do you want to go to the third relay point and see your master? Of course I want to go, but I can't go. Star shook her head. The race helicopter will take them, the post-relay machinists, to the finish line, but will not take them to another relay point as they wish. She couldn't just unfold and then run to the third relay point, could she? She already didn't have enough range, so she didn't want to just collapse in the desert when the time came, and that would be a complete pain in the ass for Sun Yen. How can you not go? Luo Shui took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Her voice said lethargically, Hey, hurry to pick me up at relay station number 2. Fast, give you 10 minutes, overtime waiting for payroll deduction. She hung up the phone and took Star's hand, smiling like an old fox. We have our own helicopter at the GPC club. Would you like to consider coming with your master? The treatment is very high. Oh, remember to blow more in your master's ear when you have a small meeting with him at night. Have a small meeting. What is it? Star saw that Luo Shui's face was full of ambiguity. It always felt like this yellow-haired royalty was talking about something unimaginable. It wasn't even 5 minutes before the GPC club's special helicopter arrived. Luo Shui and Eternity sat in first, and then Luo Shui moved her but to make room for a seat, waving and shouting to Star, Why are you waiting? Come up here. Don't you want to go see your master? When he comes down from the track, you'll be able to surprise him at the third relay point. Star took 3 seconds to rule out the risk that she might be abducted by Lakshu, thinking again that she could at least hand Sun Yen a bottle of water to go on when he got off the track. Even if it was the stupid machine lady, she wanted to do more. So she pursed her lips and sat next to Luo Shui somewhat coyly. Meanwhile, the launch point. Sun Yen was already in the cockpit of the Dolphin Panther and in the countdown to the start. Dolphin Panther. How many seconds are we missing the BSC club player right now? 37 seconds. Dolphin Panther inclined his head slightly. Sun Yen's gaze lowered. The reader at the front of the field of vision was on a 3-second countdown. The bright red numbers rolled on. Overtake him. He spoke coldly. Pull up the handbrake and press the gas pedal full. Chapter 143, Output all depends on roar. Zhang Sen, a professional rider of BSC Club. The pilot's machine girl is an $11 million XJB-27. There's nothing particularly outstanding about this machinima. The cornering and acceleration are good. The win is solid. And his goal today was to arrive at relay point 3 in 4th place. After that, BSC Club's ace, Early Chin, who is known as the queen of the track, drove the Gale to stay in 2nd place and fight for 1st place. Relay races are like a field day, with different stages fielding runners of different intensities. By far, GPC Club's Loxer was the strongest on stages 1 and 2, and a little weaker on stages 3 and 4 after that. The TGB Club, which is now in 2nd place, has run out of gas, with a newcomer on the final 4th stage and an average mechanic, and its performance is absolutely suppressed by Gale. And then there's the ESW Club, which is about the same per capita level, and is very solid, and it's the club most likely to fight with the BSC for the second place. And as for the Star Club, it did have a previous listing as an enemy, but it was rumored to have been put on the spot again by their boss. The Star Club is now a complete non-threat. Running a relay race is not the same as other types of races. Always when the club machinima and pilots are high morale, speed on the track will also be much faster. And the situation of the situation very much affects the machinima and the pilot's mood. Stress, heart-containing indignation will be easy to miss on the track. Machinima speed will also be affected by the bad mood. On the wind, there was an odd hissing sound. Zhang Xin frowned. What the B move is this? XJB-27 also looked confused. Was the machine lady catching up? But that's not how a machinima engine sounds. Whose machinima is as loud as a scream? Could it be a lone spirit in the desert? Thinking of the horror movie he watched a while ago, XJB-21 couldn't help but shiver, and the speed of the car was reduced a little. Zhang Xin immediately noticed the abnormality of his own machine girl and hurriedly pacified. Don't think too much. We'll be at relay point number 3 soon. It's only about 2 kilometers. Our mission will be completed. Hey. The sound was getting louder and closer. Zhang Xin and XJB-27 had trouble meditating at all. In the rearview mirror, there appeared to be 2 points of light approaching. I don't know exactly what it is. The visibility at night in the desert is so low. Master, do you think there really are ghosts in this world? Scrapped on the desert. The pilot GA up. The machine girl can only choose to return to the furnace. After the first 7 days, climb out of the furnace field back to this desert wandering. Revenge on all the riders passing through here. Hiss dash. XJB-27 sucked in a cold breath. Tough substitution. She's the contestant who's being avenged by the ghost. The corner of Zhang Sen's mouth twitched as he slapped XJB-27's ass. Where are the ghosts? Don't watch those horror movies. Snowy headlights stabbed out of the sand, accompanied by that odd sound wave. Zhang Xin and XJB-27 finally got a good look. It was a pale pink machinima. She was fast, or at least, faster than them. Super you, super you, super you, super you, over you, aha. Getting closer. It has even stuffed the entire rearview mirror. Unfortunately, the sand and dust swirled up by the tires also buried the locomotive, making it impossible to see who exactly was in the windshield. Sun Yan sat in the cockpit of the Dolphin Panther with a grimace on his face. He had a pair of earplugs in his ears, and the Dolphin Leopard in front of him was throwing back his head and hissing, letting out a howl like 1,000 birds. Hey ah ha ha! Accelerate, accelerate! Super you! Super you! Over you! On the way he advised the Dolphin Leopard not to howl. It's good to be passionate and combative, but too many decibels tend to sting the ears, which is not good. Before piloting the Dolphin Panther, he had never thought of it as a machinima whose output was all about roar. Her roar even overpowered the sound of the engine. Cloaked hair, eyes red, forehead veins bulging. The more you yell, the faster you go. Then bam, straight into the ass of the machinima in front of it. Hiss dash. Ouch, 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 ouch. The Dolphin Panther's crash resistance is considered excellent, with a score of 70, and the machinima that hits the front just cries out in pain. And in the cockpit in front, XJB-21 covered his buttocks with tears in his eyes and screamed out, ouch, jia jia jia. This is the BSC club player in front of us, isn't it? The Dolphin Leopard seemed to have heard that miserable scream. His brain suddenly stopped hurting, and he turned his head to look at Sun Yan with a pair of blood-red glowing eyes. Sun Yan gulped and nodded warily. GGG, good, very good, super her, bump her, super her. Bullying the machinists and pilots of the club where my big sister stays. Hanging hair is really tired of living. Bam bam bam. The Dolphin Panther doesn't overtake, either, and takes a swipe at the machinima in front of him. Wouldn't have been much farther from relay point 3. She just crashed the XJB-27 all the way to the finish line. By the time we got to relay 3, the Dolphin Panthers were still trying to crash, and Sun Yan rushed to stop them. Banging on the track is called confrontation, and banging when you get to the catch point is called a personal attack. The staff seemed to know that the two women were going through some fights and rushed up to cool them down with dry ice extinguishers. XJB-27 lifted the unfolding mode. His face was pale. He could only walk like a crab with his legs crossed, his thighs trembling with every step, giving Zhang Xin next to him a heartache. From time to time throwing angry glances at Sun Yan and Dolphin Leopard's side, and Dolphin Leopard was no less. Grimacing, she glared right back. Compared to the buttocks hurting XJB-27, she was a brain ache. Her forehead bumped into a patch of bruises and bulging bags. Boss, why are you stopping me? I'll kill him. Calm down, calm down. This is a relay point and they're not early Chin. Then where is early Chin? I'll tenderize him to death. Cough, ah, a familiar cough sounded behind him. The dolphin leopard stiffened, and the anger on his face dissipated as if he had been doused with cold water. She turned somewhat mechanically, a fawning smile piling up on her face. Good evening, big sister. Right now Star Club is still 5th, but it's not that far behind 4th place BSC in terms of total hours. Emperor Scale was still as calm as usual, even though the Star Club and the 1st place GPC had a lot of time difference, but these did not seem to affect the mood at all. She was wearing a tight black racing suit. Her rose-red eyes gazed at Sun Yen and Dolphin Leopard indifferently. A head of black waist-length hair was like a waterfall pouring down. She just stood not far from there, quiet and calm, with a clear and cold temperament, like a pavilion of daffodils. Just by looking at the Emperor Scales, the Dolphin Leopard's fire and lethargy instantly dissipated. Sun Yen's heart calmed along with it. Master! Star peeked out from behind Emperor Scale, a comforting smile on his face. She held a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Sun Yen, looking up and down at Sun Yen's face in state, her gaze warm and sticky, like a wife welcoming her husband home. Sun Yen took the water handed by Star and said in surprise, Star, why are you here? It was Lachu and Eternity and the girls who sent me here. Star pointed behind her. Sun Yen saw the entrance to the pit stop, and Luo Shui and Eternity waved their hands this way. A helicopter on the tarmac with a hatch bearing GPC paint. Hey, Star, you just have water for the boss? Where's mine? The Dolphin Panther pointed to his big, red, swollen head and said sadly, look at me, how much I've given up for the club. Star hurriedly held out 7 or 8 bottles of nutrient solution from the bag behind her and said somewhat curtly, no, I've prepared some for you too. All flavors are available. They are all highly concentrated recovery type. You won't be in pain after drinking it for a while. Further away from the departure point, XJB-27 and Jiangsun stood in front of Early Qin and said something, looking indignant, and Early Qin was casting a glance this way. Sun Yen and Qin Yuyue met their icy gazes and clenched their fists. He knew, holding back for so long. Sword, it's time to sheath it. Chapter 144, Confrontation, plus 1 IQ for little sense. The Dolphin Panther fought for the time to start with the beginning of Qin's month. It could have been a little faster. Actually, after all, she was the equivalent of disliking XJB-27 alive at pickup point 3. The gap between Star Club and BSC Club is now 12 seconds. Sun Yen and Qin early walked up to the departure point. Beside Qin Yeye stood Gale, whom he had met once. The acceleration of this machinima was very good. Sun Yen remembered having a full 89 points before. Now her cornering was 65 points, and early in the month Qin must have added modules to her. Acceleration became 90, air collection 78, anti-collision was reduced to 68, range was raised to 80. Stability and drift were also reduced by 3 points each to 65 and 67. You're the one who intentionally switched on your mother and hit our club's racer? Early Qin walked up to Sun Yen and Emperor Scale with Gale, lifted her chin and said pompously, you can win the race with these little tricks? Dream on. It's true that small tricks don't win races. Sun Yen nodded his head and said lightly, just like certain clubs that went to great lengths to have star change tires delayed by more than a minute, and as a result, the final result hasn't pulled off much, just a dozen seconds or so, can be really wasteful. Qin Ye's face stiffened, sulking surfaced in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, the corner of her mouth dipping into a cold smile. Soon you'll know that a difference of 10 seconds or so is a heavenly rift for your star club. We'll see. With those words she led Gale away, letting Gale unfold and getting herself into the driver's seat ready for the launch. Sun Yen searched for where this woman's confidence came from. Presumably, the acceleration of Emperor Scale's first form was only 75, and she was absolutely confident in Gale's acceleration, and obviously should have consulted Emperor Scale's data in advance, knowing that Emperor Scale was not a machine girl who excelled in speed, but this is a desert, and the Imperial Scale is the big-wheeled buggy. Unusual runner-type machine girls were good for 60 to 70% of their acceleration performance on sand, but the Imperial Scale could do 80% or more. Any machinima in this world can run any track. That doesn't mean the track has no effect on the model. Despite the fact that the machine girls can automatically raise their chassis, no amount of raising can do much more than a cross-country type of machine girl like the Imperial Scale, who is naturally suited to riding in the wilderness, mountains, and deserts, while also being perfectly capable of road races and rallies. What's a jack of all trades? It's $1 million. Not to mention there's a dimorphic form for road racing. Sun Yen felt that it was already hard to find another machine girl as perfect as Emperor Scale, because it was so perfect that there was nothing to highlight, or rather, her highlight was the perfect, well-balanced to the extreme hexagonal warrior. The start is on a 5-minute countdown. the moment Emperor Scale unfolded his first form. The sound of the surrounding drivers and machine girls drawing cold air could be clearly heard. The pitch-black body of the vehicle was clad in iron armor, reflecting a chilling aura under the cool moonlight. The entire vehicle was very wide, and the wheels, which were 2 times bigger than the rest of the machine girls, gave the illusion that it could crush everything in front of it. The doors opened automatically. Dire Scale was already plopped down in front of the driver's seat, waiting. She inclined her head to look at Sun Yan, her long hair spreading out like dark flowing water, her graceful waistline and hips outlining a perfect S shape, the waves of light flowing from those rose-red eyes, faintly missing any emotion. Even her voice, "Master, please come in." What's with the sudden bit of solemnity? Sun Yan touched his nose, stepped on the pedal to get on the car and sit in the cockpit. How can I say it? Emperor Scale did speak the truth. It was really warm. The seats seemed to be self-heated, and there was heating around them, like there was air conditioning, but there were no air vents in sight. Comfortable? Emperor Scale suddenly spoke. Sun Yan froze, gripping the joystick. Even the joystick is warm. Comfortable. Star told me. Without turning around, Emperor Scale continued, being counted out by the BSC club. There was a delay in changing the tires. Ah, yes. Sun Yan nodded. What does Master plan to do? Dire Scale asked. Sun Yan glanced at Early Chin and Gale beside him and sneered. Of course it's to give the other party a long memory. Understood. Emperor Scale inclined her head slightly, her eyes under her bangs flowing with a luscious light, her red lips parting lightly. Manipulate me to your heart's content. Master, I want to feel it. Sunin. What's so weird about what Emperor Scale said? He was unaware. However, that Emperor Scale had grown up watching videos of his and Star's matches when he was still a wisdom core, and had never missed a single one. She had witnessed all the skill he had shown so far, with a talent that far exceeded that of an ordinary mechanic maiden constantly absorbing knowledge. She eventually formed the Emperor Pro model, becoming the first mechanic maiden of the Emperor Pro family. It could be said that her model, all of her performance attributes, the reason why she became what she is today had a lot to do with Sun Yan, who was the equivalent of a godfather to her. Sun Yan pulled up the handbrake and pressed the gas full. Boom dash. Low waves of sound swept towards the surroundings, a sound more dull than the other machinima, without the slightest flare, but vibrating the tympanic membrane and the heart, calm and majestic, like the low roar of a male lion. In the cockpit, Gale's face turned green when he heard the sound waves of the Emperor Scales next door. His lips and teeth trembling, he said with trepidation, Master, I remember. When it was first auctioned off, the advantageous attribute of this mech was anti-collision, right? What should I do if she comes up and bumps me later? The Imperial Scale body is too bluff. Gale could hardly imagine what would happen if he was hit by an Emperor Scale. She's not going to just fall apart, is she? Scrapped and recycled? What are you afraid of? Early Chin was full of impatience. You're definitely faster than her. Direct speed crush. She can't even see your tail light. What's she going to hit you with? Wow. Oh, okay. Gale turned back and continued to look at the track, but in his heart, he was silently praying, his mouth broken. Speed crush, must be speed crush. 3, 2, 1, ping. At the sound of the starting gun, both machinima leapt out at the same time. The yellow sand swept up by the wheels almost flooded the entire starting point. Chin's ejection start technique was not in place at the beginning of the month, but with Gale's excellent straight-line acceleration steadily overtook Emperor Scale by a body. It works. In the cockpit, the corner of Chin Early's mouth hooked up into a smug smile. In order to target antagonistic type machine nymphs like the Emperor Scale, she had specially equipped Gale with modules that allowed Gale to overwhelm the Emperor Scale in both straight-line acceleration and turning performance. T-Scale is indeed powerful, but this kind of top-level machinima is only suitable for some of the special tracks, like Maratella, which has complex terrain and more straight lines. Or look at Gale. Soon, however, her face turned ugly. Again, straight-line acceleration. She realized that Gale actually couldn't shake off the Emperor Scales behind her. The other party was like a black shark locking onto its prey, biting viciously behind it, the pair of snowy headlights piercing through the sand as if they were the eyes of a shark, with two machinima entering the sandy track. Instead of putting distance between them, they were slowly but surely closing the gap. Big Thunder, Big Thunder. Chapter 145, Choice, John Yunju +1. Can't shake it off? Why can't you shake it off? Early Chin looked at the rearview mirror incredulously. Slamming his fist on the joystick, he hissed and growled, Gale, speak up. Why can't you get rid of her when I've put you on such a targeted module? I don't know. Gale wanted to cry. She really has gone all out to run. This answer was known only to Sun Yen. This was because Emperor Scale's special skill had been triggered at the start of the match. Special skills, T-Way, when a mecha exists within 50 meters of the vicinity, the nearest mecha is used as the target of the trial. If the opponent's speed is higher than the DL01, the DL01 receives a partial bonus to the acceleration attribute based on the acceleration attribute difference, and if the opponent's speed is lower than the DL01, it does not receive any bonus, and it is immune to all opponent's controls and impacts. Early Qin couldn't see it. However, Sun Yen could see that there was a radar-like screen in front of Emperor Scale's cockpit, on which there was a 3D image of Gale, and at the moment, a blood-red, thorn-like halo was surrounding Gale's image, and above the halo there was also a majestically shaped red greatsword. Obviously, Gale has been targeted for trial. Since Gale has a higher acceleration attribute than Emperor Scale, the Emperor's scales gained a skill effect bonus, and the acceleration attribute became 82, 5, 75 plus 7, 5. Although it was still worse than Gale, but by relying on the strong off-road ability of the buggy on the sand, the speed was not slower than Gale, and even a little faster. Early in the month, Qin made every effort to get rid of the Emperor's scales for several turns in a row, and was already mad with anger. Gale was even more scared to the point that he was wobbling all over, fearing that Qin Zhanyuan in the back would freak out and do something irrational. Early in the month, Qin even took some non-safe paths in his Gale. Sun Yen and Emperor Scale naturally followed closely. The route that Gale could take, Emperor Scale could definitely take. The dunes and sand pits that Gale couldn't get through, Dire Scale could get through with his eyes closed. Despair and anger were like webs woven by spiders, binding the hearts of early Qin and Gale. It was getting suffocating and tightening up. Ouch, brother. Something's wrong. Io was still passionately commentating. The screen cuts to the first GPC club player, now suddenly interrupted by the little brother to make him a little unhappy. Turned around with a face. What are you doing? Today do not say a clear I deducted your chicken leg ang. Just was in the state. So passionate. You so interrupted me directly withered. Io brother, something has really happened. Little brother full of anxiety hurriedly said. The weather station side released news. Maratella track near the formation of a tornado, and they predicted that this tornado is likely to pass through the fourth section of the relay track. Should we announce the suspension of the race? Brother Oops sniffed, but a look of joy appeared on his face immediately afterward. Pause. My ass. Tornadoes are good. Isn't the desert track about the harsh environment? Encountering a tornado is a better way to test the performance of the pilots, their skills, and their mental qualities. Ouch brother. But security. Don't worry about safety. Brother Ouch clenched his fists, impassioned. Are you not confident in the medical and rescue teams contracted by our sponsors? He didn't give his little brother a chance to continue talking, returning to face the camera. Good news and bad news, viewers. The bad news is that the weather station has detected a tornado in the Marat Ella Desert area, and the good news is that there is a good chance that this tornado will hit the fourth leg of the relay course. Now we'll tell that to the runners on the fourth leg of the relay course. I'm really looking forward to their faces. The corner of Brother Ouch's mouth curled into a wicked smile. A tornado is an intense, small-scale air vortex created by strong convective movements of air. It is characterized by a short duration, which usually lasts only a few minutes to a few tens of minutes, strong mobility, which does not stop in place, and strong winds, which are amazingly powerful in breaking monsters. Usually the best plan when encountering this type of natural disaster at the track is to wait for the tornado to pass, or go around. But time waits for no man, and there are riders and machinists who will rush headlong into the tornado to break through the wind barrier. There are quite a few such brave challengers, yet many pilots misjudge their abilities and the performance of their machinima, and often rush into the tornado and can't get out. Of course the pilot won't be hurt too much if he stays inside the body of the mecha and doesn't come out, as long as they didn't run into a particularly violent tornado that swept the machinima up. The most they'd be able to do was get swept around by strong air currents and not be able to break free. You can be rescued when the tornado weakens or stops naturally. Attention all players. A tornado is forming at coordinates 1735, 7632 on the fourth relay stage in Terra Mara. This tornado will head northwest through observation points 32 through 56. Many of the runners who had already passed observation point 56 had their hearts in their mouths. Even with the low visibility of the desert, they could vaguely see by moonlight the funnel-shaped air mass that was gradually taking shape in the ink-rendered twilight behind them. And at this moment, Sun Yen and early Qin were already close to observation point 32. When the race crew's cue went off, a huge funnel-shaped cyclone has formed on the track. Unfortunately for them and the riders sent out after them, they're going to be forced to battle tornadoes. Who knows how long the cyclone will stay on the track? Damn! When can't you come? But now! Qin Yeye grimaced as he piloted Gale and charged headlong into the tornado. Ayawa! Master, don't! That's a tornado! Gale cried out in fear in front of him to no avail. Well, after approaching the tornado, Shin Yu felt the terrifying wind as if in a dream. Gale had been blown off course by the gale, and if he continued to approach he would surely be swept away by the tornado. She simply wasn't the kind of machine woman who could fight a tornado, so she planned to take Gale on a detour, though it will take a lot of time. However, when she wanted to make a detour, Sun Yan and Emperor Scale, who were following closely behind and not even much affected by the gale, refused to do so. The front end of the Emperor's scales viciously pinned Gale from the side. In Gale's cockpit, Sheen early stumbled and almost smashed his head on the joystick. "Are you guys sick? Still not letting it open?" She raised her head to angrily look at Sun Yan across the room. The two men stared at each other through the car window. In Sun Yan's eyes, she felt indifference like a blade. "Master, now we have two choices. Emperor and Scales cool." Flat voice rang out, even now that she was getting closer to the tornado. Her emotions were not much up and down. Choice 1, regardless of early Chin and Gale, directly charge through the tornado to obtain a better ranking. Choice 2, crash early Chin and Gale into the tornado and let her know the price of bullying star. Sun Yan's eyes lowered. "If it were you, what would you choose?" "I care about the results of my first race." T. Scale looked up. Her murderous eyes were clearly visible in the rearview mirror. Her red lips twitched. "Indifferently, but I'll take 2. Big Thunder, Big Thunder. Chapter 146, Extrajudicial Measures. Jiangcheng City, a villa. "Have we hosted any competitions at Dragon Tech recently?" "Yes, boss." The assistant piled on a smile and nodded. "The medical team and rescue team that recently hosted the Marat Ella training race. But according to your request, we've been seizing the racing suit market in Tianyuan City lately, so we haven't paid much attention to this side of the training race. Would you like to take a look at it? I'll go fetch the information for you now." The middle-aged man took off his suit, revealing his burly body, walked over to the sofa and sat down, crossing his legs. "Bring it to me." The assistant immediately brought a laptop and a few documents. "We know you and Miss like to watch the races, so we saved some of the Marat Ella race footage. Here's the list of participants. See if there's a favorite team." The assistant picked out one of the documents and the man scanned it for a few moments before his eyes lit up. "Yo, this kid's in it too?" "Clubs are run differently." The man's eyes fell on the Star Club. "I was just going to casually watch the game to pass the time, but now I'm interested." The man was instantly relieved when he saw Sun Yan come out in the racing suit he had gifted him. This middle-aged man is the president of the Dragon Group, the same with a gold chain, set with gold teeth to Sun Yan to provide racing suits of the gold owner uncle. This life has no other desire, is to see their daughter to participate in a variety of competitions, although only in the form of racing suits on the photographs of this form. "Go and bring Nui Nui to watch with me." Uncle Goldmaster greeted his men. The assistant rushed off to do it. Within moments, a pale little girl, accompanied by her nanny and assistant, came to sit down next to the Goldmaster's uncle. "Daddy, you came back without telling me." The girl naturally wrapped her arms around the man's and pouted softly. She appeared to be no more than 11 or 12 years old in size and handsome in appearance. The big watery eyes were full of aggravation, and the small mouth was pouting. "Ugh, I just got back too, so I'll call you out right away to watch the game." The Goldmaster uncle looked at his daughter, his eyes full of pain. She was so sick that even when she was lying in bed doing nothing she had trouble breathing and chest tightness. "It's been a little better for a while now, and with the new medication have been able to move around a little bit, but she'll never be a race car driver in her life. Even if the machinima pulled all sorts of protections full, the adrenaline and heart rate spike during the race might just kill her at the start." "Is there brother Sun Yan and sister Star?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Yes." Uncle Goldmaster stroked his daughter's head. "If there wasn't, I wouldn't have called you along to see it." The assistant came up and very sweetly pressed play and ordered the nanny to bring some snacks and drinks. "It's playing at 2x speed recording now, and will automatically convert to live when it catches up with the progress of the broadcast." The father and daughter were overjoyed when they saw Sun Yan and Star make their debut in customized racing suits and camera close-ups. The girl's eyes were bright. Her eyes were full of longing and anticipation. She hoped that one day with the development of medical technology it would be possible to completely solve her disease. Then she would be able to take her own mecha goddess onto the field just like Sun Yan. Her father had once intended to match her with a Megain, but she felt that a Megain following her might never be able to go on the field, so she refused. And now Sun Yan and Xing Chen were an extension of her dream. TSK, this Zhang Jinbao isn't very good. So far behind, the pressure is all on Sun Yan's side. Uncle Goldmaster couldn't help but frown when he saw Zhang Laolai driving Lingfeng to reach the relay point to refresh his score. This kid can't be dealt with casually even if he can't recruit anyone. At least recruit a few with similar strength. "Dad, do you think that talented pilots and top-notch machine girls are cabbages in the market?" The girl rolled her eyes and puffed out her cheeks. "If you're capable, go find another pilot with similar skills as brother Sun Yan." Uncle Goldmaster rubbed his nose. he really didn't have it in him. He was a good judge of character. When he first watched Sun Yen compete, he knew that Sun Yen was a golden scale that transformed into a dragon when it met the wind. Such a top-notch genius couldn't be found in a few places around the world, let alone poached to the Star Club. Brother Sun Yen and sister Star take the baton. The girl was holding a penguin doll and pointing at the computer screen. At the moment the camera gives a close-up of Sunin and Star preparing to send the car. Father and daughter watched with great interest, and the host, Brother Oops, was very helpful, with lots of footage of Star and Eternity racing, but then it jumps the camera when you get to the pit stop side. By the time the camera comes back again, Sunin and Star have left the pit stop. However, looking at the father and daughter found that something is wrong. Star first car body inexplicably out of control, and then parked to the side of the road. Sun Yen out of the car to check, and then Sun Yen driving Star back to the original way. Ouch! Brother issued a few questions, judging Sun Yen and Star may have encountered some problems. Jumped the camera to the other contestants. Dad, what happened to Brother Sun Yen and Sister Star? The girl's eyes were full of worry, and a great deal of unhappiness was written on her face. Uncle Goldmaster also frowned and asked the assistant next to him, hurry up and call to find out what's going on. The assistant saw both the boss and the lady with a stern face. His soul was scared out of his mind, and he hurriedly rolled out to make a phone call. All the while, the golden uncle and the girl continued to watch the video. They saw Sun Yen driving the Star out again, winding his way to the second relay point. Then the Dolphin Panther was switched to continue on and reached relay point 3, where the Imperial Scale was switched to take over the baton. In the process, the Star Club has been closing the time gap with other clubs. It was also only a dozen seconds away from the 4th place BSC club, when the assistant also returned from a phone call. Boss, after asking clearly, Sun Yen and Star's car tires were changed wrongly by the logistics staff, so they went back to change the tires again. The assistant said carefully, wrong tires? What a joke. The Goldmaster's uncle glared and slapped his hand on the table. The pit stops changed the tires to deal with the loose sand afterwards, where there are only HT tires, and that's the only kind that can be changed wrong? On purpose. The assistant wiped the sweat seeping out of his forehead and said with trepidation, I heard that it was intentional. This time, the one responsible for the resource supply is Giant Prime Technology, and there is a BSC club under Giant Prime Technology, and Sun Yen and the ace of the BSC club, Qin Zhuanqiu, have had a beef, and Qin Zhuanqiu is the fiancé of the president of Giant Prime Technology. So they use such underhanded tactics? The Golden Lord's uncle's eyes were red as if he were a furious lion. Dad, the girl pulled her father's hand and said anxiously, look, Brother Sun Yen drove his machinima into the tornado. Turns out, at some point, the screen in the laptop had switched to a live feed. The Goldmaster's uncle followed his daughter's words and looked at the screen. Only the view shuddered. It was the gale force winds that were shaking the camera violently. Even with night vision, that track was too covered in stormy sand to see clearly. Only a vague shadow could be seen in it. Sun Yen was piloting the Emperor Scale, pinning one end to Qin Erli's gale, and rushing against the gale in a straight line towards the tornado without the slightest intention of avoiding it. The scene here suddenly swings skyward. Apparently the surveillance had been blown over by the gale and nothing could be seen. Boss, the assistant was dumbfounded. He didn't think that showing his boss a game could cause so much unhappiness. The owner and the lady obviously cared about the pair of contestants, Sun Yen and Star. As a result, the pair are now taking desperate measures. Uncle Goldmaster looked at the screen with a cloudy face. Suddenly, he took out his cell phone and logged into the show and tell app and accessed some information. He was slightly relieved when he saw the basic introduction of DL01, a top-tier mechanic girl who mainly resists crashes and stabilizes. Not sure what the special skills are, but resists tornadoes without a problem. Sun Yen clearly wants to clean up early Qin. Since so, boss, don't worry, the rescue team and medical team we contracted are all professionals. Nothing will happen to that pair of players for sure. The assistant piled up a smile. Should I call an urge? Emphasize it? Emphasize my ass. Uncle Goldmaster snorted coldly. Have the rescue and medical teams stand by in place. It's just a trick. Who doesn't know a trick these days? The assistant was confused. He was even a little confused as to what his boss was thinking. But the competition side, do I pay you? Or does the tournament pay you? The Goldmaster's uncle's eyes crossed. It's you. The assistant bowed her head. Then do as I say. Yes, Big Thunder, Big Thunder. Chapter 147, Solid Gold. The surveillance screen stopped at the moment when Sun Yen and Qin Zhaoyuan were battling it out. Emperor Scales, the pair of blood-red taillights under the cover of sand and dust as a pair of fierce beast pupils. The moment the massive body hit Gale, the contrast between the entire car and the Gale is clearly visible. In front of the massive Emperor Scales, Gale was like a pathetic toy car. Io got instantly more excited at the sight. squeezing the microphone was a hiss. Audience, is there anything more exciting than a battle around a tornado? We will try our best to restore the surveillance around the tornado. There is no doubt that both Qin Ye and Sun Yan are excellent and brave riders. They made a choice that 99.9% of the riders wouldn't dare to make. Yes, that's right. They not only challenge the tornado, but also fight in the tornado. A few of the little brothers next to Brother Ouch's face turned green. Things have come to this point, and Brother Ouch is still passionately commentating? That early Qin was the fiancé of the president of Giant Prime Technology. If something happens, Io brother is afraid not daytime at home can be put in a sack and sunk in the river. In the repair station's office, Wang Ritian stormed, so anxious that his eyes were red. Quickly notify the rescue team to prepare for the rescue, and the medical team to go over there as well. Hanging up the phone, he grimaced. Wang Hao didn't expect Sun Yan to retaliate against him in this way, and I didn't expect a tornado to come out of nowhere today. Kind of regret it. Had he known that Sun Yan was so paranoid and vindictive, he should have prepared a little more thoroughly, or at least not let his fiancée take the risk. Now that's good. All of Sun Yan's fire poured out onto early Qin. There wasn't much he could do about it. He wasn't Superman. Charging into a tornado was a complete death wish. One can only pray that the rescue and medical teams give a damn. Wang Ritan muttered as he looked out the window at the gloomy sky. It's over. Sun Yan went straight into the tornado. Zhang Lalai and Ling Feng's jaws dropped, followed by an anxious look. No, that's a tornado. How can you just go into it? Master, don't be in a hurry. The boss won't do anything he's not sure of. Ling Feng softly consoled. Besides, Emperor Scale, as you know, that person's ability is not ordinary. Yes, Zhang Lalai, wait in peace. Boss Su clasped his hands on his chest and frowned. Although he was also worried about Sun Yan's safety, he was not as pessimistic as old rascal Zhang. We have to believe in old brother Su. Since he is doing this, he must have his own ideas. Streams of light looked at the sky-darkened image on the screen in silence. Although Sun Yan did this painfully, it was little Star who was going to be sad. Prisons. A couple of the new cellmates were lying in the corner with bruises and swollen noses. The remote control, already broken in two, was still stuffed in the mouth of one of the men. Uncle Liang sat in front of the new TV set staring wide-eyed and sweating, biting his lip and nervously clenching his fists. Ugh, nothing must happen to this brat. When he came to prison, he was cured with the help of an old friend, and now exercises every day, eats and drinks well, and is stronger than ever. The only downside is that there's not much freedom and you can only watch TV every day to pass the time. He only watched the match between Sun Yan and Star. When there wasn't a match for them, he discussed life and ideals with his cellmates. Some room in the underground black market. Zidane huddled under the covers wrapped into a ball, biting his fingers and looking at the TV with the same apprehensive face. Watching Sun Yan compete was more nerve-wracking than her own competition, and she couldn't wait to switch herself with the Emperor Scales that had rushed into the tornado, though she may have just touched the edge of the tornado and is about to fall apart. Relay point 3. Unable to see Sun Yan and Emperor Scale, Star was so anxious that she spun in place. She tried to unfold to check out the tornado side, but was watched by Dolphin Panther and Eternity. Just a Dolphin Panther she could still break free, but Eternity was much stronger, and with the two machinists pressing down on one of her hands, Star couldn't move at all. Oh, you guys let me go and take a look. I'll just take a look. Just one look. Star's eyes were red, tears welling up in her eyes. Star, listen to me. Any of us who go to this tornado will be swept away, but Big Sister will never be swept away. She was born to challenge harsh environments. Dolphin Panther sighed helplessly. Besides, you can't do much if you go now. If you get swept away, the boss will still be looking for me to settle the score. But, despite knowing that Dolphin Panther was right, but those words didn't quell the apprehension and worry in her mind. After all, Sun Yan's position in her heart was more than just a driver. No buts. Dolphin Leopard put the durian helmet on Star's head, pressed Star's head, patiently pacified. Be good and wait. I guarantee that both the boss and Big Sister will arrive safely at the finish line. Even if you don't believe Big Sister, you have to believe the boss. Although the boss is also the first time to drive me, but gives me the feeling that he is the kind of cautious and calm character. Definitely won't do things that are not sure. Let's go to the finish line and wait, Luo Shui proposed. Going to the finish line and waiting for the stars will also give us some peace of mind. And when Sun Yan and Emperor Scales arrive, they'll be the first to see them. The crowd nodded. Star didn't want to cause trouble either. He could only suppress his worries in his heart for the time being and silently pray for Sun Yan and Emperor Scales. And at the moment, the track. Boom buzz dash. Emperor Scales' engine hissed in the gale. She pushed against the gale, pushed against Gale. The machinima pushed Gale and Chinyaya towards the tornado, getting closer and closer to the tornado. The gale had practically pressed down so much that Gale couldn't move, and it was naturally even more unlikely for her to break free from Emperor Scale's hands, so she could only passively move closer towards the tornado. In fact, from the first time the Imperial Scale hit her, she then felt a thick wall come crashing down on her. The impact made her dizzy and caused severe pain all over her body. Luckily for her, the dire scale stopped bumping her in the back and just pushed her to walk forward. If it had been that much more, she'd probably have had a grand affair with the scenery. But having escaped the sanction of the Emperor's scales, she hadn't escaped the destruction of this woman. Early Chin. The closer the tornado was, the more intimidating the horrifying picture became. The huge funnel-shaped cyclone connected to the dim sky and thunderclouds. The oppressive feeling brought about by that natural greatness was unrivaled. One could not face this kind of heavenly calamity without absolute courage. And it was obvious that Chin early didn't have that kind of courage. She was punching and kicking in the cockpit. While the exterior of the Megane is very strong, the interior is the most sensitive and fragile part of the body. They leave the most vulnerable parts to the driver, constructing a strong protective shell. Therefore, Chin Early's behavior at this moment was undoubtedly a kind of painful injury to Gale. Off. Gale, you punk, hurry up and take me out of the tornado. Gale was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, and was completely strong enough to take a breath without lifting the unfolding. This move was not only to protect Early Chin, but also to protect herself. It was the time when the tornado was at its strongest, and if it lifted and unfurled, both she and Early Chin would be swept up into the sky. By the time it fell, even if the machine girl's life force was strong, she would be dead. It's getting closer. The roar of the gale seemed to be accompanied by the shaking of the earth, like thousands of thunders exploding in the ears. Countless grains of sand and chunks of rock crackled like bullets as they struck Gale and Emperor Scale. This is certainly another traumatic experience for the machine lady, but Emperor Scale froze without even frowning. Looking out the window at the darkness, listening to the hissing of the wind and the sound of gravel breaking in my ears, Early Chin was finally honest. She cowered in the driver's seat pale and shivering as a foul odor filled the cockpit. She pissed herself. Unfortunately, Gale had no time to care about that right now. The Emperor Scales continued to push her forward, running in both directions with the tornado, and both finally entered the tornado's wind barrier. The wind speed was at its peak at the moment, and Gale barely lasted a few seconds before he was swept over the ground by the gusts and soon drowned in the sand and dust. Emperor Scale looked at the scene indifferently. The dark, cold body was rock solid, unmoving in the raging tornado. Sorry, she spat out 2 words coldly, as if saying goodbye. It's a pity about Gale, the machinima. She's innocent. Sun Yen sighed. There's nothing wrong with Gale, it's just that he's following a straw man. This time, being swept away by the tornado was expected to be injured quite a bit, and Chin Early's bones must have been broken a few times as well. Master doesn't have to beat himself up, he can't die. Emperor Scale inclined his head to look at Sun Yen. Rose-colored eyes reflected cold auras in the dim light of the car. Of course, I can if you want. Are you going to get hurt? Maybe. Forget it then. Let's go. Sun stepped on the gas and cut the joystick to turn around. It was the first time he had ever driven in a tornado, in either his past or present life, and the first experience brought to him by the Emperor's Scale was summarized in 8 words, solid as gold, like walking on the ground. Hearing Sun Yen's reply, Dire Scale turned back to look at the road again. The corners of his mouth crept upward. Okay, Master. Big thunder, big thunder. Chapter 148, Unharmed, thanks to Zhu Qiyong who likes percussion instruments. Wang Hao rode a helicopter to the tornado, but he could only watch from the side and didn't dare to get close. The medical and rescue teams were too slow to arrive, and 10 minutes passed without a single movement. But the race party had already reinstalled the cameras, and the track monitoring around the tornado resumed. With the eyes of people around the world who were glued to their televisions glued to the horrific funnel-shaped black cloud, despite being separated by a television set, the oppressive feeling of the tornado still suffocated them. If I had been there, I wonder if I would have been scared straight into a weak-kneed state. Yet it was in the face of such a horrific disaster that 2 players still rose to the occasion, even if they don't know where they'll end up, but their names have been remembered. Is there really a rider and a machinima that can break out of such a horrible tornado? A rider from the ESW club mumbled as he stared wide-eyed at the tornado. Hey, what do you mean? The Dolphin Panther glared viciously at the driver and angrily said, Crow's mouth again. Believe it or not, I'll tenderize you to death. Now that Emperor Scale wasn't around, she could tenderize whoever she wanted. The ESW riders, seeing Dolphin Panther, a pink-haired machine woman, looking like she was not to be messed with, hurriedly shut their mouths and silently hid behind their own machine woman. Unfortunately, his machinima was only about 6'6", which was still less imposing than the 6'7" Dolphin Panther. Even competing with Dolphin Panther seems a bit weak. Friends of the audience, There was a mistake in the intelligence. The announcement made by the weather station 15 minutes ago was that this tornado would last for about 7 minutes or so. Unfortunately, the tornado is now getting bigger and bigger. His face was full of gravity and he looked as if he was worried about the competitors in the tornado. But right after that the look on his face became excited once again. But my friends, isn't that the beauty of racing? You never know what you're going to encounter on the track. And that uncertainty is what gets our adrenaline pumping. Star and Dolphin Panther's adrenaline spiked when they heard that. Star, where's your durian shell? Dolphin Panther approached Star for props with a black face. Star carries weapons with him and immediately takes out two. Dolphin Panther pinched the durian shell and waited up and down, straightening his left hand and giving a thumbs up, aiming for the helicopter in the sky. With the strength of the machine lady, there was a real possibility that this durian shell could be thrown to bring down the helicopter. Dolphin Panther, forget it. Star took Dolphin Paw's hand, though the host gloating infuriated her, but she knew that if Dolphin Leopard did bring the helicopter down, she'd get Sun Yen in trouble. Just on the way to the finish line she had already thought it through. Sun Yen was steady in her work. An Emperor Scale was a machine lady specializing in crash resistance and stability. She was definitely stronger than her in terms of resistance. And with a tornado of this intensity, she was also sure that she could bring Sun Yen to rush out, as long as her speed was fast enough. Then now that Sun Yen had Emperor Scale to protect her, the situation was definitely not worse. But if Sun Yen and Emperor Scale were really injured, she would have smashed the helicopter down without the need for Dolphin Panther to do anything. Smash that oaf. The team of presenters on the helicopter had no idea that they had just walked through the door of the ICU. Ouch brother, almost there. Yeah, ouch brother. Hurry up and rush the rescue team. The minions around Brother Ouch are on the verge of tears. The Jumbo Group side had been rushing the treatment and rescue teams, and the calls were coming in on their end. But the rescue and treatment teams always said they were already on their way, and by all rights they were flying helicopters. They shouldn't have been so slow, but now there was no movement at all. Just then, two beams of headlights looked like two swords poking out of a tornado. Then the crowd heard the dull hiss of an engine. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't help but get goosebumps. Brother Oops froze and immediately pulled the view of the surveillance closer. Only the blurred figure of a machinima appeared in the roiling yellow sand, until it broke through the yellow sand. The sand and dust in the sky looked like it was draped in royal robes over her, and the flying sand and rocks around her could hardly shake her in the slightest. She just straightened up and sprinted to the finish line. It's not a safe path. Safe paths have been tornadoed out long ago. In front of her was a sand dune with a great angle of inclination. As we all know, the nastiest terrain to drive on in the desert, besides quicksand and sand pits, is sand dunes. The slippery nature of sand makes it possible for even the best performing car to blow up while climbing a dune. If you don't accelerate at full speed, then you can only watch yourself slide down the dune. Before Brother Io could say anything, the machine woman was already rushing headlong towards the dunes. And over the dunes is the end. The normal safe path is to go around the dunes. My god, actually charging directly at the dunes? I'm really not afraid of bursting the tank. Can you guys see if this machinima is from the Star Club or the BSC? I feel that she is in a hurry, too eager to get to the top. Dune this terrain, the first GPC club player did not choose to charge directly. Watch, soon to burst the tank. The field of view is so far away that it's hard to see the exact model. All that could be seen were blurry black shadows and blood-red taillights. But, no matter what the crowd says or thinks, the machinima still rushed up the dune. The speed slowed down for a moment, just when everyone thought she was going to run out of steam. Boom buzz dash. The sound of the engine was like a tiger's roar, even through the frenzied wind tore at the eardrums, with barely a stutter. The machinima charged effortlessly up the dune, and the people at the finish line finally saw it. As if an emperor scale clad in armor were a war general, he leaped up at the end of his vision and broke through the sand. The bright headlights shook one's eyes sorely. She sped along proudly. The sand and dust swept up by her wheels lined up on either side, crushing all obstacles along the road, whether they were gravel or cactus. Audience members, coming towards us head-on is Star Club's final baton player Emperor Scale, and the person driving her is our popular Dark Horse magician. Brother Ouch reacted immediately, and in addition to giving a shot to Emperor Scale, a big face hurriedly grabbed half of the shot as he said with a raised eyebrow, I think this scene deserves to go down in the history books of the Marat Ella training tournament. In the 10 years since the inception of the Marat Ella training race, there have been 78 tornadoes encountered during the race, 17 of which have affected the course. But Magician and Emperor Scale were the only runners who chose to break through the tornadoes, and they are the true heroes, the brave ones. Let's give a round of applause for the birth of heroes. There was very little applause at the finish, because the Emperor Scales had traveled to them. Everyone stared in awe at the mighty machine girl, shocked at her power and majesty. Even if it rushes across the desert, even if it breaks through a horrible tornado, her body was still black and cold, her heavy armor as new as ever. It was surprising that the wind and sand and debris didn't leave a single mark on her. Facing natural disasters, she was unharmed. Emperor's Scales, Chung Sam, Chapter 149, Shocked. Emperor's Scales actually. Purple Cherry +1. Emperor's Scale lifted the unfolding mode and helped Sun Yen land from midair. She had a high chassis, and when she lifted and unfolded, both Sun Yen and her were airborne. Coming out from inside the Emperor's Scales, Sun Yen couldn't help but shiver at the cold wind outside. The desert was too cold at night, and the inside of the Emperor's Scale was too warm. The comparison between the two made it even more unbearable. He even had an urge to subconsciously hide in Emperor Scale's arms. That was the instinctive reaction of humans facing the cold. But soon he wasn't cold anymore. A coat was draped over him. It still carried the fragrance of roses and body heat from Emperor Scale's body, and the heavy fabric blocked all the cold winds out. Where did that come from? Sun Yen froze, prepared in advance. Emperor Scales said indifferently, reaching out to fasten Sun Yen's buttons for him. That's pretty thoughtful. Sun Yen put his hands into his sleeves and felt the fabric of the coat, which was oddly rare. Master. Sun Yen had just turned around when a petite figure rushed into his arms. This rushing force is really horrible. Good thing that Star knows to collect the force. And Sun Yen's physique is also much stronger than before, although a few steps back but still a hold. Master, I'm worried about you. Star's small head was buried in Sun Yen's chest, his voice muffled. Sun Yen could feel something wet seeping into his clothes. This little girl must be so worried she's crying. Aren't I fine? Sun Yen laughed and stroked Star's head. You know, I'm a person who never does anything I'm not sure of. I know. Star looked up, her eyes red and with tears that had yet to be wiped away. She looked at Sun Yen's body is not injured. The color is very good. The small mouth is deflated, but broke into a smile. I'm a killing machine, mother-ah. Master, if you are not sure, also dare not contract me. That's right. Sun Yen nodded his head in a serious manner. You couldn't even dry me out. A mere tornado, not in your eyes at all. Star hugged Sun Yen for a while and then let go. She walked up to Emperor Scale, bowed deeply to him, and offered the prepared nutrient solution with both hands. Sister Emperor Scale, thank you for sending Master safely to the finish line. Thank you for your hard work. Emperor Scale looked Star up and down, half speaking. Just when Star was feeling a little awkward, Emperor Scale's red lips moved. Is the Durian Lord preparing to recruit me as a rebel king? Well, Star blushed up to her ears and became even more embarrassed, her toes digging dead into the soles of her shoes and her head bowed in embarrassment. Instead, there was a soft laugh in his ear. Thanks, really thirsty. Emperor Scale took the nutrient solution, unscrewed the cap, and gracefully took a sip. Star also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Emperor Scales are still relatively easy to get along with. It just seems colder on the surface. She thought darkly that since this was the case, it wasn't impossible for the Rebel King to be recruited. In the future, we must be nicer to Dolphin Leopard and Emperor Scale, and sensitize them with love, so that they will surrender of their own accord. Star's eyes rolled agog, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Living like a little fox, the corner of Sun Yen's mouth twitched. He only looked at the way Star's eyes were dribbling. He knew that this girl had some strange idea again. What? Only got fourth? The Dolphin Leopard roared exaggeratedly in the distance. Sun Yen twisted his head, only to see the Dolphin Leopard was angrily pinching Brother Ox's collar and lifting him up. Another tire change, another tornado. Time you guys don't make up? Ouch, Brother Pale stammered. Cannot make up. The game encountered any accident is normal. If everything can make up, that is not a mess. Good, you're right. In that case, it makes sense for you to accidentally get tenderized to death by your old lady, doesn't it? Dolphin Panther brought up a knee to Ouchie Brother's stomach. Hello, help, who's this machinima? Killing people. The Dolphin and Leopard is a man of his word, and when he says he wants to die a tender death, he dies a tender death. It's not necessarily a real tender death, but it certainly leaves a lasting impression on the other side. However, ahem. The fury on Dolphin Panther's face instantly dispersed. She first put Ouchie Brother down and tended to Ouchie Brother's collar, then patted her face and pinched a forced smile with her fingers on her stiff face before turning around. Hi, big sister. It's quite cool tonight, and seeing you and the boss come back safely, my heart is really warmed up. Emperor Scales was silent for a moment. Eyes fell on the timing board. 4th place, a minute and a half from the GPC Club and 23 seconds from the 3rd place TGB Club. Ka-dash. The fist clenched violently. A fierce aura spread out from around Emperor Scale. Both Dolphin Leopard and Brother Out shivered, revealing a look of horror. 4th place, shame. T-Scales bowed his head, his mouth shattering as the ground swirled with sand around his feet, just when the Dolphin Leopard thought that Emperor Scale was about to lose his temper, only to see Emperor Scale silently turn around and walk over to Sun Yen, bowing. I'm sorry, Master, only finished 4th, I was useless. Sun Yen was confused. What's going on here? It's just a practice game, and it's eating out of a dish and a tornado, so 4th is 4th. In all sincerity, finishing 4th was a surprise with so many influences. Emperor Scale, it's fine, we'll just keep trying next time. Sun Yen walked to D-Scale, patted D-Scale's shoulder. softly soothing, and it's not your fault at all. The tires going wrong is strictly my negligence. Tornadoes are natural and man-made disasters. No one wants to encounter this kind of catastrophe, so how can you be blamed for it? Inheriting your power but not being able to fight for your glory. What? Emperor Scale's voice was so small and muffled that Sun Yan couldn't even hear it when he got closer. I'm not worthy of being the #1 machine girl of the Tyrant family. Empyrean Scale raised her head, biting her red lip as 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. I am ashamed of your cultivation, she howled out in tears, diving headfirst into Sun Yan's arms, her pretty face buried in Sun Yan's shoulder as she cried her eyes out. Sun Yan was shocked, and so were Dolphin, Leopard and Star beside him, with their mouths open into an O shape. God damn! Emperor Scale was actually crying, bawling like a little girl hugging Sun Yan. Unbelievable. The Dolphin Leopard's pupils trembled with a hellish expression. Star slowed down for a moment. She had seen strong machinima before, but it was the first one that Emperor Scale cared that much about winning or losing. And Dire Scales will take all the faults on himself when he loses, instead of blaming others. It's just anyway, it's usually not visible at all. Sun Yan gently patted Emperor Scale's back, his entire body stiffening. He sort of finally understood the meaning of Emperor Scale's words earlier. When Emperor Scale said he cared a lot about the results of the tournament, he wasn't just saying it, he really cared. That, even though you guys are 4th, you're still considered the uncrowned king. Luo Shui rubbed over with eternity, looking at Emperor Scales with surprise in her eyes as well. She was truly amazed when she first saw the Emperor Scales, thinking that Emperor Scale is one of those high-flying queenly big sisters who are super strong and tuggy and cool on the inside. The results now feel even more amazing. If there was no tire-changing fiasco and no tornado confrontation, you guys would be the #1 right. Luo Shui lifted up the suitcase containing $5 million and said with a smile, I'm not sure I can take this money. According to normal circumstances, this money should be yours. The GPC club was not short of money, and Lakshu had never worried about money in her life, but she knew the fledgling Star Club must be short of money. Of course, there was also appreciation for Emperor Scale trying to comfort him. Mainly, this is money that Emperor Scale will definitely not take. Do you guys really think so? Emperor Scale raised his head from Sun Yan's shoulder and looked at Luo Shui with red eyes. Think we're uncrowned? Yes. Loxer froze. We do. So, whoosh dash. Before the words were out of his mouth, the box in his hand was gone. Emperor Scale held the box in his death grip, his expression returning to indifference. It was completely impossible to tell that she had just cried profusely except for her red, swollen eyes and the tear stains on her face. She lifted her chin and grimaced. Thank you, Loxer and Eternity. Just caught off guard. Chapter 150, Meteor, Mechanical Ascension, 2-in-1. Luo Shui looked at Sun Yan with a face full of resentment. Sun Yan smiled sarcastically and could only twist his head to look at Emperor Scale. T-Scale shook his head straight as he hugged the box. Boss, this is what we deserve. Since it's the uncrowned king, the championship honor goes to them and the prize money goes to us. We all get what we want. Dolphin Panther stepped out and blocked in front of Emperor Scale with Star on the left and right, like an old mother hen protecting her chicks. Star, full of seriousness, echoed Dolphin Panther's words. That's right, to each his own. GPC clubs don't even lack money at first glance. I'm sure I wouldn't care about a measly $5 million. Sun Yan felt that Luo Shui should just be being polite, but he really wants $5 million too. So he could only avoid Luo Shui and Eternity's gazes and raised his head to look up at the sky. TSK, don't say. You guys really don't say. Look at this desert moon is really big and round. Where's the rescue team? Where's the medical team? It's been half an hour and the tornado is almost stopped. Why haven't they come yet? Wang Hao was about to explode with anger. It's not the first time he's hosted a tournament either. Generally early in the training race he will participate in more or less as a sponsor to support, in order to give his fiancée to take care of the race, such as draw the starting position, secretly manipulate a position in the middle, to avoid too far ahead of the exploratory car. He swore that Maritella's healing and rescue teams were definitely the slowest in attendance. Boss, the call went through. The secretary came over with her cell phone, full of glee. Quickly ask them why they haven't come yet. What are they doing? Wang Hao roared angrily. The phone is on speakerphone. An embarrassed voice came from inside. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. We have a problem with the helicopter propeller. It's being repaired. Repair my ass. Don't you guys have a car? Tire puncture? Mr. Wang Hao froze. The medical and rescue teams are equipped with functioning mechs. And even if the tires on the transport trucks are punctured, where are the functioning mechs? Half a shadow now. Send in your functional machinima to the rescue. What? Mr. Wang, it's too windy to hear. Oh, you said that it has been saved? Good. Worthy of Mr. Wang. Thank you for reducing our workload. Then we won't bother you anymore. Slap. The phone hung up. Splat. Wang Hao smashed his cell phone to pieces, his face shivering with anger. Isn't this intentional, boss? What do we do now? The secretary stayed with her carefully. Check for me which company sponsored the medical team and rescue team. Wang Hao looked at the tornado that was gradually calming down and took a deep breath. Don't count on the rescue team and medical team. Let our group's manpower come in and quickly search for Qin Erli's whereabouts. Boss, the medical team and the rescue team are both the responsibility of the Dragon Group, the secretary said. Dragon Group. Wang Hao's face changed. These 4 words were like a pot of cold water over his head, causing his furious mood to cool down considerably in an instant. How is it the Dragon Group? He paused. Even if it's the Dragon Group, you have to ask why they deliberately didn't send a rescue. Wang Hao took out another cell phone and made a call himself. As the president of the enterprise, he certainly had the phone numbers of some other enterprise presidents. Ming Ruilong, founder of Dragon Technology. The two had met at a party and left each other's phone numbers. He didn't know much about Ming Ruilong. He only knew that Ming Ruilong's enterprise was very comprehensive, mainly focusing on heart drug research and high-tech racing suit research and development. And nutritional solution market also has a place. It is a monster whose volume is bigger than that of Jumbo Tech. There is an only daughter called Ming Qianxiao, and it is said that the drug research and development is done up for his daughter. The call went through quickly, but it wasn't Ming Ruilong who answered the phone. The voice was young, and the tone had the mellowness characteristic of assistant and secretary type positions. Mr. Wang, our boss knew you'd call and he asked me to bring you a message. What words? Wang Hao's pupils shrunk. Changing tires is easy, and so is changing your fiancé. The phone hung up. Wang Hao's face was pale, and a bead of sweat trickled down the corner of his forehead. Without realizing it, cold sweat had soaked his back. So it is, because he intentionally changed Star's tires to target Sun Yan. The Dragon Group targeted Early Qin, and when they saw that Early Qin was caught in the tornado, the rescue team and the treatment team directly found various reasons not to come. So, the Star Club is actually backed by the Dragon Group? But, there's no sign of it at all. Nope. Wang Hao suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly took his cell phone to search out a photo, and his fingers dialed to keep enlarging. It was a close-up of Sun Yan wearing a racing suit, and there was a little girl's headshot in the chest position, and even though it was still a little fuzzy, it did look a little bit similar to the president of Dragon Group, Ming Ruilong. If I'm not mistaken, this mugshot is Ming Ruilong's daughter. Meh. There were meteors streaking across the dimly lit sky. Wang Hao didn't have time to appreciate it and just gave a bitter smile. I thought that the Star Club is a soft persimmon casually pinch. I did not think that people have long been looking for a good backstage, but also an iron backstage. Think of when the acquisition of the club. No wonder the Dragon Group is also inexplicably grabbing with them. After half a day is in order to pave the way for the Sun Yan. Boss, should we continue to rush the rescue team? The secretary saw Wang Ritian's ugly face, but still asked with trepidation. After all, if he didn't get it done quickly, there was a chance that Qin Erli's body would be cold. There's no need to rush the rescue team. They won't come. Shout for our people to hurry over. We can only rely on ourselves for today's search and rescue. Wang Hao sighed, and he had already planned for the worst in his heart. True to Ming Ruilong's warning, there was a real possibility that he might have to change his fiancée today. The vast desert. Gale didn't last long after all. The tornado had lasted too long. Plus Early Qin's punches and kicks had traumatized her. Even more outrageous was peeing in fear in the cockpit, the core being contaminated with foul liquid, making it even more unbearable for her. The fiery pain spread from her bone marrow all the way to her skin, and she eventually passed out from the pain. After losing control of the body, the renewal that had long been exhausted could no longer hold on. The unfolding mode was automatically lifted, and Early Qin was also thrown out of the cockpit. At this time, the tornado's wind had shrunk, but Early Qin and she were still being blown to roll over and over on the sand. And when the tornado gradually calmed down, Early Qin had already gone to nowhere, and Gale, seriously injured and unconscious, was lying on her back in the sand, with her pale, pretty face bruised and purple. The racing suit on her body was also torn and tattered, and her exposed skin was covered with cracks. The impact of the Emperor's scales had done her no small amount of damage, but the main damage still originated from Early Qin, not just physically, but spiritually, and the damage to the core of the Megane's intelligent devices was contributed to by both. Now in Gale's body, the pale blue intelligent instrumentation core is in pieces. She's loyal. From the day of her birth, she upholds the expectation and love for the track and the driver. She expects to help each other and fight side by side with her driver. Even if she can't become world-class, she still wants to leave a footprint in this world that belongs to them. And when the driver grows old sometime in the future, and his life comes to an end, she accompanies him to disintegrate together. And the intellectual core is buried with the driver and sleeps with him for eternity. But even the most loyal machinima couldn't endure the destruction of a pilot like Qin Yaya. Gale's intelligent armament core gradually precipitated out in his chest. By the time it fully precipitated, her body as a human form would be completely gone, leaving only a shell of a car and a darkened core in the cockpit. The wind is still howling. The sand and dust gradually buried the girl's body and dimmed the intelligent device core in her chest. Am I going to die? Gale couldn't tell if the image in his head was something he had fantasized in his dying moments or something he had seen with his eyes open. She couldn't feel the pain anymore. The wind was inaudible, and the world felt like the mute button had been pressed. Can't even feel the eyes. There were meteors streaking across the dimly lit sky. It is said that a shooting star represents the fading of life, and that it carries its last blessing and fondness across the stars of the entire world. The predecessors of Wise Armor Island say that if you wish upon a shooting star, your wish will surely come true, whether the meteor is real or not. Gale pursed his lips. 2 lines of clear tears crossed the corners of his eyes. Hopefully, when it comes to the world again, I can have a driver who loves me. The light of the shooting star seemed to grow brighter. It was like responding to Gale's wish. She closed her eyes in relief and waited quietly for the moment when her will would dissipate. Boo! A huge mechanical construct landed near Gale. It was a mechanical arm that was 7 or 8 meters long, and the end of the arm had a smooth cut, as if it had been chopped off by the roots. At this moment, the fracture was arcing and flickering, and there was a large amount of light red liquid spewing out, and the liquid just happened to rain down on Gale. The intelligent device core, which had been soaked in a light red liquid, suddenly lit up and was actually re-energized. It kept absorbing that liquid, and the cracks on its surface were quickly repaired, eventually shrinking back into Gale. As the light red liquid drained away, that mechanical arm is also bizarrely rapidly rusting and aging, like a rotting arm. It didn't take long for the wind to break it into scraps. Then it was buried by yellow sand, and all traces dissipated into nothing, as if nothing had happened. It was just the girl lying on her back in the sand, her breathing gradually steadying. In the distance, the lights of a dozen vehicles broke through the sand. Giant Tech's rescue team searched for half a day following the tornado's raging path. Finally managed to find this side. It's Star Baby today. Chapter 151, Mechanical Spider. Thanks to leaf falling first wine slightly cool +1, Ode 4. Alas, in your fiancé's case, we've done our best. We've received back all of her broken arms and ribs, but her current condition is one of mental paralysis, and it's the psychological problems that need to be overcome. The functional machine woman in the white coat shook her head helplessly. It's a wonder what's going on these days. I've only heard of machinistas being paralyzed by psychological issues. Pilots are really rare, because although the machine girls have mature appearance, but from the birth to the exhibition auction stage is only a year's thing. Although they absorb common sense and a lot of knowledge in the core stage of the intellectual apparatus, but as far as emotions are concerned, how can it be compared with human beings? Most drivers are adults. Has been in the dystopia of human society for at least 18 years. In the face of disaster and adversity, pilots tend to have a stronger mental capacity than the Megane, which is why Megans must be equipped with pilots, whose duties are not only to assist in piloting, but they should also be the Megane's teacher and companion, and be responsible for the Megane's mental health. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some of the witches have absorbed some negative knowledge in the core stage of the intellectual apparatus, resulting in eccentricity or even character corruption. This is an example. Most witches are relatively simple. Is there really no other way? These words were not said by Wang Hao, but by the paralyzed and pale Qin Yuan who was on the hospital bed. Mental paralysis. She'll never make it to the track again? That's your own problem. You'll be fine if you can overcome your mental fears. The functional machinima raised her eyes to look at early Qin and shook her head as she continued to take notes. How to overcome the psychological fear? Wang Hao hurriedly asked. That depends on how your fiancé got that way, who made her that way, and the best way to face fear is to conquer it. Qin Yuan's face paled a little more. Her mind could hardly restrain herself from thinking back to yesterday's match. The sky was filled with yellow sand. The wind was howling outside the window. The tornado pressed down on her head like a tilted canopy, and outside the car, the Emperor's scales was like a frenzied beast pushing her and Gale to rush towards the abyss, and they were completely helpless to put up any resistance. That powerlessness, that helplessness, that despair, the fear of wandering in front of the ghostly gates. Early Qin suddenly screamed in shock. A foul odor soon permeated the ward. The functional machine lady huffed in disgust as she looked at Early Qin. I heard that this driver was scared to pee once at the track and peed in the cockpit of the machinima, and as a result, I'm now pissing myself in fear once again. TSK. How can you run a race car with that kind of mental capacity? Where's the tease? The bedsheet is our Jichi Island special supply of sterile bedsheet, $1,000 a bed, and the quilt those count a total of $5,000. Your VIP can be 20% discount. $4,000, swipe card or cash or sweep code. The functional machine lady suddenly pulled out a POS and QR code like a robot cat. Looking at Wang Ritian, he took out his bank card and scanned the code. looking at the moment crazy paralyzed in bed at the beginning of Chin's headache. Her fear is another racer and machine woman. Wang Ritian sighed and helplessly explained. So if you want her to overcome her fear, you have to get on the track, or else you won't have a chance to get up for the rest of your life. He still wanted to fight for his fiancée and asked sincerely, that is to say, is there any way to get her on the track again? The functional machine lady saw Wang Hao's good attitude, then thought seriously for a while. There really is a way, but it takes a lot of money. She took a look at the bodyguards behind Wang Hao and nodded her head. You also seem to be relatively rich. This method shouldn't be a problem for you. Please also teach me. Wang Hao's heart was delighted. It's like this. Although she can't move her arms and legs, her brain can still move. We can use the Wisdom Island technology to create a wisdom core-like contraption for her to link with her brain. And then we can dock this core with the mechanical lady so that she can pilot the mechanical lady. And usually, we can also install a mechanical arm to this core, and she will be able to walk normally as well. That is, just looks a bit like a mechanical spider? The functional mecha goddess cocked her head, giving a cute and mixed look of confusion. Spider. It was a little hard for Wang Ritian to imagine that image. This kind of remodeling is outrageous at first listen. Whether to listen or not is still up to the beginning of Qin's month. Qin, Xiao Yu what is your idea? I'm willing to remodel. Qin Yuyue guessed with wide eyes and said eagerly, as long as I can get back on the track, I'm willing to do anything. Wow, then you think clearly. Functional machine lady reminded. This transformation is very painful. To give you a sodium fiber alloy spine. Price 500 million to start with. Pay first. We can only begin to deliver the work. I'm not afraid of pain. Money words. Early Qin turned her head and looked at Wang Ritian pitifully. Wang Ritian sighed. Still didn't say anything after all. In the past, he didn't even blink an eye when he spent some money for Early Qin. It's really feeling a bit tiresome now for some reason. Every time he wiped Qin's ass at the beginning of the month, his tolerance seemed to be gradually decreasing. 500 million is 500 million. Wang Hao took out 2 bank cards and stuffed them into the hands of the functional machinist. Password 6 ones. Each one has 300 million inside. You guys go and dock the remodeling work. The functional machinima sighed darkly at how rich this human was. After making a record for Early Qin, he took the 2 bank cards and left. Wang Hao, thank you. Early Qin was filled with emotion. Well, it's fine, Wang Hao faintly answered, pinched his brow, and said tiredly, there are still things in my company. I have to go back to deal with it first. I will leave 2 bodyguards here. If there is anything you can find them, or give me a call. Quilts and sheets, I will contact the nanny to come over immediately to help you change. Wang Hao rushed away after saying this. Qin Yaya leaned against the pillow and didn't notice Wang Hao's abnormality. She didn't have this mind to pay attention to Wang Hao's change in mood. In her opinion, Wang Hao is willing to spend money on her. That means he still loves her. Not to mention spending $500 million? Now she had nothing but hate in her heart. Hatred for Su Nin. So she must get on the track, conquer her fears, wash away her shame, and get her body back. Instead of living inhumanly in a mechanically modified way. Knock, knock, not dash. A knock sounded on the door outside. Who? The bodyguard inquired. I'm Gale. Gale was Qin Juyue's machinima, and the bodyguards naturally let her go. He opened the door. Gale, who had already changed into his regular clothes, walked in with an indifferent expression, carrying a bag of documents in his hand. Gale. The moment Qin Yue saw Gale, her entire face twisted. How dare you come to see me? Get out. Would I be like this if it wasn't for you? Get the hell out. You'll never want to be on the field again. Get lost and go back to the furnace you. Early Qin. Gale looked indifferently at the woman who used to drive her. There was no longer any lingering love or warmth in his eyes. I am requesting to be released from my agreement with you and the BSC club. Early Qin still had to retire as the cornerstone of Purple Power's metamorphosis.